I loved her for 10 years, but she pushed me away with her own hands for a man who looked like me. The night wind at Shanghai University was chilly. As usual, I stood guard at the door of Lu Yuren's classroom, 3 meters away from the door frame. This was a rule she set to prevent classmates from seeing me. She told me to call myself her cousin and not to say anything unnecessary. For 10 years, from junior high to university, I picked her up from get out of class every day, bought her hot milk, did her laundry and cooked for her, and ingrained her preferences into my very being. She was always so aloof, taking the milk and drinking it without ever saying thank you, but I always lied to myself, saying that unattainable beauties are slow to warm up, and that as long as I waited long enough, I would eventually warm her heart. The bell rang, and she walked over surrounded by people, coldly uttering only the 2 words, "Let's go." As usual, I walked ahead to clear the way, like a dutiful knight, but this time, when we reached the dormitory building, she suddenly stopped. My heart skipped a beat, thinking the iron tree was finally about to bloom, but she looked up at me and said in a calm tone, as if she were issuing a notice, "Jiangyan, don't do this again. You're a good person, but know when to stop. Be mindful of your boundaries, and don't pester me anymore." In that instant, my blood seemed to freeze. Clutching the empty milk carton, my voice trembled. "I only have 6 months left until graduation. Can I wait a little longer?" She didn't even bother to answer, just looked at me indifferently, her eyes showing no reluctance, no hesitation, as if she were looking at an old toy she was tired of using. Suddenly, I understood. My 10 years of persistence had been nothing but a superfluous disturbance in her eyes. My dream had to end. I forced back the stinging in my nose and forced a light laugh. "Just kidding. I'll be busy after graduation, and I won't be able to spend time with you anymore, which will be easier for me." I deliberately probed. "Now that it's over, can I find a girlfriend? Can you explain things to my family for me?" She stared at me for a few seconds, then simply said, "Do as you please," and turned to go upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, my heart shattered completely. She had always been extremely possessive, never allowing anyone else to touch her favorite toys. Yet now that I belonged to someone else, she didn't care at all. For over 3,600 days and nights, I thought I was accompanying her as she grew up, but it turns out I was just guarding a relationship that didn't belong to me. Like a joke, I was a love security guard for 10 years, and in the end, I didn't even get a proper title. I took out my phone, intending to delete everything related to her, but when I opened my moments, the first post was her new update. "So happy. I'm back at Moda University," and I saw her too. In the accompanying picture, she was standing next to a handsome young man, whose eyebrows, figure, and even clothing style were 70% similar to mine. Yang Wenqin. My hand trembled violently. The white moonlight who abandoned her 5 years ago for her future has returned. Back in the dorm, my head was buzzing, and I felt a tightness in my chest, making it hard to breathe. My childhood friend Zhang Zhijie rushed over and yelled, "That bastard Yang Wenqin is back." He even posted a photo of himself with Lu Yuran. "Is he treating you like you're invisible?" He got more and more agitated as he cursed. Back then, he just left without a word, and Lu Yuran cried so much. "Who stayed with her day and night?" "It was you. Now that he's back, he takes her away again. By what right?" These words pierced my heart like a knife, and all the doubts I couldn't understand suddenly came together. Yesterday, she wouldn't let me answer her calls because she was going to see him. Today she suddenly cut off contact with me because she was afraid I would affect their reconciliation. I thought I had lost suddenly, but it turns out I was just the last fool to know the truth. He even did a live stream. Zhang Zhijie shoved his phone in front of my face. On the screen, Yang Wenqin was sitting in the middle of the playground, holding a guitar, while Lu Yuran stood beside him, dressed in a beautiful outfit that I had never seen before. Yang Wenqin sang, "I Like You," gazing at her with burning eyes, amidst cheers from the surrounding crowd. Zhang Zhijie suddenly muttered, "To be honest, he really looks a lot like you. You can't even tell them apart from behind." With a bang, the string in my mind snapped. No wonder she suddenly became close to me back then. No wonder she forced me to learn guitar, change my hairstyle, and wear the clothes she specified. She didn't like me at all. She just used me as a substitute for Yang Wenqin, using my shadow to fill the void left by her beloved. Turns out I wasn't just a simp, I was a complete fake. During the live stream, Yang Wenqin embraced Lu Yuran and smiled as he told everyone, "This is my childhood sweetheart, and my heart has already been taken." Lu Yuran did not deny it, but simply lowered her head slightly, with a hint of shyness that was a tenderness I had never seen in the 10 years I had been pursuing her. Zhang Zhijie was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up, but I stopped him and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't go. She and I have nothing to do with each other anymore." My hands were trembling as I said those words, but I knew that this 10-year-long one-man show was finally coming to an end. But the next second in the live stream was even more ruthless. After Yang Wenqin finished singing, he introduced Lu Yuran to everyone with a smile, saying that she was his childhood sweetheart and that the song, "I Like You" he just sang was for her. He also said that other girls should stop adding him because he already had someone in his heart. The people around immediately started to cheer, as if they were forcing her to admit it. Lu Yuran didn't give me a cold look, nor did she deny it. She simply lowered her head slightly, with a shyness I'd never seen before. Seeing that, I suddenly just wanted to laugh. All these years I'd thought she was naturally cold, incapable of blushing or softening. Now I realized, it's not that she couldn't. She just had never acted like that towards me before. I carried the basin of water towards the bathroom, my steps unsteady as if I were walking on cotton, each step feeling like crushing 10 years of humiliation. What I once thought was deep affection and protection now seems like a self-indulgent joke. Even the air feels suffocatingly painful. Meanwhile, the concert on the playground was nearing its end. Lu Yuran subconsciously reached for her phone to check her class schedule, but after swiping the screen for a while, she suddenly froze. She never needed to remember these things before. Zhang would always send her messages before bed, reminding her of tomorrow's classes, the weather, and even what to eat for breakfast. But today, her chat window was completely empty, without a single message. She frowned, a strange sense of irritation rising within her. She was the one who told him to stop, but now that he had completely stopped, she felt incredibly uncomfortable. She couldn't understand why Jiang'an was angry. In her eyes, they had always just been friends. Wasn't maintaining distance the only natural thing to do? I didn't sleep a wink all night, and went for a run on the track as soon as it was light. Driven by habit, I walked into the cafeteria, only to realize when I went to pay that I'd bought 2 extra breakfasts. Looking at the extra egg pancakes in my hand, I laughed self-deprecatingly. A 10-year habit isn't something you can just break overnight. Back in the dorm, I tossed a pancake to Zhang Zhijie. I'd only taken a couple of bites when my phone lit up. It was a message from Lu Yuran, time 12:30 a.m. "What classes do you have tomorrow?" Those 5 simple words sent a wave of irony through me. In the past, I would have been eager to tell her to go to bed early, but now I just casually sent her the class schedule. She asked again, "Have you had breakfast?" "Yes." "Is the cafeteria closed?" "Yes." Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you deliberately not messaging me?" I stared at the screen and only replied with 2 words, "No." This straightforward response felt unfamiliar even to myself. Before, if she was even slightly displeased, I'd rush to explain, but now I suddenly felt relieved I hadn't done anything wrong. The mistake was in the past when I treated her like my whole world. She was bowing her head, but what I wanted was never this perfunctory gesture of goodwill. Yang Wenqin was back. What meaning did I, her substitute, have? I accepted being rejected, but I couldn't swallow the thought of using 5 years of my youth to fill someone else's void. The chat ended there. I finished my own pancake, but I was still hungry, so I casually broke off half of Zhang Zhijie's portion as well. For the first time, I didn't save the best for her, and this feeling of living for myself was surprisingly exhilarating. The bell rang, and I didn't sit in the 3rd row, the seat I'd specially reserved for Lu Yuran because of her nearsightedness. Instead, I went straight to the 5th row and sat down. Not long after, Lu Yuran walked into the classroom, still as cool and beautiful as ever, and went straight back to the 3rd row. My heart couldn't help but flutter for a moment, but the next second, Yang Wenqin followed her in. He wore a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, his smile clean and composed. He sat down next to Lu Yuran and handed her a cup of milk tea with a straw already inserted. She took it casually and sipped it, her movements glaringly practiced. That used to be my spot, my daily routine. Now that the real person has returned, it's time for me, the substitute, to step down. I forced myself to look away, my mind blank, a stone lodged in my chest. Just as I was getting frustrated, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. "Senior, the back of your head." I looked up and saw a girl holding a drawing board standing beside me. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and she straddled me with her long legs and hot pants. She exclaimed with a gossipy look, "Finally, I see your face. You're more handsome than I imagined. Did those two replace you?" Her name is Lynn Cece, a junior in the animation department, and she's ridiculously bold. One second she was standing up for me, saying she'd fight for me, and the next she was leaning over, blinking her eyes, and saying, "Since you're not her boyfriend, choose me for your relationship. I'm super sweet." I was completely stunned. This girl's pace was so fast I couldn't keep up. What's even more outrageous is that she actually saw everything I'd done for Lu Yuran over the past 6 months, bringing her milk tea, bringing her an umbrella, covering her with a coat, taking notes, and even knowing I pretended to be nearsighted to sit in the front row with Lu Yuran. She seriously scolded me for being so unlucky. What kind of magic did she do to deserve such a good person like you? Without a word, she opened her sketchbook, her pen moving swiftly, and within minutes she had sketched my outline. Even though it was the first time I'd seen my face, she drew it more pleasingly than I actually was. Looking at the drawing, I suddenly thought of Lu Yuran. We were both in the animation department, and I'd coaxed her for months before she reluctantly drew one, but I was so excited back then, as if I owned the whole world. But now, Lynn Cece handed me the painting, grinning, and said, "Seeing how down you are, I'm giving you this to cheer you up." At that moment, my heart felt like it had been struck hard. It turns out that not everyone who gets close has to beg, and that some people will proactively show me kindness. Clutching the painting, only one thought remained in my mind. I'd go back and throw away the one Lu Yuran drew, and throw away these 5 years of humiliation along with it. Simps deserve to be trampled on. I truly believe that now, God, I'm never being a simp again. As soon as the class started, Lynn Cece lowered her head and began to draw. In less than 10 minutes, the entire painting was finished. She pushed the painting in front of me and asked with a smile if I liked it. Looking at myself in the painting, I was a little dazed for a moment. She had actually painted me more pleasing to the eye than I actually am. I almost believed it myself. I could actually be considered good-looking. She had a sweet tongue, calling me Jiang repeatedly and even complimenting my good looks. My heart ached, because all these years standing next to Lu Yuran, I always felt like an unworthy foil. I once asked Lu Yuran if I was good-looking, and she only replied, "Not ugly." Those 2 words made me feel inferior for a long time, and made me increasingly feel that I was completely unworthy of her. I was lost in thought when Lynn Cece suddenly patted me, gesturing for me to look ahead. Lu Yuran was staring at us, her gaze cold and intense, as if she had misunderstood something. Before I could react, Lynn Cece moved even closer to me, adopting a friendly demeanor, as if deliberately trying to support me. The next second, Lu Yuran gave a cold snort and abruptly looked away. Lynn Cece even seriously complained that Lu Yuran's gaze was like she was treating me like her personal property, which was annoying. I shook my head and smiled, saying it was impossible, but I knew in my heart that Lu Yuran didn't care about me. She was just unhappy that I had suddenly slipped out of her control. She had just pushed me away yesterday, and today, seeing me sitting with other girls, she was already unhappy again. This reaction only made me want to laugh more. Even more coincidentally, the professor called on me to go up and solve a calculus problem. I went up and finished the problem in a few minutes, which immediately caused a stir among the students. I used to dislike going up in front of the class, not because I didn't know how, but because I wasn't there for myself. I was there to keep Lu Yuran company. She was bad at calculus, so I always sat next to her, taking notes for her and being ready to explain it to her after class. But this time, after I finished solving the problem, I went straight back to sit next to Lynn Cece. She praised me with adoration, calling me a genius and saying math was like a foreign language. I chuckled and casually mentioned that I needed an illustrator for my graduation project, and if she was willing to help with the interface design, I would teach her math. As soon as the words left my mouth, I was startled, because I had always reserved that spot for Lu Yuran. Lynn Cece's eyes lit up at the mention of this, and she smiled as if she had struck gold. She said that helping me would not only earn her extra credits, but also give her free tutoring from a top student. This was such a great deal. After saying that, she deliberately put on a serious face, reminding herself to be careful not to be fooled by her senior. Looking at her lively and energetic self, I suddenly realized that people are truly different. Lin Cece followed me into room 201 of Building D and was completely stunned. She had heard that the school would provide studios for top students, but actually standing in it, she was still shocked by the place. The entire floor was fully equipped, and the windows offered a view of the tree-lined path and the lake. After looking around for a while, she turned to me and asked, "This place is really all mine?" I told her that the apps I'd developed over the past 2 years had sold quite well, and the school got a cut, so of course they were willing to continue supporting me. While washing fruit, she pressed me about my graduation project, and I said I'd make games. She was stunned, staring at me from head to toe, saying I looked like a sunny, tech-savvy guy, but she hadn't expected me to be so ambitious. I, however, knew very well that now was the easiest time to break into the game market. I stated my needs very directly. I needed a skilled illustrator to handle the visual aspects of the entire game, from hand-drawn illustrations to post-production. Could she handle it? Lin Cece immediately bristled, saying that just because she was bad at math didn't mean she lacked professional skills. I made a decision on the spot. I'd teach her math, she'd get 30% of the profits, and I'd help her apply for academic credits and awards. She grabbed her drawing board and nodded immediately, her enthusiasm instantly ignited. At lunchtime, I was too lazy to go to the cafeteria, so I decided to cook for myself. She had been watching from the sidelines, but when she saw that I could actually cook, her eyes lit up, and she urged me to make more. But as I chopped the vegetables, my mind kept uncontrollably wandering back to Lu Yuran. Before, I learned to cook only for her sake. I learned to cook whatever she liked. I was so foolish to think that if I could win her heart through her stomach, I could win her heart through her stomach. 40 minutes later, chicken wings, shrimp, scrambled eggs, and soup were laid out on the table. The aroma filled the air, but I realized she was gone. Just as I was wondering what was going on, Lin Cece peeked out from the corner and said she was hiding paints, afraid they'd get damaged by the sun. Her earnest expression made me laugh. I casually flipped through her sketchbook lying on the table and immediately spotted the black-stocking bunny girl version of my senpai. As soon as I said the name, she stared at me warily and asked how I knew. I casually said that my friend liked it, but she kept staring at me. The next second, she looked down at herself and muttered with a face full of dissatisfaction, saying that she originally wanted to cosplay my senpai. But unfortunately, this kind of character requires not only long legs, but also a large bust, which she lacked. In the end, she got angry herself. The room fell silent the moment she uttered that complaint. I stared at her sullen face, racking my brains for a moment without knowing how to comfort her, and finally could only tell her to eat first and not waste food. The girl then turned around, picked up her bowl, and started munching away, still defiantly saying she could continue developing. The contrast between her outward appearance and her demeanor was so stark that I almost burst out laughing. She ate this meal like it was New Year's Day. She praised everything: chicken wings, shrimp, scrambled eggs, seaweed soup, to the point that she almost made me lose my composure. It was then that I realized what it felt like to be genuinely appreciated for cooking. I had cooked for Lu Yuran for 5 years before, and she had always eaten it, but her evaluation of me was always just 2 words: not bad. The word not bad, which I used to take as approval, now seems laughable. It wasn't that I didn't do well enough. It was that she simply didn't want to give me any affirmation. Thinking of this, my heart sank again, as if all the grievances I had suppressed over the years had suddenly surfaced. But before I could think any further, Lin Cece had already eaten her fill, slumped in her chair like a satisfied kitten. I was shocked to see the empty plates. I had deliberately made extra, but she had devoured them all. What was even more outrageous was that after she calmed down, she insisted on washing the dishes, saying that since the boss had cooked, there was no reason for him to wash the dishes. Her earnest and ingratiating manner amused me so much that I eventually let her do as she pleased. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sunlight streamed into the studio, warming it and making me sleepy. I sat in front of the computer coding, while she nestled beside me with her drawing board. After a while, she asked me what the game was all about. I told her it was a casual game where the protagonist was a puppy who fell in love with a kitten. The player used a slingshot to launch the puppy through obstacles, one level at a time, until it landed in front of the kitten. Her first reaction was, "Isn't this just being a simp?" I paused, almost laughing at her. But she was also being harsh. A dog is clearly exhausted, yet it has to run in one direction. What else is that but being a simp? I was silent for a few seconds, then finally replied, "Let's add a little sweetness to each level. As long as the puppy successfully reaches the cat, let it dance with the kitten." She was finally satisfied and started giving me feedback as she drew. She said the puppy needed to be thin, otherwise it wouldn't be able to jump far. It needed to be white, otherwise it wouldn't be eye-catching enough, and its eyes needed to be big, so that it would look more dangerous if it had been injured. She kept muttering to herself, but her drawing was incredibly fast. She drew and revised as she went, truly bringing the puppy in my mind to life little by little. As I typed code, she chattered away beside me, and suddenly the scene felt a little ironic. I used to fantasize about afternoons like this, me writing code, her drawing beside me, creating something together. But back then, I imagined the person sitting next to me would be Lu Yuran. Now that it's Lin Cece, I don't feel so choked up. As evening approached, she finally handed me the initial sketch of the puppy. It was a thin, white puppy with big eyes that looked aggrieved, yet also held a stubborn refusal to admit defeat. Lin Cece was incredibly smug, calling it a sad little dog, but also a brave little dog. The next second, she reverted to her usual irreverent self, asking me how I should reward her ideally, by sending 5 handsome guys to heal her wounds. Looking at her beaming face, I finally couldn't help but laugh. This girl is really noisy. I was still staring at the program on the computer, my mind full of finishing up and debugging, but I was amused by her serious and cute appearance and finally relented, saying that the puppy was indeed quite good, but my program was not completely finished yet, and it would take another 3 or 4 days. I changed the subject and asked her to come with me to eat at the shopping street. It was already late, and there was no point in staying up any longer. Anyway, I knew the food street next to the university in Shanghai well. I was tired of the cafeteria food, so I wanted to go out and try something different. It would also help me clear my head of all the messy thoughts. As soon as she heard that I was going to treat her, she instantly came to life. She picked up her sketchbook and rushed to the door, calling me "Boss is the best," and whining like a kitten that had just woken up. I looked over in the direction of the sound and was just in time to see the setting sun shining on her. For a moment, I was actually a little stunned. The golden afterglow made her glow, her fair skin glowing with a faint rosy hue. Her figure was stretched out as if she were dancing. Her legs were ridiculously long, and her lines were clean and neat. She looked like she had stepped out of an anime. I knew very well that most boys would find it hard to remain unmoved by a girl like her. She leaned against the doorframe, urging me to hurry up. I shut down my computer, grabbed my phone, and followed her. I glanced at the messages. Lu Yuran hadn't sent anything else. I stared at the screen for only a second before putting it away, because at that moment I suddenly realized that whether she sent messages or not didn't seem to matter to me anymore. The commercial street was crowded on the weekend, with student couples out for a stroll everywhere. I asked her what she wanted to eat, and she first said barbecue and then grilled meat, but couldn't decide after hesitating for a long time. So I decided to just go for the barbecue for her. At least she wouldn't have to stand on the roadside smelling the smoke or wait for the stalls to slowly set up. Once inside the store, the environment was much quieter than outside, with soft music playing. There were quite a few lovey-dovey college couples sitting around. We found a place to sit and order. Judging from her appetite, I knew that the two of us wouldn't be enough to eat, so we simply ordered a 4-person set meal. As a result, the waiter's eyes changed when he looked at me. He almost thought I was a glutton. She burst into laughter and teased me in the tone of a waiter. I didn't hold back and told her not to sleep too soundly that night, lest I really want to teach her a lesson. She wasn't afraid at all and ate more and more happily, munching on rice as soon as the dishes were served, as if she hadn't eaten for a long time. I even wondered if there was another person living in her stomach. Halfway through the meal, I casually asked her if she was a student in the 16th grade. She nodded rapidly. I then asked her if she was usually alone, and she immediately looked wary, asking if I was just pretending to care about her and actually trying to pursue her. I was speechless. Then she seriously told me about how she used to kick out her suitors. She said that liking and caring are not the same thing. Hearing this made me quiet down. I suddenly realized that she was right. Because the most painful thing in this world is never being directly rejected, but when you try your best to give your heart, but the other person only wants to keep you in the friend's position and asks you to stay put. As I was thinking about these trivial matters, she came over with a smile and called me boss. You're the best. She wanted more food. I was just about to say that her appetite was a bit exaggerated when I caught a glimpse of two people coming in through the door. For a moment, I froze slightly because it was Lu Yuran and Yang Wenqin who walked in. I just saw them in the morning, and now I bump into them again in the evening. I don't know if this is just bad luck or if God is deliberately messing with me. And to make matters worse, they were sitting right next to us. Lin Cece also looked up and saw the two of them. Her eyes lit up immediately, as if she had seen a big show about to begin. She immediately said, "A battleground is about to begin," and added, "Boss, don't be afraid, I'm here." Yang Wenqin noticed me first and greeted me with a smile, saying it had been a long time. I replied with a "what a coincidence." But as soon as I looked up at Lu Yuran, I saw her familiar eyes staring coldly at Lin Cece and me. That was her most common look when she was angry, quiet, sharp, as if she wanted to dissect people's hearts and see them clearly. As a result, Yang Wenqin's comment, "Your girlfriend is really beautiful," immediately ignited the fire. Before I could even explain, Lu Yuran had already spoken with a cold face, saying that I was quick to act, that I changed my mind quickly, and that I had already found someone else. Her tone was venomous and vicious, as if she wanted to nail the words "seamless transition" to me. With each word she spoke, the last vestige of warmth in my heart cooled a little more, because I knew her too well. Even if she surrendered, she would still throw out the most hurtful words to injure me first. But the problem is, I'm no longer the person who could be stabbed to the point of bleeding by a single sentence from her. I've been hurt by her too many times, so this little knife is nothing new to me. Just as I was about to speak, Lin Cece stood up first. Like a fighting girl who suddenly drew her sword, her bright eyes stared directly at Lu Yuran. She immediately said that the other party must live in the Pacific Ocean and was meddling too much. She also said that she deserved to get brother in because she had done good deeds and smashed the electronic wooden fish. The moment the word brother-in came out, the air seemed to freeze. I saw Lu Yuran was clearly stunned. Her original indifference and confidence shattered instantly because she didn't really believe I would have a new girl so quickly. But the way she addressed him was too intimate, so intimate that it completely disrupted all her self-righteous judgments. She started staring at Lin Cece, as if she were seeing her clearly for the first time, seeing how beautiful this girl was, how straight her legs were, how lively her temperament was, and how natural this person was when she stood next to me. I could even feel that she was panicking. She started to have uncontrollable wild thoughts, started to doubt, and started to feel uncomfortable. The most ridiculous thing is that she clearly refuses to give me what I like, yet she loses her composure when she sees others getting close to me. She even asked me if this was the type I liked before. I just find it absurd because every time I offered her my love, she pushed me away completely. Now that I've taken a step back, she's starting to complain. Lin Cece became more and more determined and directly said that she was not in a relationship with me yet, and that she was the one pursuing me. But a guy as good as me should be cherished. As she spoke, she shielded me behind her. At that moment, I was suddenly shocked, because I was always the one who shielded others in the past. I never imagined that one day a girl would stand in front of me, taking the blame for my hurtful words and protecting my already crumbling self-esteem. But because of this, I felt even worse, because I finally realized one thing. To Lu Yuran, I really meant nothing. When I relentlessly pursued her, she found me annoying, accused me of overstepping boundaries, and complained that I shouldn't have gotten so close. When I finally stopped pursuing her, she questioned me in the same tone, as if I had made a mistake by leaving her, even though Yang Wenqin, the man who looked so much like me, was standing right next to her. My past clothing habits, interests, and many other details were all influenced by her little by little. In the end, I lived like a substitute. Now that the real person has returned, she still looks back at me, as if she won't even give me the right to turn around. The more I think about it, the calmer I become, and the calmer I become, the more uncomfortable I feel. That suffocating feeling makes my chest ache. I didn't want to linger there any longer, so I looked directly at Lin Cece and said, "Let's go. We've finished the barbecue. If you're still not full, let's go get something else." She immediately agreed, and even smiled, and said that she had worked so hard today, so it was reasonable to reward her a little more tonight. Her voice was so clear it sounded like she was deliberately adding insult to injury. As soon as those words were spoken, I could almost feel Lu Yuran tense up. The coldness in her eyes intensified, clearly indicating that she had misunderstood something. I could also tell that she might have misunderstood something, but I didn't even have the desire to explain, because I suddenly realized that what I did had nothing to do with her. Yang Wenqin tried to smooth things over, asking us why we were leaving so soon and whether we were going to eat together. I smiled and said, "No, you guys eat." But Lu Yuran insisted on adding that we should leave, probably because she felt guilty and couldn't stay a second longer. I paused and finally turned around to look at her. "What does it matter to you whether I stay or not?" I couldn't understand why Lu Yuran would say those things at first, but I soon realized that it didn't matter anymore, because no matter what she said, I would definitely leave tonight. I wasn't running away. I just suddenly felt that this whole thing was rotten to the core, and even staying for one more second made me feel disgusted. The most jarring thing wasn't her plea to stay, but the sight of Yang Wenqin's face when I looked up. He was like a mocking mirror, reminding me how ridiculous I had been all these years. The person I liked had always been using me as a shadow of someone else to get close to me. My stomach felt like it was on fire, but my eyes remained cold and hard. The moment I uttered those words, Lu Yuran froze. She was usually aloof and didn't know how to explain or argue. But this time, it wasn't that she couldn't speak, it was that she never expected me to tear off that mask so directly. My words left her speechless and also completely woke me up. Yang Wenqin insisted on playing the good guy. He spoke up for her and blamed me for being too harsh, as if I was the one who didn't know my place. But I couldn't even be bothered to look at him. I turned around and left. I didn't want to spend another second with those two people. Just standing there made me want to vomit and feel like I'd been a joke all these years. When I left, Yang Wenqin was stunned. He probably thought I would still tolerate it, give in, and pretend nothing was wrong as before, but this time I didn't even want to pretend anymore. What surprised him even more was that Lu Yuran didn't stay either. She left after saying she wasn't feeling well, and in the end, he was the one who was left standing there. After leaving that place, Lin Cece and I wandered around the commercial street. After a while, the fire in my heart slowly subsided. I told her thank you for tonight, but she laughed like she had no heart and said, "Boss, this is nothing. I can't just watch you get bullied." Hearing this, the taut string in my heart actually relaxed a little. I asked her what she wanted to thank me for, and after thinking for a long time, she simply said to treat me to a few more meals. I was amused on the spot. This request was so simple that it surprised me, but it was precisely this simplicity that made me feel relaxed. At least when I was with her, I didn't have to guess, I didn't have to endure, and I didn't have to live as someone else's substitute. By the time I dropped her off at her dorm, it was already 9 o'clock. She turned around and waved at me, smiling and calling me her protector. I stood there watching her go upstairs. All around me were couples. In the past, I would have felt incredibly sad, but this time, walking in the summer night breeze, I felt light and carefree for the first time. I suddenly realized that I don't want to waste any more time on relationships. I want to put all my energy into my graduation project. I've been putting it off for too long while waiting for Lu Yuran. Now that Lin Cece is back on track, I can finally pick up this really important thing again and stop putting it off for anyone else. Back in the dorm, Zhang Zhijie came up to me mysteriously, saying he wanted to introduce me to someone. He said she was a great match, with a wonderful personality, and that it would even save me the trouble of a long-distance relationship. But I refused outright. I told him that this relationship with Lu Yuran had nothing to do with me, and it wouldn't happen again. I just didn't have the time or energy to get involved in relationships anymore, so it was better not to talk about it. I took a towel to take a shower, leaving all his advice behind. But in the girls' dormitory on the other side, Lu Yuran was sitting on her bed with red eyes. Yang Tao asked her with a puzzled look what was wrong. Jiangyan. No way, he's such a gentle person. Don't mention him to me. Lu Yuran interrupted abruptly, her eyes red and swollen. I stood in the room, my mind a jumbled mess. Lu Yuran suddenly became agitated, which startled me quite a bit. Her eyes were filled with helplessness, as if she were processing something unacceptable. What's wrong? What happened? I couldn't help but ask. Her face turned pale, and she let out a long sigh. Then, she whispered, "Don't mention it." I looked at her, my heart tightening. She was clearly still reeling from the shock. Jiangyan, how could he have said such a thing to her? A chill ran down my spine. It couldn't have been him. But her eyes told me it really had happened. She must have thought Jiangyan had changed his mind. I never imagined he would do something like this. Even I can't believe it. She looked at her red-rimmed eyes and wiped away her tears. She didn't cry out loud, but the suppressed grievance told me she was hurt. And she didn't intend to let tears solve this pain. She wanted to face it with her pride. Do you know what kind of person Jiangyan is? Yang Tao seemed to realize something was wrong and secretly glanced at Lu Yuran's expression. She then turned to me and whispered, "He wouldn't do such a thing, would he?" A complex mix of emotions welled up inside me. Jiangyan's loyalty was legendary. How could Lu Yuran suddenly think he would change his mind? Of course, I didn't believe it either, but the Lu Yuran before me was clearly not joking. Okay, that's enough. She suddenly interrupted my thoughts, waving her hand to indicate that she didn't want to continue the topic. Just then, my roommate walked in and suddenly called out, "Hey, Yuran, someone's looking for you downstairs." I froze instantly, my heart racing uncontrollably. Was it Jiangyan? Had he finally come to apologize? Lu Yuran's eyes lit up, as if hope had been rekindled. Her mood instantly became excited, imagining Jiangyan bowing his head. But she quickly calmed down, shook her head, and said calmly, "I won't see him." Her reaction left me somewhat helpless. She clearly longed to see Jiangyan, yet she rejected him because of her sadness and pride. I could understand her feelings. After all, Jiangyan had gone too far. He shouldn't have hurt her. "You're not going to see her?" My roommate asked in a low voice, sounding a little puzzled. "Really not going to see her?" "He seems pretty anxious," I said softly. "He's definitely anxious, but that doesn't mean she needs to forgive him immediately. However, I also know that Jiangyan is a devoted person, and Lu Yuran's pride might require him to spend time working on it. Then tell him to come again tomorrow." Lu Yuran's eyes remained cold, as if she were a high and mighty queen, preferring to keep her distance rather than easily bow her head. I couldn't help but frown. What a troublesome little devil. Perhaps she had higher expectations of Jiangyan, but her insistence made me feel somewhat helpless. "I don't want to see him today." Her words were resolute, as if she had already decided that Jiangyan would not be given any chance that day. However, just as I was about to leave, another roommate suddenly said, "Are you talking about Jiangyan?" "No, not him. It's Yang Wenqin, right?" Yang Wenqin. Lu Yuran and I were both stunned. Wasn't it Jiangyan who came to see her? Then why did her expectations vanish in an instant? What was Jiangyan thinking? Why wouldn't he even take a step to meet her? Lu Yuran's eyes reddened again. She clenched her fists and said angrily, "Tell him to get out too." Yang Tao and I exchanged a glance, unsure of what to say. Lu Yuran was clearly hurt, and this kind of hurt couldn't be resolved with a simple apology. I hurried downstairs and saw Yang Wenqin. He was holding a bouquet of flowers and looked a little bored standing downstairs in the dormitory. I knew that the bouquet of flowers was probably to comfort Lu Yuran. "She said she wouldn't see you," I told Yang Wenqin, but a sense of unease crept into my heart. Yang Wenqin and Jiangyan seemed somewhat similar, but his eyes held a hint of aggression, while Jiangyan was always so gentle. "Is she in a bad mood and doesn't want to see me?" Yang Wenqin frowned, clearly disappointed. After all, Lu Yuran wasn't an easy person to approach. Even he had been rejected. I nodded. "Yes, she's been a bit troubled lately and doesn't want to say anything." Yang Wenqin didn't seem to care. He smiled and handed me the flowers. "Then please take these flowers up for me." Looking at his sunny smile, I couldn't help but think how lucky Lu Yuran was to have two such outstanding guys pursuing her. Meanwhile, Jiangyan had just finished washing up, returned to bed, and turned on his computer to work. Just then, he received a friend request. "Please, boss, are we really that passive?" When Jiangyan saw the message, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was Lin Cece. This little heroine was still as mischievous as ever. Her online name, Very Sweet, was definitely her, and Jiang felt a warmth in his heart. I was holding my phone, staring at the friend requests on the screen. Looking at the profile picture and username, I couldn't help but laugh. Lin Cece's quirky style was instantly recognizable. Who could be more distinctive than her? I quickly accepted the request, then briefly explained, "Ahem, this is my fault. I forgot about it tonight. We've been trying to add each other on WeChat for so long. It was definitely my oversight. I never even thought of it." Humph, since the boss has sincerely apologized, then I'll mercifully forgive you. Her tone was slightly joking. After all, having a pretty girl ask someone for your WeChat is a bit outrageous, you know? Okay, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, all right? I replied quickly. All done, she said, quickly sending several pictures. I was stunned. How could she be so fast? That's incredibly efficient. I opened them, and, sure enough, they were all hand-drawn pictures of puppies. Lin Cece's drawing style is truly unique, simple yet fun. The puppy she sketched with just a few strokes seemed to come alive, so adorable and endearing. Not bad, I teased as I looked at it. You're really working hard. Did you start drawing last night, and have you been working on it until now? Of course, the boss gave me extra food. I'm prepared to be a good employee, she replied humorously. Boss, you're so thoughtful. Lin Cece smiled brightly as she looked at the Jianbing Guozi in front of her. If it were a boss from before, I would definitely suspect you had ulterior motives, but now, I'm ready to repay you, my good boss. I shook my head and couldn't help but laugh. I really don't have any ulterior motives. I'm just doing this out of good intentions. The boss is so generous. She laughed even more heartily. But you should add milk to breakfast, right? I immediately understood. Sure, I'll add it. By the way, I changed the idea for that game earlier. I typed while looking at her. You're right. Simple games can get boring very easily, so I've increased the difficulty. Lin Cece's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing my words. That's a great idea. It's more interesting when both sides go together. Yes. I smiled too, thinking it was a really good approach. Sitting in front of the computer, I saw Lin Cece's suggestion and a thought struck me. She always manages to come up with ingenious ideas at crucial moments. She said, if it's just a puppy, it's too simplistic. If we switch to a kitten after 30 rounds, the overall meaning will be much deeper. I nodded. It was indeed a good idea. The game's meaning needed to be further elevated. With just a puppy, players' interest would gradually wane. I smiled slightly and said, you're right. A kitten would be nice too. Hee, as expected of me. Her smugness was immediately apparent, a slight upturn of her lips, and I couldn't help but smile too. I started modifying the game's backend program. The changes weren't difficult. The most troublesome part was replacing the image pack and adjusting the difficulty. After simplifying the controls, the levels became more challenging, with the number of obstacles increasing from 1 to over a dozen. With Lin Cece's suggestions, inspiration flowed freely, and I quickly adjusted the game content until it became a casual game that was both easy and challenging. Seeing the finished product, I breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, feeling pretty good. But something seemed to be missing. A new feature flashed into my mind. When the puppy hits an obstacle, its falling direction will change. Perfect. As I adjusted the game, I heard Lin Cece sigh behind me. She muttered in surprise, I just asked you to make it a little more difficult, not to modify it like this. I replied with a smile. It's not that I'm being unreasonable. It's just that you have a very good point. Simple games don't last long, so increasing the difficulty appropriately makes them more attractive. That's true. Lin Cece nodded. So, are we just missing the images now? I smiled. Yes, you're very smart. My mood instantly improved. The way you're talking right now sounds like a shady boss trying to scam me. What do you think? I looked at her, pretending to be serious. We exchanged a glance and then burst into laughter. Just then, a noise outside the door interrupted our conversation. I looked up and saw Zhang Zhijie walk in. As soon as he entered and saw us, he immediately put on a gossipy expression. Old Jiang, it's been so long since I've seen you at the studio. Are you really focused on practicing your sword now, and not thinking about women anymore? I glanced at him helplessly and said coldly, Stop talking nonsense. What are you doing here? Zhang Zhijie found a seat and sat down. Before he could speak, his eyes met Lin Cece's. Lin Cece smiled and said sweetly, "Hello, senior. I'm Lin, the working-class girl." Zhang Zhijie was stunned, his face full of doubt. "Xiaolin? You said you're Jiang An's sister?" "Jiang'an, what's going on here?" I waved my hand impatiently. "Can you rein in your boundless imagination? You don't want me to know about your secret affair, do you?" Zhang Zhijie joked, blinking at me. I didn't bother to respond, simply saying, "She's my employee, an artist, and a junior from school. If you insist on misunderstanding, there's nothing I can do." Zhang Zhijie was somewhat skeptical. "Jiang'an, do you think I won't expose you? But don't hide it anymore. I understand now. You're keeping a mistress." Lin Cece was clearly dissatisfied, glaring at him resentfully. "Senior, do you think I'm too young?" "How am I young?" Zhang Zhijie was taken aback for a moment, then quickly explained. "That's not what I meant. You really do look quite young." "Humph, that's boring." Lin Cece shook her hand and waved her fist. Zhang Zhijie immediately became obedient and dared not speak again, silently staying to the side. His intuition told him that it was unwise to provoke this heroine Lin today. Seeing this scene, I almost burst out laughing. A 1.82-meter tall muscular man was actually beaten up by the 1.69-meter tall Lin Cece and dared not utter a sound. It was truly an eye-opener. "You're great in every way, except for your stubbornness." I couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Zhijie. "But what about your relationship with her?" Zhang Zhijie asked, unwilling to give up. "She really is my employee," I shrugged helplessly. "You can ask her yourself if you don't believe me." Lin Cece also chimed in. "He's just a stubborn idiot. He really should understand." Zhang Zhijie, looking aggrieved, covered his head and said, Okay, I was wrong, all right?" After a while, Zhang Zhijie finally fell silent. Clearly, he had obediently listened after being disciplined by Lin Cece. Then, he started talking to me about his graduation project. When? In the Tiger Fish Dynasty's 66778 live stream room, a virtual girl was giving a review to the screen. "Good evening, everyone. Little Sweet's review is back again." Little Sweet has accumulated many fans with her humorous style and unique insights, and the live stream room quickly attracted 3,000 viewers. "Thank you everyone for the little gifts," she said, thanking the viewers for their donations while introducing the game. Today's game is called Attack on the Puppy. I was quite curious when I first saw the name. Most game names are flashy and cool, but this one is unique. She clicked to enter the game, and the simple and cute art style paired with the catchy background music instantly made the chat lively. A casual game? The background music is really addictive, and the art style is great too. It's been a long time since I've played a game like this. It feels so familiar. Xiaodian didn't respond and continued playing. At first, I thought it was quite simple, only using the mouse to control direction and force, which was quite novel. The game's art style is refreshing, and the puppy in the first level is adorable. This is the story of the bad boy, Puppy, who you control to run towards his beloved kitten. Entering the second level, there are more obstacles, and the difficulty increases slightly. The second level is easy, but it's not entirely without challenge. Xiaodian was getting into the swing of things. The harder the level, the more challenging it became. She got stuck on the 9th level. What's wrong with the designer? Why is the difficulty increasing so fast? I can't get past the 9th level at all. She chuckled to herself. I'm a genius gamer, and I can't even pass the 9th level? Next, Xiaodian engaged in a long battle with the chat, as the game's difficulty gradually revealed its appeal. She was stuck on level 9 for 10 minutes, and after successfully completing it, she joked, "Level 9, not hard at all." The chat teased, "Stubborn streamer, confirmed noob." The game's difficulty increased, until level 15, when she almost broke down. "This level is impossible. I just can't get past it." She roared, adjusted her angle, and slammed down, accidentally knocking away an obstacle to clear the level. "Damn, how did you even pass this?" The live stream chat erupted in an uproar, with everyone puzzled. This game is too cruel. Why doesn't it give hints? At the same time, Jiang'an was watching the live stream in his dormitory, a smile playing on his lips. "This is my design. The 10th level is difficult, but the following levels are easy, to give players a sense of accomplishment, and then increase the difficulty to maintain the challenge." Zhang Zhijie exclaimed in surprise. You guys are really ruthless. Won't the difficulty be so high that players will quit the game? Jiang smiled confidently. Don't worry, it will stimulate players' desire for challenge, and the fluctuations in difficulty will make them less likely to give up. Xiao Tian's challenge caused the game's popularity to soar, and players in the live chat complained. I'm stuck on level 8. The developers are really lousy. More players joined the test, and the game's popularity soared. Zhang Zhijie looked at the data and exclaimed, This is too fast. Sales are already third in the newbie channel. Jiang calmly replied, This is just the beginning. Focus on doing your job well, and the game will attract players. Zhang Zhijie suddenly asked, Can I switch jobs and take charge of operations? Jiang glanced at him and said, Sure, but you'll have to pay for promotion. Zhang Zhijie readily agreed. Sure, I'll fund the operations, no problem. Jiang Shun, take me to new heights. Shortly after, Xiaoyan's live stream ended. Although she criticized the game planners in the chat, she couldn't deny that Attack on the Puppy attracted a large number of players with its challenging and unique gameplay. Jiang combined psychology and programming to create a game that was both addictive and challenging. Although Lin Cixi didn't participate in the live stream, she was quietly working on game graphics and skins, extremely busy. Jiang walked up to her with a jianbing, Chinese crepe, and asked with concern, You left so early last night. Why do you look like you haven't slept? Lin Cixi glared at him while biting into her jianbing. Boss, mind your own business when it comes to pretty girls. I was completely bewildered by Lin Cixi's reaction. The way she was staring at me seemed off. Just then, Zhang Zhijie walked in, excitedly running up to me, his face flushed. Old Jiang, look. Wow, Lady Lin, you're here too? You're here so early. Lin Cixi didn't speak, lowering her head to eat her jianbing, Chinese crepe, and glanced at him lightly. Zhang Zhijie didn't think much of it, and said directly to me, Old Jiang, guess what? I glanced at him. What? Look at this video, PDD. I was stunned, and immediately realized that PDD was the #1 streamer in the live streaming world, and had been fighting with Dima Ho, a popular streamer, for many years. PDD? What happened to him? I asked. Zhang Zhijie was beaming with excitement. Watch the video of him playing our game. You'll laugh your head off. I took the phone. In the video, PDD was sitting in a chair, smoking a cigarette, looking relaxed and carefree. It's just a casual game. Why are you guys so excited? I'll give it a try. No sooner had he finished speaking than he downloaded Attack on Titan. At first, PDD passed the levels with ease, but he stopped at the 8th level. Guys, what's going on? How did I fail? He looked completely bewildered in the video, and the chat was flooded with comments. Idiot. The 8th level is harder. This is the real PDD. PDD looked at the comments with disbelief. The difficulty of level 8 has increased? Really? He was conflicted. The game seemed simple, but the way to pass the levels was full of challenges. Every time he was just about to pass, he would fail because he hit an obstacle on the edge. It's okay, everyone. Don't panic. This little trouble is nothing. PDD took a deep breath and continued to fight. The live stream chat was flooded with gifts. Thank you for the airplane that will embarrass PDD. Thank you for the rocket that will make us wash up and go to sleep. Over the next 2 hours, PDD went from excitement to anxiety to despair. You guys said other streamers would at least pass 15 levels. How come I got stuck on level 8? Damn it. I, PDD, am not inferior to anyone in my life. He roared and started the challenge again. But this game is driving me crazy. Every time I almost fail because of a minor mistake. Half an hour later, PDD, pale and dazed, said, Brothers, to be honest, this game is just too leisurely. What was the planner thinking? I have to have a good talk with him when I get the chance. He said through gritted teeth. Okay, I'll call it a day for today's live stream. I'm a bit sleepy. He suppressed his anger and forced a smile. I hope everyone will download it. The chat exploded immediately. Haha, the streamer is going to have a meltdown. Even worse than Xiaotian. Xiaotian passed level 15, but PDD got stuck on level 8. Zhang Zhijie patted me excitedly. How's it going? The video went viral on Douyin, and our game is booming too. I nodded slightly, in a good mood. Yes, I didn't expect it to be so effective. We have to thank Xiaotian. Without her, our game wouldn't have become popular so quickly. Zhang Zhiji added. I was a little confused. Who exactly is Xiaodian? If we can get in touch with her, we should thank her and send her some gifts to continue our collaboration. Zhang Zhiji nodded. Leave this to me. I'll try to contact her. There should be a chance. I looked at Lin Cixi. Cixi, from now on, Lao Zhang will be a member of our studio, responsible for operations and promotion. Lin Cixi looked up and nodded coldly. I know. However, about Xiaodian, whom you mentioned, I have her contact information. She asked me to draw for her before, Lin Cixi suddenly said. Zhang Zhijie and I instantly brightened up. Zhang Zhijie immediately leaned over, beaming. Lady Lin, quickly give me her contact information. I chuckled and said, You're a real gem. Send it to us quickly. Lin Cixi glanced at Zhang Zhijie with a hint of disdain, then turned to me and asked, Boss, has the game difficulty been adjusted? I smiled and replied, The previous one was too easy. Adjusting it is no problem. Her lips twitched slightly. Yes, you're right. That idiot planner really has no heart. I couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Cixi sent Xiaoyan's contact information to Zhang Zhijie, who happily went to contact her immediately. I returned to my computer, looking at yesterday's download data and sighing. Smoother than expected. A 98% positive review rate, over 8,000 downloads, and it's already ranked second in the new games channel, just a little behind Tencent's Sky Dragon. Lin Cixi looked at me with her chin on her hand. So how do we beat it? I smiled slightly. It's just a matter of time. Maintaining our reputation isn't difficult. However, looking at the comments, I still felt a little worried. This game is fun. I played until 5 a.m. all night. The design is really interesting, unlike other games. But there were also comments like, the difficulty is so depressing. I want to drag the planner out and beat him up. Looking at these comments, I felt a chill down my spine. Lin Cixi looked at me and laughed. Boss, do you regret it? I pretended to be calm. Of course not. She laughed and said, Then I wish you receive so many razor blades that your hands are sore. I smiled bitterly, feeling like I had really become a dog planner, but fortunately everyone liked to play it, and the rating was very high. Next, we need to develop more levels, and also add leaderboards and friend competition features. Lin Cixi suddenly said, I have to go now. I have class today. I was a little confused. Leaving so early? If I don't go, the professor will tear me apart, she said as she quickly left. Zhang Zhijie frowned. Why didn't Xiaodian add you as a friend? Are you sure you didn't give her the wrong account? I looked at him. She left, went to class. Zhang Zhijie nodded. Oh, she's a junior after all. She has to go to class. He sighed. Never mind. I'll think of something else. Lin Cixi ran into the teaching building, panting, her heart pounding with anxiety. She wasn't late for class. She had missed a class yesterday, a calculus class taught by an old-fashioned professor, and had been caught red-handed. Today, she was to go to his office for a lecture. Ugh, this is just awful luck. Even drinking water is a struggle, she muttered, her face full of frustration. Advanced mathematics was her worst subject. She always teetered on the brink of failing. If she couldn't explain herself well this time, she'd lose even her participation points, and failing would be a certainty. I have to fool this old fogey properly. I can't let him find any fault with me. Lin Cixi thought to herself as she walked towards the professor's office. She knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The old professor's steady voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Cixi pushed open the door, walked in cautiously, and closed it gently. She suppressed her usual mischievousness and stood obediently at the doorway. Professor Jiang, who taught advanced mathematics and was nicknamed Old Antique, had worked at the university for decades. He was rigid and strict, but his teaching was first-rate. He had trained national Olympiad champions and was the pride of Shanghai University. Professor Jiang, I haven't done these questions. I've been too busy lately. A clear female voice broke the silence. Lin Cixi was taken aback and turned her gaze. It was Lu Yuran. Why is it her? Lin Cixi blinked, full of doubt. Professor Jiang asked gently, What have you been busy with lately? Lu Yuran remained as indifferent as ever, her face expressionless. Nothing much, just in a bad mood. Professor Jiang sighed. This advanced mathematics course is quite important for you. You'll be graduating next year, so you can't fail it. I understand, Professor Jiang. I'll be going now. Lu Yuran nodded slightly, her expression softening. Okay, go ahead. Professor Jiang waved his hand. Lu Yuran turned to leave, bumping into Lin Cixi at the door. Her eyes instantly became complicated, and she hesitated for a moment as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Lin Cixi was stunned. Lu Yuran definitely recognized her. Just a few days ago at the barbecue restaurant, she had sharply defended Jiang and behind her. She never expected to run into her here. What was she doing here? Lu Yuran's gaze suddenly turned cold, as if she had made a connection to something, and a strong chill surged within her. Jiang'an, you really disappointed me. Lu Yuran murmured softly, a hint of barely perceptible anger flashing across her face, before quickly walking out of the office. Lin Cixi stood at the door, watching her figure disappear at the end of the corridor, her mind filled with doubt. How come it feels like nothing happened, yet it also feels like everything did? She lowered her head. A sudden unease rising within her was Lu Yuran's icy aura, filled with deep dissatisfaction, angry at Jiang'an, or because of her relationship with Jiang'an. What's wrong with her? Why is the atmosphere so tense all of a sudden? Lin Cixi shook her head, thinking she was overthinking things. She took a deep breath, banishing the jumbled thoughts from her mind. The most important thing now was to face Professor Jiang and successfully get through this hurdle. The current document is too long. Doubao has only read the first 3%. Chapter 21. Arigato, Jiang. Teacher sang. I couldn't figure out what Lu Yuran was angry about this time. Lin Cixi simply gave up on thinking about it. The most urgent task. How do you coax this old-fashioned, conservative person in front of you? But to be fair, the old man was quite nice to Lu Yuran just now. It's unbelievable. I've never seen him so gentle before. The girl mentally grumbled to herself, then put on a sweet, obedient smile and walked up to the old man. Professor Jiang, I'm here. The old man raised his head, glanced at Lin Cixi, and his expression indeed became slightly more serious, even showing a hint of disappointment. Lin Cixi, what's wrong with you? Your advanced calculus score is 10th from the bottom in the class. I've been thinking about how to make up for what happened to you, and you actually skipped class yesterday. Lin Cixi dared not utter a sound after hearing the old man's reprimand. I know your grades are excellent, but the graduation requirement for Shanghai University is that you can't fail any courses. You're only a sophomore, and you're already falling behind. Do you think you'll be able to handle it when you're a junior? What if I can't get my diploma? The old man seemed genuinely unhappy. Mainly, in his eyes, Lin Cixi was usually quirky and clever, and although her grades weren't good, her attitude was acceptable. As a result, he skipped class yesterday, which really angered him. Professor Jiang, it's not that I wanted to skip class, I really had something to do yesterday. Lin Cixi scratched her head, wanting to explain. What is it? The old man glanced at Lin Cixi, as if he wanted to see what she would say. Aye. Lin Cixi's eyes darted around, and she answered with a flash of inspiration. Grandpa, I went to see my tutor yesterday. Oh. This answer left Professor Jiang completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on at all. You little rascal, went to see your tutor? Tutoring what? Advanced mathematics? He asked with a strange look. Yes. Lin Cixi nodded her head like a rattled drum, her eyebrows dancing with excitement as she continued. Because I knew my grades weren't good, I was anxious, so I found a tutor. But yesterday, I was so focused in class that I forgot I had your class in the afternoon. Lin Cixi felt a little guilty when she said this. But he wasn't completely guilty. After all, she did spend time with her real tutor, Mr. Jiang, yesterday. As for being too focused, well, he was too focused on drawing. Professor Jiang frowned, wondering what this girl was talking about. Could it be that I was tricked by some fraudulent teacher? Where did you find your tutor? I found a senior student at our school, Lin Cixi said weakly. Who is it? Professor Jiang recalled for a moment. I've taught quite a few upperclassmen. Since you dared to teach a female student, your grades must be pretty good, right? At least I'd remember you, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi was immediately caught in a dilemma. Should she tell or not? To be honest, what did Jiang'an say at the beginning? He had excellent grades and received many awards at school. They even have their own independent studio. Thinking about it this way, Teacher Jiang must have some reputation, right? He should be reliable, right? Thinking of this, she blinked her beautiful eyes and continued to respond weakly. His name is Jiang'an. He's a senior in college. What? Professor Jiang was about to drink his tea when he heard this, and his expression instantly froze. Then he looked at Lin Cece with a rather strange expression. You just said your name is Jiang'an? Which department are you in? Programming. Professor Jiang stared at Lin Cece with a somewhat complicated expression. You're quite good at finding people, aren't you? Lin Cece blinked. She had seen Professor Jiang's reaction. It seems the title of Teacher Jiang is quite effective. Haha, really, Professor Jiang? You know Teacher Jiang too. Professor Jiang nodded and said, I know him. He has excellent grades, especially in advanced mathematics. You could study under him if you like. Is that so? Looks like my eye for talent is pretty good after all. So how did he agree to let you learn from him? If I remember correctly, he's very busy, isn't he? Professor Jiang asked casually. He's busy. He's busy developing his graduation project. But in exchange, I'll help him with his drawings, and he'll teach me advanced mathematics. Lin Cece didn't hide anything. After all, once she was up front, the old man might stop bothering her. You mean, you're an artist in his studio now? I guess so. Lin Cece thought for a moment, then thought, how can it not count? His requirements are very strict. Professor Jiang seemed to be deep in thought after hearing this. Finally, after taking a few more glances at Lin Cece, he affirmed, You're fine following him, but remember to ask for leave next time. Lin Cece was a little stunned when she heard this. She only wanted to escape this calamity. Unexpectedly, Professor Jiang meant that it was possible to take leave again? Teacher Jiang is the best. Wow, Teacher Jiang's name is so useful. Thank you, Teacher Arigato Jiang. The girl nodded quickly, a smile of excitement on her face. Okay, Professor Jiang. I understand. Professor Jiang didn't seem to want to say much today. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Then you should go back first. Okay. Lin Cece went back to class in a happy and carefree mood. Staring at Lin Cece's retreating figure, Professor Jiang's expression was somewhat strange, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. What on earth is going on? At the same time, in a newly opened studio, Yang Wenqin looked at Lu Yuran with a smile. Yuran, welcome to my studio. The school gave it to me specially when I came back from abroad this time. As you know, I am a professional game designer, and I already have several mature works. But you're not here abroad, so I came back. Furthermore, I sincerely invite you to become a professional illustrator in my studio. Hearing Yang Wenqin's heartfelt and sincere invitation, Lu Yuran looked slightly dazed. I've heard this kind of talk more than once. Jiang'an had invited her several times before. In the same bright studio, sunlight streamed comfortably through the windows. The young man invited him with a smile, his eyes pure and without a trace of ulterior motive. But she refused every time. Actually, she didn't have any particular reason. I simply wanted to refuse. Then she wanted Jiang'an to continue inviting her. She seemed to be addicted to that feeling. But at that moment, she suddenly understood why. The reason is that she doesn't want to be any kind of business partner with Jiang'an. She enjoys being endlessly pampered by him much more. Chapter 22 The Simp. No, I mean, the deeply affectionate one. For Lu Yuran. She genuinely just enjoyed Jiang'an's kindness towards her. Therefore, she always refused Jiang'an's invitations. But even now, looking at Yang Wenqin in front of her, Lu Yuran suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had agreed to Jiang'an's request back then, would he not be so indifferent now? She was aloof and proud. However, during these same few days, she also experienced being neglected for the first time. Although Yang Wenqin is also very good, I always feel that something is missing. So, I actually don't want to have a cold war with Jiang'an. As her gaze swept across the studio, this thought popped into Lu Yuran's mind. But she quickly suppressed it again. But that's exactly how he treated me. If I back down and beg for peace, will he think I'm not as good as I used to be? No, I can't give in. But maybe I can humble myself just this once. Didn't he want me to join the studio? You're just going to reluctantly agree? In the fleeting moments of thought, Yang Wenqin's voice pulled her back to reality. Yuran, how is it? Isn't the studio great? I really hope you can join us. My workstation will be here, and yours will be here. When we look up, we'll be able to see each other. Lu Yuran was slightly dazed when her eyes met Yang Wenqin's. She suddenly felt that Yang Wenqin's eyes weren't so beautiful anymore. To be precise, eyes similar to Jiang An's, yet unable to meet familiar gazes. Although both are gentle and devoted, I always felt that something was different. He was not quite the same as the Yang Wenqin I remembered. I'll think about it some more. Lu Yuran raised by Zhang's neck, her clear, cold voice ringing out, and then continued. I have class this afternoon, so I'll head back now. With that, she turned and left. Yang Wenqin was stunned, completely unexpected this outcome. He originally thought that inviting Lu Yuran today was a sure thing, since he already had a studio, which would be very suitable for Lu Yuran. Given their feelings for each other, there shouldn't be any problem. Result: Lu Yuran refused, and refused decisively. It seemed like there was no hesitation at all. Hey, Yuran. Yang Wenqin wanted to call Lu Yuran back to say a few more words, but the girl had already entered the elevator and left. Staring at this scene, a hint of annoyance flashed across Yang Wenqin's eyes. Well, all that preparation was for nothing. It was afternoon. Jiang lay listlessly on the chair. Having just finished 30 levels, he was completely exhausted and went into a state of mental blankness. Boss of Frog Fun, who are you trying to kill? You finished all 30 levels in just one morning and noon? Do you have any humanity? Upon arriving, Lin Cixi couldn't help but complain about the challenges. Jiang's work efficiency has increased, which means her workload will increase accordingly. Teacher Jiang, you deserve to die? That's when I thought of this. Adhering to the principle of wherever I collapse from exhaustion, I'll be buried there, Lin Cixi, starting to slack off, directly chose to give up. Nothing much to do today, just lying around showing off my food. As the saying goes, when in doubt, just lie down and worry about whether it will work out tomorrow. The main reason was that the workload these past 2 days was indeed too heavy, and Lin Cixi was really struggling to keep up. So I want to take a break. Jiang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Please, I'm not a heartless capitalist. When did I ever ask you to work for me all the time? Take care and get some rest. By the way, if you don't want to work this afternoon, how about I tutor you? Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi abruptly sat up straight in her chair, her expression filled with excitement. Rest? Who agreed to that? I haven't even contributed to the company yet. And I'm already taking a break? How can that be? No, I want to work hard for the company. I don't agree to take a break. Upon hearing this, Jiang fell silent for a moment. You really dislike advanced mathematics that much? I am mortal with gambling, drugs, and advanced mathematics, said Lady Lin with a righteous expression. You haven't mentioned the word yellow at all? Jiang laughed. Oh. Lady Lin took a deep breath and continued with righteous indignation. Heaven above, I, Lin, am sworn enemies of gambling, drugs, and advanced mathematics. Upon hearing this, Jiang fell silent, looking at the advanced mathematics workbook he had just pulled out with his left hand. The joyful afternoon passed quickly. Lin Cixi seemed to have been reborn, full of energy, jumping and skipping around. Jiang could see her high ponytail swaying back and forth whenever he looked up. Zhang Zhijie arrived halfway through. The guy looked listless and like he was dying. You know what? I can't get in touch with this little sweetheart at all. I'm numb. I'm really numb. At first I thought she didn't add strangers, so I changed my number, but she still didn't accept. Then I went to her live stream and sent her gifts. Huh? Such a good thing. Lin Cixi, who was gnawing on a chicken foot, glanced over. How much did you spend? Zhang Zhijie sighed and scratched his messy hair. 2 airplanes. Huh? The girl gave her a disdainful look. You think you can gain the trust of a beautiful girl with this? Zhang Zhijie looked miserable. Please. Miss Lin, I'm a married man. My wife is very strict about managing money. To be precise, I used my own money, my secret stash. Hearing this, Lin Cixi suddenly became interested. By the way, do all you men like to hide money and save up secret stashes? Of course. If I don't keep some, how will I manage with all the eating and drinking? A man can't get things done without money. Zhang Zhijie replied with a chuckle. And what about you, boss? Lin Cixi pouted, then looked at Jiang. Before Jiang could even speak, Zhang Zhijie had already spoken first. Haha. Let's not even talk about his secret stash. Let me tell you this. He's henpecked. He's willing to hand over every penny he has. To be precise, he had spent all his money on Lu Yuran, leaving not a single penny for himself. Hearing this, Jiang felt a little helpless. Zhang Zhijie, are you trying to die? You keep bringing up my shortcomings every day. Can't you be a decent human being? So what? You can't even say anything about what you do. Zhang Zhijie rolled his eyes, looking at Zhang Zhijie with exasperation. Old Jiang, didn't I tell you long ago that simps never have a good ending? Jiang ignored him, her gaze falling on the willow leaves outside the window, and she even had the mood to hum a little tune. Forget about being a simp or not. Before the term simp came into being, that's called deep affection. Chapter 23, was she here to sue for peace? For Jiang'an, I don't really care about simps or anything like that anymore. That's how it is when you like someone. If she's doing well, you're doing well. If she's not doing well, you're not doing well either. They carefully coaxed her, protected her, and cherished her. She is the whole world. She frowned deeply. You humbled yourself to the dust, racking your brains, and using everything you could to win a smile from her. What kind of devoted lover is he? No, it's not that. I just like it. Until today, now, at this moment. Jiang'an has no regrets about anything he did in the past. Liking something isn't like doing business. You can't expect a return on your efforts. So, Jiang'an was only disappointed from beginning to end, but did not regret it. I didn't expect Teacher Jiang to be such a good man. Lin Cixi blinked and looked at Jiang'an. Jiang'an found it very funny. How come you can give me a different nickname every day? Where did Teacher Jiang come from? Lin Cixi quickly covered her mouth. Oh dear, she accidentally let it slip. What I mean is, you teach me advanced mathematics, so it's not too much for me to call you teacher, right? Lin Cixi squinted her eyes. That was what she originally thought, too, but she felt that calling him Teacher Jiang was particularly easy to say, and she also took the opportunity to make a big move. Fine, call me whatever you want. Jiang waved his hand weakly. Hey you two, can you stop interrupting? The problem is we can't get in touch with Xiaotian. What are we going to do? Zhang Zhijie was very anxious. He had just withdrawn from his previous graduation project group that morning, and now he was in the same boat as Jiang'an and Lin Cixi. If we can't get in touch, we'll try again tonight. Lin Cixi replied calmly, adding casually. I mean, is it possible that they're just resting during the day? After all, they have to do live streams at night, which is so tiring. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie blinked and thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Honestly, I think what you said makes a bit of a point. But it shouldn't be too hard. I specifically watched her live stream replay. Most of the time, she only streams for 2 hours, playing 1 or 2 games. She starts streaming at 7 o'clock and ends at 9 o'clock. The only reason there was a slight delay last night was because our game is just too inhumane. Jiang'an laughed and said, since it's evening, Lao Zhang, why don't you try contacting them again tonight? Or how about this? You can spend a little more money and give Xiaotian some more tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi immediately chimed in. Yes. Boss Zhang will pay for Xiaotian's earnings tonight. I don't believe Xiaotian won't be happy. Get out of here. You two are just trying to trick me. Zhang Zhijie quickly stepped back, then pulled out his phone with a worried expression. I really don't have any funds left. I'll see if I can ask my wife for some. However, this reason, I'll help you solve your problems and come up with solutions. Lin Cixi chuckled. Just tell her you want to send gifts to the female streamer. Jiang'an nodded in agreement. Or you could just say you want to build a relationship with the female anchor. Zhang Zhijie turned his head away with a dark expression. Are you two even human? Do people say that? They're not kind-hearted people at all. Jiang'an and Lin Cixi didn't care how Lao Zhang resolved the issue in the end. As 6:30 approached, the sky gradually turned dusky, and the golden sunset dyed the horizon red. Lin Cixi stood up, stretched, and felt happy and content. That's enough work for today. Jiang'an smiled and said, are you working so hard to compete with Lao Zhang for the most hard-working employee award? Zhang Zhijie rolled his eyes. No, I won't argue with Miss Lin. Right now, all I'm thinking about is how to avoid getting a beating from my wife when I get back. The funding has been approved. A durian feast is inevitable. Just as the three of them were playfully bickering and getting ready to leave work. A figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. When she blocked the doorway, Jiang'an was slightly taken aback, his gaze instantly becoming unfocused. Lu Yuran. She stood motionless at the doorway, dressed in a pristine white dress, her expression unchanged. Are you done? Lu Yuran spoke up. Jiang'an remained silent. Those words sound so familiar. It's just that he was the one who asked the question every time get out of class ended. Zhang Zhejia's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Lu Yuran to come to the studio. What was going on? Lin Cixi frowned and clenched her fists. Lin, the female warrior, is ready for battle. Just finished. Is there anything I can help you with? Jiang'an calmed his breathing and then answered. It's nothing. I'm waiting for you to finish class, Lu Yuran replied, her expression unchanged, but she was very nervous inside. She had heard Jiang'an say these things so often that she was tired of hearing them, but when it was her turn to say them. Yet, I found every single word so difficult to utter. It's nothing, Lu Yuran. You're here to make up. If you just humble yourself a little, Jiang'an will come to coax you right away. After all, he really needs an artist in you. You're just right. Wait for me to finish class. Upon hearing these 4 words, Jiang'an became dazed. As far as I can remember, this is the first time. In fact, this matter is quite a long-term task for Jiang'an. Jiang'an had already been quietly working on this since Yang Wenqin transferred schools in the first year of high school. Lu Yuran is beautiful, and many boys like her. Almost every day she receives love letters and cakes, and some even wait at her door to pick her up. So Jiang'an became a shield. Yuran doesn't like those people, and I promised to protect her. So if I don't go pick her up, who will? She doesn't like to carry an umbrella. If it's sunny or rainy, it's reasonable for me to hold an umbrella for her. Oh, don't talk nonsense. I was just protecting her. How could I possibly like her? Yuran is a very picky eater. She usually wants to eat very, very delicious food when she goes out to eat. So I tried all the good restaurants around here once, and then took her there after class. Haha, where did the money come from? Of course, it's what I've saved up over the years. It's perfectly reasonable for me to spend money on her, right? What did you say? These men are here to pursue her, and I'm going to assert my ownership? No need. Isn't my presence here enough to prove everything? Yes, you're right. I do like her. So picking her up after class is something I should do. She's a princess, and I've always wanted to be a knight, right? My childhood dream was to be a knight, wasn't it, Lao Zhang? The words and phrases surged through my mind. Like reefs, sand, and bones in the deep sea, they gradually emerge from the water and are exposed to the orange-yellow sunset. Jiang'an slowly came to his senses. He noticed that Lu Yuran had an expression on her face that resembled nervousness, anticipation, and agony. First time meeting? So she came to sue for peace? Shouldn't he consider at this point whether this is the only opportunity he might have in his life? Chapter 24 Your Pride, I Rejected. For Jiang'an, a strange thought popped into his head. Lu Yuran came to sue for peace. Could this be his only chance in his life? You can see this girl lowering her head voluntarily. Wait for me after class. Is there anything I can do for you? Despite his wandering thoughts, Jiang'an responded calmly. Something's up. Didn't you always ask me if I wanted to join your art studio? Lu Yuran gently tossed her hair and said earnestly. I went back and thought about it, and I agreed. After saying this, a look of pride reappeared on her face, and her eyes were full of anticipation. Jiang'an, I've already said that. You should understand what I mean, right? Then he walked up to me excitedly and said, Okay. Then we can go back to the way things were. However, Jiang'an was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He never expected that Lu Yuran would come here specifically to say this. Not only that, her outfit today was clearly chosen with ulterior motives. She wore a pristine white dress and had her long hair flowing freely, a style he had praised many times before the fairy-like look. In addition, there was a faint scent of golden lemon emanating from her body. This moment, Lu Yuran's charm level is almost maxed out. But Jiang'an always felt that the girl in front of him was a complete stranger. She was dressed up in her favorite style. But it's really hard to imagine. Even someone as unattainable as her would one day dress up and show affection. But after thinking about it carefully, Jiang'an realized it wasn't so strange after all. Lu Yuren's attitude never changed from beginning to end. Even when trying to curry favor, they adopt this condescending attitude. To put it bluntly, it's like sticking out your foot and saying to a sycophant, "Come on, I've taken off my shoes. Aren't you going to lick me?" This idea. A thought flickered in Jiang En's mind, and then he regained his composure. He smiled calmly. "No need for that. I have too much work to do here." It is tactful yet elegant. Even in his extreme disappointment, Jiang En couldn't bring himself to say anything too harsh to Lu Yuran. Question mark. Lu Yuran paused for a moment, hesitated, and bit her thin lips. "I can do it. Didn't you always say you wanted me to learn digital painting?" "I can learn it too." She raised her head and stared at Jiang En with a captivating and sincere gaze. The moment her eyelashes trembled slightly, she possessed a breathtaking beauty. She really did give in. And they backed down, although his posture remained very arrogant. But isn't she inherently aloof and unattainable? Arrogance is her true nature. Jiang En couldn't help but catch his breath slightly, noticing that Lu Yuran had taken 2 steps forward, her eyes sparkling with intense anticipation. It was as if he would agree as soon as he did. The two of them can go back to how they were before. Will you agree? If he agrees, he can then revolve around her again. I can pick her up after class. She can also work as an artist in the studio. Perhaps the two of them will get together before graduation. So there are many benefits to agreeing. And she even changed her bad habit of never bowing her head, wearing your favorite little dress for you. As for what she said that day, if a simp gets what he wants, isn't that considered a success? Why care so much about the process? Jiang En, aren't you just one step away from success? Is this your only chance in this lifetime? Jiang En stared at Lu Yuran in front of him, as if he wanted to see right through her. But this time, those clear eyes, often tinged with a hint of coldness, were unfathomable to Jiang En. Wrong. Actually, I've never seen through it all. Jiang En shook his head slightly, revealing an expression that was hard to tell whether it was regret or relief. He looked at her with a light laugh. I'm really sorry. Our studio doesn't need any more artists. Jiang En looked at Lin Cixi behind him as he spoke. Only then did he notice that Lin Cixi was also very nervous. The young girl was very uneasy and anxious, whereas his usual carefree and nonchalant self. It also lacked the fighting spirit of Lady Lin that night. Just like, she was really panicked. Because the job I finally got is very likely to be gone right now. Jiang En felt a pang of self-reproach. The girl must feel very insecure, right? He's really going too far as a boss. Why is he so hesitant? Thinking about this, he looked at Lu Yuran again and emphasized it once more. By the way, let me give you a formal introduction. This is our artist, Lin Cixi. She paints very well. I heard this. Lin Cixi, who had been standing behind her, breathed a long sigh of relief, and her brows and eyes finally relaxed. For her, Jiang En Studio is actually a very good job, especially since there's a salary involved. The boss here is very nice to talk to. The job itself is interesting, and you don't have to worry about being complained about or harassed by those toxic otaku. I really don't want to leave here, okay? But Lin, the heroine, was well aware of just how much damage Lu Yuran could inflict on Jiang En. So just a moment ago, Lin Cixi even considered whether she should start taking on custom painting jobs again since she was no longer working. Oh, those damn fat otaku. You're great, Anne is coming back again. Huh. What did that stupid Jiang Daodu just say? He praised me. He praised me. He praised me. Lin Cixi's eyes, which had been somewhat dim, suddenly brightened, like the first rays of spring sunshine, exceptionally radiant. Hey, Teacher Jiang didn't give up on me. She gave Lu Yuran a sweet smile, but didn't say anything. It would be inappropriate to say anything at this point. Although Kobayashi is definitely a fighting girl. However, she wasn't foolish enough to cause trouble. She knew when to stop while she was ahead. Lu Yuran seemed not to have reacted yet, staring at the girl behind Jiang En, her slightly cold eyes blinking. Are you sure? Jiang En smiled nonchalantly. Certainly. Lu Yuran was speechless. Her mind was blank. It's getting a little slow to turn. What did Jiang En say? Jiang En said, he doesn't want her anymore? And he chose someone else, even thinking that the girl was very nice. So what about her? She was the one who was abandoned. She came over like a clown, wagging her tail, thinking that she had humbled herself enough, and that by showing goodwill, she could go back to the way things were before. Jiang Yun's answer, however, made her realize something starkly. It turned out that the boy wasn't waiting for her there. Or rather, has she gone too far to go back? Hee hee. But no matter how you look at it, it seems ridiculous, doesn't it? This moment, something called pride seemed to vanish from Lu Yuren's heart. Chapter 25: The Unexpected Defeat of the Childhood Sweetheart Law. At this moment, Lu Yuren's vision went black. She bit her lip hard, her once rosy and beautiful face instantly losing all color, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yun, with glistening tears welling up in them. When have I ever suffered such injustice? When have I ever been rejected by someone like Jiang Yun? Jiang Yun, do you have a heart? The sense of falling off a cliff almost made Lu Yuren feel breathless. Where had Jiang Yun gone, who used to smile and nod in agreement no matter what she said, whose eyes were always full of doting affection? Who was this man who so ruthlessly refused? This is too much to accept. Lu Yuren didn't know what her current emotional state was like. I felt uncomfortable, annoyed, and a little panicked. Lu Yuren couldn't help but take a half step back, gripping the door frame, and struggling to raise her eyebrows, forcing an awkward smile onto her delicate face. Oh, so you've already found the right person. And what about me? These words almost exhausted all of Lu Yuren's strength. Jiang Yun was slightly taken aback. He looked at the girl in front of him with a strange expression. Why should I care about you? That's what I said. Lu Yuren's face turned deathly pale instantly, and there was no trace of hope left in her eyes. Then, Jiang Yun continued. I did invite you before, but you declined. Lu Yuren, I hope you can understand one thing. I could have stayed where I was for you before, but now, I have to move forward. No. Lu Yuren shook her head violently, her expression one of disbelief. She really couldn't accept it. Jiang Yun used to be so good. How did it become like this? They might even say such cold things to her. Why is that? Jiang Yun stared blankly at Lu Yuren's somewhat broken state. This is the first time in so many years that I've seen her like this. Lu Yuren has a difficult personality and always seems hard to get along with, but she rarely gets angry, let alone has such an unseemly breakdown like this. All right, is there anything else? We should go home now. Coming to his senses, Jiang Yun said softly. He didn't want to waste too much time on this emotion. It has no value or meaning whatsoever. Because those who can't go back simply can't go back. Besides, he no longer wanted to go back. Okay, I'm fine now. I won't bother you with anything in the future, and it's best if we never see each other again. Jiang Yun looked at Lu Yuren, who was sharp-looking, with tears glistening in her eyes, yet had regained her haughty demeanor. Then he saw her leave without looking back after saying those words. Getting anxious? Lu Yuren is really gone. She didn't even turn her head back, as if afraid that Jiang Anduo would see her disheveled appearance. Zhang Zhijie stood to the side, his mouth agape in astonishment, staring at Jiang Yun as if he had seen a ghost. Old Jiang Yu, you're amazing. Is she really letting go? He had never seen Lu Yuren like this before, nor had he ever seen Jiang Yun like this before. In my memory, Jiang Yun always spoke in a calm and unhurried manner, with a steady tone and a gentle voice. But just now, Zhang Zhijie was completely dumbfounded. Is this still the Jiang Yun he knows? Hearing this, Jiang Yun glanced at him and calmly replied, Have you let it go? Even if I can't let go, I won't look back. After saying these resolute words, Jiang Yun glanced at his watch. All right, we were going to go our separate ways. How about we go have dinner together? You two go ahead. I'm going back to Neilon Durian's. Zhang Zhijie pointed at the two men with anguish. Didn't you two even consider helping me out? Jiang Yun blinked. How can I help? Lin Cixi narrowed her eyes. If I go, my sister-in-law might misunderstand even more, right? A pair of adulterers. Zhang Zhijie sighed deeply, realizing that he was the only one who had achieved the status of being injured in the world. Watching Zhang Zhijie leave, Jiang Yun was about to lock the door when Lin Cixi, leaning against the side, couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Jiang Do. Oh no, Teacher Jiang, you're actually quite sad, aren't you? And you're just pretending to be calm. Actually, you haven't let go at all. You're heartbroken. It's okay, I can tell. If you're sad, just say so. Thank you for your affirmation just now. I thought. I was going to lose my job. The girl lightly tossed her hair, then her eyes hardened slightly. Luckily you didn't. So, considering how heartbroken you are and that you didn't betray me, I've decided to splurge and treat you to a meal. Malatang. Jiang'an was initially confused, but the more he listened, the more he wanted to laugh. He wasn't that sad. How did you figure that out? At most, it's a bit of a sigh of regret. If Lu Yuran had acted this way earlier, perhaps the two of them wouldn't have ended up like this. But when he saw the girl gritting her teeth and insisting on treating him to dinner, Jiang'an couldn't hold back any longer, and he grinned. Yes, I'm so sad. I'm really heartbroken. I want the most expensive malatang. Jiang'an was all smiles. Lin Cece blinked, warily clutching her pocket. You're sad, yet you're still laughing? How can you actually laugh? Jiang'an smiled and said, well, there's no way around it. I'm definitely going to eat Lin's spicy hot pot. Wah, you heartless boss. You're just trying to lure an innocent girl into this. Lin Cece's beautiful eyes widened, filled with the feeling of being deceived. No, you volunteered. The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards the commercial street outside. As they walked, Lin Cece asked curiously, Teacher Jiang, how many years have you liked Lu Yuran? 10 years. Jiang'an gave a crisp and decisive answer. Frog fun, it's been so long. Lin Cece was surprised and looked at him with an incredulous expression. This gentle young man in front of me has actually been in love with someone for 10 years? In this fast-paced era of dating, is it really possible to find someone who is so devoted to love? How long? Jiang'an was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. It seems like a long time, but 10 years have passed without me even realizing it. Childhood sweethearts. I guess so. Me, Zhang Zhijia, Lu Yuran, Yang Wenqin, and I grew up in the same compound. Jiang'an nodded in reply. Hey, Yang Wenqin is that boy from last time, right? Right. This is like a melodramatic plot straight out of a novel. Lin Cece pouted, then said with dissatisfaction. But if we follow the plot of the novel, childhood sweethearts are always defeated by someone who suddenly appears out of nowhere. From the sky? What do you mean by from the sky? Jiang'an was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding. It's a gift from heaven. It's a gift from heaven. Lin Cece shook her head, her ponytail swaying in a beautiful arc. It means that someone suddenly comes into your life, and you fall in love with her. At this time, childhood sweethearts, we can't fight them at all. Chapter 26. This guy is such a pretentious show-off. A sudden drop from the sky? Jiang'an blinked and gradually understood. Perhaps, but Yang Wenqin's success can't really be considered a gift from heaven. Perhaps because he had truly let go, Jiang'an didn't feel so burdened when he talked about it. Compared to him, Jiang'an thought for a moment. In the courtyard, there were only the three of them at first. I joined later. So if I had to say, they were the childhood sweethearts, and I was the one who fell from the sky. Lin Cece tilted her head and glanced at Jiang'an. To be honest, I still think your relationship really sounds like something out of a novel. You are the devoted second male lead. Why can't he be the male lead? Because you want me to treat you to malatang, a spicy hot pot dish. The real leading man would never let his employee treat him to malatang. Jiang'an touched his pocket, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. I enjoyed the dinner very much. At least, that's what Jiang'an thinks. For some reason, after refusing Lu Yuran's request, I felt unusually relieved. So this is what it feels like not to be a simp. Teacher Jiang, since you ate my meal, you have to do me a favor. When the two arrived at the dormitory building, Lin Cece suddenly looked at Jiang and mysteriously. What kind of help? Jiang'an was very curious. Next week, our department is having an art exhibition and everyone needs to have their own small booth. But because I registered late, no one is teaming up with me anymore. So can Teacher Jiang join me? Lin Cece looked at him expectantly. Jiang'an was stunned. An art exhibition? That sounds interesting. Oh, I remember now. The painting department has indeed always had this activity. No wonder you treated me to spicy hot pot. So you were waiting for me here. I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Jiang'an sighed, making Lin Cece blush slightly. The girl was clearly captivated. She couldn't help but lightly spit at him, then bit her thin lips, her peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Jiang'an. So, are you going to help or not? When he said those words, Jiang'an was momentarily dazed. He stared blankly at the charming young girl in front of him, somewhat bewildered. To be honest, Lin Cixi really does have a cute and adorable girl vibe right now. This is a completely different feeling from the previous female warriors. And it has to be said that Lin Cixi does indeed have the face of an adorable girl and the legs of a mature woman. Well, Jiang'an withdrew his admiring gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips. Since you've made this request, it seems I have no reason to refuse. What can I do? I'm the best boss in the world. Lin Cixi's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Huh, you're so cocky. Well, don't forget, you absolutely have to make time for next week. Jiang'an nodded. Don't worry, it's a small problem. Let's treat this as a team-building activity for the studio. Lin angry mouse she, clenching her fist. Heartless boss, you've got ulterior motives. You just handled something as important as team-building so carelessly. Jiang'an shrugged. The budget is limited, the boss is heartless, but team-building is okay. Okay, that's all for today. I'm leaving. With that, Jiang'an waved to Lin Cixi and quickly left. Watching Jiang'an walk further and further away, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. Lin Cixi gently pouted, her face showing neither happiness nor unhappiness. Zhang Daodu is such a strange boy. I feel he is a very nice person, very gentle, and very kind. It's really great. If the boss gets a girlfriend, will I have to leave the studio? Lin Cixi rubbed her chin, lost in thought. However, she quickly shook her head gently. That's for the future. There's no need to think about it now. Thinking of this, Lin Cixi felt much lighter. She averted her gaze and skipped back to her dormitory. After arriving at the dormitory, Jiang'an was about to wash up when Yang Wenqin stopped him. This guy has now moved into the boys' dormitory, and he lives in the second dormitory next to Jiang'an's. Jiang'an, what exactly did you say? Why is Yuran so heartbroken? Yang Wenqin looked at him with a questioning expression, as if he had come to collect a debt. Jiang'an glanced at him, her expression unfriendly. I didn't say anything. She's upset, so you go and comfort her. Why are you looking for me? It must be you, because she left my place this afternoon and went to find you. Yang Wenqin said, looking annoyed. To be honest, he was already quite annoyed after being rejected by Lu Yuran once that afternoon. According to Lu Yuran's roommate, after going to Jiang'an, she became completely withdrawn and stopped talking. Yang Wenqin immediately went to Jiang'an. Yes, she contacted me. Jiang'an didn't hide anything and said frankly. She wanted to join my studio as an artist, but I already have an artist, so I naturally refused. Yang Wenqin's lips twitched slightly, and his expression instantly darkened. Staring at Jiang'an in front of him, it was as if a surge of anger suddenly rose up. Turn out to be. Did Lu Yuran go to find Jiang'an after rejecting him? Jiang'an refused again. He even came to cause trouble for Jiang'an? So he's the clown? That's what I've been thinking about. Yang Wenqin took a deep breath. Jiang'an, I could ignore what happened between you and Yuran when I wasn't around. But if you continue to bother me afterward, don't blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Jiang'an looked at him with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Are you alright? Did studying abroad for a few years ruin your brain? First of all, nothing happened between me and Lu Yuran. Secondly, what happens between me and Lu Yuran is none of your business. Third, I love the way you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. So what can you do about it? Just kidding. Although Jiang'an has a mild personality, he is not someone to be trifled with. To put it bluntly, Yang Wenqin's behavior of taking advantage of someone's kindness is something Jiang'an would say. Who the hell are you? What are you trying to prove? Hearing Jiang'an's firm reply, Yang Wenqin's face visibly turned from red to blue, as if it were about to explode at any moment. His once refined and cultured demeanor is nowhere to be seen now. He was clearly furious. You. Yang Wenqin took a long breath to calm his excited emotions, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and narrowed his eyes coldly. You also run a game studio, right? Sure. I heard that the school only selects one best graduation project and awards a prize. Originally, I wouldn't have bothered arguing with you. But since you've put it that way, Don't blame me for not cherishing our childhood friendship. After saying this, Yang Wenqin turned and left. Jiang watched his retreating figure, couldn't help but purse her lips, and calmly said, "After all these years, he's still a pretentious show-off." Chapter 27 Revenge is the best revenge. Every wrong must be settled. Yang Wenqin's appearance was just a minor disturbance. Jiang didn't care at all. After all, who would bother arguing with an idiot? Especially someone who's been an idiot since childhood. There's even less reason to care. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Zhejie looked at Jiang and with a strange expression. "What just happened?" "I saw Yang Wenqin come out of the washroom, and his face looked like he'd eaten poop." Jiang smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Really? I did it." Zhang Zhejie paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. You and Lady Lin are both awesome. But why does that idiot Yang Wenqin want to see you?" Jiang shrugged. "What could it be? It's just because of what happened with Lu Yuran today. I feel." He thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Could it be because Yang Wenqin also invited Lu Yuran? Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance and then laughed simultaneously. "That bastard Yang Wenqin has been a show-off since he was a kid. Let's find a chance to teach him a lesson." Zhang Zhejie gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. He knew very well how badly old Jiang had suffered because of this kid's sudden return. What a coincidence. This opportunity will come soon. Jiang said casually. He will also be participating in the graduation project competition. The graduation project competition is the highest level competition for the design department of Shanghai University. It is participated by senior students of Shanghai University, either individually or in teams. The prize money is extremely generous. Plus, they'll provide long-term access to the school studio. Most importantly, winning the championship is an absolute honor. As for the entries, they can be games or other types of apps. The competition is based solely on download numbers, popularity, and profitability. Whoever has the most downloads wins. Yang Wenqin is going to participate too? Zhang Zhejie's eyes widened. Then he said with a hint of worry. It seems he participated in the development of several hit games while he was abroad, and he's back this time as an outstanding exchange student. Jiang patted his shoulder lightly and said dismissively, "What's wrong? Giving up already?" "Coward," Zhang Zhejie scoffed. "I would never be a coward, not in my entire life. He's just Yang Wenqin, and frankly, he only participated in those games a little. Whether he actually has the skills is another matter." However, Zhang Zhejie couldn't help but glance at Jiang a few more times, and said with a smile, "You rejected Lu Yuran today. If she goes to Yang Wenqin's side, you'll be under a lot of pressure." Jiang shrugged casually. "You don't understand. It's this kind of situation that ignites my fighting spirit." "Hey, suddenly you're acting all melodramatic, huh?" "What I mean is, repay every wrong with a wrong, and settle every grudge with a grudge." "Awesome." Zhang Zhejie gave a thumbs up and was about to say something when his phone suddenly rang. He quickly pulled out his phone and glanced at it, his expression immediately brightening. "Wow, Xiaotian finally replied to my message. Finally, it really does appear at night." Upon hearing this, Jiang also came over to watch. "Hello, sweetie, this is the Attack on Titan game team. Thank you so much for testing our game yesterday. Can we invite you to continue tonight? We also have a new level beta version." Zhang Zhejie quickly organized his thoughts and sent the message. Don't let his unreliable appearance fool you. He's actually quite capable. Jiang glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. "It all depends on what Xiaotian says." Zhang Zhejie nodded in agreement. "If that doesn't work, we'll just throw money at it. We have to promote the game." Jiang raised an eyebrow. "You're rich now?" "Yes. What family empire do I have? I just ask my wife for money. Can she control me?" Zhang Zhejie said smugly. Jiang didn't expose him, just nodded. Yes, I understand. As the two were talking, Xiaotian replied to their message. "Okay, I really like your game, and I'd love to continue reviewing it. However, I still really hope you can send me your address. I believe that not only me, but many of my viewers in my live stream would be happy to send you something as a token of our gratitude." Zhang Zhejie chuckled twice. Old Jiang. Jiang sighed, his expression somewhat wistful. Making games is going against the grain. Dying along the way is normal. Send over Yang Wenqin's dormitory number. Zhang Zhijie was speechless. Damn it, you're still the dog. They chatted for a while longer. Surprisingly, the two sides reached a consensus very happily and smoothly. Although Xiaoyan's tone clearly betrayed her resentment, her attitude was actually quite good. We are also willing to continue our cooperation. Jiang En, on the other hand, also provided her with the closed beta version of the game. Xiao Tian capitalized on the popularity generated by the game, while Jiang En and his team continued to drive the buzz through Xiao Tian's live streams. However, it is worth mentioning that it was recommended by Xiao Tian and PDD during their live streams. In addition, Zhang Zhijie also created several short video website accounts during the day. The popularity of Attack on Titan is still pretty good today, with downloads climbing to around 20,000. This is data that Jiang Anfa Games never expected before. Without Xiao Tian, it would be really difficult for us to generate any buzz. After finalizing the deal, Zhang Zhijie looked at his phone with a sigh. I don't know what fate brought us together, but she just happened to stream our game that day. Jiang En blinked. Fate is a wonderful thing. Let's watch the live stream. Meanwhile, on the Tigerfish platform, Xiao Tian has already started her live stream. As a virtual character, she is introducing herself as usual. Ugh, I really didn't want to go to work today. But then, the official team behind Attack on Titan strongly urged me to continue playing, and said that if I reach level 30, they will give me a mystery skin. Furthermore, I noticed that the game has been updated again today, and the Friend PK leaderboard has appeared. The more levels someone completes, the higher their ranking will be. I, the sweet heavenly emperor, have never been inferior to anyone in my life. Enough talk, let's start the challenge, Xiao Tian said, already opening the game, and the catchy background music started playing quickly. As viewers flooded the live stream chat, a comment suddenly lit up. Little sweetie, what game are you playing? You didn't even invite me. Xiao Tian blinked. Hey, Toanchuan, you're here too? I was just about to start my live stream when I suddenly noticed you were playing a game. Is this game fun? Xiao Tianchuan continued to send comments. This is so much fun. You should log in and try it out. It's super relaxing. Incredibly healing. A beautiful love story. Chapter 28. The Dog Planner Has No Heart. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, the viewers in the live stream immediately became restless. So this trend is called Because I Got Caught in the Rain. I'm going to tear your umbrella. Keep bluffing, keep bluffing. What fake besties. How heartwarming. Sweetie, I meant depressing. Don't slander me. I really meant depressing. After experiencing it. Little sweetie, what grudge do you hold against me? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The streamer really knows how to create entertaining content. Okay, new victim online. Seeing these comments, Xiao Tian glanced furtively at the VIPs in the room before finally letting out a sigh of relief. You bunch of traitors, it's a good thing Tuanzi left. Otherwise, how would we have fooled her? As the current partner streamer of Attack on Titan, it's reasonable for me to help boost the game's popularity, right? This game is definitely casual and therapeutic, isn't it? Xiao Tuan doesn't have any games to play, so it's okay if I give them to her. Alright, in that case, let's begin today's assessment. Xiao Tian looked at the screen and said, Yesterday, we failed at the 15th level. Today, we're going to rampage through level 30. At the same time, inside another wildly popular live stream room. As soon as Xiao Tuanchuan went live, a large number of viewers flooded into the live stream room. Tuanzi, what are we playing tonight? Yeah, Tuanchuan, there haven't been any new games to play lately. Let's find some games to play. Looking forward to the new release. Seriously, Tuanzi's review of the new game was really interesting. This segment definitely has to air tonight. The main problem is that there are fewer and fewer good games these days. After glancing at the comments, Xiao Tuanchuan replied with a smile. Don't get too excited, everyone. Tonight, I actually have a new game to recommend to you. With recommendations from Teacher Piao and reviewer Xiao Tian. Let's try out a relaxing and healing game tonight, Attack on Titan. I heard it's very cozy, relaxing, and pleasant. Seeing how expectant Tuanzi looked, viewers in the live stream immediately started typing question marks. Attack on Titan? This game? Why does that sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? It really is. I saw him on PDD's page yesterday. It seems to have started with Xiaotian, and then PDD started using it too. No, I've seen this game before. Are you out of your mind, Tawanzi? You call this game relaxing and therapeutic? Why isn't it relaxing anymore? It's relaxing. Why isn't it therapeutic anymore? It's therapeutic. Yes, Tawanzi is right. At first, the viewers were still questioning it. This aggressive puppy has gained some popularity on the Tigerfish platform after being reviewed by Xiaotian and PDD. Therefore, many people could tell it at a glance. As it turned out, these netizens were all scoundrels. After realizing what had happened, they all started to deceive Tawanzi. This left Tawanzi completely bewildered. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Never mind, I'll give it a try first. As she spoke, Tawanzi turned on Attack on Titan, and an incredibly catchy melody immediately started playing. Tawanzi raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh wow, this melody is actually pretty good. It's kind of catchy. Operating mode. Tawanzi stared at the screen and quickly got the hang of it. What follows are familiar scenes, familiar landscapes, instantaneous breaches of defense, and familiar roadblocks. Staring at level 15, Tawanzi fell into deep thought for a long time. She's a pro at this type of game. I've played quite a few times before, so I didn't get stuck on many levels today. That is, I was stuck on the 8th level for almost an hour. The broadcast started at 7:20 p.m. and is now at 9:30 p.m. For more than 2 hours, she nearly lost her temper and broke down several times. Where's the supposedly healing game? Purely depressing. What happened to the promised casual game? It's pure cultivation. Old Jiang, this is amazing. Xiaotian has given us another boost to the game. Damn, she's a real benefactor. Zhang Zhijie stared at the steadily increasing number of game downloads in the background, his whole body brimming with excitement. Jiangyan, chin in hand, was also quite surprised. Is this what fate is? My luck this time is ridiculously good. PDD and Tawanzi are both top streamers. With them broadcasting for us like this, the show's popularity is definitely going to skyrocket. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie commented, this trend can be described as unlucky in love, lucky in business. Alright, enough said. I see people are starting to report bugs in the comments. Every game has bugs. It may not be there now, but it will be in the future. This is an age-old rule in the gaming industry. This is why bald designers never lose their jobs. Jiangyan quickly pulled out his computer and glanced at the bugs. Fortunately, none of them are difficult. Zhang Zhijie's lips twitched slightly. How did you figure out that these were bugs? We're all in the same field, so why can't I understand a single thing? Jiangyan looked at him with a half-smile. What do you think? You're attending 9 out of 10 classes. I have never passed an exam. You still want to understand it? Zhang Zhijie pouted. Our development paths are different. I'm destined not to go down the academic route. As he spoke, he opened Tawanzi's live stream and began watching with great interest. No wonder everyone loves watching streamers get messed up. It's really funny. Just like Xiaotian yesterday, Tawanzi has no idea how to pass the level and is stuck here. I have to say, Lao Jiang, you're a real jerk. This level design is really outrageous. You actually insisted on using a different approach and didn't even give any hints. Jiangyan said calmly. The idea is to put them in a really bad situation so they can just do something random and get through it. This sense of loss will make them very, very excited. Awesome. As Zhang Zhijie spoke, he took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Cece. Miss Lin, what are you doing? Come quick. Even Tawanzi is live streaming our game. As a result, the news disappeared without a trace, and no one returned to the house. Zhang Zhijie couldn't help but purse his lips. It's really strange. I really don't know where Miss Lin is. She disappears every night. None of your business. I've fixed these bugs and just updated it. Go to all the major official video websites and post it, emphasizing our maintenance speed and sincerity, Jiangyan said calmly after fixing the bugs. Isn't the speed at which they fixed bugs in Chapter 29 a bit too outrageous? For Jiangyan, what he cares about now is not how fast the download volume increases or how high the popularity is. It's about overall reputation. A game that can truly grow and thrive depends not only on its engaging content, but also on the reputation of its operations. Countless good games have been ruined by various bugs. Jiangyan fixed the bug as quickly as possible and had Zhang Zhijie make an official announcement, which was precisely the reason for this. I understand. Zhang Zhijie acted swiftly, quickly sending out the message. Soon, new comments began to appear. Frog Fun. I just discovered a bug that made it usable, and now it's gone. Is it that infinite bouncing bug? I was hoping to beat the game using a bug, but the game planner is moving way too fast. Damn, I've never seen a game development team this efficient. Not only did they fix the bug, but they also launched a special week of gameplay. You mean turning that bug into a game mode? This is the first time I've seen this gameplay. I have to say, the development team really put a lot of thought into it. Otherwise, I would be so upset about not being able to play this bug. With such a great game plan, I'm definitely giving this game a high score. I saw these comments. Zhang Zhijie immediately gave Jiang a thumbs up. Old Jiang, that was a great move. Jiang chuckled. This is just basic operation, right? As he spoke, Zhang Zhijie noticed that there were quite a few reactions in the live stream. Tigerfish platform, Xiaoyan's live stream room. Huh? Where's the bug? The bug I just discovered. At this moment, Xiaoyan is probably the highest-ranked streamer in the entire Attack on Titan series, having already reached level 26. Every level I'm facing now feels really difficult. But that bug was too powerful. It allowed me to pass 2 levels in a row, but now it's gone. Xiaoyan looked heartbroken, wondering why she hadn't taken advantage of this bug to clear a couple more levels. Having fought this far, she's no longer relying solely on skill. It was luck. If you're lucky, you'll stumble upon something amazing and pass. If you're unlucky, you can get stuck on a level for half an hour. We can't get through, we simply can't get through. After trying the 28th level more than 10 times, Xiaoyan just started playing. Family members, that means we can't play at all. Hey you, game planner, official team, I saw you guys in the live stream. Come on, let me see if you can beat the levels you designed yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, the comments section erupted in excitement. Ha, they've gotten themselves into a fight and started fighting amongst themselves? What happened to Tigerfish's first official partner streamer? This is outrageous. That's hilarious. They can't accept it themselves, so they're questioning the planner. Planner, all I know how to do is make games. I don't know how to play games at all. Planner, let's go. However, what the viewers in the live stream could not have imagined was Xiaoyan immediately made a phone call, the girl gritting her teeth. I won't listen. I have to see what this game designer is capable of today. If they can make a game like this, I'm sure I can beat it. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Watching a spectacle is human nature. And this phone call, naturally, the attack landed directly on Zhang Zhijie. Zhang Zhijie looked completely bewildered. Holy crap, the phone's already ringing. No way, Lao Jiang, I can't beat this game. If I try, I'll definitely fail. Besides, they were calling for the planner, but Lao Jiang is calling for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang glanced at the time 8:30 and pondered for a moment. Okay, then let her accept my friend request, and I'll go straight to a PK with him. In the latest version, friends can now compete on the same screen. That is, each side has half of the screen, and they work together to complete the level. Zhang Zhijie's eyes widened upon hearing this. This works. You're really daring, kid. Fine, I'll create an account now. Meanwhile, in Yang Wenqin's studio, he's keeping an eye on this week's new game charts. Beside him were several studio members he had recruited. Hey Yang, what are you looking at? What do you care about on this new game ranking list? Someone said with a laugh as they came over. Yang Wenqin glanced at it and said, of course. This Attack on Titan game is incredibly popular, and downloads are skyrocketing. Upon hearing this, several people gathered around and observed for a while. I feel this game is quite interesting, but its popularity is a bit beyond my expectations. Did you pay a streamer to promote it? It definitely is. Wow, this game's bug was fixed in just 15 minutes? The team behind this is really skilled. As everyone was discussing, Yang Wenqin let out a cold laugh. This speed at which they fix bugs is somewhat reminiscent of Jiang and style. Jiangin. Damn, that guy is the representative of the technical elite in our school. If he did it, then it's not surprising. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Jiang's reputation might be quite average in other departments. However, They are definitely among the top in the computer science and programming departments. So what? Yang Wenqin shook his head dismissively. A casual game is destined to not last long. Even if they develop new gameplay, people will eventually get tired of it. We still need to make story-driven games. As he spoke, he turned on his computer, which displayed the core storyline of the game he was about to develop, which he had brought back from abroad. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Brother Yang, there are already so many story-driven games on the market. Unless you really stand out, it's hard to achieve success, isn't it? So what if it is? Yang Wenqin said calmly. My game will definitely be a success, just trust me. After a moment's hesitation, no one said anything more. After all, they all wanted to work with Yang Wenqin, this young, renowned game designer, who had returned from abroad. Seeing everyone's performance, Yang Wenqin's lips curled up slightly, feeling quite satisfied. I took out my phone and glanced at it. Lu Yuran still hasn't replied to his message. However, Yang Tao, Lu Yuran's roommate, is quite diligent in replying to messages. Yang Tao, she's still not in a good mood. Is there anything you can do for her? Yang Wenqin, no need. Don't let her bad mood affect you. Thank you for your help these past few days. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow to thank you. They didn't hesitate much and replied with an okay. Yang Wenqin smiled knowingly. Chapter 30, this is a game I made for her before. Holy crap, he actually accepted the challenge. Family members, is this really going to launch? Xiaodian told me that this person is not only a planner, but also a programmer. Holy crap, this is top-notch. The planner himself stepped in. Come on, you lousy planner, let me see your work. The number of viewers in Xiaodian's live stream is rising rapidly. The number of VIPs jumped from 2,000 at the beginning to 10,000 in one go. It also attracted Xiao Tuanshuan, PDD, and several other streamers who were playing Attack on Titan. A funny scene unfolded. Xiao Tuanshuan opened Xiao Tian's live stream, and PDD opened Tuanshuan's live stream. There are Matryoshka dolls here. Jiang couldn't help but find this scene amusing, and then his gaze fell on the checkpoint in front of him. He designed all of this, and honestly, he wasn't scared at all. Next, he connected with Xiaodian and entered the friend competition mode. Start your challenge in the live stream room. The first few levels were completed very quickly. It's nothing. After all, we were also very fast. Xiaodian explained as she watched. The 8th level is the first minor challenge, but as the planner, he shouldn't have any problems with it. Damn, this is definitely a terrible game design team. They cleared level 8 way too fast. Does he have muscle memory? How come he can break through every level so quickly? In the scene, Jiang is clearing the level at an absurdly fast speed. Logically speaking, although each level is very similar. However, there are still some differences, and even if you really remember where it is, it's not that easy. That planner actually has some talent. Xiao Tian watched as Jiang charged straight through from the first level, unknowingly reaching the 28th level, and she was completely overwhelmed. I work so hard to pass the challenges every day. It's not even as effective as what you achieved in just a short while. Is this reasonable? This doesn't make sense. Not only was Xiaodian upset, but she was also completely devastated. The viewers in the live stream were also upset. Is this even human? Although this is just a casual puzzle game. But, it's really difficult, okay? You're making it sound so easy, it makes us look stupid. Congratulations, player. You can now choose your skin. When this line of small text appeared on Xiaoyan's screen, the scene also shows a pair of cats and dogs dancing gracefully. Seeing this, Xiaodian was so envious, she almost gritted her teeth. Damn it, she couldn't help but exclaim. She'd been playing for so long to clear the level, and Jiang just said it was over. Is this even human? Not only that, Jiang also specially selected an exquisite skin, truly a seller's showcase. Finally, he didn't forget to send a message to Xiaodian. The game isn't difficult. Our main goal is to allow everyone to completely forget about the troubles of the day while playing. After saying that, he got off the plane. Clap, 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 clap. In the dormitory, Zhang Zhijia slapped Jiang across the face. That's awesome, absolutely fucking awesome. What is strength? That's real strength. Old Jiang, you're really awesome. That was truly amazing. Zhang Zhijia himself had played this game, so he knew all too well how difficult it was. It's really making me question life itself that Jiang'an had it so easy. A minor issue. Jiang'an remained remarkably calm. The main thing is that I made this game myself, so I know the game mode too well. Isn't it normal to pass a level? Sure, with this level, I wonder how many people will think they're good enough and then rush to pass it. Zhang Zhijie looked excited because he had been watching the backstage area the whole time. What best indicates popularity? That's naturally the number of downloads. The number of downloads is skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Based on this feeling, I estimate we'll soon be number 1 on the new game charts, Zhang Zhijie said excitedly. Jiang'an gently shook his head. It's hard to say. The new game ranking cycle is 1 month each time, and this month it has just begun. It's hard to say what new games will emerge as dark horses in the future. I refuse to believe there's anyone stronger than us, Zhang Zhijie said confidently. To put it bluntly, it wasn't blind arrogance. In fact, the surge in the price of Attack on the Puppy would have been a sure sign of reaching the top in any previous month. All right, stop thinking about it. Focus on the operations. I'll work on the Special Weeks bug-based gameplay tomorrow. The so-called Special Week bug is a special operation that Jiang'an came up with to deal with bugs. Okay. Meanwhile, inside the girls' dormitory, after most of the night, Lu Yuren's emotions finally calmed down a lot, and the girl stared at her phone screen with slightly red eyes. Even now, Jiang'an hasn't sent a single comforting message. It seems you're completely ready to cut ties with me. Lu Yuren muttered to herself, then just put down her phone. Then they heard Yang Tao's words from the side. This game, Yuren, it looks so much like the one Jiang'an made for you back then. Lu Yuren frowned upon hearing this. Jiang'an made it for her? Is it that casual game? Jiang'an's original intention was to create some fun games that would cheer her up during her free time. He hasn't even spoken yet. Yang Tao had already handed the phone to her. Look at that. A charging puppy. This game is now a hit. I really didn't expect him to be able to win such a simple game. It seems Jiang'an really has some skills. Looking at the puppy on the screen, Lu Yuren remained silent for a moment. So, he actually made this game. Yuren, do you want to try it out? Yang Tao asked, turning her gaze to her. You can play by yourself. Lu Yuren shook her head gently, not wanting to play, and instead lay down on the bed by herself. So many images started to appear in my mind, frame by frame. So, she really couldn't bear to part with Jiang'an. Are you still not used to not having Jiang'an? But clearly from the very beginning. She just wanted Jiang'an to care about her. Looking at Lu Yuren, who was lying on the bed without saying a word. A hint of helplessness flashed in Yang Tao's eyes. This young lady is really something else. Is she still arguing with Jiang'an? It's really hard to understand. Jiang'an's personality is the best she has ever met. He's so gentle, it's unbelievable. What girl would dare to argue with him? But Lu Yuren just didn't understand and insisted on arguing with him. Could it be because of Yang Wenqin? Yang Tao was somewhat conflicted. Yang Wenqin invited her to dinner, and she did not refuse. But I'm still hesitating, should I go or not? Chapter 31 The party I don't want to go to. To be honest, I didn't have much interaction with Yang Wenqin. But the two of them would chat for a bit when they had nothing to do. In Yang Tao's opinion, Yang Wenqin is indeed very charming, with excellent speech, elegant demeanor, and outstanding knowledge. He often talks about his experiences studying abroad, which makes people feel very close to him. Over time, Yang Tao also began to have her own little schemes. Miss Lu Yuren already has Jiang'an. Why is she still stringing Yang Wenqin along? This is unreasonable. Trying to have your cake and eat it too. Since you've chosen Jiang'an, then giving Yang Wenqin to me would be quite appropriate, wouldn't it? Yang Tao couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Yuren. The girl's skin was as white as snow, and her appearance was exquisite and beautiful. Her eyes were tightly closed, but when she opened them, they exuded a coldness that kept everyone at a distance. She has the air of a rich young lady. Yang Tao is considered a great beauty, and is a well-known beauty in the painting department. Although she can't compare to Lu Yuren, she's not that bad either. If Lu Yuren had chosen Jiang'an, should she consider Yang Wenqin? After all, Lu Yuren shouldn't get all the benefits in the world by herself, right? With that thought in mind, Yang Tao turned her gaze away, walked to the wardrobe, and began to choose an outfit to wear when she went to see Yang Wenqin the next day. The next morning, Jiangyan began creating a special week's bug mode. This mode is quite interesting in design. It was a bug that Xiaotian accidentally discovered, which led her to unlock some new gameplay features. This special week event can be retained in the future to maintain the game's activity level. Jiangyan pondered the matter while simultaneously organizing the game's development. If this game hadn't become a huge hit before, and was just average, he wouldn't have conceived of so many aspects. But now we have achieved such results. Jiangyan certainly hopes to achieve better results. I was just thinking about it. A girl's voice came from the side. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. The girl walked in, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking groggy as if she hadn't slept well. She was also carrying a bag of breakfast. This is for Jiangyan. I saw it placed in front of me. Jiangyan glanced at her and couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not trying to be mean, Ms. Lin, but what have you been up to lately? You're always listless at work. I'll dock your pay. And this breakfast isn't a bribe, is it? Although he spoke so bluntly, Jiangyan couldn't help but feel a warm current welling up in his heart. What a beautiful girl. This lifetime. Someone actually brought him breakfast? Lin Cece rolled her eyes at Jiangyan, secretly complaining to herself. Bribe you? Humph. I won't bring you any next time. What a heartless boss. Humph, he's finally showing his true colors. As she spoke, she couldn't help but yawn again, and then hummed. Boss, what are we working on now? I've almost finished drawing the last 30 levels, and I should be able to give them to you tomorrow. Jiangyan blinked and couldn't help but say, Are you working yourself to death every day? You come to paint so early in the morning and don't know what time you go to bed at night. Can your body handle it? Lin Cece pouted. Since the boss cares about me so much, is he going to give me a raise? That depends on the future returns. To be honest, Jiangyan felt that the prospects were very bright. Because the current trend of attacking puppies is growing rapidly. Making money is no small matter, is it? Hearing Jiangyan's words, Lin Cece thought for a moment and said, It should be pretty good. I've seen a lot of people start playing our game recently. At this point, the girl also became a little excited. I never imagined that my work would one day reach this level. Jiangyan laughed and said, All right, maybe it can even reach an even higher level. When that happens, I'll definitely promote you as a great artist. Thank you so much. Lin Cece chuckled, then muttered to herself. And also, you haven't forgotten what I told you last time, have you? What is it? Jiangyan was slightly taken aback, but then quickly realized what was happening. Oh, you mean that art exhibition? Don't worry, I remember that. I'll be there. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece nodded in satisfaction. I feel relieved now that you say so, otherwise I would be in trouble by myself. Seeing the young girl regain her motivation and start working again, Jiangyan finally smiled slightly. In the following period, Jiangyan began to work on making more games. Compared to the previous few days, I've been more focused these past 2 days. Time passed little by little. With Xiaotian's help, Attack on Titan dominated the top spot on the new game charts for a week. Jiangyan also received his first bonus for the new game. A portion of this money still needs to be given to Xiaotian, Jiangyan said to Zhang Zhijie and Lin Cece, staring at the approximately 180,000 yuan prize money. Both of them were members of the studio and naturally had the right to know how the money was distributed. 100,000 is the studio's startup capital. 40,000 will be given to Xiaotian as a promotion fee, and the remaining 40,000 will be everyone's bonus. Without a doubt, Jiangyan is definitely a good leader. They said they'd split the money, and they did, without hesitation. Seeing Lin Cece excitedly holding the money, Jiangyan couldn't help but laugh. What did I tell you? You won't lose out by working with me, will you? Lin Cece rolled her eyes slightly, then happily went to count her money. As for Zhang Zhijie, he is currently struggling with the following. Old Jiang, this is a win-win situation for both us and Xiaotian. Xiaotian has also become quite popular thanks to us, and the number of VIPs watching her live stream on the Huyu platform has jumped to 10,000 per day. Should we continue our cooperation? Cooperate. Why not cooperate? Jiangyan asked curiously. If we go into cooperation, we'll definitely have to pay more for advertising, right? After all that, it turned out that this was what Zhang Zhijie was worried about. Jiangyan couldn't help but smile. What's there to worry about? If she really wanted to cooperate, she wouldn't have raised the price so high. I believe she understands this better than we do. To be honest, Zhang Zhijie is quite a worrywart. In this team, Zhang Zhijie currently holds the position of Chief Financial Officer and Operations Manager. Despite his unconventional personality, he is actually quite capable. All right, since you've said so. Zhang Zhijie furrowed his brow, then suddenly thought of something. By the way, my father just got back tonight and wants to invite a few of our families to dinner. Grandpa Zhang is back. Jiang raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. Zhang Zhijie's family is a business family with companies that have expanded overseas. His grandfather was one of the first speculators during the wave of the business boom, and he had great foresight, which led to his wealth. Yes, sir. What about Yang Wenqin's parents and Lu Yuren's parents? What did your family say? Jiang gently shook his head. My parents won't be coming. At this point, he sounded somewhat helpless, saying that he himself hadn't seen them for many years, let alone whether they would come or not. And if you go to a party, that must be pretty awkward, right? Chapter 32 Sweetness and Lu Yuran. To be honest, Jiang Angguang didn't want to go to this party after hearing about it. What are some good places to go? Although we all grew up in the same courtyard, the older generation had a very good relationship. But after all, it's been 10 years since the families separated from their original homes. What could they possibly talk about now that they've met? Hearing Jiang An's words, Zhang Zhijie was slightly taken aback, scratched his head, and said, What you said makes sense. My aunt and uncle don't live in the country, so it would be quite troublesome for them to come. But all 4 families are coming this time, so why don't you come? My old man misses you a lot. My parents passed away a few years ago. Jiang An lived at old Zhang's house, and old Master Zhang treated him very well. With Zhang Zhijie saying that, Jiang An had no reason to refuse. He nodded slightly. Then let's go. That's more like it. But speaking of which, Lao Jiang, the real reason you didn't want to come isn't because of Lu Yuran and the others, is it? Zhang Zhijie suddenly asked suspiciously. Them? Jiang An gently shook his head. I don't care too much anymore. But to be honest, it's definitely true that I don't want to see them. It's okay, just ignore them tonight. Zhang Zhijie put his arm around Zhang Zhijie's shoulder and said with a grin. Lin Cixi, who had just returned from the bathroom, saw this scene and immediately showed a look of disgust. Hey, aren't you two acting a little off? Why are they hugging and cuddling now? Zhang Zhijie immediately released Jiang An and then smiled. Don't get me wrong, we're talking about something. Oh, Lin Cixi nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Zhang Zhijie, are you free for the art exhibition next week? Why don't you come too? Jiang An chuckled from the side. Does the art exhibition really need so many staff? Lin Cixi blushed. So what? I drew a lot. An art exhibition? Zhang Zhijie, listening from the side, was quite curious. Does this mean displaying the finished paintings? Your painting department has activities like this? Lin Cixi nodded. Right. It's similar to your graduation project competition. The art exhibition also gives you bonus points and prize money. When money was mentioned, the girl's face lit up with excitement. Jiang An found it somewhat amusing. It seemed this guy also had a bit of a money-grubbing streak. Yes, you can definitely go. Zhang Zhijie chuckled. Then I can see the pretty girls in the painting department. Lin Cixi pouted. Come on, you'll get beaten to death by someone's boyfriend. Jiang An waved his hand. Do I need someone else's boyfriend? Honestly, his girlfriend could kill him. Zhang Zhijie. These two are really good at singing in unison. He rolled his eyes. All you do is try to fool me, don't you? Forget it. Lao Jiang, just don't forget the dinner party tonight. With that, Zhang Zhijie ran off. The main problem is that I can't stay here any longer. These two are both incredibly sharp-tongued. Watching Zhang Zhijie's departing figure, Jiang An felt a little lost. Noticing his mood, Lin Cixi couldn't help but say, What's wrong? Some people seem to be in a bad mood. Jiang An glanced at her and responded with a smile. It's not that I'm in a bad mood. It's just that there are some things I don't want to do, but I still have to do them. For example, I'm going home for dinner tonight. Oh, isn't that great? Lin Cixi's eyes flickered, and she said unhappily, My family often invites me to dinner, but I don't want to go to anyone's house. Use a pitiful little bit of time to deal with me. Actually, I know that my parents don't want to see me. Lin Cixi stretched as she spoke. Okay, boss, I'm going to class now. Good. Watching Lin Cixi leave, Jiang An shook his head slightly. Every family has its own troubles. Tonight's banquet is destined to be a headache. Time passed slowly, and it was around 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Zhijie had already brought his girlfriend Su Ruojia to the studio. Upon discovering that Jiangyan was still here debugging, I couldn't help but complain. Hey Lao Jiang, have you forgotten what we're supposed to be doing tonight? Hurry up, we're heading out. Jiangyan raised his head, glanced at the two people in front of him, and was somewhat surprised. Ruojia, are you coming along tonight too? Su Ruojia is very beautiful, giving off the vibe of a pretty senior. She tossed her hair slightly, her eyes shining brightly. I didn't want to go at first, but Zhang Zhijie insisted on dragging me along. Although I said it somewhat reluctantly, but his face was beaming with an unstoppable smile. Jiangyan revealed a knowing look, punched Zhang Zhijie, and said with a hint of envy, "You little rascal, you were hiding this trick all along." Zhang Zhijie chuckled. Then he responded in a very serious manner. What happened? Ruojia is the person I've chosen, so of course I have to take her back to meet the old man when he comes back. And Lao Jiang, I didn't mean to provoke you on purpose. Dude, I'm planning to discuss the engagement with the old man tonight. Got engaged? Jiangyan was stunned, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Was it that sudden? I originally thought that taking them home for a look would be enough. It turns out that Zhang Zhijie is already preparing for an engagement? It feels like the two of them have only been together for a little over a year. Has it really come to this? Wow, that's really fast. Jiangyan smiled gently, then looked at Su Ruojia. Ruojia, you'd better keep your eyes open. My brother isn't a good person. Puff. Su Ruojia giggled at these words, then grabbed Zhang Zhijie's ear. Did you hear that? Old Jiang told me to open my eyes wide and confess all the bad things I've done over the years tonight. Zhang Zhijie's smile was more like a grimace, and he glared fiercely at Jiangyan. Old Jiang, have some decency. You fucking betray your brothers like this? Jiangyan chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Let's go, don't keep the old men waiting. Become. The three of them left the studio. Zhang Zhijie drove today and waved his hand, signaling the two to get in the car. Old Jiang, move to the back. Only my wife can sit in the passenger seat. Zhang Zhijie grumbled. Awesome. Jiangyan gave a thumbs up. This bastard only has women, not men. Su Ruojia covered her mouth and laughed happily. Jiangyan, who had consciously taken a seat in the back, stared at the two people in front of him, feeling a mix of melancholy and envy. What kind of mess is this? Are you even tying your dog to a car and stuffing dog food into its mouth? I was just thinking about it. My phone beeped twice in a row with a message. Jiangyan's gaze swept over them. Very sweet. Lu Yuran. Jiangyan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then I clicked on very sweet. Chapter 33. The party begins. The princess is still a princess. Very sweet, boss. I might have to take a day off tomorrow. I can't come to work. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. What is it? Very sweet. Mind your own business when it comes to beautiful women. Jiangyan chuckled. He was still in the mood to joke around at a time like this. It doesn't seem like a big deal. Okay. After replying, Jiangyan's gaze fell on the second message. Lu Yuran's. Actually, he didn't intentionally check her messages later. I just wanted to see Lin Cici's work first. Although I know Lin Cici shouldn't be in any serious trouble. The thought flashed through Jiangyan's mind, and his finger landed on the chat box. Lu Yuran. My dad asked me to ask you, are you coming tonight? Jiangyan's eyes flickered. Uncle Lu asked him if he was coming. That's possible. The Jiang family and the Lu family have a very close relationship. Furthermore, because Jiang's parents went abroad, Jiangyan was left without anyone to take care of him for a long time. It was all thanks to the Lu family's help. Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu were also very kind to him. Even over the years, Uncle Lu has often said that he must keep a close eye on Jiangyan, because he has made up his mind about him as his son-in-law. But now things are different. Jiangyan glanced at the time when he last chatted with Lu Yuran. It froze at 3 days ago. She remained as proud and arrogant as ever. After suffering a setback, they will never bow their heads again, but will instead disguise themselves with an extremely aloof attitude. But who can we blame for this? Jiangyan gently shook his head. He simply did some truly right things. For example, don't be a simp. Go. Jiangyan. The Seaside Hotel. Lu Yuran wore a pure white long dress, revealing her fair skin, which made people's hearts flutter. Her long legs were hidden by the long dress, but her slender figure could still be seen through the wisps of fabric. She was holding her phone at that moment. Upon seeing Jiang An's reply, Lu Yuran's eyes, as clear as a winter sky, widened slightly. Immediately afterwards, things returned to calm. As expected, they still maintained this attitude. There was no intention to show weakness. Fortunately, she wasn't going to make him show weakness and apologize anymore. Things had already come to this. That settled then. Thinking this with a carefree air, Yang Wenqin walked over, smiling broadly. "What's wrong, miss? You were in a good mood at the beginning of the day. Why are you silent now?" He was dressed in a formal suit, looking exceptionally refined. He slightly pushed up his glasses, exuding a gentlemanly air. This is different from his previous sunny and artistic youthful vibe. Today, he is more like an outstanding elite. Lu Yuran glanced at him and calmly replied, "No, it's just that they arrived so late." Yang Wenqin raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding who these so-called them were, and immediately smiled. Who cares about them? They're still a bunch of kids, all unreliable. As he said this, Yang Wenqin unconsciously shrugged his shoulders slightly, as if he were feeling smug. He developed this mindset after returning from abroad. Look at Jiang An, Zhang Zhijie, or the team members. I always felt they were immature, like children. But clearly, he's only 2 years older. Moreover, there was a strange sense of satisfaction in speaking like that, as if he had easily and imperceptibly suppressed Jiang An in front of Lu Yuran. Lu Yuran seemed unaware of his thoughts, remaining silent and gazing out the window at the deep night. Around 7:50, Jiang An and the other two finally arrived. Zhang Zhijie stretched lazily, looked at the seaside hotel in front of him, and said smugly, "The old man finally chose his own family's hotel this time. Shuchang, you're home." That's right, Linhai Hotel, as a top-tier chain hotel in Shanghai, is one of the Zhang family's businesses. Using "going home" to describe it is truly an apt description. Jiang An noticed a hint of unease flash in Su Ruojia's eyes, as if she were a little nervous. He stepped forward slightly to walk alongside her, and chuckled softly. "Don't worry, Grandpa Zhang is very easy to get along with." Upon hearing this, Su Ruojia breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiang An with gratitude on her face. Although her family is well off, but it's clearly not comparable to the Zhang family. It's inevitable to feel some unease and tension. Jiang An was also helping his brother out. After all, Su Ruojia was indeed the most suitable for Zhang Zhijie after all these years. He smiled in response, without saying anything more. Zhang Zhijie finally came to his senses and ran back to grab Su Ruojia's hand. "Ruojia, come on, let me take you to see the old man first." Su Ruojia blushed slightly and scolded playfully. "Wait a minute, the collar of your clothes isn't even fixed yet." She carefully straightened Zhang Zhijie's clothes, took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup, and then followed Zhang Zhijie forward. Jiang An didn't rush to catch up. Having arrived here, he couldn't say he was home, but it was pretty much the same. "I've played here a lot since I was little." Upon entering the lobby, staff members came to guide us. "Looks like we've booked the whole place tonight. However, this is quite reasonable considering the scale of the old man's birthday celebration." "Jiang An, you've arrived." As soon as I entered the hall, I heard Yang Wenqin's voice. This guy was wearing a suit, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, giving off an air of aristocratic elegance. At that moment, a faint, enigmatic smile appeared on his face. "Why are you so late? Uncle Lu has asked you several times." "There's a bit of traffic on the road." Jiang An responded calmly. "Oh, Uncle Lu dislikes people who are not punctual. You're still young after all. It's impolite not to arrive early for a gathering like this," Yang Wenqin said in a lecturing tone. Jiang An was very unhappy with the condescending attitude. Could a normal person really say such arrogant things? Even a melodramatic villain with a 100-fold drop in IQ wouldn't be able to say that in a novel, right? But, well, it makes perfect sense coming from Yang Wenqin. After all, he's just a pretentious show-off. As Jiang An pondered this, he murmured something. Then, ignoring Yang Wenqin's changing expression, he walked straight towards the inner hall. Even before you go inside, you can hear the laughter coming from within. "You ran, You're getting more and more beautiful. Of course, how could our little princess not be beautiful? No exaggeration, but I think our little princess is much prettier than any of those actresses in the entertainment industry. Nonsense. If it weren't for my good-for-nothing son, I would definitely want Yuran to be my granddaughter-in-law. Oh, old man, you can't take him away. Although the Jiang family is no longer around, Jiang'an is still my chosen son-in-law. Ha ha ha, you little rascals, your minds are even further ahead than mine. As Jiang'an entered the doorway, he saw Lu Yuran surrounded by adults. She truly resembled a princess, sitting upright with her long hair draped over her shoulders, her expression serene and calm. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, though not radiant under the golden light. Her skin was so soft and even translucent. She seemed to have long been accustomed to the praise from her elders. He simply responded with smiles and nods. This is the real you, princess. Jiang'an couldn't help but sigh softly. Lu Yuran grew up in such a pampered environment. She is loved and embraced by everyone. This is what shaped her aloof and proud personality. I wonder if you'll regret it. Jiang'an shook his head slightly, knocked gently on the door, and revealed a faint smile. I'm late, Grandpa, Uncle and Aunt. Chapter 34. Some things are unforgivable. His voice rang out. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. The most enthusiastic was Lu's father. He stood up, strode over, patted Jiang'an heavily on the back, and said with a smile, You little brat. Why are you so late? You've kept everyone waiting. Jiang'an looked at Lu Yang, Lu's father, with a slightly helpless expression. Uncle Lu, there's a traffic jam. I also wanted to come earlier. All right. Hurry up and go greet the elders. Lu Yang smiled and responded. Looking at Jiang'an, he felt as if he were seeing his own son. Over the years, he has been the one taking care of Jiang'an. Jiang'an's father and he were true friends and brothers, so Jiang'an was naturally treated like his own son. In particular, he noticed how well Jiang'an treated Lu Yuran. So deep down, Lu Yang found Jiang'an increasingly pleasing to the eye. Aunt Lu, Uncle Yang, Aunt Yang, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang. Jiang'an went over to greet them one by one, and finally walked to the old man's side, a smile appearing on his face. Grandpa Zhang, although I'm late today, I've prepared a gift and a surprise for you. Although Mr. Zhang is nearly 70, he doesn't have the typical signs of aging seen in most elderly people. On the contrary, he is quite robust and possesses a unique, strong character. At this moment, he reveals a curious smile. A gift? Jiang kid, you actually managed to prepare a surprise for me. Of course, but it can't be entirely attributed to me, can it? Jiang'an blinked, his face remaining calm and composed. What is that? Grandpa Zhang became interested. You'll understand when Zhang Zhijie arrives. Jiang'an kept everyone in suspense, but he knew that the Zhang family was pressuring Zhang Zhijie to get married. After all, Zhang Zhijie is the only boy in this generation, and he's not very promising. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang are ruthless people too. We're actually planning to have Zhang Zhijie have a baby soon. My main account is ruined. I need to hurry up and level up a new account to inherit the family fortune. Therefore, Su Ruojia, this beautiful daughter-in-law, will definitely bring surprises to the Zhang family. Moreover, Jiang'an had already vouched for his brother's feelings when they first started talking. Su Ruojia comes from a wealthy family and has a very sensible personality, making her a perfect match for Zhang Zhijie. It's just a pity. Where did that bastard Zhang Zhijie get such good luck? On the contrary, it was him. Worrying about others will only leave you all alone in the end. As Jiang'an pondered this, he sighed twice in his heart. Just as he was walking back to his seat, Lu Yang sat down beside him. Although the middle-aged man looked very refined, he lowered his voice and snorted coldly in annoyance. What's wrong? Did you and Yuran have a fight? Jiang'an froze, staring intently at Lu Yang. Damn, does Uncle Lu have such sharp eyesight? You can tell from that. He didn't dare say that things had completely fallen apart, but forced himself to say helplessly, Yeah, we had a little unpleasantness. A knowing glint flashed in Uncle Lu's eyes, and he said with a displeased expression, I knew it. I could tell at a glance that you two must have had a fight. In the past, as soon as you came in, your eyes would be on Yuran first, and after you greeted her, you would go and sit down next to her. Coming here today, isn't there obviously something wrong with that? Jiang'an was speechless for a moment. Oh, it turns out the seating arrangement revealed the problem. However, this also indirectly illustrates something. That is, the elders had actually noticed his old little tricks. For example, as soon as you enter the room, you should look for Lu Yuran. Then I sat down next to her, poured her water, wiped the table, and so on. It seems Lu Yuran has never said anything. Does that mean the girl had already taken it for granted? Jiang'an shook his head, looked at Lu Yang, hesitated for a moment, and replied, Uncle Lu, you have a really good eye. You even caught this. Lu Yang took a sip of tea and calmly said, What could have caused you two to have a falling out? This is extremely rare. Did she upset you? It's not that Lu Yang doesn't favor her own daughter. The main reason is that he knows Lu Yuran too well. What is your daughter's personality like? That's bound to make people angry. He had seen Jiang'an's good temper over the years and understood it perfectly. Now that they've had a fight, without a doubt, it must be because Lu Yuran said something hurtful again. Meanwhile, Lu's mother, Wu Qing, also noticed the situation. She frowned and sat down next to Lu Yuran. Speak softly. What happened with Jiang'an? The perspectives of a father and a mother are destined to be different. All Lu Yang could think of was that the two of them had argued. However, Wu Qing felt that it couldn't be that simple. She stared into Lu Yuran's eyes, her expression a little unnatural, and asked directly. Lu Yuran didn't look up, but calmly answered while fiddling with her slender, white fingers. Nothing happened. Nothing really happened, she added. Really? Wu Qing had a headache. If that was the answer, then frankly speaking, there must have been a conflict, and a big one at that. This is the last thing she wanted to see. If you've had a fight, tell me, and I'll help you sort things out. If you've been wronged or bullied, tell Mom, and Mom will teach that brat a lesson for you. Wu Qing looked intently into Lu Yuran's eyes, hoping to glean something from them. It's a pity. Throughout the entire process, Lu Yuran's eyes remained empty. Nothing here, it's just boring. After saying this, Lu Yuran ignored Wu Qing and took out her phone to start scrolling. Upon seeing this, Wu Qing felt helpless. The daughter refused to communicate. What should we do? Her gaze could only fall upon Lu Yang on the other side. Now, we can only rely on Lao Lu. First, she didn't want to see Lu Yuran unhappy. Second, she didn't want to see the two children have a conflict. After all, she had watched Jiang'an grow up, and Wu Qing was truly satisfied with him in every way. Jiang'an is currently listening to Lu Yang analyze the relationship between men and women. Uncle Lu is great in every way, except he talks too much. That's just too ridiculous. Let me tell you, you brat, a man should be more generous and magnanimous towards women. Don't be so petty. Given Yuran's personality, I wouldn't be surprised if she said or did something hurtful, but I believe that's not what she really meant. You've been with her for so many years, you should know her just as well as I do. Right? Lu Yang stared at Jiang'an, her expression somewhat helpless. For some reason, this kid seems a bit unresponsive today. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. What exactly caused this conflict between the two of them? Jiang'an overheard these words. I just felt a slight throbbing in my head. He knew that Lu Yang had no ill intentions or malicious thoughts. They truly respected him as if he were their godfather. But Uncle Lu, it's really not like that. Some things are truly beyond magnanimity and cannot be forgiven. It has existed in someone else's image for so many years. He just wants to be himself now, which probably has nothing to do with being magnanimous and forgiving, right? Chapter 35, A Minor Turmoil. There's clearly no reason to be magnanimous or forgiving. Isn't that right? Jiang'an's eyes flickered slightly as he stared at Lu Yang before him and slowly spoke. Uncle Lu, we can handle our own affairs. This was the dignity he left for Lu Yang. Some things don't need to be said too clearly, especially at gatherings like this. It's not that I'm deliberately trying to feel resentful or anything. After all, Jiang'an didn't feel aggrieved. On the contrary, he felt somewhat emotional. Uncle Lu really treats him like a son-in-law. The worry and eagerness in his eyes were impossible to hide. It's just a pity. He really wanted to be this son-in-law before, but now, it's obviously impossible. There is absolutely no possibility between him and Lu Yuran. This resolute emotion would surface whenever Jiang thought about it. It's like soldiers going to war, putting on cold armor, picking up sharp weapons, and stepping onto the battlefield called love. Then he was covered in wounds and on the verge of death. Lu Yang remained silent for a while. Then, he looked at Jiang a few more times with a complicated expression. In the end, he sighed and said nothing. All right, Uncle Lu, I believe you. Since it was a gathering, Lu Yang felt embarrassed to stay in Jiang's place and pry into everything. He shook his head and returned to his seat. Wu Qing, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? What's going on?" Lu Yang glanced at his wife, then at Lu Yuran playing on her phone not far away, and couldn't help but sigh. "I don't know. Shaoan doesn't want to say." "Did Ranran tell you?" Wu Qing's face stiffened, then he replied, "Don't you know your daughter's personality? There's no way she could tell. The two kids must have had a big fight." Lu Yang nodded, his expression grave. "This is the first time in all these years, isn't it?" Logically speaking, given Jiang's personality, he would generally give in to Ranran in matters big and small. But this time he didn't give in. Ranran must have really offended him. Wu Qing rolled her eyes at Lu Yang. "Isn't that obvious? Although it pains me to see my daughter suffer, Shaoan is someone we've watched grow up. How could I not understand his personality?" "Sigh? I'll ask again later," Lu Yang said helplessly. Neither of the two children needs to be told. The two adults were left sitting there anxiously. At the same time, Yang Wenqin also came over. Gradually, the conversation at the gathering turned to academics. Wenqin is probably the most promising person in our compound right now. He came back from abroad. He's really great. Exactly. Back when Wenqin went abroad, you were all reluctant to let him go, but look at him now. He's a returnee. Haha. Our courtyard has produced a high-caliber talent. The adults' conversations naturally revolved around flattery and praise. Yang Wenqin clearly enjoyed it. He liked the feeling of being in the spotlight. "Dear uncles and aunts, you flatter me. Actually, studying abroad is mainly about broadening one's horizons and gaining knowledge." Yang Wenqin answered with feigned modesty. Seeing this, Jiang was speechless. What on earth is this pretentious guy up to? Back then, he clearly wasn't confident he could get into a top-tier university, so the Yang family used their connections to send him abroad for further studies. Now look what's happened. He's suddenly transformed into a top-performing overseas returnee? Why? It's already quite annoying. Seeing pretentious men makes me even more annoyed. Thinking about this, Jiang decisively took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Zhijie. "Zhang Zhijie, where the hell have you been? If you don't come back soon, I'll tell everyone that you changed girlfriends 8 times in a year." Zhang Zhijie immediately replied with 3 question marks. Then he continued in reply. "Father, please talk to me properly. Please don't let me die. Someone's showing off. Why aren't you back yet? What the hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? Fine, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine." The message from Jiang had just been sent out. Then they heard the door open, and then saw Zhang Zhijie holding Su Ruojia's hand, walking in happily. "Grandpa, uncles and aunties, I'm here." He's always been like this. He doesn't say hello one by one. He just shouts it out, and that's it. Su Ruojia felt quite awkward, and the girl blushed as she bowed to each of the elders. After all, he has some family upbringing and basic manners. One shouldn't be too much like Zhang Zhijie. Yang Wenqin was slightly taken aback. He was talking eloquently about his experiences studying abroad over the years, and he was at what he thought was the most exciting part when Zhang Zhijie suddenly appeared. Is it really that unfortunate and annoying? A hint of displeasure flashed across Yang Wenqin's eyes. It's really unpleasant to have your spellcasting interrupted. Jiang witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines. When he saw Yang Wenqin's expression change from excitement to displeasure and frustration, he couldn't help but laugh. "That pretentious guy, are you feeling bad now?" At the same time, Lu Yuran put down her phone, looked up slightly, and saw Jiang smiling. She frowned slightly. What is he so happy about? What makes you happy? Suddenly, the girl became a little unhappy. Now, she doesn't even know why the boy is happy anymore. Put in the past, he'd probably be eager to share it with her, right? Even now, she would normally eat some dessert first. Because if she doesn't eat desserts, she can't eat much at meals, and then her stomach hurts at night. Jiang would always place these desserts in front of her in advance. She never thought there was anything wrong with it. They believed that these were things Jiang'an should do, because he can take care of himself. So she wanted to use it with a clear conscience. But what about now? Jiang'an has been here for about half an hour. He didn't move at all, not even picking up the water in front of him. He really doesn't care anymore. Thinking about this, Lu Yuran picked up her chopsticks and, seemingly in a fit of pique, began to eat in large mouthfuls. But I only ate a few bites. She couldn't eat anymore. The intense feeling of fullness made her very uncomfortable. Until this moment, Lu Yuran then realized, this feeling is really awful. Yang Wenqin has been rambling on and on for so long, but he hasn't mentioned picking up any desserts. In my memory, he was the one who was so nice to me first. Lu Yuran silently took a sip of water and quietly shifted her gaze away from Jiang'an. At this time, Zhang Zhijie had already walked up to his grandfather's side and proudly waved Su Ruojia's little hand beside him. Grandpa, look, I've brought your granddaughter-in-law to you. When he was in front of his own father, Zhang Zhijie became much more restrained, but he couldn't hide the joy of a victorious general on his face. Su Ruojia was no longer so nervous at this moment, and instead bowed to the old man in a generous manner. Hello, Grandpa. I'm Ruojia. Grandpa Zhang smiled, his gaze sweeping over the two of them before looking at Jiang'an. Is this the surprise you told me about? Jiang'an obediently said. Grandpa, aren't you surprised? I've been watching them closely, and they really are a good match. At this point, Jiang'an would naturally put in a good word for Zhang Zhijie. He's his own brother. How could he not understand? The reason I insisted on having him come today was twofold. Firstly, since all four families were attending the gathering, and secondly, to have him help out. Zhang Zhijie was unsure whether Su Ruojia could gain the old man's approval. After all, it wasn't chosen by the family. Hearing Jiang'an's words, old Master Zhang's lips curled slightly. This little guy. His gaze returned to his grandson, then looked at Su Ruojia and chuckled softly. You brat, you brought me a granddaughter-in-law as soon as I got back, didn't you? Zhang Zhijie scratched his head sheepishly. My family keeps pressuring me, so I'm just trying my best. And this time, I was thinking that if you agree, I'll finalize the engagement. Upon hearing this, Jiang'an clenched his fist. This kid really brought up the engagement. I was so envious I almost gritted my teeth. You're so damn stupid. Chapter 36. About me having a girlfriend? This guy actually proposed marriage. Jiang'an's molars are about to break. Not only him, but many of the elders were stunned. Nobody expected it. The first person to talk about marriage was actually Zhang Zhijie. This is widely recognized as unreliable. Su Ruojia blushed slightly, clearly not expecting Zhang Zhijie to do it so suddenly. Although Zhang Zhijie had mentioned this before, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Even Grandpa Zhang was a little surprised, and he straightened his back slightly. That makes sense. This old man built a vast business empire by his own hands, and as a long-time leader, he exudes a very powerful aura. But at this moment, he didn't notice anything amiss. He was just like an ordinary old man who, upon hearing about his grandson's engagement, felt both worried and excited. Speak properly. What do you want to do? Now it was Zhang's parents' turn to panic. My son is suddenly getting engaged. Damn it. Neither of them knew. Seeing everyone's reaction, Jiang'an secretly chuckled. It was confirmed. This was definitely Zhang Zhijie's style. But why do I feel like laughing? I should be fucking envious and crying. I was just thinking about it. The phone flickered slightly. Very sweet. Boss, are you busy? Upon receiving the message, Jiang'an was about to reply, but he was singled out by someone else. Grandpa Zhang looked at Jiang'an and said with a smile, Young Jiang, is this the surprise you were talking about? Jiang'an raised his head and smiled helplessly. Grandpa Zhang, I can't take the blame for this. It was all Zhang Zhijie's doing. Zhang Zhijie blushed and said, Old Jiang, you're inhuman. You didn't lend a hand to your brother when it really mattered. Before Jiang'an could finish speaking, he changed the subject again. However, Zhang Zhijie seems to be serious this time. A long time ago, I heard him say that he wanted to be with Ruojia until the end. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Zhang Zhijie out of the corner of his eye. Hey kid, I've been loyal enough, haven't I? That's all I can do to help you. Zhang Zhijie breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Zhang's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Su Ruojia with a smile. Little girl, come, have a seat here. Su Ruojia nodded and obediently walked up. What followed was a fairly standard scene. However, it must be said that Zhang Zhejia's outrageous move instantly changed the topic of conversation. The elders were all moved. In the blink of an eye, it's already time for the younger generation to discuss marriage? Old Lu, with a good girl like you ran, who will be able to catch your eye in the future? Yang Kong, Yang's father, quipped. Lu Yang smiled faintly. That's a good point. Didn't our family already decide on Jiang and as our son-in-law a long time ago? Let me tell you, when Lao Jiang comes back, I'm going to have a serious talk about this. This wasn't exactly a secret. Lu Yang had mentioned it quite a bit over the past 2 years. It's common knowledge that the Jiang and Yang families are close. But the two children were young then. But unexpectedly, Lu Yang brought it up again at this time. This is enough to show that the Lu family really had this idea in mind. No elders from the Jiang family came today. Jiang In, the only member of the Jiang family, was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Uncle Lu, why did you suddenly say that? Is this an attempt to salvage or prove something? However, at that very moment, Lu Yuran stood up slightly, about to speak. However, Yang Wenqin's voice rang in my ears first. No way. Uncle Lu, Jiang'an already has a girlfriend. The air seemed to freeze instantly, eerily quiet. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes all falling on Jiang'an, including Lu Yuran. She was slightly taken aback, never expecting Yang Wenqin to say such a thing. But he was there that day. He knew that the girl was not Jiang'an's girlfriend. She really wanted to say something. But she didn't say anything. She didn't know why she didn't speak. In fact, she knew everything. She could have explained things to Jiang'an at this time. Even just a sentence or two would have been enough for everyone to believe him and clear up the misunderstanding. Perhaps he might even turn back because of this. But Lu Yuran lowered her head, feeling a burning sensation in her stomach, a sharp and agonizing pain, as if it were a reminder to her. What should I say? This man is no longer willing to prepare desserts for you. Why bother? You just need to sit here and play on your phone as usual, pretending you didn't hear or see anything. But why does my stomach still hurt so much? My heart was also racing. And what's with my nose suddenly feeling sore and my eyes watering for no reason? Lu Yuran, can't you be a little more assertive? Isn't it a bit too shameful of you to do something like this? You clearly know that Jiang'an isn't with that girl. And you probably don't have it, right? Lu Yuran recalled the 2 times she met Lin Cixi. Now, all I can think of are those bright eyes. That's really eye-catching. Actually, you like that kind of thing, right? In the instant, Lu Yuran was stunned. She wasn't the first to speak, it was Lu Yang. His expression changed slightly as he stared at Jiang'an before him. What's going on? You got a girlfriend? You? Wu Qing was also stunned. They were both stunned, never expecting things to develop this way. Jiang'an frowned. What is Yang Wenqin talking about? I have a girlfriend? I found a boyfriend? Is this for real? You're such a show-off. You're really good at bragging. However, he quickly came up with an idea. Yang Wenqin is referring to Lin Cixi, right? Who else could it be? She is not. Jiang'an was pondering how to explain it. Lu Yuran had snapped out of her daze. He coldly uttered those words. Her gaze was calm, and when she spoke these words, it was as if her soul was about to leave her body. She is not his girlfriend. Lu Yuran reiterated this point. Then, she covered her mouth, stood up, and walked quickly towards the door, her long white dress swaying incessantly. It looks a bit like they're fleeing in disarray. Jiang'an narrowed his eyes. Lu Yuran, even at this moment, you're still able to clarify things for me. It seems that no matter what, your personality is still your personality. Qinglong firmly held on to his pride. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhijie had already reacted and immediately started cursing at Yang Wenqin. Damn, Yang Wenqin, you're a real genius. You're going to slander someone just because you saw one, right? Yang Wenqin's face paled slightly. He never expected that Lu Yuran would actually speak up for Jiang'an. What's going on? Lu Yang and Wu Qing exchanged a glance, and both breathed a sigh of relief. But why do they feel? Things are more complicated. Chapter 37. Not a couple, never have been. At this moment, Yang Wenqin was truly bewildered. He couldn't contain himself after hearing what Lu Yang said, which is why he brought up the fact that Jiang'an has a girlfriend. But he never expected this. Lu Yuran actually helped Jiang clear his name? Just last time, Lu Yuran and Jiang were at odds. He even inquired with Yang Tao and learned that Lu Yuran had almost certainly broken up with Jiang, and it seemed they were determined to never speak to each other again. So what's the situation now? He's become the clown, hasn't he? Yang Wenqin's face gradually turned ashen, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. He glanced at Zhang Zhijie, who was confronting him, and couldn't help but say angrily, "Who said that? I clearly saw him having dinner alone with a girl at the barbecue restaurant that day. You're saying this isn't your girlfriend?" Although Yang Wenqin remembered that the girl did say she was still pursuing him. But if he insists on saying it today, is there any problem with that? I heard this. Zhang Zhijie was slightly taken aback, a little confused. Barbecue restaurant? Think back. Good heavens, you're talking about Lady Lin, right? I invited him to eat with me that day, but he came back and asked Su Ruojiao for funding, so we didn't go. So the two of them ran into that bastard Yang Wenqin that day? Seriously, no one else can do this. Zhang Zhijie shook his head, then glanced at the elders present. He explained earnestly, "Dear elders, I must come and clarify this matter for Lao Jiang. I know that girl too. Her name is Lin Cixi. She's a member of our 3-person studio and an artist. That day our app had just been launched, and Jiang suggested we go out to celebrate, but I had something to do and couldn't go, so it was just the two of them. They are not in a romantic relationship, just an employee and boss, good friends. Hopefully, some people won't jump to conclusions based on every rumor." Zhang Zhijie spoke very politely, but a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He already disliked Yang Wenqin. Given his lawless nature, it wouldn't be surprising if he did something drastic. Yang Wenqin's face turned even uglier upon hearing this, but he only snorted coldly and said nothing more. He knew in his heart that when Lu Yuran helped Jiang clarify things, there was no need for him to continue entangled with her. "I'm just very unhappy and uncomfortable." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yang and Wu Qing both breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yang also looked at Jiang with a serious expression. "Shaoan, is that what happened?" Jiang nodded slightly and said calmly, "Yes." He wasn't in a hurry to explain, because when it comes to spreading rumors, explanations are the least convincing. "That's good." Lu Yang's brows relaxed a little, and then she looked at Yang Wenqin. "Wenqin, next time you encounter a problem, you should always rely on evidence. Otherwise, it's so easy to cause misunderstandings." Yang Wenqin's face flushed slightly. He nodded reluctantly, though he was still very unhappy, but he didn't dare to say anything more in front of an elder like Lu Yang. Then, Lu Yang asked again, "By the way, isn't Ran Ran, the artist, currently working at your studio?" Jiang shook his head. "No, it's a different young girl now, and she's very skilled. Why don't you look for Ran Ran?" Hearing Lu Yang's questioning words, Jiang couldn't help but feel a little self-deprecating. "Why don't you look for her? I can find it, though. Over the years, I've looked for her more than once or twice. Not dozens of times, but hundreds of times." But Lu Yuran never agreed. "What else can I do?" He met Lu Yang's gaze and calmly replied, "Yuran doesn't have time." This is the most dignified answer you could give them. Even though we've gone our separate ways, there's no need for us to kick each other when we're down. Jiang does have that much vision and magnanimity. Lu Yang gave an "oh," and then fell into deep thought. Wu Qing walked over with a somewhat helpless expression. "Shaoan, please take good care of Yuran at school. You know, your aunt and uncle have been very busy these past few years, and it's all thanks to you taking care of her." These words were like a needle piercing Jiang's heart once again. This also made Lu Yuran, who had just returned from the restroom and entered the doorway, pause in her steps. "All these years, she's relied entirely on you to take care of her." Jiang fell silent. He has been taking care of Lu Yuran all these years. They took meticulous care of them. From food and drink to studies and entertainment, it can be said that Jiang's presence is ubiquitous in Lu Yuran's life. He was like a full-time nanny, taking care of everything for Lu Yuran. But in the end, all he got in return was, "Don't do this anymore." Compared to the stinging pain in Jiang's heart, Lu Yuran's face, which she had just washed, looked exceptionally pale, and the anxiety that had just subsided in her stomach surged up again. "I didn't eat much, but I just feel like throwing up." "Lu Yuran, Did you hear that? Even your parents feel that Jiang'an has taken care of you for many years. She lowered her head slightly, her beautiful and delicate face hidden by her long hair, her cherry-colored lips bitten until they bled, and her pounding heart kept her constantly aware of her dazed state. Jiang'an has taken care of you for many years. But you turn a blind eye. Even when Yang Wenqing came back, you actually thought to keep him away. Until this moment. Lu Yuran finally understood why she had been feeling so bad ever since that day. The real reason was, she regretted it. The flowers on the high mountain will one day be deprived of sunlight. Even the most beautiful young woman will one day regret everything she has done. But it seems too late. Large classroom, barbecue restaurant, studio. Frame by frame, images flashed through Lu Yuran's mind like a slideshow. It reminded her constantly. Jiang'an has already rejected her. He refused to reconcile, refused to go back to the way things were, and refused to let her get close. But Jiang'an, why won't you make up with me? No one understood why the girl at the door had stopped there. Wu Qing, however, continued to chatter on and on. Your parents haven't come back all these years. Otherwise, your Uncle Lu would probably have been itching to go and talk to them about the marriage by now. You know, Yuran, she has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If anything makes you unhappy, please be understanding. What couple doesn't argue, right? Jiang'an listened patiently to Wu Qing's words, neither refuting nor responding. Upon hearing this, his brows furrowed tightly, and he interrupted. Wait, Aunt Wu. You're wrong, we're not a couple. Huh? Haha, are you kidding me? Wu Qing was stunned upon hearing this, somewhat confused, and subconsciously looked at Lu Yang for help. As a result, Lu Yang was also completely bewildered. What's going on? I've been completely dumbfounded twice now. Are you young people really this good at having fun? Before they could speak, the girl at the door walked over, her voice clear and cold. He wasn't joking. We are not a couple. Never. Chapter 38. Damn expectations. Throw them into the stink gutter. We are not a couple. Never. Lu Yuran walked over, her brows and eyes as cold as ever. She sat down with a calm expression. Although her long dress was slightly damp, it still looked ethereal. Her exquisitely sculpted face seemed unchanged. Even her fair neck was slightly raised. Like a princess, she would never bow her head. In fact, she is a princess. Therefore, she will not bow her head at this moment. They will not back down. If a princess bows her head, she is no longer a princess. When these 3 sentences were said, Lu Yuran's mood was like a roller coaster ride. From extreme sadness, then to extreme pain. Lu Yuran, you really are stubborn to the death. Lu Yuran glanced at Jiang'an not far away, and these words popped into her mind. She regretted it as soon as she said it. But no matter how many times she heard Jiang'an deny it, she would always deny it as well. That's just her personality. She's bound to do it. Perhaps she denied it, and Jiang'an might not say anything out of consideration for their relationship. But what's the use of that? That's not what she wants. What a princess always wants is a knight who will wholeheartedly and infinitely protect her. If the princess gives in, why would the knight still cherish her? Therefore, no matter what, the princess would never bow her head. Lu Yang stared at the 2 children, and suddenly felt overwhelmed, with many words stuck in his throat. Finally, the middle-aged man let out a long sigh. It was as if she had poured out countless trivial matters and worries of her elders. Ultimately, it was beyond our control. Okay, then your aunt and I were overthinking it, haha. Using a smile to cover up embarrassment is a common occurrence in the adult world. Lu Yang and Wu Qing never imagined that one day they would reveal this to their own children. Well, you two can take your time getting to know each other. There's no rush. After all, there's still a long time ahead of you, and your lives have only just begun. Lu Yang waved his hand, preparing to skip over the topic. After all, there are so many elders here, and people from 2 other families too. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they saw us laughing at us? Jiang'an nodded silently, then lowered his head expressionlessly. My heart was beating at an extreme speed for a certain moment. He thought to himself with a touch of self-mockery. Jiang'an, you really are a disgrace. I've made up my mind countless times that I will never look back. But what were you expecting just now? The moment Lu Yuran walked over, you actually wondered if she would deny it. You don't actually think she can deny it, do you? What are you even thinking? Do you really think you've changed her? As for expecting something like that, you might as well just die already. Die in a stinking ditch. Die on the tree-lined avenues of Shanghai University. Die in a studio bathed in the afternoon sun. Die in a rotten coral sea of memories. Flowers never bloom again, and spilled water cannot be gathered up again. Anyone who stays in the same place is the real clown. Jiang picked up his water glass and drank it all in one gulp. The icy sensation spread from my mouth to my throat, then to my stomach, and finally to every part of my body. It seemed to calm his restless agitation. His gaze gradually cleared, and his thoughts became much clearer. And at that very moment, Yang Wenqin couldn't help but speak up. Uncle Lu, we grew up together. You can't just focus on Jiang'an. Look at me. Look at me. I like Yuran too. How about you consider me? The guy looked at the Lu family with a grin and said. Lu Yang was taken aback, then frowned slightly. He didn't like Yang Wenqin very much, feeling that the young man was too impetuous. He was impetuous from a young age, and became even more so after returning to China. They've actually opened this door now? I was just about to say something. Yang Kong, the father, said with a smile. Old Lu, Wenqin is right. Why don't you consider it? Lu Yang glanced at him, then changed the subject, a smile appearing on her face. Ugh, what am I supposed to do? Let the young people decide what matters to them. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang'an, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Brat, hurry up and make something of yourself. Someone else's wife was snatched away by someone else. This is all the help I can give you, you little mouse. Upon hearing this, Yang Kong smiled but remained silent. Yang Wenqin wasn't annoyed. He chuckled and looked at Lu Yuran. He knew that even if he brought it up, the Lu family wouldn't agree. But he just wanted to annoy Jiang'an. 5 years ago, when I left, Lu Yuran followed behind me. 5 years later, I came back. I want Lu Yuran to keep following me around. In fact, Yang Wenqin was indeed Lu Yuran's former ideal man. At that time, Lu Yuran was young, and Yang Wenqin was someone who loved to show off since he was a child. Tall, good at basketball, can play guitar and sing, and very handsome. He is naturally the perfect type that girls can't resist. And he was 2 years older than Jiang'an and the others. At that time, Lu Yuran didn't understand what it meant to like someone. I just think Yang Wenqin is really, really good. At that time, Jiang'an was a quiet and reserved person who didn't like to talk much, and just liked to follow her around and do things. Girls are all like this. They always see their ideal type, and ignore the people who truly give their all. This doesn't really matter to Lu Yuran now. The filter we have for Yang Wenqin is gradually wearing away as he gets older. However, she still couldn't adapt to Jiang'an's changes. The meal went much more smoothly after that. The old man approved of Zhang Zhijie and Su Ruojia's engagement. After chatting with Grandpa Zhang, Su Ruojia blushed and quietly walked behind Zhang Zhijie, muttering something to herself. Zhang Zhijie was so excited he was like a monkey. If Jiang'an hadn't held him down, he probably would have blown the hotel ceiling off. Around 10 o'clock, the elders all left. The younger generation went back to school on their own. Before leaving, Lu Yang stopped Jiang'an and said, Shaoan, it's getting late. Why don't you take Ranran home? The middle-aged man's eyes were full of eagerness and expectation. He's creating an opportunity for the two kids. Jiang'an was stunned for a moment. This was something he couldn't refuse. He glanced at Lu Yuran, who didn't seem to refuse either. He was slightly helpless. Since Lu Yang had already spoken, it was clear that he couldn't refuse. All right, let's go. Seeing that neither of them said anything, Lu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, then gestured to Jiang'an with his eyes before leaving with Wu Qing. After the elders had all left, Zhang Zhijie also came over, looked at the two of them and smiled. You two go together, then Ruojia and I will go back first. Jiang'an was about to nod. He should take a taxi back, since Zhang Zhijie and Su Ruojia most likely won't be going back to school tonight. Young people, those who know. I was just about to open my phone and call a taxi. However, 2 messages popped up on WeChat. He picked it up, his eyes gleaming. Very sweet. Boss, where are you? Very sweet. Teacher Jiang, I need your help urgently. Above, there's still the message Lin Cece asked him what he was doing, which he hasn't replied to yet. Emergency assistance? Jiang'an was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed slightly. Could something have happened to the little girl? Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Yuran and Zhang Zhijie in front of him. After a slight hesitation, he grasped Zhang Zhijie's hand. Old Zhang, take Lu Yuran back. I suddenly have something urgent to attend to. After saying this, his gaze lingered on Lu Yuran for a moment, and he said with a hint of apology, although I promised Uncle Lu and Aunt Wu that I would take you back, I really have something I have to do right now. I'm sorry, I'll apologize to them next time. I'm going now. After saying that, Jiang plunged into the sea of cars and people under the cover of night. Chapter 39 Lady Lin, in urgent need of help from the martial arts world? Jiang suddenly left. The three people who remained were completely bewildered. Zhang Zhijie looked bewildered. What? Old Jiang has run away? Su Ruojia sighed softly, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, and she glanced at Lu Yuran discreetly. As for Lu Yuran, they didn't say anything. He kept a straight face, his expression calm, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. However, it can be seen that her gaze remained fixed on Jiang and's departing figure. Those eyes were like the afterglow of an autumn evening, very somber. I got into a taxi. Jiang felt uneasy, not because he was upset about leaving suddenly and not being able to take Lu Yuran home. It was because of Lin Cece. Was this little girl just asking him for help? Jiang, where are you? What's wrong? Jiang, hey, Miss Lin, what happened to you? Jiang address. Unfortunately, these messages disappeared without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea. Sitting in the taxi, Jiang felt like a headless fly and could only head towards the school first. Until 5 minutes later. The girl sent me an address message. Jiang's eyes gleamed. Muzi Mountain Residence? This is a small residential area next to the school. Although it is in a good school district, it has a long history and is therefore an old residential area with outdated facilities. Most of the original residents have moved out. The people living there now are mostly young teachers or students whose families are well off and who live off campus. Is this her home besides the school? Jiang squinted, a plan forming in his mind. Lin Cece's parents divorced long ago, so this house is the only place she can go back to after leaving school. As Jiang pondered this, he looked up and said to the taxi driver, Master, Muzi Mountain Residence. Okay, since it was on the way, there was no need to make a U-turn or anything. We just kept driving forward. A dozen minutes later, Jiang got out of the taxi. The evening breeze blew against him, and his face looked somewhat heavy. It's so late. What happened to Lin Cece? She's a judo level 9. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to bully her. Jiang thought this as he strode forward. Muzi Mountain Residence. It took almost 5 minutes to find the old neighborhood hidden behind high-rise buildings in the community group chat. Willow trees were everywhere, their leaves fluttering in the breeze. The dim moonlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting beautiful streaks on the ground. Jiang noticed the somewhat dilapidated apartment complex sign and saw many young people coming and going around it. It seems that this neighborhood is very popular among college students because of its proximity to the school. And here, there's a wonderful feeling of finding tranquility amidst the chaos of the city. He then made his way through the building, eventually finding Building 18. It was an old building with a very old architectural style, built with red bricks and no safety bars on the windows. Once inside, there was no elevator, so Jiang tried to touch the lights. After touching it for a long time, nothing happened. Jiang had no choice but to take out his phone, turn on the flashlight, and shine it on his feet and in front of him. Dim lights slid around, revealing that the stairwell was filled with small advertisements for rent, interest-free loans, and contact me if you're not sleeping tonight, among other things. Finally, he stopped and shone his flashlight on the doorplate that read, Unit 4, Room 401. This is the address Lin Cece sent. The door handle was old and covered in dust, but some parts were clean, probably because someone had just opened it. It was very quiet inside. There seemed to be no movement. Jiang knocked gently on the door, but there was no response. Not here. He frowned slightly, hesitated a little, and then instinctively put his hand on the doorknob and gently turned it down. It's creaky. The door was pulled open. What comes into view is the dim yellow light and the bright moonlight. The outdated home decor reveals a style that doesn't belong to this new era. A large mahogany table stands by the entrance, with various wine bottles on it. Looking sideways into the living room, moonlight streamed in through the glass balcony door, filling the entire room. The window glass seemed to be in poor condition. Even a slight breeze made a tearing sound, making one worry that it might shatter at any moment. Jiang stepped in silently, the wind from the stairwell rushing in behind him, wandering through every corner of the room. The room was empty. Jiang turned on the lights and looked around. It was a one-bedroom, two-living-room layout. Upon opening the room, it's easy to guess that this is where Lin Cece usually lives. There was only a wardrobe and a bed covered with pink sheets in the room. Clothes were scattered all over the bed, as if a thief had broken in and ransacked the place. What happened? Jiang asked hesitantly. Why didn't I see Lin Cece? Where did the girl go? He walked around the room and noticed a drawing board and a coffee cup on the windowsill. One can imagine that the girl probably often sat there drawing under the moonlight or sunlight. The white lace curtains, though not very delicate, were still pretty and discreetly protected all her privacy. Did she grow up here all by herself? Jiang wondered. Lin Cece has been living alone for a long time, which is why she is so lively. That's really optimistic enough, isn't it? Jiang withdrew his gaze, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite explain, and then walked into the living room. The wine bottles on the table had clearly just been opened. Under the dim light, there were some bloodstains on the ground, as if some kind of friction had occurred. Upon this discovery, Jiang felt a pang of anxiety. Although the social order is good, burglaries have not disappeared. Whoa! Jiang's breath hitched slightly, and he quickly took out his phone to send a message to Lin Cece. I've arrived, where are you? Is something wrong with you? Reply to my message. My anxiety kept rising. The scene inside the room was so unsettling that it made one's mind wander. However, the girl did not reply to the message for a long time. Jiang paced around the living room, about to make a phone call. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from the doorway as it opened. Jiang's expression tightened instinctively, and he subconsciously gripped the back of the chair. As a result, the door opened. It was that familiar slender figure. She seemed exhausted, her white shirt stained with blood, and she was muttering to herself as she reached into her pocket for her phone. Why are there so many messages coming in? The door was opened? No, I didn't close the door. My lights are on. A thief broke in. Oh. Lin Cece looked up and immediately saw Jiang gripping the chair, ready to explode at any moment. Her lips twitched slightly. Then he gave a slightly embarrassed smile. Boss, you got here so quickly? Chapter 40, The Girl Peeling an Apple. Seeing that Lin Cece was all right, Jiang breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, with a stern face and a pout, he said in an annoyed tone, Lin Cece, what are you doing? What's with all this worrying nonsense? Lin Cece looked guilty. Is there? They asked me for help, sent me an address, and when I came back, they were nowhere to be found. And what are those wine bottles on the table and the bloodstains on the floor? Jiang's expression was still quite strange as he said this. For a respectable person to have these things in their home, it's really outrageous, isn't it? And don't tell me this is some kind of paint or something. I looked closely, and it's blood. As Jiang finished speaking, Lin Cece chuckled awkwardly. The boss is really observant. Stop with the nonsense and get to the point. What exactly happened? Jiang frowned. Well, this matter is quite complicated to explain, but as you can see from the boss, I'm fine now. It's so late already. By the way, weren't you supposed to be going to a party today? Why did you suddenly come back? Lin Cece grabbed a handful of hair, preparing to slip into the house. But Jiang called out to stop him. Don't move. Jiang walked over and, with the help of the light, noticed that there was also some blood on the girl's hands. What did you do? He couldn't help but ask, his expression turning serious. Are you injured? Lin Cece looked down at her hands and the bloodstains on her clothes, and finally sighed helplessly. Taking small steps, we slowly moved back. She scratched her head, a little embarrassed, and mumbled in a low voice. I've sent my dad to the police station again. Jiang was taken aback. What did she mean by again? Oh, he remembered. Last time. The girl was very proud of herself for reporting her gambling father and getting him detained for a few days. But why was he sent there again today? He got drunk and ran out of money today, so he brought a bunch of people over to ask for money. I didn't have any money. I was so panicked. There were so many people. Lin Cece muttered weakly. So you messaged me back then? Jiang'an was taken aback again. Oh dear, I don't really have many strong and upright male friends to begin with. Lin Cece said loudly with a dark face. Okay, I was really too nervous at the time. I thought you were going to a party you didn't want to go to anyway, so I thought it's only natural for a boss to protect his employees. Then I found out you weren't replying to me, so I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Jiang'an was silent for a while, then shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing. Is there any direct connection between him and being physically strong and upright? However, at that time, he received the message and was about to reply, but was interrupted by that pretentious Yang Wenqin. But what's with the do-it-yourself part at the end? Didn't the girl brag that she really was a 9th Dan judoka? Laugh. You're still laughing. You're completely unreliable when it matters. I took down those drunkards and gamblers one by one with a single punch, and all the blood on my body was theirs. And my gambling dad's too. The girl pouted and reluctantly raised her hands to indicate that she was not injured. Jiang'an looked at the slender arms with several bruises and said softly, I was held up by something else at the time. I'm sorry. Ultimately, he should have come. Imagine a girl dealing with several drunkards. It must be really scary. Oh, no need to apologize. I called you in an emergency because I really couldn't drag them to the police station. But I called the police, and the officer took them away. I went along to give a statement. Lin Cece noticed that Jiang'an was staring at her hands, so she quietly moved them back, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Okay, I wasn't much of a help. Jiang'an breathed a long sigh of relief. Knowing the truth of the matter, his anxiety finally subsided considerably. It's fine anyway. It's not like it's something I absolutely have to help with. Lin Cece casually tossed her hair, then said resentfully, My gambling addict father is really going too far. He came to me again not long after I got out, and he's broke again. I don't know how they got the key to open my door. Looks like I'll have to get a new door. As she spoke, the girl staggered and sat down on the sofa. It was only then that Jiang'an noticed that her face was somewhat pale, a sign that she had overexerted herself. Come to think of it, it's like fighting against so many grown men. Even a 9th Dan in judo would probably find it very difficult. Where's the kettle? Let me boil some water for you, Jiang'an said after thinking for a moment. No, my aunt is here. Go check my room and see if there's any brown sugar water. Lin Cece thought for a moment and pointed to the cabinet in her room. Good. Aunt Flo has arrived. Jiang'an nodded slightly. He was very familiar with this kind of work. For so many years, Aunt Lu Yuran has been in excruciating pain every time she comes to the hospital. He makes an excellent brown sugar syrup. I went into the room and opened the cabinet. A pleasant fragrance wafted over, and stacks of all kinds of shirts, bows, long socks, short socks, cotton socks, and silk stockings, and underwear, all in various colors. To be honest, Jiang'an never imagined that a girl's wardrobe could have so many different styles. In my memory, he had only ever seen all kinds of skirts. That was in Lu Yuran's wardrobe. He pulled out a well-sealed packet of brown sugar from the corner, which looked like Lin Cece drank it often. After taking out a pack, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that there was only one sanitary napkin left at the bottom. Jiang'an raised an eyebrow slightly, thought for a moment, and then took the brown sugar water and went out. Jiang'an was a little confused when he came out. He discovered that the girl had actually taken out some washed fruit and snacks from the refrigerator, and then looked at Jiang'an with a pout. Well, there's nothing good to eat at home, boss. Please make do with this. Lin Cece's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. Despite the pain, she was peeling an apple with a knife. Looking at this scene, Jiang'an was inexplicably moved. In my memory, peeling apples was a very common thing. Lu Yuran dislikes eating any fruit with its peel on, so he often peels the skin. As a result, I cut my fingers several times. And now, a girl actually peeled an apple for him to eat? Jiang'an pulled himself out of his thoughts, his gaze wavering slightly, and said in a low voice, Don't move, I'll come in a bit. The water's boiled. I'm going downstairs first. Don't move and wait for me here. Ah. Lin Cece looked completely bewildered, then somewhat confused. Wait, boss, where are you going? Just sit still and wait. Jiang didn't respond, put down the brown sugar water, and quickly walked towards the stairs. Looking at his back, Lin Cece silently pursed her lips, then tilted her head and leaned back on the sofa. What's with all the mystery? Chapter 41: The Temptation of Beautiful Girls. Walking through the old neighborhood, Jiang searched for a long time before finally finding a 24-hour convenience store. Jiang wandered around for a while, intending to pick up some brown sugar and sanitary napkins. As soon as I reached the counter, the young saleswoman handed me a Durex condom, saying without looking up, "This is the last box. You young people really know how to use this stuff up quickly." Jiang stared at the box of Durex condoms, his expression a mix of melancholy and amusement. "I'm not buying this." "Oh." The saleswoman paused, glanced at Jiang, then at the sanitary napkins and brown sugar in his hand, and blinked gently. "Oh, sorry. I'm used to it. Usually, young people in this neighborhood who come to buy things at this time usually buy sets." "Yeah, it's nothing." Jiang shook his head and then said, "Let's settle the bill." "Okay." After leaving the supermarket, Jiang could clearly feel the young woman behind him still following him. You could even hear soft sighs. Is this going to result in a bloody battle? Jiang looked up, gazing silently at the vast moonlight. They returned to Lin Cece's home. It was very quiet when I entered the room. There wasn't a sound. Jiang noticed that the girl had fallen asleep on the sofa, clutching her stomach. To be precise, it was curled up, like a little koala. There were already peeled apples on the coffee table. Jiang picked it up and took a small bite. It's very sweet. Then, his gaze swept over Lin Cece out of the corner of his eye. When the girl curls up, she becomes very, very small. Because of her long, straight, beautiful legs, she doesn't actually look very short. But now, curled up in a ball, clutching her stomach, she's actually quite cute. Jiang moved very quietly, afraid of waking her. Lin Cece must be really tired. It makes sense, really. When Auntie comes, she can take a few gamblers to the police station. That is, Lady Lin. Ordinary women really can't do that. Jiang sighed as he put the brown sugar and sanitary napkins into the cabinet. Then I went back to the kitchen and started making brown sugar water. The whole process was very familiar and easy. I've done it far too many times. Along the way, he took a look at the other arrangements. The refrigerator was empty. There was no food inside. This made Jiang a little annoyed. He should have bought more at the supermarket earlier. There's definitely a reason why the employees are so thin. As for dinner, it was a box of unfinished instant noodles. She probably hadn't even taken a few bites when that gambling addict father, who was ruining his daughter's life, arrived with that group of unreliable people. Jiang thought to himself. He threw away the instant noodles and then checked the other cabinets. They found only some fast food items. From this perspective, Lin Cece's life seems simple and uncomplicated. Aside from drawing, I only go to school. When I occasionally come home, I don't cook anything. At most, I'll just boil some instant noodles or something. After Jiang finished all that, he started to nibble on an apple. A peeled apple is bursting with juice and flesh with every bite. So this is what it's like to eat an apple that someone else has peeled? Jiang suddenly felt much better. It's as if the bad mood accumulated during the party suddenly dissipated. About 15 minutes later, Jiang kept the brown sugar water warm in a cup so that the girl could drink it while it was still hot after she woke up. Then he found a blanket and gently covered Lin Cece with it. Then, he got a playful idea, squatted down, and stared at Lin Cece in front of him. He found that she was sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes were closed, and her beautiful face was fair and tender, making him want to rub her. The way this girl looks when she's asleep is completely different from how she looks when she's awake. After waking up, she's definitely a talkative and active girl. When asleep, it's so well behaved that it breaks your heart. His gaze slid down her face. Unsurprisingly, I saw a shirt stained with blood. To be honest, she should have changed the one she was sleeping in. However, the girl always says she's not good looking, but looking at it this way, she's actually quite good looking. Some beautiful things are just right. They don't necessarily have to be so big. A hand that can be held tightly can be very satisfying and heartwarming. Jiang gently shook his head, clearing away the distracting thoughts that were drifting through his mind. He looked away from the white pastry. As a gentleman, how could he take advantage of someone in distress? And beautiful girls are only to be trifled with. Oops, not to be trifled with. Jiang sighed. Those are beautiful legs. The words the saleswoman had just spoken kept popping into his mind. Fighting a bloody battle. Durex. Jiang struggled to his feet, looking somewhat sad. Why would a pretty girl wear shorts? Those long legs are just too tempting for men. He's not a saint, nor is he sexually frigid. Naturally, he'll have feelings for beautiful girls. The way the beautiful girl looks so adorable when she's asleep is truly too much to bear. Fortunately, I resisted the temptation and kept everything under control. Jiang tiptoed to the door, turned off the dim light, and then gently closed the door. Everything returned to darkness. Jiang turned on his flashlight, walked down the stairs, and looked somewhat tired. What's going on tonight? He stood up Lu Yuran and failed to fulfill the request made by Uncle Lu and Aunt Wu. Running away so suddenly, his image is probably completely ruined. When I opened WeChat on my phone, a bunch of messages from Zhang Zhijie popped up. Holy crap, what are you doing, bro? The guy's gone. What happened? You suddenly disappeared. Is something important? Lu Yuran has been delivered to the dormitory. I'm going back to my dorm. I was planning to go out to a hotel tonight, but I was worried about you running off like that. Where are they? Seeing the bunch of messages Zhang Zhijie sent, Jiang shook his head with amusement. This guy? They're reliable when it really matters. He felt a great sense of relief, picked up his phone, and quickly replied. Okay, I understand. I'll be back soon. After putting down his phone, Jiang looked up at the night sky, and for some reason, his mood lightened considerably. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang had just sat down when Zhang Zhijie grabbed him, looking cautious. Tell me, what's going on with you? What shady things have you been up to? Jiang sighed helplessly. What can I do? Please, can you be normal for once? The way you're looking at me makes it seem like I just came from a club. Zhang Zhijie rolled his eyes. If you hadn't told me, I really would have thought it was true. After all, there aren't many things that can make you lose your composure. Huh. Zhang Zhijie suddenly thought of something, then leaned closer to Jiang and whispered. Well, I just thought of something. Old Jiang, after all these years, you're not still an old man, are you? Jiang's expression changed slightly, and the words of the delivery lady and her fair skin and slender legs instantly echoed in his mind. Then, he clenched his left fist and punched Zhang Zhijie, saying irritably, Roll, this thing really has two arms. How could you possibly make that connection? Zhang Zhijie chuckled, a little embarrassed, and said, just kidding, brother Jiang, don't be angry. So, what exactly happened last night? You just ran away, and the look in Lu Yuran's eyes. Oh my God. Jiang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He sat on the bed, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. Lu Yuran. When he left, he had already guessed that Lu Yuran would be unhappy about it. After all, he had just promised her parents he would take her home, and then he ran away. No one would be happy about that. However, the situation at the time left Jiang in no time to think about anything else. If something were to really happen to Lin Cixi, Jiang himself would not be able to forgive himself. After a half-minute silence, Jiang patted Zhang Zhijie on the shoulder and said, Last night, something happened at Lin Cixi's house, so I went to help. These words were spoken. Zhang Zhijie was slightly taken aback, then his eyes flickered, revealing a look of understanding. Lady Lin. Then it's not surprising. If it's her, it's understandable. Having known Lin Cixi for so long, Zhang Zhijie had long considered her one of his own. Yeah, she messaged me quite anxiously, so I was a bit worried, considering she's just a young girl. Jiang shook his head, then chuckled and said, Of course, nothing serious happened in the end. A 9th Dan judo master is no joke. Judo 9th Dan. Zhang Zhijie's face showed panic. Others may not know the true value of these 4 words. He really knows it all too well. Instinctively, I stepped back, then muttered, Old Jiang, are all the girls from Sichuan and Chongqing this fierce? Jiang glanced at him, leaned back in his chair, his weariness slightly dissipating, and said lazily, I don't know whether I'll have the baby or not. Fierce, it must be fierce. As Jiang said this, many images of Lin Cixi involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. This girl is really fierce. Inside the room, moonlight streamed in through the window and fell onto the sofa. Although it's summer, there's still a slight chill in the air at night. Achoo! The girl, who was nestled on the sofa, suddenly sneezed and then groggily opened her eyes. Then his vision gradually cleared. Why am I lying on the sofa? Lin Cece noticed the blanket covering her, instinctively shuddered, and got up to touch it with her hand. It turned out that all the clothes were still there. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was terrified. I thought Teacher Jiang did something to her while she was away. Oh dear. Lin Cece, what are you thinking? Teacher Jiang isn't that kind of person. As Lin Cece thought about it, she got up from the sofa, her long legs straightening slightly, almost causing her to fall. Ouch, ouch, ouch. She leaned on the sofa, a helpless look on her face. This is terrible. She had back pain and felt weak all over. This feeling is absolutely maddening. Forget it. I'm not going to bother anymore. After trying twice, Lin Cece resigned herself to continuing to lie on the sofa. Then his eyes darted around, and he quickly spotted the thermos on the table. She reached out and picked it up, then looked it over in front of her. Is this the brown sugar water that Teacher Jiang made for me? TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of Teacher Jiang, the taste and color of this brown sugar water are just right. Upon opening it, Lin Cece immediately felt inferior. Jiang An's brown sugar water was so good that even the girls had to admit defeat. Although making brown sugar water is not difficult, making it well is not so easy. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Because she was thirsty, Lin Cece drank most of the cup in one go. Feeling the warmth swirling and rising from her lower abdomen throughout her body, she felt much better. I finally have some strength left. Lin Cece took out her phone. 2:30 a.m. Have I not realized it's already so late? After thinking for a moment, the girl decided to send a message to Jiang An. Okay, thank you all. Arigato, Jiang, teacher sang. After muttering something to herself, Lin Cece finally closed her eyes contentedly and continued to sleep. The next morning, after Jiang An woke up, he noticed a new message on his phone. Very sweet. Teacher Jiang, are you so kind that you're planning to ask me to repay you with my body? Jiang An found it both funny and helpless. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing it was undeniable this was something only Lady Lin could say. After washing up for a while, he prepared to go to his studio. Zhang Zhijia, that jerk, actually got up early and is no longer in the dorm? This is a ghost. Jiang An sighed as he left the house. We arrived at the studio about 10 minutes later. As soon as I opened the door, I smelled a delicious fragrance. Yes, that familiar smell of jianbing guozi, Chinese crepe. Let's look ahead again. The pretty girl, Lin, was munching on her jianbing, Chinese crepe, like a little squirrel when she heard a noise. She looked up abruptly, saw Jiang An, her bright eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly. Hey, boss, come on up. You're here so early? Jiang An's expression was strange. This girl was in excruciating pain last night. How come she can come to work so early this morning? Actually, if you're not feeling well, you can take a break. Our work is quite flexible. Hey, boss, who do you think you are? Lady Lin rolled her eyes at him, then said, My period is different from other people's. It only hurts on the first day, and then it doesn't hurt anymore. Oh. Jiang An was stunned. Is that so? That's definitely different from Lu Yuran. Lu Yuran's pain would last for several days, sometimes even until her period ended. At times like these, Jiang An is unable to do anything else, staying by her side and immediately fulfilling any need she may have. Why did you bring me breakfast again? Jiang An picked up the jianbing guozi on the table. What's wrong with bringing you breakfast? I just brought it along. Here, I even soaked some water for you. Oh, there's water too? Jiang An took a bite of the jianbing guozi, feeling a little unaccustomed to it, and then his gaze fell on the water glass on the side. A 500 g water cup, 300 g of water, and 200 g of goji berries. Jiang An looked up at the sky and said bitterly, Lin Cece, what do you mean? Hey, boss. Lin Cece said with a beaming smile. I'm just thinking, given my family's situation, what if something like this happens again in the future and I can't find anyone to help me? Boss, you're so thin. Let me help you get some nourishment. Chapter 42. Dogs and Yang Wenqin are not to be bought. Jiang felt powerless in the face of the girl's words. To fix. People start taking supplements before they even reach middle age. Is this even reasonable? He shook his head slightly, munching on fruit while drinking goji berry tea. Next, I started fixing the bugs. Yesterday's downloads reached a new high. Currently, Attack on Titan is progressing at a rapid pace. It's about to transform into a running puppy. But at the same time, trouble ensued. Boss, it seems like the new game's data entry has been messed up. Charge, little kitten. Run, little rabbit. Charge, little tiger. Lin Cece looked at Jiang with a wry smile, while the platform's new game channel was currently showing the game. Wow, so many imitations and copycat works have appeared all at once. Jiang remained calm. This was all within his expectations. The explosive popularity of a game will naturally attract copycats. It's not a big problem. These games are poorly made. They were all rushed into production. To put it bluntly, they're just trying to increase our popularity. Our business is on track now, and all we need to do is maintain stable development. After fixing a few bugs, Jiang glanced at the other channels. Attack on Titan currently holds the top spot on the new game charts, demonstrating remarkable stability. At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem for it to enter the top-rated games list soon, Jiang said, squinting. Top games chart. Lin Cece's eyes flickered. The trending games list is different from the new games list. This is a truly comprehensive list. Once it goes live, it will be another huge surge in traffic. How's your drawing progress going? Are you keeping up? Jiang looked at her and asked. Seeing that it's about to climb the trending game list, Jiang decided to promote the special week's activities to add fuel to the fire and make things even better. However, whether it can be launched depends not only on its progress. There are also paintings by Lin Cece. It should be alright. I rushed through some work beforehand because the art exhibition is tomorrow, and I was worried about conflicts causing delays, Lin Cece replied. Alright. Jiang scratched his head, almost forgetting about the art exhibition. The art exhibition is tomorrow? Yes. Lin Cece took out her phone, scrolled through the records, and then continued. I have to go early tomorrow morning to reserve a spot. Our art exhibitions here attract not only people from within the school, but also people from outside, and they all come to buy art. Maybe I can make a fortune. The girl's eyes lit up as she said this. She heard that many of her senior classmates had sold their works at art exhibitions and made a lot of money, and then naturally entered major art galleries after graduation. Although she didn't plan to work in an art gallery afterwards. But it's unreasonable to turn down money. Sure, when you make a fortune, remember to treat us to a meal. Jiang nodded with a smile. Of course. Lin Cece smiled, clearly in a good mood. Then the girl started working on the project in silence. As the studio's top and only artist, she has to keep up with her workaholic boss's pace. In Yang Wenqin's studio, Yang Wenqin frowned as he glanced at the new games his subordinates had brought over. Are you all crazy? What is this cat or dog? He really couldn't understand it. How come these people have spent 2 days and only managed to produce 2 or 3 garbage games? Run, little cat. Charge, rabbit. Are you sick? Upon hearing this, the members exchanged glances, speechless. Us? We were just thinking of following the trend. After all, that puppy is so popular right now. If we follow the trend well, we can also make a little profit. And our data is indeed quite good, even better than that of ordinary games. Yang Wenqin clenched his fists, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. This group of people, is he really an idiot? By following the trend, you might be able to profit from the hype. Then what? Then boost its popularity. Everyone fell silent. They actually know it will boost the popularity of the original work, but so what? Everyone is here for their graduation projects and impressive game development resumes. But now it's been several days, and Yang Wenqin has only made empty promises without doing anything of substance. Who wouldn't be worried? Don't look at me anymore. I've hired an artist, and we can start working today. Yang Wenqin naturally understood what they meant. After giving a cold snort, he pointed outside the door. All eyes immediately turned to them. They were also very curious about what kind of painter Yang Wenqin was looking for. A beautiful woman, tall and graceful, dressed in revealing clothing, stood at the door. Yang Tao? Yang Tao, one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the art department? Damn, it's true. Brother Yang is awesome. Wow, it's so beautiful. These engineering students deal with programming code every day, and they're all secretly passionate. Now that they saw a beautiful woman walk in, their eyes lit up with excitement. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Tao. I'm so happy to work with you all from now on. Yang Tao greeted everyone warmly. She only received Yang Wenqin's invitation yesterday. I was still hesitating at the time, but then I suddenly realized what was going on. It must have been Lu Yuran who rejected Yang Wenqin that made it her turn. On a whim, she decided to come. Yang Tao, you're here. Our work can begin now. Yang Wenqin walked up to her with a gentle smile and said softly, "This pretentious guy in front of the girl. He always presents a gentle and refined demeanor, giving off a very warm feeling. So you were waiting for me?" Yang Tao looked at Yang Wenqin in front of her and responded with a smile. The two have grown closer and closer. They even had dinner together last night. Although Yang Tao vaguely felt that she was being somewhat unfair to Lu Yuran, but she didn't really care anymore. After all, Lu Yuran is Lu Yuran. Even if she's her best friend, she can't be soft-hearted about this kind of thing. Yang Wenqin is indeed a good candidate for a boyfriend. Young, rich, handsome, and gentle. The main thing is that he is very capable. He returned from studying abroad and is already a well-known game designer. He is definitely a promising talent with unlimited potential in the future. More importantly, I heard that his family is also very well off. For Yang Tao, a boy with these qualities is naturally a rare find. So after having dinner with Yang Wenqin, she had this idea. As for Lu Yuran, I'll make it up to you in another way later, Yuran, Yang Tao thought to herself. The next morning, Jiang got up very early, still holding Zhang Zhejia's hand with his left. "Old Jiang, what are we doing? It's Saturday today, why are we up so early?" Zhang Zhejia was still sleepy-eyed and looked completely bewildered. He was still half asleep when Jiang yanked him out of bed. Jiang replied irritably, "What do you think? Wasn't this something you promised yourself?" "Huh, what's going on?" Zhang Zhejia was confused and couldn't remember what he had promised. "Today is Lin Cici's art exhibition day. You promised to help her with her work." Zhang Zhejia slapped his forehead. "Damn, it's about what I promised Miss Lin. Old Jiang, I completely forgot about it if you hadn't mentioned it, damn it." "All right, hurry up." Jiang glanced at his phone. Time was running out. Soon, the two arrived at the art museum. The art museums in Shanghai are very large and impressive, capable of accommodating thousands of people. The art exhibition also begins here today. It was only morning, and the place was already packed with people. There are both men and women. But there was one interesting scene. A girl was surrounded by 2 or 3 boys who were helping her hold up her easel, etc. No wonder Lady Lin asked us for help. With so many paintings, it would have been really difficult to handle without our help. Zhang Zhejia glanced at them, sighed, and then couldn't help but say, "But the girls in the painting department are really good-looking." Jiang rolled his eyes upon hearing this. "How dare you say that? Believe me, I'll tell Ruojia right now." Zhang Zhejia immediately begged for mercy. "No, brother, please forgive me." Jiang snorted coldly. "Then what are you talking about? Hurry up and find someone." "Oh, where is Lady Lin?" Zhang Zhejia looked around for a while and soon spotted a figure in a corner not far away. Heroine Lin. Before Zhang Zhejia could find it, Jiang saw it first. In the corner, the girl was sweating profusely as she set up her easel, one after another. There was also a large cloth bag placed behind it. Is Miss Lin really that stupid? She didn't even call us for help with such a heavy bag. Zhang Zhejia remarked with emotion. "You agree, Lao Jiang. Lin Cici is being too polite." When she turned around, she found that Jiang was no longer beside her. He was stunned for a moment, then looked ahead again. I don't know when. Jiang was already helping the girl arrange the painting. Damn, Zhang Zhejia's lips twitched slightly. On the other side, "You're here so early?" Jiang asked as he arranged the paintings. "Yes. Here, I brought you breakfast." Lin Cici wiped her sweat and then pointed to the table on the side. You changed to pan-fried dumplings today? How thoughtful of you." Jiang smiled, seemingly having started doing this at some point. He doesn't need to prepare breakfast anymore. Lin Cici will bring it for him. "Then please help me." I can't very well let you go hungry, can I? Lin Cece pursed her lips, her gaze sweeping over the paintings in front of her before turning to Jiang'an. How do you feel about it? Which one do you like? These paintings. Jiang'an's gaze lingered on the painting. It has to be said, Lin Cece's paintings are truly beautiful. Each one exudes a unique charm. In terms of style, most of them are animation works. I like to draw anime characters, and of course, I also draw realistic ones. As she spoke, Lin Cece gestured with her lips and pointed to the other side. Jiang'an followed the direction and looked over. Unlike the anime-style paintings on the left, the paintings on the right are all exquisite landscapes and portraits. Your skills are very strong. Jiang'an exclaimed in admiration. He had known Lu Yuran for so long and often watched her paint. To be honest, these two have very different styles. Lu Yuran likes to paint landscapes, and because of her cool and aloof personality, most of her paintings are in cool colors. But Lin Cece's work is incredibly diverse. Some are cute anime-themed, some are quirky, and some are serious portraits and landscapes. Huh? What the heck is this? Jiang'an's gaze suddenly noticed something amiss. How come I see myself in so many serious paintings? What the hell is this? Jiang'an squatted down and then pulled the painting out. This painting looks, even though it doesn't show his face. However, the background image of this painting. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be his studio, right? The arrangement of this table, the direction and angle of this window. And tables, chairs, etc. Damn, absolutely. And then there's this figure sitting here. Jiang'an looked at Lin Cece suspiciously. Come on, let me tell you. This isn't me, is it? Lin Cece turned her head away guiltily. How am I supposed to explain this? I can't explain it well. This back view, although it doesn't show the face, feels so familiar to me. In fact, if I look closely, it's me. Jiang'an was heartbroken. Isn't this girl diligently drawing every day? We can still secretly draw him when we have time. Have some decency. Lin Cece. No, this isn't it. You've misunderstood, this is. The girl was speechless for a moment, but fortunately, she noticed Zhang Zhijia walking over from the side. He immediately pointed at him and said, "This is Zhang Zhijia." Oh. As soon as Zhang Zhijia walked over, he heard the two talking about him. He immediately looked at them with a wary expression. What do you want? What's the meaning? What did I do wrong again? These two are no saints. Is he plotting something behind his back again? Upon hearing this, Jiang'an snorted irritably. So you mean he's in this painting? Hold head high. What the heck? Is that me in the painting? Zhang Zhijia leaned over and blinked as he looked. Upon discovering the figure in the painting, he looked dejected and said, No, I mean, aren't you two being silly? It's so obvious, it's Jiang'an. I'm not that tall. Lin Cece fell silent. It seems that sometimes when drawing figures, it's not good to be too focused on reproducing the figure's appearance. Okay, it's Jiang'an. I drew it yesterday afternoon out of boredom, and somehow I brought it out with me. I'll put it away. Why are you putting it away? Zhang Zhijia chuckled, then grabbed it. We can't accept this. What if someone else wants to buy it? I'll buy it. As soon as Zhang Zhijia finished speaking, a sound rang out. The three of them looked up and saw something. Good heavens. Yang Wenqin. A show-off. Idiot. Huh. Lin Cece was just about to say that she was so lucky today, because her sugar daddy had come, when she heard the two bastards next to her each curse. Her face darkened, and when she saw Yang Wenqin herself, she immediately shook her head in disgust. I'll buy it. This painting is nice. I'll use it to prop up my table, Yang Wenqin said with a smile. The three remained silent. Not the eldest brother. You're supposed to be a returned overseas student. How can you talk so stupidly? Lin Cece glanced at Jiang'an and said quietly, Is this always his way of speaking? So annoying and stupid. Jiang'an remained silent, quietly took out a blank sheet of drawing paper, picked up a marker, and scribbled a few lines. Then he raised it. The three of them turned their gazes in that direction. The paintings of dogs and Yang Wenqin at this stall are not for sale. Chapter 43, What's Wrong with Hitting Me? When he saw the words on the drawing paper that Jiang'an was holding, Yang Wenqin's expression changed instantly, looking even worse than if he had eaten poop. Jiang'an, you. Jiang'an shrugged and looked at Lin Cece, saying, I don't care. Neither the dog nor Yang Wenqin are selling this portrait. Lin Cece nodded, secretly thanking Yang Wenqin in her heart. Thanks to you. They helped me divert the flames of war. What a kind man. Then, the girl deftly picked up the painting in front of her and put it in her bag. Sell? I really dare not sell it. She wouldn't dare sell to anyone who would buy. I'm afraid my boss will beat me up. Lin Cece understood the principle that when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After finishing all that, Lin Cece looked at Yang Wenqin with a puzzled expression. Hey, why haven't you left yet? No. My boss said neither you nor your dog can buy anything here. Originally, Yang Wenqin's emotions had already calmed down considerably. As a result, Lin Cece's words left him speechless again. Wow, Jiangyin, this is your little girlfriend, isn't it? I told you it was her at the party the other day, but you still wouldn't admit it. Yang Wenqin stared intently at Jiangyin, a fierce glint in his eyes. I really should take a picture of this and send it to Uncle Lu and Aunt Wu. Let them see what kind of son-in-law they've chosen. Heh, you still won't admit to dating her. If you weren't in an improper boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, would you be so bored as to come here and help set up an art exhibition? Yang Wenqin speaks like a machine gun. It burst out with a series of thuds. Lin Cece was completely baffled and confused. What the heck? What do you mean by little girlfriend? Did they mention me at the party the other day? The girl glanced at Jiang indiscreetly and noticed that teacher Jiang was expressionless, showing neither sadness nor joy. Then, the chosen son-in-law, good heavens, so Lu Yuren doesn't like teacher Jiang, but Lu Yuren's parents do? This is just too outrageous, etc. Good man, the more you say it, the more off it sounds. What exactly is a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Is it improper of me to ask them for a favor? Hearing this, Lin Cece got a little angry. She really had no friends left, which is why she asked Jiangyin and Zhang Zhijie for help. How come it sounds so sarcastic and weird coming from this person? Thinking about this, Lin Cece decided she didn't want to endure it anymore. Seeing Yang Wenqin's mouth moving as if he was about to say something, she simply clenched her small fist and suddenly swung it out. Bang! Holy crap! Yang Wenqin let out a painful scream. He took several steps back, covered his nose, and looked very uncomfortable. He lowered his head, his hands slightly lowered, and his gaze fell on the blood vessels between his fingers. Immediately, anger surged into his brain, and he pointed at Lin Cece in front of him. You actually hit me? Lin Cece pouted. So what if I hit you? You're allowed to have a foul mouth, but others aren't allowed to hit you? To be honest, Lin's fiery temper was simply unbearable. What constitutes an improper relationship between a man and a woman? Boyfriend is boyfriend, girlfriend is girlfriend. You're not serious, your whole family is. Jiangyin and Zhang Zhijie were also somewhat stunned. What is going on? Isn't our Lady Lin a bit too fierce? She just attacks without warning. But how to put it? That was a great play. We should really give Yang Wenqin a good beating. Yang Wenqin was a bit stunned by Lin Cece's words and couldn't quite process what she was saying. It took him a while to mutter. No, you woman, how could you? This time, Lin Cece didn't have to do it herself. Jiangyin and Zhang Zhijie stood like black towers blocking his way. Zhang Zhijie looked at him in a muffled voice and said, Hey customer, if you're not buying a painting, can you please stop blocking other people from doing so? Jiangyin, standing nearby, also offered a suggestion. Besides, the sign clearly states that dogs are not allowed with you. Can you have no shame, pharmacy? Yang Wenqin stared at the two men, whose smiles were enigmatic and who had come with a menacing air. He took 2 steps back, his expression grim, and gritted his teeth, saying fiercely, Okay, you guys are good. After saying this, he covered his nose and turned to leave. What a joke. Yang Wenqin is definitely a show-off. But it's not mindless. In their home turf, it seems they'll have to settle both old and new grudges. If he gets another beating then, he'll really have a hard time complaining. Watching Yang Wenqin walk away into the distance, Zhang Zhijie couldn't help but sigh. Hey, these days, if you don't show off your muscles, some people just act like jerks. Lin Cece chuckled, then asked curiously, No, has he always been this cute? They don't seem that stupid, but why do they give off a stupid vibe? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie chuckled. You wouldn't know, would you? He really is like this. He's always been like this since he was little. Don't you think he speaks without thinking? Jiang asked Lin Cixi with a smile. Yeah, that way of speaking, it's just outrageous. It's reasonable, it's reasonable, it's reasonable. The three of them whispered among themselves for a while. Then I continued tidying up the drawing board. On the other side, Yang Wenqin covered his nose and walked to Lu Yuran's side. Lu Yuran was fiddling with something when she saw him approaching, and she couldn't help but frown slightly and say, "Why did you come here?" Yang Wenqin laughed and said, "Isn't it normal for me to come? Your department's art exhibition is so important, it would be too much trouble for you to do it all by yourself." As he spoke, he prepared to bend down to help. Actually, he found out by asking Yang Tao. Furthermore, Yang Tao had taken the initiative to invite him. Unfortunately, Yang Wenqin declined, citing that Lu Yuran had made an appointment with him first. Yang Tao then gave up. In fact, Yang Wenqin already understood what Yang Tao meant and was enjoying it. However, his primary target was still Lu Yuran. Although Yang Tao is good, she is still far inferior to Lu Yuran. Seeing Yang Wenqin silently begin to busy himself, Lu Yuran couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. To be honest, she couldn't help but think of Jiang'an, because she had seen that kind of back view far too many times before. And Jiang'an had made a promise with her beforehand that he would definitely come to help when the art exhibition came. But now it's obvious. Jiang'an is definitely not coming. He probably didn't come. After all, we're no longer related. Lu Yuran lowered her head and muttered to herself. Does she regret it? Regret. Lu Yuran had already realized she was regretting it from that day at the party. It wasn't just ordinary regret, it was extreme regret. I desperately want to undo all of this immediately. But she couldn't do it. So, no matter how painful it is, Lu Yuran has to endure it. Yuran, your paintings are so beautiful. I reckon they'll all be bought today. Yang Wenqin praised as he tidied up. Oh really? Lu Yuran ignored her and responded casually. Believe me, with your skill level, you'll definitely be a top-notch artist in the future. If you have the time, I think you could consider joining my studio. Oh, we'll see. I could sense the perfunctory tone in Lu Yuran's voice. Yang Wenqin's expression turned slightly unpleasant, but he didn't say anything. For him, Lu Yuran's attitude was actually not important. He came back this time to try every possible way to get her. Actually, 5 years ago, if his family hadn't forced him to go abroad, he probably would have won over Lu Yuran long ago. As for how much he likes Lu Yuran, Yang Wenqin sneered inwardly. For him, women meant nothing more than conquest. The time passed slowly. The museum gradually became bustling with visitors. At Lin Cixi's booth, the three people were lying listlessly on the chairs. Miss Lin, do I really have a chance to eat at your restaurant today? Ahem. I don't know either. This is my first time participating in an art exhibition. Logically speaking, there should be more than enough people coming to see it. What's the rush? Look over there. Upon hearing Jiang'an's voice, the two of them immediately looked in that direction. That is, Lin Cixi's expression tightened slightly, and her beautiful eyes widened. Why are the professors here? Not far away, several elderly professors were leisurely strolling around, looking about aimlessly. There's Professor Jiang, the old-fashioned professor whom Lin Cixi fears the most. Why are they here? Zhang Zhijia pursed his lips, looking at the group of professors with a reluctant expression. As a poor student, these professors often caused them trouble. Jiang'an couldn't help but smile. Isn't it a good thing that they're here? They're all our big clients. The other tourists may not have money, but the professors definitely do. Lin Cixi was speechless. I'm afraid they'll come looking for me after they arrive. What do you want? Jiang'an looked at Lin Cixi with interest. What was going on? Why did the professors target this girl? Looking for me. Lin Cixi rubbed her face guiltily. Isn't there Professor Jiang, the calculus professor? I used to fail calculus every time, and I was always at the bottom of the class. He would often call me to his office to give me a lecture. Now that you're here, shouldn't you take this opportunity to lecture me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijia chuckled and was about to speak. But Jiang'an spoke first. It's not that bad, it's not that bad. So, he's your advanced mathematics professor? Jiang'an's lips curled up slightly. I know him. Although he's a bit strict and old-fashioned, He's actually a good person. He's strict with you because he's afraid you won't get your diploma if you fail advanced mathematics. Besides, he's definitely here to see the art exhibition today. There's absolutely no way he'd come looking for trouble with you." After hearing these words, Lin Cece was skeptical, but she tilted her head and thought about it carefully. Like, Jiang An's words make sense. They might actually have a really good relationship. After all, Professor Jiang had shown a very satisfied expression after hearing about Jiang An last time. Judging from his appearance, he really is a prized student. Thinking about this, Lin Cece silently gave Jiang An a thumbs up in her heart. Teacher Jiang is as tall and handsome as ever. My thighs are as hard and thick as ever. And as can be seen, these professors definitely came to see the paintings. They just wandered around the booths whenever they had a spare moment. Several professors even bought the paintings after looking at them for a while. You were right. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Cece was immediately filled with envy and anticipation. Actually, these professors aren't short of money. They like buying these things, and they're quite happy to help their students, Jiang An replied. I heard this statement. Lin Cece blinked, still conflicted. But I feel like they probably won't come here. Wah, I missed out on a chance to get rich quick. Don't worry, they'll definitely come to our stall. Jiang An was calm and collected, looking like he had everything under control. Huh. Lin Cece looked at Jiang An in front of her with suspicion. What kind of joke is Teacher Jiang making now? Are you really that sure? Boss, you're so confident. As Lin Cece spoke, she arranged the paintings on the booth to be even more exquisite. Yes, absolutely. Where did you come from? Of course, I have confidence in your paintings. Lin Cece turned her head away. The unscrupulous boss is just trying to fool us online, isn't he? But a hint of nervousness appeared on her pretty face. She still really looked forward to the old professors coming here. That way, she might have a chance to sell one or two of her paintings. At the same time, Professor's sightseeing tour. Professor Jiang took the center position. Compared to others, he was more senior, held a higher position, and had greater knowledge. He's definitely a top-tier professor. Old Jiang, we've been browsing for ages. How come you haven't bought a single painting? Didn't you suggest we buy paintings today? In the end, there wasn't a single one that you liked. A professor looked at Professor Jiang, whose hands were empty, and asked him a question. Professor Jiang suggested coming to see the art exhibition yesterday, and since these professors had nothing better to do, they decided to come. Upon hearing this, Professor Jiang remained calm and composed, appearing to have everything under control. No rush, no rush, the good stuff hasn't appeared yet. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the booth not far away. Let's go check out that stall. Hey, this old Jiang. The group followed Professor Jiang forward for a while. We arrived at a new booth. Ran, how are the paintings selling? Professor Jiang visited Lu Yuran's booth. Lu Yuran was sitting there lost in thought when she heard this. She paused for a moment, then quickly stood up and said softly, Grandpa Jiang, what brings you here too? Only 2 paintings were sold today. Haha. This old man was just bored, so I came out for a stroll. Professor Jiang chuckled, then looked to the side. Huh? Jiang An isn't here. This is that young man from the Yang family. Yang Wenqin was doing hard labor when he heard the noise and quickly looked up. Then his expression changed slightly. What's going on? Professor Jiang? What brings him here? Chapter 44. He did come. He just didn't come to my place. When Yang Wenqin saw Professor Jiang for the second time, his expression changed slightly. I never expected him to come. When Professor Jiang saw Yang Wenqin, he also frowned slightly. Didn't Jiang An come today? He asked again. It's obvious they came to see Jiang An. Lu Yuran fell silent upon hearing this. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Grandpa Jiang, Jiang An didn't come with me today. Why? Professor Jiang frowned, looking somewhat displeased. It seems like something's come up. Lu Yuran replied. She didn't know how to answer. I can't exactly tell the old man that the 2 of them have fallen out. Jiang An has no reason or obligation to come again. Oh, I see. Professor Jiang narrowed his eyes, looked at Yang Wenqin again, and seemed to have figured something out, but he didn't say anything more. He chuckled lightly. You're that young man from the Yang family, aren't you? Just got back from abroad? Facing Professor Jiang, Yang Wenqin's arrogance subsided considerably, and he lowered his head and said meekly, I just got back from abroad this month, and I plan to develop my career in China from now on. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded slightly. That's a good thing. Keep developing your business well. I heard you even applied for a studio with my school. Is it also for making games? Right. The game market in the country is indeed a blue ocean right now, so let's work hard. After offering a few simple words of encouragement, Professor Jiang looked around Lu Yuren's booth and nodded slightly. Ran, you really have a great talent for drawing. These 2 paintings are nice. Please wrap them up and give them to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuren nodded slightly, about to take action. Yang Wenqin, who was next to him, had already quickly started wrapping the package. Upon witnessing this scene, although Lu Yuren wanted to stop it, it was too late. She felt a little annoyed. I shouldn't have let Yang Wenqin come today in the first place. Now look what they've become in Grandpa Zhang's eyes. Yang Wenqin wrapped the 2 paintings neatly and handed them to Lu Yuren in front of him. Here you go, Professor Jiang. This is all wrapped up for you. Please take it. Professor Jiang accepted the 2 paintings, gave Yang Wenqin a deep look, and nodded with a half smile. Then he said to Lu Yuren, Ran, I'm going to browse around the other booths first. You can come over to my place if you have time. Okay. Lu Yuren nodded obediently. I watched Professor Jiang leave. Lu Yuren let out a long sigh of relief, even though she had sold 2 paintings. But she was really in a bad mood. This feeling is awful. Professor Jiang will definitely misunderstand something. But she just didn't explain anything. Lu Yuren, oh Lu Yuren, you are incredibly stupid. Why won't you speak up when it could be explained in just a sentence or 2? Do you really have to wait until there's absolutely no chance left before you're satisfied? Now look at Yang Wenqin in front of you. For the first time, Lu Yuren felt that he was truly different from before. At least, when I first came back, my heart would race a little. But what about now? I felt nothing at all. So, Lu Yuren, you simply don't understand what liking is, right? Lu Yuren silently harbored this question in her heart. At this time, Professor Jiang held the 2 paintings, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Where did that brat Jiang run off to? What the heck is going on? Where did everyone go? Hey, Lao Jiang, isn't that girl over there the one in your class who always fails advanced math? Suddenly someone shouted. Professor Jiang looked in the direction of the sound. That's true. Lin Cece, that little girl, also came. You found out that she didn't do well in advanced mathematics? Professor Jiang couldn't help but laugh. Of course, you don't have many students calling into your office every day, so you'll naturally get to know them over time, won't you? How about we go take a look over there? You've said a lot of things about that girl before, so why don't we go for a stroll? I heard this. Professor Jiang thought about it and agreed. And this girl is Jiang and student. I wonder how the advanced mathematics tutoring is going. If he can't teach well, but Jiang can, then things will get interesting. While thinking about it, he replied aloud. What you're saying is true. Although she's not good at advanced mathematics, I know that this girl's art grades are excellent, ranking among the top in her grade. Let's go take a look. A group of elderly professors started walking and headed directly to Lin Cece's booth, which was not far away. In fact, the trio has already started. Want to play Do Diju? Zhang Zhijie pulled out his phone, eager to play. Playing Do Diju is no fun. Who wants to be the landlord and get beaten by 2 against 1? I don't like that. Lin Cece pouted and was the first to disagree. Jiang nodded. That's right, landlords attract a lot of hatred. If I were a landlord, wouldn't you 2 be determined to take me down? I wouldn't be happy either. Damn it, you 2 are really something. Zhang Zhijie got impatient and was about to say something, but he only got halfway through his sentence. He was then met with the chilling gazes of 2 people. They immediately and obediently shrank back. The way you 2 are so afraid to even try. There's no one else like you. I heard this. The 2 then looked away. Zhang Zhijie wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling uneasy. Oh no, it's all that old rascal Yang Wenqin's fault. He almost led him astray with his rambling words. Let's play Run Fast then. Everyone knows how to play Run Fast, right? I'll let Ruojia log on. As he spoke, Zhang Zhijie took out his phone and started calling for help. Just then, Jiang suddenly thought of something and pulled Zhang Zhijie aside to ask. By the way, what is Ruojia's major? Zhang Zhijie paused for a moment, then looked up and replied. I'm studying finance. one of our school's 3 top-ranked majors: painting, computer science, and finance. Ruojia seems to be a top student too, Jiangyan said after thinking for a moment. Zhang Zhijie sighed. It seems I'm the only academic failure among them. Let Ruojia come to the studio later. I think the studio needs to be officially registered as well, Jiangyan said, squinting his eyes. Attack on Titan is progressing extremely rapidly now. He also participated in the graduation project competition. At the current pace, winning the championship is not impossible. Therefore, Jiangyan is considering using the funds provided by the school to directly create a studio. And the startup team is naturally composed of trustworthy people. Zhang Zhijie is a true childhood friend. We practically grew up together. It's truly beneficial for Jiangyan. Miss Lin, Jiangyan's eyes flickered slightly. A true beauty, no doubt about it. Su Ruojia and Jiangyan have known each other for a long time. The girl Zhang Zhijie has decided on. In the future, they will be Jiangyan's younger siblings. In this way, the startup team began to take shape. Upon hearing Jiangyan's statement, Zhang Zhijie immediately slapped his forehead, his expression instantly becoming much more invigorated. Frog fun, Lao Jiang, your brain works so well. How could I have forgotten about Ruojia? To be honest, I'm exhausted from running the operations all by myself. If Ruojia helps me, wouldn't it be a sure thing to take off? Leave this to me, I'll handle it. Seeing Zhang Zhijie's confident demeanor, Jiangyan shook his head with amusement. Anyway, you can decide for yourself. As they were talking, several voices rang in their ears. The professors have arrived? Lin Cixi suddenly spoke weakly, the usually fierce heroine Lin appearing unusually flustered at this moment. Zhang Zhijie couldn't help but laugh, and said, Miss Lin, do you have to be so uneasy? Lin Cixi rolled her eyes. Of course I'm uneasy. Look, all those professors have paintings in their hands. If they don't buy any at our booth, doesn't that, to some extent, prove that my paintings aren't good enough? Zhang Zhijie was speechless for a moment. Jiangyan, however, smiled and comforted her. Why are you thinking so much? Of course, this kind of thing depends on personal preference, and not everyone has such a good eye. If he picks it, it means he has good taste. If he doesn't, it proves he doesn't know anything about quality. Well, it sounds a bit hypocritical, Lin Cixi said with a smile, but it's really heartwarming. The 3 of them were talking. The professors have arrived. The professors dispersed, pausing to look at different paintings. Professor Jiang went straight to Lin Cixi. The girl instinctively gasped for breath and stared nervously at the old professor. Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang looked at the uneasy-looking girl and couldn't help but laugh. Why are you looking at me stuttering? I'm not here to lecture you. Lin Cixi shook her head guiltily. No, I didn't. It wasn't that I was really nervous. It's just a habit. After all, every time I met Professor Jiang before, I got scolded. Don't be nervous. I'm here to see the paintings. Professor Jiang was both amused and exasperated, and began to wonder if he had been too strict in his daily life. This has given the little girl a traumatic feeling. It seems I'll have to be gentler from now on. The old professor was criticizing himself. Lin Cixi was already busy, and turned around to greet them. Boss, Zhang Zhijie, hurry up and put up those paintings in the back too. Then I looked up and saw. Where is anyone now? There was clearly no one left. No way. These 2 people disappeared at the crucial moment. That's completely unreliable. Lin Cixi stared at the 2 empty chairs behind her, and was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? They were just talking nonsense about playing poker. It's only been a few minutes. The 2 people then disappeared. This is so incredibly unreliable. Although Lin Cixi felt helpless, she didn't have time to complain, and besides, the girl herself was quite independent. He immediately turned around and began to carry the new paintings in front of him upstairs. I must say, Lao Jiang, your students' paintings are indeed quite good. Yes, I feel it's much better than many students over there. This painting is nice. I like it. I'll buy it. Hey, you old bastard. I just said I wanted that painting. Why are you still trying to steal it? First come, first serve. Watching these elderly professors scramble for his painting. Lin Cixi, who was panting from carrying things, suddenly broke into a bright smile. People seem to like it quite a bit. I'm not saying this to be mean. but can't you all be a little more mindful of your professorial image? What's with all this noise? After Professor Jiang finished reflecting on his actions, he saw two old friends arguing over a painting. He couldn't help but walk over, taking the painting from the two people's hands as he spoke. After glancing at it, his eyes flickered slightly. I have to say, this was the first time Professor Jiang had seen Lin Cici's paintings. It's really well drawn. It's much better looking than the ones he just saw. Thinking of this, Professor Jiang's expression changed slightly. He then silently put the painting in his pocket and coughed lightly, saying, Ahem. Well, this painting is nice. I'll take it. It was given to me by my student. You wouldn't dare to take it from me, would you? Upon hearing this, the expressions of many professors instantly changed. Damn it. Lao Jiang, are you out of your mind? Is this how you do things, Lao Jiang? You're being way too cunning. Weren't you going to say you wanted to see it? Why did you put it away? Looking at the noisy scene before me, Lin Cici really felt a little dazed. I never imagined something like this could happen. Surprisingly, a group of professors were fighting over her painting. She also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling of being recognized is quite nice. And at that very moment, a crisp sound rang in my ears. Professors, can't we be a little more mindful of our image? Come on, don't rush, okay? What did I say again? Appreciating paintings and sipping tea is a refined pursuit for people. How can you do it in such a hurry? This is also unbecoming of professors of such high moral standing. Come on, let's go buy some good tea. Everyone have some, and then take your time choosing, okay? There are still a lot of paintings to choose from. Our booth is all about a treasure. Lin Cici heard the voice and immediately turned her gaze in that direction. The next moment, the girl couldn't help but sniff, and surprisingly, she felt a slight sourness in her nose. Not far away, Jiang In and Zhang Zhijie each held a disposable paper cup, a small chair, a large box of tea, and a pot of hot water. They were attentively pouring tea for the professors. These retired professors were naturally delighted. After wandering around for quite a while, and with all the noise, we were naturally thirsty. Now that's great. With tea in hand, I can comfortably look at the paintings a little longer. So, those two weren't the unreliable ones who ran away at crucial moments after all. Instead, are you going to prepare things to appease these professors? Lin Cici wasn't stupid. She naturally understood the two people's intentions. Undoubtedly, the longer professors look at the booth, the greater the chance they are of buying a painting. This must have been Teacher Zhang's idea. Although Lin Cici pursed her lips, she couldn't hide the smile on her face at all. They quickly placed the other paintings on top. She had a premonition. Today will definitely be her best chance to become a little rich woman. On the other side, Professor Jiang watched as Jiang Un and Zhang Zhijie busied themselves serving tea and water. His face darkened, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Especially when he saw the tea box Jiang Un was holding, he really wanted to beat the brat up. You little brat. So you went to my office and took my favorite box of tea, didn't you? And I thought you'd run off somewhere else, but you're actually at this booth? Thinking of this, Professor Jiang couldn't help but glance at Lin Cici a few more times. The scene between Lu Yuran and Yang Wenqin just now flashed through my mind again. Hey, what brings Professor Jiang here? Jiang Un walked up to Professor Jiang with a smile, holding a cup of tea. Hee. Professor Jiang glanced at Jiang Un and sneered. You little rascal, you stole tea leaves from my room. Oh, don't fuss over these details. Look how happy the professors are drinking. Professor Jiang was speechless for a moment. He took a sip of tea and said with a rather serious expression, Jiang Un, what's going on between you and Ran Ran? I just saw her and Yang Wenqin setting up an art exhibition over there. I thought you would be there, but you're not. Oh. Jiang Un raised an eyebrow, surprised that the old man would actually pay attention to this matter. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Professor Jiang, some things are quite complicated to explain. But time will tell, you'll understand later. With the old man, Jiang Un didn't want to say too much. It was unnecessary and meaningless. It only adds to your troubles and worries. Looking at Jiang Un's calm demeanor, Professor Jiang frowned slightly, wanting to say something more, but then stopped himself, finally taking a sip of tea and calmly saying, Okay, whatever you do, just keep your own plans in mind. Also, you are now an adult, and I believe in your ability to be independent. After saying this, Professor Jiang ignored her and walked straight toward Lin Cece with a smiling and amiable expression. Upon seeing this, Jiang En's facial muscles twitched slightly, his expression somewhat strange. What's going on now? Are you just going to abandon me? Jiang En naturally had no idea. Professor Jiang is determined to salvage his image. He walked up to Lin Cece and said with a smile, Xiaolin, your painting is really good. You mentioned before that you joined some kind of studio. How's that going? Professor Jiang is pretending to be confused when he knows the truth, all in order to get closer to Lin Cece. The old man reflected that he had been too cold-hearted in his daily life. That's what made the little girl look nervous. That's not good. Oh, Professor Jiang, I'm still in my studio. Let me tell you quietly. Lin Cece's eyes sparkled and her eyebrows danced with excitement when she mentioned the studio. Professor Jiang, the game our current studio is working on is doing very well. It looks like it's about to take off. Our boss? Yes, that's Jiang En, the one I told you about last time. Professor Jiang nodded. I know, he's my student. He used to do very well in advanced mathematics. Yes, he did a great job. I was just drawing in there. But Professor Jiang, don't worry, he's been teaching me advanced mathematics, and I'll try my best to do well on this exam. Guaranteed to pass. Seeing the girl's confident expression, Professor Jiang chuckled. Okay, as long as you're confident. While Lin Cece was gaining popularity, other booths gradually began to pay attention to this area as well. After all, the scene of 7 or 8 elderly professors gathered around drinking tea and appreciating paintings was quite different from others. What's going on over there? Lin Cece's booth. Yang Wenqin glanced at it and found it a bit strange. Lin Cece's location isn't very good. Logically speaking, if the student population isn't high, how did they manage to retain so many professors? Lin Cece. Lu Yuran, sitting to the side, frowned slightly. She would never have remembered this name before. But now, it's hard not to remember. Yeah, you don't understand, do you? Jiang En and Zhang Zhijia are both there. As Yang Wenqin spoke, a look of displeasure appeared on his face. I really don't understand what those three are doing, getting together like this. Lu Yuran fell silent, but her expression showed a great deal of struggle. Did you hear that, Lu Yuran? Jiang En is here. Jiang En did come. Jiang En is participating in an art exhibition. Only, he didn't come to your booth, he didn't come to help you, but chose to help another girl instead. This is the result. Are you satisfied now? Originally, he should be there for you, busy with everything for you. Now, however, he's with another girl. They tried every means to retain those professors. Lu Yuran raised her head slightly, trying to appear less uncomfortable. Jiang En is quite capable. He managed to keep those professors here with tea. But I don't think we'll sell many. After all, how could anyone possibly like Lin Cece's paintings? As Yang Wenqin spoke, his eyes darted across his phone. Then, he suddenly stood up, glanced at Lu Yuran, and said, Haha, Ran, I suddenly feel a little unwell. I'm going to the restroom first. As he spoke, he walked directly to the right. Lu Yuran had no time to care about him at the moment. Otherwise, I would definitely tell him. There is no restroom on the right. At this moment, Lu Yuran silently took out her phone and scrolled through her recent chat history with Jiang En. Jiang En, Yuran, the art exhibition is coming soon. I'll come and help you then. Lu Yuran, we'll talk about it later. Jiang En, it's okay, I prepared in advance. Lu Yuran, oh. Scroll down one more time. The final chat log was frozen in time. Lu Yuran, my dad asked if you've arrived. Jiang En, Chapter 45 Jealousy and Envy. The chat page ends here. You can't pull it down any further. Lu Yuran raised her head, unsure whether she felt distressed or irritated. In conclusion, she was very unhappy. What makes her unhappy is that Jiang En is now by Lin Cece's side, helping her with her art exhibition. What makes her unhappy is that Lin Cece is doing so well with Jiang En's help. Why isn't she as spirited and ready to fight as she was when I first saw her? At this moment, Lu Yuran was fully aware of what was making her angry. It wasn't because Jiang En hadn't come to her side. Conflicts were one thing, and they could stop contacting each other. But how could he just go to Lin Cece's side like that, and run around taking care of her? She's an artist in your studio, and you even teach her advanced mathematics. And if nothing unexpected happened that day, You abandoned me for her, right? Sitting in Zhang Zijia's car at the time, Lu Yuran even had the urge to open the window and jump out. Not only that, but you two travel together every day, and although I haven't seen it, I am aware of all of this. Could it be that you two are really just colleagues with a superior-subordinate relationship? Those old professors, Grandpa Jiang. You were the one who helped preserve them, weren't you? If you were just colleagues, why would you go to such lengths for her? Lu Yuran had never doubted Jiang in this way. I even wondered if I was overthinking things at the party that day. Actually, Jiang and Lin Cixi are already boyfriend and girlfriend? Staring blankly at the bustling crowd not far away, Lu Yuran felt as if a storm of knives had fallen on her heart. This emotion, bordering on jealousy, nearly drove her mad. This feeling is far more painful than regret. Jealousy is always the most painful emotion. Images of them laughing together will endlessly float into my mind. Even if you are absolutely certain that there is nothing between the two of them. But you still can't help feeling uncomfortable, with angina, unease, and even an urge to forget everything. Lu Yuran closed her eyes in pain. She somewhat regretted coming to the art exhibition today. When she came, she held on to some hope that Jiang would take the initiative to help her. But not only did they not come, he wanted to be with other people. Since this is the outcome, she might as well not come at all. That way, at least in her mind, Jiang's image would still be so good. Lu Yuran slowly bent over, her face pale, and her stomach was cramping. Today is also her period. But Jiang must have forgotten. In the past, Jiang would always bring a cup of brown sugar water, wrap her in a coat when she was in pain, gently rub her stomach, and probably wouldn't care about art exhibitions anymore. He would just take her hand and leave. But now, Lu Yuran clenched her teeth in pain, then pulled a strip of white pills from her pocket. Ibuprofen pain reliever. She had a look of despair on her face. It was thrown towards Jiang, which was not far away. Jiang, do you know him? After you left, I can only take painkillers now. Although taking painkillers can have some effects on the body. But I still have to walk on, head held high, passing by you. About 15 minutes later, Jiang finally saw the professors off. He let out a long breath and looked with a smile at Lin Cixi and Zhang Zhijia, who were already slumped in the two chairs. Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up, count the sales figures. I heard this. Lin Cixi immediately perked up, got up, stared at the scene in front of her, and quickly raised a finger. 10 paintings. Jiang's eyes flickered with surprise. No, it's 13. Lin Cixi muttered to herself, seemingly finding it hard to believe even to herself. She actually sold 13 paintings? The teacher once said that selling 2 paintings would be considered excellent. So now hasn't she already far exceeded expectations in completing the mission? 13. Even Zhang Zhijia couldn't sit still. He jumped up and gave Lin Cixi a thumbs up. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Miss Lin, I knew you were different from ordinary painters. You're going to take off from here. I'll be clinging to your coattails in advance. Zhang Zhijia said, pretending to actually be clinging to her coattails. The girl kicked him lightly, her face slightly flushed, and said, Tui, 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 Tui. It's not as outrageous as you guys are making it out to be. I was lucky, and you guys were the ones who helped me a lot this time. Lin Cixi looked at the two of them with great gratitude. If Jiang and Zhang Zhijia hadn't come up with a way to keep the professors here, even if her paintings were quite good, the professors might not have been willing to stay and appreciate them carefully. Jiang smiled upon hearing this. We only did a superficial job to create an opportunity for you. The real reason why you can sell your paintings is because they are good enough. Feeling Jiang's burning, sincere gaze, Lin Cixi lowered her head a little shyly. To be honest, such words of approval are really embarrassing. All right. 13 paintings. I feel like I'm already on the road to becoming a rich woman. Lin Cixi glanced at the balance on her phone. Each painting costs an average of 300. She earned 3,009 in just one morning. What does this mean? That's almost a month and a half's living expenses. Although the unit price is not as high as when sold to those dead fat otaku. But the advantage lies in the freedom. Most of these paintings were created by her own ideas. There's no need to deliberately try to please anyone. This feeling is wonderful. Since you're about to become a rich woman, Why don't you hurry up and treat us to dinner? Jiang said cheerfully. Lin Cece glanced at the dwindling number of people in the art gallery, and then at the time. It's almost 10:30. Immediately, the girl waved her small hand and said with a surge of heroic spirit, "Let's go eat. Today's expenses are on Mr. Lin." After saying this, Lin Cece moved swiftly, glaring fiercely at the two of them as she reminded them. "That's what they say. You too, keep a little control." Jiang and Zhang Zhijie exchanged a smile, thoroughly amused. After making their decision, the three of them quickly packed their things. The scroll was finished, the drawing board was put into the bag, and the booth was cleaned up. Mission accomplished, the trio were among the first to leave the clubhouse. Near the entrance, Jiang noticed a familiar figure, Lu Yuran. To be honest, he still felt a little guilty. After all, it was a bit immoral and impolite of him to just abandon her last time. "Your face is so pale." Jiang frowned slightly, thinking it must be her period. "I didn't bring any brown sugar water either. I must be in pain." Just as I was about to instinctively move forward, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. He stopped in his tracks, his expression becoming much calmer. "She has nothing to do with you anymore. You're not her boyfriend. Something's crossed the line. You shouldn't have done it." This thought crossed my mind. Jiang immediately felt much more relaxed and walked towards the door without looking back. Let's call Chapter 46, Jianghu Studio. As Jiang walked past Lu Yuran, I felt exceptionally relaxed. The feeling of letting go is like a refreshing McFlurry on a hot summer day. It has nothing to do with indifference or cold-bloodedness. It's like finally letting go of some heavy shackles. I feel light all over. He just walked past like that. With her head held high, revealing her swan-like neck, Lu Yuran left without lingering on the figure in her eyes. I felt a kind of inexplicable discomfort. She lowered her head, finally unable to hide it any longer, and clutched her stomach. What good is taking ibuprofen for pain relief? It takes at least 2 hours for the medication to take effect. The pain will not lessen in the slightest during these 2 hours. So, that's the kind of animal humans are. Once you're trapped in a swamp of suffering, it's impossible to escape unscathed in an instant. He must have figured it out. However, he was unwilling to turn back. If time could turn back? Do you wish time could turn back? The girl's gaze was somewhat lost. His face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. We left the art gallery. The three of them headed straight to a hot pot restaurant. It's worth mentioning that Lin Cece is originally from Sichuan and Chongqing, but she came to Shanghai with her parents. It seems their tastes are similar to those of people in Shanghai. However, deep down, the strong flavors of Sichuan and Chongqing people still linger in their bones. Extra spicy broth and clear broth. When ordering the hot pot base, Lin Cece's eyes lit up, finally giving Jiang and Zhang Zhijie a way out. Then I quickly started selecting from the menu. She hasn't had hot pot in a long time either. Soon, the girl ordered a bunch of her favorite ingredients and handed them to Jiang and Zhang Zhijie, saying generously, "Although I said I'd let you two control the points. But that was a joke. You guys order what you like to eat." Lin Cece might be a bit stingy, but this stinginess only applies to himself. The pressure of living alone is immense, and the young woman habitually tries to save money. Zhang Zhijie and Jiang exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. How could they not understand Lin Cece? Jiang smiled, and then drew most of the menu in one go. Zhang Zhijie then took the opportunity to put the other half on. Lin Cece, 0.0. The girl was completely dumbfounded. "No, you two are inhuman." She steeled herself and said with a dark expression, "Hey, have the two of you here never eaten before? With so much food, can we really finish it all?" Jiang put on an innocent expression. "Please, you're a rich lady. What's wrong with treating us to more food?" That's right, Lin the rich woman." Zhang Zhijie grinned slyly. Lin Cece looked up at the sky and sighed. "Dog. This is a real dog." She nodded through gritted teeth, forcing a smile. "Good. Then you two absolutely must eat more. If anyone eats too little, let me tell you, you really shouldn't sleep too soundly." Okay. Jiang nodded and handed over the menu. At that moment, the girl felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Although she was mentally prepared, but I wasn't really mentally prepared for this. These two are just too much, sob sob sob. With that thought in mind, Lin Cece mustered all her strength and decided that she had to finish eating. Even if the two of them couldn't finish, she would stuff herself until her stomach burst. Looking at Lin Cece's behavior, Jiang En and Zhang Zhijie kept laughing. Soon, the hot pot was served. This Lao Wang hot pot is Lin Cece's favorite hot pot restaurant because the clear broth is made with pork tripe and chicken soup, and the spicy broth is an extra spicy version. It perfectly suits her foodie nature as someone from Sichuan and Chongqing and someone from Shanghai. If the food is too spicy, she can just have a bowl of soup. How wonderful. Pity. The last time I ate it was on my birthday. Miss Lin, did you often eat hot pot before? Zhang Zhijie watched Lin Cece quickly start putting the dishes in the pot and suddenly asked curiously. No, not at all. Lin Cece shook her head, a pitiful look on her face. Because we have no money, no people, and no time. Jiang En chuckled and said, I can understand not having money or time, but what about not having anyone? Are you eating alone? Eating hot pot by yourself? Lin Cece nodded, looking suspicious. Yeah, what's so strange about that? I not only eat hot pot alone, but I also watch movies alone, go shopping alone, and go to the amusement park alone. I've been alone for so many years. As she spoke, the girl's gaze fell upon the tripe in front of her. She pinched it tightly and placed it into the fragrant red broth. The bubbling bubbles gradually transformed the tripe into the most wonderful thing in the world. Are you alone? Jiang En remained silent for a moment. Actually, he hadn't experienced this feeling in all these years. Eat hot pot, watch movies, go shopping, visit amusement parks. He stayed by Lu Yuren's side forever. But strangely enough, yet he can completely understand a person's feelings. What's going on here? Even if there are people around, is there still a sense of loneliness in one's heart? Jiang En took a sip of orange juice with a self-deprecating expression, looking somewhat dazed. Zhang Zhijie's mouth dropped open, and he gave Lin Cece a thumbs up, looking longingly at her. Wow, Lin heroine is amazing. I'm starting to think more and more that you're like someone who stepped out of a martial arts novel. That kind of family is very powerful, but you insist on venturing into the world alone with only a sword, and after experiencing many hardships, you return to the declining family and revive it all by yourself. Hearing Zhang Zhijie's description, Lin Cece decisively interrupted, her expression serious. The middle part is reasonable, but the beginning and end are not. Huh. Zhang Zhijie was dumbfounded. First of all, my family isn't powerful. Finally, I don't have a home, so I won't go home. As she spoke, the girl placed the cooked tripe into the oil dish, wrapped it up from the left and right, coating it with sauce, and then opened her mouth wide and stuffed it in. A strong sense of satisfaction made her almost cheer with joy. And then I heard what she said. Zhang Zhijie, however, seemed somewhat caught off guard and unprepared. Instinctively, he looked at Jiang En beside him, but he found that Jiang En just smiled slightly at him, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Then, Jiang En stuffed a piece of beef into the pot and started cooking it, calmly saying, It's all right, we can just change the story a bit. You are a lonely female swordsman, upright and righteous, always ready to help those in need. But you're not happy fighting alone. Until one day, you met a master named Jiang En and a scoundrel named Zhang Zhijie. You three have decided to join forces and venture into the world together. And they all gathered at a hot pot restaurant, simmering tripe and eating mutton. On this day, you decided to form a gang. Let's call it Jianghu. Jiang En raised his head, looked at the two people with stunned and bewildered expressions, and repeated. What I mean is, Lady Lin, Swordsman Zhang. Let's call it Jianghu Studio. Chapter 47, Those Two Bastards. Hearing Jiang En's words, Zhang Zhijie and Lin Cece were both slightly taken aback. Jianghu Studio? Zhang Zhijie rubbed his chin slightly, then a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. I think it's great. This name suits my taste perfectly. Lin Cece thought for a moment and said, I think it's a good idea. I feel like I can start working on the logo when I get back tonight. Seeing that neither of them had any objections, Jiang En smiled and picked up the cup in front of him. Come on, since no one has any objections, shall we raise a glass and drink together? Good. Bang. The crisp sound of glasses clinking rang out. Jiang'an probably didn't expect this. This is how the future gaming empire, Jianghu, will be formed. Nearly an hour later, Jiang In and the other two had eaten their fill and were sitting at the table, too exhausted to even move. I can't. I'm just too full. Lin Cece rubbed her lower abdomen, looking distressed. Support. Jiang In laughed and said, Miss Lin, there are still so many ingredients left. Wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't finish them? Why don't we just keep eating? These words were spoken. Eat my ass. Zhang Zhijie waved his hand frantically beside him, slumped back in his chair, his face full of melancholy, like a balloon being stretched taut, in great pain. I can't eat any more. I'm just too full. This hot pot meal. The three of them ordered a table full of ingredients. They're all trying their best to show off. But I really can't show off anymore. Lin Cece silently clenched her small fists, feeling both helpless and heartbroken, and said, Can't you two old fools order less? Now it's all good. We can't possibly finish it all. Wah, my little money. Upon hearing this, Jiang In and Zhang Zhijie couldn't help but laugh. Hey rich girl, you promised to pay the bill tonight. Lin Cece gritted her teeth and waved her little pink fist. I'll buy it. Wait, I'm still a little thirsty. I finished my drink. Heroine, please arrange some more. Jiang In winked at her and said with a smile. Yes, I want one too. Lin Cece said with disdain. No way. I'm not going to buy it for you. But there's free Coke over there. I'll go get you some. As she spoke, the girl moved quickly and lightly to the soda machine. He took out 3 cups, then let out a long breath and reached out to take their Cokes. Jiang In watched as she raised her slender arms in the sunlight, each line smooth and beautiful, every inch of her skin dazzlingly white. He couldn't help but sigh. This is what youth looks like. Come on, have some cola. Drink as much as you want. All you can eat. Lin, the heroine, returned with a full cup of cola, exuding extraordinary generosity. Jiang In took a sip, then said with a smile in his eyes, Okay, let's go pay the bill. It's getting late. We should head back, shouldn't we? Hearing this, Lin Cece nodded and then reluctantly walked towards the counter. Clearly, the girl was having a headache at the thought of this large expense. Fortunately, we still enjoyed the meal. Watching Lin Cece go to pay the bill, Jiang In and Zhang Zhijie exchanged a glance. Zhang Zhijie said quietly, Old Jiang, what do you think of Lin Cece? Jiang In was slightly taken aback, completely unexpected that Zhang Zhijie would ask such a question. He couldn't help but frown slightly and say, Why do you ask that? I just wanted to say, what do you think? How about it? Jiang In's gaze drifted slightly to the figure of the girl not far away. What else can we do? Of course, that would be wonderful. Lin Cece is like the sun, always giving people a warm feeling. During the time I spent with her, Jiang In felt exceptionally relaxed. This is why Jiang In was happy to be friends with her. For most of the past, Jiang In was busy figuring out how to please and win over Lu Yuran. His happiness was entirely based on Lu Yuran's emotions. It would be a lie to say I'm not tired. It's only when you truly let go that you realize how exhausting the past was. And now, in his relationship with Lin Cece, it's so relaxing and comfortable. This kind of interaction is something I could never have experienced in the past. Seeing Jiang In deep in thought, Zhang Zhijie smiled almost imperceptibly. But he didn't say anything, instead gently patting Jiang In on the shoulder. All right, stop daydreaming, or we'll forget about our business. I heard this. Jiang In then came to his senses. Then, somewhat speechless, he glanced at the guy and said in an annoyed tone, What kind of look was that on your face? I think you've been led astray by that show-off guy. No way, Zhang Zhijie feigned surprise, covering his mouth and then shrinking back. If I get led astray by Yang Wenqin, how am I supposed to live? The two were chatting and laughing. Lin Cece returned exhausted. Then he reclined on the chair without any regard for his image. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if he had been hollowed out. Seeing Lin Cece in this state, Jiang In couldn't help but chuckle. Hey Lin Cece, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly become so listless? Lin Cece looked at the two of them with resentment. What do you think? 700 yuan. A hot pot meal for 3 people cost 700 yuan. If we had finished eating, that would have been fine, but we've only eaten half of it. As she spoke, the girl shook her head and began taking out a takeout bag, looking distressed. That's great. We'll have to take it back to eat. Jiang smiled and said, Miss Lin, what are our terms? Are we even taking some home? I'm not like you guys, 700. That's half a month's living expenses for me. Lin Cece bit her lip, though she wasn't really angry. After all, it's nothing to treat everyone to a meal. The girl was well aware of the subtle care Jiang and Zhang Zhijie took for her at the studio. So, it's just that I'm used to being thrifty and frugal, and I feel a little heartache about spending money. The girl tidied up as she did so. Jiang said with a frown, That's strange. How come I've received so many messages? Lin Cece, have you received it? What message? Lin Cece raised an eyebrow. If you can't receive messages, why are you showing them to me? Do you think I'll receive them? No, I received this message too. Miss Lin, please take a look. Zhang Zhijie suddenly shouted from the side. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece looked at the two of them with a strange expression and put down the takeout bag she was holding. No, you two, are you serious? What news do you have that I need to see too? You'll see when you see it, Zhang Zhijie said with a wink and a smile. You're crazy. Although Lin Cece was complaining, she still picked up her phone and looked at the message page. Your account, last 4 digits, 0113, has received a transfer of 7,000. I saw this message. Lin Cece's eyes flickered slightly, and she raised her head somewhat blankly. Oh, what is this? Zhang Zhijie leaned over to take a look, then waved his phone screen and said sourly. Wow, 7,000. As expected, the operations department is worse than a dog. My bonus this month is only 3,000. But Lady Lin got 7,000. Jiang chuckled softly from the side. Isn't that obvious? Ms. Lin single-handedly handled all the graphics for our game. What's wrong with 7,000 yuan? As he spoke, he gave Lin Cece a pitiful look. Miss Lin, the salary is a bit low. You won't abandon us two brothers, will you? Lin Cece was stunned. These two bastards. You're kidding me. No wonder they ordered so much food. And it cost me my money. So that's where you were waiting for me. Although her nose felt sore, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly involuntarily, and she hummed softly. Well, don't tell me. You really shouldn't tell me. It's really hard to say. Chapter 48. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. When I came out of the hot pot restaurant, Lin Cece's eyes were red and swollen. Who is this person? Who's the kind person who spends my money first and then surprises me with my salary? Two bastards, two idiots. Zhang Zhijie, struggling to carry several takeout bags, grinned and said, Hey, Ms. Lin, let's give each other a smile. See, I told you, why don't we just throw these away? We're quite wealthy now anyway. As he spoke, he started to walk toward the trash can on the side. Lin Cece raised her eyebrows slightly and put her hands on her hips. Lousy, the Shu Road Mountain. Jiang, who was furtively preparing to throw away the takeout bags with Zhang Zhijie, decisively stopped Zhang Zhijie. Unwise. Zhang Zhijie was bewildered. We can't beat them. Jiang obediently walked back, then forced a smile and looked at the Sichuan Chongqing girl in front of him, chuckling as he said, That Lady Lin, how could we throw her away? We're just kidding. Tisich, Lin Cece withdrew her gaze, then said dejectedly, Is there really such a large bonus this month? She asked, looking at the two of them with a slightly doubtful expression. Did you secretly slip some money in there, boss? Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but laugh, saying with a wry smile, No, what nonsense are you thinking, Lin? Is your boss a money-giving genius who'll stuff money into your pocket? As he spoke, his expression became slightly more serious. This money was given to us by the game platform this month, which is the income we earned ourselves. Moreover, this amount of money is still small, because we only launched the game at the end of last month. This month's earnings could be quite substantial. Jiang wasn't joking. These were indeed profits, but he allocated an extra 10% from his own quota to the girl according to the agreed proportion. It means nothing else. Lin Cece is indeed the hardest working person in the studio. They work even harder than he, a programmer and designer. The girl completed so many drawings almost like a workaholic. Arriving earliest and leaving latest every morning, he practically lived in the studio, which is how he completed the task with high quality and quantity, allowing attack on the puppy to be successfully launched. It can be said that Lin Cc is the biggest contributor to this game. Therefore, Jiang felt that secretly giving an extra 10% shouldn't be a big deal. And then he heard Jiang say those words. An excited look appeared on Lin Cc's face. Will there be more in the future? Yeah, our game has only just launched, okay? Jiang shook his head with amusement. This girl is usually so smart. How come she's so confused at this moment? Boss, we're not really going to take off, are we? Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes couldn't help but sparkle with anticipation. For her, this was something I hadn't expected at all. She thought she would draw some pictures to finish her work. At least this way I'll have a proper job and income. You won't have to worry about not having enough money to pay tuition, not having enough money to buy paint, or having to draw pictures for those fat, bloated otaku anymore. And you can also enjoy free advanced mathematics tutoring from teacher Jiang. Lin Cc had really thought of all of this. And now, of course we're taking off. If you're with me, would I let you go hungry? Jiang replied with a smile. And at that very moment, Zhang Zhijie suddenly walked over and handed a bunch of bags to Jiang. Jiang looked completely bewildered. What the hell are you trying to do? Sorry, Lao Jiang, I have to run for my life. Jiang's big eyes were filled with great confusion. Lin Cc looked at Zhang Zhijie with the same puzzled expression as Jiang. What's this old guy up to? Seeing the two people staring at him, Zhang Zhijie seemed a little embarrassed and fidgeted. Oh, you know, Ruojia is looking for me. Jiang looked up at the sky, gritting his teeth. Okay, Mr. Zhang, esteemed Platinum VIP member, have a great time. You two are doing this in broad daylight. Lin Cc was shocked, her beautiful eyes widening. No, I can't stand how blunt you two are. Zhang Zhijie chuckled, then shrank back. Roll. Get out of here. Jiang and the other man glared at him coldly and told Zhang Zhijie to get lost. All right, Xiao Zhang, get lost. Zhang Zhijie let out a sly laugh and jogged away. Watching Zhang Zhijie's retreating figure, Jiang's lips twitched slightly. He suspected that Zhang Zhijie was showing off their affection, but he had no proof. Lin Cc rubbed her chin, then suddenly looked at Jiang with curiosity. Teacher Jiang, are all men like this? They don't seem to care about self-control at all. Jiang heard this, but did not answer. Instead, he remained silent for a while. Only then did he look at Lin Cc with a blank expression. That's a good question. But I don't know. Are you kidding me? My buddy is also a virgin, okay? What's the point of asking me this kind of question? Wah, I feel offended. Lin Cc was initially a little confused by Jiang's answer. But she quickly understood and couldn't help but blush. He spat lightly. Who goes there? The two of them walked back like that. Because there was so much food and meat, it was impossible to bring it back to the dormitory. So Lin Cc suggested taking it home and putting it in the refrigerator. Jiang naturally had no objections, but he grimaced, his hands feeling a little numb from lifting them. Teacher Jiang, are you tired? Do you want me to help you with some of the work? Lin Cc seemed to notice that Jiang was a little tired. He couldn't help but ask. Jiang, however, smiled and calmly replied. Of course I'm not tired. Of course I don't need to share the burden. There aren't many of these things, I can handle it. Not tired. In a situation like this, how can a real man say he can't? Jiang looked somewhat ferocious. His hands were trembling, but he was still trying to put on a brave face. Lin Cc really wanted to laugh. As expected, a man's entire body is soft. That's where they're stubborn, both in their mouth and in their mouth. I want to laugh. But in the end, I managed to hold back. After all, we still need to give our teacher Jiang some face. Let's just forget about exposing them. And so the boy and girl walked along the tree-lined avenue bathed in sunlight. We walked through a dense cluster of dilapidated residential buildings. Finally, it was obscured by the shadow of the building. We've arrived at the familiar apartment building. Lin Cc paused slightly as she approached the stairs. Jiang turned around, somewhat bewildered. Huh? Why aren't you going up? You didn't forget your keys, did you? Lin Cc couldn't help but laugh, then spat at him. Then, she gently tossed her hair and spoke with an exceptionally serious expression. Teacher Jiang, thank you so much. Chapter 49 Gamblers and the Reality of Life. Upon hearing this, Jiang was slightly taken aback. They were clearly taken aback. He looked at the girl in front of him with amusement and said helplessly, This is nothing to thank me for. Lin Cece bit her cherry pink lips and replied earnestly, Of course I'm grateful. Because you guys are really nice. Jiang Yin's lips curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he reached out and ruffled her hair. So, I'm nice to you because you're very nice to me. Heroine Lin. No one in this world will be kind to you for no reason. You must be good enough for someone to be kind to you. So, you don't need to thank us. The only person you should thank is yourself, who is always happy, carefree, enthusiastic, and adorable. All right. Jiang Yin glanced at the sky as he finished speaking. Let's go upstairs. Even if we go up now to pack, it will probably take a while before we get back to school. Good. Having calmed herself down slightly, Lin Cece gently raised her head. Let's go then. She was genuinely overcome with emotion. That's why I'm thanking Jiang Yin here. For a young girl. This world is wonderful, but there are really not many people who are kind to her. The two of them went up the stairs. Although it was daytime, it was still very dark. Jiang Yin pulled out his phone, turned on the camera, and said helplessly, Why do you never fix the lights in this building's hallway? Because there aren't many residents in this building, Lin Cece replied softly. Hey, I haven't asked you yet. What kind of house is this? Back then, when the court ruled in my favor, because I chose to live alone, this old house was awarded to me. It's probably the last place where my life memories are kept. Lin Cece didn't hide anything and answered directly. I see. Jiang Yin suddenly understood. No wonder the house is so old. It turns out it's a very old house. But a young girl can choose to live independently at such a young age. He shook his head slightly, not saying anything more about the topic. Soon, the two arrived at the door. Lin Cece took the key out of her pocket. As soon as I pushed it inside and opened the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit me. Lin Cece frowned slightly and took a step inside first. Jiang Yin also sensed that something was wrong. Why does this room smell of alcohol? I went inside and took a look. The scene on the table looks somewhat familiar. The table is covered with empty wine bottles. There were still a few cold dishes that weren't finished. Looking further down the sofa, I saw a person lying face down, fast asleep. He reeked of alcohol, smelled terrible, and was extremely unkempt. Jiang Yin's expression was slightly strange. Could it be that gambling addict father who was just taken to the police station by Lin Cece a few days ago? But how did I end up here? And if I remember correctly, Lin Cece just changed the door lock a few days ago. Logically speaking, even if this guy gets out, he can't get back in. Staring at the guy in front of him, Jiang Yin fell into deep thought. Lin Cece's expression changed from solemn to angry. At least, Jiang Yin had never seen Lady Lin so angry before. Lin Cece gritted her teeth and kicked the man in front of her hard. Zhang Zhijia had experienced the force of that kick before, and later he secretly told Jiang Yin that it could practically break one's back. Ouch! The man lying on the sofa cried out in pain. He sat up abruptly from the sofa, his face showing confusion and displeasure. Who is it? Who the hell dares to touch me? That loud voice was so powerful it could shatter one's ears. The man opened his drunken eyes, and upon seeing Lin Cece, he instinctively shrank back, seemingly showing some fear. He pointed at Lin Cece. What are you doing? Lin Cece sneered. Why are you criticizing me? Guess what I'm doing? Ask yourself first. What are you doing in my house? Lin Cece was really angry, staring at him expressionlessly as she asked him a question. She had just finished cleaning the house last night because of its cleanliness. I've been busy all day, and I'm so tired I can barely walk. All I want to do is come home and lie down for a good night's sleep. Now look what's happened. The air reeked of alcohol, and there was trash everywhere. She's still lying there. The man who drives her crazy just seeing him. Why can't I come back? This is my home. Seeing Lin Cece's aggressive demeanor, the man became somewhat intimidated and shouted in a show of bravado, but lacking real courage. Your home. Lin Cece's eyes flickered, her brows furrowed, and her voice turned slightly cold. Who said this is your home? Lin Danan, you're over 40. How can you be so shameless? This is my home. Jiang Yin stood behind the girl, his gaze slightly helpless. This was the first time he had ever seen Lin Cece so angry. But upon closer reflection, it becomes clear. This Lin Danan must be that gambling addict father. What nonsense are you talking about? I bought this house with my own money. How did it become yours? Lynn Danon shouted guiltily. But the property certificate is in my name now, and the court awarded it to me. Your current actions are trespassing. I can call the police right away. Lynn Cece glared at Lynn Danon, her lips trembling slightly with anger. Call the police? When this is mentioned, Lynn Danon seemed to have been stepped on the tail. He jumped up instantly, raised his hand high, and glared fiercely at Lynn Cece. You brat. I haven't settled the score with you for sending me to the police station last time. You dare bring that up now? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Upon hearing this, Lynn Cece sneered in no way. Last time, you still had the nerve to bring this up. That day you brought so many people to me, and I just can't understand it. What kind of father would do something like this? All that could be heard was Lynn Danon's impatient reply. Damn it, it's my house. I can bring whoever I want back. Have you ever thought about whether I, a girl, would be in danger with so many drunkards? Lynn Cece's gaze was incredibly sharp, as if she wanted to thoroughly examine the man before her. Lynn Danon had never seen such an aggressive daughter before, and his momentum immediately deflated. However, he quickly raised his eyebrows and muttered, You're usually at school, so what's wrong with me bringing them back? Can't you live at school? Why did you come back? Damn it, some jerk reported me last time, and I was detained for so long. What's wrong with them coming out to welcome me back? You're shameless, Lynn Cece said. So what? I'm your father too, Lynn Danon said, straining his neck. Then you have my blood flowing in your veins too. Where's the money I had in the cabinet that day? It's gone, Lynn Danon said. Was that money your mother gave me? I'll just consider it compensation from her. Lynn Cece fell silent. Jiang'an couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew. Those few thousand yuan weren't given to Lynn Cece by her mother. They were her own hard-earned living expenses. No wonder the girl worked so hard those days, and was so nervous when selling paintings in the morning. This moment, Jiang'an seemed to see the most authentic side of life. I also saw that the girl had a very sad expression on her face. Chapter 50 The princess wants to reconcile with the knight. Jiang'an stared at Lynn Cece in front of him. The girl, who was usually as radiant as a little sun, had a deathly pale face, devoid of any color. It was as if she had fallen into a deep swamp, constantly being pulled down into darkness. Lynn Cece raised her head and stared straight at Lynn Danon in front of her. She had been feeling an uncontrollable pain in her heart, but at this moment, it completely dissipated. She said blankly, Don't come here again. Let's cut ties. You've taken a lot of money from me over the years. I'm not asking you for it anymore, and you shouldn't show your face again. Upon hearing this, the girl's resolve was firm and unwavering. She didn't have any other thoughts. I just want to end this endless torment. It's best to chop it clean. However, hearing this, Lynn Danon seemed unwilling to give up. He glared at him. What did you say, you brat? Sever ties. Do you even know I'm your father? Your mother has a new baby now, and I'm the last family member you have in this world. You dare to sever ties with me? You fucking bastard. Lynn Danon became more and more agitated as he spoke, and then slapped him across the face. The agile girl remained motionless at that moment, neither dodging nor avoiding. Upon seeing this, Jiang'an quickly took a step forward, then grabbed his hand tightly, his face looking rather grim. You're a grown man. How can you lay a hand on someone? Have you no shame? Lynn Danon tried to press down harder with his left hand, but it felt like he was being clamped by pliers. Only then did he open his sleepy eyes and look at the young Jiang'an, his face full of displeasure. Who the hell are you? Let go of me. Jiang'an gave him a cold look. Didn't you understand that I told you to leave? Who do you think you are? This is my daughter. I can hit her whenever I want. Lynn Danon angrily tugged at his arm, but couldn't pull it out. He immediately looked at Lynn Cece and said fiercely, I'm not kidding, but you're really doing great now, Lynn Cece. You brought a pretty boy back with you, didn't you? I'm not saying this to be mean, but have you no shame? Do you think that now that you have a man, he can back you up? Lynn Danon then revealed a mocking expression. Is this why you dare to sever ties with me? Have you no shame? Jiang'an's eyes flashed with coldness, and he was about to speak. Lynn Cece had already spoken coldly. First of all, whether you agree or not, and we don't need your consent, we have already severed ties. Secondly, Who I bring back is none of your business. Third, can you get out of here? Lin Cece turned around as she spoke, not even wanting to look at Lin Danon. She never expected this. I never imagined I'd have such an embarrassing day. In front of teacher Jiang. It showed him his most vulnerable side. Roll. Jiang released his grip and stared at Lin Danon, repeating the same sentence. Holy crap. Lin Danon was clearly stunned. He never expected that his own daughter would tell him to get out. Jiang walked over to Lin Cece's side and saw the girl secretly shedding tears. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then I took some tissues from the side and handed them to her. And at that very moment, suddenly, a curse sounded from behind. All that could be heard was the sound of a bottle breaking. Bang! Jiang suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and the next moment, a slight dizziness struck him. Immediately afterwards, he became unsteady on his feet and leaned against the wall with both hands. The sound of Lin Danon cursing and swearing still echoed in my ears. Damn it, where did this pretty boy come from, daring to go against me? Let you two enjoy your sweet time. Lin Danon. Lin Cece heard the noise, and without wiping away her tears, she looked up. They discovered that Jiang's head was bleeding. Lin Danon was still clutching a smashed wine bottle in his hand. Lin Danon saw the blood flowing from the back of Jiang's head and immediately panicked, sobering up a bit. You little brat. How come you can't take a beating? Aye. Before Lin Danon could speak, Lin Cece had already thrown a punch. It's true that the girl is a level 9 judoka. This punch landed. Lin Danon felt dizzy and disoriented. The 1.8-meter-tall man was instantly hit and saw stars all over his head. Lin Cece gritted her teeth, her hands trembling as she supported Jiang. Go to the hospital. Seeing Jiang's deathly pale face, it was all her fault. In an instant, self-blame, guilt, tension, and all sorts of other emotions surged into my heart. You don't need to be nervous. At this moment, Jiang regained his senses slightly, but he was still a little dizzy. He muttered with a wry smile. What kind of situation is this? He actually got a head injury? Hearing Jiang's words of comfort, Lin Cece not only did not feel relieved, but felt even more distressed. She felt she had gone too far. Why bring Jiang home and make him face that unreasonable and domineering person? This kind of thing clearly has nothing to do with him. It shouldn't be related. The sky was getting rather gloomy. The sun was blazing hot in the morning, unbearably so. But now the sky is overcast and gloomy. Lu Yuran came out of the art museum carrying her bag. Behind, also present were Yang Wenqin and Yang Tao, as well as members of his studio. In Yang Wenqin's words, they happened to run into Yang Tao, so they helped each other move their things back. Lu Yuran didn't know why she had anything to refuse. He nodded silently, then walked out looking dejected. Feeling the gloomy weather, it seemed that her mood wasn't much better. Lu Yuran, are you happier now? She slightly raised her head, seemingly lost in thought. Over the years, she has watched Jiang gradually become like Yang Wenqin. In fact, that's exactly what she's been doing quietly. She thought Yang Wenqin was good. Everything about Yang Wenqin was good. But he left. So she wanted Jiang to become like that. But now that Yang Wenqin is back, why does she feel it's all meaningless? Art exhibition. Originally, she should have had a boy who would dote on her and take care of her in every way. It certainly wasn't Yang Wenqin, who had been causing her period pains until now and only ever told her to drink some hot water. So, we really lost something very important. Actually, just as Jiang left, Lu Yuran also had expectations and hopes that Jiang would see her distress and quickly come over to her, treating her well, as before without saying a word. But he didn't. He left. It seems like he let it go just like that. But clearly, it was you, Lu Yuran, who forced him to give it up. I'm so sad. Lu Yuran placed her hand on her stomach and gently rubbed it. Was she about to get used to taking care of herself? But he said that before. A princess is meant to be protected and cared for by knights. But now, the princess was unhappy. The princess was very sad. The princess didn't want to have a conflict with the knight. Princess, I want to make up with the knight. Chapter 51. I almost got caught up in your mess. For Lu Yuran. The sky was overcast. I'm in a bad mood. They didn't even know where to go. If Jiang were here, that would be great. He always knows where to go, what to do, and what to do. As for her, she doesn't have to think about anything. You can simply decide whether you want to go or not. So, where is Jiangyan? Lu Yuran took a deep breath. It would be great if we could make up. She muttered to herself, and after saying this, Lu Yuran was stunned. She actually couldn't help but say something like that. You know, she would never, ever say that before. So, saying something like that won't kill you, right, Lu Yuran? Lu Yuran bent down slightly. My lower abdomen is throbbing with excruciating pain. There were no tears. I just really want to cry. I really want that kind of. Jiangyan, where are you? Jiangyan, please appear soon. Jiangyan, I was wrong. At this moment, at the hospital entrance, Lin Cece was helping Jiangyan inside. Fortunately, the hospital was near the university town, so they arrived quickly. It just feels like it's broken. No need to be so nervous. Seeing Lin Cece looking extremely flustered beside him, Jiangyan couldn't help but comfort her. But there was a lot of blood. As it turns out, even the fiercest heroine, Lin, is no match for her. I was also nervous and at a loss when I saw the blood. Jiangyan endured the pain and forced a smile. If I don't bleed, then my head is really something else. I could probably practice Iron Head Kung Fu. Hearing this, Lin Cece glared at Jiangyan, both amused and helpless. What time is it now? You actually have the mind to joke around. Oh, there's no need to be so nervous. Actually, Jiangyan is much better now than before. At least I'm not so dizzy anymore. But this blow was indeed solid. Lin Danan is so cruel. How could I not be nervous? This is the boss. Lin Cece bit her lip, her hair falling messily across her forehead, and then couldn't help but curse Lin Danan. This person is completely insane. Jiangyan originally wanted to say, "This is your father, why don't you?" Unfortunately, after thinking about it, the girl seemed to have resolutely severed ties with her. So it doesn't seem like a big deal to curse a couple of times. After being admitted to the hospital, without saying a word, Lin Cece pressed Jiangyan into a chair and then went to register herself. Jiangyan was both amused and exasperated by the girl's actions. What kind of mess is this? He was just tapped on the head, but he's acting all dramatic. Just then, a familiar figure walked over. Jiangyan, what are you doing at the hospital? The visitor was none other than Yang Tao. She came to the hospital today to have something checked. As it turned out, we saw Jiangyan. I saw him at the art center this morning. Why is he at the hospital? And there's blood on his head? Starfruit. Jiangyan was also a little surprised. Since separating from Lu Yuran, he has basically had no contact with Yang Tao. But we were quite familiar with each other before. After all, she's Lu Yuran's best friend. It's hard not to be familiar with her. Is your head all right? Yang Tao asked with a hint of doubt in her eyes. It's nothing. I just bumped into something accidentally. What could possibly happen? Jiangyan chuckled, and then said with a smile. And you? What brings you here? Oh, I haven't been feeling well lately, so I came to get checked out. As Yang Tao spoke, she glanced out of the corner of her eye toward the corridor. Then he shook his head and laughed. Well, I'll be going now. Oh. Jiangyan nodded, noticing that Yang Tao didn't go straight out, but instead walked in a direction not far away. Looks like someone delivered this. Is Yang Tao already in a relationship? Jiangyan shook his head slightly, looking at the two figures not far away. The man's figure seemed strangely familiar. I just can't remember it for the time being. Looks like that was quite a hard hit. Jiangyan withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, Lin Cece, having already filled out the invoice, jogged back and quickly said to Jiangyan in front of her, let's go to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan was stunned. What was going on? How did I suddenly end up in the hospital? What the hell is this? I just stood up for someone and got beaten up. Do I really need to be hospitalized? No, it's not hospitalization. We need to get checked out first. I've made an appointment with the doctor for you. Lin Cece replied worriedly. In the end, Jiangyan had no choice but to be captured by Lin Cece. Inside the ward, the doctor glanced at the head CT scan and then calmly said, Young man, you've got a pretty tough head, haven't you? The location of your injury is where the brain has the most nerves. If the injury were any more serious, you would have been bedridden today. Just as Jiangyan was about to speak, Lin Cece anxiously interrupted, asking, "So, doctor, is he all right?" The doctor smiled and said, "Yes, you're lucky. It's just a scratch on the scalp. A simple disinfection and bandage will do the trick." I heard this. Lin Cece breathed a long sigh of relief, and the little girl sat heavily on the chair as if a great weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Jiang'an also secretly felt a little relieved. Then his gaze fell on the girl, and he couldn't help but tease her. "The tests have all come back negative, so why are you still looking so worried?" Lin Cece glanced at Jiang'an and muttered irritably, "I was so scared I almost died. Why didn't you react at all back then? You didn't even flinch or anything." Jiang'an tried hard to recall, then calmly said, "I saw you crying so sadly, so I thought I'd get you a tissue to wipe your tears. Who would have thought your dad would be so ruthless, picking up a bottle and hitting me with it?" Lin Cece shook her head helplessly, too embarrassed to say anything. Seeing the girl's apologetic expression, Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle jokingly. "Hey, are you that nervous? What if I really get seriously injured?" Lin Cece puffed out her cheeks and glared resentfully at Jiang'an. "Do what you have to do. Do whatever you want." As she spoke, she stood up and stomped her foot in annoyance. Let's go. Let's go next door to get some bandaging done or something." Jiang'an chuckled and shook his head, saying nothing more. As the girl watched Jiang'an enter the room, she leaned against the wall, her small mouth pouting slightly like a goldfish, and then whispered something to herself. "What if something really happens? I'm truly doomed for you in this lifetime." At the same time, Yang Tao and Yang Wenqin have just separated. Sitting in the taxi, feeling somewhat uneasy, she suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone and called Lu Yuran. "Hello." A weary voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yuran, Jiang'an is injured and has been hospitalized. Did you know?" "What?" "I saw it at the hospital near our school." Before I could finish speaking, the line went dead. Yang Tao blinked gently and looked thoughtfully out the window. Chapter 52. Do you feel even a second of guilt? I heard a busy tone on the phone. Yang Tao seemed to be deep in thought. Actually, this phone call, she did it on purpose. She wanted to see if Lu Yuran knew, and to see Lu Yuran's reaction. After all, she had already decided to take Yang Wenqin away. Then I certainly wouldn't mind helping Jiang'an. Judging from her tone just now, Yuran probably doesn't know that Jiang'an is hospitalized. So the fact that she doesn't understand something so important proves that the two of them haven't made up yet. Yang Tao rubbed her temples and pondered for a moment. If Jiang'an cannot win over Lu Yuran, therefore, she and Yang Wenqin could never naturally continue their relationship, although she doesn't really mind whether it's natural or not. But in any case, she wouldn't want to see Yang Wenqin always acting like he was eagerly seeking out Lu Yuran. Jiang'an was unaware that he had unwittingly gained an accomplice. For him, right now, it hurts terribly. "Doctor, please be gentle." "Young man, why are you still afraid of pain?" Jiang'an was speechless for a moment, then glanced at Lin Cece, who was secretly laughing. He immediately said in an annoyed tone, "You're something else, aren't you? You've come back to life now, haven't you? You can even laugh again." Lin Cece, though unconvinced, stood with her hands on her hips. "So what? You're all right now." "Sigh, my brain is injured. You have to treat me to a meal." "I won't." When two people are interacting, Lu Yuran was flustered. She had just returned to her dormitory when she received this call from Yang Tao. She hurriedly went out. They rushed to the hospital, although she didn't know why she was in such a hurry. But it's in a real hurry. I'm eager to see Jiang'an. Lu Yuran, be brave. If you take the initiative, maybe she will come back. This was the only clear thought in Lu Yuran's mind. Actually, it's a deeper thought in my heart. Maybe it's not about being brave. You need to lower your head a little and not be so arrogant. 4:10 p.m. Lu Yuran finally arrived at the hospital, and they searched for a long time. Finally, Lin Cece was found at the door of a ward. She gritted her teeth, hurried forward, and anxiously asked, Did you come with Jiang'an? Where is Jiang'an?" Lin Cece was in a daze when she heard this and subconsciously looked up. "Oh, you're asking about Jiang'an. How did Jiang'an get injured? Where is she?" Lu Yuran was very anxious. She wanted to see Jiang'an as soon as possible. Although Yang Tao didn't explain what it was, a head injury must be very serious, right? "Jiang'an," Lin Cece didn't try to hide it. Although she found Lu Yuran in front of her very strange, very impulsive, and even a little unreasonable. However, she still confessed. Because my dad hit me with a wine bottle. What? Lu Yuran was completely bewildered. I was completely dumbfounded. Your dad hit you with a bottle? How could Jiang'an be with your dad? No, what does this have to do with you now? Her pupils contracted slightly, filled with disbelief, and her voice suddenly rose several decibels. Why did your dad beat him? I heard about this question. Lin Cece fell silent. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain it. No matter what she says about this matter, they are in the wrong. Jiang'an was indeed injured because of her. So, is Lu Yuran here to settle scores with her? She really felt that Lu Yuran in front of her suddenly became extremely hostile, as if she was about to attack. In fact, Lu Yuran is really going crazy. She rushed over, filled with anxiety. I want to know about the situation in Jiang'an. As it turned out, Jiang'an was beaten because of Lin Cece, which she found hard to accept. What she couldn't accept wasn't that Jiang'an was injured and hadn't told her, or that she hadn't been by Jiang'an's side immediately. What truly drove her crazy was Jiang'an was actually injured because of Lin Cece, whether it's Lin Cece's father or anyone else. In short, she can't accept anything related to Lin Cece. She clearly remembered that the girl in front of her was very capable, quick-witted, and full of energy. That day, she protected Jiang'an behind her. But what about now? You're just staring at me without saying a word. What does that mean? Lu Yuran's chest rose and fell slightly, and a chill was visible in her eyes. Jiang'an, what exactly do you want to do? Do you really like this girl? She was hospitalized because of her injury. You can take her on as an artist, tutor her, help her at art exhibitions, and even use your connections. But you actually got injured and went to the hospital because of her. This was a treatment she had never received before. Lin Cece, what makes her so special? Whether out of jealousy or genuine anger, Lu Yuran had never been so disappointed in Jiang'an. Even if he ignored her as he walked past him that day. I've never been this disappointed. On the way there, her lower abdomen was cramping every moment. She didn't have time to take medicine or drink hot water. And now it's all about experiencing this ridicule. She took a small half-step back, closed her eyes, and a jumble of images flashed through her mind. There were couples with her and Jiang'an, and couples with Lin Cece and Jiang'an. These images seemed to constantly remind her. See, the boy you don't cherish will be taken away by someone else as soon as he turns around. He even got injured for her. Do you want to take it back? At this moment, only this thought remained in Lu Yuran's mind. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision. She felt she regretted it. Therefore, we must take it back. Then he stared intently at Lin Cece in front of him. So, how is Jiang'an now? Can you tell me where he is? And also, if there's any danger in him being with you. I think you might as well leave on your own. Arrogant, indifferent, and cold. The tone was as if a princess were giving a command. However, she did not receive a reply from Lin Cece. But she noticed that the girl was staring at her with a strange look in her eyes. Lin Cece was confused and puzzled. Has Lu Yuran gone mad? Wasn't it you who pushed Teacher Jiang away? So what do you mean now? Let me go? And then, you come back? Please. Are you alright? A fleeting moment of thought. Lin Cece had already raised her head, and the girl answered with a firm gaze. First of all, Mr. Jiang is fine. He will be back soon. Then, regarding whether or not to leave, I think that's my business, and you have no right to say anything about it. At last, Lu Yuran, could you please stop talking to me in such a condescending tone? The girl was stubborn and determined. She was fearless. Are you kidding me? I am a chivalrous woman who roams the martial world and upholds justice. You think I'll just give in if you tell me to? Lu Yuran was somewhat bewildered by the girl's retort. She had thought that Lin Cece would obediently dodge away, but she didn't move or leave. She was utterly bewildered. Don't you feel guilty? Jiang'an was injured because of you. Lin Cece found it very funny when she heard this. And what about you? Did you feel even a second of guilt? Chapter 53. But I've lost even the interest in being disappointed. This moment, Lin Cece stared intently at Lu Yuran in front of her. She couldn't understand it. I really can't understand it. You've come all this way, and you look a bit disheveled. And you just wanted me to leave. But, Mingming, Wasn't it you who abandoned Jiang'an back then? I feel guilty, so I won't leave. The girl's thoughts were simple and natural. She left without feeling any guilt. Lu Yuran was stunned. After hesitating for a few seconds, she turned her head slightly and then said softly, "What do I have to feel guilty about?" These words were spoken in Lu Yuran's heart, but a sentence quietly emerged. Even if I feel guilty, what's the use anyway? She was really exhausted in an instant. It seems like I haven't felt tired at all, even though I had stomach aches and headaches along the way. But now, looking at the determined Lin Cixi, she was tired. I wish she could be this determined, brave, and confident. If that's the case, perhaps Jiang'an would have turned back long ago. Lu Yuran's eyes flickered as she looked at the end of the corridor, where people came and went, as if trying to find something among them. But in the end, nothing could be found. It's like, I can't even find myself anymore. When did it start? Lu Yuran began to regret her actions and started trying to find Jiang'an. She used to be very proud. No matter what Jiang'an says, she shouldn't turn back. She's a princess who grew up being pampered and adored. But how could the princess have lost so much? Is this the price of growing up? In that instant, Lu Yuran thought of many, many things. I've got it. The moment Yang Wenqin returned to China, the excitement she felt at that moment. She was a little confused. Was it happiness or nervousness? She watched Jiang'an grow more and more unfamiliar, and then more and more familiar. What is she really thinking? The girl withdrew her gaze, looking somewhat vaguely at Lin Cixi in front of her. I was just about to say something. A clear, crisp sound rang out from not far away. I said, "Lady Lin, why did you run so far? I'm a patient. Are you just going to leave me there and not care?" Jiang'an came out with his head covered. Although it's nothing serious. However, overall, not only did my appearance decline, but I also felt a bit dizzy. However, once it came out, he paused slightly in his tracks. Are you seeing things? How did I come across Lu Yuran? Could I have been misdiagnosed? Jiang'an was looking at her strangely when he heard Lu Yuran raise her head and, with a stubborn look in her eyes, speak like a spoiled child. Jiang'an, are you and Lin Cixi together? The girl finally asked the question. She couldn't understand so many of her own thoughts. So, just stop thinking about it. This problem has been bothering her for a long time. Put in the past, her pride and aloofness would absolutely not allow her to say such things. But now, she really couldn't hold back anymore. If you two get together, what about what you promised me? You said you would take care of me. I really need you. You promised to come to the art exhibition, but you didn't come. My aunt came, and you didn't care about me. So all of this. I can accept all of this, but can you tell me? Have you given up? After saying these words, Lu Yuran deflated like a punctured balloon, losing all her energy and spirit. She is such a stubborn person. Now, however, they have let go of those stubborn beliefs and are taking the initiative to ask these questions. She was so proud they don't even know how to write the word bow down. But she really couldn't stand it. Jiang'an, you can ignore me, not be nice to me. You can meet other girls. But if you get together with someone else, will you really give up on me? Sensing the emotions emanating from the girl beside me, Lin Cixi was slightly taken aback. So, Lu Yuran sounds quite sad. Could it be that she actually still likes Jiang'an? As a girl herself, she was very perceptive of Lu Yuran's emotions. Although it's a bit vague, it's somewhat close to liking. Oh, so they still like each other. She couldn't help but think of their first meeting. Lu Yuran was sitting with another boy. On their second meeting, Lu Yuran arrogantly tried to curry favor with Jiang'an. The third time, well, my memory is a bit hazy. Lin Cixi shook her head, feeling a pang of melancholy. I don't know what I'm feeling melancholy about. You must be a little sad. What's there to be sad about? Hearing Lu Yuran's sudden question, Jiang'an was feeling a bit of a headache. The physiological kind. I also feel a bit uncomfortable psychologically. He gently rubbed the edge of the wound, then stared at Lu Yuran and said, No, why would you link whether I'm with her or not with giving up on you? Please, you're the one who told me not to do that, aren't you? Listening to Jiang'an's answer, Lu Yuran fell silent, staring at him with her reddened eyes. Lin Cixi was also somewhat taken aback. She had heard Zhang Zhijie say that many times. Jiang'an is the kind of person who is extremely devoted in love. He remained single for 10 whole years because of Lu Yuran. But now, she resolutely refused. Could this be the legendary one? Once you fall in love, you truly fall in love. But is disappointment utterly disheartening? Lin Cece let out a soft breath, then pursed her lips. Suddenly, I remembered why Jiang'an had left in the first place. It's because I was used as a substitute. If it were her, knowing that a boy had liked her as a substitute for someone else for 10 years, I guess he'll go crazy too. I know you must feel that you've let go of so much right now. Jiang'an looked directly into Lu Yuran's eyes, his expression utterly calm. But have you noticed that when you feel like you've let go of a lot, you've actually lost interest in even being disappointed? He has had regrets. It's not that I haven't wavered. But Lu Yuran always managed to disappoint him even more at those precise moments. He even once thought, what's wrong with a body double? A body double? Screw the stand-ins. Jiang'an knows Lu Yuran, even though Lu Yuran never said it. However, any girl who tries to change a boy is definitely trying to mold him into her ideal type. Then, why is Yang Wenqin my ideal type? Since it is Yang Wenqin, why are you telling me you regret it? You don't really think that if you turn around, the other person will still be in the same place, do you? Have you lost even the interest and disappointment? Lu Yuran murmured softly, a hint of sadness quickly appearing on her face, but more so anger and grief. So, you now don't even bother to be disappointed. Isn't it me who's really clinging on and calculating gains and losses? The girl could barely control her emotions. She gritted her teeth like an angry little lion. Even though she was in pain in her lower abdomen, her legs were trembling. Chapter 54. If you don't like me, why should I like you? So now, you think I'm being petty and calculating. It's me who's babbling on and on. I broke my promise and then ruined my hair for another girl. Is it me? Lu Yuran was trembling all over. She's really sad. Why won't you do it to me? I have told you this countless times. I'm not happy. I feel terrible. I am really, really sad. But you've never bothered with it again? Listening to what the girl said, Jiang'an frowned slightly. All right. He seems to understand Lu Yuran's meaning now. So, was she jealous? He was dissatisfied with Lin Cece's kindness. But weren't all these things discarded by your own hands? Jiang'an was genuinely puzzled. He gently shook his head. So it wasn't you, it was me? Jiang'an's rhetorical question. This made Lu Yuran stop instantly. Her face gradually turned pale, and then she closed her mouth, unable to utter a single word. So actually, it's not that you can't live without me. It's just that you can't live without the person who obeys your every command and is so considerate and attentive. Jiang'an really didn't want to talk about it anymore. The more he talked, the more uncomfortable he felt. What's bothering you? What's painful is that, even at this point, the girl is still struggling with the question, why did you treat her this way, but not me? But you were the one who pushed me away. Why are you angry and anxious? Why did you come to me? To vent your emotions. I'm not a born punching bag. Jiang'an knew that Lu Yuran must be very sad and upset. He could even imagine that the girl had gone through a very complicated and complex emotional journey before saying these things to him. But when he is sad, it seemed that the girl next to him stepped forward and stood in front of him. Not you. You didn't even offer a single word of comfort. A deep mockery gleamed in Jiang'an's eyes. It wasn't directed at Lu Yuran. It's about oneself. See, she doesn't care at all when you're sad. Now that she's heartbroken and needs you, she's come back to you. You. Jiang'an took a deep breath and forced a smile. Lu Yuran, actually, I really don't think you did anything wrong. Over the years, I have truly come to like you. I love it to the point of being filthy. But there are some things I need to make clear now. From the moment I discovered that you were using me as a stand-in for Yang Wenqin, you shouldn't have come looking for me anymore. After saying this, Jiang'an felt as if he had been basked in the sunshine. Burning hot, I felt utterly ashamed. Admitting that you're a stand-in is really quite painful. Stand in the blank. Don't come looking for me again. Panic and fear flickered in Lu Yuran's eyes. She gritted her teeth. Retreat step by step. Then it froze. Yes. From beginning to end, she unconsciously regarded Jiang and as a substitute for Yang Wenqin. It could even be said that, subconsciously, it replaced the person who disappeared in my youth. So, he discovered it. And that was the real reason he left? Lu Yuran was bewildered and felt utterly ashamed. I don't know how to say it or how to explain it. There seems to be no explanation for it. Just a few minutes ago, she was still confused about her own thoughts. But Jiang'an has already exposed it. Oh, I see. She just doesn't dare to admit it. But Lu Yuran bit her lip, her reddened eyes filled with sadness. But Jiang'an, have I really made you hate me so much that I said I shouldn't come looking for you anymore? I've already apologized. The girl was really sad. After her innocent thoughts were exposed, she was met with Jiang'an's heartless words. She had thought that by coming today, she would definitely be able to reconcile with Jiang'an. After all, she had let go of so much. But now, it seems that all these things pale in comparison to the words she coldly uttered that night in Jiang'an's eyes. Jiang'an. She took a deep breath and mustered her courage to speak again, but she didn't dare to look the boy in the eye. I would say you're right. I only just realized I was doing this. But it's been so long. I've really gotten used to having you in my life. I've really gotten used to how good you are to me. So, the girl finally raised her head, her face showing a humility that was the complete opposite of her pride. Can you forgive my mistake? From now on, I promise I will never do that again, Jiang'an. I really care about you, okay? I really, really care about you. All along the way, I kept thinking, how can I live without you? Why do you want someone else to be like that? You've always been around me since I was a child. I don't know if I'm rambling, but what I mean is, let's make up. You know, I've already bowed down, really. I'm really panicking and uneasy about what you're doing right now. I don't know what to do. Have you forgotten what you promised my parents? You said you would take care of me. Please, stop doing this. The girl was rambling incoherently. This was probably the most humble and humiliating thing Lu Yuran had ever done in her life. Because she was genuinely panicked. She had previously thought that Jiang'an was just being stubborn, holding back, or doing it on purpose. But now, she suddenly realized that wasn't the case. Jiang'an really wanted to leave her. And she, too, became aware of some things that she had never been more aware of before. For example, her pride doesn't stem from the fact that she is actually a princess. It was simply because Jiang'an was willing to be a knight. So, she hurriedly admitted her mistake and begged for forgiveness. Jiang'an's furrowed brows, which had remained furrowed from the beginning, actually relaxed somewhat at this moment, and he looked at Lu Yuran with remarkable calm. Lu Yuran, you're really strange. Lu Yuran instinctively shrank back, her gaze darting away while trying to look directly at Jiang'an. She felt guilty. I felt guilty all these years. Do you think I really care about what you've done to me? Actually, no. I just realized that you don't like me. Jiang'an spoke calmly. Honestly, actually, in this relationship, there were only two things that frustrated him the most. First, she became Yang Wenqin's stand-in. Secondly, over the course of 10 years, she did not develop any feelings for him whatsoever. He didn't blame Lu Yuran, nor did he look for problems in her. It's all right as long as he's the one who's bad. So, I no longer want to like you. You don't like me anymore. I don't blame you. But why do you expect me to like you? Why should I still like you? Listen to Jiang'an's words. Lu Yuran barely knew how she walked out of the hospital. It's just like the weather today. The sky was overcast. I'm in a bad mood. Chapter 55. There are too many things that cannot be reconciled. Watching Lu Yuran's departing figure, Lin Cixi didn't know what to say. She felt a little sorry for him. But I felt more sorry for Jiang'an. Only now does she begin to understand why Jiang'an was so resolute. Because I was hurt thoroughly enough. She's still a child. Covering his head, Jiang'an slowly leaned back in his chair, revealing a slightly bitter smile. If only his heart were made of iron. That way, it won't hurt as much when Lu Yuran runs out to get a stab. I heard Jiang'an's words. Lin Cixi felt somewhat guilty and sat down beside him. Boss. Teacher Jiang. Jiang'an. You said. Jiang'an was initially quite upset, but being called such a string of strange names made him find it rather amusing. I'm sorry. Lady Lin lowered her voice and spoke quietly and softly. Jiang'an glanced at her. I wanted to say something. He didn't say anything more. Okay. I feel this apology is unnecessary, but I'll accept it anyway. Sometimes, it's unnecessary to keep rejecting a girl's apology. Of course. Except for Lu Yuran. She was a princess, and even when a princess walks away, her head is held high. For her, what does it matter if she's wrong? As for, did she understand what Jiang'an said? Jiang'an didn't really care. We left the hospital. Jiang'an then realized that the weather had become very gloomy. I hope it doesn't rain. Jiang'an sighed. I hate rainy days, especially when his head was bleeding. After it rains, the damp air makes the wound feel even more uncomfortable. Come home with me. Lin Cece, who was following behind Jiang'an and kicking pebbles with her head down, suddenly spoke. Go home. Jiang'an raised an eyebrow, somewhat amused, and asked, What would I do at your house? Recuperate and rest. If you go back to the dorm, there won't be anyone to take care of you, will there? Lin Cece carefully chose her words, then added. Besides, the doctor said you need someone to take care of you, right? I happen to be able to. After all, it all started because of me. Jiang'an blinked, wanting to refuse, but then realized he didn't have a suitable reason. He thought for a moment, then nodded. All right then. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Lin. Young Master Jiang, there's really no need for that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Lin. Young Master Jiang, you flatter me. He watched as the two figures gradually disappeared into the shade of the trees. Lu Yuran sat quietly on a bench on the street, feeling both powerless and exhausted. She walked out with her head held high. This way, she will still appear proud. Then the tears won't fall. But at this moment, she could no longer hold back, and her beautiful eyes glistened with tears. It seems like she has a lot of grievances that she can no longer hide. She didn't know why she was waiting there for them to leave. Why is that? But she seems to have figured something out. When she went to the hospital, she was concerned about Jiang'an, but more than that, she hoped to get a response from him through this action. Then Jiang'an is right. She simply doesn't understand what the problem is. However, this problem, Lu Yuran, however, understood everything clearly in that instant. If you don't like me, why do you expect me to like you? Yes. She never showed any affection for Jiang'an. I've always been dependent on them. She wouldn't even care about Jiang'an's emotions. She simply enjoyed the ideal type she had cultivated without any qualms. Even after all these days, the pride you set aside wasn't for him, but for yourself. Lu Yuran returned to her dormitory in silence and went to bed without saying a word. Then he took out his phone. I slowly scrolled through my chat history with Jiang'an. She wasn't looking for anything. I just wanted to see what I looked like. If you don't understand yourself, how can you understand Jiang'an? Actually, at this moment, she had truly figured out many things. For example, she really doesn't like Lin Cece. The reason is that this girl is sunny and cheerful. She's Jiang'an's type. She was so jealous. But she also hoped that Lin Cece would have better luck. Don't let Jiang'an's head get hurt again. For example, she really didn't like Yang Wenqin. People change at different times. She was only 13 when she liked Yang Wenqin the most. At that time, Yang Wenqin, who was tall, could sing, and played basketball, was just a sunny figure. As a result, for many years afterward, all of these left a shadow in her heart. Tall and thin, wearing a white shirt. He can pick up a guitar with his left hand and a basketball with his right. She has a beautiful, sunny smile. For example, she might actually like Jiang'an. Even now, she had realized that Jiang'an would not turn back. But she was also unwilling to shake hands and make peace. After all, with whom can they reconcile? Is it Jiang'an, or myself, or the past? She simply cannot reconcile, cannot let go, cannot give up, and cannot accept it. So, even if Jiang'an said those things, Lu Yuran never gave up on her initial idea from beginning to end. That is, go back to the past. Although she wasn't sure if she could do it. But we have to give it a try, right? Anyway, she's not willing to reconcile. Scrolling through the chat history, Lu Yuran was lost in thought. She found them in the dead of night, in the early morning, and at noon. Winter, autumn, summer, spring. Rainy days, sunny days. For countless days and nights, Jiang'an stood guard by her side like a sentinel. They never left, never even for a moment. The morning of April 2nd, 2012. You spent the whole morning picking roses in the flower garden. My hands were covered in thorns. You said, giving roses to others leaves a lingering fragrance on your own hands. Send me roses, and my heart will be filled with fragrance. Late at night on January 2nd, 2013. It was winter, very, very cold, the coldest winter I can remember. I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes. You walked through 7 or 8 alleys. His face was red from the cold, and his hands were trembling. Then, they bought it back for me. You tell me. The new year is almost here, and the princess's wish is about to come true. Only in this way can we have peace and safety every year, and all our wishes come true. On the evening of June 1st, 2014, you skipped a senior year class. They prepared a Children's Day surprise for me. You said, I am a princess, and I cannot miss any festival. On the evening of October 1st, 2015, that day was a holiday, and you went downstairs to set off firecrackers. Then he was caught by security. When I got back, my uncle and aunt scolded me again. The next day, they discovered that their leg was twisted. But you came running back again, all excited. With that silly grin on his face, it's really ridiculous. They just sent me my favorite desserts and candies. Then on the way back, he messaged me, showing off sentences he'd copied from who knows where. Life may be bitter, but that's all right. As long as my beloved returns home, that's all that matters. Chapter 56: The Dog Planner and the Beautiful Girl's Afternoon. Sitting on the sofa in Lin Cici's house. This time, Jiang'an had a feeling that was different from before. The first time I came here, Lin Cici's house was a mess, with bottles of liquor everywhere, and he was worried that something had happened. The second time I came, he met Lin Cici's gambling-addicted father and even got his head scalped open. And this time, the room was still messy, but the girl was cleaning. No one expected that Lin Cici was actually a master at housework. She stood up, broom in her left hand and mop in her right, wiped the sweat from her brow, and then glanced at Jiang'an, who was sitting on the sofa like a king. It was both funny and exasperating to say, Teacher Jiang, shouldn't you be resting? Why are you staring at me? Jiang'an's lips curled up slightly. Can't I just take a look? TCH. Lin Cici hummed softly while muttering to herself. I'm speechless. They've cleaned 3 times in 3 days. I'm definitely going to replace it with the hardest lock ever to pick. Hearing this, Jiang'an blinked and suddenly asked curiously, By the way, where's your dad? He had been hit with a bottle earlier. She had no time to care about Lin Danan anymore. I was completely stunned at the time, and I wanted to cover my head and sit down immediately. Now, looking back, it was discovered that Lin Danan had been overlooked by the 2 people. At that moment, Lin Cici was only thinking about taking Jiang into the hospital. Ugh, damn it. Jiang'an thought about it bitterly. This was the first time in his life that someone had cracked his skull open. That's really something else. Upon hearing this, Lin Cici slightly pursed her lips, somewhat unconvinced. Is there even a question? They must have run away. What a pity, we didn't send him to the police station. As she spoke, the girl secretly grinned. I'm so angry. Seeing the girl's adorable appearance, Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle and said, I have to say, you're pretty quick with your moves, aren't you? They just gave it away like that. What else can I do? Lin Cici stretched and then put all the cleaning tools aside. Then they all huddled together on the sofa. Incidentally, she gently nudged Jiang'an and muttered, Humph, don't you have any common sense? Aren't you going to give the pretty girls any space? Jiang'an laughed and said, I'm still a patient. Didn't you say you wanted me to come to your house and enjoy a life of luxury? Aren't you going to cook for me yet? Cooking doesn't seem to be your forte. Jiang'an thought for a moment and added, I feel like you should also learn how to make soup. Ah. Lady Lin was shocked. How could there be such a cruel person in the world? Are you a landlord or a rich man? Exploiting your maid. I just finished cleaning. I need to rest, the girl said, pulling over a cushion and putting her head on it, looking like she'd rather be struck by lightning than sleep. Jiang'an couldn't help but smile. This girl, what the hell is this landlord and rich man stuff? But what you said. I don't care. Look, it's raining outside, okay? The girl didn't look up, but just pointed one finger at the balcony. Jiang'an was stunned. He looked out the window. What's wrong with rainy days? Perfect for sleeping. The girl turned over and buried her face in the pillow, like a doll on standby. Jiang'an was stunned for a moment, then stood up, slowly walked to the balcony, and grabbed the window with one hand. Click. A sound. The window was closed. The rain was indeed quite heavy. The girl seemed really tired. He turned around and looked at Lin Cici, who was curled up in a corner of the sofa. I found it both funny and inexplicably cute. He was clearly saying he wanted to make room for her. As a result, I was still only able to sleep in such a tiny little space. I need to sleep on rainy days, Jiang muttered to himself, then sat down again and leaned back on the sofa. Then they heard the girl's soft voice. Teacher Jiang, you said you don't like rainy days. It's not just because you injured your head, is it? Jiang turned his head and glanced at her. Aren't you tired? How can you still have the mind to ask these questions? So, will you tell me or not? Jiang hesitated for a moment, then answered frankly. When it rains, you always need to use an umbrella, but Lu Yuran doesn't like to use an umbrella, so every time it rains, both of us catch a cold. You know, when you have a cold, it's really uncomfortable. The girl was silent for a moment, then said, oh. Then she rolled over. Half a day later, just as Jiang's thoughts were gradually drifting away from the topic, Lin Cece suddenly began to hum softly. What should I do on a rainy day? I miss you so much. I don't dare call you. I can't find a reason. Seriously, beautiful lady, what's wrong with you? Weren't you sleepy? Why did you suddenly start singing? Jiang said. Just go along with it, Lin Cece said. This is the perfect time to sing a sad background music track. You're the sad male lead, right? Do you know how to sing it? Jiang silently expressed his disdain, then tried humming a tune. I think I remember. Later, Jiang often reminisced about those overcast, rainy days. They held no particular significance, and he hadn't done anything special. The old neighborhood's trees outside his window creaked under the rain. The room still reeked of alcohol, and he leaned back on the sofa, shaking his injured head. A cute, pretty young girl lay on the sofa beside him. Sometimes they talked about landlords exploiting maids, sometimes about the sadness of rainy days. Sometimes Lin Cece would utter a few meaningless, rambling remarks, and sometimes Jiang would paint a rosy picture of the future for her. These afternoons sounded like a waste of life. But you always feel that you want more afternoons like these, longer ones, and that they should never end, that they should stay in that moment forever. Are you asleep? Jiang asked softly, staring at the raindrops on the window. No, I just can't sleep again. The girl on the sofa tilted her head and stared at him from an angle where Jiang could only see her eyelashes. She held her hands on her stomach and remained obediently still. Why is that? Is it because I'm here that you feel uncomfortable? No, it's just that my mind is a mess. I can't sleep when I have things on my mind. I'll probably be fine in a bit. You're actually feeling pretty down today, aren't you? If you can't sleep, let's play Attack on Titan for a bit, Jiang suggested after thinking for a while. I don't play it. Only a dog like Game Planner could beat that game. You knew all that? Looks like you've been secretly watching the live stream. Jiang turned his head and stared at the girl's neat, thick eyelashes. No, that's not true, Lin Cece said. Jiang chuckled silently. No way, this girl was definitely the most stubborn one. If she hadn't seen it, how could she have known that the Game Planner could pass the level? It was really quite a strange story. It was supposed to be a failed graduation project. Because the original artist never showed up, it almost became a complete waste and was relegated to the recycling bin. But then this girl came along and, in a headstrong way, said to him, "Do you think I'm good enough? I'll give you a drawing." Later, the game was released and performed quite well, bringing comfort to many netizens. The dog planner, who was threatened with blades every day, still managed to lie in the same room with a beautiful female artist. What a strange way the story is going to unfold, Jiang muttered to himself. Stories always start like this. Chapter 57. Please believe me. Let me take care of you, okay? Stories always begin this way, by chance, unexpectedly. The story ends. The story hasn't reached its conclusion yet, so we don't know yet. Jiang muttered to himself for a while before falling asleep. He was simply too tired. When he woke up again, the room was very dark. The pitter-patter of rain outside the window has stopped. Occasionally, you can see sparrows flitting past the window. Jiang raised his head slightly. Although the wound was still throbbing, it was much better than before he went to sleep. He noticed that Lin Cece was fast asleep. The dim light from the window fell on her soft hair. The pillow had been thrown to the ground from under her neck at some point, revealing only her delicate face. The tear stains were particularly noticeable at this moment. whereas normally they would have been hidden by her long eyelashes like two shadows. Jiang Yun's heart stirred, and he began to count the eyelashes. 1, 2, 3. After counting a few times, Jiang Yun gave up. The girl's eyelashes were incredibly thick. If we were to count them, it might take forever. Jiang Yun reached into his pocket and rummaged around for a while before finally pulling out his phone, covering the ground with it, and sliding his fingers across the screen to dim the light. Then it was raised and brought close to its eyes. Then turned the sound off. After finishing all that, he opened WeChat. Then, I stared blankly at the empty chat box. That's actually the case most of the time. He doesn't usually chat with many people, except for Zhang Zhijie and Lu Yuran. Lu Yuran, Zhang Zhijie. Zhang Zhijie is probably whimpering in bed like a little pig right now, so naturally he won't send him any words of comfort. As for Lu Yuran, Jiang Yun put down his phone, having grown accustomed to these seemingly lonely moments. Then, he rubbed his head, trying to get up from the ground. Lying on the ground like this, my neck and back are sore. It's good to get up and move around a bit. He tiptoed to his feet, making sure not to disturb the girl. Jiang Yun went into the restroom. He looked at himself in the mirror, his head wrapped in bandages, and his hands still bearing traces of dried blood. He sighed softly. It's turned out like this. This is really a headache. The girl who promised to take care of herself was still fast asleep, clearly exhausted both physically and mentally by what happened today. So you knew I could cook, right? Jiang Yun sighed and walked back to the living room. The refrigerator is in the living room. If I want to make something, I have to open the refrigerator. While gently opening the refrigerator, Jiang Yun turned his head and noticed that the girl had not been woken up. However, his handsome brows furrowed quite a bit. It seems like he's having some kind of nightmare. Jiang Yun shook his head slightly. Although he was incredibly powerful, he didn't have the ability to enter dreams and save people from dire situations. As he was thinking, he turned his gaze to the refrigerator. Egg, tomato, ham sausage. There are also green peppers and shrimp. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment. These all seemed to be the cuisines he was good at making. The girl has a little trick up her sleeve. These aren't all saved for him to cook, are they? Jiang Yun, while inwardly disgusted, quickly took them all out. Then he took it to the kitchen, then gently closed the door. I didn't expect to have to cook. Jiang Yun looked at the ingredients in front of him with a wry smile, and couldn't help but complain, where did the landlord and rich guy go? Well, it's really rare to have Lady Lin around. As Jiang Yun pondered this, he began to clean. For him, cooking was indeed an extremely simple and ordinary thing. Day after day, year after year, he can cook many dishes with his eyes closed. Only, I just finished washing the vegetables. Then I heard a creaking sound behind me. Jiang Yun turned his head to take a look. There stood a barefoot girl at the door, her eyes still sleepy, looking at him with dazed eyes. Teacher Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Yun nodded and said with a smile, cooking. Oh. The girl nodded instinctively and turned to leave. Then the next moment, his steps suddenly stopped. Then she reached out and rubbed her face, seemingly becoming much more awake in an instant. Then he quickly walked behind Jiang Yun and awkwardly untied Jiang Yun's apron. Put it on yourself. Then, he lifted his head and brushed aside the messy hair that fell beside his cheek. Teacher Jiang, let me do it. Jiang Yun's series of actions towards the girl. It was completely unforeseen. That is, I just couldn't figure it out. Lin Cece actually offered to cook. He chuckled and said, what is this? Has Lady Lin retired from the martial world to become a devoted wife and mother? As soon as these words were spoken, it seems a little inappropriate. But Jiang Yun didn't have time to take it back. He noticed that a blush instantly spread across the girl's face, and her originally delicate white ears turned slightly red. He couldn't help but hum. Teacher Jiang, what nonsense are you spouting? What virtuous wife and loving mother? Is it possible that I, this female knight-errant, am equally at home in the martial arts world and the kitchen? Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes, a playful glint in his eyes. Isn't that being a virtuous wife and loving mother? Lin Cece raised her head, a look of panic flashing in her eyes, and she almost bit her tongue. Someone said something wrong, and you still won't let it go. She suddenly tried to run away. As a result, the ground was slippery, and she almost fell down while barefoot. Jiang Yun acted quickly and grabbed her. Then he helped Lin Cece stand up. It's both funny and frustrating. Why are you running? Just kidding, can't you tell? Pa. Lin Cece avoided eye contact, both angry and helpless, and said, well, who told you to tease me like that? If I fall, who's going to take care of you? As she spoke, she spat out a mouthful of anger, ran outside to put on her shoes, and then ran back with a clattering sound. Jiang looked at Lin Cece, who had been busy for a while, with amusement and couldn't help but say, take care of me? Are you serious? I'd think I was taking care of you. Really? Lin Cece exclaimed, her eyes wide with shame. I just took a nap. Why are you so anxious, you rich landlord? I know you're in a hurry, but hold on. Give me the shovel. Since I've promised you, my motto in the martial world is to keep my word. Jiang watched as the girl confidently picked up the shovel and swung it a few times in the air. He couldn't help but step back, afraid that she might accidentally hit him on the head. Then, with a squinty eye, he chuckled. Are you sure you'll keep your word? Go out and take care of me. Over the years, I've never heard of anyone taking care of him. Of course, Lin Cece raised her head, both guilty and stubborn. Today's events were all caused by me. Then it's perfectly reasonable for me to take care of you. And you're not really worried, are you? I really can cook. I've lived alone for many years. The girl spoke incoherently, her voice loud. It seems to be emphasizing some kind of sentiment. Even if she didn't say it, Jiang could feel and understand her feelings very well. The girl felt guilty. I felt so guilty ever since I got back. At that moment, the guilt was practically written on the tears welling up in his eyes. Then, the girl pointed to the sofa not far away, bit her thin lips, and said in an exceptionally firm tone, what I mean is, now you sit back down. For the next few days, please trust me and let me take care of you, okay? Chapter 58 Time and Place, I will definitely be there. In the end, Jiang sat back down on the sofa. He seemed to understand Lin Cece's guilt. It's basically that I feel genuinely apologetic. After all, everything that happened today was caused by her. Lin Cece hid her emotions very well. But girls are strange creatures. She was laughing and joking just a second ago. But the next second, one sentence from you, and she was already on the verge of tears. Lin Cece just did just that. Crystalline tears were welling up in her eyes. So Jiang thought about it, and came out. Since the girl wants him to believe her, then he should believe her. Although this feeling is quite unfamiliar. However, he had no reason to resist. So he accepted it. Standing in the kitchen, I carefully chopped the vegetables. Lin Cece, who is used to cooking instant noodles, hasn't cooked in a long time. But today, I have to cook. Because the landlord was hungry. She quietly wiped her eyes, feeling a little strange herself. Why did I suddenly feel so sad just now? It just feels like. Lin Cece raised her head, stared at her reflection in the glass, and fell into deep thought. That's just how I feel. It felt like I was almost abandoned again. But clearly, there isn't one. That's strange. Jiang leaned back on the sofa, feeling utterly bored. There's nothing I can do. Fortunately, at this time, Zhang Zhijie sent a message. How about it? How was your date with the beautiful girl? Jiang replied with 2 question marks, wondering what the two-armed man was talking about. How was the date? God the hell. My head's been split open. What do you say to that? Why are you asking questions? I've been so considerate in creating space and opportunities for you. Didn't you realize it? Zhang Zhijie replied quickly. That answer was a bit irritating. Jiang rolled her eyes. Thank you, but why aren't you going back to your dorm? We don't need you to create any more space. Zhang Zhijie replied quietly. Is it possible that I'm lying in my dorm right now? What the hell? Jiang's face showed confusion and bewilderment. What the hell is going on here? Didn't Zhang Zhijie go out and sleep with Suruajia? Why did it take you so long to get back to the dorm? That's impossible. Whenever Zhang Zhijie goes out to a hotel, he always stays overnight and would never come back early. What's going on today? Hey Lao Jiang. Sai? Is it possible that I didn't go on a date today, just to create an opportunity for you guys? So you seized the opportunity but didn't tell your buddy? My buddies have been waiting for you in the dorm for an hour. You're making pretty fast progress. Are you planning to get it all in one go? Looking at the message sent by Zhang Zhijie, Jiang bit his back teeth until they were shattered. Grass. Are you playing me? They were actually waiting for me in the dorm? That kid has ill intentions. Damn it, You really can't be like Zhang Zhijie. How can you act like a brother like that? So they're waiting for me here? What kind of opportunity are you talking about? Is it the opportunity for me to get my head cracked open? Jiang'an replied irritably. What opportunity? Of course, it's an opportunity for you and Lin Cixi to be alone. You haven't noticed that Lady Lin has feelings for you, have you? Zhang Zhijie replied quickly, and then another message followed immediately. What the hell? What's this about soliciting prostitution? Damn it. Lao Jiang, I never expected you'd be this kind of person. I misjudged you. Seeing Zhang Zhijie's increasingly outrageous replies, Jiang'an was somewhat at a loss for words to explain. I simply made a video call. Bite. The video call connected. In the video, Zhang Zhijie is seen eating instant noodles while slumped over his dorm room table, looking at him with a lewd and expectant expression. Old Jiang, I never expected you to be like this. Hey, what happened to your head? Did someone crack your skull open? Jiang'an sighed. What do you think? Only then did Zhang Zhijie realize that all that talk was about cracking open the skull. His expression turned somewhat strange, and he couldn't help but say, No, buddy, I asked you to go on a date. How did it turn out like this? You're toxic, you're really toxic. Jiang'an was speechless at what this guy was saying, and simply recounted what had happened that day. Damn, Lady Lin's father is actually such a scoundrel. After listening, Zhang Zhijie looked displeased and frustrated. What kind of situation is this? Yeah, I didn't expect it at first either, mainly because it was quite sudden. I didn't go home tonight because it was raining. If I got wet, I might get an infection, so I went to her house before it rained. Jiang'an explained calmly. Zhang Zhijie rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally uttered a sentence. That's not just what my buddy said, it's an opportunity. Jiang'an raised an eyebrow. An opportunity? What opportunity? Brother, can't you really see that Lady Lin has feelings for you? Zhang Zhijie was getting a little anxious. How could his brother still be so confused? Ah. Jiang'an was stunned, a little confused by Zhang Zhijie's words. Then, just as he was about to refute it, inside the kitchen, the girl came out carrying 2 plates of food. Lin Cixi glanced at Jiang'an and asked in confusion. Huh? Why do I hear that bastard Zhang's voice? Jiang'an remained silent, quietly moving his phone screen so it faced Lin Cixi. Hey, it really is, that scoundrel Zhang. Lin Cixi smiled, then looked at Zhang Zhijie and said, What's wrong with you? You're suddenly concerned about teacher Jiang. Zhang Zhijie snorted irritably. I'm not concerned. I'm just worried something might happen to someone who's not going back to their dorm. Don't worry, it won't happen anymore. It's with me. Lin Cixi looked at Jiang'an and saw him nod. She immediately understood that Jiang'an must have said everything he needed to say. All right, then you'd better take good care of Jiang'an. Zhang Zhijie may be a bit cheeky, but he's not stupid. Today's events involve Lin Cixi's father. Asking further would be inappropriate, so I simply kept quiet. Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of you. Lin Cixi was about to go to the kitchen to continue serving the dishes. But then they heard Zhang Zhijie shout, etc. Hey, Ms. Lin, Ruojia's inviting us to dinner in a couple of days. Why don't you come too? Should I go too? Lin Cixi asked, somewhat bewildered. She knew that Su Ruojia was Zhang Zhijie's girlfriend. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have invited her to their gathering. Yeah, are you coming or not? It wouldn't be good if Lao Jiang came alone and became a third wheel. Zhang Zhijie responded casually, seemingly unintentionally. That? Lin Cixi glanced at Jiang'an. I noticed he didn't say anything. She immediately bit her lip gently and said, Then let's go. I will definitely be there at the time and place. After saying that, she added, So that teacher Jiang won't be a third wheel. Chapter 59 Temporary Cohabitation. Although Lin Cixi herself felt that the last sentence was somewhat superfluous when she said it, but she still said it. Then she turned around and ran to the kitchen to cook. Watching Lin Cixi flee in panic, Zhang Zhijie hummed on the phone. So what did you say, buddy? Old Jiang. He hadn't finished speaking. Jiang'an hung up the phone. He fell into a slight state of contemplation. To be honest, he was a little flustered. It felt like something had suddenly been revealed, exposed to the world at once. He stared at the girl carefully serving rice in the kitchen. As if remembering something, he couldn't help but quickly look away. It's like they're running away from something. At the dinner table, Lin Cece and Jiang sat on either side. The food today was quite delicious. Lin Cece watched Jiang and remained silent for a while, then decided to praise herself. Oh, Jiang was actually a bit offline the whole time. Because of something Zhang Zhijia said. It affected him to some extent. Hearing Lin Cece's words, he nodded gently. Yes, it's quite delicious. That is... What is it? Lin Cece raised her eyebrows slightly. It's a little salty, Jiang muttered, adding. Could it be that someone was crying while doing it, and their tears fell in? Lin Cece's pretty face turned red instantly. This guy? Click on me. They're making fun of me because I almost cried. The girl gritted her teeth and resisted the urge to elbow Jiang. Please, this is the first time I've cooked in 6 months. I'm a little rusty. Please bear with me, Teacher Jiang. After all, she was a patient, so Lin Cece said she had to endure it. Looking at the short-tempered girl from Sichuan and Chongqing in front of him, Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, I was just kidding. Actually, it's just right. And you know what? It's quite delicious. As Jiang spoke, he began to shovel rice into his mouth. Looking at Jiang's appearance, the girl was no longer angry. Instead, she was somewhat dejected. It seems like this is really a headache. Taking care of you is not easy. However, I feel that I definitely won't make it too salty next time. I heard Lin Cece talking to herself. Jiang found it both amusing and helpless, and reached out to ruffle her hair. You're quite perceptive. Lin Cece immediately raised her head, pouted, and replied, Of course. After all, I must keep my promise to you. She genuinely wanted to take good care of Jiang. However, Jiang's performance made her constantly realize that she was not taking good care of him at all. Even when cooking a meal, it's too salty. This made her feel slightly discouraged. There's no rush. Jiang thought for a moment, comforted her, and then took out his phone from the side and handed it to Lin Cece. If you really want to help me, could you order takeout for me tonight? What takeout? Lin Cece was stunned for a moment, then realized what she meant, and looked quite resentful. What do you mean? You still think it tastes terrible, right? And you still want to order takeout? Jiang finished the last bite of rice in his bowl, looked at Lin Cece staring at him expectantly, and sighed softly. It's dessert, dessert. Lin Cece was stunned for a moment, and then became somewhat puzzled. Dessert? Why would you order dessert? Because girls have 2 stomachs, one for eating meals and one for desserts. Oh, Lin Cece nodded sullenly. Then, after a moment, she realized what she had said. Her pretty face slightly flushed and asked, You ordered this for me? Jiang glanced at the girl. Otherwise what? Seeing how thin you are, to be honest, it would be very stressful to live with you. Who's living with you? I'm just letting you stay temporarily. Let me correct you. We're just living together temporarily. Until your head gets better. Lin Cece quickly grasped the key point in those words, her eyes darting around as she quickly tried to avoid suspicion. Yes. Jiang leaned back weakly, then pointed at his phone. Hurry up. Consider this your overtime pay. Overtime pay? Lin Cece blinked, picked up the phone, and muttered to herself as she tapped. This boss is so heartless. They'll stop at nothing to make their employees gain weight, forcing them to have extra meals after lunch and even desserts. That's outrageous. Jiang's lips twitched slightly, and he turned his head away, unable to speak. It has to be you, Lady Lin. Your rebellious nature must weigh at least 89 pounds. If it weren't for... Seeing that the girl had worked hard all day and her face was pale, Jiang didn't bother to be subtle and just give her some dessert. When you're in a bad mood or lack energy, eating something sweet might make you feel better. Okay, all ordered. Lin Cece quickly ordered the desserts and then promptly began clearing the table. Looking at her attentive manner, Jiang, on the contrary, felt a little uncomfortable. How about I do it? Need not. Lin Cece carried the bowl and ran into the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang felt both helpless and amused. After finishing his meal, he simply wandered around the house. To be honest, last time I came, it was a bit dark, so I didn't get a good look at it. This moment, we can take a closer look. He entered the girl's room as usual. Well, the door was open, so it doesn't count as sneaking in. His gaze swept over the cabinet, the sheets, and the bedside table. Finally, His gaze fell on the girl's bedside table. There was a photograph on it. The content of the photo is quite simple. It's a photo of Lin Cixi and her mother. It's clear that Lin Cixi inherited her mother's good looks. She was very beautiful from a young age. In the photo, Lin Cixi is smiling very happily, the kind of smile that is very radiant. It's the kind of thing Jiang hasn't seen in a very, very long time. I looked away. Jiang noticed a thick stack of certificates of merit on the bedside table. I picked it up and took a look. They are all Lin Cixi's painting certificates. The girl really looks like a talented athlete. She's been winning awards since she was a child. This is somewhat similar to Lu Yuran. Hey, Teacher Jiang, isn't it impolite to secretly look at someone's award certificate? I was just reflecting on that. Lin Cixi's voice rang in my ears. Jiang looked up and said helplessly, well, some people are just too good looking. I couldn't help but look at the photos, and by the way, I saw the award certificate. Oh, it's so beautiful. Lin Cixi excitedly came over and pointed to the two people in the photo. Am I prettier, or am I prettier? Jiang turned his head away, not wanting to pay any attention to the girl. Hee hee, I'd be good looking if it were me. Then let's invite Teacher Jiang to come out together. Hee hee, I'm still prettier. Then Teacher Jiang must come for a walk with me. Jiang glanced sideways and noticed the expectant look on the girl's face. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This girl? There's just no way to deal with her. Chapter 60 Men need to be sincere, look me in the eyes. Although Jiang believed he had sealed his heart and locked away his love and was no longer interested in women. But at this time, Lin Cixi pulled out an unsolvable choice, along with expectant eyes and a lovely smile. There's simply no way to deal with this. Jiang looked amused. Now that you've put it that way, what reason do I have not to go? Lin Cixi stuck out her tongue and said happily, that means you agree. Okay, I'll go change my clothes and wait for you. Jiang watched the girl skip and hop away. A hint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Why am I suddenly feeling a little touched? This feeling came very suddenly. But Jiang quickly came to a realization. For the past decade, he has mostly played the role of the inviter. Lu Yuran plays the role of the person who was invited. He was used to inviting others. And now, Lin Cixi's invitation left him somewhat at a loss. So, this feeling is actually quite nice. Jiang said to himself, this feeling is hard to describe. But at least this time, it seemed like someone gave him a hand, helping him move forward. The evening breeze felt wonderful on my skin. Although his head was wrapped in gauze, it did not affect Jiang's cheerful mood. His gaze fell on Lin Cixi beside him. He discovered that the girl was even more excited than him, her eyes darting around. It's like a silly little roe deer that just came out of the zoo. Sorry for that description. Puff. As Jiang thought to himself, he finally couldn't help but laugh. Lin Cixi turned around instantly, her high ponytail swaying in a beautiful arc, and then looked at Jiang in front of her with a wary gaze. Teacher Jiang, what are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? I wasn't laughing, was I? Jiang tried hard to control his laughter, but, sorry, he really couldn't help it. Puff. Lin Cixi put her hands on her hips, stared fiercely at Jiang, circled around him once, and then quickly took out a small mirror she carried with her. Excuse me, where am I from? Is there anything funny about this place? No, it looks great. Jiang sincere evaluation. Is it beautiful? Lin Cixi stared at Jiang's face, her eyes as clear and bright as ever. It really is, really, more real than pearls. Jiang wasn't talking nonsense. Lin Cixi is really beautiful. She has fair skin, her black hair shines in the bright moonlight, she has a slender figure, and her legs are long and shapely in shorts. She is impeccable. If you had to describe it in one word, that is beauty. Upon hearing this, the girl responded with an "oh," seemingly without any further reaction. Then Jiang noticed her small ears, which were gradually turning red in her black hair. Jiang couldn't help but continue with great interest. So why do some people get so happy and excited just from going shopping? Well, Lin Cixi tossed her long hair aside, her face gradually turning red as she turned to the side, kicking her feet on the ground and humming. Of course I'm happy. Because it's been a long time since anyone has accompanied me on a walk. This neighborhood is so beautiful, the moonlight is gorgeous, The stars are beautiful too. But I can only be alone, watching countless couples entwined and dating here. I'm envious, jealous, and I wish I could. Lin Cece raised her hand, making a gesture as if she were wielding a knife. Jiang suddenly found it very interesting, but also very puzzled. Why? They didn't bother you at all. What do you know? I'm envious, Lin Cece said, her face slightly flushed. I've never been in a relationship, of course I'm envious. Isn't it reasonable for me to envy beautiful love? Oh. This time, it was Jiang's turn to be stunned. He looked at the girl in front of him a second time, and still couldn't find any flaws. Lin Cece has a beautiful face, long legs, a great figure, and a great butt. Radiating sunshine, that's the best age. Wouldn't a girl like that be a deadly weapon on a university campus? I doubt many guys could resist a girl like that, right? How could someone have never even been in a relationship? What? Are you surprised? Lin Cece pouted, seemingly a little tired from walking, and then sat down. As she spoke, she looked up at the lush foliage around her, the moonlight filtering through and falling onto the bench beneath her. Couples like to sit here, hug each other, and whisper sweet nothings. Actually, once you sit down, it doesn't seem like anything's wrong. What a surprise. What did you say again? Jiang didn't sit down, but stood there, raising his head and trying to recall what the girl had said excitedly one afternoon after get off work. Oh, I was hurt by online dating. I planted rice seedlings in the fields, and I even jumped into the Yalu River for love. He remembered. Lin Cece silently turned her head away. He looked up to the sky and sighed deeply. What a scoundrel. There's a reason why you're still single. Jiang looked at the girl ignoring him and felt a little helpless. Hey, you said it yourself, and I really didn't expect that you've never been in a relationship before. Lin Cece snapped out of her reverie, pursed her lips, and said calmly, What's so strange about that? Aren't some people the same? This time, Jiang silently turned his head away. Understood. Are you waiting for me here? I really am. Aren't you jealous? Aren't you envious? Teacher Jiang, a man should be sincere. Look me in the eye. As she spoke, the girl stood up, tiptoed, and dangled in front of Jiang's eyes. Sensing a delicate fragrance close to his nose, Jiang couldn't help but feel a slight stirring in his heart, and was about to speak. Lin Cece, however, smiled and sat back down. Then he said to himself, All right, you don't need to answer anymore. I know you're envious. Jiang silently withdrew his gaze, which was taken as tacit agreement with the girl's words. He was indeed envious. How could I not be envious? After all, he had been in love but had not been able to have her for many years, and he would be envious and his eyes would turn red whenever he saw other couples. But as time went on, actually, it's a bit numb too. It's just a habit. I just felt it wouldn't work, so I left it at that. Anyway, envy won't change anything. Seeing that Jiang remained silent, Lin Cece paused, then moved slightly closer, her expression becoming somewhat tense, and whispered, No way, Ms. Jiang, did I make you unhappy? Seeing the girl cautiously approaching, seemingly worried about being affected by his emotions, Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. No, not at all. Not quite. And in your eyes, am I already that fragile? No, not really. I was just afraid of making you unhappy, Lin Cece replied earnestly. I feel like this female warrior has become much more cautious since I got injured this time. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Jiang felt a surge of emotions. If it were the old Lin Cece, she would probably have groaned a few times and brushed it off. But now he's actually giving a serious explanation. It's not about being cautious, it's about caring about your feelings. Lin Cece turned her head away and replied insincerely, I guess this is part of taking care of you. Chapter 61 I have to do something. So that's all there is to it. Jiang sighed, seemingly with a hint of regret. Yes. The girl stammered a little, then averted her gaze. That scoundrel is at it again. It's that familiar rhetorical question again. Her mind was slightly unsettled. For some reason, ever since she left the hospital, she felt like something was wrong with her. This is a feeling I've never experienced before. The images of the two of us from the time we met until now keep popping into my mind. From meeting in person, to working together, and then to having dinner together. When Lu Yuran came to visit again, he firmly said, She is the artist I want. When we went to the art exhibition again, he said he had it all under his care and not to worry. Finally, today he stands beside her, smiling and comforting her even though his head is bleeding. These chaotic images flashed through my mind frame by frame. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. Even now, standing next to him, she can't help but want to get closer. But we only got a tiny bit closer. Jiangyan, that excessive guy, seemed to be afraid of something happening and kept dodging and weaving. So, is this guy a bit more of a coward than me? The thought popped into Lin's mind. Thinking about this, Lin Cece's thoughts suddenly became much clearer, and her eyes flickered slightly. The next moment, Lin Dayton is online. The girl reached out and grabbed Jiangyan's hand. Since you're not doing anything, I have to do something. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I still have to do something. When the girl suddenly grabbed my hand, Jiangyan was completely bewildered. Then, my body froze, completely frozen. Then, in the next moment, he came to his senses and looked at the girl in front of him with a look of astonishment. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush me. I'll just try holding hands and see what it feels like. Lin Cece tilted her head back and said, pretending to be nonchalant. This time, even if you're shy, try to appear open and natural. Yes, that's right. That's how it has to be. How will you know what's wrong with you if you don't try? Try it. Trying it won't get you pregnant. As Lin Cece pondered this, she secretly glanced at Jiangyan. This guy seems stunned. And what about her at this moment? When she took Jiangyan's hand, her heart calmed down instantly, her thoughts cleared, and it seemed as if everything had returned to normal. This effect is even more effective than taking a tranquilizer. So, now she's starting to understand things a bit, and she seriously suspects that she might have a crush on Jiangyan. Thinking of this, she tried even harder to appear calm. How are you, Teacher Jiang? How do you feel when I hold your hand? Jiangyan silently looked down at the girl's hand, which was clasped in his. He really wanted to say it. Doesn't this position feel uncomfortable? A pretty girl with half her arm flipped over. He hesitated for a moment, pondered for a while, and finally couldn't help but silently turn the girl's hand over, then put it back in his own hand and gently held it. He said calmly, without any expression, as it stands, it feels pretty good. Is this the joy of being in love? Listening to Jiangyan's words, and then watching him subtly turn his hand over and hold it more comfortably, Lin Cece's face instantly turned red. Oh, Lady Lin, what's wrong with you? You even held hands. Oh, can, pull, wrong. Wouldn't Jiangyan secretly laugh at him to death? Thinking of this, she steeled herself, her face flushed, and mumbled something under her breath. Oh, are you happy? Hee, I think it's all right. The next moment, the girl quickly withdrew her small hand, then turned her pretty face away so that Jiangyan wouldn't see it, her slender shoulders trembling. Now, who has the heart to be undecided? My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to hold a boy's hand. No, it's the first time we've held hands. Watching Lin Cece pull her hand away as if fleeing, Jiangyan's eyes flickered, feeling both amused and helpless. He also straightened his sleeves, appearing quite calm. In fact, he also felt a strange sense of relief. This feeling of relief is like I might have received your signal. The two were walking home. The atmosphere was inexplicably hot and restless, and even the evening breeze didn't seem to be cooling off. Lady Lin had already prepared a plausible excuse for her boldness. Everyone on this road is already holding hands. I can't be left out. I've done housework all day. Isn't it reasonable for me to relax a bit? But it just feels just so. That makes sense, absolutely right. Jiangyan nodded in agreement without batting an eye. That's how it is. That's how it is. After saying that, the girl, however, glanced at him sideways, then tilted her body to the side, revealing only her pretty shoulders, and stared at him with a hint of displeasure. Is that really it? Puff. Jiangyan scratched his head, both amused and exasperated. He squinted, speechless with amusement at the girl's antics. He finally stopped and said, somewhat exasperated. What? Does someone mean that only officials are allowed to set fires, while ordinary people are forbidden to light lamps? Snort. Lin Cece turned her head away, looking like a resentful little koala with puffed-out cheeks, about to bristle. Humph, 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 humph. Jiangyan imitated her humph a few times beside her. The girl ignored him and took out her phone to find a flashlight, only to find that it was out of battery. Then, there was a flashing light behind me. Jiangyan handed her the phone and laughed. Use mine. Why would I need yours? Lin Cece took the phone somewhat unhappily, looking like she didn't want to use it at all. Who is this person? He held my hand, but didn't say a word in return. I'm too embarrassed to say it, because I'm a girl. And, this time, I was the one who took your hand first, so it's perfectly normal for me to be shy. Lin Cece shook the lamp in her hand, trying to make Jiangyan dizzy, but she didn't know why. I thought this guy was really awful and not good at all. If I hadn't been hit on the head, I would have given him a good beating. Let him know what it means to be surrounded by admirers. You clearly love holding hands. I saw you secretly laughing just now. Would it kill you to take the initiative even a tiny bit? Lin Cece thought fiercely and couldn't help but glare at Jiangyan again. She was just very unhappy. This feeling is like painting a picture, and then the model goes to the bathroom 10 times in the middle of the process. It's just so uncomfortable. Use mine. Jiangyan looked at the girl's fierce expression, narrowed his eyes slightly, and finally couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't I say that? Only the magistrate is allowed to light the lamp. How dare I, an ordinary citizen, set fire? Exclamation point. Lin Cece was stunned for a moment. Then he turned and glanced at Jiangyan. Girl, greater than over equal to x less than over equal to. Chapter 62. From now on, there is no meaning in meeting. What did he just say? Lin Cece's beautiful eyes widened. You're saying, only the magistrate is allowed to light lamps? Am I the magistrate? When the cycad blooms, the sun rises in the west, and the heifer climbs the tree? If I understand correctly, is this a sign that he's spoiling me? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiangyan blinked and said with a smile. I didn't see you. Lin Cece blushed, feeling that she might have misunderstood what Jiangyan had just said. She couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek. What's wrong with Lin Cece? Be more reserved. You're the seasoned heroine Lin, who's seen it all in the martial world. How come you're so easily swayed by this guy's words? But, Jiangyan is really going too far. Why can't you speak more normally? You're usually so good at talking. You're not looking at me? Then can you at least look at the road? Jiangyan reached out and grabbed Lin Cece, who almost missed a step on the stairs, and sighed. Oh, the light is too dim. The girl responded softly. Once I was steady on my feet, I immediately felt much more at ease. The next morning, inside a hot pot restaurant. That's right, the four of them came to eat hot pot again. Just today, Jiangyan was in a very bad mood because the three people in front of him had gone too far. Everyone ate spicy hot pot. I ordered him a clear broth hot pot. Please, I'm telling you three, this is the most famous Chongqing hot pot in Shanghai, authentic and super genuine. Result, you actually expect me to eat clear broth in a Chongqing hot pot restaurant. Jiang Anqing looked at the three people in front of him with despair. Hey, this has nothing to do with me. Hey, don't blame me. Zhang Zhijia was the first to raise his hand to show his innocence. Su Ruojia squinted her eyes. Cece picked out this pot for you, and I think it's great. That's right, this heroine chose it. Some people haven't recovered yet. Have they forgotten what the doctor said? Lin Cece replied seriously. First of all, avoid spicy food and eat more bland food. That's so nice, so thoughtful, so incredibly thoughtful. Lin Cece, you're so thoughtful. Then why did you choose a hot pot restaurant? Jiangyan looked at Lin Cece with a pained expression, deciding that once he recovered, he would arrange for this girl to work overtime a few more times. Jiangyan woke up rather late this morning because his head was still a little sore. So Zhang Zhijia called Lin Cece. The three of them then decided where to eat. As a result, Lin Cece stopped caring about human things and chose a hot pot restaurant. Jiangyan could only sit here and eat clear soup hot pot. As someone who had never eaten clear broth hot pot in his life, Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly as he was now forced to eat a whole pot of clear broth all by himself. Hey, Lao Jiang, Lady Lin is right. You need to nourish yourself now. This is a black chicken soup pot. Zhang Zhijia stood to the side, grinning slyly, never one to miss a good spectacle. You bastard Jiang. Jiangyan gritted his teeth, convinced that Zhang Zhijie was definitely behind this, since he knew Jiang and never ate clear broth hot pot. Lin Cixi couldn't help but laugh when she saw Jiang En's appearance, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Who told some people to behave poorly last night? Humph, clear broth hot pot, go ahead and eat. As for revenge, or anything like that, we'll have to wait until someone recovers before we talk about it. Final. Although Jiang En was unwilling, he could only eat the clear broth hot pot with resentment. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Tolerance. During the meal, the conversation naturally flowed more freely. However, most of the conversations revolved around matters related to the studio. You mean you want me to join you? Su Ruojia had already heard Zhang Zhijie tell him about this. But at this moment, she still looked at Jiang En and confirmed it. Right. Jiang En had calculated that although the current studio was doing quite well, however, it is still not perfect. To make it successful, you need at least one person who truly understands operations. So, Zhang Zhijie and Su Ruojia are a perfect match. I could also. Su Ruojia glanced at Zhang Zhijie, then hesitated for a moment before saying, but are you sure you want to run this studio afterward? Logically speaking, it's not easy for a studio like this to develop. It needs to achieve results first. Jiang En was stunned. Score. We do. Huh? Su Ruojia was dumbfounded. She looked at Zhang Zhijie beside her. Zhang Zhijie then touched his head, as if waking from a dream. Oh my god. I actually forgot about this. Ruojia, it's like this. Your worries are unnecessary. Our studio has already achieved results. You know what an aggressive little dog is, right? Su Ruojia hesitated for a moment. Then her eyes flickered slightly. You mean, Attack on Titan is from your studio? Right. Zhang Zhijie nodded slightly, then said with a hint of shyness. I'm mostly a slacker, but this business was made possible by Jiang En and Lady Lin. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojia's gaze towards Jiang En and Lin Cixi instantly became solemn and respectful. I remember this game was a huge hit, right? You too managed to make it? I'm just an ordinary programmer. I am an ordinary painter. The two said the words almost simultaneously. Lin Cixi glared at her and snorted. You're such a mimic. Why are you copying my speech? Jiang En said innocently. That's not right. At most I just predicted you. Lin Cixi turned her head away. This guy is going too far. I've already predicted what I'll say. Watching their conversation, Zhang Zhijie couldn't help but chuckle and whispered smugly to Su Ruojia. See, Ruojia, I told you so, didn't I? These two, are they? Su Ruojia glanced at him, then looked at the two who were arguing and hesitated before saying. Actually, from the first time I saw them, I felt a strange sense of chemistry between them. Wow. As expected, great minds think alike. The two were whispering to each other. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice. Hey, you guys are eating here too. The four looked in the direction of the sound. It was Yang Tao and Lu Yuran. They had just finished eating upstairs and were coming down now. Good afternoon, Lu Yuran and Yang Tao. The group greeted the two men naturally. Jiang En, in particular, remained calm, showing no sign of emotional turmoil whatsoever. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yuran seemed to see the introverted Jiang En she had first met, the one who didn't like to talk and had a blank expression. She couldn't help but smile slightly. Good afternoon, Jiang En, everyone. Good afternoon. Yang Tao blinked, then glanced at Lin Cixi a few more times. What a pretty girl. To be honest, it's stunning at first glance. Moreover, sitting with Jiang En, there was a strange sense of chemistry between them. It's as if the two of them are the ones who are meant to be together. Chapter 63. What's the use of your red eyes now? To be honest, the feeling of being in a romantic relationship is quite a strange thing. The older generation says this is called couples looking alike. Young people say this is called couple chemistry. At the moment, Jiang En and Lin Cixi sitting together gave Yang Tao this feeling. These two seemed destined to be together, even though she was Lu Yuran's best friend. Even if she should unconditionally support Lu Yuran. However, a person's first instinct cannot be controlled. In fact, before seeing Lin Cixi, Yang Tao genuinely believed that Jiang En and Lu Yuran were a perfect match. They've been together for so many years, whatever her intentions may be. They are all genuinely supportive. Pity. Lu Yuren's performance disappointed her quite a bit. Even a good-natured guy like Jiang could lose him. Thinking of this, Yang Tao couldn't help but gently pull on Lu Yuren's shoulder. I'm worried she might lose control of herself later. She was unaware that Lu Yuren had a major argument with Jiang at the hospital yesterday. Seemingly noticing her best friend's hand beside her, Lu Yuren glanced at it briefly before quickly withdrawing her gaze, maintaining a calm smile. What a coincidence. We just finished eating, and then we saw you. Hee, it's not exactly a coincidence. After all, this restaurant is popular, and Jiang likes to eat here. I heard this. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Yuren's eyes. Jiang, do you like eating at this restaurant? Didn't he say he hated eating at this restaurant the most? Wrong. Oh, Lu Yuren immediately understood. So that's why he doesn't like to eat it, because he doesn't like it himself. Lu Yuren has a sensitive stomach and can't eat spicy food, so she has always avoided Chongqing hot pot. Jiang also stated that he doesn't like Chongqing hot pot either. It's too spicy, I can't stand it at all. This Chongqing hot pot restaurant has been open for many years, but the two of them have never been there once. And so, something rather funny happened. The two of them have now met. Jiang heard this and seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't say anything. She just glanced at Zhang Zhijie silently. This guy is doing it on purpose again. He clearly knows everything. Zhang Zhijie pretended not to see it, smiling as he looked at Lu Yuren, seemingly waiting for her reaction. As Jiang's brother, so many years have passed. He had a lot to say, and many times he couldn't stand what he saw, but he never uttered a sound. But now, he felt that sometimes it was okay to say something. After all, we can't always let our own brothers suffer losses, can we? Regarding Zhang Zhijie's thoughts flashed quickly across Lu Yuren's eyes. After a slight daze, she chuckled softly. I see. I'll come back to try it again when I have the chance. She came today to eat with Yang Tao, but the soup base was still clear, just like the one in front of Jiang. Next time, she might actually come and try it. Lin Cixi. After saying this, Lu Yuren glanced at Lin Cixi to the side and revealed a faint smile. Seemingly surprised to be called out, Lin Cixi, who was quietly concentrating on cooking tripe, looked up. He looked at Lu Yuren in front of him. She called me again. Will there be another battle this time? The fighting girl says she wants to eat now, not fight. I've looked at the schedule for this year's painting competition, and we're in the same group. Looking forward to seeing you again. Oh, I see. Lin Cixi breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, although she didn't want to fight, she was already prepared for it. In defending Jiang, for the girl, it almost became instinctive. Honestly, she used to feel particularly disgusted every time she saw Lu Yuren treat Jiang with that condescending attitude. Mingming, someone cherishes you so much and treats you well, but you don't appreciate it. Even if you keep saying you want to make up, it's not because you like him at all, it's just because he's nice to you. Isn't this behavior a bit too much for Jiang? Even on the very day Jiang was injured. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Yuren never once thought to ask how her head was or anything like that. All she ever said was, "Why don't you make up with me?" Just because of this, Lin Cixi felt that it was really difficult for her to have any good feelings towards Lu Yuren. Furthermore, I don't feel the need to have it. At most, I might feel a little envious. She has been cared for and looked after over the past decade. And this person is Jiang. Well, that jerk is really pathetic. Okay, so you guys eat, we're going back now. Lu Yuren was not surprised by Lin Cixi's attitude. Because she also disliked Lin Cixi. It completely clashes with her attributes. There might even be competition in the future, specifically in terms of romantic relationships. No, it's not just possible, it's certain. Okay, goodbye. Jiang remained calm throughout his farewell to the two men. This calmness carries a natural sense of detachment. As Lu Yuren left, she couldn't help but feel a slight pang in her heart, but she still walked out with a smile. Yang Tao, who was standing next to her, noticed all of this. The girl next to me was trembling even as she walked. It's easy to see that this resolute and calm demeanor was all an act. And Jiang, it's obvious that he doesn't really care anymore. That's what I've been thinking about. A barely perceptible hint of annoyance flashed across Yang Tao's eyes. Things can't always go according to her plan. He watched the two leave. The four of them finally got back to having fun. However, Lin Cece's mood had soured. It's really hard to say no, right? We were eating hot pot when someone challenged us to a meal. Although it may seem like just a reminder and casual conversation. But Lin Cece wasn't stupid. For a girl to say such things was like a boy challenging someone to a fight. That's really going too far. The girl muttered to herself, and then she saw a pair of chopsticks pick up a lot of meat. She looked up, and there he was, gazing at her with bright eyes and his usual smile. Please, help me out. There's so much meat, I can't possibly eat it all. TCH. Lin Cece pursed her lips, thinking that this level of overture seemed a little insincere. What are you cutting? Jiang glanced at the sunlight outside the window, then suddenly thought for a moment and said, Let's go to the amusement park together this afternoon. Huh? Zhang Zhijie looked puzzled and reluctant. Amusement park? Are you all right? Why do you suddenly want to go there? Su Ruojia blinked, glanced at Lin Cece secretly, and then grabbed Zhang Zhijie. I think I should go. It's been a long time since I've been there. Lin Cece, who was holding chopsticks, was slightly taken aback. Then he took a bite of the meat that Jiang had just handed him. It turns out he remembered that she had said she had never been to an amusement park. Okay, then I take back what I just said. Some people seem to be genuinely trying to curry favor. Chapter 64 Roller Coaster and Wishes. Amusement parks in Shanghai are always in peak season, so you're almost always guaranteed to have to queue every time you come. Hey, so it sounds like amusement parks aren't the kind of places where you can be happy right away as soon as you walk in. Of course, what truly makes you happy isn't the rides at the amusement park, but the people you spend time with and the time you can waste without having to think about anything. Standing in the crowd at the Shanghai amusement park, gazing at the roller coaster in the distance, listening to the screams that occasionally came from above, Jiang calmly looked at the girl in front of him and said this. Lin Cece is eating a cone of ice cream. The girl moved quickly, licking the milky white ice cream in small bites, her eyes full of satisfaction. Zhang Zhijie and Su Ruojia next to me were still arguing about whether to go for the Ferris wheel or the roller coaster first. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, the four of them headed straight to the amusement park. However, no one expected that there would be so many tourists on Friday afternoon. People were everywhere, and every attraction was packed. So, they're struggling to decide what to play. I suggest we cancel the roller coaster, Zhang Zhijie said, taking the lead in rejecting the park's highest, most thrilling, and scariest activity. Furthermore, he kept staring at Jiang, as if urging him with his eyes. Speak up now. She noticed Zhang Zhijie's gaze. Jiang naturally understood what this guy was thinking. He hesitated for a moment, then said quite cautiously, I think it's all right. Old Zhang, are you really that cowardly? ? I heard this. Zhang Zhijie was slightly bewildered, staring in astonishment at his good brother. What the hell? Be a decent human being. Over the years, haven't we both been terrified of high-altitude activities? Every time I come to an amusement park, I have to think twice before even riding a roller coaster or a carousel, let alone a roller coaster. And now you're telling me this? Me a coward? Are you sure I'm a coward? Zhang Zhijie nudged Jiang lightly with his shoulder. I'm telling you, Lao Jiang. It's not that I'm scared. It's just that I think this gets boring after a while, don't you think? Although he was dissatisfied, he decided to give Jiang another chance, since internal strife was not a good option at this time. It's all right. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang's face remained tense. But just the next moment, a gust of wind swept past behind my head, accompanied by a sizzling sound, followed by a scream that almost made my brain jump. Not far from them, overhead, a black steel rail, like a giant, twisting serpent, plunged steeply into the air at a height of about 15 stories, then violently plummeted back down, causing the tourists on the train to let out screams that gradually rose to their highest point. At this point, the rail seemed to jam, suspending everyone in mid-air, their bodies bent, with a clear view of the nearly 90-degree steep cliff. Then, a sudden drop occurs, and the tourists who instinctively hold their breath will instantly let out an even louder scream. This is the fastest and most thrilling roller coaster in Shanghai. As if afraid the two girls wouldn't understand, Zhang Zhijie added a sentence. However, coincidentally, both he and Jiang's faces turned slightly pale. Honestly, They must be brothers. Just watching others ride roller coasters made the two of them nervous. On the surface, they were just pretending to be nonchalant and putting on a brave face. Now that we've gone this far, girls, you should be scared. After all, roller coasters are really not fun for brave people. Why not go to Snow White's castle or something, and then we can take some photos together? Wouldn't that make for a more fulfilling trip? Zhang Zhijie felt incredibly uneasy. At the same time, I was a little anxious. Jiangyan, what are you doing? Teamwork, huh? You really want to go up there? However, the next moment. That sounds so exciting. Let's try it. Having finally finished her ice cream, Lin Cece stared excitedly at the roller coaster. Her eyes filled with a mix of nervousness and anticipation as she looked at Jiang En and the other person. Since you guys try this so often, you shouldn't be afraid, right? Well, shall we do it together? Zhang Zhijie never expected such an answer. He looked at Jiang En for help. As a pair of people with a fear of heights, they had indeed been to amusement parks in Shanghai many times, but they had always kept their distance from roller coasters. Now, asking them to go on, you don't want to see the two of us suffer a heart attack and die suddenly on the roller coaster, do you? Hurry, Lao Jiang, shouldn't you stand up now and tell Lin Cece firmly that this won't work? We're not playing this game. It's pointless. However, the next moment, Jiang En rubbed his hands together, eager to try. That's something worth a try. Very exciting. Are you fucking crazy? Aren't you afraid your heart will throb? Zhang Zhijie, who was listening nearby, almost couldn't catch his breath. He stared at Jiang En, wondering if this guy was up to something. Teacher Jiang looks quite imposing. Lin Cece blinked, her charming expression easily arousing a protective instinct in people. Unyielding to power, unmoved by poverty. Zhang Zhijie muttered, then grabbed Su Ruojia's hand and coughed lightly. Ruojia, let's go play some other activities then. Anyway, I'm not interested in this anymore. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for me. Zhang Zhijie figured it out. Jiangyan, you're acting strange today. You look like a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Did you take the wrong medicine today? You even dared to ride a roller coaster. Especially when Lin Cece said she really wanted to go up and try. Your trembling legs suddenly tensed up. Your stance changed instantly. Depend on. That guy's not playing along. To be honest, Zhang Zhijie did manage to figure something out. Jiang En is acting strangely this time, most likely because of Lin Cece. However, Jiang En had no intention of letting Zhang Zhijie off the hook. His face turned slightly pale, and he said, if I remember correctly, Ruojia also likes roller coasters, right? She mentioned it before, but you've never brought her. Don't miss it today. Zhang Zhijie's lips twitched slightly. He moved a little closer to Jiang En and lowered his voice. I see your face is trembling. What I mean is, let's all come together, everyone's here. Jiang En seemed not to hear him. Stop joking. Actually, I really think my favorite amusement park rides are Snow White Castle or go-karting. Let's go go-karting, 2 people per car, that can satisfy your desire to bring girls along. Zhang Zhijie said with a gloomy face and coaxing. My favorite ride is actually the roller coaster. Jiang En turned his head away, then twitched his lips slightly in a direction that Lin Cece couldn't see. He's definitely going to ride that roller coaster today. Because of that afternoon in my memory. The girl sat in the sunset and talked about her childhood wishes. The first one is to ride a roller coaster. Chapter 65. Luckily, I know how to date. For Jiang En, roller coasters can indeed be deadly. But compared to fulfilling the girl's wish, Jiang is determined to fight to the death today. Just as Zhang Zhijie was cursing the kid for being dishonest. Lin Cece suddenly shook her head, looking troubled. Wait a minute, we can't go on this roller coaster. Question mark. Jiang En and Zhang Zhijie looked over at the same time. Why? All I saw was Lin Cece approaching Jiang En, circling him once, and saying with a hint of helplessness. Although I really want to go up there, some people are too much of a hindrance. Won't it get damaged by the wind if it goes up there? Jiang En then realized what was happening. Then, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. He originally intended to fulfill the girl's wish. As a result, he completely forgot about the injury on his head. Zhang Zhijie, who was standing to the side, was stunned when he heard this. Then the way he looked at Jiang En instantly changed. You old rascal. So that's what they were planning all along. No wonder you acted so tough. You old bastard. Feeling Zhang Zhejie's gaze, Jiang'an couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth. He had truly forgotten about it. To be honest, he had actually been thinking about Lin Cici's wish for a long time. There simply wasn't time before. But when I thought of it today while I was at the hot pot restaurant, the thought just kept popping into his head. Yes, the boss wants to win back the employees' hearts and get them to work harder and put in more overtime. It would be reasonable to help her fulfill her dream, right? So he came. The result was good. Now it's backfired a bit. All right, since that's the case. Lin Cici gently nodded Jiang'an's head, then said with a hint of regret, "It's really not fun if the four of us don't go up together. Let's switch to another project then." Jiang'an felt a little helpless, but also relieved. It seems that the road to capitalists exploiting their employees is still a long way off. Then I'll just have to try again next time. Jiang gradually relaxed as he thought to himself. However, a dozen minutes later, Jiang'an sat on the Ferris wheel, his face pale. He wasn't feeling well at all. He hadn't expected it. I never expected this. There are ways capitalists can win over their employees. Not long after giving up on the roller coaster, before Jiang'an and Zhang Zhejie could even breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Cici had already proposed a new project, the Ferris wheel. And then, that was it. They've already made those boasts, and before they even had a chance to mentally prepare themselves, they're already in line. In the end, Jiang'an had almost no idea how he got up there. His gaze swept nervously and uneasily across the surrounding windows. The girl leaned against the window, excitedly gazing at the surrounding scenery. 2 people per car on the Ferris wheel. Naturally, Zhang Zhejie and Su Ruojiao went. As for him, he naturally ended up with Lin Cici. It seems like a reasonable combination, and in fact, it is quite reasonable. Feel the carriage slowly rising. Jiang'an stared almost directly at the table in front of him, trying to distract himself. And at this time, Lin Cici finally withdrew her gaze from her surroundings and then looked Jiang'an up and down for a while. He said with a laugh, "I said, could some people actually be afraid of heights? How could that be? It's just a bit sudden." Jiang'an heard the voice, raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the girl trying to force a smile. "Really? Then some people's faces are so pale." Jiang'an remained silent. "I feel like I can't hide it anymore." Actually, he had a little trick up his sleeve when he first suggested riding the roller coaster. After all, roller coasters are so noisy and chaotic. Even if he was afraid, Lin Cici wouldn't notice if she went up there. That way, their image can still be preserved to some extent. But now, the Ferris wheel looks at each other in bewilderment. How do I hide it? Actually, if you're afraid of heights, it's not like you can't say it. Seemingly sensing Jiang'an's thoughts, Lin Cici's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Actually, this is my first time sitting here, but I've always been brave since I was little. So I'm not very afraid of heights. But Mr. Jiang, you didn't seem to be behaving very naturally, so I'm guessing you were actually trying to fulfill my wish, right? Huh. Jiang'an was slightly taken aback when his secret was suddenly exposed. He didn't expect that Lin Cici could guess this. Seeing Jiang'an's expression and reaction, Lin Cici's lips curled up slightly. "See, I guessed right. Actually, when you suggested going to the amusement park at the hot pot restaurant, I knew you must have remembered the wishes I told you that afternoon." Jiang'an let out a long sigh of relief. So the girl had guessed everything? Then why is he still pretending? All right, I concede defeat to this heroine's ability to guess. Jiang'an cupped his hands in greeting, then continued to grip the handle beside him. It's not that I guessed correctly. It's just that this cunning man is acting way too convincingly. Lin Cici couldn't help but laugh. When you and Zhang Zhejie were putting on this act, couldn't you have acted a little more convincingly? It was so obvious. Jiang'an turned his head to the side. However, I'm still very happy. After all, someone actually remembered the wish I casually mentioned before. The girl paused, and then looked out the window again. The Ferris wheel had already risen to mid-air, and looking down, you could see all sorts of attractions and facilities, as well as the crowded people. Teacher Jiang, do you know? Actually, the Ferris wheel is the only high-altitude attraction in an amusement park that people with a fear of heights can accept. Huh? Is there such a saying? Jiang'an was stunned, somewhat confused. Because Ferris wheels don't go very fast, They only slowly ascend, which reduces the thrill of speed. Then, the main reason is that taking a girl on a Ferris wheel has a special meaning. As she said this, Lin Cece turned her head and stared at Jiangyan, a long and soft strand of hair swaying in front of her bright eyes. Jiangyan's face twitched slightly. Does it have a special meaning? To be honest, he believes he has gained a good understanding of many things over the past decade. However, since Lu Yuran doesn't like amusement parks, she hasn't been there many times, so this might really be a blind spot for her. What do you mean? He asked cautiously. You know, these are the 3 most popular dating spots. Lin Cece sighed. 3 most popular dating spots. It's a movie theater, a Ferris wheel, and an aquarium. Lin Cece counted them off one by one on her fingers, then sighed. So when I asked you to get on the Ferris wheel just now, I thought some people had finally seen the light because of my beauty. The results have now been discovered. Teacher Jiang, you're not as good as me when it comes to dating. But it's okay, I can. Chapter 66, 3 major dating spots. A Ferris wheel, a movie theater, and an aquarium. Listen to the girl recount these 3 dating hotspots. Jiangyan's eyes flickered slightly. Do these 3 places also carry this kind of symbolic meaning? Over the past decade, aside from Ferris wheels and aquariums. Oh, I think I've only ever been to the movie theater. I went to see a movie with Lu Yuran before. I was watching Bunny Bears at the time. Spring Festival film season. The girl felt the house was too quiet, so she said to him, let's go see a movie. Jiangyan was overjoyed at that moment. Because the most popular movie during that Spring Festival season was You Are the Apple of My Eye. Just as he had managed to snag the tickets, and even prepared his confession, the 2 of them entered the movie theater. Lu Yuran took out 2 tickets. Bear sighting. Look at this, I heard it's hilarious. Jiangyan silently raised his head, staring at the Bunny Bears advertisement in the movie theater, secretly vowing revenge. Bald Chong, Xiongda, Xiong'er, I will never forgive you. Then he quietly crumpled the movie ticket in his pocket with his hand, followed by a bright smile, looking very happy. Haha, how did you know that's what I wanted to see too? I want to see what kind of curse those kids are under. They have to see it every year. Then Jiangyan accompanied Lu Yuran to watch a parent-child version of Bunny Bears. He swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Looking back on this memory now, Jiangyan finds it somewhat amusing. I don't seem so angry or annoyed anymore. However, upon closer reflection, if only he hadn't torn up those 2 tickets and had been more forceful in telling Lu Yuran. I bought tickets from those years. Let's not be fooled by the bear sightings. Let's look at this. I have something to tell you. Perhaps the story will end differently. Let's finish this faster. Finally, I pulled my swaying thoughts back. Jiangyan realized that he seemed to have experienced a lot in the past 10 years of his youth. But after things settled down, upon reflection, they seemed surprisingly calm. I haven't done anything particularly meaningful. Being with Lu Yuran was like being trapped in a cup, with limited air just enough to meet the need for breathing. But no matter how I think about it now, no matter how frustrated I am, there's no going back now. After hearing this, I feel like I've had a pretty bad 10 years. I haven't been there, and I don't know anything about it. After a while, Jiangyan's complexion softened considerably, no longer as pale as before. At the same time, he looked at Lin Cece and continued softly. It seems that you do understand love better than I do. But why am I always alone? Jiangyan had thought about this problem before, but couldn't find an explanation. Lin Cece pursed her lips, then spoke again, but did not answer the question. There are reasons why these 3 places are considered dating hotspots. Movie theaters are dark, which makes it natural for girls to develop a sense of dependence. They can naturally hold the boy's hand and lean on his shoulder. And if it's a horror movie or a sad movie, the boy can go further and hold her hand or put his arm around her neck. At this time, girls generally won't refuse. An aquarium makes a guy seem quite tasteful, elegant, and kind to animals. Every girl likes a guy with a kind heart. Plus, the aquarium's main color is dark blue. In that long passageway, you feel like you're in another world. You'll feel a sense of excitement and mystery, like you're eloping to another world. At last, Lin Cece glanced at the window. Wouldn't a Ferris wheel be even simpler? A boy takes a girl on a Ferris wheel. That means you can't go anywhere for the next 10 or even 15 minutes. You can say whatever you want. Confess your love? Yes, confess your love. You can make a pig cry in 10 minutes. You could even prepare elaborate fireworks for her. Say the most romantic words at the highest point. Tell me, which girl could really handle that? Teacher Lin's class has come to an end. Jiang'an fell into deep thought. Turn out to be. These three places actually have so many intricacies. From this perspective, he really didn't make the most of the past decade. Chapter 67. Finally getting the hang of it. A guy like you, boss, is great and gentle. It's normal that you don't understand these things. Because you've already spent most of your time satisfying her. And no one has ever taught you how to be in a relationship. No, I don't know. I've never been there, so it seems quite normal. As for why I'm still single, Lin Cece shrugged. Because I really haven't met the right person. Jiang'an felt a little relieved. It seemed that at least the problem wasn't caused by his family of origin. Yes, worrying about this is something the boss should be concerned about. As Jiang'an thought about it, his gaze involuntarily drifted away. He felt like a train that had recently derailed, repeatedly about to go off the rails, only to be forced to add new tracks. I'm really happy. This is the first time I've come to an amusement park with someone. After saying this, Lin Cece turned around, grabbed the window bar, and stared at the roller coaster spiraling upwards in the distance. The sunlight from high above fell on her soft face, and her eyes were deep, hidden in the light, and not clearly visible. Come visit often in the future, Jiang'an said after a slight hesitation, staring at the girl's retreating figure. Lin Cece looked at him. Jiang'an blinked, then pointed to his head and continued dryly. Once I'm better, I'll go on roller coasters too. Is it possible to change a fear of heights? Lin Cece stuck out her tongue, seemingly mocking Jiang'an for making empty promises. Able. Jiang'an nodded seriously, then for the first time turned his gaze to the window, his hands involuntarily gripping the railing tightly. Look now. I'm not actually that scared anymore. The view outside the window. Actually, it looks quite nice. The Ferris wheel has reached its highest point. With just a slight upward glance, you can overlook the entire amusement park. The huge roller coaster doesn't seem so big anymore. The carousel also looks tiny. A slight breeze blew through the cracks in the window, tickling Jiang'an's face. Actually, if we exclude the visual and psychological impact, this feeling is quite comfortable. And, indeed, 15 minutes is a lot of time to talk. I definitely want to try a roller coaster next time. Jiang'an turned his head, as if he had truly made up his mind, in response to the girl's mocking expression earlier. Okay then. Then it's settled. Lin Cece's eyebrows and eyes relaxed slightly. This guy, at least her talk wasn't in vain. Hey, it seems like they've finally grasped the basics a little. Chapter 68. There is a beautiful young woman in front of you. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Jiang'an's legs were weak. Zhang Zhijie, who was in a similar predicament, was no better off. This guy looked at Jiang'an with an expression that said, "Today we must fight to the death." Jiang'an turned his head away. He didn't understand, so he didn't want to look. How was the Ferris wheel? What did you talk about on it? In the end, Zhang Zhijie gave up the idea of confronting Jiang'an at the amusement park and couldn't help but ask him. Looking into his expectant eyes, Jiang'an did not hide anything. We talked about the 3 most popular dating spots. Huh? Movie theater, aquarium, Ferris wheel? Is that all you're talking about? Zhang Zhijie frowned slightly upon hearing this, then blurted out. Question mark. Jiang'an was stunned, somewhat bewildered. How did you know? Ruojia said it. Ruojia told me this before. Looking at Zhang Zhijie's self-righteous demeanor, Jiang'an was slightly lost in thought, and then suddenly understood why the girl had wasted 15 minutes talking about these things. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when we left the amusement park. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the tree-lined avenue, casting long shadows of the 4 people. All right, let's part ways here. I really have something to do this time. Zhang Zhijie glanced at the time and, seeing that they were almost at the school gate, decisively said. Jiang'an glanced at him. White. Zhang Zhijie clenched his fist. You're the one who knows how to be subtle. Meanwhile, Su Ruojia's pretty face flushed slightly. She naturally understood the meaning of that single word. She reached out and pinched Zhang Zhijie's waist, giving it a gentle twist. Zhang Zhijie winced in pain, then quickly said, How could that be? We're going to eat, have dinner. You two should at least give us some space, right? Here you go. Jiang'an was too lazy to pay attention to this guy and responded indifferently. Then we'll be going now. As he spoke, Jiang'an glanced at Lin Cixi. Upon noticing the girl still munching on ice cream, he frowned slightly and said, Hey, hey, I'm telling you, if you eat 2 ice creams in one day, your stomach will hurt tonight, won't it? Lin Cixi stuck out her tongue. Mind your own business. With that, the girl walked towards Musi Mountain residence. Looking at the girl's back, Jiang'an sighed. Why? The cohabitation is not over yet, and gay people still need to keep their heads down. He stared at the 2 people's departing figures. Hey, did you see that? These 2, aren't they starting to click? Zhang Zhijie said with a sly grin. Yes, even when Jiang'an wasn't looking at Lin Cixi, that girl was secretly glancing at him, and her eyes were shining. Su Ruojia nodded. Hee, I'm relieved now. I'm relieved if it's Lady Lin. Huh? What's wrong? You think so highly of Lin Cixi. Of course, they're so compatible. Zhang Zhijie remarked. Compatible? Do you think Lu Yuran and Jiang'an weren't compatible before? Su Ruojia suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Zhang Zhijie smiled, then reached out and ruffled Su Ruojia's hair. While hailing a taxi by the roadside with his head down, he replied, A perfect match. Jiang'an thinks that as long as we get along, that's fine. I returned home. Lin Cixi kicked off her shoes first, then rushed onto the sofa. Then, it seized the most advantageous position, curled up like a little koala, and looked at Jiang'an, who had just entered the room, with a worried expression. Teacher Jiang. You vicious man. Jiang'an was completely bewildered. He thought to himself, I just walked into the house. How did I become a vicious man? After you said that on the way back, I felt a stomachache. Okay, it must be. From the ice cream, I swear, from your curse. The girl clutched her stomach, her face contorted in pain. Really, it's enjoyable to eat, but it causes excruciating pain afterward. Puff. Jiang'an finally couldn't help but laugh out loud at the girl's performance. He gently shook his head. All right. So it seems my curse is quite effective? Then I'll have to say a few more lines. How can you be so heartless? There's a beautiful young girl lying right in front of you. Listening to the girl's pitiful, rambling ramblings over and over. Jiang'an knew that. The girl who was emotionally sensitive and depressed yesterday because of Lin Danan and Lu Yuran has finally returned. Chapter 69 Brown Sugar Water. All right, stop shouting. I'm making you some brown sugar water. Wait a little longer. The sound of the kettle boiling water began. Jiang'an stretched. Then he sat down on the floor in front of the sofa. He dragged the laptop from the floor and sighed deeply. I was thinking of lying down for a bit, but then I suddenly realized. I haven't done my work for today yet. Upon hearing this, the girl opened her closed eyes a crack and peeked at Jiang'an, who had turned on his computer. Boss, do we really want to roll it like this? It's not that the bugs are rolled out. It's that all the recent bugs have been patched together and haven't been fixed yet. After the art exhibition, Jiang'an actually doesn't have much time to manage the studio's affairs. It's estimated that a bunch of bugs had accumulated long ago. Of course, he needs to take advantage of this time to catch up on his workload. How are our results going? Lin Cixi clutched her stomach, glancing around curiously. Not bad. We secured first place on last month's new game chart. This month, we're aiming for the top spots on the trending games charts, but we seem to have some formidable competitors. Jiang'an rubbed his chin, staring at the data on the computer screen. After a month, the growth rate of Attack on Titan gradually leveled off. The momentum is not as strong as before, but the number of downloads has steadily reached around 20 million. It barely made it into the list of most popular games. It's quite remarkable that a simple, relaxing game like this could make it onto the platform's most popular game list. Can we win first place in that graduation project competition? Lin Cixi suddenly thought of this and quickly asked. There will definitely be some challenges. Jiang'an frowned slightly. After all, I've seen several good games released this month. Then what do we do? Of course, it's about developing new gameplay, new maps, and new modes that can excite players. As he spoke, Jiang'an gently tapped the screen, and lines of code appeared. Lin Cixi looked completely bewildered. What is this thing? A new mode, an all-player challenge mode, and then you set up a currency. Jiang Yin's eyes sparkled with different colors. As a game designer, he knows all too well how to extend the lifespan of a game. And I had actually anticipated my current situation a long time ago. Therefore, we are fully prepared. New mode map. Lin Cece muttered to herself, then suddenly jumped up from the sofa, as if injected with adrenaline. Then I'll get to work too, and I'll make you cry. Result. The girl's head was pressed down by a hand. She saw the boy in front of her sigh with a helpless expression. Let's drink some brown sugar water first. Chapter 70. If only I had known this would happen. Why did I do it in the first place? Zhang Zhijia was in unbearable pain. Jiang Yin and Lin Cece were having dinner. Because of the incident where he pulled out a Durex condom from his pocket, Xiao Lin, the heroine, simply gave up. Cooking is out of the question. Let's get started. In response to this, Jiang Yin found it both funny and helpless. However, he knew he was in the wrong in this matter. So, he cooked dinner tonight. How is it? How does it taste? Jiang Yin asked, staring at the girl who was eating with her head down. Okay. Lin Cece was about to blurt out delicious, but she swallowed the word back and replied irritably. It seems pretty average. I don't know why, but some people's cooking skills have dropped after they got injured. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. All right, looks like I'll have to order takeout tomorrow. No, takeout isn't healthy. Lin Cece stubbornly raised her head and said, then you can make it. Since you dislike mine and think takeout doesn't taste good, then you'll have no choice but to make it yourself, right? That won't do. Lin Cece stared at Jiang and couldn't help but complain. You've been carrying that thing with you all along. I haven't forgiven you for having ulterior motives. You actually want me to cook? Fine, you bastard. Jiang Yin was speechless. He glanced with a hint of melancholy at the box on the coffee table not far away. This matter. It seems we can't get through this. The next morning, when Jiang Yin got up, Lin Cece was still fast asleep in the room. It's quite interesting. At the very beginning, Lin Cece insisted that Jiang Yin sleep inside the house. What we should say is that we should be understanding and considerate of the patient's feelings. Jiang Yin refused at the time. After all, it's a bit absurd to let a girl sleep on the living room sofa while a grown man like me sleeps in the room. This finally made Lin Cece give up. Now things are much better. His treatment as a patient is getting worse every day. Jiang Yin stretched and glanced at the time. 7:20. Let's go to school and buy breakfast. After all, Musi Mountain residence is very close to the school, and although there are snack shops nearby, there aren't many. Jiang Yin was going to the cafeteria to buy a jianbingguozi, Chinese crepe. This was meant to appease a certain restless young girl. Moreover, the jianbingguozi, Chinese crepe, with soy milk in the cafeteria is the perfect treat for a young girl. I went downstairs. As Jiang Yin enjoyed the morning breeze, his gaze wandered around. Most of them were couples heading to their early morning classes. Jiang Yin, on the other hand, seemed relaxed and at ease. After all, what big lectures does he still have to teach now? Originally, I was supposed to be with Lu Yuran, but now I don't need to at all. Do whatever you want. As Jiang Yin pondered this, he walked into the cafeteria. As soon as I went inside, I saw a familiar figure buying things. Lu Yuran? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. Could it be? Is it really as those popular captions on Douyin, TikTok, say? When you don't want to see a certain person, you can see him anywhere, anytime. But when you want to see someone. But no matter what, it was very difficult to find him. This was also Jiang Yin's idea at one time. In the beginning, he wished he could see Lu Yuran every day. In supermarkets, in cafeterias, in crowded places. But they are rarely seen. In the end, the only option was to go directly to the door and wait. Now look what's happened. I happened to run into Lu Yuran while having hot pot that day. I went out to buy breakfast today and unexpectedly ran into Lu Yuran again. At the same time, the window sill and doorway of the jianbingguozi, Chinese crepe, shop. Lu Yuran and Yang Tao were waiting in line. Meanwhile, Yang Tao was still yawning, complaining with a disgruntled expression. Yuran, why did you suddenly think of eating jianbingguozi? I'm really fed up. It's so early in the morning. I'm not even fully awake yet, and I don't have any classes. Lu Yuran glanced at her and chuckled. Isn't it normal to pay attention to your diet? Yang Tao sighed silently. He glanced at Lu Yuran a few more times out of the corner of his eye. Honestly, Miss Lu, aren't you ashamed of what you're saying? You've been in school for 3 whole years. When have you ever bought your own breakfast? Isn't it all delivered to you by Jiang and early in the morning? Whatever you want to eat, we'll send it to you. Of course you're eating healthily. To put it bluntly, the reason why Yang Tao is feeling a bit resentful and has some complaints right now is also Jiang used to bring her one every day as well. Now that it's gone, she doesn't even have breakfast anymore. But you've never bought breakfast by yourself before, have you? Hearing what Yang Tao said, Lu Yuran's eyes flickered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and said calmly, "It's okay, we'll buy them ourselves next time." "Oh right, boss, I'd like 3 servings. Yang Tao was dumbfounded once again. "No, why do we need 3 servings? Yuran, you're mistaken. I'll help Zhang Zhijie and Jiang'an with their things," Lu Yuran said frankly, without hiding anything. Yang Tao's eyes widened instinctively. Did she mishear that? Is this really something Lu Yuran would say? She's actually going to deliver food to Jiang'an and Zhang Zhijie? Is this something this young lady would do? A series of question marks appeared in Yang Tao's mind. However, Lu Yuran did not explain, and then walked away with the Jianbing Guozi in her hand. She needed to hurry and send it over first. Otherwise, it would be too late for Jiang'an and Zhang Zhijie to make it to the studio. Watching Lu Yuran's hurried departure, Yang Tao was speechless for a moment. Lu Yuran, oh Lu Yuran, you deserve it. When Jiang'an was all over you, you didn't even lift your eyelids. What about now? He doesn't want you anymore. Instead, you went and fawned over her? If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Yang Tao withdrew her gaze, her expression slightly indifferent. To be honest, she was quite envious of Lu Yuran. Even if Jiang'an doesn't choose her, there's still Yang Wenqin. Of course, Yang Wenqin now belongs to her. He glanced at Lu Yuran as she hurriedly left. Jiang'an was slightly dazed. I actually saw her buying breakfast at the cafeteria. This is unprecedented, isn't it? Perhaps she will soon adapt to this kind of life. Jiang'an continued to wait for the soy milk in front of him, his expression calm. He didn't care why Lu Yuran arrived so early. I bought a few. Who is it for? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? These things have nothing to do with him anymore. At the same time, Lu Yuran arrived downstairs at Jiang'an's building. He took out his phone and called Jiang'an. She couldn't go up there, so naturally Jiang'an had to come down and get it. Then, the phone rang for ages. No one answered. Lu Yuran frowned slightly, unwilling to give up, and fought for a while longer. Finally, a somewhat lazy, sticky voice came from the other end. She looked like she hadn't woken up yet. Hello, who is this? Chapter 71 Belated affection is cheaper than grass. Hello, who is this? Listening to the languid female voice coming from the other end of the phone, Lu Yuran's face stiffened slightly, and she felt a strange chill rush from the soles of her feet to her brain. The next moment, she didn't utter a sound. Then he quickly hung up the phone. Then, a person stood downstairs in the boys' dormitory, not knowing what to do, and stood there in a daze for a very long time. On the other side, at Musi Mountain residence, Lin Cece had just woken up. The girl, still half asleep, was talking incoherently into her phone. Huh? Hey, why is nobody answering me? Who is it? Why didn't they answer the phone? What's even more outrageous is why teacher Jiang doesn't bring her phone when she goes out. Lin Cece was woken up by the noise. The phone rang twice in a row before she reluctantly got out of bed and came to the sofa. Then he picked up Jiang'an's phone to answer the call. Nobody said a word. At this time, she finally managed to open her eyes, revealing a somewhat troubled expression. It really is, who is it? Lin Cece looked at the contact name on Jiang'an's phone. After all, no matter who it is, there should be some kind of note or something. It's fine if you don't look at the results. After reading it, Lin Cece fell silent. Lu Yuran. The girl gently shook her arm, her face stern. Although she didn't say anything, she was clearly annoyed. Why? Even though you've left, why do you still keep contacting him? Although, I have no right to criticize or question right now. But just thinking about it is already annoying. Thinking about this, Lin Cece put Jiang'an's phone back on the coffee table. The little girl pouted, tilted her head, and went back to her room dejectedly. Then she lay down on the bed in a big shape, looking extremely sullen. However, inside the cafeteria at this moment, Jiang'an was completely bewildered, because he never expected that, just after buying the tofu pudding and getting ready to pay. After searching for ages, I realized I didn't bring my phone. Did you leave it at home? Jiang'an frowned slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. At the same time, he looked up at Yang Tao beside him and thanked her. Thank you, Yang Tao. Fortunately, Yang Tao was buying jianbing guozi, Chinese crepes, nearby today. Jiang'an didn't have his phone with him, nor did he have any cash, so he had no choice but to ask Yang Tao for help. Yang Tao had no objection to this. Instead, while paying the bill, she subtly inquired about Jiang'an's identity. Jiang'an, you and Yuran have really broken up? I heard this. Jiang'an glanced at her and calmly replied. What do you mean by break? I don't quite understand what break means. But we're still friends. Friends, that's all. I heard this answer. Yang Tao glanced sideways, then looked at Jiang'an a few more times before hesitating and saying, Yuran has missed you a lot lately. I just brought you breakfast. Yang Tao spared no effort in helping Lu Yuran. After all, helping her is helping yourself. Even from a certain perspective. If Yang Tao hadn't been unable to win Jiang'an's heart, she wouldn't have even chosen Yang Wenqing. After all, Yang Tao felt that Jiang'an was better than the other person. Did he bring me breakfast? Hearing this, Jiang'an was slightly taken aback. He really didn't expect Lu Yuran to do something like buying him breakfast. But he wasn't in the dorm either, and neither was Zhang Zhijie. So it's all for nothing now? Seemingly sensing Jiang'an's thoughts, Yang Tao added another sentence without changing her expression. Anyway, I've never seen anyone care about her this much over the years. After saying this, Yang Tao stared intently at Jiang'an. She wanted to see how Jiang'an would react. If there's even a hint of pain in his eyes, it means he still likes Lu Yuran. However, Jiang'an merely glanced at Yang Tao. He then answered with remarkable calmness. How she is doing is her own business now. There's an old saying, deep affection that comes late is worthless than grass. Besides, she was just grabbing breakfast on the go, wasn't she? After saying this, Jiang'an chuckled self-deprecatingly, then picked up the jianbing guozi he had just made. Mine is ready. I'm leaving now. As for the money for the meal, I'll transfer it to you later. He stared at Jiang'an's receding figure. It took Yang Tao a while to come to her senses. What did Jiang'an just say? Is belated affection less valuable than grass? She couldn't help but gently bite her lip, falling into deep thought. We returned to Musi Mountain residence. Jiang'an found the house empty. Looking around, Lin Cici's room door was open, and the girl was lying on the bed. It was hard to tell whether she was asleep or awake. Jiang'an blinked, then looked down and picked up his phone from the sofa. Then his eyes flickered slightly. 10 minutes ago, Lu Yuran called once. The call was connected. But the call was disconnected after only a few seconds. He didn't have time to think about it much. The girl's slightly sour words already echoed in my ears. Don't worry, I didn't even see who it was when I received the call. I didn't say anything to her either. I was just asking who it was, but I was too confused to read the contact name. She ignored me and hung up without saying a word. Listening to Lin Cici's explanation, Jiang'an was stunned for a moment, looking at her face, which clearly cared a lot, but she was clenching her teeth and pretending not to care. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, yet he also found it strangely amusing. So, why did Lady Lin need to explain all this? Actually, he didn't really care. Seeing that Jiang'an didn't say anything, Lin Cici pouted and said, What? Is it my fault? Don't blame me. It's clearly your own fault for not having your phone with you. Then it kept ringing and ringing and ringing until I was woken up and answered the phone. And let me tell you, I was already being very polite by not blaming you for waking me up. Upon hearing this, Jiang'an couldn't help but smile. One can imagine how anxious Lu Yuran must have been, trying to make one phone call after another without getting through. After all, his phone used to be on standby 24/7 for her. All right. Jiang'an gently shook his head, revealing a warm smile. All right, that's enough of that. I know what you're trying to say. I understand it all. I don't blame you, nor do I think you did a bad job. I even want to thank you for waking up in the middle of the night to answer my call. If I were ever kidnapped, your call would be very meaningful. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece blinked, a look of doubt appearing on her small face. Really? You really didn't care? Really? Jiang nodded with a smile. That's good. Lin Cece secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had gone back to her room in a huff and puff, intending to take another nap. But I just couldn't fall asleep no matter what I did. She kept thinking, should I not have answered the phone? After all, this is Jiang's phone number. Such thoughts kept swirling in her mind. Lin Cece only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Jiang really didn't care. Just as she was about to say something, she said, all right then, this heroine will do it next time. He hadn't finished speaking. Jiang had already taken out a jianbing guozi, Chinese crepe, and tofu pudding from a bag on the side. As a reward and a token of my gratitude, please accept this breakfast, Ms. Lin. Chapter 72, Never Look Back, is certainly something to celebrate. Looking at the tofu pudding and jianbing guozi in front of me, the resentment in Lin Cece's eyes faded slightly. Then she puffed out her cheeks and whispered, you brought it for me? Savory tofu pudding or sweet tofu pudding? I heard this. Jiang immediately burst into laughter. That girl. Shouldn't the focus be on me, the patient, getting up early to go to the school cafeteria to buy you breakfast? Is the key point savory or sweet tofu pudding? Salty tofu pudding, Jiang replied weakly. Oh, that's good. Lin Cece then smiled and said happily, savory tofu pudding, YYDS. As she spoke, she grabbed a jianbing, Chinese crepe, and tofu pudding, and sat down on the table with a cheerful smile, all traces of her earlier worries gone. But he still managed to throw out a question. However, do you want to give Lu Yuran a call back? It's so early. What if something urgent has happened? As she spoke, Lin Cece took a big bite of the jianbing guozi, Chinese crepe, silently muttering to herself. I'm not the kind of person who's unreasonable, cold-hearted, or illogical. Lu Yuran must have something to say for calling so early, right? Don't let it really delay your progress. Upon hearing Lin Cece's words, Jiang was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Seeing that the girl was deliberately not turning around and was talking in a sullen manner, Jiang couldn't help but smile and replied, she didn't need anything from me. Lin Cece turned her head in confusion, revealing a bewildered look. Huh? Is everything all right? Then, she became even more confused. No, how did you know? You didn't bring your phone with you. Jiang shrugged, scooped up a spoonful of tofu pudding, and said calmly, because I saw them in the cafeteria today. She bought breakfast and left in a hurry. Bought breakfast and left in a hurry? A serious look suddenly appeared in the girl's eyes. Battle Girls, Level 1 Combat Readiness. Yes, I also buy jianbing guozi for breakfast. I understand. I bought it for you to eat, right? Lin Cece slowly narrowed her eyes, and at the same time, she tightened her grip on the spoon slightly. Jiang hadn't noticed yet, and was just talking to himself. Yes, I didn't expect it at first either. It was Yang Tao who mentioned it when I asked her to borrow money. Depend on. Lin Cece couldn't help but utter that one word, then glared fiercely at Jiang. Sure, Teacher Jiang. You've started doing all of this exactly like the reconciliation story in those White Moonlight novels. Upon hearing this, Jiang narrowed his eyes with interest and asked with a smile. White Moonlight novels. What is that? Last time you said your childhood sweetheart would die at the hands of a stranger. And what's the path to getting back together with the White Moonlight? Unrequited love. Looking at Jiang's enthusiastic expression, Lin Cece pouted. What other path is there? It's just that the White Moonlight turns around and then realizes what true love really is. And so, the tragic male protagonist, who had been pursuing his White Moonlight for many years, finally held her hand and walked with her to the end. After listening, Jiang sighed deeply. You know what, this plot is pretty cliché. But it happens often in real life, doesn't it? Lin Cece slurped up the tofu pudding in front of her. It was bright red, fragrant, and very tempting. Strange, it tasted pretty good just now. Why doesn't it taste good now? Perhaps it exists in reality. Jiang reached out and gently tapped the girl who had her legs crossed on the chair. The way you eat is weird. Lin Cece opened her mouth wide at him like a little tiger. ABA. Then, reluctantly, he put his leg down. Then, Jiang continued speaking. The storyline of reconciliation between the white moonlight and the beloved may exist in reality, but it is certainly not very common. At least, it's not my turn. There's nothing I can do. I'm the most indifferent, the most ruthless, and the most unrepentant person. Listening to Jiang En's words, Lin Cece raised her head, a slightly questioning look on her face. Really, boss? Are you really that cold-hearted and ruthless, never looking back? Really? Jiang En stretched. Some things, once you say you won't turn back, you never will. So, just eat your breakfast in peace, and then get to work, okay? Lin Cece pouted upon hearing this, but she was visibly much happier. Then he stared pitifully at Jiang En. So, to celebrate the boss's refusal to turn back, can we skip work today? Jiang En Elo. What do you mean? You're addicted to paid leave, aren't you? Yesterday wasn't enough, you want to do it again today. And not looking back is something to celebrate, isn't it? Lin Cece continued. Of course it is. Well, actually I want to go back and see my grandma. Last night my grandma said she missed me, and I missed her too. At this point, the girl's expression visibly wilted, and her mood quickly became much more depressed. Grandma. Jiang En was stunned. So he took leave to see his grandmother? That's what I've been thinking about. Jiang En rubbed his face, then reached out and rubbed the girl's head. Then he adopted a lavish demeanor. Oh, is that so? Then go ahead. It's no big deal to skip a day of work. Our studio has money. And you're right. Never looking back is definitely something to celebrate. So what you just did. Lin Cece tilted her head back, staring at Jiang En. Was it really worth celebrating? Jiang En smiled slightly. Of course, how can it not count? Never looking back is something to celebrate. So, eat quickly, pack your things, and I'll go with you to Grandma's house. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, Jiang En didn't know why, but he just wanted to go with Lin Cece. Really? Lin Cece's beautiful eyes showed surprise. She hadn't expected that Jiang En would be willing to go with her. After all, visiting the elderly isn't exactly a fun thing. Furthermore, Jiang En still has a lot of work to do. Going there might delay the progress. However, Jiang En chuckled and nodded. It really is, even more real than pearls. Having confirmed Jiang En's attitude, Lin Cece finally revealed a sweet smile. It would be best if you could come along. But my grandma is an old lady, and she doesn't speak very fluently, please don't mind. Lin Cece took out her phone and swiped her fingers quickly, seemingly sending a message. Does grandma know how to use a smartphone? Why don't you give him a call? Seeing Lin Cece sending messages in a serious manner, Jiang En couldn't help but curiously come over to take a look. I heard this. Lin Cece immediately smiled, proudly raising her phone and waving the screen showing her chat history with her grandmother. Of course I'll use it. My grandma is very trendy. Not to mention smartphones. She used to be able to use a computer too. Jiang En's eyes flashed with surprise. Is it that amazing? It's quite rare to see an elderly person who knows how to use a computer. Of course it's amazing, but my grandma doesn't play it much anymore because she has leg problems and is bedridden all year round. She can only play on her phone occasionally. As she spoke, a hint of sadness appeared in Lin Cece's eyes. It's obvious. During the girl's growing years, she lacked both paternal and maternal love, and even a family. Fortunately, she had a very trendy grandmother who knew how to use a smartphone to keep her company. And that's what Grandma often said. If possible, you should bring a boy back to see her sooner rather than later. Thinking about this, Lin Cece glanced at Jiang En secretly, a strange hesitation creeping into her heart. Should she tell him? Chapter 73, I'm 50, I want to eat KFC. She agreed to go back to see her grandmother with Lin Cece. Although it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but Jiang En did take it to heart. Before leaving, he even took Lin Cece to the supermarket. Hey, Mr. Jiang, what are you trying to do? Teacher Jiang, what are you going to do? Lin Cece was still a little dazed as she watched Jiang En making his selections. Of course, I'm buying things for Grandma. What kind of fruit does Grandma like to eat? Jiang En said, gently picking up a row of bananas. Does Grandma like bananas? The girl fell silent for a moment. Looking at Jiang En's serious face, I suddenly felt inexplicably moved. Are all boys like this? When visiting elderly people, people would proactively buy them fruit and gifts. Or is it only Teacher Jiang who would do this? Hey, Ms. Lin, why are you staring at me? You're making my face look like it's going to be painted with flowers. Jiang'an waved the banana at Lin Cici's face. Lin Cici pouted slightly, then came to her senses and said softly, I like bananas, I like oranges, and I also like drinking cola. Drinking Coke. Jiang'an frowned slightly. This grandma was not only a bit trendy, but also a bit formidable. He remembered that Lin Cici was a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing. My mother moved from Sichuan and Chongqing to Shanghai after getting married. From this perspective, Grandma must be right. Only women from Sichuan and Chongqing could be so fierce. Then I'll take another can of Coke. I won't buy more. It's not good for older people to drink too much of this stuff. Hearing Jiang'an's words, Lin Cici nodded gently. Yes, I usually only bring her one can. At this point, Lin Cici added, if you buy so many nice things, I think my grandma will really like you. Maybe I'll mistake you for my boyfriend. As the girl spoke, her eyes kept drifting outwards, as if she were running away from something. She really is. I'm a little embarrassed to say it. But after thinking it over and over, I decided to take this opportunity to muster up the courage to say it in this way. Jiang'an was indeed slightly taken aback when he heard this. He truly didn't expect the girl to say that. Well, if you really think so, it's fine. After all, Grandma doesn't know what our relationship is. If the elderly person is happy, that's fine too. He took a deep breath and silently recited it. All of this is because the boss wants what's best for the employees. All right. This time, it seems to have really felt a bit awkward. Jiang'an's gaze lingered on Lin Cici for a few more moments before he added, so, you don't need to worry too much. And Jiang'an hesitated for a moment, then reached out and rubbed Lin Cici's head again. Chapter 74. What's it like to bring your boyfriend home? It's okay if it's a misunderstanding. It will all happen naturally in the future. The last sentence was spoken in Jiang'an's heart, although he was still a little confused about what was wrong with him. But that's really what he thought. Hearing this answer and seeing Jiang'an's sincere gaze, Lin Cici breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Teacher Jiang. All right, let's stop talking about that and hurry up and choose some fruit. Let's make the most of the morning and cook something for Grandma. As Jiang'an spoke, he quickly selected some more vegetables. Then Lin Cici took out some food that Grandma didn't like to eat. Result: Lin Cici looked bewildered and doubtful. Wait a minute. Why are all these vegetables you chose my grandma's favorites? Boss, can you read minds? Jiang'an rolled his eyes and replied irritably. I found that some people are genuinely not very smart sometimes. Don't you realize that these are all dishes you like to eat? I just think that Grandma probably likes the foods you like to eat too, right? Lin Cici blinked, then gently patted her head. That's strange. Jiang'an's words actually make a lot of sense. So he deduced his grandmother's taste based on his own. She snapped out of her reverie and gently smacked her lips. All right, what you said actually makes a lot of sense. The vegetables in here are indeed all my grandma's favorites. As she spoke, Lin Cici's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly again. Could she then interpret this as? Teacher Jiang remembers what she likes to eat. Hey, it feels really good to be cared about. After leaving the supermarket, Jiang'an glanced at Lin Cici beside him from time to time. The girl had been very excited ever since they came out of the supermarket. He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. As he put his purchases in the taxi, he asked, So, Ms. Lin, what exactly are you so happy about? You've had a smile on your face ever since we came out of the supermarket. Lin Cici glanced at Jiang'an, a sly glint in her eyes. Teacher Jiang is so smart. Why doesn't she guess it herself? Then how do you want me to guess? Jiang'an sat in the car and said helplessly, Even if you want me to guess, you should at least give me a hint, right? No way. Lin Cici sat happily in the back row, surrounded by things Jiang'an had bought for her grandmother. Don't tell me. You really shouldn't tell me. It really felt like I was bringing my boyfriend home. This is her boyfriend, but not completely yet. Chapter 75. What are you doing? Washing my feet when I'm old. Time passed slowly, and in the afternoon, as the two entered the dilapidated courtyard, they heard, Cici, is that you back? Grandma, you're awake. Hearing the noise inside, the girl quickly got up and whispered back into the room. Jiang'an's eyes flickered, and he put on his shoes as well, following Lin Cici into the house. Although the sun was shining brightly outside, it was still somewhat dim inside. The old woman lay on the bed, her face pale and withered, but it was clear that she had been a stunning beauty in her youth. Lin Cece's beauty was probably inherited from her grandmother. At this moment, the old woman's wrinkled hands were placed on the quilt, and her eyes were slightly open, gleaming with a cloudy light. Cece, what brings you here? Grandma grinned slightly, revealing a kind smile. Grandma. Lin Cece pouted, lowered her head slightly, and rubbed against the old man's hand. But I've already sent Grandma a lot of messages. Why doesn't Grandma watch it anymore? Grandma used to be able to read them, didn't she? The girl spoke softly and resentfully. Her fair and delicate face was suddenly filled with sorrow and depression. Upon hearing Lin Cece's words, the old man couldn't help but smile helplessly and tenderly pinched Lin Cece's little face. Grandma doesn't seem to be feeling well. Grandma heard the noise, but she didn't have the strength or energy to pick it up. Grandma, then I'll put it a little closer for you. As Lin Cece spoke, she moved her phone from the bedside table to the side of her pillow. Then, he subconsciously glanced at Jiang, who was leaning closer, and quickly introduced him. Grandma, this is Jiang, my boss. Upon hearing this, Jiang walked over, smiled gently at the old man, and said softly, Grandma, I'm Jiang. Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm her senior from school. The old man struggled to open his eyes wider, then looked carefully at Jiang before smiling. Oh, so it's Cece's senior. Thank you for coming to see me. The old man spoke slowly and softly, yet with a strange kind of concern in his voice. Jiang squatted down so the old man could see him more easily, and continued. It's no trouble at all. It's only right that I visit you. Okay. Grandma reached out and gently grasped Jiang's hand, shaking it slightly a few times. She then looked at Lin Cece and smiled. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. It's quite nice. Jiang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. But they quickly realized what was happening. At the supermarket, the girl said that since he was so nice, her grandmother might mistakenly think he was her boyfriend. Now it's obvious. There has been a misunderstanding. However, Jiang did not clarify anything. What's the point of clarifying things in front of an elderly person? Making the elderly happy is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Jiang turned his gaze to Lin Cece. Lin Cece felt Jiang's gaze and immediately understood his intention, which reassured her greatly. Teacher Jiang is so kind. The girl's pretty face flushed red, and she pursed her lips, gently shaking the old man's arm. Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about? What a perfect match. Okay, my Cece is shy. Her face is red. Grandma chuckled, then shook her head, somewhat helplessly. Xiao Jiang, logically speaking, you're here as a guest. I should get up and cook for you, but... The old man glanced helplessly at his legs. Jiang quickly waved his hand and smiled, saying, Grandma, you really don't need this. I'll cook. As he spoke, Jiang pointed to the vegetables he had bought behind him. We specially bought vegetables this morning. Wait a moment, and I'll cook you a delicious meal to try. Grandma was stunned for a moment. Then her gaze fell on Lin Cece, who was standing to the side. Oh dear. Grandma, don't get up. Jiang and I will come together. Teacher Jiang's skills are superb. I'll take this opportunity to learn a couple of moves. Lin Cece pouted and acted coquettishly towards her grandmother, while secretly glancing at Jiang. How kind of teacher Jiang is. She didn't actually need to come today, but she not only came with her, but also cooked for her. Jiang nodded and said with a smile, If you could learn a couple of tricks from me, that would be great, but I'm afraid you won't be able to learn them. Lin Cece proudly raised her head, gently rubbed her little face, glanced at her grandmother, and said defiantly, Grandma, look, Jiang still looks down on my abilities. Let me tell you, I'm a culinary genius. You can learn it very quickly if you just learn. Jiang nodded with amusement. He had actually already tasted this girl's cooking skills last time. It's not that it's bad, it's just that it's not tasty. Of course, it's also true that because it's been so long since I've done this, you can still tell that I have some basic skills. Okay, then you can help me in the kitchen later, so that we can get Grandma's meal sooner. Lin Cece nodded, a big smile spreading across her face, and looked at her grandmother, saying, How about it, Grandma? You can rest here for a while. Then shall we go and cook? As the old woman watched their conversation, a slight smile crept onto her lips, and she nodded in agreement. Good, good. All right, let's get started. Lin Cece stood up from the ground, almost losing her balance. Fortunately, Jiangyan caught her around the waist, preventing her from actually falling. Then, with a mix of helplessness and amusement, he said, "Hey, can't you stand up straight?" Lin Cece's voice was barely audible. She hummed and whimpered for a long time before finally letting out a soft hum. Then, her pretty face flushed. She glanced at her smiling grandmother behind her. She glanced at Jiangyan again, bit her lip, and said, "I understand." After saying this, the little girl quickly turned around and ran out of the room. Watching the girl run away, Jiangyan couldn't help but chuckle. But then he noticed his grandmother's smile behind him, and his face flushed slightly. Chapter 76, A Good Person? Then you'd better see it through to the end. Lin Cece's maternal grandmother's kitchen is very large. Jiangyan and Lin Cece were washing vegetables. They had bought quite a few vegetables today, and it would be a bit of a hassle if Jiangyan had to do it all by himself. However, with Lin Cece's help, it did save a lot of trouble. "Teacher Jiang, I can tell that my grandma really likes you." Suddenly, Lin Cece looked at Jiangyan, her small face full of serious and determined expression, showing no sign of talking nonsense. "Does my grandma like me?" Upon hearing Lin Cece's words, Jiangyan couldn't help but chuckle. "How did you know?" "My grandma wouldn't invite anyone she didn't like to stay for dinner," Lin Cece said, washing the vegetables and placing them in a bowl while trying to recall. "My maternal grandmother has always been a very straightforward person. She likes what she likes and dislikes what she dislikes, and she won't hide her emotions anymore. She'll express them directly. So many times, from her invitation just now, or the way she looks at you, I know that Grandma actually likes you quite a bit." He heard Lin Cece's explanation. Jiangyan smiled, and while boiling the water in the pot until it boiled dry, he said, seemingly casually, "So Grandma doesn't really think I'm your boyfriend, does she?" "That must be true." Lin Cece gave Jiangyan a reproachful look. "We didn't deny anything, so my grandma definitely thinks you're my boyfriend. Of course, if you mind, I'll talk to Grandma about it later. It's really nothing." Hearing this, Jiangyan moved closer to Lin Cece and whispered in her ear, "Keep your voice down. Old people's ears are the most sensitive. Aren't you afraid Grandma will hear you? Besides, if I minded, why would I have helped you just now?" However, Jiangyan glanced at Lin Cece a few more times and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of being exposed later?" Lin Cece fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. A continuity error? It's actually impossible for them to be caught. After all, you don't come here every day. My maternal grandmother might think about this, but most of the time, she's sleeping. Then, I'm even less likely to remember it. So there's absolutely no need to worry about being exposed. Seeing Lin Cece remain silent, Jiangyan didn't think much of it, and instead smiled and ruffled the girl's hair. "Don't worry. This is a good person. I will see it through to the end." "Good." Lin Cece nodded slightly. I felt a little pleased with myself. Teacher Jiang seems to have become much more insightful than before. He would never have said those things before. But what about now? They actually said, "Do a good deed to the end." Well, you'd better see this through. That's what I've been thinking about. Lin Cece took a deep breath and revealed a somewhat charming and innocent expression. "Teacher Jiang, the vegetables are washed. Are you going to start cooking? Then let's have something a little spicier for lunch today. My maternal grandmother also loves spicy food. As a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing, I actually prefer spicy food." Although Jiangyan's cooking was delicious, it was still a little bit lacking in spiciness. So at this moment, the girl looked at Jiangyan with a pleading expression. Jiangyan was taken aback. "Spicier?" "Yes, making it a little spicy can stimulate the appetite, as Grandma usually doesn't have a good appetite." Lin Cece answered cautiously. "Okay, this wish can be granted." Jiangyan smiled slightly, then grabbed another handful of chili peppers from the side and glanced at the time. "I'm about to start cooking. You should go out, or you'll smell like cooking oil." Lin Cece was reluctant, wanting to linger a little longer. "Besides, I want to learn from you how to cook." "Forget it, maybe next time. You smell all over, and you're not going to touch me anyway, so it's unnecessary." As he spoke, Jiangyan patted the girl's head and finally chased her out. Lin Cece stood outside the door, her cheeks puffed out, looking angry. Well, Teacher Jiang, you don't want to pass on your cooking skills, do you? Fine, I won't pass it on then. Although she was complaining, the corners of the girl's mouth were already turned up in a wide smile. Inside the kitchen, Jiang worked quickly, and soon a fragrant spicy chicken dish was ready. This dish is an absolute must-try. When he's at home, he often watches his dad cook. Therefore, they are quite skilled at it. However, this cooking experience nearly killed him. The chili peppers used in this stir-fry came from Lin Cece's maternal grandmother's house. At first glance, these little chili peppers seemed ordinary and nothing special. But after he started frying them, Jiang kept sneezing until his nose started to hurt, and his whole body felt numb. These chilies are so spicy and pungent. Normally, Jiang would have definitely changed the chilies. You can imagine how terrifying it must be to eat one if it's so pungent that it almost chokes you to death. But when Jiang glanced at Lin Cece, who was squatting outside the door tidying up the table, he sighed silently. Lin Cece wanted to eat spicy food, so what could he do? Zhang Zhijie's words were absolutely right. Meanwhile, Lin Cece was not idle either. She painstakingly carried a watermelon back from the field, then scooped out pieces one by one with a spoon and put them in a basin. She rinsed them with well water, making them cool and delicious. Every time I heard Jiang sneeze, I couldn't help but secretly cover my face. I forgot to remind Teacher Jiang that the chili pepper was extremely pungent. You have to wear a mask or something when you're cooking. When Jiang opened the kitchen door, looking utterly exhausted, especially with his nose bright red, the girl fawned over him like a puppy, then proudly presented a piece of watermelon from the bowl with a toothpick. Come on, Teacher Jiang, have a taste. Seeing the watermelon being offered to him, Jiang felt both amused and helpless. Young lady, you're trying to please him. It's very sweet. Jiang took a bite of the watermelon and couldn't help but nod, saying, and it's very refreshing too. Of course, I rinsed it with well water. In this weather, the well water is even cooler than ice. Hearing this, Jiang gave a thumbs up. Looks like some people haven't been idle yet. Watermelon and well water, is that all right? Lin Cece chuckled, then cautiously said, how about we skip the chili peppers for the rest of the dishes? Jiang slowed down his pace of eating watermelon, looked at Lin Cece with a somewhat confused expression, and said, Huh? What? Seeing that Jiang still didn't understand what she meant, Lin Cece quickly explained. I just heard you sneezing, and I guessed it was from the chili peppers. Actually, you don't need to add chili peppers. One dish is enough. Uffed. Jiang chuckled upon hearing this, then calmly raised the corners of his mouth. What's this? To be honest, I was just not used to it earlier. Actually, I'm much better now, and I don't think it will be like that again. Besides, I have to make sure you enjoy your meal. Didn't you say you'd take me hiking this afternoon? Lin Cece's eyes flickered slightly, and she bit her lip, as if she was struggling with something. Then he took a face mask out of his pocket. I only have this one mask left at home. I've used it before. Please don't mind. It'll be better if you keep it with you. Chapter 77. He pulled me. This is a mask I used. If you don't mind, you can continue to wear it while cooking. The girl looked a little nervous, her palms slightly open, revealing a pink face mask. It actually looks kind of cute. Hey, this mask. Jiang was about to say something. Then they saw Lin Cece suddenly stand on tiptoe, raise her head, and laboriously pull out a piece of paper. She then reached out and wiped Jiang's mouth. Although Lin Cece appeared expressionless, Jiang could clearly see that the girl's fingers were trembling and her breathing was more rapid than usual. This is the first time we've had such close contact since that hand-holding. It's just a simple mouth wipe. But for Jiang, they could all be described as intimate. After all, it's been a full 10 years. He never even held Lu Yuren's hand. Thinking about it, it's quite embarrassing. Because of this, Zhang Zhijie had mocked him countless times before. Damn it. If Zhang Zhijie were here now, that would be great. This bastard only knows how to feed dog food all day long, trying different ways to stuff it into his mouth. He should have a bite today. No, it's not about showing off our relationship. It's about how I also have someone who cares. While Jiang was struggling with his own thoughts, Lin Cece was also feeling conflicted. She bit her lip and whispered, Don't move. Let me wipe the watermelon juice from your mouth. As she spoke, She gently wiped Jiang En's lips, feeling the girl's hand gently sliding across. Jiang En instinctively wanted to bite the slender little finger, but in the end he couldn't help but look at the girl's face. Lin Cici's pretty face flushed red, and she felt a strange restlessness in her heart. Ouch! Heroine Lin, what's wrong with you? It was just reaching out to wipe his mouth. Why is your face burning? Are your ears burning too? Your face isn't red anymore. Thinking of this, Lin Cici wanted to withdraw her hand, but Jiang En caught him in one fell swoop. This time, Jiang En held her hand tightly. Lin Cici felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her fingers went slightly limp as she stared at Jiang En, her voice barely audible. What are you doing? Jiang En stared intently at the girl's fingers and couldn't help but ask. What happened to your hand? It's broken? How did it get broken? Upon hearing this, Lin Cici felt guilty and tried to pull her hand back, but found that she couldn't. I accidentally scraped my skin while drawing water from the well. Oh, it's nothing really. Your hands are for drawing. Jiang En felt a pang of sympathy as he stared at Lin Cici's right thumb. How can this girl be so careless? Do you have any band-aids at home? No, Lin Cici answered honestly. I'll take you to the village store this afternoon to buy one. Don't do anything now, or the wound will get bigger. Lin Cici's right thumb had a rather large wound, a long small cut. Although it had stopped bleeding, it still looked painful. Hearing Jiang En's fierce words, Lin Cici secretly pouted. What kind of person is that? So fierce. If you care, can't you at least be a little gentler? Seemingly seeing through Lin Cici's little scheme, Jiang En's brows relaxed slightly, and his tone softened considerably. What I mean is, your hands are very precious. You're the only artist in our studio. If you get injured, our work will be over. As he spoke, Jiang En's eyes couldn't help but wander. He looked so guilty. Even if Zhang Zhijie came today, it would be obvious that he was lying. Oh, Lin Cici glared at this guy. He's so stubborn. If that's the case, I thought it was someone feeling sorry for me, but it turns out it's the boss who's worried. Boss, please don't feel sorry for me. Even if I get injured, it won't affect my work. Lin Cici hummed as she raised the pink mask and covered Jiang En's face with it. Jiang En couldn't dodge in time, and his face was forcibly covered. He was both amused and anxious, and said, Stop, stop, stop. I'll carry it myself. Your boss feels sorry for you. He feels so sorry for you. Hearing Jiang En's words, Lin Cici finally gave up, her face slightly flushed, and said, You'd better be. Then, she sat down to the side with the basin in her hands, looking down at her fingers, feeling inexplicably uneasy. This unease stems from Jiang En just grabbed her hand. This was outrageous, and this time, the grip was very tight. She couldn't help but glance at her hand, and then her earlobes couldn't help but turn red. This feeling is so strange. He pulled me away. The same thing happened last time we held hands. It was just holding hands. Her heart started racing uncontrollably. This time it's again. That feeling was so strange. Was this guy holding hands on purpose, or what? Moreover, what he said must have meant that he felt sorry for her. Okay, I'm going to continue cooking. At this moment, Jiang En had already put on a mask. It felt strange, but I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with it. Lin Cici looked up at Jiang En, who was wearing a pink mask and could no longer hold back. The little girl burst out laughing. Then she covered her face, trying to suppress her laughter, but she couldn't hold it in. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang. I didn't mean to laugh. But, Teacher Jiang, how can you be so funny? Jiang En glanced at her. So what's so funny about that? No. Lin Cici smiled as she pushed Jiang En into the kitchen. Jiang En, that girl. He entered the kitchen wearing a mask, let out a long sigh, and then couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth under the mask turn up slightly. Hey, how could he not know that he looked a little funny? But, making girls happy is what boys should do, isn't it? About 40 minutes later, Jiang En came out of the kitchen carrying several plates of food. This time, he was much better than before, because with the mask on, it wasn't as choking. I heard a noise. Hearing the noise, Lin Cici immediately took light, quick steps to approach. Teacher Jiang. Frog Fun, Teacher Jiang. Are we saying your cooking skills are really that amazing? Spicy chicken, boiled sliced pork, shredded potatoes, refreshing stir-fry. Looking at the table full of dishes, Lin Cece couldn't help but swallow, then quickly picked up a plate from the side. I'll pack some up for my grandma first. Grandma is bedridden, so she can't sit down and eat with the two of them. Lin Cece prepared some food in advance and took it to her grandmother. Seeing her movements, Jiangyan called out to her. Wait a minute. Put it down. Lin Cece looked up, puzzled, and then saw Jiangyan walking straight towards her. The girl's heart started racing instantly. What's this guy up to? Chapter 78 Peace and Joy. Looking at Jiangyan, who suddenly walked over. Lin Cece's heart began to race involuntarily. Honestly, the girl was a little flustered, because something just happened not long ago. For example, he held her hand and said things that made her blush. So what's the purpose of this now? Stand still, put the things down. Okay, Lin Cece was a little confused, and then she saw Jiangyan walk over, take her hand, and look at it for a moment. He frowned slightly and said, Don't move here, wait for me. I'll take these vegetables to Grandma. Your hand is injured. If Grandma sees it, she'll worry. I heard Jiangyan's words. Lin Cece breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a slight warmth in her heart. She couldn't help but speak up. I didn't expect. Teacher Jiang, you're quite thoughtful, especially towards me. You really care about me. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan's expression immediately turned somewhat flustered. Being attentive, caring, it's not that serious. It's just that I don't want Grandma to worry. Oh, is that so? Lin Cece blinked, noticing the rare look of panic on Jiangyan's face. To be honest, this guy had almost never shown any expression other than calmness. He always appeared calm and composed in the face of adversity. But now? Teacher Jiang seems a bit off. It turns out that boys really do get shy when they're praised. Thinking about this, Lin Cece suddenly felt as if she had grasped something important. But if you go and deliver it, won't you be shy? Lin Cece asked hesitantly, resting her chin on her hand. I'm not shy. I'm not a little kid. Jiangyan glanced at her, then stood up and put the dishes on the table into another plate. Then, he straightened up, one hand on each side, and calmly said, Now I'm going to deliver food to Grandma. As for you, just stay here and wait for me. When we get back, we'll go to the village entrance to buy some Band-Aids, and then we'll come back for dinner. In this weather, you don't have to worry about the food getting cold in just a few minutes. Therefore, Jiangyan felt it was necessary to wrap Lin Cece's hand first. I heard what Jiangyan said. Lin Cece shook her head, blinked, and replied in a rather adorable way. Sure, I'll do whatever the boss says. Employees like us, if the boss says east, we'll never go west. If the boss says go west, we'll never go east. I heard the girl start spouting nonsense again. Jiangyan sighed helplessly, then carried the food and quietly walked into the room. Grandma isn't sleeping right now. She's fiddling with her phone. Jiangyan was seen walking over. The old man couldn't help but smile. Xiao Jiang, you've arrived. Hey, Grandma, I've come to bring you your food. Jiangyan smiled and put the food aside, then walked to his grandmother's side and gently helped the old woman up. Grandma, try the food I made. Do you like it? Upon hearing this, Grandma's gaze swept over the dishes in front of Jiangyan, and then she gently gave him a thumbs up. It looks delicious. I didn't know you were such a handsome young man, and you can cook too. No way, isn't this what boys should do? Uft, you're a really insightful young man. When I was young, I also thought about finding a man who could cook, but Cece's grandfather has never cooked in his life. Now that he's old, I've finally seen Cece find someone who can cook. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to come and cook for you often. That won't do. You're still in school. Grandma smiled as she looked Jiangyan up, then sat up straight and glanced at his legs. My legs have actually gotten much better in the last 2 years. The doctor said that with some more rest, I'll be able to go out with crutches again. When you come, I'll take you on a nice tour of the village. Jiangyan nodded and handed the rice bowl to the old man. Is it tasty? Not bad. This spiciness is just right. Grandma is a very cheerful person. It's not obvious when she's lying down, but it becomes apparent when she sits up. Your skill level is pretty good. Who taught you? You'll get the hang of it after doing it a lot, Jiangyan said with a smile. Hey, that's because Mom and Dad are irresponsible. Yes, my parents are quite busy. Cece can cook, but she probably hasn't cooked much these past few years since she went to school. She used to cook for me all the time, but her parents aren't very responsible. I've heard her mention that you've had a tough time taking care of her all these years. She's all right. Cece is quite well behaved. I don't have to worry about anything. She often helps me with housework, and she comes back to visit me a lot after she went to university. Lin Cece sat by the door, not going inside, but she was eavesdropping the whole time. Upon hearing this, he immediately shouted anxiously, "Grandma, please stop bringing up things from when I was little. I have a feeling that Grandma will keep talking. Are all those embarrassing things from her childhood going to be exposed?" Grandma laughed a few times, assuming it was just that her granddaughter was shy and easily embarrassed. Jiangyan smiled and changed the subject. "I've heard her mention some things before, but don't worry about her now. She works in my studio, and I'll take care of her lunch." Grandma was a little surprised. "A studio? You're such a young child, and you're already a boss." Jiangyan quickly shook his head. "No, it's just that the school supported me, and I'm just doing some small-scale things on my own." Grandma looked at Jiangyan approvingly. "Not bad. You're quite promising for your age. Very impressive." Jiangyan was both amused and exasperated. "All right, if Grandma insists on praising me, I'll believe her." Grandma is a social butterfly, and she got along very well with Jiangyan. The two of them chatted for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Jiangyan noticed that the girl outside the door was getting extremely bored. He couldn't help but whisper to his grandmother, "Grandma, you eat first. I think Cece has been saying she's hungry for a while now. I'll call her to eat." Grandma nodded and waved her hand. "Then go ahead." Jiangyan was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and took out his phone. "Grandma, I heard from Cece that you know how to use a mobile phone. How about we add each other on WeChat? You can contact me if you need anything, okay?" Lin Cece stood at the door. "Teacher Jiang, please have some decency. You should add all of my grandma's friends." Although she was complaining, a smile was secretly creeping onto the corners of the girl's mouth. Meanwhile, Grandma happily picked up her phone. The old lady was very skilled at it, quickly switching to WeChat and finding the QR code. "Come on, scan me." Grandma's WeChat nickname is Peace and Joy. She watched Jiang entering notes and couldn't help but smile as she explained, "I just hope that Cece will have a peaceful and joyful life, so I named her that." Chapter 79, Is a slightly chubby woman the ideal type for men? Hearing Grandma's words, and looking at the name Peace and Joy, Jiangyan smiled sincerely. "Grandma, your name sounds nice, much nicer than some other people's names." As he spoke, Jiangyan stood up slightly and noticed that the girl beside him was pouting and looking at him. "Let's go, time to eat." Grandma laughed from the side. "Go and eat. You too. Hurry up and eat." She was in a good mood, especially seeing the two of them acting like this, and couldn't help but smile. Hearing this, Lin Cece chuckled, watched Jiangyan go out to get the food, then went to her grandmother's side and whispered, "Grandma, how is it? Jiangyan's cooking is pretty good, isn't it?" Grandma glanced at her, then answered seriously, "It's delicious. Of course it's delicious. It's much, much better than what you make." Lin Cece rolled her eyes and looked at her grandmother with a reproach. "Grandma, how could you turn your back on us after just one meal? You once said that I'm the best cook." Grandma smiled and said, "It's just the truth. Besides, there's an old saying that goes, he who takes a man's money is bound to be grateful." Lin Cece glanced at her grandmother with a sullen expression. "You two were chatting so happily just now. You really like him, don't you?" Grandma put down her chopsticks, clearly having almost finished eating. "I like him. What a great young man. He's good-looking, cooks well, and has a pleasant voice. If I were 40 or 50 years younger, it wouldn't be your turn." Lin Cece was speechless. Her grandmother was right. Jiangyan was really good in every way. She had felt this most deeply over the past few days. Otherwise, the thought of, "I like it," wouldn't have popped into my head. After wiping her hands, Grandma was about to lie down when Lin Cece quickly took out a face mask from the side and carefully applied it to the old woman. Then, looking at her, she said, "Grandma, remember to use face masks regularly. It's good for your skin." "Okay." Grandma didn't resist, but picked up her phone, looked at Jiangyan's WeChat, thought for a moment, and then said, "Actually, this young man is really good. I understand why you want to bring him back. Grandma is quite satisfied. You don't need to worry about your parents. I just hope you can do whatever you want." Anyway, Grandma supports you. Besides, I checked him out for you. He has a good personality. If it were a frivolous person, they wouldn't be willing to chat with me for so long. She's just old and bedridden, but she's not senile. Young people are really patient. She can clearly see whether they take her seriously or just treat her casually. That brings us to this point. Grandma glanced at Jiang'an, who was busy outside the door, lowered her voice slightly, and sighed softly. Grandma is a common person, and she still hopes that you will find someone with good conditions. Not to mention taking advantage of him or anything, so that your life will be easier. You said your parents divorced a long time ago and started their own families. You have suffered all these years, and Grandma has seen it all. Lin Cece was slightly lost in thought upon hearing this, as she had very few memories of being with her parents. Very, very early. The two broke up because of infidelity, lack of love, and various trivial reasons, arguing to the point of hysteria. In the end, the two of them got divorced, exhausted. One built a happy family, while the other became a completely degenerate gambler. So many years have passed. The girl was too lazy to comment on the relationship between the two. All she knew was that over the years, only her grandmother had been by her side, and her grandmother had worried herself sick over her, hoping that she would be well in every way. I will keep my eyes open, Lin Cece said softly. Grandma smiled and ruffled her hair. Okay, I trust my granddaughter's judgment. But ultimately, it's your decision, and Grandma will support you. Lin Cece's pretty face flushed red, and she whispered a few words into her grandmother's ear. Then Grandma smiled. It's all right, men always get it eventually. Lin Cece nodded gently, her eyes brightening considerably. Her grandmother's words had greatly improved her mood. What man is so clueless? Only stupid women. All right, don't keep him waiting too long. Grandma gestured for Lin Cece to go out and eat quickly. Although Jiang'an didn't urge her, several minutes had already passed. Lin Cece nodded, quickly kissed the old man's cheek, and ran out of the room. In the small courtyard, Jiang'an arranged the dishes on the table, somewhat helplessly. I was planning to buy some Band-Aids to put on your wound before you ate, but then I thought, it's already lunchtime, and they need to eat too, so let's wait until they finish eating before we go. Lin Cece nodded obediently. Then Jiang'an looked at her with some confusion. Why is your face so red? Is there? Lin Cece turned her head away, feeling a little guilty, and then answered half-heartedly. My grandma just said she really likes you. So you went to gather military intelligence? That doesn't count. I was just asking casually. Lin Cece suddenly blinked, revealing a sly smile. No way, are some people just nervous? Do you care about what my grandmother thinks of you? Jiang'an turned his head away. This girl was doing it on purpose. Are we digging a hole for him to jump into? Seeing Jiang'an's somewhat embarrassed expression, Lin Cece blinked her beautiful big eyes, secretly amused. She seemed to have gradually mastered the technique of making Jiang'an feel embarrassed. This man, he appears calm and collected, but in reality, he is anything but. The two quickly sat down to eat. Once she started eating, the little girl fell silent and ate heartily. After eating for a while, the girl finally raised her head and let out a long, satisfied breath. Teacher Jiang, I'll die at your hands sooner or later. Jiang'an was taken aback upon hearing this. How did you die? I'm going to die from overeating. You make such delicious food every day. I can't live like this. The girl looked down and then revealed a resentful expression. Teacher Jiang, I used to practice my physique by following the live stream every day. But I don't know when I discovered. I put that matter out of my mind. Not only that, I also ate a lot. If I ever get a little belly, you'll be primarily responsible. Jiang'an glanced at the girl's figure, which looked quite ordinary. But that time at her house, Jiang'an witnessed firsthand what the phrase "a world within a world" truly meant. You're too thin. It would be better if you gained a little weight. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece immediately smiled and moved closer, tugging at Jiang'an's sleeve and deliberately feigning a confused expression. Oh, so Teacher Jiang likes someone a little chubby. No wonder everyone says that slightly chubby girls are men's favorites. I wonder if Teacher Jiang prefers someone a little plumper on top, a little plumper on the bottom, or a little plumper in the back. Chapter 80. You dog of a man, stop corrupting this heroine's heart. Do you prefer someone a little chubby on top, a little chubby on the bottom, or a little chubby in the back? Hearing Lin Cici's words, Jiang An's eyes flickered, and he frowned as he ate his rice without saying a word. Seeing this, Lin Cici couldn't help but chuckle and leaned closer to Jiang An to continue whispering enticingly. Teacher Jiang, although it's a bit difficult to get a little fatter at the top, it's still possible to get a little fatter at the bottom and back with a little effort. Jiang An turned his head away, pretending to be mute. If he weren't eating, he would have covered his ears. So, Teacher Jiang, which one do you actually like? Lin Cici asked softly, her eyes full of slyness. I don't like any of them, but what the heck is that next? Jiang An rolled his eyes, slightly puzzled. I can understand the top part, and I can also understand the bottom part, which is the legs. But what happens next? Upon hearing Jiang An's words, Lin Cici immediately smiled happily, stood up, and wiggled her hips. I found out, so Teacher Jiang likes this. Jiang An was numb. He still didn't speak. Oh dear, Teacher Jiang, please don't ignore me. I was just joking, wasn't I? Ugh, I'm really not happy. Wah, I'll practice when I get back, okay? I promise I'll practice until Teacher Jiang is satisfied. Hey, Teacher Jiang, it's so spicy. My throat hurts. Quick, get me some water. Seeing the girl clutching her throat and pleading for help, Jiang An helplessly picked up a glass of water from the side and handed it to her. Talk less, and your throat won't hurt. Hee. That's to please Boss Jiang. Lin Cici took a sip of water, then put on a pitiful expression. I've already done this much, and Boss Jiang is still so fierce. All right, you talk too much. Jiang An reached out and gently tapped Lin Cici's head. Let's eat. We agreed to go hiking and sightseeing after we finish eating. All right. Seeing that Jiang An didn't want to joke anymore, Lin Cici chuckled and didn't say anything more. Sometimes this man, it's quite fun to flirt with them. It seems they've sensed something. Jiang An looked over, and Lin Cici quickly looked away, afraid that he would see through her thoughts. Holding her rice bowl with both hands, she said casually, Does Teacher Jiang usually work out? Climbing the mountain later won't be so easy, the girl said, her eyebrows dancing with excitement. Anyway, I exercise regularly. Upon hearing this, Jiang An silently turned his head away. I know you exercise regularly. Being able to reach the 9th level in judo, you can tell he's no ordinary person. As for him, he trains a lot regularly, so climbing a mountain shouldn't be a problem for him. The two of them finished their meal quickly. When I went inside to get the bowl, I found that my grandmother had already fallen asleep with a face mask on. Lin Cici tiptoed over, gently peeled off the face mask, and then took the phone from her grandmother's hand and put it aside to charge. After finishing all that, she stepped out of the room, looked at the bright sky, rubbed her full belly, and took a long breath. Teacher Jiang, I'm so full. Shall we set off to climb the mountain now? Jiang An had just finished clearing away the dishes when he glanced at Lin Cici and saw the girl running over excitedly. I picked up the bowl and started washing it. I couldn't help but find it a little funny. Miss Lin, why did you only think of helping when everyone else was halfway through washing? Lin Cici said guiltily. I just forgot. Go and tidy up. I should wash the dishes since you made them. As she spoke, the girl wiggled her hips and squeezed Jiang An aside. No. Jiang An was pushed to the side, which was both funny and frustrating. This girl is aiming for the moon. But, since Lin Cici was going to wash the dishes, he decided to go and tidy up his things first. I need to prepare some things for my afternoon hike. Thinking this, Jiang An headed straight for the small shop at the village entrance to buy a Band-Aid. Around 1 p.m., sunlight streamed down the mountain path. Lin Cici and Jiang An walked one after the other. Teacher Jiang, the temple on the mountain serves vegetarian meals, which are quite delicious. Before I started school, I often came up here to eat. Would you like to try some? Lin Cici raised her head, looked at the temple halfway up the mountain, and asked Jiang An. Vegetarian food. I was quite surprised to find a temple on this mountain. Jiang An followed her words and looked towards the mountainside. A small temple is nestled halfway up the mountain. You might not even notice it if you don't look closely. That is a temple for matchmaking. Let me tell you, I remember when I was a child, this temple was very popular. Many people came here to pray for marriage. But later, Fewer and fewer people came to pray for marriage, and only a few familiar worshippers came regularly. Lin Sisi felt a pang of emotion. This temple used to be so popular, but unfortunately, it gradually fell into disuse. The Temple of Marriage, is it a place of good fortune in finding a partner? Zhang An's focus was not on anything else. It was the predestined marriage that Lin Sisi mentioned. Nowadays, temples are often touted as auspicious places for marriage, and they become must-visit spots for couples. The results were all increasingly bizarre. It's supposed to be a place for marriage, but it's clearly a place for breakups. Ah, spirit, Lin Sisi recalled. Back then, it was popular because of its connection to the spirit of marriage. Once we get up the mountain, we can draw lots. By the way, this temple is called Hanyuan Temple, and there's a box of marriage fortune slips inside. It's said that people draw lots to determine their marriage prospects inside. Upon hearing this, Zhang An glanced at the girl. What's wrong? Do you want to make a request? Of course. I'm at the foot of the mountain every day, tapping on electronic wooden fish to accumulate cyber merit, all for the sake of finding a good boyfriend. How could I not be excited? Lin Sisi responded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Okay, I'll draw a lot too. Zhang An looked up. Unbeknownst to him, the two of them had been walking for half an hour. The road up the mountain is actually quite wide, with main roads all the way. Zhang An was initially a little puzzled. Who would build a road on such a mountain? Now I understand. As more and more people went up the mountain to draw lots, a path was eventually created. Looking in the distance, an ancient temple filled with the scent of incense came into view. Hanyuan Temple. Zhang An frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a pair of small hands grab his shoulders. Zhang An turned around. He noticed that Lin Sisi had already grabbed his shoulders with both hands, looking pitiful. Teacher Jiang, I can't walk anymore. Can you give me a hand? Upon hearing this, Zhang An laughed in an annoyed tone. Don't you practice exercises with the live stream every day? Aren't you a 9th dan in judo? Lin Sisi snorted. I'm tired too. I feel like I ate too much at lunch. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The girl was about to continue humming. Zhang An, however, grabbed her hand, feeling both helpless and amused. Hey, you're coming. We'll be there soon. Feeling the warmth emanating from her hands, Lin Sisi's pretty face immediately flushed. Then he muttered to himself. No, this is a pure and tranquil place. I must purify my mind and reduce my desires. You scoundrel, don't you dare corrupt this heroine's heart. Chapter 81. The girl reads the scriptures, the boy sweeps the floor. The girl kept muttering to herself, but when Zhang An pulled her along, she didn't flinch at all. We walked until we reached the entrance of the temple. Zhang An then noticed that this was indeed an old temple with many years of history. The yellow paint on the door was almost peeling off. The interior didn't look very big, but the sound of bells rang out from inside. There were 1 or 2 young monks sweeping the dust in front of the door. The bell is ringing now. Quick, Teacher Jiang. Let's go in and take a look. With that, Lin Sisi excitedly grabbed Zhang An's hand and quickly walked inside. Before Zhang An could say anything, the girl grabbed his hand and led him into the temple. I had only been inside for a short while. Zhang An heard all sorts of sounds. The sounds of people striking wooden fish drums, chopping wood, and monks chanting sutras filled the air. All sorts of sounds, tinkling and clattering everywhere, make one feel inexplicably immersed in them for a moment. Why are there so many sounds? Zhang An found it strange. He had no interest in Taoism or Buddhism, so he hadn't visited temples much over the years. Even now, after hearing so much noise, I still can't help but feel very strange. Lin Sisi, standing to the side, explained with a smile. You wouldn't know this, would you, Mr. Jiang? This is a very normal part of the temple, a place for tourists to experience. There are all kinds of sounds, but in fact, each of these sounds has its own very special meaning. For example, people get up when they hear the bell, go to sleep when they hear the drum, go to the main hall when the bell rings, and go through the hall when the clapper sounds. I heard this. Zhang An was slightly surprised and couldn't help but glance at Lin Sisi a few more times. Miss Lin, you know so much. So you think that I've been visiting this temple since I was a child, and that the monks do pretty much the same things day after day, year after year? As soon as Lin Cece finished speaking, she saw two young monks walking over from not far away. He bowed to the two of them and said, "Gentlemen, are you here to draw lots or to offer incense?" Upon hearing this, Jiangyan chuckled. Drawing a fortune stick. People come to the Inyuan temple to pray for the best fortune slip. Okay, the time for drawing lots is 4:10. You two should keep track of the time and come on time to draw the best lot for marriage, the young novice explained. 4:10. Jiangyan glanced at the time. It was only 2:30. There's still a while before the fortune-telling session starts. What should we do next? Just as Jiangyan was still struggling with his decision, Lin Cece gently nudged him. "Teacher Jiang, let me take you to calm down." Calm down. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow, looking at the young girl in front of him with some surprise. What kind of fancy trick is this girl going to pull this time? Jing Jingson is coming out. Are you coming or not? Lin Cece pouted, almost like she was being coquettish. I promise if you come with me, I'll restore a pure and innocent mind to you. Jiangyan widened his eyes slightly, a smile on his face. He reached out and ruffled the girl's hair. Just as Lin Cece raised her little fist to retaliate, he said, "Where did you learn all this nonsense from? You're always trying to fool me. You've even calmed down? And I'm actually in a pretty good mood, aren't I? Why do we need peace and quiet?" As Jiangyan spoke, he felt inexplicably guilty. Is his heart at peace? To be honest, ever since Lu Yuran said those things to him, he had been in a rather depressed mood for a long time. I always feel like I've lost something. But whenever he thinks about it carefully, he feels that he hasn't lost anything, since he never really possessed anything. And now, while living with Lin Cece, he doesn't have as many worries anymore. Just a calm mind. Jiangyan could not deceive himself. To be honest, I can't help but feel a little flutter in my heart when I think of Lady Lin. Seeing Jiangyan fall silent after saying those words, Lin Cece couldn't help but point to Jiangyan's head. Teacher Jiang, didn't you say everything was fine? Let me tell you, just keep pretending. Your silence right now has already given you away a lot. Come on, I'll take you to a place to calm your mind. When I was a child, I would often come here when I was unhappy. Without waiting for a reply, Lin Cece grabbed Jiangyan's hand. The two walked quickly through the temple. There weren't many monks around, just some young novices. As you pass by each hall, you can hear different sounds. The air was filled with various fragrant aromas. A sincere pilgrim is kneeling and worshipping the Bodhisattva. This is a scene that Jiangyan rarely sees. However, they did not linger for long. Lin Cece then led him to the back mountain of the temple. It's really quiet here. Looking down, you see layers of winding stone steps. There was also a broom placed next to it. What did you bring her here for? Jiangyan blinked, looking at Lin Cece with some confusion. What kind of calming was this? Of course it's for calming the mind. Haven't you heard of the sweeping monk? In reality, he's not as powerful as depicted in TV dramas and martial arts novels. He's just a group of monks who were punished by being sent to sweep the back mountain. They clean the steps, contemplate Buddhism, and calm their minds. When I was a kid, I could spend the whole day sweeping. Once I finished, all my bad moods would disappear. As she spoke, Lin Cece grabbed a broom and handed it to Jiangyan. Staring at the broom, Jiangyan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I don't know why. I have a feeling you're trying to fool me. But I can't find a reason to refute it, because what you said seems to make some sense. The problem is, there's only one broom here. I'll take it, what about you? After taking the broom, Jiangyan still felt that something was amiss. Finally, it was discovered that Lin Cece's hands were empty. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Cece had secretly pulled out a scripture from behind her back and said seriously, "Of course, you sweep the steps and I'll read the scriptures." People often say that when the scriptures are heard in their ears, or when they walk in the mountains, they can feel the energy of nature and eventually find peace of mind. Teacher Jiang, you swept in the fallen leaves and happened to hear me reading the scriptures. Didn't that have a calming effect? I heard this. Jiangyan hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind. I picked up the broom, felt the cool mountain breeze in my ears, and my gaze fell on the stone steps not far away. He sighed to himself. Hey, what are you doing? You little rascal, you're just trying to fool me. But since I'm already here, wouldn't it be a waste of my trip if I didn't give it a try? That would be best, because it would allow me to calm down. That's what they say. But it happened so quickly. The girl's clear, melodious voice rang out as she recited scriptures. A gentle breeze caressed him, and sunlight softly filtered through the air. The boy held the broom, step by step, section by section. It gave me a feeling of a winding path leading to a secluded spot. Chapter 82. The moon reflected in the sea is the moon in my heart. The person before me is the person in my heart. A gentle breeze stirred, casting Jiang and Shadow Long in the sunlight. Lin Cixi sat on the stone steps, reciting the scriptures fluently. In such an environment, sweep across the steps one by one. Jiang really felt that his mood had inexplicably calmed down a lot. Later, Lin Cixi got tired of reading the scriptures and stopped reading. She followed behind Jiang, staring intently at him. "No, why are you staring at me like that?" Jiang couldn't help but laugh. "No, when did I ever stare at you?" Lin Cixi pouted, denying it. Then he withdrew his gaze, held up the scripture, and said, "How was it? My meditation worked pretty well, didn't it?" Jiang put down the broom and let out a long breath. "I don't know if it will work or not, but I'm so tired that I really don't have any ideas." After sweeping these stone steps, Jiang finally understood what it meant to empty his mind and what it meant to calm his heart. "It's just that my heart is so tired that it's completely still, so tired that I'm numb." Soon, Jiang and Lin Cixi sat down on the stone steps, watching the sky slowly change color. The sunlight kept shifting, shining from the front of the mountain to the back. It is a completely different kind of beauty and scenery. It's almost 4 o'clock. The lottery will be held soon. "Teacher Jiang, what kind of lot do you think you'll draw?" Lin Cixi leaned against Jiang, tilting her head to look at him with a serious and expectant expression. For a young girl, actually, she was quite curious about Jiang's thoughts. After all, some things seem a bit difficult for her to do alone. Grandma said so. Men will eventually figure it out. Jiang felt the girl's burning and sincere gaze, and was slightly stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh, a very happy laugh. He looked down at the beautiful girl in front of him, his voice softening slightly. "Of course I want to draw a good fortune slip. I really want a good marriage. This is the best possible fortune." He certainly understood the girl's feelings. A young girl's thoughts are like poems, like spring water, like summer breeze, like the scriptures just recited to calm the mind. He understood, though he understood a little late, but it didn't matter. Lin Cixi's pretty face flushed slightly. She gently turned her head, her eyes sparkling. "That's the same as me. I also want a very auspicious fortune." She wanted the best possible outcome. Ideally, it should be related to the person in front of you. What a coincidence, we have the same wish. Humph. Then can the marriages we've prayed for be combined? Lin Cixi's eyes were bright. No need to force it. They were going to be together anyway, weren't they? Jiang turned his head away intentionally or unintentionally, as if he were talking about something ordinary. The girl trembled slightly like a startled rabbit, then turned her gaze to Jiang. I noticed that he had already gotten up, picked up a broom, and was walking uphill step by step, his back stretching out long. Lin Cixi's lips curled up slightly. It was as if they had heard something incredibly joyful. The temple in the afternoon has a more unique charm than at noon. Golden rays of sunlight bathed the temple grounds, and wisps of incense smoke drifted through the courtyard. Sincere worshippers descended the mountain before dawn. The young monks began to gather vegetables, preparing to cook the evening's vegetarian meal for the overnight guests. The monks then head to the Zhengyuan Hall to begin their daily marriage fortune-telling session. Those who remain in the temple now are probably all seeking marriage fortune slips, right? Jiang glanced at the situation and immediately spoke. Lin Cixi nodded. That's for sure. Although Hanyuan Temple isn't as popular as it used to be, there are still a lot of people seeking marriage fortune slips over the years. Let's go, we'll go too. The two walked to the entrance of the Zhengyuan Hall as they talked. Compared to the other main halls, the Zhengyuan Hall looks the most exquisite and beautiful. Pilgrims were already emerging one after another, each holding a fortune slip in their hand. Have you two come to draw lots? They walked up to a monk. This was an old monk named Master Yuantong. He had a kind face and looked at the two of them with a calm expression. His long white eyebrows added to his Buddhist demeanor. Yes, I'm praying for a good marriage. Jiang replied with a light laugh. All right, The old monk picked up the fortune-telling box from the side, shook it gently, and then put the fortune sticks away one by one. He pushed it in front of the two of them, and said with a light laugh, "Gentlemen, it's time to draw lots." Jiang glanced at Lin Cixi, who was also looking at him. "Who draws first?" "Of course I'll go first." Lin Cixi was eager to try and reached out to draw a lot. Soon, one of the lots was drawn. "Let me take a look." Jiang's eyes sparkled, casting a slightly expectant glance at him. "No, I want to see it myself first." Lin Cixi took a deep breath. Who knows how many prayers for Buddha's blessing popped into the girl's mind. Then, her gaze fell on the fortune slip. "The moon in the sea is the same as the moon in the sky. The person before me is the one in my heart." A very lucky draw. Lin Cixi's breath hitched slightly. Although he doesn't believe in metaphysics, he is a staunch materialist. But at this moment, she wavered. Meanwhile, Master Yuantong smiled and took the fortune slip from Lin Cixi's hand. "Oh, this is a very auspicious sign. Girl, you're in good luck. Your life will be smooth sailing. Although you may have been troubled and annoyed by some trivial matters in the past few years, everything will get better after you meet the person you love." Master Yuantong's interpretation of the divination slips. It really hit the nail on the head for Lin Cixi. She unconsciously gripped the skewer tighter, then pouted and glanced at Jiang'an. "And you? And you?" Jiang'an blinked, somewhat surprised as well. Unexpectedly, the girl actually drew a very auspicious lot. "What about him?" Without hesitation, Jiang'an quickly touched the fortune box twice. The next moment, he pulled out a new ticket. He picked it up and looked at it, but his gaze froze instantly. "Life may be bitter, but it is good as long as my beloved returns home." Jiang'an fell silent for a moment. This sentence, he liked it a lot when he was young. It is also frequently used. He also frequently sent it to Lu Yuran. For him before, this statement seemed to be a way of whitewashing all his efforts over the past 10 years, but now it seems somewhat ironic. 10 years of being a simp, but is suffering worth it? Pity. My beloved has not returned, has he? Jiang'an was seen deep in thought. Lin Cixi was a little anxious. This fortune stick looked like a good one, but it wasn't that good either. Master Yuantong, standing to the side, smiled gently and said, "Young man, why create unnecessary trouble for yourself? This lot would normally be considered the worst possible lot. But today, it must be the best possible outcome." Jiang'an gazed intently and asked sincerely, "Why do you say that, master?" "Because your beloved is by your side. It means that all the suffering of the past has ended, so cherish the beloved you have now." Chapter 83, I have a friend. Who doesn't know how to express liking someone? When we left the Jingxin Hall, Jiang'an felt inexplicably clear-headed. It's like it had been blocked by something, but suddenly it was released at this moment. It feels like my heart has suddenly become much emptier. The room, filled with memories, is finally being cleared out, and I feel an indescribable sense of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Cixi stayed obediently by his side. At this time, the girl was quiet, not unruly, and didn't spout nonsense. She just quietly stayed by Jiang'an's side. To some extent, she could understand Jiang'an's thoughts perfectly, yet she couldn't understand them at all. As a result, in addition to tension, she is now also feeling uneasy. Master Yuantong just said that. A good partner is not necessarily the one who arrives first, nor is it necessarily the one you fall in love with first. A true good man. It's about giving you the right feeling at the right time and in the right place. That's what I've been thinking about. The girl clenched her hands tightly. He held the auspicious fortune stick in the center of his palm. "The moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person before my eyes is the person in my heart." To be honest, this was the first time Lin Cixi had ever drawn a marriage fortune stick in all the time she had been at Hanyuan Temple. "Then I drew this one." So, is the good person the master is referring to the person right in front of you? What does Jiang'an think? Could it be that he actually thinks Lu Yuran is the right person for him? After all, it's been such a tough 10 years. Lu Yuran even turned around and was willing to buy him breakfast. So, who is the right person in the end? As the girl walked, her mind became increasingly flustered. This feeling is really unpleasant. It's as if you've already grasped at a straw, lit a lamp, and held onto the summer breeze. But the straw is about to break, The lamp is about to go out, and the wind is about to blow away. How strange. So, do I have to watch myself lose something again? Thinking about this, Lin Cece suddenly felt a little regretful. She probably shouldn't have brought Jiang into the lottery. Why draw a marriage fortune stick? I should focus on my career. The girl muttered sadly in a low voice, her face contorted with distress. Jiangyan, however, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then he turned his head, and a smile suddenly appeared on his previously expressionless face. Then he reached out and ruffled the girl's hair, speaking slowly. What nonsense are you spouting? Why draw a career fortune stick? Isn't a marriage fortune stick better? Lin Cece raised her head, her beautiful big eyes staring at him, wanting to say something, but unable to say anything. Jiangyan, however, seemed to understand her thoughts. This silly girl. Still lost in thought. He touched her brow with his finger, then gently rubbed it, and sighed. Stop frowning. Your forehead, which used to be so beautiful, is now all wrinkled up like this? Jiangyan said, changing the subject with a smile. I say, whose husband is so unhappy after drawing such a lucky fortune? Listening to Jiangyan's words, Lin Cece was slightly taken aback, and looking into his big eyes, she subconsciously narrowed them a little. Etc. What was Jiangyan just saying? Whose beloved husband? The girl was about to wither away, but the flower in her heart remained. It felt like I'd been caught in a sudden sun shower. The pained expression on her face shifted in an instant, finally settling into a faint smile. Say what I'm saying. He finally got it. He finally took the initiative. Feeling a little uncomfortable under the girl's sudden smile, Jiangyan couldn't help but say helplessly, Hey, my dear, could you please stop looking at me like that? It's as if I'm a heartless man. And also, don't grip that stick so tightly in your hand. If it breaks, I'll have nowhere to cry. Absolutely impossible. The girl excitedly put the slip of paper into her pocket. Teacher Jiang. What's wrong? Let's have a vegetarian meal together. It's my treat, okay? Huh? Okay. A moment later, Lin Cece sat on the steps at the entrance of the Zhengxin Hall, holding a rice bowl, which was not very ladylike. Jiangyan, who was beside her, was also holding a vegetarian meal, his gaze following the light of the setting sun to Lin Cece. He chewed his food in small bites, listening to Lin Cece speak. The girl was tilting her head back, and her voice sounded very pleasant. Teacher Jiang, I'm so happy today. I saw Grandma, ate the food you cooked, drew a lucky fortune stick, and even ate vegetarian food with you. This is the happiest moment I've had in all these years. Are you two getting ready to go back? Yes, Grandma. Silly girl, you need to eat more, okay? You've lost weight. Grandma, I've eaten a lot, so how come I don't gain weight? What nonsense are you talking about? There's no such thing as being able to eat without gaining weight. You'll gain weight easily if you eat when you're happy. Okay. You should get along well with Xiao Jiang, okay? Don't worry, Grandma. Look. Oh, Grandma, I don't want money. I can earn money now. Grandma, please don't give it to me. Take this. Girls need money to have confidence. Did you listen to what Grandma said this morning? The sounds inside the room grew fainter and fainter until Jiangyan, sitting on the door frame, could no longer hear them. He packed his things. It was already 6 o'clock. The two people who had finished their vegetarian meal came down to visit their grandmother and then prepared to go back. After all, Lin Cece has classes to attend tomorrow. His peripheral vision swept around, and everywhere was bathed in golden light. Mountains, forests, streams, and villages one after another. It's like a painting. It's truly beautiful and gorgeous. So, don't you think it would be nice to live here when you get old? At some point, Lin Cece moved closer to Jiangyan, squatted down, and tilted her head to look at him. That's true. Jiangyan nodded sincerely, then sighed with some sorrow. This sudden sigh, Lin Cece felt a little confused. She put her things in her bag, and then turned to look at Jiangyan. So what's wrong, Teacher Jiang? Is something on your mind? Don't worry, tell me and cheer me up. I was thinking about something involving a friend, Jiangyan said. Oh, what friend's business could make our Teacher Jiang so concerned? Lin Cece rested her chin on her hands, her face full of eager for gossip. Jiangyan looked at her, feeling a bit helpless and regretful. Why did he bring up the very thing he shouldn't have? Lin Cece is the type to pry into things. Once you're on the topic, there's no escaping it. But, this topic? Jiangyan hesitated for a moment. I have a friend who doesn't quite know how to express liking someone. Or rather, doesn't quite know how to show his feelings. Chapter 84. Don't worry, I've never liked anyone else. Upon hearing Jiangyan's words, Lin Cece blinked gently, seemingly wanting to expose the rather unreliable cover-up of certain people. But after hesitating for a moment, her eyes darted around, and then she gave a disdainful and dismissive look, scoffing. Such a simple matter. How could it make Teacher Jiang so distressed? I thought something really serious had happened. Isn't it easy to confess to someone you like? Although I, Lin, have never been in a relationship, back in high school no. I mean middle school boys confessed to me, and they were really crazy about it. At this point, Lin Cece paused slightly, then stared at Jiangyan with a somewhat serious gaze, and then blinked tentatively. Teacher Jiang, is this something I should say? Jiangyan was listening attentively. Being interrupted like this, she couldn't help but laugh, and said, You can speak more boldly. It's okay. Lin Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, what had she heard? It's not a good idea to say this to someone you like. But it seems that Jiangyan doesn't have that sensitive feeling. Then that boy went really crazy. He actually slipped a flower and a love letter into my desk after everyone had gone home from school that night, and then wrote, I love you, Lin Cece, on the blackboard. So the next day, the whole school knew what was going on. So what kind of person is he? Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly, actually becoming somewhat concerned. Who knows? That's why it's so absurd he never showed up. If he dared to show up, he probably wouldn't have used such an outrageous way to confess. Lin Cece pouted. I just don't like people like that. If you like someone, you like them. If you don't like someone, you don't like them. If you confess, you confess. If you don't confess, you don't confess. You're acting like you like me, but don't dare to confess openly. It's so annoying. And if he had actually stood up back then, I might have been willing to give him a second glance. But he didn't. It wasn't until the teachers found out, took a picture of the blackboard, and publicly criticized me as a typical case of puppy love that I was dragged into the mess. I was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire, and it even caused all those boys who had previously claimed to like me to avoid me. Huh. Jiangyan frowned slightly, then seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. So, if that boy really shows up, would you consider it? Would you like to consider giving it a try? Huh. Lin Cece was taken aback for a moment, then hummed in response. Please, Teacher Jiang, what do you mean by try it out? When it comes to dating, you can call it dating, or even just being together. Ultimately, it's still dating. So how can you say try it out when you're dating? When you truly like someone or are in love, there's no option to consider or try it out. Hearing this, Jiangyan nodded, a little dizzy. Oh, so what I mean is, if he really appeared, would you be with him? Dream on. Nonsense. How could that be? Why would I? Lin Cece tilted her head back and snorted. Although I've never been in a relationship, I'm single by choice, okay? I have a pretty face, a great figure. I'm understanding. I speak sweetly and cutely. I can fight, and I can be a good friend. So many guys want to be with me. Do you think I have to consider being with all of them? How could that be? A girl's affection is very precious. I'm not some saint. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he then said quietly, So girls don't actually accept those inexplicable, sudden feelings, right? That is to say, even if my friend expresses his love to the person he likes, it will make the girl feel very sudden and strange, and then it will end without any result, no matter how hard he tries. That's not necessarily true. Lin Cece smiled easily, her fingers tracing patterns on the ground. Sometimes, no, many times. How will you know if a girl likes you if you don't try? Some people have known each other for a long time and still aren't together, while others feel a spark after just a few days. She raised her hand, wiped it with her finger, and looked at the little pig she had drawn on the ground. My opinion on this is give it a try. Trying won't get you pregnant. Men should be a little impulsive when it comes to relationships. But you also said that someone like you wouldn't easily give this opportunity to someone else. I used to have a lot of people who liked me. I can't give everyone a chance. The girl my friend likes has a lot of suitors, a lot of people like her, and a lot of people try to win her over. Huh? Who? I'm not quite sure. That's it. Lin Cece smiled and moved closer to Jiang, her mischievous eyes sparkling with curiosity. So, is Teacher Jiang feeling a bit down because of what I said? Do most guys mind if a girl has had a crush on someone before, or dated someone, or even if they just dated someone and were just trying things out? Jiang pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Like me, I've minded it for 10 years. I knew long ago that Lu Yuran used to like Yang Wenqin, but I didn't think much about it at the time. I thought I would eventually forget. As a result, the thorn in her heart didn't disappear at all. It just quietly hid away until Yang Wenqin came back and Lu Yuran said those things. This thorn suddenly grew up. Even in pain, I remained more determined than a dog. Lin Cece blinked slightly, then quietly wrapped her arms around Jiang An's arm. Is it really that sad? Really? Jiang An nodded sincerely. I just feel, why is it like this? You actually have the energy to think about someone else while I'm with you, and I even think. 80% of boys will go crazy because a girl has liked or accepted the affections of other boys in the past. That heart-wrenching feeling will repeatedly appear in their hearts, whipping the boy's love. It's like a constant reminder to him, hey bro, wake up. The girl you liked didn't only like you. She also told other people that she liked them, that she missed them, and said those intimate things. Wow, that's strange. I haven't experienced it myself. I've only been a stand-in for 10 years. Why am I starting to empathize with it? Listening to Jiang An's words of emotion, Lin Cece rested her chin on her hand. Does Teacher Jiang mind my male classmates from high school? Jiang An was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the girl. There was an uncertain light in her eyes, which was hard to see clearly. Before he could answer, the girl had already stood up, gently patted Jiang An on the back, and spoke in an exceptionally relaxed tone. Don't worry, Teacher Jiang. You don't need to worry about any of these things you've mentioned. Because of me, the little mouse. I have never liked anyone. After, I won't like anyone else. Chapter 85. The veteran driver card, I want to get back on the bus. Hearing Lin Cece's answer, Jiang An's eyes flickered slightly. Then, a feeling of sadness inexplicably arose in my heart. So this is what it feels like to be chosen. It feels so unfamiliar. Seemingly sensing his mood, the girl moved closer, then made a face with her hand and gave him a knowing smile. Teacher Jiang, haven't we gone a bit off topic? So, have you figured out how to help your friend? Jiang An snapped out of his daze and scratched his head. My friend, I'll ask him to take the initiative, right? That's more like it. If men could all be more perceptive earlier, there wouldn't be so many missed opportunities for love in this world. Lin Cece gave a thumbs up, seemingly very satisfied with her performance. Jiang An stared at her bright, sparkling eyes, slightly stunned. So, Teacher Jiang, you must tell him that if you like someone, you should tell her right away. Lin Cece looked at him earnestly. Otherwise, she'll run away. After all, some things only count when they're said out loud, and only then will she know. Otherwise, the two of you will just be guessing, and by the time you realize it, it'll all be for nothing. Lin Cece stood up with a grin. But I think your friend will accept your advice. After all, everyone knows it would be a real shame to miss out. Alright, that concludes today's emotional counseling. We'll discuss Teacher Jiang's friend's question next time. Shouldn't we go back now? Jiang An was stunned. When he came to his senses, his gaze fell on the time. Before I knew it, it was almost 7 o'clock. Time really flies. Let's go back. He picked up his bag and felt unusually relaxed. It felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders. At the same time, at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, Zhang Zhejia's expression was a bit strange and also a bit irritable. Lu Yuran stood in front of him. I said, Lu Yuran, why are you here again? Didn't you come this morning? Lu Yuran, dressed in a long dress, was as beautiful as ever, carrying a bag of fruit in her hand, and looked at Zhang Zhejia calmly. Hearing Zhang Zhejia's words, she responded frankly, I came to deliver breakfast this morning, but unfortunately Jiang An wasn't here. When I came back, I passed by a fruit shop and bought some. I bought a bit too much, and it would go bad and be a waste if I didn't eat it all by myself, so I'm giving some to Jiang An. Zhang Zhejia looked like he'd seen a ghost and circled around the woman in front of him. Then, unable to resist saying, No, are you all right? Just by chance, Coincidentally, perfectly? Do you think I believe that? Faced with Zhang Zijia's questioning, Lu Yuren's expression remained flawless and unchanged. Her gaze swept slightly over Zhang Zijia as she calmly responded. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I've delivered the fruit. Is Jiang in there? Zhang Zijia scratched his head, then a smile appeared on his face. He's not here. He went out to play with Lin Cixi. I heard this. Lu Yuran, who had been expressionless the whole time, finally showed a slight emotion. Her stunningly beautiful face seemed to have lost some of its vitality, and the brilliance in her eyes dimmed slightly. Oh, they're not back yet. Then take it back. Lu Yuran shoved the bag of fruit into Zhang Zijia's hand, then turned and left without saying another word. Watching her departing figure, Zhang Zijia frowned slightly, then couldn't help but speak. Hey, I'm talking to Lu Yuran. You don't need to do that. There are some things Jiang is unwilling to say in a harsh way, but I can actually do them. Anyway, we grew up together. I may not know you well enough, but I know Jiang well enough. He is doing really well now. He is very happy and satisfied with his life. So stop wasting your time, your feelings. Oh, I mean everyone's time and feelings, on these meaningless things. After all, there's a saying, isn't there? Once you miss it, you miss it. When you turn back, the other person will no longer be there. Hearing these words, Lu Yuran paused slightly. I hesitated for a few seconds. She continued walking forward. It was as if he hadn't heard anything at all. In response to this, Zhang Zijia shrugged, glanced at the fruit in his hand, and casually stuffed it into the trash can. Are you kidding me? He had witnessed all the suffering Jiang had endured over the years. So now, Jiang was finally freed, finally found happiness. Why should you expect to turn back just because you deliver breakfast and fruit? I don't know whether Jiang will agree or not. If you see this, I definitely won't agree. Walking back to the dormitory. Despite it being summer, Lu Yuran felt incredibly cold. This coldness emanates from within. It just felt like the wind blowing on my arms was cold. Why? Jiang, why are you unwilling? She's already imitating Jiang. She imitated what Jiang had done to her over the years. She wanted to repay Jiang for all the kindness he had shown her over the years. She wanted to express her feelings in this way. However, the series of setbacks and Zhang Zijia's words. This caused Lu Yuran to fall into despair and collapse once again. Could it be? Is there absolutely no chance left? Sitting on the swaying bus, leaning back in the seat, Jiang glanced at Lin Cixi, who was already leaning on his shoulder and couldn't help but want to laugh. I say, Miss Lin, we're almost home. Are you still sleeping? Lin Cixi opened her eyes groggily, instinctively tilting her head back and shrinking her neck. After thinking for a second, she realized what was happening. She then snuggled up onto Jiang's shoulder, settling in comfortably, and hummed softly. It's been a long time since I've taken a bus. You know what? It's really swaying so much that it makes you drowsy. Teacher Jiang, let's take the bus more often from now on. I feel like it can cure insomnia. Oh, Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you have insomnia? I don't have insomnia, but I'm sleep deprived. Should we give Teacher Lin more paid leave? Is there really such a good thing? No. Lin Cixi snapped out of her daze, looked up, widened her eyes, and stared at Jiang with a resentful look. Teacher Jiang, how can you deceive your employees like this? Jiang blinked, his tone both unreasonable and assertive. Did I lie to you? No, I didn't. I just wanted to tell Teacher Lin. Next stop, get ready to get off. Lin Cixi was taken aback when she heard this, then looked at the bus stop sign not far away and pouted slightly. Really? And so, a pleasant day comes to an end. As she spoke, she stretched, pulled a key from her pocket, swiped it on Jiang and muttered, Beep experienced driver card, I want to get back on the bus. Chapter 86. Some things need to be made clear. I got off the bus. The streetlights were dazzling. The girl stood reluctantly under the streetlight, letting the boy next to her straighten her hair. It looks messy, Jiang remarked. Hey, Mr. Jiang, you seem to have a bit of OCD, don't you? Lin Cixi muttered under her breath while enjoying herself. What OCD? It's just that your hair is messy. And what about your heart? What about your heart? Lin Cixi chuckled. Could it be that some people's hearts are already in turmoil? What do you mean? What's wrong with my mind? A real man is as steady as an old dog, Jiangyan corrected. Lin Cixi grinned. I don't believe you when you say that. Through my observation and understanding of Teacher Jiang over this period of time, I've noticed that when Teacher Jiang is shy, her gaze automatically looks down. Just like now, your gaze is drifting down him. How did you observe so carefully? Jiangyan was stunned. Don't you think I know you very well? Lin Cixi pouted, then sighed softly. After all, we've known each other for so long. Maybe Teacher Jiang is cold-hearted and can't notice my feelings, can't notice my little sister's secret attention. Jiangyan was stunned, but quickly recovered. This feeling of being quietly watched. There was nothing wrong with him, so why did he suddenly feel a little dazed? I say, what's with this strange nickname, Teacher Jiang? Why do you like calling her that so much? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiangyan couldn't help but change the subject. Oh. Lin Cixi was stunned, not expecting Jiangyan to suddenly ask this question. Of course, it's because I think you're really amazing, boss. You seem to know a little bit about everything, and you're very good at computers and advanced mathematics, so I couldn't help but call you teacher. She shook her neck and found that her hair was already neatly tied up, so she skipped along under the streetlights, not turning around even when she reached the intersection. Besides, calling someone teacher always feels more intimate than calling them boss. After saying that, she giggled and ran away. I stared at her back. Jiangyan felt that something was wrong. Teacher Jiang? What a strange title. It feels like the girl is somewhat admiring of herself. Oh, Jiangyan, I want to have a good talk with you. I really want to. The next morning, Jiangyan had just stepped off the stairs and was about to enter his studio. Then I saw a familiar figure standing at the door. When he walked over, he blocked the doorway, his expression firm and tense. This is Lu Yuran. They actually came to block the door so early. In the past, this was something we wouldn't have dared to even imagine. Lu Yuran looked stunning today in a white fairy dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, revealing her fair neck and arms, her delicate and beautiful face, and her slender waist. It was like a princess's day, only this time, her aura was warmer than usual, not so aloof. Lu Yuran remembered that this was the outfit Jiangyan had said was good-looking. Jiangyan frowned slightly, somewhat surprised, but his brows quickly relaxed. Actually, seeing Lu Yuran made me less angry. That's just how I feel. Yes, I'm at peace with it now. What do you need me for? In fact, he no longer bothered to say anything to upset Lu Yuran in a harsh or sarcastic way. There was no need, because she no longer stirred any emotion in him. He was very calm. Even the images that once kept him tossing and turning every night are gradually fading from his memory, like computer junk being automatically cleaned up and sent to the recycle bin. I have a lot to say, but I don't know where to begin. But this time, I'm very serious. Lu Yuran breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Jiangyan's words, and at the same time, she showed a somewhat expectant expression. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Lu Yuran seemed to really want to say something. After all, he hadn't seen this kind of expectant expression more than a few times in the past 10 years. All right, then you can speak, Jiangyan said calmly, his gaze unwavering. He now feels a sense of relief. Standing there, his head, which he usually habitually lowers slightly, was not drooping, and his back was very straight. Lu Yuran, on the other hand, strained and tiptoed almost imperceptibly. She is used to looking down, or not looking at all, although Lu Yuran herself considered this action to be very minor. However, Jiangyan was able to clearly perceive it. At the same time, he also found it interesting. Even now, do you still want to stand higher and can't let go of your pride? This kind of thing is indeed deeply ingrained and cannot be changed. But it doesn't matter anymore. It has nothing to do with me, and I won't bow my head or bend over again. Finally, Lu Yuran felt that she could manage without having to hold her head up so high. That's really true. It made her very sad. Wow, Jiangyan is so tall. She must be so tired from holding her head up to look. With her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiangyan's eyes, Lu Yuran felt a pang of sadness when she realized that he made no move to bend down. But now is not the time to be sad. I think there must have been some misunderstanding between us. This misunderstanding has made us less patient and tolerant of each other. Lu Yuran hesitated, organizing her thoughts as if afraid of touching on something. So, I want enough time and opportunity for me to make myself clear. It can't be explained in just a few words. It needs time. Right now, what I really want to say is, could you give me a chance to go on a date with you? No, not a date, but a chance to chat, for a long enough time. Like, on a Ferris wheel? Lu Yuran spoke cautiously, afraid that Jiang'an might show the slightest dissatisfaction. Ferris wheel? Jiang'an was slightly taken aback. Certain images and sounds instantly flashed through his mind. Hey, Teacher Jiang, you're so stupid. Ferris wheels are one of the 3 most romantic spots. On the Ferris wheel, you have 15 minutes of absolute time. She can't leave or get out. She can only listen quietly as you speak in midair. You can say whatever you want. Even a dog would be moved by your affection. Jiang'an fell silent. I'm so sorry. I don't want to be that dog you won over in 15 minutes. I actually really want to go to an amusement park, like a Ferris wheel. I've always been interested in it, but I just didn't know how to bring it up before. Now, I want to invite you to come with me. Let's have a good talk. At this point, Lu Yuran's voice became slightly hurried. I really feel that we are still friends. We grew up together, 10 years of friendship. It shouldn't end so hastily. Friend, 10 years of friendship? Looking at the girl in front of him, she was almost crying, her tone pleading. Jiang'an felt inexplicably irritable and displeased. If we're just friends, I can accept it if you want to say something. After all, you're right about something. There are indeed some things I need to clarify with you. But a Ferris wheel is out of the question. Ferris wheel? No way. And to explain it clearly, Jiang'an felt that some things needed to be explained more clearly. Instead of making Lu Yuran find herself again and again. This action wasn't just about taking responsibility for him alone. Perhaps it also involved that fool. Chapter 87 Moses, I am Xiao Jiang. We can talk, but a Ferris wheel won't work. Jiang'an spoke with absolute certainty, rejecting Lu Yuran's request. For him, the two had long since become like strangers. Being able to sit down and talk is actually a suggestion he can only accept after he has already let go of enough of his worries. After saying this, Jiang'an didn't delay any longer, but looked at Lu Yuran and said, Can I go in now? My working hours are a bit tight. Lu Yuran remained silent, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang'an in front of her. I don't know why. It feels somewhat unfamiliar. The unfamiliarity made her feel suffocated. But she gently stepped aside, making room for herself. Because he had said everything he needed to say, and Jiang'an had agreed to his request. Although we couldn't go on the Ferris wheel, we accepted part of the situation. She seemed to have no reason to continue blocking the door. Seeing this, Jiang'an calmly walked straight in. Bang! The door closed gently behind it. Looking at the figure and door that had disappeared from sight, Lu Yuran suddenly remembered a long time ago, when they were all quite young and had just started high school. That night, she suddenly had a strong craving for candied hawthorn berries. But it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Where can I still buy them? But she just wanted to eat it. She insisted on eating it, and she kept asking Jiang'an to buy it for her. Jiang'an was reluctant, but he still went. I rode a bicycle for who knows how long. It was so long that she had already fallen asleep in her room. Later in my sleep, I seemed to hear someone knocking incessantly. But she turned over and just didn't want to wake up. It continued until the next morning. She opened the door and saw Jiang'an sitting at her front door. He was still holding a melted strawberry-flavored candied hawthorn in his hands. He seemed very tired and was fast asleep. That time, Lu Yuran felt a strange sense of guilt. A boy going out to buy candied hawthorns late at night, and her tightly closed door. Thinking about it now, Jiang'an must be a complete idiot. Actually, it wouldn't matter if she didn't eat the candied hawthorn. It's so late. You can just pretend to be asleep and not reply to me. Even if I'm angry, it'll only last a day or two, and you can just coax me and it'll be fine. But why were you so stupid? You actually bought it and then waited outside my house all night. You could even call me. But later you said that you knocked for a long time, but no one answered. So you guessed that he might be asleep, and you couldn't bear to call him to wake him up. You're so stupid, liking me so foolishly. I was so stupid to leave you like that. Thinking about this, Lu Yuran stared at the door in front of her, then slowly came back to her senses. She forced a smile and took a deep breath, trying to regain her usual composure. But for some reason, the more she tried to smile, the more a strange discomfort filled her heart. Okay, now, you're the one who's locked out. Lu Yuran, you made the choice yourself. Hey Jiang, you actually came back after all? If you don't come back soon, I'll really think you're living a life of debauchery, indulging in the warm embrace of Lady Lin. Ouch! Godfather, stop hitting me. Godfather, I was wrong. Holding his breakfast bag, Zhang Zhijie pleaded for mercy as he fled in all directions. Jiang gave him a disgruntled look. If you can talk, then talk more. I promise I won't beat you to death. Ahem, want some breakfast? Lu Yuran brought it. Zhang Zhijie grinned and came over, holding up a bag of breakfast. Jiang frowned slightly, about to speak. Zhang Zhijie reacted quickly, immediately adding, "Just kidding. I was just joking. Brother, my own brother. How could I do such a thing? I threw away what she gave me a long time ago. This is what Lin Sisi asked me to buy for you." As he spoke, Zhang Zhijie curled his lip and said, "I'm really impressed. All you do is bully me all the time. Especially Lin Sisi. That woman is too fierce. If it weren't for her strength, I would never have given in. We're shivering and freezing. When will we men be able to stand up for ourselves?" Jiang ignored the idiot's nonsense. He silently took the breakfast bag, opened it, and was slightly surprised. It's not a jianbing guozi anymore. Or are they pan-fried dumplings? Watching Jiang's actions, Zhang Zhijie couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I have no idea what kind of people you are. This girl is like she's spying on me. I was going to buy breakfast from the cafeteria to bring back for Rajia, and then she messaged me to bring it back. You'll definitely forget to eat breakfast." Jiang narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. He really did forget, but it seems someone has their eye on it. He glanced at the phone screen out of the corner of his eye. It was 9:10. The girl should be in class, right? Lin Sisi has class to attend today, so I go out very early in the morning. He ran out with 2 pieces of bread stuffed in his mouth. Jiang was helpless. He had originally planned to make breakfast. Since the person in question has already run away, what is he supposed to do now? I might as well just come directly. Just then, Lu Yuran blocked the door, and this delay made it even more difficult to eat. But who would have thought that Lin Sisi was so busy that she didn't even have time to eat herself? They actually still have time for him. The more Jiang thought about it, the wider his smile became. Have you gone to class? Hey, you're so focused. You're not even replying to the boss's messages. Looks like some people won't be getting any of the boss's perks today. While eating fried dumplings, Jiang sent out 3 messages in a row. And finally, there was a reply from the other side. Very sweet. You'd better not go too far. Jiang Moshi Moshi, I'm Xiao Jiang. Very sweet. Hey, aren't you being childish, boss? I'm in class right now, advanced calculus. Jiang Psi.jpg. Very sweet. Very sweet. Moshi Moshi, I am Kobayashi. Seeing the girl's reply, Jiang couldn't help but laugh even more happily. Just as I expected. In this world, it's hard to find someone who understands you and resonates with you. But there will always be someone who understands you. Zhang Zhijie looked at him with a ghostly expression and said, "Wait, what are you laughing at? Mind your own business? Get lost. I haven't even settled the score with you over Durex yet." Jiang glanced at the guy with annoyance, then continued to smile. "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm having a good time?" Upon hearing the name Durex and seeing Jiang's ambiguous smile, he immediately noticed. Zhang Zhijie immediately deflated and walked away guiltily to the side. At this moment, he was truly struggling internally. Twisting, dark crawling, crawling, twisting, crawling, dark movement, rolling, intense crawling. We absolutely must not provoke Jiang today. The Durex incident he really courted disaster. This man is called Xiao Jiang. He exudes a murderous aura and often smiles inexplicably. Oh my god, how creepy. Is he planning to kill me? Zhang Zhijie thought to himself. Chapter 88. Go quickly and return quickly, waiting and thinking. Jiang didn't care about Zhang Zhijie's reaction. He smiled as he looked at Lin Sisi's reply, unable to resist sending another message. Aren't some people the #1 fans of jianbing guozi, Chinese crepes, In the cafeteria? Why are they fried dumplings today? Very sweet. Of course you'll get tired of eating the same flavor all the time. Jiangyan. Then what about you? Why don't you eat? Very sweet. But you have to have time, Kak. I overslept this morning. Once I woke up, I didn't have time to buy breakfast. I'll just have 2 pieces of bread and make do with it. Jiangyan. Tisk. They make it sound so pitiful. I don't know how some people end up so miserable. Very sweet. What should I do? Sigh. Women from China never admit defeat. I need to focus on my studies. Looking at the girl's reply, Jiangyan looked up, amused. Then I glanced at Zhang Zhijie. Shall we go out for crayfish together for lunch? It's my treat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie immediately became a little nervous. No, what do you want to do? Isn't it a bit too expensive to poison lobsters? If that's the case, I can just roll away myself. Stop talking nonsense. Just come with me right now. Oh, and remember to let Lin Cece know. Zhang Zhijie heard this. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. You really are a dog. I think I figured it out. You mainly want to treat Ms. Lin to dinner, right? And since you're too embarrassed to ask, you insist on bringing your buddy along. Zhang Zhijie stopped mid-sentence. He saw a hint of coldness in Jiangyan's eyes. Ahem. I'll post it as soon as I finish what I'm doing. We're saying team building is great. Team building is great. Are you kidding me? A person's heart cannot be hidden. Jiangyan was in a good mood, and he decided to treat the pitiful Xiao Lin to a meal. This meal, well, let's call it team building. That's right. Their Jianghu studio is a team with a great atmosphere, unity, mutual assistance, and friendship. Of course, he didn't deny what Zhang Zhijie said. He really did want to invite Lin Cece to dinner. Only, he has his own pace. He doesn't want to rush things and wants to give the girl enough time to adjust. However, it was at the moment of making this decision. Jiangyan's phone screen suddenly lit up. His gaze immediately fell upon the pitiful Lin, but unfortunately, it wasn't on him. Instead, Lu Yuran. Lu Yuran, is lunch okay? At the restaurant next to the school, please? I saw this message. Jiangyan's expression darkened slightly. Lu Yuran had invited him to chat at noon. Originally, he wanted to find a pretext to have dinner with Lin Cece. Now, he hesitated slightly. Some things are better planned for earlier and ended sooner rather than later, right? That's what I've been thinking about. Jiangyan's eyes flickered, and his fingers tapped lightly on the screen. So, is 15 minutes enough? I have something important to do at noon. A few seconds later, Lu Yuran's reply was brief and direct. That's enough. Jiangyan nodded in satisfaction. Anyway, I just want to clarify some things. To be honest, he felt 15 minutes was a bit too long. Old Jiang, I ordered a crayfish restaurant. How about we go there for lunch? Zhang Zhijie looked up and waved his phone. Sure, but you, Cece, and Ruijia should go first. I have something to do, and we'll be there in about 15 minutes. Hearing Jiangyan's words, Zhang Zhijie looked doubtful. 15 minutes? Where are you going, bro? Keeping the ladies waiting isn't very gentlemanly. None of your business. I'll definitely be there in 15 minutes. Jiangyan took a deep breath, his expression calm and composed. He was considering whether he should tell Lin Cece in advance. If I say it, won't it seem like I'm doing it on purpose? These thoughts flashed through his mind. In that instant, Jiangyan suddenly realized a problem. 10 years. It seems he's still not very good at dating. Ugh, this is troublesome. It's a real headache. Jiangyan rubbed his hair, but finally picked up his phone. He sent a message to Lin Cece. Remember to come for the team building event at noon, but I have to take care of some things first, with Lu Yuran. Jiangyan thought about it and decided that he should tell Xiao Nizi. Although it seems unnecessary, but it puts her mind at ease. Shouldn't it be his job? He inexplicably felt a sense of peace. Then, he suddenly froze on the spot. Strange. Why did he feel this way after sending the message? How amazing. Could this be the legendary reporting process? Sure enough, I felt incredibly relieved after reporting it. Jiangyan rubbed his head and involuntarily fell into thought. At the same time, Lin Cece is in advanced mathematics class. As the #1 anti-calculus seed and a perennial failure in calculus, she listened attentively and diligently to Professor Zhang's lecture on the stage. Then my mood became more and more depressed. Isn't that strange? She could understand every word and letter in every sentence Professor Zhang spoke. So why does it become so complicated when they're all connected? Today was another day of trying hard to listen in class, but unfortunately, I still didn't understand it. I can only go back and ask Teacher Jiang for a tutoring session. The girl muttered to herself. As she was thinking, Lin Cece took out her phone. Yu Guang immediately noticed the message Jiang had sent on his phone screen. Go and take care of something with Lu Yuran. Lin Cece was stunned for a moment, then clenched her fist slightly. Then, I couldn't help but chuckle. Huh. Is this considered reporting to the authorities before leaving home, Teacher Jiang? Tell yourself this in advance. Is this because you're worried she'll be angry? Although this man is mostly silly, he doesn't make mistakes when it matters, which makes her quite satisfied. And, if Jiang really went secretly without telling her, she would be really unhappy. Thinking about this, Lin Cece's curved eyes sparkled with a smile as she quickly replied. Very sweet. Go quickly and come back quickly. I'm waiting and thinking of you. After thinking for a moment, the girl added another one. Very sweet. If you stay more than a second longer, I'll kill you tonight. After sending the message, Lin Cece naturally put down her phone. Go ahead and go. What's wrong with that? Confidence is a must. Moreover, Jiang had no obligation or need to report to her or say anything. But now the message has already been sent. What does this tell us? Sometimes, she wins before she even makes a move. I believe not only in you, but also in myself. The girl muttered something to herself, then gently rubbed her temples, opened the painting on the table, and her gaze grew increasingly intense as she looked at it. Chapter 89. I'm doing well lately, and I'm very happy. Phew, finally time to get off work. Meanwhile, Master Jiang, who had been busy all morning, finally finished his work. His gaze kept shifting across the chat screen. Every now and then, the corners of his mouth would twitch upwards. TSK. Go quickly and come back immediately. We'll wait and read it again later. He's late. Kill him. At this moment, Jiang felt as if he had been given a reassurance. The initial unease and restlessness almost vanished in an instant. Let's go keep our appointment first. Jiang stood up, stretched, and remained calm. The term, to keep an appointment, is actually not very accurate. I should go take care of my business first, and then keep the appointment. The place Lu Yuran arranged to meet was Mayuez High. There's a very famous restaurant near the school gate. It's decorated exquisitely, with a touch of bourgeois charm. It's usually only a place for college student couples to choose on special occasions. After all, a superior environment means higher fees. Jiang, on the other hand, had been here many times before. The reason is very simple. Lu Yuran likes it. Lu Yuran loves to come here. At the time, I thought it was perfectly reasonable for a princess like Lu Yuran to come to a restaurant like this, wasn't it? Well, it really is true now that I think about it carefully. Jiang realized that many times, many things, he did because Lu Yuran liked them. For example, a visit to Mayuez High costs 300 or 400 yuan. In other words, that 300 or 400 is enough for him to buy 50 jianbing guozi and tofu pudding. If it weren't for Lu Yuran, Jiang might never have returned. Ice cream assassins, cake assassins, now there are quite a few restaurant assassins too, Jiang thought to himself, before walking in. A waiter immediately came to greet them. Hello, sir. Are you alone, or do you have a reservation? Jiang glanced at his phone. Lu Yuran had already sent him the seat number. He waved his phone lightly in front of the waiter. I have an appointment. Oh, this table? Please come with me. I followed the waiter as we walked through the restaurant. Jiang seemed to have a state of mind he had never experienced before. He always took it for granted when he came before. Lu Yuran likes this place, so she should come here. Lu Yuran is a princess. Looking back now, it's kind of funny. Men in love really do lose their brains. This is such a waste of money. You could have spent it on lots of crayfish instead. It's a complete waste. When we arrived at our seats, Lu Yuran was touching up her makeup when she heard the noise, and she quickly looked up. You've come to Jiang'an. Her voice was gentle, gentler than ever before. It no longer feels like the cold wind from the high mountains. It has more of a summery temperature. Jiang sat down, instinctively glanced around, and then thought to himself. Lin Cece definitely wouldn't like a place like this. She's a foodie, and the quality of the food is what she cares about most. However, you can come here for a date if you have the chance. After all, girls should be pampered. Would you like something to drink? I've already ordered the food, all your favorites, salt and pepper chicken, boiled sliced pork, and Lu Yuran seemed to want to continue. Jiang raised his head, his expression calm. A little water will do. I don't need any food. I have an appointment with someone later. Lu Yuran paused slightly, then nodded gently. Okay. She rose slightly, picked up the kettle beside her, poured the amber-colored tea into a glass, and gently pushed it towards Jiang'an. All of this has been done. She stared silently at Jiang'an, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, as if she wanted to say something, but remained silent for a long time. Jiang'an took a sip of water and waited quietly for her to speak, but remained silent for a long time. It struck him as odd. Didn't you ask me to come? Why aren't you saying anything? My time is very limited. It seemed that they had sensed Jiang'an's thoughts. Lu Yuran also picked up her coffee and took a sip. The light in her eyes dimmed slightly, and her heart felt as if it were being stabbed constantly. Jiang'an, you must be very anxious. You really don't want to spend another minute with me, right? Put in the past, put in the old days. You're clearly happy even if you just sit next to me all day without saying a word. But I'm not angry at all. This is what you should do for me, but I'm just a little sad. How have you been lately? She pursed her lips and finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly beneath her feigned composure. Me? Jiang'an smiled faintly. I'm doing very well lately, and I'm very happy. He has been very happy lately. Whether it was going to the Ferris wheel, shopping, or accompanying Lin Cece home to visit her grandmother yesterday, everything made him feel that life was joyful again. Looking at Jiang'an smile. Lu Yuran was stunned involuntarily. Are you very happy? So, will you really be happier after leaving me? Yeah, I think she must be really happy. This was the first time Lu Yuran had seen Jiang'an with such a bright smile since they parted ways. He's happy, so shouldn't I be happy too? As Lu Yuran thought about it, she wanted to say a few words of praise, but the words that came to her lips quietly turned into, I'm alright too. But it's pretty boring. Did you go out to play? Jiang'an raised his eyebrows slightly, then quickly relaxed, revealing a calm smile. Did you know I went out to play? That's right. Yesterday, I went hiking, drew lots, visited a temple, and had a nice vegetarian meal. Jiang'an slowly recounted yesterday's events, his expression unconsciously relaxing considerably. This scene is like him calmly recounting an ordinary day to an old friend. But it's precisely this kind of behavior and tone that's what makes them so appealing. This made Lu Yuran feel particularly uncomfortable. She subconsciously touched her chest and felt a small, deep part of it twitch slightly. I know, because I've been bringing you breakfast these past 2 days, but you haven't been home. Lu Yuran took a deep breath involuntarily, then tried to look out the window, attempting to ask in the calmest possible tone. So, you didn't go back to the dorm and moved in with Lin Cece? Jiang'an blinked. He was both surprised and not surprised by the question. It was indeed a question that Lu Yuran would ask. He smiled faintly. Why do you care about that? Lu Yuran stared at her reflection in the glass window. She had no expression, but why did she look like she was about to cry? I was just asking. As a friend, isn't it reasonable to show concern? Tisk, if that's how you put it, then it makes a lot of sense. Jiang'an rubbed his temples, looking somewhat troubled. Well, we probably wouldn't say we're living together yet. But they did live together. If all goes well. We really started living together very soon. It's just that the place I'm living in now isn't very comfortable. When I move to a new place, I can treat you to a housewarming dinner. Chapter 90. I'll say it again, it's best to end it like this. Jiang'an's words were sincere. These words have been hidden in my heart for a long time. He had this idea when he left the temple yesterday. They just haven't said it yet. And coincidentally, since Lu Yuran asked, Jiang'an naturally told her the answer. It wasn't meant to provoke anything. It's simply sharing between friends. Living together, moving into a new house. Lu Yuran murmured softly, her expression somewhat blank, the light in her eyes gradually fading, and a deep sorrow spreading from the bottom of her heart to every corner of her body. Why? Why? Why did she have to ask that question? Lu Yuran, are you sick? You clearly knew that the two of them definitely lived together. You still ask? You just want to suffer for a moment, don't you? But, Jiang'an, how could you be so fast? We haven't lived together for 10 years. Of course. This was also Lu Yuran's own choice. For the past 10 years, she has been certain that, though vaguely, she believes Yang Wenqin is the one she likes. But when Yang Wenqin returned, she instantly sobered up. She likes Jiang'an. So now that he's living with someone else, are you happy? All of this bitter fruit was sown by her own hands. Having lived together, what can she possibly say to question Jiang'an now? She clearly had all the advantages and opportunities, but she handed them over to another girl. Lu Yuran was filled with regret. She had cried so many tears that she couldn't even cry now. But it's all meaningless now. Jiang'an was able to calmly say these things to her. That already means he has let go. He really doesn't care anymore. But she regretted it so much. She wished that the person who could live with Jiang'an was her, not someone else. Thinking about this, Lu Yuran's thoughts became increasingly chaotic, so chaotic that she didn't know what to say for a moment. It's like saying anything is wrong. So you're really good. I'm the only one who's sad. Even when we meet, you limit it to 15 minutes. Lu Yuran raised her head, her smile bitter. Jiang'an paused for a moment, then took a sip of water. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was both strange and familiar, he said softly, "They'll all get out there, won't they? Besides, you've never even come in." "No, I'm in. You didn't give me time. Give me a little time. I'm already inside." Lu Yuran gritted her teeth, her eyes red and swollen. What has gone out or not? If she had gone outside, she wouldn't be sitting here, looking at Jiang'an with such pain. "I've given you time." Jiang'an laughed, his eyes calm. Lu Yuran closed her eyes in pain, feeling a strange sense of despair. "Yes, Jiang'an has given me time." But she still couldn't help but ask. We hope that Jiang'an can offer some different answers. But clearly, Jiang'an did not. Seeing Lu Yuran remain silent, Jiang'an glanced at the time. He needed to hurry. "We can't keep Lin Cece waiting too long." I said, "Liking something is something that's based on mutual consent. It's okay that you didn't like me back then. I liked you for 10 years, which was something I was willing to do back then, so I accept it. As for the outcome, it doesn't really matter anymore. Isn't the past the past? Is this all right?" Jiang'an stared at Lu Yuran in front of him, his expression calmer than ever before. It was as if they were talking about something mundane and unremarkable. In reality, he was too lazy to argue about who was right and who was wrong. We've gotten through all these years, haven't we? Flowers bloom and wither. It's not like anyone can't live without anyone else. As for Lu Yuran, does he hate it? In the immediate period immediately following the breakup, Jiang'an did indeed experience feelings of dislike and anger. But it quickly dissipated. Because he figured it out immediately. Oh, liking this kind of thing is inherently unfair. Then it's up to you. You can like me, or you can not like me. So it's perfectly reasonable for me not to like you now. A calm and composed state of mind made Jiang'an's thoughts exceptionally clear. Perhaps some things can only be understood after experiencing them. Jiang'an thought calmly to himself. Time passed little by little. Lu Yuran finished her coffee and finally looked up. It was as if they had mustered up their courage. "Okay, everything you said is good and correct. But I still want to say, can we go back to the way things were? I'm really willing to change." She truly felt utterly humiliated. I have never bowed my head so repeatedly before. To a person. To someone who once loved me so much. Lu Yuran no longer remembers how arrogant she used to be. All she knew was that she had to bow her head now, because what she might miss was the boy who had her eyes adored throughout her entire youth. As for what Jiang'an said, she felt nothing but guilt and unease. Nothing else. He spoke so calmly, yet every word was so precise that it broke her defenses. Can't. However, Jiang'an's answer was so resolute. He calmly finished the water in his glass and said lightly, "I said, it's in the past." He spoke of it so casually, as if it were a trivial matter, something that didn't require his consideration, not wasting a single second of his time. This behavior inexplicably chilled Lu Yuran's heart. "If you're here to talk to me about this, about making up or something," Jiang'an looked at Lu Yuran, then smiled. "Then really, there's no need. There's no need for that. Discussing such topics isn't Jiang'an's purpose in coming here." He hoped that they could both be dignified. Lu Yuran forced a smile, trying to maintain a calm expression. She lowered her head, begged for forgiveness, and took the initiative to let go. But she just couldn't do it. She couldn't accept losing the role of Jiang'an in her life. "When you're not around, I find my time becomes very empty. I don't know what to do or where to go, Lu Yuran said, her expression somewhat wistful. At first, I thought I was just not used to it. Later I realized that I just love you. I am only complete when you are around. Over the years, I admit that I have ignored most of your feelings. Lu Yuran spoke very sincerely. Jiangyan blinked gently, then shook his head. All right, Lu Yuran, you don't need to do that. Most of the time has passed. There are still 2 or 3 minutes left. He couldn't sit still any longer and lost interest in listening. I still stand by what I said. Let bygones be bygones. It's best for this kind of story to end like this. Chapter 91. Teacher Jiang, why haven't you arrived yet? Call. He let out a long sigh. Lu Yuran raised her head and looked at Jiangyan, who was so calm in front of her. Suddenly, it felt very unfamiliar. Even though we're complete strangers, I can say these things so calmly. She suddenly understood all the jokes that had been circulating online. What you fear most is never the person you love getting angry, arguing with you, or taking their temper out on you. What I fear most is disappointment. When he's reached the point of utter disappointment, he won't even bother saying another hurtful word to you. Therefore, Jiangyan is currently in the latter state. He couldn't see a trace of annoyance or indifference in Lu Yuran's eyes. That ordinary tone was what truly chilled her to the bone. Is there even the slightest possibility? We can start by being friends. I don't expect to go back to the way things were. I can slowly pursue you and treat you well, just like any other couple, and start over. Lu Yuran took a deep breath. She wouldn't give up so easily. Before coming, she had already considered the worst possible outcome, although she didn't expect it to be this bad. However, she had already told herself that. Jiangyan, she must have him. She cannot lose Jiangyan. Her life cannot be without him. Hearing Lu Yuran's sincere words, Jiangyan frowned slightly, stood up, and looked very strange. Are you all right? After saying this, he picked up his things and glanced at the time. All right, that's all for now. I'm leaving. Watching Jiangyan's figure about to leave, Lu Yuran finally couldn't sit still any longer. She suddenly stood up, stared at Jiangyan in front of her, gritted her teeth, and a deep sorrow welled up in her eyes. Jiangyan, do you think I'm okay or not? Do you think I'll be all right? Lu Yuran suppressed the urge to cry, gritted her teeth, and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Jiangyan frowned slightly. He originally thought it would be fine to end it like this, that everyone would make things clear and no one would bother each other's lives anymore, and that the past would just fade away. But why? Why did Lu Yuran insist on sticking to her guns? What exactly do you mean? Whether you're all right or not, what does it have to do with me? Jiangyan's eyes turned slightly cold for the first time. He hated Lu Yuran now. Because of you, I have things to do every day. I can't eat or sleep well. At night, I toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. I stay up until dawn. Do you think I'm not okay? Lu Yuran controlled herself, not wanting to become so hysterical. She still wanted to maintain her image as a princess in Jiangyan's heart. A princess cannot shout or lose her temper. She must hold her head high and maintain her composure. Jiangyan was somewhat taken aback, staring at Lu Yuran in front of him. I am really, really sad, and I regret it. We've known each other for 10 years. Although we haven't fallen in love, you like me, and I like you now. So why can't we even have a chance? Lu Yuran bit her lip, staring directly at Jiangyan, trying to feel a familiar warmth from his expressionless face. But it didn't happen. I know I was wrong from day one. I shouldn't have said those things. I also know that I should have talked to you and made things clear during that big lecture instead of getting emotional with you. Lu Yuran felt that even speaking with a smile was difficult now. Even afterwards, when I went to your studio, I acted superior, and at the family banquet, I deliberately ignored you. Looking back now, I really regret it. It was my failure to seize the opportunity time and time again that made you really disappointed and leave. Jiangyan listened in silence, then prepared to leave. I couldn't stay there for even a minute. As for why they haven't left yet, it's probably because of the last remaining trace of friendship. I'm not leaving, not because I want you to ask me to stay. I simply felt that, out of politeness, I could listen to you finish what you were saying. But you don't really think that such words can move anyone. When you turn around with deep affection, you can see me standing still in the same place, right? I know you want to leave, but I beg you, please let me finish. You must hate me for saying these things right now, right? But I still have to say, whether you reject me or not, I want to pursue you. This long period of calm has made me realize that I like you. And you can't stop me from liking you. Can you? After listening to Lu Yuran finish speaking, Jiang'an glanced at her and suddenly revealed a calm smile. Are you done talking? Then goodbye is best left unsaid. After saying this, Jiang'an didn't say another word. He lost all patience. He has never been a person who lacks patience. He is able to accept long waits when it comes to work, life, and relationships. But sometimes waiting is meaningless and worthless. Some people are not a silent sea, they just won't surge for you. He stared at Jiang'an's departing figure. Lu Yuran slumped into a chair, feeling utterly lost and disappointed. Watching the waiter place the dishes on the table one by one, all of which were Jiang'an's favorites. She had carefully ordered and prepared it. But Jiang'an had already left. Miss, is there anything else you need? The waiter asked politely. No. Biting her lip, Lu Yuran answered. Then, burying her head, the girl finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. The surrounding guests all turned to look. Although they didn't understand what had happened, they still saw someone who was extremely heartbroken. We left Mayuez high. Jiang'an looked somewhat helpless. Oh no, I'm 2 minutes late. Fortunately, the restaurant Zhang Zhijie booked was also on this street. He instinctively started running. Everyone was still waiting for him. Xiao Anwen Lobster Restaurant. Zhang Zhijie was playing with his chopsticks out of sheer boredom, while Su Ruojia was chatting with Lin Cixi. Cixi, you're amazing. You're the only artist in the studio. You must have a lot on your plate. I'm all right, the girl replied weakly, tilting her head. TSK. I feel like you should just join the studio right after graduation and ask your boss to pay you more. Humph, heartless boss, who knows if he can do it or not. Jiang'an isn't heartless, is he? Black, very black. The girl seemed listless and dispirited. Su Ruojia's eyes flickered slightly. Then she moved closer and lowered her voice considerably. So, you're worried about Jiang'an? Lin Cixi instantly raised her head in alarm, then vehemently denied it. No, I didn't. Puff. Su Ruojia laughed. Then why are you so excited? I'm just hungry. Some people are so slow, they said 15 minutes. The girl grumbled under her breath, but her eyes betrayed her worry as she looked toward the door. Teacher Jiang, why aren't you here yet? Chapter 92 Laozi's Shu Road Mountain. Lin Cixi is feeling a little uneasy. This unease is inexplicable. She has no status whatsoever right now. She is neither Jiang'an's girlfriend nor his wife. She has no right, no standing, and no reason to worry about why he hasn't come yet. But she was really worried. That bastard, why isn't he back yet? Is it Lu Yuran's hand holding your leg? It's been a full 17 minutes, and you still haven't come. Lin Cixi pursed her lips. Sure enough, men's words are deceitful. You can't believe a word they say. But Teacher Jiang, you're not coming, are you? A variety of complex emotions raced through Lin Cixi's mind. Zhang Zhijie, watching the girl's gaze shift between emptiness, etherealness, and resentment, couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hey Ms. Lin, if you're so worried, why don't you give Lao Jiang a call? Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi reacted like a startled rabbit, glaring at Zhang Zhijie with lightning speed. When did I worry? I was just looking at the lobsters, they were getting cold, I wasn't thinking about him. Zhang Zhijie covered his face. Depend on. Keep being stubborn, then. That frustrated expression could almost be turned into a meme. Just as he was about to say a few more words, Su Ruojia gently pulled his hand, glared at him, and signaled him to say less. Zhang Zhijie then shut his mouth. Then he glanced at Lin Cixi with a resentful look. This girl is restless. It's obvious she's worried about Jiang'an. But to be honest, that old Jiang is really something. Didn't they say it would only take 15 minutes? Why haven't they arrived yet? Could they really be tied up with Lu Yuran? As a brother, Zhang Zhijie understood Jiang'an quite well. He had a stubborn streak. When he liked someone, he was extremely determined, and when he disliked someone, he would never look back. Therefore, he was not worried at all that Jiang'an would change his mind about Lu Yuran. He was just worried that Lu Yuran might pester Jiang'an and thus affect Lin Cixi's mindset. I'm so worried about this. Zhang Zhijie cursed Jiang'an under his breath, then took out his phone and quietly called him. At the same time, he was also paying attention to Lin Cece in front of him. He watched the girl with wide eyes. From anticipation to disappointment, and now to inner turmoil. Well, sure enough, so many beautiful women fall for fools, and so many fools don't appreciate them. Jiangyan, if you don't come back soon, Lady Lin is going to be sad. However, the call could not be connected no matter what. Listening to the dial tone on the phone, Zhang Zhejia's eyes flickered, and he prepared to stand up and go out to look for it. Is this going to work? I'm at least a security guard for your love. We absolutely have to hold this line. Where are you going? Seeing Zhang Zhejia's actions, Lin Cece looked up and couldn't help but ask. I'm going to the bathroom, Zhang Zhejia said with a laugh. Don't move, I'll go first. Lin Cece suddenly stood up and walked outside without saying a word. Seeing her figure, Zhang Zhejia couldn't help but be stunned. No, Okay, stop worrying about it. Su Ruojia, standing to the side, grabbed his hand, her gaze fixed on Lin Cece's retreating figure in the distance, and murmured. She wants to go find Jiangyan. Sometimes, you have to let them do it themselves. You believe Jiangyan, right? Zhang Zhejia pondered for a few seconds. Yes, I believe Jiangyan would never accept Lu Yuren's affections. Over the years, I understand his pain better than anyone else. That's it. Lin Cece also believes it, but she can't wait any longer. Su Ruojia smiled, and then said, and don't you think these two people's personalities are actually quite complementary? When Jiangyan likes someone, his feelings are intense yet profound. He treats you well in a subtle and gentle way. As for Lin Cece, she is obviously someone who dares to love and hate, but deep down, she seems to have a little bit of inferiority, afraid of losing. Su Ruojia didn't know Lin Cece well, nor was she that familiar with her. This analysis was made solely based on a woman's intuition about women. Zhang Zhejia rubbed his temples and sighed, saying, Honey, you tell me. What are they dawdling about? I feel like they're clearly mutually attracted. Besides, they've been living together for a while now. If you ask me, Lao Jiang was too slow. A girl as good as Cece. There must be tons of guys wanting to pursue her, right? Su Ruojia rolled her eyes at Zhang Zhejia. What do you know? The outcome will definitely be good. But this process is necessary. It's a basic respect for both parties. Moreover, this pace is something both people are willing to do. As long as it's going well, it's right. Not all love is sparks and chaos. Many love stories are like a frog being slowly boiled in water. Falling in love takes time, too. Hearing these words, Zhang Zhejia thought for a moment. All right then, what you said seems to make sense. Let's ignore them then. Let's show off these crayfish first. Today's team building activity is on the company's dime. Let's show off 15 gene of them. Lin Cece rushed out of the store. Then he paused, standing there, looking somewhat dazed. How did I get out of here? She felt a little unwell. Although Jiangyan had reported it in advance. But he was late, so that's his fault. She wasn't that unreasonable. But how did the agreed-upon 15 minutes turn into 25 minutes? That scoundrel of a man. Can't he just stop making empty promises? The girl lowered her head, kicking the ground while pouting. I thought I had finally figured it out. They even knew to report it. Result. That's it. I'm so angry. If I catch him, I'm going to beat him up. Lin Cece muttered fiercely to herself. Really, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. It's not that she's stingy. No one would be happy to be in this situation. Jiangyan. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Lin Cece, who was standing at the door, craned her neck and looked around for a long time, but there was no one in sight. The girl couldn't help but get a little annoyed and stomped her foot. Lousy, the Shu Road Mountain. 1, 2, 3. If you don't come out now, I'll... Before the words had even finished, a large hand covered Lin Cece's mouth. Then I heard a familiar, gentle voice. Hey, stop shouting. I'm here. Hearing the voice beside her, Lin Cece quickly turned around. She saw Jiangyan looking exhausted, covered in sweat, but with a smile on his lips and an apologetic look in his eyes. Chapter 93. That scoundrel is full of tricks. Lin Cece turned her head and stared at Jiangyan in front of her. He was covered in sweat and stood there trying to calm his breathing, but his heaving chest was enough to prove that this guy had run over. I originally wanted to complain, rant, criticize, and even kick this guy. But the words were already on the tip of her tongue. The girl just bit her lip, staring straight at him. What's wrong with you, kid? Jiangyan gave a somewhat helpless smile. This? Would you believe me if I said I took the wrong turn? I heard that. Lin Cece didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a sense of relief. Then, grinding his teeth, he said fiercely, Is that so? Could it be that one of my younger sister's words has disturbed my mind, leaving me unable to find my way? Jiangyan hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Oh, then it's the younger sister's fault. She didn't call her brother beforehand to ask how things were going, didn't go out to pick him up, and didn't agree on a meeting place with him. Jiangyan covered his face. The true Lin Cece fighting girl mode was fully activated. What's wrong, brother? Why aren't you saying anything? Do you think your sister is talking too much? Listen to Lin Cece stand with her hands on her hips and say so much in one breath. The bitter smile on Jiangyan's face deepened. But secretly, I breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, the girl doesn't seem to be that angry. Can I explain? Jiangyan thought for a moment and prepared to have a proper talk with Lin Cece. The girl rolled her eyes. Explain. What explanation do you have? Don't explain. Lin Cece stood with her hands on her hips, her face full of anger and displeasure, as if the word angry was written all over her head. Jiangyan was rendered speechless. It seems that Lin Cece wasn't really angry, but it's true that she was a little upset. What I mean is, explain why you're late. Jiangyan scratched his head, feeling a little nervous. Honestly, I've been a body double for 10 years. He really didn't offer much comfort to the girl. So this skill pack doesn't actually exist. But Jiangyan knew the truth in his heart. That's not a reason. So he still wanted to keep talking. Otherwise, what if Lin Cece really misunderstood? However, Lin Cece still didn't give him that chance. Her little mouth chattered away for a while longer. Finally, exhausted, the girl glared fiercely at Jiangyan. Do you still want to explain? Jiangyan was both amused and exasperated. Let me explain. Explain what? I just got lost. I know that. But it's no use. I'm still angry. As Lin Cece spoke, she turned and walked into the store, her high ponytail swaying back and forth. Jiangyan blinked, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Okay, so this girl talked for a long time, but actually she knows everything. I just wanted to vent my frustration with the wait. At last, they are even unwilling to put in the effort to explain anything. Because she trusts him, she doesn't need to hear why. This feeling is wonderful. Tisk. Jiangyan pursed his lips, and his anxious mood, which had been rising, calmed down considerably in an instant. It's really nice. He sighed, and then followed the girl into the shop. Then I immediately spotted Zhang Zhijie peeling shells. Damn it, Jiangyan, you actually came here? Zhang Zhijie's eyes widened as he grabbed a lobster shell with his left hand and stuffed lobster meat into Su Ruojia's mouth with his right. Jiangyan sat down silently and coughed lightly. There was a slight hiccup, but it's not a big problem. Yeah, you're the one who wanted to organize the team-building event. You provided the funding, you picked the participants, and you're so late? Zhang Zhijie said with a look of accusation towards Jiangyan. Su Ruojia giggled and then quietly nudged Lin Cece. Lin Cece gave a light hum, which could be considered as her joining the attack. Looking at Lin Cece's expression, Jiangyan couldn't help but give Zhang Zhijie a grateful look. Zhang's actions, seemingly a condemnation, are actually an attempt to vent Lin Cece's anger. Okay, since I've made so many mistakes, punish me. Jiangyan glanced around at the lobsters on the table, thought for a moment, and said, How about this, you guys eat, and I'll peel the shells for you. Is that enough to make you feel apologetic? Upon hearing this, Su Ruojia was the first to shake her head and wave her hand, then pointed to Zhang Zhijie beside her with a smile and said, No, that won't work. You should just forget about it. As for me, Zhang Zhijie has already peeled it for me. He's peeled so many now, I can't possibly eat them all. Zhang Zhijie shook his head smugly, then rolled his eyes at Jiangyan. Get the hell out of here, you little brat. You know I don't like lobster. Jiangyan blinked. Then his gaze fell on Lin Cece, and he said pitifully, Miss Lin, then I'll just have to peel it for you to eat. Look, they all have reasons to refuse. You can't possibly have one too, can you? I've apologized so sincerely, can't you give me a chance? looking at the pitiful state of this scoundrel in front of me. Lin Cece suppressed the urge to laugh. Damn it. I'm so angry. I was clearly very angry, and I was just being sarcastic, wishing I could punch him a few times. But why can't I help but laugh when I see him like this now? Those scoundrels are all so cunning. She suppressed a laugh. Then, with a blank expression, feigned modesty and slightly pursed her lips. Since you've spoken from the heart, to prevent you from feeling uneasy, to uphold your conscience, and to carry out evil with love and truth, I am such a adorable and charming villain. What's next again? He stammered halfway through his rambling, but the girl reacted quickly. Then I will mercifully agree. Hey, you're buying this whole plate. Seeing Lin Cece's expectant gaze, Jiang chuckled and said, Okay, no problem. As someone who broke their promise and was late, they will pay the price. The main focus is on being reasonable, judging from the way the two were talking. Zhang Zhijie curled his lip in disdain. Damn, who's the good guy here? Peeling a lobster is such a pain. Jiangyan, you're really no good. Look at me and Ruojia. Come here, baby, give me a kiss. Oh my god. Lady Lin, have mercy. Zhang Zhijie looked at Lin Cece with a horrified expression. Is this the legendary fiercely protective husband? I only said one thing, that Jiangyan is no good, and you kicked me. Miss Lin, we have no grudge against each other. Why are you standing up for Jiangyan? I am firmly on your side. Zhang Zhijie said, heartbroken. Climb. Lin Cece rolled her eyes. She said she could. Jiangyan is no good. Wait a minute. Lin Cece gritted her teeth, almost forgetting that this heroine was still angry with that scoundrel of a man. Chapter 94. Damn it. This meal took quite a while. Jiangyan and Lin Cece both demonstrated formidable fighting prowess. The ability to peel and eat lobsters. Zhang Zhijie was completely stunned by the sight. These two are going to be a lobster couple from now on. They've shown off 10 pounds. All right, we've eaten and drunk our fill. Let's retreat. Zhang Zhijie stood up, stretched, and said. Jiangyan nodded, then gestured with her lip towards him. What are you standing there for? Check out. Zhang Zhijie's eyes widened. What is that? Do you want to listen to what you're saying, kid? Damn it. I really want to fight you to the death. Didn't you say you were going to fund the team building activity? Are you kidding me? Zhang Zhijie said through gritted teeth. No. Jiangyan nodded calmly. I'm not kidding you. It's a team building activity. Team building activities are definitely paid for by the finance department, right? Aren't you in finance? Zhang Zhijie clenched his fist. Can't you even be a human being after you were born? Isn't it reasonable for the finance department to pay for it? Jiangyan chuckled. Just kidding. All my money is for getting married. Can I spend it freely? As for Zhang Zhijie, let me tell you, good brothers are meant to be betrayed. Zhang Zhijie looked up at the sky and sighed. What a terrible thing. How did he end up with such a bastard? Seeing Zhang Zhijie go to pay the bill with a look of despair, Lin Cece, whose face had been tense for a long time, finally burst out laughing. Jiangyan immediately turned his gaze in that direction, his voice gentle. You're not angry anymore? I wasn't angry to begin with. Lin Shushu Cece, stubborn version. Really? That's great. Do you have class this afternoon? There is no afternoon. Then let's go to work. You bastard. Lin Cece turned her head away, suddenly not wanting to talk to this guy anymore. In the afternoon, a gentle breeze rustled the willow branches. Jianghu Studio. Jiangyan has just completed its routine maintenance. By the way, our popularity has been getting more and more stable lately. Zhang Zhijie leaned back in his chair, munching on Lay's potato chips while staring at the computer screen. Stable is guaranteed, and we can start thinking about developing the next game now. Jiangyan said calmly. Once a casual game becomes widely popular, its popularity will naturally decline. A new game. Zhang Zhijie raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. What new game? You already have an idea. A new game with the same simple gameplay, and it's a casual game. I've already thought of a name. Damn it. Zhang Zhijie was stunned. After a few seconds, he gave a thumbs up. Awesome. When it comes to names and all that, you're a complete genius, aren't you? From an aggressive puppy to a complete idiot. You bastard, I give up. Jiangyan was not surprised by Zhang Zhijie's reaction, and then shrugged lightly. It doesn't matter. With Attack on Titan as a precedent, Dog's dog will naturally gain popularity. Moreover, the way this dog plays is even more perverted than the way Attack on Titan. He's definitely a pervert, Lin Cece said quietly from the side. Boss, I have a question. When did you change the failing to pass mechanic to the simp who ends up with nothing? Zhang Zhijie turned to look at Jiangyan, then gave him a thumbs up. Fine, you're the one who can truly kill someone by destroying their spirit, huh? This strike caught me completely off guard. Jiangyan shrugged again, revealing a calm smile. A minor problem, a small matter. And besides, after level 30, we have to switch to the kitten. Have you forgotten? This setting is very interesting, and that's why Attack on Titan has been able to maintain its current performance. If it's called Dog, it'll be more fun and offer more gameplay options. But we still need to refine the design, Jiangyan said. Suddenly, the phone screen on the table lit up. I clicked on it and took a look. It was none other than. It was Lu Yuran. That's right, it's still Lu Yuran. This time, Lu Yuran only sent one sentence. Jiangyan, ever since you left, I've been thinking about what our past relationship meant to each other. Look at this passage. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly, then picked up his phone expressionlessly and replied at lightning speed. I guess I'm just unlucky. Exit, black screen. The series of actions were executed smoothly and seamlessly. Then I continued to watch Zhang Zhijie and Lin Cece. Playing around is one thing, but Dog will be released as a sister series to Attack on Titan to capitalize on its popularity. This is our Jianghu Studios' second game. Jiangyan's eyes flickered. He had already written a lot of code about Dog. Good. Old Jiang, I've known you're capable since we were kids. Support the boss. Seeing that the two of them seemed to have no objections, Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. To be honest, a team working together is one. It's hard to lose if you want to. I returned home. That's right, at Lin Cece's home. Jiangyan is ordering lobster. Due to time constraints, Ms. Lin said she didn't get enough to eat at noon. In fact, Jiangyan didn't eat much either. So on their way back, the two of them decided to have another lobster meal. If Zhang Zhijie knew, he'd probably give him a good dressing down. What did the crayfish do to you in its past life? Teacher Jiang, your technique for peeling lobsters is very skillful. Sitting at the table, Lin Cece, who was putting on gloves, suddenly spoke up. A hint of danger flickered in the girl's eyes. Yes, I love eating lobster. So, who have you peeled shrimp for? A life or death question. Jiangyan blinked and answered frankly and sincerely, nobody. Lu Yuran doesn't like to eat shrimp. Huh. This time, Lin Cece was a little confused, but then her big eyes showed a look of joy. So, am I the first girl to enjoy teacher Jiang peeling shrimp? Seeing Lin Cece's uncontrollable smile, Jiangyan laughed and said, I know exactly what's going on in your head. Yes. The first one. Having received affirmation, Lin Cece gave a thumbs up, then opened the beer can next to her and handed it to Jiangyan. Teacher Jiang is wonderful. He upholds traditional male virtues very well. Shall we have a toast to celebrate? What are we celebrating? What's it to you? A summer breeze was blowing on the balcony. The two men toasted each other and then began peeling shrimp. No, Jiang, you've gone too far. You're so fast, I can't keep up with you. Puff. You can just say it directly, there's no need to hint at it. Did I? Lin Cece feigned ignorance. Her pretty face flushed. Jiangyan didn't respond, but simply took a bowl and started peeling shrimp into it. Looking at this scene, Lin Cece's lips involuntarily curled up slightly. What's this called? Who in their right family would peel shrimp themselves? No way, no way, someone really wants to do it themselves. Chapter 95 Mung Bean Soup and Mung Bean Soup. No decent person peels shrimp themselves. Lin Cece happily ate the shrimp Jiangyan had peeled, and after taking a big bite, a look of utter satisfaction appeared on her face. This tastes so good. Jiangyan smiled. All right, let's call it even for our lunch break, shall we? Lin Cece raised the corners of her mouth, unconvinced, and said, I don't agree with that. I've never been angry. Its main selling point is stubbornness and refusing to admit anything. She ate with great relish, while a warm feeling inexplicably welled up in her heart. To be honest, Jiangyan is the first and only person to peel shrimp for her in all her life. Watching Jiangyan's busy figure, Lin Cece couldn't help but smile slightly. Wah. The boss is a kind and eloquent person, both capable and gentle. Although I don't want to be hooked either. But he peeled shrimp for me. While thinking about it, Lin Cece quietly picked up the lobster. Seeing Jiang and peeling the shells non-stop, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. So she picked up a lobster and quickly peeled it with her slender, white fingers. Then, it was handed to Jiang'an. Here, have some. Seeing her action, Jiang'an was a little taken aback. What are you trying to do? Lin Cece's beautiful eyes sparkled as she glanced at him, her face slightly flushed. I didn't do anything. It was just reciprocity. Puff. Jiang'an was both amused and exasperated. I never expected this. Would Lin Cece also peel shrimp for him to eat? This girl is feeling sorry for him, isn't she? Indeed, sometimes many things are a two-way street. Jiang'an felt much happier after receiving the lobster. Peeling shrimp all the time is quite tiring, just as Jiang'an was about to enjoy himself. But they discovered a particularly fatal problem. That is, Lin Cece's movements were just too slow. It's not that it's particularly slow, it's just that it can't keep up with Jiang'an's eating speed. Looking at Lin Cece struggling with it, Jiang'an decisively stopped her from doing so. Miss Lin, we're better at fighting and killing. Let's skip the shrimp peeling stuff. You should just wait patiently for your meal. If you wait for me to peel a piece of clothing as a form of reciprocity, I'll definitely starve to death. Lin Cece's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. Then she glared at Jiang'an with her beautiful eyes. You scoundrel, you actually picked one. These words were spoken. She suddenly became a little nervous. Etc. How could she have called him a dog of a man? This is clearly how she refers to Jiang'an in her heart. Jiang'an's expression also became a bit strange. What a scoundrel. You, Lin Cece. You look like someone with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you call me that behind my back, right? Lin Cece blinked, revealing an adorable expression, pretending to be nonchalant. All right then, you peel the shrimp. Well, I'll clean up the dishes. After saying this, Lin Cece secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I hope Teacher Jiang won't mind her address just now. You jerk, that's a bit too intimate. It's like she's calling out to her man. After finishing his meal, Jiang'an leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning and drinking cola. Lin Cece, on the other hand, happily went to wash the dishes. The two had an amazing understanding of each other on this matter. Whoever cooks the meal has the right to rest afterward. Conversely, the other person has to clean. This tacit understanding had been well maintained during their week of living together. At this moment, Jiang'an touched his head and looked in the mirror in front of him. I'm almost fully recovered. Jiang'an muttered to himself. During this time, he stayed with Lin Cece because of his head injury, but more importantly, he was worried about her. The first time, Lin Danan brought a group of gamblers. The second time, Lin Danan came drunk and demanded money. To be honest, Jiang'an was really worried about leaving the girl alone at home. Especially because of the injury last time, I was in a hurry to get to the hospital and didn't have time to take Lin Danan in. No one knows where Lin Danan went after that. Therefore, Jiang'an intentionally stayed behind to protect the girl during this period. This can't go on. Let's move to another place. Jiang'an gently rubbed his forehead. He was actually planning to move out of the school dormitory. Like his and Zhang Zhejia's dormitory, which originally had 4 people, but because they were about to graduate, everyone had moved out, leaving only the 2 of them. As for him, he stayed because he wanted to be a security guard for their relationship. There's no need to stay in school now. Let's stay outside. Jiang'an was silently making plans in his mind. Lin Cece walked over, carrying 2 cups, and looking nervous. Jiang'an looked over, somewhat bewildered. What's this? Oh, mung bean soup. Mung bean soup, I just made it. I haven't had it yet. Have a cup. You've eaten so much lobster, you need to cool down, right? Jiang'an frowned. Hiss. That's strange. I feel like something's wrong, but I can't quite put my finger on it. However, he still nodded, smiling. I never imagined that Miss Lin was so talented. She could even make mung bean soup. This thing is definitely a lifesaver for cooling off in the summer. It works even better than the Coke in my hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece calmly replied. So what? I know a lot more than that. My grandma used to make it often, and I would watch and wait on the side, and eventually I learned how to do it. As she spoke, the girl sat down, placed the mung bean soup on the coffee table, and gently stretched out her long, beautiful legs on the ground. TSK, Ms. Lin, would it be convenient for you to bring me my phone? Jiang planned to tell Lin Cece about moving to a different house. That's right. I'm moving to a new house, with Lin Cece. He didn't have any bad intentions. How could he possibly be after someone? He was simply worried that it wouldn't be safe for Lin Cece to live here alone. The reasons are absolutely solid and compelling. Just as she was thinking about it, Lin Cece gently hummed in agreement, then put down the mung bean soup, bent down, and stretched out her hands to help Jiang take it. Jiang's gaze involuntarily fell upon the female, knight-errant Lin before him. Hiss. Viewed from the side, it's a ridge. Viewed from the front, it's a peak. The ancients were right. Don't tell me. You really shouldn't tell me. The pristine white short-sleeved shirt stretched taut as the girl bent down to pick something up, making her drooping white breasts appear as if they had broken through the hazy clouds and become clearly visible. It was far more fulfilling than Jiang had imagined. However, just as he was subconsciously admiring it, the white mountain peak happened to touch the water glass on the coffee table. Jiang reacted instantly and was about to catch it, but he missed, and the wet liquid spilled onto his thigh. Snap! Glug glug! Bang! The water glass fell to the ground, rolled under the sofa, and made a crisp sound. Only then did Lin Cece raise her head and see Jiang's wet thighs. She quickly grabbed a few tissues from the side, squatted down, and hurriedly tried to wipe Jiang's thighs. Oh dear, Teacher Jiang, it was an accident. It's okay. I can do it myself. Chapter 96. You're the real role model for us all. I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang. I really didn't mean to. It's all right. I can handle this small problem myself. Fortunately, Lin Cece was worried that Jiang didn't like mung bean soup, so she only put half a cup in his cup. So the fall wasn't as serious as expected. However, since Jiang was wearing shorts, the water stain was still quite noticeable. But Jiang didn't think it was a big deal. He could just change into something else. On the contrary, when Lin Cece squatted down in such a hurry, a large expanse of white appeared at the collar of her white shirt, like the warm sun in winter or the full moon in the night. It's big and white. Moreover, Lin Cece was using her slender, fair hands to rub her pants repeatedly. To be honest, this action was hard not to make people's imaginations run wild. Jiang's expression changed slightly, sensing that something was amiss. The tingling sensation coming from the groin was getting a little arousing. No, that won't work. Heroine Lin, stop it right now. This art style is a bit off, isn't it? As he thought about it, Jiang picked up a tissue, took a deep breath, and looked helpless. Ahem, Cece, I can do it myself. As he spoke, Jiang wiped himself while trying to help Lin Cece up. However, at this very moment, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Hey. Huh? The door isn't closed. Damn, I'm coming in. Zhang Zhijia walked in excitedly, carrying a pitcher of beer, and looked at the living room sofa with great enthusiasm. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils dilated with the speed of a volcanic eruption. The scene before him made him question the meaning of life in an instant. Lin Cece half squatted and half knelt in front of Jiang, bending over and lowering her head, her long hair hanging down to the ground, her arms still swaying slightly, and she even had a tissue in her hand. As for that bastard Jiang, he actually lowered his head and bent over, his hand seemingly about to gently stroke the girl's head. This. You guys can just leave it at that. They're still not closed. Wow, college students are having this kind of thrilling fun. In that instant, Zhang Zhijia's mind went through a mental storm. He simply couldn't accept what was happening before him, and he even thought about what he had said to Jiang the day before. Old Jiang, you're a man. Can't you be a little more proactive? Don't always wait for the girl to make the first move. Don't lose because of your lack of expression. Just take action. Damn it. Even though he was the one who said that. But Jiang, have you misunderstood? I told you to speed things up, not to start the train immediately. You're just asking for a response. You can't be this provocative, can you? I'm telling you to move. But where do you move? Bang. Because of his emotional breakdown and inner turmoil, Zhang Zhijia smashed the beer can in his hand to the ground, which finally brought Jiang and Lin Cece who were busy at work, to their senses. Jiang tilted his head. Lin Cixi struggled to lift her head, her fine hair slightly sticking to her forehead, and her pretty face flushed slightly from looking down for so long. The two of them turned their gazes to Zhang Zhijie, standing at the door. Zhang Zhijie blinked and forced a somewhat awkward smile. Haha, not bad. Haha, that beer. Lin Cixi stood up and said, somewhat puzzled. Beer? What are you up to, coming to my house to drink now? She stood up, crumpled up the wet tissue in her hand, and threw it into the trash can. Zhang Zhijie instinctively shrank back, his eyes widening further. He couldn't help but swallow, his gaze gradually shifting from the wet wipes thrown into the trash can to the particularly noticeable water stains on Jiang's pants. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looking at the two people, they seemed calm and composed, showing no signs of panic or embarrassment at being interrupted. TSK. That's what young people are like. They all look so innocent, but in reality, each one of them has a passionate heart. For a moment, Zhang Zhijie wanted to say something witty, but he held back. Words kept popping into my head. Senior and junior students, boss and employee, programming master and genius artist, lovelorn couple and lifelong SLOL player. For a moment, Zhang Zhijie smiled and then replied. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. Well, I'll be going now. I'm just here to deliver a beer. Oh, right. What was I going to say? Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot what I wanted to do. Anyway, I'll be going now. After saying this, Zhang Zhijie turned and ran. Jiang stood up with a strange look on his face, pulled up his pants, and said, What the hell are you up to, kid? You just arrived, and then ran away? Seeing Jiang pull up his pants, Zhang Zhijie instantly felt certain. You little brat? You're pulling up your pants, huh? Those who know. Jiang sang. When do men pull up their pants? Those who know. Seeing the gaze Zhang Zhijie cast at him, Jiang had a strange expression. What's wrong with this guy? What do you mean by just standing there and giving me those winks? Can't you just say what the hell you want to say? Lin Cixi, standing to the side, couldn't figure anything out. She was just very confused because she couldn't understand Zhang Zhijie's actions, but they also seemed very reasonable. Yes, this is still very much Zhang Zhijie's style. Forget about him. Let's continue. Jiang was also confused about what was wrong with this kid. Lin Cixi nodded gently, then glanced down at Jiang's legs, hesitating slightly. What about this? Shall I help you with a few more strokes? No need. I can do it myself. Okay, I'll go get the mop. Watching the girl mutter as she walked towards the bathroom, Zhang Zhijie took a deep breath. Listen to that. Listen to that. How ambiguous that conversation was just now. Shall we continue? I'll help you. Do it yourself. Hiss. None of my family members understand. We've hit the jackpot. Our family members have really hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Zhijie is like a monkey with its butt on fire right now, a complete CP leader. He watched as Jiang wiped his pants and then walked over. He couldn't help but move closer to Jiang, his smile playful yet profound. Wow, Lao Jiang, I never expected you to have this trick up your sleeve. But buddy, to be honest, why don't you close the door? I know college students like to have fun, but you... Jiang frowned, looking at Zhang Zhijie as if he were looking at someone mentally challenged. What are you barking at, you dog? What's so exciting? The door isn't closed because Lin Cixi just went out to throw out the trash. Besides, I'm enjoying Ms. Lin's services while taking advantage of her. Indeed, Jiang was very pleased to have Lady Lin do the dishes and cook the soup. I heard this. Looking at Jiang's expression, Zhang Zhijie instantly became respectful. Damn it. You're the real role model for us all. Chapter 97. Wait, don't move. Zhang Zhijie's gaze towards Jiang had changed. Damn it. I always thought you were just a bronze-level player. I never imagined you were the hidden mastermind. Ruthlessly exploit? How could someone say something like that? Sure enough, once a man starts to let loose, he's like a wild horse that's been unleashed, completely letting himself go. Ahem. All right then. Now that you understand so much, I'm relieved. Zhang Zhijie patted Jiang's chest, revealing a wise smile. He glanced at the trash can beside him, then slowly looked away. He sighed inwardly. As expected of Jiang Zemin. This progress is typical of young people. However, as a good friend, Zhang Zhijie naturally said he would see through it, but not say anything. Moreover, he had long felt that Jiang In and Lin Cixi were a perfect match. From his perspective, Lin Cixi completely outclasses Lu Yuran in every way, okay? In terms of temperament, she is fresh, cute, and incredibly lively. In terms of looks, Lu Yuran is very beautiful, but Lin Cixi is extremely pretty, so it's fair to say they're evenly matched. On personality, Zhang Zhijie covered his face. Lin's personality is a perfect match for Jiang'an. However, he still felt slightly uneasy. Where's that box of Durex from last time? There are some things you may not need, but you can't live without. There are some things you don't have to ask, but I have to remind you, brother. Lousy Zhang Zhijie. Righteousness that reaches the heavens. I heard this. Jiang'an's expression was strange. That box of Durex condoms? Why did you suddenly think of asking about that? It seems that Lady Lin threw it away. Zhang Zhijie looked at Jiang and with a pained expression. Threw it away? That box? Question mark. Jiang'an looked at him with great confusion. It's expensive. Zhang Zhijie sighed. What kind of person is this? I, Zhang, have really gone to great lengths for you. He sighed. Zhang Zhijie took out another box from his pocket, placed it heavily in Jiang'an's hand, and said earnestly, Old Jiang, remember this. This thing is very important. Jiang'an was speechless. Zhang Zhijie, what on earth is going on in your head all day long? Zhang Zhijie was about to say something to explain. Then they saw Lin Cixi walking over with a mop, and she happened to see the two of them. Her expression immediately became very strange. Why are you two pulling and tugging at each other? Zhang Zhijie moved swiftly, stuffing the items into Jiang'an's pocket, then smiled. It's nothing. I just talked to Lao Zhang about some men's topics. I'm all done now. I'm leaving. With that, Zhang Zhijie walked away with his head held high. Only one sentence remained in my mind. I, Lao Zhang, am a man of unparalleled righteousness. Looking at Zhang Zhijie's back, Jiang'an's lips twitched slightly. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I know I might die. Lin Cixi watched Zhang Zhijie run away, still feeling puzzled. Teacher Jiang, has Zhang Zhijie gone mad? Jiang'an silently stuffed the box in his pocket, then took a deep breath and forced a calm smile. How can it not count? That's really strange. Lin Cixi shook her head, glancing hesitantly at Jiang'an's pants. Teacher Jiang, should we change it? Is it possible that there's no alternative? Jiang'an rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. Okay, then take it off and go inside to sleep. Lin Cixi sighed. Not only had she failed to showcase her talent for making mung bean soup, but she also had to wash Teacher Jiang's pants. It hurts so much. At last, Jiang'an had no choice but to take Lin Cixi's advice, so he took off his pants and decisively entered the room. The girl's bed was big and soft. Jiang'an was also quite tired and was about to lie down to rest. But then the phone rang. It was sent by Zhang Zhijie. Old Jiang, how about it? I'm a good brother, right? I was going to buy Jinhan tonight, but I'm not going now. Hey kid, do you have some kind of cat pancake on your face? Damn it, did you break my heart? I've been so good to you. So that's what you're going to say about me. Old Zhang, sometimes I really don't understand your thought process. Why did you send me this thing again? Wow, so you were thinking of... Jiang'an stared at the chat history, completely bewildered. I always felt that Zhang Zhijie was probably missing something in his brain. He simply couldn't be bothered to reply. He let his phone beep. A few minutes later, suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door. Then, it was the soft voice of a young girl. Hey, Teacher Jiang, are you asleep? Jiang'an raised an eyebrow slightly, sat up straighter, and said, Not yet, what's wrong? Could I come inside to get something? I'd like to take a shower. Oh, you can have it. Jiang'an glanced down, and then covered himself with the blanket. Upon hearing this, the girl quickly opened the door. Then, under Jiang'an's watchful eyes, he covered his eyes and turned his back, backing away step by step. Jiang'an found this scene somewhat amusing and couldn't help but pat the bedsheet and say, I said, can you turn around? Are you serious? I'm not naked. Lin Cixi was a little shy at this moment, her voice barely audible. But you're not wearing pants either. I've covered it up. You can take your things without worry. Oh. Lin Cixi then turned around, her gaze quickly falling on Jiang and before quickly looking away, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. Teacher Jiang, You're quite serious. What are you taking? He saw the girl turn around and prepare to leave. Jiang couldn't help but remind him. Weren't you going to take a shower? Are you coming in to get something? Where are your things? Upon hearing this, Lin Cece's body stiffened slightly. Then she moved her neck back slightly, an awkward smile appearing on her face. How so? It seems like I've forgotten. She hummed to herself as she quickly and silently walked to the cabinet, took something out, and stuffed it directly into her bosom. Then he ran straight outside. Wait, don't move. Just as she reached the door, Jiang called out to Lin Cece. Turn around so I can take a look. ? Lin Cece's eyes widened, her body paused slightly, and she felt a little weak. She also became a little nervous. A lone man and woman, in the dim light of night, dressed scantily. Seriously? You're telling me not to move? That's a bit sudden. If you're telling me not to move, then who will? I'm only just turned 18. Could it be that? Chapter 98. Why was he so good in my memories? Lin Cece felt a little excited. What does it mean when a man asks you not to leave at this moment? It's in TV dramas, isn't it? However, the next moment, Jiang simply pointed to the bath towel in her hand, his expression somewhat strange. Why did you take my bath towel? Lin Cece looked down. The young man's face immediately fell. That's true. How did I take the wrong one? The girl blushed and ran out in a flash. I watched her back as she walked away. Jiang blinked, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Tell me, what is the cutest creature in the world, if not a beautiful girl? At the same time, inside the girls' dormitory, Yang Tao had just returned to her dormitory in a good mood, still playing with the lipstick that Yang Wenqin had just given her. Just before entering the room, she quietly slipped the lipstick into her pocket. Then, as soon as I entered the room, I saw Lu Yuran sitting on the bed in a daze. She couldn't help but frown. If she remembered correctly, Lu Yuran went to see Jiang today, right? That's what I've been thinking about. Yang Tao walked to Lu Yuran's side and whispered, What's wrong, Yuran? She noticed that the girl's eyes were red and swollen, indicating that she had just been crying. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the phone screen on the table. Surprisingly, it was Jiang's reply. Is it just bad luck? Yang Tao's lips twitched slightly. Jiang's reply was unusually irritable. Thinking of this, she said softly, What happened? Did the conversation fall apart? Lu Yuran nodded gently. Jiang refuses to give me a chance to reconcile, no matter what. Lu Yuran looked up and said with red eyes. Yang Tao sighed. That's all I have to say. When she heard Lu Yuran say she was going that morning, she had already guessed the outcome with a high probability. But I didn't expect it to be so direct. I think Jiang probably hasn't forgiven you yet, so you should try to hold on a little longer. I heard this. Lu Yuran showed a hint of pain. But I have apologized to him many times, and I bring him breakfast every day, go to see him, and send him messages. What more does he want from me after I've already gone through all this? At this point, Lu Yuran couldn't help but become emotional. I've already humbled myself to this extent, but he just won't. Yang Tao, do you think he's fallen for Lin Cece, which is why he's treating me like this? Why is he so wonderful in my memories? Yang Tao fell silent. To be honest, she felt that Lu Yuran in front of her was somewhat beyond redemption. The reason for being hopeless is not because of deep love or intense hatred. It's just simple. Stupid. Yang Tao patted Lu Yuran on the shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, calm down first. You never know what might happen. Besides, who can say for sure about matters of the heart? With that, Yang Tao sighed and went back to her bed. I casually opened my phone. Yang Wenqin had just sent me a few messages. Staring at these messages, Yang Tao subconsciously glanced at Lu Yuran. They didn't say anything. Sitting in a chair, Lu Yuran buried her face in her hands and sobbed on the table. After a while, the cell phone rang. She subconsciously raised her head, her gaze quickly sweeping over. But very soon, she then realized that the caller was not Jiang. Instead, it is Willow and Poplar. She lowered her gaze slightly, then sniffed and answered the phone. A voice came through the phone very quickly. Hey Renran, are you going home this week? Hearing her father's voice, Lu Yuran took a deep breath and replied in a heavy voice. Go back this week. What's the point of being at school? She is meaningless on her own. What's wrong with your voice? Why does it sound so nasal? On the other end of the phone, Lu Yang noticed that Lu Yuren's voice sounded off and couldn't help but ask her about it. I'm fine. I just have a bit of a cold. Cold? Yes, I have a cold. Lu Yuren silently picked up a tissue to wipe away her tears, trying to calm herself down and speak steadily. How did you catch a cold? You'll probably get better soon after taking the medicine. He heard Lu Yang's words. Lu Yuren felt as if a part of her heart had been stabbed hard. Take medicine? Her father didn't even ask her. He just assumed she had already eaten. Actually, not surprising. In the past, Jiang'an would always remind her again and again when she was feeling unwell. They urged her in various ways, until she took the medicine. Over time, even Lu's parents stopped caring about taking medicine. Because of Jiang'an, they are very reassured. But now, Lu Yuren just wanted to say no. Jiang'an no longer exists. She's going to take her medicine herself. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Okay, Dad, I understand. I will take my medicine on time. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. After all, Jiang'an is here. Lu Yang smiled nonchalantly, then added, You should have had dinner by now, right? What delicious food did Jiang'an prepare for you? Lu Yuren was silent for a few seconds, then gave herself an awkward laugh. I didn't prepare anything. Hey, looks like my precious daughter isn't eating well. Well, let's have her eat something good when she comes back this week. I'll have your mom cook. No need. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Aren't you busy lately? Lu Yuren gently rubbed her nails, her expression unfocused, and replied casually. Haha, what are you saying? I just made time for you, didn't I? Lu Yang joked with a smile, then casually asked. It's the same thing again. Are you free this weekend? Do you want to go home for dinner? If you are coming back, why don't you come to our hometown with Jiang'an? We happen to be here. Hometown. Lu Yuren's mind was still spinning. Going back to my hometown. I called Jiang'an along. But how could Jiang'an possibly be willing to go back with her? Yeah, hometown. Speaking of which, haven't you two resolved your conflict yet? Jiang'an hasn't been posting on WeChat moments much. Lu Yang replied with some dissatisfaction, but her tone was also somewhat expectant. He was hoping his daughter would tell him that the two had made up. After all, he really liked Jiang'an. He was a top choice in terms of both personality and talent. He had witnessed Lu Yuren's deep affection for him since she was a child. He really liked this kind of child, so he hoped to make him his son-in-law. Moreover, he also knew Lu Yuren's personality, which was that of a princess. He wouldn't trust anyone else. Sometimes he would remark to Lu's mother that Jiang'an might be a gift from heaven, a perfect match for Lu Yuren. I could hear the hint of anticipation in my dad's voice on the other end of the phone. Lu Yuren remained silent. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Chapter 99. He's fine, I'm not. Lu Yuren remained silent at this moment. How should I put it? Sometimes, being unable to speak is not because you don't know how to explain or are unable to explain. Rather, it's simply difficult to talk about. How should she tell Lu Yang? Explain. Jiang'an and the like are definitely not coming back with me. How could we possibly make up? We broke up a long time ago. I tried to make up with him, but he absolutely refused. He's already fallen for other girls. So, how should I invite him to come home with me? Please. If I invited him, he would probably refuse. Lu Yuren took a deep breath, blinked her long, thick eyelashes, and the look in her eyes was like a night sky about to darken. Dad, you said Jiang'an often posts on WeChat moments. He must have liked me a lot back then, right? As she spoke, she quietly clicked on Jiang'an's profile picture, wanting to enter his moments. But after trying twice in a row, Lu Yuren gave up because she couldn't see anything. Visible for only 3 days. Lu Yuren quietly withdrew from Jiang and circle of friends. To be honest, she felt a little sad and guilty. Why did she never pay attention to Jiang Anfa when he was around? Now that she really wanted to go and see it, she realized that the opportunity was gone. He heard what Lu Yuren said. Lu Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and after a few seconds of silence, he slowly said, Yes. I feel like everyone can see that, right? You've always known this, haven't you, Renren? Lu Yuren didn't say anything, but silently opened the curtains, climbed onto the bed, and then pulled them tightly shut. She lay half reclined on the bed, her body trembling slightly, no longer in the mood to think about anything. Her father's question was like a heavy hammer blow, striking her heart directly. Yes, everyone could see that Jiang'an liked her. She knows it herself. My fingers gently traced lines on the blanket, and glistening tears slid down my cheeks. I know. But Dad, how did you know? Was it that obvious? Taking a quiet breath, Lu Yuran continued, feigning composure. Haha, of course it's obvious. Do I even need to explain? Jiang'an has always revolved around you since he was a child. If he didn't like you, why would he do that? When he was even younger, he kept clamoring to marry you. We've all seen it all these years. You two are a perfect match, as everyone says. Lu Yuran's body trembled slightly, her breathing becoming rapid with the trembling. She felt as if she were floating, and then a chill gradually spread from her palms to every corner of her body. Countless images and sounds flashed through her mind like a slideshow playing at 3 times the speed, like a starry night sky, before finally fading into complete silence and darkness. There are some things that, even if you don't want to, will always be brought up by someone unintentionally. Hey, Yuran, why aren't you saying anything? I'm fine. I was just thinking, how can he be so good to me? Haha, that must be because you're so good that he's so good. Lu Yang seemed to be praising Lu Yuran. But no matter how she listened, Lu Yuran felt sad. He's doing well, that's his good thing. But not good at all. Okay, Dad, it's the weekend, I'll think about it some more, okay? After a few seconds of silence, Lu Yuran finally answered. I'll think about it some more, that's fine. But give me your answer sooner rather than later, so I can prepare. By the way, Dad, it's really hard to comfort boys when they're sad or disappointed, isn't it? Upon hearing this answer, it was Lu Yang's turn to fall silent. Old Lu could naturally glean something from his daughter's words. After hesitating for a few seconds, he replied, if this boy still likes you, he will definitely be fine if you just try to coax him. If this boy, well, if Jiang'an really gets angry, then it'll be quite difficult. As the conversation progressed, Lu Yang realized that Lu Yuran was definitely still having conflicts with Jiang'an. Okay, Dad, thank you. I'll rest now. Lu Yuran hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Then he lay down on the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and the words Lu Yang had just said floated into his mind. If the boy still likes you, just try to coax him a little. But if you really get angry, therefore, Jiang'an must be genuinely angry. But does he still like me? This is an unsolved problem. On the one hand, Lu Yuran felt that Jiang'an couldn't just let go of their 10-year relationship so easily. On the other hand, Lu Yuran thought of Jiang'an's performance that afternoon, and her heart ached again and again. If he can act like that, he must really not love you anymore, right? Feel the wind seeping through the gaps in the curtains. Lu Yuran closed her eyes and nose stinging with tears. She felt so wronged. If I could do it all over again, I definitely wouldn't have done it this way. Wouldn't it have been better if you had been earlier and more ruthless? I'm just that kind of willful fool. I don't even know what I like. She slowly savored the words in her heart. She wished she could find a tree hole and have Xia Feng convey all her innermost thoughts to Jiang'an. But, without a tree hole, the summer breeze wouldn't carry the wind. Lu Yuran, no one will comfort you anymore. The night breeze was very quiet. The girl leaned back on the sofa, bored out of her mind, waving a small fan with the words, I came under the moonlight, in her hand, waving it left and right, but unable to fall asleep. She simply sat up straight. I turned on the computer. It seems like I've forgotten something these past few days. Lin Cece muttered to herself, then logged into her QQ account, opened Paint, and prepared to start working. After all, I can't sleep. Result. Just now when I opened the picture, a notification sounded. Who's sending messages in the middle of the night? Lin Cece frowned slightly, then opened WeChat. That heartless boss is so stupid. What do you mean? Very sweet. What do you mean? That heartless boss is so stupid. You're working in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. Who are you trying to kill? Roll up your sleeves.jpg. Very sweet. Frog fun. Can you even hear that? The heartless boss is so stupid. Please, I'm not deaf. Very sweet. So why aren't you sleeping? The heartless boss is so stupid. Can't sleep. Want to go for a walk? My pants should be dry by now, right? How about I treat you to milk tea when we go out? Very sweet. Please, boss. Asking a beautiful girl like me out in the middle of the night. You're not trying to pick me up, are you? Inside the room, Jiangyan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Please, am I that obvious? However, it seems I was too hasty. The girl seemed unwilling. I was just thinking about it. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. Then the door opened. A little head peeked out. Hey, why don't you get up? Chapter 100. What kind of sane awareness does Lady Lin possess? I saw a small head suddenly peek out. Jiangyan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong with this girl? Did they sneak over here quietly? Didn't you say you were afraid of getting soaked? Weren't you not going, beautiful girl? Jiangyan asked with a teasing smile. I don't want to go either, but you have to buy me milk tea. Lin Cece narrowed her beautiful eyes into slits, then tossed a pair of pants through the crack in the door and handed them to him. Put on your pants. Jiangyan took the pants and found they were still warm. Obviously, Lin Cece was probably worried that the sun wouldn't dry properly, so she even helped blow dry it herself. He put it on immediately and then stretched. He stepped outside. I noticed the girl was quickly putting on her shoes. Then she looked up. Her pretty face was striking in the night. Hurry up and change your shoes, or the bubble tea shop will have to close down. It's already 11 o'clock. The moon hangs in the sky outside, and the stars are shining brightly. That's impossible. There are always some shops near universities that never close. Jiangyan smiled and replied, brother is so perceptive. It must be because little sister is unlucky that she never got to enjoy milk tea in the middle of the night. Seeing that Lin Cece was about to start her usual sultry talk, Jiangyan decisively reached out, grabbed the girl's hair, and said irritably, What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to fly to the heavens? Come on, let me let you enjoy yourself now. As he spoke, he changed his shoes and grabbed his keys. Bang! Closed the door. Walking in the quiet neighborhood, Jiangyan felt a strange sense of comfort. Once upon a time, he also imagined such a scene, walking hand in hand with the person he liked, bathed in the moonlight, on an endless journey. Pity. Over the past decade. Not even once. Looking back now, it's kind of embarrassing. But now things are better. Although we haven't held hands yet, I already have someone by my side. Why can't you sleep? Jiangyan glanced at Lin Cece and asked softly. I don't know. I just can't sleep. Lin Cece pouted and waved her hands back and forth, making herself look like she was swinging on a swing. How about we find somewhere else to stay? Jiangyan pondered for a moment and then told Lin Cece his thoughts. Should we move to another place? What? You want to live with me? The girl tensed up. You're still saying you're not trying to pick me up? Huh. Jiangyan held the girl down, then winked and grinned at her for a moment before laughing. Then I'll be honest. I just want to date you. Oh, the iron tree has blossomed? You're not pretending anymore. You're coming clean. Lin Cece stared wide-eyed at Jiangyan in front of her. What do you mean by iron tree blooming? Seriously, let's find somewhere else to stay. Jiangyan rubbed his temples, finding this girl rather troublesome. At least here, I'm still worried that your unreliable gambling dad will come back and cause you trouble. Of course. Jiangyan paused for a moment, then added, Of course, I know you're a great fighter. But she is a girl after all. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece immediately circled around Jiangyan several times. You wouldn't believe it. Some people are more considerate than you think. You're just up to no good. Why should I stay with you even if we're moving to a different place? The girl narrowed her mischievous eyes, which gleamed with cunning. Because, Jiangyan hesitated slightly. Because I can cook for you. And besides, you are poor, but I am rich. Well, I knew it. You really want to hit on me. You even said you'd take me as your sugar daddy. Huh? Lin Cece grabbed Jiangyan's arm and tightened her grip quickly, then looked expectant. So when are we switching? I thought you were going to refuse again, Jiangyan said with amusement. Refuse what? A wise person knows when to yield. I also want to move, but I really don't have the money. Besides, you said you wanted to date me. So of course I'll give you a chance. Boss, Lin Cece clenched her fist, serious, truly a very pragmatic woman. Moreover, it's hard to say who's dating whom in this kind of thing. Okay, it's decided then. I have an apartment in Qinghai Community near the school gate. Let's move there tomorrow. Jiangyan was still a little dazed. He had thought the girl would refuse, but it went quite smoothly. Incidentally, he was pondering the meaning of the second half of the girl's sentence. What does it mean? It's hard to say who's dating whom. Qinghai residential area, near the school gate? Lin Cici's eyes widened. The next moment, the girl hugged Jiang En's arms tightly, refusing to let go. Wow, he really is a tycoon. Mr. Jiang, you really didn't disappoint me. Please take me in. Please take me in. Jiang En stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Last time, the girl's pose suggests it was probably when we first met. So you're agreeing? Of course I agree. If I weren't forced to, I wouldn't want to go back to that place. Lin Cici released her arm and then muttered to herself. Do you know, Teacher Jiang, I grew up there all by myself. I've looked at and painted almost every view outside that window countless times. Later, I wanted to get into a good university as soon as possible and leave this city. But the year I took the college entrance exam, my grandmother broke her leg, so I thought about it and decided not to go anywhere else and just stay at Shanghai University. At this point, Lin Cici raised her head. Let's go on a trip someday, Mr. Jiang. Team building activities usually involve going out and having fun, right? Jiang En smiled, as if he suddenly began to understand the girl in front of him. If liking is a feeling, Jiang En prefers to understand it as a process. This process begins with understanding, becoming familiar, and developing a sense of attraction. Once you're moved, you have to start getting to know and familiar with things all over again. For example, Lin Cici right in front of us. In the past, she was seen as lively, carefree, innocent, and adorable. But now, his eyes are filled with more sorrow and sentimentality. This melancholy rarely appeared on the lively Lin Vexia's face, but Jiang En often managed to catch it. Team building activities definitely involve going out and having fun, right? For example, Yunnan province is a place where elephants roam freely. It's spring like all year round, and there are flowers everywhere. Like Chongqing, the hot pot there. Wait, you're a woman from Sichuan and Chongqing, right? Ha ha. How about we go to Guangdong province? The raw marinated beef and handmade beef balls look really tempting. Listen to Jiang and recount each place name one by one. A hint of longing appeared in Lin Cici's eyes. Then he lowered his head, and after a few seconds, he spoke softly. Teacher Jiang, you're not just making empty promises to me, are you? These words were spoken. Jiang En was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. No. Kobayashi, what kind of sane person are you? Chapter 101 Who Can't Live Without Whom? Listening to the girl's sudden, clear-headed words, Jiang En couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, although what he just said did sound a bit like empty promises. He thought for a moment, then rubbed his chin and said, What's wrong with you, Xiaolin? You can question my character, but you can't question my financial resources, can you? Even if you question my financial resources, you can't question Zhang Zhejie's financial resources. Lin Cici gave Jiang En a deep look. Then, he nodded in deep agreement. Okay, you've convinced me. Let's go buy milk tea. It's obvious they've been going around in circles for a while. The girl hadn't forgotten the important thing, buying milk tea. The next day, inside the dormitory, Zhang Zhejie looked completely bewildered as Jiang En moved things around. No, Jiang En, are you even human? Last night you're moving your things out now? Question mark. Jiang En glanced at him and said irritably, You haven't told me yet what you were up to last night. They suddenly showed up, said a bunch of nonsensical things, then stuffed a box of condoms into my hand and ran away. I'm starting to suspect that something might be wrong with you. I heard this. Zhang Zhejie looked grief-stricken and indignant. No, is there something wrong with me? So I was worried that you two, a lone man and a woman, might accidentally get into a fight, and you're blaming me for being a good buddy who traveled 1,000 miles to deliver a condom? What the hell? Are you overthinking this? Jiang En frowned, feeling that there must be some misunderstanding between the two of them. Otherwise, Zhang Zhejie's actions would be completely inexplicable. Zhang Zhejie saw Jiang En's serious expression. Then, with a strange expression, he said, Could it be that you two were doing that last night? Which one? Jiang En raised an eyebrow, feeling that he might have figured out the truth of the matter. That's the one. Which one? Which one are you referring to? Zhang Zhejie, if you can't speak properly, you should just donate your mouth. Jiang En clenched his fist, his irritable Jiang Gu mode activated. Zhang Zhejie shrank his neck and grunted. Do I really have to go into such detail about that kind of thing? As he spoke, he noticed Jiang En's expression gradually becoming uncontrollable and quickly said embarrassedly, "It's just that Kobayashi helped you." As he spoke, Zhang Zhijie gestured. Jiang En's eyes flickered, and in the next instant he understood what had happened, and he was immediately at his wit's end. Go to hell with Zhang Zhijie. She accidentally got water on my leg, and then she helped wipe it off. What are you thinking about all day long? Zhang Zhijie's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. No. Is it really that simple? Jiang En nodded and replied expressionlessly. Of course it's that simple. What did you think? Zhang Zhijie took a deep breath, still feeling very frustrated. What will you squeeze dry? What will you make yourself? My clothes were wet, so what's wrong with me doing it myself? Yesterday, I made her wash the dishes and cook mung bean porridge. What's wrong with a heartless boss exploiting his employees? Oh, I see. Zhang Zhijie muttered to himself. So he was just overthinking things? So you fucking misunderstood and then shoved that thing at me? Jiang En was furious. Fortunately, Lin Cixi didn't pay too much attention to it last night. Otherwise, he'd be in a situation where he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. My fault, my fault. Zhang Zhijie scratched his head. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. So what are you doing now? Are you moving out? Jiang En nodded. Yeah, you forgot? I have a house in Qinghai. I've been saying I'd move out, but I haven't. Let's move out now. I heard this. Zhang Zhijie looked anxious. So, you've moved out. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Jiang Zi, how can I live without you? Jiang Zi, take me with you. Jiang En glanced at him and said irritably, You're usually not in the dorm anyway, do you need me? Zhang Zhijie scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed, but still very unwilling. But now that you're gone, I'm all alone. Well, as he spoke, Zhang Zhijie seemed to realize something, and his mood darkened considerably. Originally, yes. I was going to move out 2 years ago. Unfortunately, Jiang En refused to move because of Lu Yuran. He can understand why he wants to move now. I know what you're thinking. Jiang En glanced at Zhang Zhijie, remaining remarkably calm. There are some things I'm not ashamed to talk about. I did do it for Lu Yuran before, but now I want to move out and live with Lin Cixi. Jiang En was quite calm. He said these words without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Perhaps she has truly let go. I've made peace with myself from 10 years ago. He completely let go of Lu Yuran, who had treated him as a substitute. Sometimes, letting go is just like that. There was no hysteria, nor did he cry until he was exhausted. He simply spoke calmly during a mundane moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie was also filled with inexplicable emotions. But he quickly paused, his expression turning somewhat strange. Wait a minute, you moved out to live with Lin Cixi, didn't you? Yes. As Jiang En packed his things, he looked up at Zhang Zhijie and found the guy looking at him with a puzzled expression. What's with that expression? What's wrong? Old Jiang, are you a devil? It's only been a short time, and you two are already secretly together, planning to live together? Zhang Zhijie took a deep breath, utterly incredulous. We're not together yet, but living together. Well, you could say that. Jiang En briefly explained to Zhang Zhijie the reason for their cohabitation. Zhang Zhijie's expression was strange. So that's why? You're quite thoughtful. But Lao Jiang, when exactly are you planning to start? Zhang Zhijie's words trailed off, leaving some things unsaid. As a good brother, of course he was worried. Jiang En rubbed his temples. Soon. I feel like some things can't be rushed. Zhang Zhijie clenched his fist, his eyes bloodshot. Dog. You're not in a hurry, but I am. The CP leader is almost in tears. All right, then you decide for yourself. But what if you move out? That. Zhang Zhijie gestured towards the girls' dormitory building across the street from his window. You know, Lu Yuran brings breakfast every day now. You're still giving it away? This time, it was Jiang En's turn to be stunned. I never expected Lu Yuran to be so stubborn. Breakfast is delivered every morning. Isn't this what he did before? It was a gift. I even gave it to them this morning. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, what I mean is, you can just throw it away, or tell her I'm moving out and she shouldn't send it anymore. Jiang En replied calmly. This time it was Zhang Zhijie's turn to be surprised. Damn, you're being really carefree this time? Jiang En laughed upon hearing this. Who can't live without whom? Chapter 102 Sunny Day. There is no such thing as someone dying without someone else in this world. It's something that no one can live without the other. 10 years have passed like flowing water. Jiang'an was not a heartless, cold-blooded, or cruel person. But I can still say this to myself so calmly. Okay, I've let it go. This is reality. Unfortunately, Lu Yuran didn't understand. A person who is utterly disappointed is incapable of turning back. Even if it's a turn back. It must be revenge. Crunch. The heavy door was pushed open. The dust that came rushing in almost choked me to death. Jiang'an said with a helpless and resentful expression. Hey, this house hasn't been cleaned in ages. It's covered in dust. It's a mess. It's my fault. I should have hired someone to clean it beforehand. He's talking right now. Then I saw Lin Cece beside me suddenly dart out. They don't seem to care much about the dust. Instead, it was swaying left and right inside the house. Then, with a happy expression, he touched this and that. It's just like a child who has a new toy. And, after turning around once, she happily walked up to Jiang'an. Why would you need a door-to-door service? Leave the cleaning to me. This house is so big. After saying this, the girl suddenly thought of something, looked at Jiang'an, and blinked her beautiful eyes. Teacher Jiang, I'm not a gold digger. But I really like big houses too. Jiang'an shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Gold digger? What the hell? Oh dear, didn't I act very excited? The reason I'm excited is, I've never lived in such a beautiful house before. Lin Cece shrugged, then walked to the side, and picked up a broom and mop. Leave the rest to me. Then you can go and work with peace of mind. Huh? You don't need my help at all. Jiang'an was a little surprised. He really wasn't used to the girl's actions. Help? Lin Cece fell into deep thought, and after a while, she gently shook her head and said, Yes, you can see if you want to go downstairs to buy some ingredients later. For lunch, I'd like to have hot pot. Let's invite Zhang Zhijie and Ruojia. Jiang'an blinked, then couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that great, Miss Lin? This arrangement is so clear and thorough. Lin Cece understood his implied meaning. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but hum softly. Then it's none of your business. Let's do it this way. Now, I'm going to clean up, the girl said, her enthusiasm rising. Wait, before we start cleaning, wouldn't you like to choose a room you like first? Jiang'an offered a suggestion. This house is quite big. My dad bought it for him to live in while he was studying. However, living in the dormitory all year round meant I never had the chance. Even Lu Yuran has never come here. So it has been vacant. A 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment definitely requires careful selection. The girl wandered around a few rooms before stopping at the 2nd bedroom. How about we choose this one? Why not choose the master bedroom? Jiang'an was a little puzzled. The girl loved big beds the most, and the bed in the master bedroom was super big. Because the 2nd bedroom is near the sunlight. Lin Cece walked into the 2nd bedroom with a happy smile, opened the curtains on the window, and the bright sunlight instantly fell on her hair and forehead. With such comfortable sunshine, I feel more inspired when I paint. Jiang'an rubbed his chin. Okay, then you stay in this room. I'll go to the master bedroom. As he spoke, he walked into the master bedroom and glanced around. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and began to feel a little regretful. That's not right. Something's not right. Something's not right. Why did I let Lin Cece choose the room? Holy crap, I was originally. You should regret this. The most painful thing is to regret it on the spot. Watching Lin Cece humming a little tune and diligently cleaning, Jiang'an sighed and placed the various ingredients he was holding on the table. Then he took out his phone and called Zhang Zhijie. Hey, you bastard Zhang. Come and eat. What the heck? Eating? Weren't you supposed to be cleaning the new house? Come and eat when you're done cleaning. Damn, it's here. After hanging up the phone, Jiang'an glanced around the room and had to admit, Lin Cece is very good at cleaning. In just a short while, the entire room became bright and fresh. The girl was still diligently wiping the table. Jiang'an didn't hesitate and picked up a mop to join in. I could hear the girl humming something in my ear. The little yellow flower of the story. I've been floating since the year I was born. Swinging on a swing from my childhood. It's been swaying with my memories ever since. Listening to the girl humming, Jiang'an was slightly lost in thought. He just realized that Lin Cece sings really well. Her voice is pleasant to listen to, and her singing is very melodious. It's the kind of voice that makes you feel incredibly comfortable as soon as you hear it. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but sing along himself. I tried holding your hand on a windy day, but I just can't seem to find it. It's so big I can't even see it. In an instant, inside the house, the girl is wiping the table. The boy is mopping the floor. Without prior arrangement, they all started humming Sunny Day. Generally speaking, this is the state of mind. The mind is as clear as sunshine. Want to have lunch together? Can we go shopping this afternoon? There seems to be a good movie showing tonight. Hey, the concert. You ran, your favorite concert. I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. I'm not asleep yet. I'm worried about you if you don't reply to me. So, good night, sweet dreams. Some say the most painful way to die is through a flashback. I was repeatedly immersed in revisiting the past. Looking at past chat logs. Listen to past voice messages. Search for traces of the past. Then I just spaced out. Lu Yuran was in such a state. The room was empty. She lay in bed, unaware that Yang Tao had left sometime earlier. Yang Wenqin continued to send her flowers, order takeout, and fawn over her as always. It's like Jiang and wanting to perfectly replace the past. But she just couldn't muster any interest. Lu Yang, the father, asked about the two of them twice more. But Lu Yuran didn't reply to a single message. Because, aside from Jiang'an, she really couldn't muster any interest in anyone else. At this time, she took off her earphones, and surprisingly, the song playing was Sunny Day. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But the wind gradually subsided. It blows the distance so far. It's so rare to have one more day to love. But in the end, you still said goodbye. The headphones fell onto the pillow. A tear fell onto the screen. The phone screen showed Zhang Zhejie's WeChat moments. A group photo of the four people. Jiang En and Lin Cixi sat together. Jiang En smiled gently at Lin Cixi, who playfully pinched his ear. Su Ruojia remained as quiet as ever, while Zhang Zhejie was as cheeky as ever. Floating in the spicy hot pot are tripe, beef balls. The room was very clean and the sunlight was bright. Lu Yuran couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. Look, everyone in the world is having a sunny day except for you. Chapter 103 Teacher Jiang, you've gone bad. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. For Lu Yuran, even the best weather feels gloomy. But for Jiang'an, he experienced a long-lost joy. In fact, in the past 10 years, Jiang'an has rarely sat down with his friends like this, eating hot pot, drinking beer, chatting and joking around. Most of the time, he stayed by Lu Yuran's side, thus missing out on the beautiful scenery. Looking back now, it really took a lot of sacrifices. Old Jiang, you're really heartless, aren't you? You just moved out like that, without even considering your buddy's feelings. Jiang'an laughed and said, You little brat, when you don't come home at night, when have you ever considered my feelings? Wipe. These words left Zhang Zhejie speechless. That's the truth. Can having a wife and not having a wife be the same? You don't have a wife, so you can't blame me for not having one, can you? As he spoke, he winked at Jiang'an, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Jiang'an laughed and said, Yes, since you put it that way, I guess I'll have no choice but to move out. However, just because I don't have a wife now doesn't mean I won't have one in the future. Jiang'an wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the meaning behind Zhang Zhejie's words. Lin Cixi, however, looked embarrassed and couldn't help but glare at the two of them. What nonsense are you two spouting here? You have questionable conduct, yet you still have the nerve to talk about this and that. Is it Sister Ruojia? Su Ruojia nodded in deep agreement, then looked at Zhang Zhejie. From now on, you should stay in the dorm and stop wandering around outside. Zhang Zhejie was speechless and looked to Jiang'an for help. Jiang'an shrugged. You started this topic yourself, so you can't blame anyone else. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. We're full, let's get ready to slip away. I'll give you some time to be alone in your new home. Su Ruojia stood up and looked at the two of them with a smile. Lin Cixi's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she scolded playfully. Sister Ruojia, why are you talking nonsense along with them? Oh, I see. Su Ruojia playfully rubbed the girl's face, then winked at Jiang'an. Then, he pulled Zhang Zhejie away. Soon, Only Jiang Un and Lin Cece remained in the room. The girl lay flat on the sofa, barely breathing, and said, "No, Teacher Jiang, I'm completely full." "Fisk, is this all the power you have? Aren't you supposed to be a big eater?" Jiang Un sat down as well, unable to resist teasing him. "I can eat a lot, but I ate the equivalent of 3 people's worth of food by myself." Lin Cece covered her face and pointed at Jiang Un. "You little brat, what are you up to? Trying to stuff me to death. And then, I'll never be able to get married." Jiang Un gave a half smile. "Is there really such a good thing?" Snort. Lin Cece blushed and turned her head away, then couldn't help but pout. "You're such a smooth talker." "Teacher Jiang, you've gone astray now." "Got bad." Jiang Un was both amused and exasperated. "No, they've all gone astray. So what? Isn't that right?" As she spoke, Lin Cece suddenly looked distressed. "Teacher Jiang, I have something very distressing to say. The advanced mathematics exam is in a few days." "What to do? What to do?" As someone who was at the bottom of the class in advanced mathematics, Lin Cece is now very anxious. She had an exam coming up soon, but she knew absolutely nothing about it. "That's easy. Let's go. I'm going to the library to find a document, and I'll tutor you there." Jiang Un remained quite calm. Advanced mathematics is a piece of cake for him. "Huh? Going to the library?" A hint of reluctance appeared on Lin Cece's face. She'd been to that place, but she always slacked off. Seeing Lin Cece's expression, Jiang Un immediately guessed what she was thinking and reached out to press her little head down. "Don't even think about running away. You'd better come with me to the library for tutoring this afternoon. Otherwise you'll fail again." Hearing Jiang Un's words, Lin Cece reluctantly pouted. Okay, fine. I'm really impressed." As she spoke, she stood up and stretched. "No, I smell like hot pot. I need to get my clothes and take a shower." "I heard this." Jiang Un nodded slightly. "Good. Go." Watching Lin Cece's retreating figure, Jiang Un's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. "How so? Is our wonderful cohabitation life beginning?" He composed himself, picked up the computer in front of him, and continued typing. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lin Cece had just taken out her phone when she saw a lot of message notifications. "Cece, you haven't done a cosplay in a very, very long time. What's going on with you?" Upon seeing the first message, Lin Cece's eyes immediately lit up. "I don't have time to cosplay lately," she replied, tapping her fingers on the screen. "Hey, that won't do. You've worked so hard to build up your popularity. If you don't keep making videos, all your true fans will leave." "Really?" Lin Cece thought for a moment, then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. "But now, I don't live on my own anymore, and it would be easy to get caught taking cosplay photos." Oh. The next moment, a phone call came through immediately. It's none other than someone else. It was Lin Cece's best friend, Su Ningning. "Lin Cece, what are you doing? You're not living on your own anymore?" The moment the call connected, Su Ningning's loud voice rang out from the other end. Lin Cece covered her face. "No, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Some things aren't what you think." Su Ningning is Lin Cece's only best friend. The two met in an art class and have known each other for over 10 years, although they no longer live in the same city. However, the two had a very close relationship. "It's not what I think." Su Ningning's voice was full of suspicion. "Lin Cece, you'd better tell me properly. You wouldn't be bewitched by a man, would you?" Lin Cece really wanted to say no, but out of the corner of his eye, he glanced towards the door. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "How could I possibly be captivated? It's just, we haven't won it yet." Su Ningning looked puzzled. "Damn it. I've only been preparing for the exam for a month, and you're telling me you already have a target you're aiming for?" "No, we agreed to stay single together, but you quietly made it big, and you even managed to get him. Why aren't you living at home anymore? You haven't already moved in with him, have you?" Judging from Su Ningning's tone, Lin Cece knew that the girl had definitely misunderstood. She sighed, and then told Su Ningning everything about why she was living with Jiang Un and what had happened between them recently. After listening, Su Ningning remained silent for a long time. He said softly, "You little rascal, you've gone a bit too far. Aren't you afraid he'll bully you?" Lin Cece pouted, slightly dissatisfied. He's such a blockhead. So stupid. If he wanted to bully me, he would have done it already. Why wait until now? Jiangyan, who was working in the living room, couldn't help but sneeze. His expression was strange. That's weird. Something just doesn't feel right. Chapter 104 Black, White Gradient? So, you two are boss and employee, and also senior and junior. And then you even live together? My goodness, Lin Cece, that's amazing. Su Ningning couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Cece covered her face. She knew that if she told Su Ningning about this, she would definitely be mocked mercilessly. After all, it's been over the past decade or so. The main theme of Lin Vexia is rebellion and independence. She said plenty of things like, it's better to rely on yourself than on a man. Now, she's completely transformed and is living with that scumbag. Sigh. It's true what they say, junior girls are all senior boys, and senior girls are all junior boys. You betrayed the organization, you betrayed me, and I'm very disappointed in you. Su Ningning muttered as she continued. Are you still doing cosplay now? Didn't we agree to be the twin heroes? Do you want a Sheervale cosplay from Bilibili? You're actually in a relationship now. By the way, he probably doesn't know you have cosplay skills, right? I heard Su Ningning say a string of words. Lin Cece had a slight headache. Of course he didn't know, because I haven't filmed in a very, very long time. Do you want to take a picture? Lin Cece fell into deep thought upon hearing this. This is really baffling. Why did she suddenly think of Lu Yuran? She's so wonderful, she comes from a good family. She's beautiful. She's wonderful in every way. Compared to her, she's really far inferior. Although the girl usually acts carefree. But she herself understood everything. They'll think about everything. There was no sound from the other end of the phone for a long time. Su Ningning couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hey, Cece, where are you? So, should we take the picture or not? Shoot. Lin Cece took a deep breath and then continued. Why wouldn't we take pictures? Of course we have to. Okay, so what kind of cosplay do you want to film? I'll send you some of the most popular cosplays lately. As Su Ningning spoke, she sent a string of character pictures via WeChat. Then, unable to resist, he added. By the way, when are you and this senior planning to get together? I'll have to meet her then. After all, I'm your best friend. Lin Cece rubbed her temples, thought for a moment, and said, It'll be soon, won't it? She had no idea what to do. But she was absolutely certain that she truly loved Jiangyan. After hanging up the phone, Lin Cece tossed and turned in bed. Fortunately, the bed is big enough. Otherwise, they really would have fallen. After flipping through the pages for a while, the girl looked up, picked up her phone, and looked at herself in the mirror. She found that her face was extremely red. Then, she carefully selected from several of Su Ningning's photos. Is this too revealing? That shows her entire leg. Wow, this character has such big breasts. How much padding do I need to wear? These black stockings and white stockings. Jiangyan is wrapping up his work for the day. Then they planned to take Lin Cece to the library to study. Just as I was about to shut down my computer, I saw 2 messages from Lin Cece. Very sweet. Image. Very sweet. Image. Jiangyan was somewhat bewildered. Why did this girl send so many pictures? When I opened it, I found out. Son of the Eightfold God. My Sakurajima? In addition, the girl also posted a message. Teacher Jiang, do you think black stockings or white stockings look better? Look at this line of text. Jiangyan's gaze drifted slightly. Cough cough. What's the meaning? Is the pretty girl trying to seduce him? He immediately and decisively replied. Only children make choices. A decent person, of course, wants it all, right? Gradual changes are not out of the question either. After sending all this, Jiangyan blushed. To be honest, as a pervert, he felt a little embarrassed. Inside the house, Lin Cece's pretty face darkened upon seeing this reply. Really, that scoundrel of a man is just greedy. Forget about Sakurajima Mai. Let's go with Yae no Miko. Lin Cece got up from the bed by herself, and then tried to look out the window with a disdainful gaze. Then he fell into deep thought. Teacher Jiang, would you like this kind of thing? It was afternoon. Sitting inside the library, Lin Cece looked around absent-mindedly. Jiangyan chuckled irritably. What are you thinking about? You're not focused at all. The girl glanced at him, then whispered. I want black stockings, white stockings, gradient stockings. Jiangyan withdrew his gaze, revealing a serious expression. Excuse me, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Really? I'll wear it when I get home and show it to you. Jiang squinted, then silently closed the book, a look of regret on his face. You're going a bit too far, actually using this to test your cadres? Which cadre can withstand this test? As he spoke, Jiang glanced at the time again. It's getting late. What I mean is, we should consider going back now. After all, you can't learn anything if you're not focused. Hearing this, Lin Cixi couldn't help but laugh. She pinched Jiang's stomach and deliberately said, No, I need to study hard. Otherwise I won't do well on the test. Don't panic, I've prepared a set of test questions for you. If you master them, you'll pass 100%. Jiang looked confident and assured. Lin Cixi tilted her head, wanting to say something. Teacher Jiang, you're such a jerk. So you had such a good thing, but you wouldn't give it to me. You actually have to use this kind of temptation to tell the truth. You scoundrel. You've got ulterior motives. Hearing the girl's disdain, Jiang chuckled and said, Okay, I was just kidding. However, this set of test questions does exist, and it's much more effective than your current blind review. As he spoke, Jiang placed the notebook in his hand in front of Lin Cixi. Try making one first. Lin Cixi then pouted and said, I knew you must have some hidden treasures. As the girl spoke, her gaze fell on the workbook in front of her. The time that follows. Silence fell. Only the girl's pen tip kept sliding across the paper. Jiang couldn't help but raise his head, immersing himself in the scene before him. The weather was lovely, and the library was quiet, except for the girl's soft breathing and the sound of a pen gliding across paper. Her long hair fell onto the clean tabletop. His face sometimes furrowed his brows, and sometimes puffed out his cheeks. Cute, pretty, and lively. It's hard not to be attracted to a girl like that, isn't it? Teacher Jiang, please take a look at what I wrote. I don't know how much time has passed. The crisp sound pulled Jiang back from his reverie. The girl handed the test questions to Jiang, then said somewhat nervously, If you get a lot wrong, you can't scold me. Jiang laughed and said, What's the point of scolding you? Let me see the question. As he spoke, he lowered his head and began to focus on understanding the question. 1 question, 2 questions. He not only reviewed the questions, but also annotated each and every wrong answer. I don't know how much time has passed. Time slowly passed by. Jiang felt his mouth was dry and was about to say something. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. He looked up and saw the girl holding a bottle of orange juice with pulp in front of him, her face still damp with sweat. Lin Cixi said with a grin, Thank you for your hard work in correcting the questions, Teacher Jiang. Here's some mushrooms for you, and a drink too. Chapter 105. Only cosplay for you? Here's some mushrooms for you, and this is your juice. The girl sat back down with a smile. Jiang was slightly lost in thought for a few seconds before speaking. Did you go out of your way to buy this? Lin Cixi's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she rolled her eyes slightly. What kind of person would say such a thing? Of course she bought it. Of course. What else would you expect? You think it would just fly down from the sky? And I noticed you kept revising the draft and licking your lips, so I thought maybe you were a little thirsty, so I... Jiang took the juice, his gaze somewhat wistful. So, is this what it feels like to be cared about? She can tell when you're thirsty. Thank you, Kobayashi. He stared at the girl and thanked her earnestly. All right, stop thanking me so formally, just show me the test paper. Jiang smiled, and then handed the test paper to Lin Cixi in front of him. The next moment, a girl's wail could be heard. Ouch! Mathematics. I have an irreconcilable hatred for you. An entire exam paper. I couldn't find a single clean place. Jiang smiled broadly. It's okay. Even though you didn't get many right, there's still hope. Lin Cixi covered her face in pain. Really, Teacher Jiang? No one else could have saved it. With that, Jiang took a sip of juice and began his afternoon of teaching. Around 4 o'clock, the glaring sunlight gradually turned orange-yellow, exuding a lazy atmosphere. Jiang spoke for the entire afternoon. Lin Cixi listened for the whole afternoon. Do you feel like you understood? I understand, but I don't fully understand. Walking home, the girl said this with a troubled expression. I feel like I suddenly understand so much more. Am I starting to grow a brain? Jiang silently ignored the girl's rubbish. Then, When we got to the supermarket, I glanced at the girl. Okay, let's not think about that now. What do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat tomato and egg noodles tonight. Oh, are your thoughts so simple and unpretentious today? That's right. All right, Miss Lin's request is granted. Oomph, young Master Jiang. How magnanimous you are. I returned home. Jiang and started preparing to finish cooking, but the girl rushed into the room. Miss Lin, I see you're quite addicted to the internet. We need to find a way to help you quit. Seeing the girl's actions, Jiang said with a wry smile. What do you know? I have important things to do. Lin Cece responded sullenly from inside the room. Something big. Jiang blinked, though he was somewhat puzzled. But she didn't ask any more questions and went to the kitchen to start cooking. Tomato and egg noodles are definitely a simple dish compared to other dishes. At the same time, inside the room, Lin Cece was unpacking a package. Su Ningning, you delivered this package really fast. You just said this morning that you wanted to continue filming, and you've already brought all the stuff this afternoon. While unpacking the package, Lin Cece couldn't help but complain. Soon, the bag was cut open, revealing a beautifully crafted cosplay outfit. The pink color scheme and various clever little ornaments. Lin Cece raised it, and her pretty face quickly turned red. That's incredibly bold. It even has a fox tail. Fortunately, this area can be covered up and blurred. The girl muttered to herself as she began to take off her clothes. Lin Cece is not only an artist, but also a part-time cosplayer. There's no other way. I need to make money. Art students spend a lot of money. Even if Lin Cece is very talented, she still needs to spend money to learn. Over the years, cosplay and drawing have been her ways of making money. However, the characters she cosplays are all quite conservative, emphasizing a refined look. Compared to those cosplayers who rely on revealing images to gain attention, this girl is definitely a breath of fresh air. It could even be described as a mudslide. It all comes down to the accuracy of the cosplay and the absolutely stunning looks. What kind of hero makes a living by selling his body? Humph. The girl took off her clothes one by one, and then her gaze fell on her smooth, flat stomach. Then he nodded in satisfaction. My stomach is still okay. It's not as unbearable to look at as I imagined. So in that case, we should eat and drink as usual. As Lin Cece spoke, she picked up the cosplay outfit and began to put it on. Lin Cece, dinner's ready. Jiang came out carrying 2 steaming bowls of tomato and egg noodles. They discovered that Lin Cece was still inside. He couldn't help but call out softly. The words had barely left his mouth when... Then they heard the girl push open the door and say, I'm out. The next moment, as soon as Jiang raised his eyes, his gaze couldn't help but brighten slightly. What did he see? Lin Cece in front of me has already changed into her cosplay outfit. Her hair is slightly pink and is draped over her shoulders. Meanwhile, the red and white striped long dress made her look exceptionally graceful, and the lace trim on the dress perfectly concealed her fair thighs. When the girl came out, she deliberately lifted her skirt and twirled around with a smile. If you bent down slightly, you could see her full and firm breasts. The girl also deliberately swayed her fair and delicate thighs and struck a superior pose. In her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of something subtle that was never seen on ordinary days. How is it? Does it look good? Lin Cece looked at Jiang with a shy expression, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. This was the first time she had ever dared to wear a cosplay outfit so boldly. This cosplay outfit actually has several parts, such as a way to cover the chest and buttons to hold the skirt in place. But when showing it to Jiang, Lin Cece used none of them. They just walked out like that. Jiang stared at the girl in front of him, slightly taken aback. The girl before me was like a nimble and adorable little elf. That was her very nature. But when she put on this cosplay outfit, she couldn't help but exude a more mature and sophisticated aura. Is this the legendary practice of dual cultivation between a female and a male concubine? Even Jiang, who wasn't particularly interested in anime and manga, couldn't help but feel a slight burning sensation in his eyes at this moment. Everyone has a love for beauty. Everyone has the heart of a pervert. Beautiful, very beautiful. But why did you suddenly decide to wear this? Hearing this, Lin Cece pouted slightly. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Would you be unhappy if I told you I'm a cosplayer? At this point, Lin Cece felt inexplicably guilty and looked at Jiang cautiously. She had already made up her mind before she even left. If Jiang doesn't like her cosplaying and posting her work, then she won't cosplay anymore. Or rather, she only likes to cosplay for him. Then she'll only cosplay for him. Chapter 106. Come behind me. Lin Cece, who had raised the question, was waiting earnestly for Jiang's reply. Jiang seemed a little slow to react. Lin Cece suddenly realized something and quickly explained. And if I were to do cosplay, I wouldn't be showing as much skin as I am now. I'm completely covered up here. The girl explained anxiously. Jiang, who was deep in thought, couldn't help but laugh. He reached out his hand. He habitually patted Lin Cece's head. Hey, why are some people so nervous? I didn't say anything. Does Jiang mind? To be honest, I don't mind. First and foremost, he believed in Lin Cece. Having known Lin Cece for so long, how could he not understand her personality? So he never even considered the negative aspects. What he was thinking was, Lin Cece must have had a really tough time in the past. Thinking of this, Jiang couldn't help but soften his heart. Hearing Jiang's words, Lin Cece's face turned even redder, and she said somewhat anxiously, Hey, I'm asking you a really nice question. Does it look good? Do you mind? Seeing how concerned the girl was, Jiang's heart stirred slightly. So, although some things haven't been exposed yet, but the girl is already giving him a sense of security in her own way, that is indeed the case. Lin Cece wanted to give Jiang a sense of security. Being used as a substitute for someone for 10 years would likely cause anyone to develop a sense of resistance and aversion to love, even fear and avoidance. Therefore, the girl couldn't help but want to give Jiang more sense of security. This is also why Lin Cece, even though she had already made up her mind about her feelings, but he wasn't in a hurry and didn't urge Jiang to do anything. Sometimes, patience is very important, especially when you like someone. At this time, he saw the girl's expectant gaze. Jiang didn't hesitate any longer and nodded, saying, It looks good, I don't mind. That's good. Lin Cece secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then a smile finally appeared on her face. Since that's the case, then I'll confess to you. I make cosplay videos on Bilibili, so I guess I'm somewhat famous? As she spoke, the girl handed her phone to Jiang as if it were a treasure. Jiang was somewhat amused and exasperated by this action, but he still picked it up and examined it seriously. Mumu Cece. Looking at the name, Jiang blinked and instantly understood its meaning. Then I slid down a little further. Jiang's eyes flickered. I have to say, Lin's cosplay is of exceptionally high quality. The accuracy of each character's portrayal is absolutely top-notch. Each one has over 100,000 likes. It's thanks to these things and a few small snacks that I haven't starved to death all these years. Lin Cece stuck out her tongue and said, Jiang ruffled the girl's hair and looked at her. So, are we going to continue shooting cosplay photos today? Lin Cece nodded quickly. Yes, look how impatient they are. I need to hurry up and update, otherwise I'll lose followers and won't get any money. Tisk, looks like I haven't paid enough salaries. Jiang gave a half smile. Lin Cece pouted, then grinned and muttered. Then you are young Master Jiang, and I am the down on my luck Miss Lin. Of course we're in different situations, sob. If you want to soothe my heartbreak, add me on WeChat, V50. Jiang silently turned away. Let's eat first. Otherwise, you'll be a monk in a bit. Hearing this, Lin Cece chuckled and said, Okay. The two sat down and started slurping noodles. Lin Cece was humming and moaning contentedly. Jiang saw this scene and immediately found it amusing. Is it really that delicious? It's delicious, and I'm really hungry. Lin Cece spoke while smiling. Teacher Jiang, could you take a picture for me after we finish eating? Shall I take the picture for you? Yes, I used to take the photos myself, but I couldn't capture many angles. Lin Cece replied, slurping her noodles and tilting her head back. When she used to take cosplay photos, she would always use a selfie stick and painstakingly find the right angle and position. I need to make sure I'm in the shot, but also make sure I don't show too much skin. Only in this way can good shooting results be achieved. This is why, despite having so many fans, Lin Cece doesn't have many works to her name. Because taking the photos once is just too much trouble. It could take most of the day to finish. I heard this. Jiang'an thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then I'll take the picture for you. Although he doesn't know how, he's still filming this kind of thing. What's so difficult about it? He even did some research on it. After the meal, the girl pulled Jiang'an into her new house. It was only then that Jiang'an noticed the cosplay bag on the bed. You took it while I was cooking? Oh, right. As Lin Cece spoke, she picked up a cushion and buttons from the side, then looked at Jiang'an with a slightly flushed face. Teacher Jiang, could you please turn your head away first? Question mark. Jiang'an blinked, somewhat puzzled, but when he saw what Lin Cece was holding, he quickly realized what it meant. But fine. Jiang'an nodded, then turned around. After hearing some small noises from the girl, he quickly said in a soft voice, Okay, Teacher Jiang, you can turn back now. I've finished. At this moment, Jiang'an turned his head to look at Lin Cece again. I discovered that the full moon on my chest was no longer visible. Her thighs were also tightly wrapped in the skirt. However, this does not diminish the overall beauty of the girl. Is it pretty? Lin Cece looked at Jiang'an expectantly and said, It's beautiful, it's really beautiful. Jiang'an nodded. Even as someone who wasn't into anime and manga, he couldn't help but sigh at this moment. That sparrow looks beautiful. Here, take my phone. Make sure you point it at me in a bit. Then, the lighting is better here. Let's stay here. Let me think. And this too. The angle you hold it up in a bit has to be like this to make my legs look longer. But you didn't show your legs, did you? You idiot, Teacher Jiang. Of course a pervert will fill in the blanks in his mind. As she spoke, Lin Cece started striking a pose. But soon, her pretty face flushed slightly. Teacher Jiang, I've noticed that my clothes are a bit too tight. You come behind me quickly and help me untie some of these things. Chapter 107 Teacher Jiang, are you a pervert? Come behind me and help me untie a little bit. As Lin Cece spoke these words, her pretty face flushed and her voice trembled. She was really upset because the cosplay outfit was too tight. This made it impossible for her to comfortably strike any pose. Even more outrageous is that she herself couldn't even touch her own hands. This is quite uncomfortable. So much so that she had to ask Jiang'an for help. Teacher Jiang. Hearing Lin Cece's call, Jiang'an turned his gaze and saw the girl staring at him with her face flushed red. I'm here. Don't move. Let me see what's wrong first. Jiang'an walked up behind Lin Cece and began to scrutinize her carefully. It must be said that the girl's body proportions are quite perfect. The cosplay outfit was clearly a form-fitting style, very slimming, but it looked almost perfectly on Lin Cece. Very good. Feeling Jiang and scrutinizing gaze, Lin Cece couldn't help but blush and her heart race. What is this guy doing, staring at her like that? Anyone who didn't know better would think this guy had some bad intentions. You know how to solve it, right? It's that button. Yes, just untie it. Such a simple matter. Teacher Jiang will surely have no problem with it, right? Although her whole body was burning up and her voice was trembling, Lin Cece still tried to remain calm. No problem. Jiang'an naturally knew how to solve it. His fingers touched the back of Lin Cece's dress and then gently tapped it. My body, which had been tense, finally felt relieved. Lin Cece breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling much more comfortable. Then, her pretty face slightly flushed, she stared at Jiang'an. Okay, Teacher Jiang, I need to adjust. As she spoke, she quietly turned her back, finally able to reach out and adjust her clothes. Jiang'an, however, stared at her smooth back with great interest and couldn't help but say, What's with this bandage? On the girl's upper body, bandages can be clearly seen tightly wrapped around her. It fit perfectly at the upper body position. The concealment wasn't particularly obvious. This puzzled Jiang'an. Bandage? Why do we need bandages on our bodies? This is a bit hard to understand. I heard this. Lin Cece's pretty face flushed red, and she couldn't help but scold him playfully. Don't look around. Upon hearing this, Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't see it on purpose, so what's the point of this? Although he had a vague idea of what it was used for. However, it's still uncertain. Oh dear, what do you think? You already knew the answer. Why did you ask? Lin Cece's face turned completely red, like a ripe apple, her voice filled with reproach and shyness as she muttered. It's because this cosplay outfit is too small. I'm not that big, but I can barely fit into it. When we got to this point, Lin Cece had already covered Jiang En's eyes with her phone. You can imagine how shy she was. Jiang Chun was stunned when he heard this. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face, which was quite funny. It turned out that what he guessed was pretty much the same. To be honest, I was still quite surprised. After all, given Kobayashi's figure, although it can't be said to be very well endowed, why would she need to do this? It's quite hard to imagine. Turn around again. I need to loosen the bandage. It's making me very uncomfortable. Lin Cece really wanted to find a hole to crawl into right now. Lin Cece, oh Lin Cece. Are you asking for trouble? Why did you ask Jiang En to take your photos? You're just being lazy. It's all good now. That scoundrel is probably secretly gloating. It's so embarrassing. While thinking, Lin Cece quickly fixed her bandages and then fastened the buttons on her cosplay costume. Only then did she quietly breathe a sigh of relief, then gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Jiang En. Why are you looking at me like that? I feel like some people are looking at me strangely. Jiang En smiled and said, Really? I just thought that someone who seemed ordinary was actually quite capable. Lin Cece clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. You said I'm flat? I didn't. I'll beat you to death. A few minutes later, Jiang En immediately begged for mercy with both hands. When faced with the female warrior Lin, Jiang En said, A good man doesn't fight with a woman. It's impossible to win a fight. Okay, hurry up and take the picture. I need to upload it tonight. Hearing the girl's urging, Jiang En nodded and said, Okay. Then start posing. Okay. As she spoke, a sly glint flashed in Lin Cece's eyes, and she struck a very alluring pose. She leaned slightly forward, her expression alluring, her fingertips curving, captivating the heart. This caused Jiang En to catch his breath slightly. He stared at Lin Cece in front of him and said with some helplessness, What are you doing? Nothing much. Lin Cece shook her head contentedly, then stood up straight again, smiling sweetly. I just wanted to stretch my muscles. Are you sure you want to film it like this when we're shooting later? Of course not. This pose is just for you to see. Jiang En sighed silently. This girl is inhuman. Aren't you afraid that if I see this pose, I might have some inhuman thoughts? Lin Cece blinked innocently, pretending not to understand. Oh, I don't understand what you mean. I really don't understand. Hey, come on. Why are you talking so rudely? Puff. They both found each other amusing. Lin Cece hummed. All right. I'm going to take some serious photos now. Otherwise I won't be able to get up for class tomorrow. Soon, Lin Cece began to pose seriously. It has to be said that, in terms of both temperament and appearance, Lin Cece absolutely surpasses 99% of cosplayers. Lin Cece's portrayal of the character Yaeno Miko is almost perfect, if not a replica. Miss Lin, do you know where you fall short? Jiang En spoke as he filmed. A look of doubt flickered in Lin Cece's beautiful eyes. Where is the difference? Your gaze isn't disdainful enough. You know, right? It's that scumbag fox with such a disdainful look in its eyes, like it wants to trample people under its feet. Jiang En tried his best to describe it. Although he didn't play Genshin Impact, he knew about the character Yaeno Kamiko. I heard this. Lin Cece was stunned for a moment. Then her face instantly turned red. Then, I tried to imagine it for a while. Then, he looked at Jiang En with utter contempt. Teacher Jiang, are you a pervert? Chapter 108 attempts to salvage the situation in a different way. Am I a pervert? He came out of Lin Cece's room. Jiang En was starting to have some doubts about life. Are you kidding me? I am a virtuous and upright person. I have absolutely no interest in black stockings, white stockings, gradient stockings, or even bandages. I was just curious. Who among decent people is a pervert? Does liking these things make you a pervert? As Jiang En was thinking, he heard a knock on the door and then saw Lin Cece bringing a plate of small watermelons to him. Here, remember to eat. Consider it a treat for you. The girl cut the watermelon into small pieces and then soaked them in ice water. Seeing this scene, Jiang En was about to say something, but they discovered that the girl had already put down the plate and run away. Jiang En blinked. Then I couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is this all about? Is this one of Lin Cece's little tricks to woo me? Jiang En is enjoying his current state. He was acutely aware of this. Possible. This is the right way to interact and the right path to love. And what about the past? Enough of that. Let bygones be bygones. Those who know, know. I sat on the bed and took a bite of watermelon. Jiang'an was about to lie down and enjoy his first night in the new house. The phone, however, lit up. Another update on Lu Yuren's daily life has arrived. Jiang'an frowned slightly, but he quickly raised his eyebrows. Jiang'an, my dad asked you, are you coming home this week? Jiang'an fell into thought upon seeing this message. Going home? Over the years, I've gone back to Lu Yang's house almost every week. Since his parents went abroad, it was Lu Yang's parents who helped take care of Jiang'an. This is why Jiang'an didn't refute Lu Yang's statement too much last time. But now, do you want to go back? Jiang'an was pondering this when he received a new message. Very sweet. Want to go out and have some fun this weekend? Jiang'an blinked. The next moment, he answered without hesitation. Good. As for going home, actually, he was quite reluctant to go back. It's not for any other reason than Lu Yuren. Based on Lu Yuren's current state, she is not capable of normal communication at all. What if I go hysterical again? Jiang'an was worried that the two elders of the Lu family wouldn't be able to handle it. After replying to Lin Cixi, Jiang'an also began to reply to Lu Yuren. No, thank you. After answering those questions, Jiang'an stretched, ate watermelon, and went to sleep. Inside the dormitory, Lu Yuren held her phone tightly, eagerly awaiting the answer. For her, she desperately wanted a legitimate opportunity to be with Jiang'an, so she thought of going home. Jiang'an hadn't gone home with her for a very long time. If we use Lu Yang's words to call him this time, maybe he'll agree? Based on Lu Yuren's understanding of Jiang'an, even if he's angry, he wouldn't refuse, would he? However, when the phone rang, Lu Yuren's eyes lit up, but then vanished in an instant. Because Jiang'an's answer was no. The answer couldn't be simpler. There wasn't even the slightest bit of extra explanation. To be precise, they probably never even considered explaining it. However, Lu Yuren wasn't surprised. She just smiled sadly. It seems he doesn't want to see me at all. Jiang'an's attitude actually says a lot. At least, Lu Yuren understands now. Dad, I'm not going back this week. Lu Yuren dialed Lu Yang's number and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing her daughter's somber voice, Lu Yang instantly understood everything. Aren't you coming back? Is it because Jiang'an doesn't want to come back? Lu Yang didn't mince words and asked directly. He didn't need to think to guess that Jiang'an definitely didn't want to come back. Otherwise, according to Lu Yuren's usual habits, even if she didn't want to come back, Jiang'an would force her to. But now, Lu Yuren was silent for a few seconds, then said, This time, she did not choose to hide it. Instead, they confessed directly. Because she felt that if she relied on herself alone, Jiang'an might never talk to her again in this lifetime. She thought of asking her parents for help. After all, Jiang'an really cares about them and respects them very much. If it were them, perhaps, Jiang'an really will change his mind. Thinking of this, Lu Yuren took a deep breath and continued. Yes, I asked him, and he doesn't want to go back with me. Lu Yang hesitated for a moment. Is it still because of what happened last time? Lu Yang let out a long sigh. Some questions. Ran, what exactly is it that you two haven't resolved yet? If it's your fault, I hope you can understand him a little bit more. Lu Yang's words made Lu Yuren shiver. Her expression was dazed, and she said in a trembling voice, Dad, do you also think it's my fault? Lu Yang fell silent upon hearing this. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, Although you are my daughter, I have to tell you the truth in this matter. Most of the time, the fault lies with you. To put it bluntly, you're the one making trouble every time. And in a normal relationship, whether you're dating or just friends, if you keep going like this, one of you will eventually get very tired. Because you always make him bow down, is there really anyone in this world who will endlessly bow down and pursue you? That brings us to this point. Lu Yang paused slightly, then continued. Obviously, such a person does not exist. So, at this time, what you need to do is learn to bow your head. A relationship should be about mutual compromise. Do you understand, my dear? Listening to Lu Yang's words, Lu Yuren remained silent throughout. She didn't know how to answer. Didn't she apologize? Didn't she lower her head? She did it all. But Jiang'an didn't accept it. But Dad, He just doesn't want to forgive me. What should I do? Lu Yuran remained silent for a while, then couldn't help but ask, how is that possible? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. I know Jiangyan's personality. How could he keep ignoring you and refuse to accept your apology? Then it might not be him. He's a very honest and straightforward guy. Your father has been grooming him to be his son-in-law all these years. At this point, Lu Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If I were to entrust you to someone else, I might be a little worried, but I have complete peace of mind in trusting you to him. Hearing these words, Lu Yuran remained silent. Jiangyan. He was sincere, but he, who was truly sincere, had completely fallen out of love with her. Chapter 109, She's Never the One Who Worries. Jiangyan. He used to be a boy who only had eyes for her. But what can we do? Jiangyan really doesn't like her anymore. Even now, when I want to try a different way to win him back. He showed absolutely no gratitude. So you mean Jiangyan is very angry right now? So angry that he doesn't want to accept your apology? Lu Yang fell silent for a moment. He hadn't expected things to be even more complicated than he'd imagined. It has even come to this point. Dad, I really don't know what to do. Anyway, let's leave it at that. Lu Yuran hung up the phone. I lost the will to continue communication. She wasn't sure if there was any point in continuing the conversation. But obviously there isn't. I heard the dial tone on the other end of the phone. Lying on the bed, Lu Yang glanced at Wu Min beside her and couldn't help but sigh. It seems your daughter and Jiangyan have completely broken up. Upon hearing this, Wu Min's expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. What did you say? She immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Because she had complete faith in Jiangyan. I never expected it to turn out like this. To be honest, this was a bit hard for Wu Min to accept. I told you that your daughter and Jiangyan must have had a big conflict. I just asked Yuran if Jiangyan is coming home for dinner this week. Lu Yang explained, sounding a little tired. Wu Min frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Jiangyan can't possibly refuse, can he? This child loves going home the most. Every time we asked him to come back before, he always did. He refused. Lu Yang looked at Wu Min in front of him with a helpless expression. To be honest, I didn't expect Jiangyan to actually reject Ranran. Actually, it's not really a rejection, it's just that they don't want to come back with Ranran. Upon hearing this, Wu Min couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a long while, he finally showed a very worried expression. After all, she's his own daughter. And Jiangyan was the child she had always liked. The two of them have now broken up. What should we do? You should try to find a solution. Do your daughter's homework. If she won't back down, you should talk to her properly. Jiangyan, needless to say, he's a good kid. I believe him. Before Wu Min could finish speaking, she was interrupted once again by Lu Yang in front of her. Don't think about it anymore. It's useless. Ranran herself said that she has already apologized, but Jiangyan won't accept it. Upon hearing this, Wu Min's expression finally turned very tense. The daughter lowered her head. Jiangyan actually refused? What exactly is the reason for this? Did you ask Ranran what exactly caused their conflict? Once you find the root of the problem, wouldn't it be easier to solve it? I heard this. Lu Yang shook his head with a wry smile. I asked that too. But I believe you know your daughter better than I do, don't you? She didn't say? Wu Min guessed, as she knew her daughter's personality very well. Especially at times like this, Lu Yuran prefers to remain silent. And all the parents could do was worry helplessly. Yes, she didn't say anything and just hung up the phone. You know, if Ranran doesn't want to talk, there's no point in asking her. I heard this. Wu Min nodded slightly. That's true, but I still feel that things can't continue like this. For a full 10 years, our two families have maintained a very good relationship. Then when Lao Jiang and his wife went abroad, they entrusted Jiang directly to the two of us. Now look what's happened. It's turned out like this. Wu Min started to have some worries. Lu Yang sighed and nodded, saying, I agree. This is the first time I've ever seen Jiang angry in all these years. Who can argue with that? Wu Min and Lu Yang looked at each other in bewilderment. What don't those two parents understand? Over the years, Jiang has never been angry with Lu Yuran. No matter what happened, Jiang is always smiling and puts Lu Yuran first. Who would have thought that he would get angry now? It's this kind of thing that's hard to forgive. A few minutes later, Lu Yang got out of bed and sighed deeply. This can't go on. If your daughter has to rely on herself, I don't think she can solve this problem. I'll go find Jiang-in and have a good talk with him. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and walked towards the door. Watching his figure, after thinking for a moment, Wu Min decided to call Lu Yuran as well. As the saying goes, parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. Wu Min and Lu Yang never expected this. I can't believe there's actually a day like this, when I have to call two young people and help them reconcile. At this time, Jiang-in was already getting ready to go to sleep. If it weren't for Lin Cixi sending him messages every now and then, he really wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Very sweet. Teacher Jiang, do I look good in my cosplay today? Very sweet. Hey, Teacher Jiang, are you asleep? Very sweet. Looks like she's asleep. When Jiang-in saw these messages, he inexplicably felt like laughing. Then he responded with a smile. It's beautiful, very beautiful. I just don't know if some people are scared. I really want to grab that tail. I haven't slept yet. I just finished eating watermelon. Watermelons given to you by others are definitely tastier than regular watermelons. And you? Why aren't you sleeping? Jiang-in replied to each message one by one, as was his habit. For him, the feeling of receiving a response to everything is really good. Similarly, Lin Cixi is the same. The two of them seem to be treating each other in the same way. Okay, I'm really going to sleep now. I have to go to work at the studio tomorrow. Okay, Teacher Jiang, good night. Lin Cixi replied very quickly. I don't know why. Maybe it really is the feeling of seeing the words as if they were spoken. Just by looking at this line of text, Jiang-in could almost picture Lin Cixi smiling. It's very tempting. Go to sleep. Jiang-in stretched out his body, truly ready to rest. However, at this very moment, the cell phone rang. Uncle Lu called. Upon seeing these 5 words, Jiang-in's expression faltered slightly. Then he fell into inexplicable contemplation. Chapter 110. There is no clock that goes backwards in the world. To be honest, Lu Yang called. This was something Jiang-in never expected. After all, he and Lu Yuran have already reached this point. But after thinking about it for a few seconds, Jiang-in suddenly understood. It must be because I just refused to go home for the weekend. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Yang will probably get restless. After all, this was the first time he had refused to go back. Having thought of this, Jiang-in didn't hesitate any longer and answered the phone directly. Hey Shaoan. The call has just been connected. Then they heard Lu Yang's voice, which carried a hint of helplessness and age. Uncle Lu, it's so late, what's wrong? Jiang-in took a deep breath and asked. Nothing much. It's just that Yuran told me you're not planning to come back this week. Is it because there's too much going on at school? Hearing this, Jiang-in nodded slightly. Yes, I already have plans for this weekend, so it won't be convenient for me to go back and see you. If I have time next week, I will go back. Shaoan, I actually know everything. You and Yuran haven't made up yet, right? After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Lu Yang slowly spoke. Jiang-in hesitated for a moment, but this time he did not choose to hide it and answered directly. Yes, Uncle Lu, you can understand it that way. I have indeed had a conflict with Yuran. Lu Yang let out a long sigh, and then said, Shaoan, what can't be explained? You have to understand, you two have been together for 10 years. Uncle Lu, I understand what you mean, and I can even understand your thoughts, but I'm really sorry, there are some things I can't accept. This time, Jiang-in was prepared to make things clear from the start. If he had saved face for everyone at the last banquet. Now, there's no need for the two men to hide anything from each other. Can't accept it? But so many years of time and feelings, it's not fake, it's real. If you give up like this, I think it's a real pity. And to be honest, I am Yuran's father, and I know my daughter very well. She is indeed very willful and very annoying, but Yuran herself is not a bad person. She just doesn't know how to like someone yet. To be honest, she may really like you, but she just doesn't know how to express it. Lu Yang kept talking, one sigh after another. It was as if Jiang-in was not given a chance to refute. In response to this, Jiang-in remained expressionless. He knew better than anyone what Lu Yang wanted to do and what Lu Yang wanted to express. But, Uncle, Jiang-in interrupted Lu Yang, took a deep breath, and slowly said, But uncle, I want to say that some things are not as you imagine them to be. You're right, 10 years of feelings are real, but I'm exhausted after giving it all. I don't understand how I should continue to stay by you. Rant's side. To be precise, I think I no longer like her. If I didn't like her, I simply couldn't continue as you all hoped. There is no clock that goes backwards in the world. Once something has happened, it has happened, and it can never be the same again. So, Uncle Lu, I'm really sorry, I can't agree to that. Jiang An's attitude was exceptionally firm, as if he wanted to make everything crystal clear. Lu Yang remained silent for a long time. This time, instead of offering advice, he said, "Then, Shaoan, you can tell me what happened that led you two to this point. Uncle has no other intentions. He just wants an answer." Upon hearing this, Jiang An frowned slightly and took a deep breath. "Uncle, you should ask Yuran about this. It's getting late. Uncle Lu, you should get some rest. I really do have plans for this weekend and can't go back. I will go back when I have time later." Lu Yang understood the meaning behind Jiang An's words, and after a long sigh, said softly, "Your uncle has been through this before. He understands you. Since this is your choice, your uncle will not force you. It's just a little regrettable. But no matter what, the feelings between you, your Uncle Lu, and Aunt Wu Min are real. Even if you can't be my son-in-law, you'll still be my godson." After saying this, Lu Yang hung up the phone. Sitting on the bed, Jiang An's eyes flickered for a moment. I turned off the lights and lay down on the bed. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of exhilaration at that moment. It's like a pent-up feeling of depression that's been building up for so long. Finally, he vomited it all out. At the same time, Lu Yang returned to the room and saw Wu Min looking completely helpless. He was about to speak. Wu Min quickly interjected. "What's going on, Lao Lu? How's it going in Jiang'an? Ran isn't answering my calls at all. I've called her 7 or 8 times already." I heard this. Lu Yang gave a wry smile. "Don't even mention you. I did get through on the phone, but it didn't work. Who knows what's wrong with Jiang'an? He's like a blockage in cement." "No. To be precise, what exactly did your daughter do? If he hadn't done something, I wouldn't believe Jiang'an would have become like this. Do you know how heartbroken this kid is? I've said so much to him, and all he said to me was, 'Impossible. I can't do it.'" Lu Yang looked annoyed and had a terrible headache. "What the hell is this? The son-in-law I had just gotten has run away." Wu Min asked with a worried expression. "Then tell me, what should we do now?" "There's no other way. Let me tell you, right now. Only if Ran herself can change something can she make Jiang'an turn back. Neither you nor I are of any use anymore." Lu Yang waved his hand dismissively, too lazy to bother with the matter anymore. What's the use of worrying? It's completely useless. Seeing Lu Yang in this state, Wu Min was anxious but helpless. She had no choice. At the same time, Jiang'an was already getting ready to go to sleep. What a commotion that night. It was really too hard. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jiang'an was about to say something. Then a small figure suddenly rushed in. Then she obediently lay down on one side of the bed. Immediately afterwards, Jiang'an could hear the rapid heartbeat coming from the side. Chapter 111. Who can replace you? The night was deep. The moonlight was beautiful, and the starlight streamed into the room through the window. I don't know when. Jiang'an sighed. A girl curled up there like a kitten. He seemed to lack a sense of security. She remained motionless, but the rapid beating of her heart indicated that she was conscious. It rubbed against itself little by little, as if trying to find the most comfortable sleeping position. Jiang'an felt a mix of helplessness and inexplicable excitement. So, who else could this be but Lin Cixi? But what's this girl doing so late at night? How did she suddenly end up in his room, on his bed, next to him? But Jiang'an did not speak, because the girl seemed really nervous. Although there was no physical contact, I could still feel her body was trembling slightly. She seemed very nervous. Jiang'an turned slightly to the side, and in this way, then you can look directly at Lin Cixi in front of you. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes were long and thin, her expression was calm, and she was breathing very softly, just enough to linger around his nose. It was a strange kind of stimulation, especially for a guy like Jiang'an who has never experienced anything like this before. It's really destructive. Just looking at it makes one inexplicably eager to try it. Although both of them were turned to the side, especially since Lin Cece was hiding her face, burying her head in the darkness. But since they're close together, their breaths can make their skin feel each other. This made Jiang extremely uncomfortable. Besides feeling restless, he also felt an intense itch in his heart. You see this little thing right next to you? Why don't you just fiddle with it a bit? This isn't pure. They're bullying me. I was thinking about it like that. Jiang turned to look at Lin Cece, who was standing to the side, and then suddenly froze. By the moonlight, one could see glistening tear tracks on Lin Xi's face. She cried? What's going on here? Jiang found it strange. So he moved his face closer to observe Lin Cece and found that the girl had indeed just finished crying, her face covered with tears. Her delicate little face was nestled inside, and glistening tears streamed down her fair cheeks, making one inexplicably feel heartache. What's wrong? Did you dream about something sad or scary? Jiang frowned slightly, feeling somewhat worried. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw that the girl had already opened her eyes and was looking at him. Jiang, Lin Cece's eyes were red and teary, looking pitiful. When she saw Jiang staring at her like that, she immediately threw herself into his arms and quietly huddled in his embrace. Jiang was originally able to keep his composure, but now he really couldn't. His body seemed to stiffen instantly, and he could only let Lin Cece snuggle into his arms, motionless and without saying a word. It's not that Lao Jiang wasn't doing his job. It was simply, completely unexpected. After a long while, Jiang's emotions calmed down considerably, and he couldn't help but speak up. What's wrong? Do you want me to take you back to your room to sleep? That's what they say. But the person didn't move at all. No. Lin Cece shook her head pitifully, the crescent moon in the corner of her eye appearing broken and about to fall. I just had a nightmare. Jiang was stunned. Nightmare? What nightmare? I dreamt that you found a new junior female student to be your artist, and you liked her more. You gave her a raise and cut my salary. You and she go hiking, eat hot pot, and go to an amusement park. There's also a Ferris wheel, an aquarium, and a movie theater. And then you even told me, Shaolin, you better work hard, or I'll dock your pay. Lin Cece puffed out her cheeks, becoming more and more upset and aggrieved as she spoke, and she couldn't help but shed a few more tears. After saying this, she buried her head deep in the sheets, preventing Jiang from seeing her expression. Although this action wasn't very intimate, but since they were on the same bed, Jiang was inexplicably distracted. But his thoughts were still lingering on the conversation they had just had. What's going on? He was a little confused. What new female student? She's watching a movie on the Ferris wheel. What the hell is this? Come on, beautiful girl, what are you thinking? Is it even possible to have a dream like this? Is that reasonable? Who's the new junior? Lin Cece looked up, biting her white teeth with a mix of grievance and amusement. You must have a cat pancake. Is this what you're supposed to focus on? You've ruined the atmosphere we were finally getting into. Jiang shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He probably understood the girl's thoughts. I suppressed the throbbing in my lower body. Jiang gently extended his hand and ruffled Lin Cece's hair, his voice steady. What I mean is, there won't be any new female students. I'm not the kind of fickle boss. How could I just go and find a new female student like you say? That's impossible, isn't it? Besides, our Shaolin is both scholarly and martial. She can be cute and charming, and she can also chat a lot. Who can do it? Who is capable of doing it? Jiang stared intently at Lin Cece as he spoke softly. I heard these words. Lin Cece subconsciously raised her eyes to meet his gaze. A few seconds later, Lin Cece seemed a little shy, quickly averted her gaze, and then muttered quietly. There are plenty of people who can do it. Jiang smiled slightly and responded softly. But what does that have to do with me? Who can replace you? I heard Jiang say that. The girl's previously rapid breathing seemed to calm down considerably in an instant. She quietly rolled over to her left, facing the window. The moonlight outside was so beautiful. She closed her usually bright eyes. Then he responded in a very low voice. Okay. After saying this, she fell silent, though a slight smile lingered on her lips. Only the sound of soft breathing remained. Night fell. The bright moonlight tirelessly spilled into the room. The cicadas outside the window chirped occasionally. The only sound in the room was the air conditioner blowing cold air. Jiang Yun's gaze slowly lingered on her back, and he could see the delicate skin exposed at her waist by the moonlight. He shrank back slightly, giving the girl more space. Then, he turned his head and stared at the girl's half-exposed profile, which looked exceptionally delicate in the moonlight. Strangeness. It's clearly cool inside. Why is he so agitated? Chapter 112 A Man in the House, A Feast for the Eyes. 8:10 a.m. Jiang Yun felt a strange heat rising throughout his body. This restlessness may not originate from the body, but rather from the mind. To be precise, Jiang Yun didn't sleep well that night. It's so painful. When he sat up and opened his eyes, he found that the space beside him was already empty. He was momentarily stunned. Don't tell me it's a dream. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Of course, it's impossible to dream. Everything that happened is still vivid in my mind. So, this girl disappeared first thing in the morning? Jiang Yun got up while thinking about it. When he walked out of the room. At first glance. Then I saw the breakfast on the table. Milk, steamed buns, and eggs. And a small tip. Jiang Yun walked over, picked it up, and looked at it. A line of beautiful yet spirited small characters was written on the paper. Teacher Jiang, remember to eat breakfast. I'm off to class. After watching it several times, Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. What kind of situation is this? I never expected this. Lin Cece was even able to buy him breakfast before class started. Is this blatant favoritism? That's what I've been thinking about. Jiang Yun shook his head, quickly washed up, and sat down at the table to eat. At the same time, he also started looking through the few messages that Lin Cece had sent him early in the morning. Very sweet. Hey. Are you up yet, Teacher Jiang? Very sweet. No way, really. Are there really people who haven't gotten out of bed yet? Very sweet. Wait. Moshi, it's Kobayashi. Seeing this string of messages, Jiang Yun smiled slightly, took a bite of his bun, and replied. I'm awake. So how come some people are so amazing? They even have time to buy me breakfast before going to class. Very sweet. Well, I can't help it. I'm staying here now, so I have to be of some use, right? Tisk, you're really something. After exchanging a few more words, the two of them, Lin Cece then went to class obediently. This is another advanced mathematics class. At the same time, Lin Cece, who had just put down her phone, looked up at the blackboard with a serious expression. Then her face tightened slightly, and she felt something was off. This question looks familiar. This looks so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Lin Cece muttered to herself. And the most outrageous thing is that I can now vaguely understand things that I couldn't understand before. With that in mind, Lin Cece carefully reviewed the explanation again. This sounds so much like something Teacher Jiang told me yesterday. The girl suddenly realized. No wonder it looked so familiar. Jiang Yun taught me all of this yesterday. Teacher Jiang is amazing. In her heart, the girl's admiration for Jiang Yun quietly rose a little more. Around noon, Jiang Yun had just finished his morning's work in the studio. Zhang Zhiji yawned and said, Old Jiang, aren't you sleepy? You look so energetic this morning. Jiang Yun glanced at him and said irritably, What's wrong? Did you do something sneaky last night and didn't sleep? No. I was busy finding streamers to collaborate with last night. Mainly, I haven't been able to see Xiao Tian lately. Damn it, we can't get in touch with him at all. What are we going to do? We still have to continue our cooperation, you dog. As the operations manager within the studio, Zhang Zhijie is quite reliable. Since Jiang Yun finished developing the code, he has been busy booking live streamers these past 2 days. With the success of Attack on Titan, their small studio has gradually gained some fame and recognition. But compared to those live streamers, Zhang Zhijie would definitely prefer to go back to Xiao Tian from before. I heard this. Jiang Yun didn't pay any attention, staring intently at his phone, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Zhang Zhijie rolled his eyes after rattling off a whole bunch of things. I'm not trying to be mean, Lao Jiang, but you're a human being. I'm here giving you a serious analysis. And you're just scrolling through videos? They're still scrolling around happily. Damn it. What videos are they scrolling through? Let me see them too. As he spoke, Zhang Zhijie suddenly leaned over. As a result, They saw that Jiang was actually watching Bilibili on his phone screen, and it was a video of a beautiful cosplayer. Eightfold Divine Sun. Zhang Zhejie's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at Jiang with a surprised expression. I never would have guessed, Lao Jiang. So this is what you like. You scumbag. You actually like scumbags. Jiang rolled his eyes and said irritably, Old Jiang, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm telling you this. Too impetuous, too hasty. Can you stop looking at the surface of things? Is Ye no Miko the important thing? Hearing this, Zhang Zhejie was a little confused and couldn't figure it out. So he lowered his head. I savored it carefully. Then, he was jolted awake, his face filled with shock. Holy crap. Lin Cixi. Is this supposed to be a cosplay of the female knight-errant Lin? So what do you think? Jiang gave Zhang Zhejie a disdainful look. They have absolutely no sense of propriety. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, this is absolutely amazing. I really didn't expect that our heroine Lin would have this skill. He scrolled through Jiang's phone, then gave it a big thumbs up. Great job, Ms. Lin's cosplay is absolutely amazing. Isn't it nice? Is the Ye no Miko good looking? Jiang asked with a smile. It's beautiful, of course it's fucking beautiful. I think it's better than the others. Especially the shooting angle and the poses. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel that Ye no Miko has more spirituality. The others feel a bit forced. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Zhang Zhejie immediately began to analyze the situation with a serious expression. Really? I took the picture, Jiang said calmly. Zhang Zhejie nodded. Then after a few seconds, he suddenly looked at Jiang with a look of disbelief and said with slight surprise. Wait, what did you just say? Did you take this picture? Yes. Jiang smiled and seemed very calm. Zhang Zhejie took a deep breath. Living together is just different. They even asked you to take their cosplay photos. Yes, to be honest, Lin is not photogenic enough. Damn it. I suspect you're showing off, but I'm not quite sure what you're showing off. Zhang Zhejie gritted his teeth. He suspected Jiang was showing off their affection, but he couldn't find any evidence. After all, the two of them aren't together yet. Upon hearing this, Jiang immediately stood up with a smile and patted Zhang Zhejie on the shoulder. All right, Lao Zhang, stop overthinking things here. I'm going out to eat. No. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhejie immediately realized what was going on. You bastard, you didn't bring me to dinner? Where are you? Not at noon today. Jiang said this and then walked away leisurely. Watching Jiang's retreating figure, old Jiang was heartbroken. Sigh, it's really all same-sex people and no opposite-sex people. Shaw, I misspoke. It's that there are only members of the opposite sex, no members of the same sex. In the supermarket, Jiang was selecting the ingredients he would make for lunch. He sent a message to Lin Cixi. I'll be back at noon. Lin Cixi had just finished class when she received a message from Jiang, leaving the girls somewhat bewildered. Is this telling me to go home? Lin Cixi rubbed her eyes and looked at her classmates who were waiting for her to have dinner together. After thinking for a moment, she said, Xiaoyan, I suddenly remembered that something happened at home. I won't be eating with you guys at noon. The girl named Xiaoyan couldn't help but wonder. Cixi, what's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? I'm not eating anymore. I have a man at home, and he's quite a feast for the eyes. Holy crap. You little brat. Chapter 113. Don't move, take my blow. Knock, 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 knock. A rapid knocking sounded at the door. Jiang chuckled as he walked out of the kitchen and opened the door. They noticed Lin Cixi holding 2 bottles of cola, looking quite pleased with herself. Don't you have your own key? Why do you need me to open the door for you? So what? You don't have hands? The girl said, shaking the can of cola in front of her, then smilingly added. I guess some people called me home because they made something delicious for lunch. That's why I was allowed to come back. In that case, of course I'll buy some drinks. As she spoke, Lin Cixi sniffed, and a few seconds later, a look of utter satisfaction appeared on her face. Woohoo, I knew it. That familiar, delicious taste. Jiang patted the girl's head. You, a real foodie, huh? You can even smell that. Lin Cixi said smugly. Of course, what did you think? Why did you call me back for lunch? I was about to go to the cafeteria anyway. The girl was about to sit down as she spoke. Because I will be preparing meals every day at noon from now on, I won't have to go to the cafeteria anymore. Jiang'an walked into the kitchen and said, Does that mean I'll have lunch every day from now on? You can understand it that way. Oh, Teacher Jiang, are you an angel? Lin Cece immediately came over, her face full of smiles and her eyes sparkling. No, I don't. There are conditions for me to cook. Jiang'an replied with a smile. What conditions? I agree to anything, as long as there's food to eat. Lin Cece was very straightforward and agreed without hesitation. The condition is that starting today, you have to eat breakfast properly. Feeling Jiang Anfeng's sharp gaze, Lin Cece immediately lowered her head, feeling a little guilty. Oh no, this is bad. Teacher Jiang found out I hadn't eaten breakfast. Jiang'an continued, somewhat annoyed. You've been so busy preparing breakfast for me these past few days, you haven't eaten anything for yourself, have you? Too late. I'll get up and make it for you in the mornings from now on. Jiang'an glanced at the time and said, Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Oh. The girl cheered and went to wash her hands. Watching her back, Jiang'an couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. I thought something would happen because of what happened last night, but it was perfectly normal, nothing happened. Around 1 p.m., Lin Cece went to class. Jiang'an went to his studio to finish the rest of his work from the morning. He also made plans with Lin Cece to have some barbecue at home that night. Sitting in the office, Jiang'an typed on the keyboard while glancing at the messages every now and then. This made Zhang Zhijia, who was standing next to him, secretly marvel. This is truly unbelievable. How could a workaholic like Jiang'an ever get distracted at work? In fact, Jiang'an was indeed distracted because Lin Cece was giving a public lecture this afternoon. In Xiao Nizi's words, people from all departments would come. It was a complete mess. Very sweet. Teacher Jiang, you know what? The girl who usually sits next to me is gone. She's turned into a guy. Very sweet. So annoying, so annoying. This guy keeps staring at me. It's so annoying. Very sweet. Teacher Jiang, do you think this guy is up to something? Did I get a smile on my face? Why is he staring at me like that? Very sweet. Sigh, the class is over, and he still hasn't left. Jiang'an, who was typing on the keyboard, heard a sudden, continuous sound. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly and pick up his phone to look at it. The more I looked, the more off his expression seemed. Very sweet. Wah, I'm not being narcissistic, but he not only keeps looking at me, he's even asking for my WeChat now. I saw this message. Jiang'an glanced at Zhang Zhijia beside him. Zhang Zhijia suddenly felt a chill. That's weird. Why do I feel a chill in the middle of summer? It's so weird. Shanghai University, A401. Lin Cece sat in her seat, looking somewhat depressed. This is truly bizarre. She's usually surrounded by beautiful young women sitting with her during class. Today, however, it was a rough-looking man. It's mainly because it's a boy, so it's a boy. It's nothing. The problem is, why are you staring at me like that? It's not that Ms. Lin is narcissistic, but this man had been staring at her with a very aggressive gaze the whole time. And not only that, just a few seconds ago, this guy even asked her for her WeChat. Hey girl, I've been following you for a long time. I finally managed to move here. Let's add each other on WeChat. Sorry, I don't need it. Huh? You have a boyfriend? Lin Cece really wanted to say yes, but I couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. It's all that idiot Jiang'an's fault. Why aren't you my boyfriend yet? That way, I don't even have such a strong reason to refuse. She glanced at the boy and answered carefully. Not yet, but it will be available soon, so sorry. To be honest, she felt that her attitude was quite clear. For some reason, the man just wouldn't give up and kept staring at her. It was as if they could see right through her. Teacher Jiang, if you don't reply to me soon, I'm really going to be sad. At a time like this, you can at least comfort me a little bit. Lin Cece pouted, pretending not to see the gaze of the guy next to her, and silently grumbled in her heart. If you don't reply to me, I'll just have to pretend to be dead. The girl muttered to herself and simply lay down. Skipping class is out of the question. But the guy next to me just wouldn't leave. In order to avoid speaking to him, making eye contact, or even communicating with him, Lin Shushu Cece, the slacker version, is now online. However, just as Lin Cece lay down and buried her head in her sleep, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. A figure appeared beside her without her noticing. Then, he sat down next to Lin Cece. Looking at the clean notebook in front of her, there was nothing written on it. Jiang sighed softly. It seems you and studying are truly mortal enemies. Jiang muttered a complaint under his breath, picked up his pen, glanced at the blackboard, and began copying notes. The girl was in a dream at that moment. She dreamt that she was chasing after Jiang. Damn it. So you're the one called young Master Jiang. You're the one stringing me along every day. Would it kill you to take the initiative? Take this blow from this female warrior. Jiang ran ahead, shouting, Heroine Lin, I was wrong. Miss Lin, let's be together. I want to meet you in the martial world and stay with you forever. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Cece was dreaming of a beautiful place, she suddenly heard the sound of knocking on the table. She groggily opened her eyes and looked at the familiar figure in front of her. Jiang, what are you doing here? Don't move, take my hit. Chapter 114 Tips for Meeting Boys. Hearing the girl's silly grin and her confused expression as she uttered these words, Jiang's expression immediately turned amused. Etc. Did he hear me correctly? What did this girl just say? What are we going to do? Well done, Lin. With your thick eyebrows and big eyes, you actually dream about these things. I never expected you to be this kind of person. And to be honest, what kind of dream were you having? Why does it feel a bit perverted? Hey Lin Cece, wake up. Can't you put your mind to something? Jiang chuckled and lowered his head, his gaze falling on the girl's face. It has to be said that Lin Cece was really beautiful at this time. Her eyelashes were long, her big eyes were closed, her delicate little nose looked particularly exquisite, and a silly smile appeared on her face. Anyone who didn't know better would think this was some kind of sweet dream. What? Lin Cece felt a little dizzy and was still not quite sure what was going on. How did Jiang from my dream appear before my eyes? No way, he's trying to resist? That's what I've been thinking about. Lin Cece tried hard to raise her hand, but she couldn't lift it. She couldn't help but want to resist. When he looked up, he saw it was Jiang's large hand. In that instant, she became instantly awake. Oh. Lin Cece secretly swallowed, then grinned foolishly at Jiang in front of her, before reaching out and rubbing Jiang's face. Hey, Teacher Jiang, what brings you here? Is it important how I got here? Don't you have to explain to me first? Jiang smiled kindly, staring at Lin Cece as if trying to see through her. Oh. Lin Cece scratched her head, pretending to be clueless, and muttered, I don't quite understand what you're saying. What are you talking about? Wow, Teacher Jiang, you're actually this kind of person. You're actually interested in that stuff. Jiang got an erection. The fist hardened. You little rascal, you've actually learned to cheat, haven't you? Thankfully, I just recorded it. Jiang waved his phone, revealing his still very kind smile. Lin Cece, you don't want this recording to be heard by anyone, do you? Lin Cece's beautiful eyes widened, filled with astonishment and shock. You scoundrel! You old rascal! How dare you plot against this heroine? Just as the girl was about to charge at him with her claws outstretched, Jiang pressed her head down with one hand. He has great fighting skills, but he can't use them at all. So, what exactly did you dream about that could be related to that thing? I heard this. Lin Cece's pretty face turned red. I didn't dream about anything. I just dreamed that I hit you. Jiang was speechless. Are you all right? How could you have such thoughts about me? What I think, Lin Cece was very stubborn, and after a long while, she finally managed to say something. I just want to get revenge on that heartless boss and become a landlord myself. That's right, that's exactly it. Jiang blinked, seemingly a little incredulous. Are you sure this is it? Yeah, what else? Lin Cece blinked, responding guiltily. Okay. Jiang reluctantly accepted this explanation. He was about to put his phone down. Lin Cece's eyes widened immediately. Delete the recording first. Jiang didn't hesitate and handed the phone directly to Lin Cece. Lin Cece picked it up, quickly flipped through it, and then a look of doubt appeared on her face. Huh? Where's the stuff? No, Jiang said, his tone both unreasonable and confident. What? You don't have anything. There was no recording. I was just kidding. Lin Cece clenched her fist, preparing to enter combat mode. Just as the girl was about to make her move, Jiangyan smiled and said, "Aren't you curious why I suddenly appeared here?" Lin Cc. Sigma, degree to degree is identical to degree to degree. Lin Cc. Nub of ob. So why are you here? Because we received a distress call from someone. Lin Cc pouted. So that's how it is. Then how did you get rid of him? Oh, isn't that a very simple thing? Seeing Lin Cc's confused look, Jiangyan smiled and said, I told you, I'm your boyfriend, and I've come to accompany you to class. Lin Cc's pretty face instantly turned red, and she bit her lip. You, what are you saying? So what? That worked. They left as soon as they heard it. Jiangyan smiled, seemingly intending to tease the girl. Snort. Lin Cc gave a soft hum, a little embarrassed. What if he blabs and spreads it around? Then let's clarify this. Jiangyan tapped the table lightly and replied seriously. To clarify, this is not a rumor. He hadn't finished speaking. A figure appeared in front of them from the side. Yang Wenqin. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow. It really was a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. How could I possibly run into Yang Wenqin here? Yang Wenqin was just now leading a little girl out. Yang Wenqin was unaware that Jiang Un and Lin Cc behind him were smiling brightly and speaking softly to the junior schoolmate beside them. Jiang Un and Lin Cc exchanged a glance. TSK, what a scumbag, Lin Cc sighed. A pretentious guy becoming a playboy is the way to go, Jiang Un wholeheartedly agreed. They were too lazy to bother with this guy. The terms scumbag and playboy perfectly fit Yang Wenqin's character. After all, he's always been like this. Teacher Jiang, I have a small question for you. Do boys like surprises? Lin Cc withdrew her gaze, then quietly leaned close to Jiang Un's ear and whispered something. Surprise? Jiang Un blinked, then smiled and said, Of course, but it depends on what the surprise is. Then I've prepared a surprise for you. Do you want to see it? Lin Cc's eyes were full of cunning, and she smiled like a little fox. Jiang Un looked suspicious. Lady Lin, you wouldn't be plotting against him, would you? Look down. Oh, do you like the tips I found online for meeting boys? As he spoke, then they saw the girl gently lift the cuffs of her loose jeans, revealing black, smooth stockings that tightly hugged her long, slender, white legs. Chapter 115 My girlfriend loves spicy food. Jiang Un's gaze immediately fixed on him. At the same time, it's hard, the fist is really hard. Wow, I exclaimed, wow. He could figure it out with his eyes closed. Lin Cc was definitely doing it on purpose. They actually secretly put this on. Aren't you worried he won't be able to handle it? Seemingly sensing Jiang Un's thoughts, Lin Cc chuckled, then turned to look at Jiang Un, and couldn't help but pull her pants back up, smiling sweetly. What's wrong, Teacher Jiang? You don't seem to like it. Jiang Un strained to look back at the girl in front of him and said irritably, Are you retaliating against me here? I didn't. Lin Cc chuckled to herself. All right, this class is almost over. Let's go back together. Jiang Un glanced at the time. It was already the end of the class. Most of the students had already packed up and left. Lin Cc nodded slightly, then muttered somewhat dejectedly. But I'm really furious today. I didn't listen at all in this class. Upon hearing this, Jiang Un replied with a smile. What's wrong? I'll teach you when we get back. You really are all around talented, aren't you, Jiang? Absolutely. So, may I ask, can we still have this barbecue tonight? Of course you can. Let's go then. So, you're not bringing your whip. Jiang Un teased deliberately. Whip? Lin Cc was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what she meant and bit her lip instantly. Are you never going to stop? Jiang Un, I'll fight you to the death. It was evening. Although it wasn't completely dark yet, the sky was already somewhat dim. The number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased, and the air was filled with the smell of cooking, with a constant cacophony of noise surrounding us. Ms. Lin, you seem to have a great passion for food. Do you not feel any pressure about your weight at all? Young Master Jiang, if you say that, you're really likely to get beaten up. Okay, just to express my apologies. Jiang Un pulled out a delicate little cake from behind his back. Squeeze it, want to try some? Lin Cc blinked, staring at the cake in Jiang Un's hand, quite surprised. No. Where did you get this from? Guess. Question mark. Lin Cc tilted her head and thought for a moment. but she couldn't remember when Jiang'an went to buy it. Jiang'an patted her head and replied with a smile. I went to the cake shop next door to buy it while someone was in the bathroom just now. Dessert before a meal. Is that so? Lin Cece blinked, then said softly. All right then, I'll reluctantly accept what you just said about my weight. I forgive you. The girl chuckled as she accepted the small cake. These days, there's no little girl who doesn't like cake. The two quickly found a barbecue restaurant. Lin Cece found a seat without hesitation, sat down with a smug look on her face, and then grabbed the menu. The little hands started waving around. Finally, we ordered 2 more mugs of draft beer. With a wave of her hand, she exclaimed, Boss lady, make it extra spicy. Watching this smooth and natural sequence of actions, Jiang'an was suddenly filled with emotion. Looking at Lin Cece in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the time he went out for barbecue with Lu Yuran. She always seemed detached from worldly affairs. Even when I get here, I only sit for a few seconds before quickly leaving. The reasons given are often things like wanting to lose weight or having no appetite. In conclusion, she doesn't like this kind of place. Compared to places with a lively, down-to-earth atmosphere, Lu Yuran prefers restaurants like Mayuezhai, which have a refined style and beautiful ambience. Therefore, in the 10 years that followed, the two of them never went to a barbecue restaurant even once. And what about Jiang'an? I actually really enjoy eating in places like this. So, sometimes when looking for a partner, you have to see if the tastes of both parties are compatible, otherwise it can be quite troublesome. As Jiang'an was reminiscing, he saw the waiter come over, glance at the menu, and then loudly call out to the kitchen. Old Wang, a customer has ordered food. 10 kidneys, 5 strings of chives, and a plate of oysters. Serve the food. These words were spoken. Lin Cece, who was happily about to eat cake, suddenly froze, and then her pretty and delicate face turned red. Not only that, Jiang'an was also dumbfounded. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Cece to the side. No, that's not it. You naughty little sister. What are you doing? Oysters, chives? Kidneys? Something feels off to me. No, something's not right at all. Are you questioning my abilities? Feeling Jiang'an's burning gaze, Lin Cece immediately covered her face. I'm going to die. You've gone too far, food delivery guy. Do we really have to shout this out? So embarrassing. She took a deep breath, and after a long pause, she forced herself to explain to Jiang'an. Well, actually, these few things they grill are especially delicious, so I was thinking of letting you try them. Right, boss? You've eaten at their house before? Jiang'an gave him a look that said, I'm just watching you brag. Oh, teacher Jiang. Anyway, these things are good for boys too. You know, boys can do without it, but they can't be without it. Lin Cece was struggling to explain. The guy from the barbecue restaurant on the other side had already walked over, glanced at Jiang'an, and then gave him a strange look. Damn, Lao Jiang, you actually showed up today? What's going on? That bitch Zhang Zhijie didn't come. Jiang'an smiled and said, Old Zhang has something to take care of, and oldly, it's been a long time. Although I've never been here with Lu Yuran. However, when they had free time, Jiang'an and Zhang Zhijie would still frequently come to this barbecue restaurant to eat barbecue. So over time, we became familiar with each other. Now I've heard these words. Oldly couldn't help but glance at Lin Cece next to Jiang'an a few more times. Wow, you brought your girlfriend to dinner. TSK, I have to say, you're incredibly lucky with women. Your wife is stunningly beautiful. I've been doing barbecue for years, and this is the first time I've ever seen someone so gorgeous. After all, he's in business. He's really good with words. No, I'm not. Lin Cece was about to clarify something. Jiang'an, however, interrupted her with a smile. Yeah, I also said I was lucky. All right, since you're here, go grill it for me. I still prefer your style. Add extra spice. My girlfriend loves spicy food too. I heard this. Oldly gave a thumbs up, then smiled and said, Don't worry, leave this to me. Chapter 116 Actions speak louder than words. Oldly left as he spoke. As he left, he glanced at Jiang'an a few more times, as if praising his good taste. Jiang'an readily accepted this offer. His judgment might have been a bit off 10 years ago. But people, it's impossible for someone to be blind for the rest of their life, right? One day I'll see the light. After withdrawing his gaze, Jiang'an noticed Lin Cici's murderous look. Cough, cough, cough. What's wrong, beautiful girl? Jiang'an smiled as he looked at Lin Cici in front of him. Who's your girlfriend? Why are you like this? Lin Cici blushed and then said with a reproachful look. Huh? When I was in the classroom, I also acted as your boyfriend. What's wrong with me lending you my boyfriend now? Jiang'an couldn't help but show a slightly playful smile. Humph. Lin Cici rolled her eyes. You scoundrel, you think you have all the excuses? Please, my friend asked me, and I want to save face too. Jiang'an said with a smile, then whispered, please, if there are any other friends later, please ask Miss Lin to help them out again. I know that Miss Lin is a kind-hearted and chivalrous person. Lin Cici stretched out a finger and poked Jiang'an's stomach. Lady Lin says you'd better keep a low profile. Then, the girl pouted, feeling conflicted. What kind of man is this? I've been chasing it for ages. Why haven't I succeeded yet? It's said that pursuing a woman is like climbing a mountain. Is it true that it's easy for a woman to pursue a man? It's all fake. Before long, a large plate of fragrant grilled skewers was served. This is baked to perfection, smelling incredibly hot and fragrant, golden brown all over, and sizzling with oil. Just by looking at the presentation, you can explain why this store is almost full at only 6 o'clock. Shall we eat, Miss Lin? You're too kind, young Master Jiang. Come, let's have a drink. Lin Cici grabbed the draft beer in front of her, handed one to Jiang'an, and then raised her own glass. Okay, cheers. Clang. The wine glasses clinked together, producing a pleasant, crisp sound. Then each of them took a big gulp. Lin Cici finally let out a long breath and said with satisfaction, It's so comfortable, so great. Jiang'an put down his wine glass, about to speak. Old Li suddenly walked over and patted Jiang'an on the shoulder. Jiang'an blinked, thinking something was wrong, and then looked at Lin Cici and said, I'm going over for a bit. Wait for me. The girl waved her hand, a lamb skewer dangling from her mouth, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Go ahead and go. I didn't tie your legs to the board. After saying this, Lin Cici suddenly realized that her Sichuan and Chongqing spirit seemed to burn brightly for a moment. She immediately swallowed another mouthful of meat, replacing it with a sweet smile. What I mean is, this doesn't need to be reported. I won't run away. Jiang'an touched his nose, feeling that something was not quite right. However, he didn't have time to think too much about it, and went to see what Old Li wanted to do. They had just walked up to Old Li when they arrived. Old Li was already muttering mysteriously. Old Jiang, what happened? Where's Lu Yuran? Jiang'an glanced at him. What's wrong? Are you missing her? Isn't it because you like her? Oh, I don't like it anymore. Seeing Jiang'an say those words so calmly, without the slightest ripple in his eyes, a look of surprise and hesitation appeared on Old Li's face. He hesitated for a moment. So you finally moved on? It's not that I've moved on. It's just that I've come to terms with it. Jiang'an smiled, quite frankly, without trying to hide anything. I didn't hide my feelings when I first fell in love with someone. Now that I don't like it anymore, there's no need to hide it. Jiang'an has always possessed this kind of magnanimity. So what about this one? Isn't she your girlfriend yet? Old Li glanced at Lin Cici and lowered his voice. I heard this. Jiang'an was a little surprised. You're amazing. You could even figure that out. How do you know she's not your girlfriend yet? Humph. Your eyes tell me that you're itching to do something, but you're not quite sure yet. Really? Jiang'an rubbed his nose, wondering if he was that obvious. What's wrong? Don't you like it enough? Old Li said with a smile. No, not exactly. I really like it, Jiang'an replied sincerely. I'm just thinking about how I can give her the best version of myself. Actually, during the time I've come out of this decade, I feel myself getting better every day. I want to give her the best version of myself. Hearing these words, Old Li paused for a few seconds to think before speaking. I get it now, kid. So that's how it is. Let's not talk about that anymore. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. Then just say it, Jiang'an said with a smile. If you want to give me a free meal, that's not impossible. I'm shameless anyway. Old Li rolled his eyes, amused. You've got some serious ideas, haven't you? What I mean is, don't just think about it. Take action. Say your love out loud. Don't lose if you can't express it well. After saying these 3 sentences, Old Li patted Jiang'an on the shoulder heavily, then took the plate and left. I stared at his back. Jiangyan paused thoughtfully for a moment, then suddenly smiled. He shook his head gently. This guy only said 3 sentences, okay? And how many zhangjijis did Old Li eat? The flavor is too strong. At last, what does it mean to not lose because of your expression? Did you lose, buddy? Jiangyan thought for a moment and glanced at the girl who was eating skewers not far away. Lin Cixi was really beautiful at that time. The afterglow of the setting sun fell perfectly on her hair clip, making it sparkle. After taking a few sips of beer, her face flushed slightly. She swayed her legs back and forth in the chair, holding a skewer in her left hand and tapping the table with her right, shaking her head and swaying her body. She's not a quiet girl at all, but just looking at her like this really makes you feel so comfortable and at ease. Jiangyan blinked gently, as if he had thought of something. He simply walked back to the chair, his gaze fixed on Lin Cixi. Lin Cixi, what do you think of me? Lin Cixi paused, then looked at Jiangyan, then at the skewers in her hand, her face wary. Teacher Jiang, what do you want to do? Why are you suddenly asking that? No, it must be a trap. I'm not going to fall into your trap so easily. As she spoke, the girl's face inexplicably turned red. Chapter 117, I don't want to go back to the past. Some things are said so suddenly and unexpectedly. Lin Cixi was visibly panicked. My mind went completely blank. What's the meaning? Jiangyan, is he about to take the lead? She instinctively wanted to maintain her composure. After all, she was a girl. It's perfectly reasonable to say a few lame things to cover up one's panic. Jiangyan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Why are you so nervous? As soon as the words were spoken, the melodious sound of a piano filled the air. The two instinctively turned their gazes towards him. It turned out to be a folk artist with long hair singing about the horse-herding city. As soon as the music started, the entire food stall was filled with a feeling of taking off. The noise from the barbecue was quite loud at first, but gradually it quieted down as everyone listened quietly to the melodious singing. The resident singer's voice was hoarse, and when he sang, it had a very weathered feel to it. It makes people's mood sway along with the music, until the song was finished. Then everyone, still a little unsatisfied, shouted for one more song. Unfortunately, after finishing his song, the resident singer seemed a bit tired, so he took his guitar and went off stage. It's also possible that there weren't many people yet, so he wouldn't be able to earn many tips and was preparing to rest before singing again. I witnessed this scene. Old Li, who was greeting customers, suddenly changed his expression. Damn it, the place we finally warmed up will get cold if we stop now. Thinking of this, his eyes darted around, and he suddenly understood something. He quickly walked over to Jiang and sighed. Damn it, Lao Jiang, hurry up, get this done quickly, it's an emergency. I heard this. Jiangyan was taken aback. He was just about to chat with Lin Cixi when this guy suddenly appeared. What do you want? I've come all this way for you. Save the show, buddy. This place is going to be a flop. Come on up and sing a couple of songs. Old Li said in a panic. I heard this. Lin Cixi stared wide-eyed, full of curiosity. Frog fun, Teacher Jiang, can you sing? Jiangyan smiled and said, yes, when I came here a couple of years ago, I would occasionally go up and sing a couple of songs. He and Zhang Zhijie would go up there and howl like wolves a few times. However, there hasn't been a chance this year. And today you've brought Lin Cixi along. Are you really going to go up and sing? Hearing their conversation, Old Li quickly said, Old Jiang, stop nagging. Saving this situation is like putting out a fire. We finally managed to warm things up, and now this guy says he needs to rest for a bit. How can that be? Hurry up and help me out. This meal is on the house. It's on the house, okay? Upon hearing this, Jiangyan couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at Lin Cixi beside him. Miss Lin, what do you think? Clearly, this was to solicit Lin Cixi's opinion. Lin Cixi was also taken aback. She was still confused when Jiangyan actually asked her that question. After a slight hesitation, Lin Cixi nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, of course. That's perfect. I've never heard you sing before. She really didn't expect that Jiangyan, such a tech genius, would also have the talent of singing. Which door did God close for Jiangyan? Jiangyan smiled upon hearing Lin Cixi's words. Sure, if Teacher Lin has no objections, then I naturally have no objections either. Then let's sing a song. As he spoke, Jiangyan stood up. Old Li, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, Jiangyan, you've really lost your humanity. When your buddy invites you, you become hesitant and reluctant. Did you immediately launch a powerful attack the moment the pretty girl opened her mouth? Guitar. Jiangyan patted him on the shoulder. Okay, what should we sing this time? This time I'll sing it. Many songs immediately came to mind for Jiangyan. A clock in the opposite direction, perhaps. With that, Jiangyan walked up to the stage on his own. Looking at his back, Old Li muttered a few words to himself, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. A moment later, Jiangyan sat down in the chair, holding his guitar in his arms. To be honest, he actually had a lot of songs on his mind just now. But in the end, I chose the one that goes in the opposite direction. There's no reason why. I just really want to sing, I want to end it all completely, and then a new story begins. His gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Cece. The girl held the draft beer, taking small sips, her eyes full of anticipation. She really didn't expect Jiangyan to have such talent. That dog of a man is multi-talented. I have to get my hands on it, sob sob sob. It's true that striking the electronic wooden fish brings good fortune. Alright everyone, please quiet down a bit. Now, I'm going to show you something I've learned. This song is called The Clock That Goes Against the Direction. As he spoke, Jiangyan took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and his fingers slid across the strings, producing a flowing accompaniment. As the song slowly began to play, Lin Cece blinked gently. A clock that runs in the opposite direction? Teacher Zhang's song seems to have a hidden meaning. I was just thinking about it. The song began. A hazy, dreamlike state, the dream you gave me. A crack has appeared, and it's throbbing slightly. You're never available to communicate with me. Saying I don't understand is useless. Explaining it is pointless. Jiangyan's singing voice was very soft, and with the accompaniment of the guitar, it sounded exceptionally pleasant. However, a nameless sadness and a sense of despondency involuntarily began to emanate from me. The noise at the food stall subsided considerably, and everyone silently turned to look at Jiangyan. Sadness, despair, and heartbreak. It's really hard to imagine that this kind of atmosphere could exist in a street food stall. Jiangyan's singing continued. He closed his eyes, his expression sad, yet also relieved. A clock that travels through time. Start moving in the opposite direction. Returning to the time and space when I loved you. The frozen content is unfaithful. All the memories are attacking me. The audience. Lin Cece silently took a sip of beer, her gaze towards Jiangyan softening slightly. This guy? What do you want to do? Is she trying to express that she has let go of the past? She couldn't help but think of that summer day. After finishing the hot pot, we saw our friends off. The two of them hummed Sunny Day as they cleaned. At that time, Jiangyan said something, intentionally or unintentionally. The meaning of life lies in letting go of the past, while still having hope for the future. Damn it, how can that scoundrel be so good with words? Only, when he sings. Lin Cece couldn't help but close her eyes again, thinking of that morning when they first met. Suddenly, a certain loser sat in the back row, his sadness seemingly capable of engulfing the entire classroom. He's so good-looking and has such a sunny disposition. Actually, she wasn't sitting there. She just sensed that he was very sad. As if guided by some supernatural force, she became quite happy and took the initiative to sit down. Some encounters are not coincidences. Jiangyan's singing gradually came to an end. The entire food stall was incredibly quiet. Everyone was enveloped in that somber atmosphere. Jiangyan slowly put down his guitar, took a deep breath, and smiled as he looked at the crowd in front of him. Actually, I know it's a bit strange to sing this song at a street food stall, but I still want to say it. There are so many things in life that make us happy. To hell with those damn bad memories. Even if I hear the clock ticking in the opposite direction 1,000 times, I'd rather not go back to the past. Corner. A figure trembled slightly. It was unclear whether it was crying or laughing. Chapter 118 Lady Lin is drunk. A corner of the barbecue restaurant. Lu Yuran didn't know whether she was crying or laughing. She couldn't cry, and she couldn't laugh. Listening to Jiangyan's songs, listening to Jiangyan's words. It felt as if every word was stabbing her heart. Even if you hear the clock 10,000 times, Would you still not want to go back to the way things were? Lu Yuran lowered her head and gave a self-deprecating smirk. The reason she came here today is, actually, she's been doing something recently. That is to walk the same path that Jiang once walked. Coffee shops, cake shops, Maiyuezhai, a type of traditional Chinese medicine, and even flower shops. She imagined Jiang wandering through these shops alone during those years, buying things she liked. Just now, she had to come by herself. But she still couldn't empathize. I have walked the path you came from, imagining the days with you. Will you suddenly appear? What about the barbecue restaurant on the street corner? Lu Yuran lowered her head and muttered to herself. She never imagined that their next meeting would be at a barbecue restaurant. Pity. This time, Jiang didn't rush to her side with a smile. Even sitting down and having a chat is not allowed. How she longed to see him again. She even wanted to rush up to Jiang and hug him tightly and say something. But she saw it too. The girl in the audience, holding a cup and clapping enthusiastically. What are people most afraid of? What I fear most is being replaced. Jiang finished singing the song. He bowed slightly and walked away. His expression was more cheerful and relaxed than when he came up. This feeling is like, finally, I got rid of the last bit of worry on my body. Teacher Jiang, you sang very well. Lin Cici's clear eyes were fixed on Jiang. She felt inexplicably happy, and her voice became lighter as a result. Really? If you like it, I'll sing for you again next time. Jiang smiled. Of course it sounds good. He practiced countless times in secret to sing the song well. Teacher Jiang, are you gradually getting used to making empty promises to me? The girl complained bitterly, but still obediently handed the ice-cold beer to Jiang. Your drink isn't cold anymore, so I got you a new one with ice. I downed a mouthful of ice-cold beer. Jiang involuntarily shuddered. Come on, cheers. Seeing this, Lin Cici chuckled, then picked up her wine glass, a surge of heroic spirit rising within her. Since you feel relaxed, then have a few more drinks. She roughly understood the meaning behind Jiang's words. Jiang smiled and gently raised his glass in response. I ask you, what could be better than sitting on the street with the girl you like in the summer, enjoying the evening breeze, and toasting with ice-cold draft beer? Around 7:30 p.m., Lin Cici swayed unsteadily, taking 3 steps, and then falling twice. Fortunately, Jiang caught the girl in time. His expression was somewhat helpless. No, you said you had an amazing alcohol tolerance. How come you were knocked out after just a few glasses of draft beer? Hey, Miss Lin, what happened to your claim of having a high alcohol tolerance, being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? I heard what he said. Lin Cici nestled her flushed face against Jiang's neck, then hummed softly. Am I drunk? I'm not drunk. Let's go home now, and continue drinking at home. No, I can't drink anymore. I'm not a drunkard, I'm just happy to have you by my side. I'm so happy today. Hey, your neck smells so good, Teacher Jiang. Do you remember the first day we were in your studio, and I was staring at your neck? I thought to myself, wow, your neck is so white. I feel like taking a bite. I like it so much. I like it so much. Hey, Xiaojiang, please slow down, it hurts. Be careful, I will hit you with a small whip. Why is this road winding? He could hear the girl humming and chattering in his ear. Her voice, which was originally as sweet as a silver bell, sounded exceptionally soft and alluring at this moment, making one's bones inexplicably go weak. Who would have thought that this usually lively girl would suddenly become so clingy after drinking alcohol? This made him both amused and helpless. Miss Lin, who are you? You were already eyeing my neck the first time we met. So what? Lin Cici hummed twice. Then the girl frowned her pretty brows again. Hey Jiang, what's wrong with you? Why are your bones so hard? It's so uncomfortable to lean against you. Listening to the girl's complaints, Jiang couldn't help but sigh softly. You're the one who's skinny, aren't you? Saying I'm skinny is an understatement. He gently pulled, and the little girl was instantly hugged tighter. It has to be said that Lin Cici is really thin, as light and boneless as a kitten. I sensed Jiang's actions. Lin Cici seemed to feel much more comfortable now, and unconsciously moved closer to Jiang, humming and cooing, which was incredibly cute. The girl's natural fragrance and the faint scent of alcohol were also subtly permeating the air. Jiang carried her in his arms, walking home step by step through the shallow water. Looking down, he could see the girl so close to him in his arms, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. Although the girl doesn't usually wear makeup, but she is truly naturally beautiful and doesn't need makeup. Her face was flushed red, making her even more alluring than usual, like a green apple that had suddenly ripened, making one want to take a bite. Jiang took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart. I walked quickly to the intersection and hailed a taxi. That's right, because it's still quite far from home. After walking a few steps, Jiang realized that it would take a long time to carry it back. Let's just take a taxi. Fortunately, this is an intersection, so it's easy to get a taxi. They got on the bus quickly. The car doors are locked. Jiang gently placed the girl on his lap and stretched out his body. As soon as he made that move, Lin Cece groggily opened her eyes, looking at Jiang with somewhat dazed eyes, and muttered reluctantly and dissatisfiedly, "Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you hugging me anymore? Humph, it's uncomfortable like this." As she spoke, Lin Cece couldn't help but want to rub against King Jiang. Jiang felt both helpless and amused upon seeing this. "Can't you just sit still?" Upon hearing this, the girl seemed to sober up a bit, and immediately spoke with a wronged and resentful tone. "Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Are you disgusted with me? Xiao Jiang, don't you want me anymore? Aren't you taking me home? Wah." As she spoke, the girl's beautiful eyes instantly welled up with tears, the glistening teardrops trembling as if about to fall, giving off a pitiful and miserable feeling. Jiang's lips twitched slightly. The middle-aged man in the front row couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Jiang glanced silently out the window, then tightened his grip on the girl, sighing inwardly. "Oh dear, what a disaster." Chapter 119. Oh no, I've fallen in love. Sitting in the car, I felt the softness in my arms and the faint fragrance. Jiang couldn't help but think of that sentence. Marriage is the greatest arrangement of heaven. No one expected it. 10 years later, stumbling along, I bump into a girl like this. If I had known your alcohol tolerance was only this low, I would never have let you drink so much. Looking down at the girl's silly whimpering, Jiang found it quite amusing. He had actually drunk quite a bit himself, and his thoughts were wandering. In the typical romance novel setting, a gentlemanly male protagonist would take the girl home at this point. However, he was certain he wasn't drunk. She lived with him. "So, stop whining, we'll be home soon." Jiang's words seemed to have a magical power, instantly stopping Lin Cece from humming incoherently. Instead, they performed a genuine Sichuan opera face-changing act. Just a moment ago she was crying and fussing, but now she's all smiles and giggling, her little head burrowing into Jiang's arms, making Jiang even feel an urge to stand up and do a big stunt. Hey Lin, can you stop rubbing against me like that? Am I bringing an idiot home with me?" Jiang noticed that Lin Cece still had a few tears in her eyes. He took out a tissue to wipe them away, then stared at her soft little nose for a few seconds before he couldn't help but pinch it. "Yeah, it's soft and really fun. What a unique little thing." At this moment, the girl did not resist, and was as soft and obedient as a kitten. But occasionally, she couldn't help but open her eyes and steal a glance at Jiang. It was as if she was afraid Jiang would throw her off the car and lose her. Jiang naturally noticed this behavior stemming from extreme insecurity, and his heart softened a little more. How so? This kitten is really, oops. I misspoke. I meant this Kobayashi is really cute. Especially when Kobayashi is drunk. When she's sober, Lin Cece is usually full of spirit and liveliness, always acting crazy. But when she's drunk, she's surprisingly well behaved. That's nice. It's hard not to be tempted. Jiang sighed softly. I am fully aware of my own condition. Broken. I've fallen in love. Kobayashi, will you be my girlfriend? Jiang murmured to himself, pondering how to express his feelings. Confessing one's feelings is truly a headache. Although he has confessed his feelings many times, he is better at waiting and being there for others. Express your feelings silently. But this time, he didn't want it to be like this anymore. It looks good, feels nice to the touch, and it's cute too. As Jiang pondered this, he subconsciously pinched the girl's cheek and couldn't help but offer his comments. Aside from having no flesh on its body and not feeling as amazing as it does, everything else is perfect. Jiang'an suspected that Lin Cixi was so thin because she had been skipping breakfast for a long time. Thinking of this, Jiang'an's eyes flickered. It seems I'll have to keep a close eye on this girl's breakfast from now on. One reason is that she's chubby and comfortable to hug, but the main reason is that she needs to be healthy. I need to change my habit of working overtime and staying up late. As Jiang'an was lost in thought, he heard the voice of the driver in front of him. Young man, we're almost there. Get ready to get off the bus. Okay, thank you for your hard work, master. How was it? Did the girl throw up? I deliberately didn't drive fast. No, I didn't drink that much. Not to the point of throwing up. That's fine then. You'll have to pay extra if you throw up. The car stopped. Jiang'an gently carried Lin Cixi out of the car. It's the weekend, a time when college students go out and have fun. Students were everywhere. As soon as he got out of the car, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, who wouldn't take a second look at a handsome guy holding an incredibly beautiful girl? Wow, this guy is kind of handsome. Who can argue with that? The girl in his arms is really beautiful. Damn, what a pity. All the beautiful flowers and plants are already taken. Wow, this looks so wonderful. Getting drunk and having a boyfriend to hold you. My boyfriend, let alone getting me drunk. He'd be the one collapsing first. Damn it. I'm going back to dump my boyfriend, work hard for 100 days, and find someone like this guy. I heard whispers all the way. Jiang'an quickened his pace slightly and entered the residential area. Compared to the outside, the neighborhood was much quieter. After swiping their access cards, the security guard glanced at Jiang'an and Lin Cixi a few more times, but didn't say much, though he seemed a little confused. I walked along a quiet, tree-lined path. Jiang'an felt much more relaxed. His eyes lowered as he looked at the girl in his arms. Lin Cixi was still asleep. Her light and rhythmic breathing seemed to announce that she had entered a dreamland. Can you fall asleep in my arms? Jiang'an shook his head with amusement, while a sense of crisis secretly arose in his heart. No, that won't work. I need to keep working out to get in shape. Isn't this the kind of moment we've been waiting for? Although I could still manage to carry him all the way, my arms were a little numb. Nevertheless, Jiang'an still hopes that there will be more moments like this, and that this road will be longer. As he pondered this, bathed in the bright moonlight, Jiang'an stumbled and waded to the bottom of his apartment building. He looked down at the girl, who was still asleep. Her sleeping face was so exquisite, like a perfect sculpture, that he couldn't help but be captivated by her. If it weren't for the elevator making a snapping sound, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Oh no, my Dao heart is becoming increasingly unstable. Jiang'an muttered something to himself, his gaze lingering on the girl's lips. This little mouth is always babbling, and it looks so moist. I really want to take a bite and see how sweet it is. While thinking about it, Jiang'an stepped into the elevator. Then, in the next moment, his eyes flashed with coldness. As the saying goes, impulses come quickly and go quickly, especially when there are people around you. Jiang'an suddenly became fully awake. He glanced sideways at the man leaning against the elevator wall, chatting with his eyes closed. This guy is on the phone using his familiar emphasis and vocabulary. Oh, Ruojia, don't worry. I'll secretly move in next to them, and neither of them will find out. Hey, what? Old Jiang doesn't dare to ask us for a hand? No need. This guy may not be the brightest, but he's not that stupid. Huh? Your roommates Qianqian and Ruru are both interested in Lao Jiang? Oh well, no chance. So what if they're sisters, pretty and cute? When I pull out Lady Lin, how will you respond? Chapter 120. I refuse to believe I can't win you over. Hey, stop talking. I'm almost there. I need to keep my voice down. What if this house isn't soundproof? It'll be much more convenient for the four of us when you move in. When Zhang Zhijie got excited, he was completely oblivious to everyone else, his face full of lewd smiles. Jiang'an stood to the side, falling into a long silence involuntarily. You kid. Seem to have some serious illness, huh? You actually moved in secretly? How many more secrets do you still have that I don't know about? And what the heck are these two sisters, Qianqian and Ruru? Jiang'an's face grew darker and darker as he thought about it, and he wished he could punch the kid. Okay, I'm hanging up now. I'm almost there. Hee hee, today is a good day. Zhang Zhijia hummed a little tune as he hung up the phone, glancing to the side instinctively. Then the next moment, his expression stiffened slightly. Jiang stared at him with a big smile. Huh, old Jiang, what a coincidence. Zhang Zhijia forced a smile and said dryly. He was starting to have serious doubts about life. What kind of bizarre plot is this? He just moved in today. He was smugly making sarcastic remarks. How did I end up running into Jiang like this? Old Jiang, long time no see. Jiang nodded, smiling as he stared at Zhang Zhijia. Hee long time no see. So, you and Lady Lin went out to play? Zhang Zhijia scratched his head. He couldn't wait to get out of the elevator. But the elevator? Why isn't it here yet? His gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Cixi in Jiang's arms, his eyes flashing with sparks. Yeah, she went out for some barbecue. She got drunk. Jiang, on the other hand, was quite calm. Oh, Zhang Zhijia nodded, preparing to turn away and pretend to be dead. But then Jiang asked softly, Old Jiang, who are Qianqian and Ruru? And also, aren't you living in the dormitory? What's wrong? Did you come to see me? Zhang Zhijia remained silent. She silently turned her head away, feeling incredibly guilty. What? Why aren't you saying anything? Jiang narrowed his eyes, then prepared to confront Zhang Zhijia. But then he heard the girl in his arms whimpering in a drowsy voice. Silly Jiang, silly. I'm so thirsty, I want some water. Jiang Zhang Zhijia turned his head, glanced at Lin Cixi, and looked somewhat incredulous. I never imagined that Miss Lin would be like this when she's drunk. Jiang remained silent. It doesn't matter, Xiaolin will embarrass herself. Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother you. You'd better come back tomorrow and explain why you bought a house next to mine. You're acting really strange, kid. Jiang glanced at Zhang Zhijia with a thin veil of his eyes, then carried Lin Cixi out of the elevator. Zhang Zhijia took a deep breath and stared at Jiang's back as he hugged Lin Cixi. Unable to resist, he quickly pulled out his phone and began whispering a voice message to Su Ruojia. Ruojia. I'm telling you, it's an epic breakthrough. Jiang is actually holding Lin Cixi. And Kobayashi was drunk, sob. After Jiang left, Zhang Zhijia regained his initial excitement, a sly grin spreading across his face. Then, he quietly walked to the opposite side of Jiang's house, took out his key, and listened intently as he opened the door. After listening for a long time, there was still no sound. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. At a crucial moment, the soundproofing is so good. Muttering to himself, Zhang Zhijia walked into the house. Meanwhile, Jiang had just opened the door and entered the house when the light came on, and he let out a long sigh. Just as I was about to do something. As if sensing something, Lin Cixi, nestled in his arms, groggily opened her eyes, looking completely bewildered. Huh? What's going on? Why isn't Xiao Jiang moving at all? It felt so good when it was rocking back and forth just now. Why did it suddenly stop now? Although she was drunk, she was still somewhat conscious. Especially by this point, he had become mostly sober. At this moment, while feeling uncomfortable, she instinctively opened her eyes a crack to look at Jiang. Oh, you're awake. Jiang had just put her down when he noticed the girl's little movements. Lin Cixi looked confused for a moment, then quickly changed her expression to a fierce one. Tell me quickly, who are Ro and Qian? She instinctively wanted to linger a little longer in Jiang's doting embrace. Then I suddenly remembered what Zhang Zhijia had just said. He immediately realized what was happening and became much more alert. And then I heard those words. Jiang was also dumbfounded. Qian? Ruru? I don't understand. They all seem to be Su Ruojia's roommates, but I don't know them. I see. Lin Cixi breathed a sigh of relief. She kept hearing something soft and gentle as she drifted off to sleep. I thought she was a love rival. Weren't you asleep? How could you hear that? Jiang looked at Lin Cixi with great interest. What's wrong? I only heard it vaguely. Lin Cixi pouted, then seemed a little uncomfortable, clutching her lower abdomen with a pained expression. Jiang reacted quickly, gently pulling the girl into his arms, and said with a mix of amusement and helplessness, What's wrong? Do you have an upset stomach and feel like throwing up? Lin Cixi pouted pitifully. How dare you drink so much with your alcohol tolerance? Humph. Lin Cece turned her head away, ignoring Jiang'an. What kind of person was he to talk to her like that? Okay, if you feel like throwing up now, just throw up in the trash can. Come lean against the sofa, I'll go get you a glass of hot water. Feeling Jiang'an's warm embrace, Lin Cece felt extremely content. Woohoo! You know what? Ms. Zhang's figure is really amazing. When I lay on his lap, I could feel how big it was. Those abs must be from the cunning scoundrel, Teacher Jiang, who exercises regularly, so they look like a huge block of iron. And most importantly, when I held her, her big hands were very strong, and I felt exceptionally at ease holding her. This is a rare opportunity to experience something like this. Lin Cece pondered quietly. Although she really wanted to win Jiang'an's heart, she was still a girl after all, and she definitely had to be reserved. But after getting drunk, whether Lin Cece is reserved or not is a matter for her when she's drunk. What does this have to do with me, Lady Lin? That's what I've been thinking about. Lin Cece leaned back comfortably on the sofa, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Humph, you dog of a man. I don't believe I can't get you in a little while. Chapter 1, 21 People Like You. As Lin Cece pondered this, she secretly observed Jiang'an's actions. Teacher Jiang was already busy at this time. Pack your things, boil water, and make a hangover soup. TSK, he seems like the kind of man who'd be a good family man. Lin Cece blinked, thinking to herself. Most men, when they get home, just collapse on the sofa. But Teacher Jiang is still very self-aware and gentle. Not only are they disciplined and strong, but they also have great endurance. Physically, Lin Cece decided to give Jiang'an a perfect score of 10. Handsome, healthy, and gentle, he's practically the perfect ideal type. The more I think about it, the more beautiful it seems. For a moment, Lin Cece couldn't help but become infatuated, her pretty face turning bright red, so red that she felt her head starting to spin. This is the after effect of the alcohol kicking in. Damn it, what am I thinking? The girl pressed her silver teeth tightly against her lips, muttering to herself, her pretty face flushed. Meanwhile, through a narrow slit she was peeking through, Jiang'an was pacing back and forth. He was tall and thin, the kind of person who looked slim in clothes but muscular when undressed, giving people a strange sense of security. From now on, it seems she'll have to let Jiang'an take her to exercise. She has excellent physical fitness, which is the result of years of exercise. However, she hasn't been exercising properly lately. After that, Jiang'an still needs to supervise her, since exercise can be a two-person activity. And if we practice, maybe Teacher Jiang actually likes the sexy type? Busty and curvy? The more the girl thought about it, the hotter her face became. She couldn't help but secretly cover her face. Lin Cece, your thoughts are getting stranger and stranger. However, to be fair, her figure is definitely a major weakness. The girl possessed an exceptionally beautiful face and long, slender legs, but in other aspects, she was rather unremarkable. But she's still a young girl. Logically speaking, it should still be developing, right? Jiang'an is a man too. Surely he wouldn't like that kind of woman? The girl felt a slight sense of crisis upon realizing this. It seems she has to work harder. Su Ningning once said, cuteness is worthless compared to sexiness. While Lin Cece was lost in thought due to her drunken state, Jiang'an, on the other hand, was never idle for a moment. Boil water, wash towels, and make hangover soup. After busying himself for quite some time, he finally brought a cup of hot water to the girl and then carefully squatted down beside her to examine her closely. Then he couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Something's not right. Why is this girl's face so red? He subconsciously reached out and rubbed it. What's this red and hot thing? Jiang'an found it very strange. Logically speaking, it's been a while since I drank the alcohol, so it should be a little hot. But why is it hot again after I've finished drinking it? She felt Jiang'an's hand sliding across her face. Lin Cece's face wasn't just a little itchy. Her heart was itching unbearably too. Wah, you dog of a man. Stop right now. Man, stop. You're so mean. You're already home. Can't you do something else? You keep pinching my cheeks. Lin Cece, gritting her teeth, JPG. She's very upset right now. Because Jiang'an kept pinching her cheeks. However, after a while, Lin Cece noticed that Jiang'an suddenly stopped moving. She couldn't help but feel a little curious again. Unable to resist, I opened my eyes again, peeking out a tiny crack, only to find Jiang searching something on Baidu. It seems to be about how to rescue someone who is drunk. Damn it. Foolish Jiang Daodu. I'm drunk. Don't you want to do anything about it? I, Lin, have absolutely no allure. And you actually want me to wake up? Wow, that's so unfair. I've been lying here for so long, and I'm just a weak woman. If you want to do something, of course I can't stop you. Lin Cece thought angrily to herself, and gradually the effects of the alcohol dissipated, leaving her mind filled with doubts about her own charm. In fact, Jiang was indeed tempted. I want to do something. But the problem is, he was genuinely very cautious. He cherished his new relationship very much. After searching for a long time, he finally found a good way to cure his hangover. These acupoints can effectively relieve hangovers. Jiang muttered to himself as he reached out and gently massaged Lin Cece's neck before moving his hand down. Feeling Jiang's movements, Lin Cece suddenly woke up. Now I was truly awake, and my heart started racing wildly. What the hell is this man doing? I'm so nervous. Has this guy finally realized what he's supposed to do? Wah. Although he's slow to warm up, at least he's not hopeless. Ouch. But the next moment, the sharp pain from the acupoints on her neck became unbearable for the girl, and she couldn't help but groan softly. Then she opened her big eyes and glared angrily at Jiang. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Jiang was taken aback, then looked at Lin Cece in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. Seriously? These acupoints are really that effective? They worked right away. Pooh. Lin Cece struggled to sit up and exhaled a long breath reeking of alcohol. My head is still buzzing, and I feel dizzy. I want to punch you. Jiang chuckled. Is this your plan to go on a drunken rampage? What the hell? Lin Cece bared her teeth, babbling on and on for a long time. Then he slumped weakly against the sofa. Then, glancing at Jiang, he said quietly, Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Jiang. Hearing this, Jiang patted the girl's head, then picked up the water glass and handed it to her. It's no trouble at all. All along the way, you kept calling me Xiao Jiang, which made me want to grab you right away and hang you up to beat you. Wow, you're so weird. Lin Cece stuck out her tongue and then took small sips of water. Then, as if he had just thought of something, he seemed to realize something. She glanced at Jiang, then said in a serious tone, Teacher Jiang, didn't you ask me what type of person you are? I've figured it out now. The girl's breath was fragrant, with a faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Her pretty face was slightly pink, but her eyes were clear and serious. Jiang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this girl to still remember this question. Then tell me. Lin Cece pulled her legs together, then hugged the water glass with both hands, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. He's a cowardly and stupid jerk. But she is also very gentle, cute, and emotionally stable. So what kind of person is he exactly? I think someone like you is someone I can entrust my life to. At this point, the girl's gaze fell on Jiang with burning sincerity. Chapter 122, Can you help me get my clothes? He heard the girl's words. Jiang was slightly taken aback. People like him. Is she someone I can entrust my life to? Lin Cece, is this considered a confession? Noticing the burning intensity in the girl's eyes, Jiang couldn't help but whisper. But you won't mind that I was so infatuated with another girl for the past 10 years? He finally spoke his mind. Why do we always hesitate, always struggle, and always refuse to take a step forward? It's all because of this. However, just as Jiang hesitated, Lin Cece chuckled. Then, unexpectedly, he kissed Jiang on the cheek. Then, she struggled to her feet and staggered toward her room. They were talking as they walked. Teacher Jiang, since you have asked so sincerely, then I'll tell you. I don't mind. After saying that, the girl ran into the room and quietly closed the door. Looking at this series of actions, Jiang was still a little dazed. The next moment, he couldn't help but chuckle and scratch his head. This seems to be the first time I've been kissed by a girl. Lin Cece returned to her room. He was panting heavily. He seemed completely dazed. She clutched her chest and rubbed her face. Just now. She went up to A. She was a staunch idealist. After she realized she liked Jiang, she had already made ample preparations to win him over. Although Jiang seemed a bit clumsy, She didn't mind. This also illustrates another point. Teacher Jiang is responsible enough. He's not easily seduced by girls. Thinking about it this way, Lin Cixi felt much more at ease. Even after all this, Xiao Jiang still won't get it, will he? Then I'm really going to crack that little whip. As the girl spoke, the corners of her mouth slightly turned up. You idiot, Teacher Jiang. She heard everything when I practiced confessing my feelings in the car. One person slept very well that night. Someone is not sleeping well. Jiang didn't sleep well, but Lin Cixi slept very well. Jiang tossed and turned, but still couldn't figure out how to confess his feelings. He had imagined many ways to express his feelings. But now he feels it's not good enough. Because for someone you like enough, you should do it in the best way. The next morning, Jiang got up very early to make breakfast. As soon as the door opened, then I saw Lin Cixi standing crisply in the kitchen. He was looking down, intently examining some ingredients. Jiang couldn't help but chuckle as he leaned against the doorframe and said, "Excuse me, Xiaolin, what are you doing?" Hearing the sound behind her, Lin Cixi was startled and turned around abruptly. Upon discovering Jiang, he stood behind him with a smile. Lin Cixi couldn't help but purse her lips and complain, "What's wrong with you? They walk so quietly. They're trying to scare me to death." I heard this. Jiang was amused and couldn't help but walk over, looking at the ingredients on the table. Bread, eggs, ham, bacon, and vegetables. I guess the girl is making a sandwich or a hamburger. Is it possible that it's not that I'm walking silently, but that some people are just too engrossed in their own world? No way, Lin Cixi hummed, glancing at Jiang. Wait a minute, why are you up so early today? My breakfast isn't ready yet. Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly as he moved closer to the girl, staring into her beautiful eyes. Breakfast? Some people who don't even eat breakfast normally actually got up early to cook today? Didn't you say you had to eat breakfast properly? Lin Cixi turned her head away guiltily. You still haven't said why you have to get up so early. Don't you usually get up very late? Since Jiang basically doesn't have classes every day, he doesn't usually make a conscious effort to get up early in the morning. This led to the situation where Jiang would only get up after Lin Cixi had left the house every day. But who could have imagined it? It's only 6:30 in the morning. Jiang actually got up. Upon hearing the girl's question, Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Is it possible that I get up to make you breakfast?" Lin Cixi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Is Teacher Jiang being this nice today? They even arranged breakfast? What else? As Jiang spoke, he gently patted the girl's head and continued. Go take a shower now. Isn't it Sunday? You don't need to go out. You take a good shower, and I'll take care of cooking. As he spoke, he chased Lin Cixi out of the room, just like always. Lin Cixi, who was pushed out the door, puffed out her cheeks, and then burst out laughing. So now Teacher Jiang is getting up early to make breakfast for me. You scoundrel. Lin Cixi was very happy. She knew very well that Jiang was already treating her well in his own way. Taking a bath, it feels so good to be taken care of. Lin Cixi smiled and walked into the bathroom in a cheerful mood. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jiang is starting to make breakfast. Hamburger. This girl's preparations are quite thorough, aren't they? Jiang stared at the neatly arranged ingredients on the table and couldn't help but think of the thumping sound he heard while sleeping last night. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. Lin Cixi was probably worried that she was working too slowly. So prepare the ingredients the night before, and then cook them directly in the morning. How stupid. Jiang blinked and quickened his movements. Fried eggs, fried bacon. His cooking skills are truly exceptional. Soon, the two fragrant hamburgers were placed on the plate. At that moment, Jiang heard a series of urgent knocks on the door. Old Jiang, old Jiang. Jiang then realized what was happening. Damn it, I almost forgot that idiot Zhang Zhijia already lives across the street. He walked to the door, opened it, and saw Zhang Zhijia staring at him expectantly, grinning broadly. Good morning, Lao Jiang. Good morning. I'm here. Let's have breakfast together. What did you just say? I'm here. No, the previous sentence. Good morning. Not good. Bang. The door closed. Jiang clapped his hands with satisfaction. Well, now it's quiet. Just as he was about to go to the kitchen to get the dishes, he suddenly heard the girl speaking weakly from inside the bathroom. Teacher Jiang, could you please get my clothes for me? Chapter 123, 100 Little Ways to Win Over a Man. Upon hearing this, Jiang was slightly taken aback. I'm starting to wonder if I've misheard something. Lin Cece. She actually asked him to help her get her clothes? So early in the morning. Doing all this. Cough, cough, cough. The pervert is ecstatic. Jiang blinked and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good. I'll go get it now. As he spoke, he walked directly into a room on the side. Meanwhile, in the spacious and bright bathroom, Lin Cece lay in the bathtub with her face flushed, her fair skin completely immersed in the bubble bath, only revealing her rosy face and a pair of small, slender feet. Her emotions were in turmoil. She felt both annoyed and shy. A blush rose on her beautiful face, and her large, pretty eyes flashed with panic as she instinctively looked around frantically. Lin Cece, oh Lin Cece. You're such a complete idiot. You're fine taking a shower, but how could you forget to bring your clothes? That's great. I hope Teacher Jiang doesn't think of me as some kind of unreserved girl. That's what I've been thinking about. Lin Cece's face turned even redder, and she even felt very regretful. The thought of Jiang entering the room and seeing all her underwear made her feel terrible. Snort. It's so embarrassing. The girl felt increasingly embarrassed, so she simply sat up and rubbed her burning face. The steaming water flowed slowly over the girl's beautiful, snow-white body. She's caught up in her body image crisis again. Jiang at this time. They are indeed helping Lin Cece find clothes. This was the second time he had looked into a girl's wardrobe. Compared to last time, this time it felt a little different. This time there were more black ones, white ones, and Jiang's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Are there really gradient effects? This girl, she's something else really. While marveling at the sight, Jiang picked up two neatly folded pieces of underwear. He stepped out of the room and stood outside the bathroom, saying, I left it at the door. Can you get it yourself? A very faint sound came from inside the room. Jiang placed the underwear on the chair, then glanced at the time. Breakfast is ready. Come out and eat quickly before it gets cold. As he spoke, Jiang stretched and walked towards the restaurant. It's true, it's been a long time since I've gotten up this early. He sat lazily in the chair, preparing to eat breakfast. The thumping sound from outside the door started again. Jiang walked over and opened the door with a speechless expression. Zhang Zhijia, you really have nothing better to do. Your package. Huh? Sorry. Jiang thought it was Zhang Zhijia, but when he opened the door, he found it was actually the delivery man. A look of confusion immediately appeared on his face. Did you not order a package yourself? Looking down, I saw it was Mumu Shi's. Goodness, it's Xiaolin's package. Yes, this package is ours. Jiang took the package, somewhat curious about what Lady Lin had bought. It's not going to be paint or something again, is it? After all, as a painting student, the thing Lin Cece buys most often online is actually paint. Xiaolin, your package has arrived. Jiang shouted into the bathroom to tell Lin Cece. At this moment, Lin Cece responded quickly. Then you can help me take it apart. She hasn't changed her clothes yet. I'm drying myself in the bathroom. When I heard about the delivery, I answered without thinking. I heard this. Jiang didn't think much of it, briefly weighed the box in his hand, and then showed a somewhat puzzled expression. How much paint did you buy? This is way too heavy. Jiang complained as he found the scissors and started cutting. Result. As soon as it was cut open, Jiang's expression changed slightly. Something's not right. Where's the paint? Why does this packaging look so much like a book? Just as Jiang was filled with doubt, he laboriously began to unpack the box and then took things out. A moment later, Lin Cece walked out of the bathroom with a comfortable expression. I took a good shower and changed into my pajamas. A weekend morning is so pleasant. As she pondered this, Lin Cece fixed her gaze on the table not far away, humming contentedly to herself. Where's my breakfast, lady? Where did my super-sized burger go? The girl shouted as she looked toward the edge of the table. Jiang looked utterly bewildered as he flipped through the books in the package. That's right. There were already more than a dozen books on the table at this point. The books are of uneven thickness, and their titles are also quite distinctive. Don't lose because of your expression. How to tell if your boyfriend is a puppy dog or a wolf dog type. How to win over a senior type man. 100 simple ways to make a man's legs go weak. How to make a man fall in love with you. The most comfortable positions for women and the most enjoyable positions for men. Jiang Yin's gaze swept over it, gradually becoming numb. Oh. Lin Cece reached out and covered her face, letting out a soft moan of pain. Damn Su Ningning. You fucking have to be a decent human being. You promised to give me a gift, and this is the gift you promised? Are these books even readable by humans? I really want to die. Looking at Teacher Jiang's strange gaze now, I feel like I'm completely dead. That's great. My image is completely ruined. Has the person completely lost their number? Not only that. To cover his embarrassment, Jiang Yin casually shook the delivery bag on the side, and a small note fell out. Haha, Cece, look at all these books. Haha, I carefully selected them all for you. As the saying goes, isn't it an easy thing for a woman to pursue a man? As your super thoughtful best friend, I also prepared ultra-thin Durex condoms for you, a must-have for home and travel. After all, I think you'll need them sooner or later. As the saying goes, when feelings run deep. Ahem, that's all for now. Your friend Su Ningning is offline. Look at this line of small print. Jiang Yin silently placed it on the table. I'm starting to wonder if this is a female version of Zhang Zhijie. Lin Cece was completely dead inside. The light in her eyes at that moment seemed capable of killing. She forced a smile and looked at Jiang Yin in front of her. Haha, Teacher Jiang. Whose packages are these? They must have sent the wrong books. Ha, these books are so weird. Oh, it was sent by Su Ningning? That's not surprising. She's mentally challenged. Chapter 124. Interested in lips or feet? As Lin Cece spoke, she quickly began to tidy up the books in front of her. Jiang Yin's expression became quite varied. Kobayashi, are you saying your intentions are that obvious? He said this with a half smile. Lin Cece covered her face, truly speechless at this point. She simply gritted her teeth, then raised her head, threateningly baring her teeth in a fierce expression. I don't care, you definitely didn't see anything just now. Is that right, Teacher Jiang? Even if you saw something, you'd better forget about it right now. Hearing this, Jiang Yin was both amused and exasperated. No, he was still a little confused. To be honest, these books seem a bit too outrageous. I have no idea where they found this. It's just illogical. But who is this Su Ningning? It looks like she'll be playing another heroic role like Zhang Zhijie, a female protagonist. Before Jiang Yin could speak again, Lin Cece had already stuffed a hamburger into his mouth. Come on, Teacher Jiang, eat more hamburgers. They're good for your kidneys. Jiang Yin looked completely bewildered. Lin Cece covered her face again. Oh no, this is completely over. It's going to grow a head. What I mean is good health. Eating breakfast is good for your health. After saying this, Lin Cece grabbed a large box of books and rushed to her room. This moment, Lin Cece's movement speed plus 100%, rage plus 100%, and agility plus 100%. Watching the divine eagle flee in panic. Jiang Yin found it both funny and helpless. Can you come back and eat breakfast first? Back in her room, Lin Cece immediately crawled into bed. Despite having just taken a shower, she was sweating profusely, her face flushed, and her heart was pounding wildly. She just wants to find a hole and crawl into it right now. Wah! Oh no, my image is completely ruined. It's all Su Ningning's fault. What kind of stuff is this? It was all shipped in. Lin Cece muttered resentfully as she picked up the books. I want to see what these things are. I wouldn't say I enjoyed this breakfast very much. I was mainly confused about what I was eating. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yin began his busy work. Lin Cece was drawing while talking on the phone with Su Ningning. No, are you even human? What's wrong with me? You've changed, haven't you? You've forgotten your sisters for a man. All my hard work finding so many books for you has been for nothing. Climb quickly. Haha, it's no use. What's that saying again? As long as you're bold enough, sisters can take maternity leave. Pooh. Lin Cece hung up the phone, looking very worried. She hadn't dared to speak to Jiang Yin for almost half a day. She was really a little embarrassed. By noon, Jiang Yin naturally called her out for dinner. Lin Cece, what's wrong with you? You're hiding in your room and won't come out. You're not even going to eat, are you? Upon hearing this, Lin Cece took a deep breath and followed him out the door with a bitter expression. The little head peeked out and found that Jiang An had already put all the food on the table, and a fragrant aroma filled the room. Lin Cece touched her lower abdomen. To be honest, she was embarrassed to go out. But she still really wanted to eat. No, I still have to go out. The girl muttered something under her breath, then finally obediently went outside. My mind gradually started to work more clearly. Yes, let's eat. What's wrong with eating something? There's a saying that goes, being able to eat is a blessing. Yeah, and that scoundrel will be my man sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if my image collapses or anything. That's what I've been thinking about. Lin Cece became more cheerful and ran outside in her slippers. Then I saw a table full of delicious food. The hungry girl couldn't help but swallow, then looked at Jiang An with resentment. Was that scoundrel doing it on purpose? I made it so delicious just to tempt her. Although I am not the kind of person who cannot withstand tests. But today I just want to test myself. Why did you change into your pajamas? Jiang An remained calm, looking at the girl in front of him with some curiosity, and couldn't help but ask. Lin Cece didn't explain anything this time. She just pursed her lips slightly. Of course it needs to be replaced. I was drenched in sweat. Jiang An didn't pay much attention to her not answering, but his gaze involuntarily fell on her beautiful little lips. It looks so soft. And there's more. The girl's looks are really impressive. Even in her current bare-faced state, she could easily outshine some minor celebrities. Wow, what a feast for the eyes. For a moment, Jiang An felt a pang of nostalgia for the moment the girl kissed her last night. The saying, once you've tasted the marrow, you'll know its flavor, is absolutely true. This meal was eaten much faster than usual. The main reason is that the girl was just too fast. She seemed to still be preoccupied with what happened that morning, so she moved very quickly. It didn't take long to finish it. Then, she consciously picked up all the bowls and went to wash them. Seeing this scene, Jiang An was filled with emotion. This day, why does it feel a bit like married life? Around 1 p.m., the sun was shining brightly. Jiang An sat in the room and worked for a while, only to feel aches and pains in his back. When I came out, I saw the girl holding a small doll and staring intently at the drawing board in front of her, drawing. Her new pajamas must have been recently bought. They're light green and have a particularly refreshing feel. Her little feet are constantly wiggling, making them very eye-catching. Your work efficiency is impressive. Jiang An walked over, smiling. Lin Cece looked up and found Jiang An staring at her. A strange thought crossed her mind, and she couldn't help but ask, Teacher Jiang, do you have something on my lips? I've noticed you've been staring at it a lot today. This is not something Lin Cece is making up. The main reason was that she had noticed several times that Jiang An was staring at her lips as if he were looking at some fine ingredient. So after thinking about it, she simply asked. She is, after all, a female knight-errant and quite domineering. Jiang An paused for a moment upon hearing this, then seemed to realize something and struggled to raise his head, forcibly removing his gaze from those lips. Then, involuntarily, keep reading. It started on a small scale. Then it reached a small scale. It then grew to a small scale. The image freezes on those long legs. Lin Cece gritted her teeth and snorted. Teacher Jiang, you really are a pervert. I can tell, you're not interested in my lips, you're interested in my feet, right? Chapter 125 White and Black, White plus Black. He heard Lin Cece's question. Jiang An scratched his head, finally averting his gaze, and then replied somewhat awkwardly. Haha, no. Could I be someone like Zhang Zhijie? I heard this. Lin Cece rolled her eyes. If she was only slightly suspicious just now, so now she can be pretty sure. Jiang An, that scoundrel. It's definitely something she's thinking about with her feet and legs. But this is going too far. Lin Cece subconsciously looked down at her legs, which were long, white, smooth, and beautiful. Then she looked at her feet, which were small and cute, and with the slightest movement, they exuded a natural and innocent sensuality. She pursed her lips, then looked at her chest. Everyone else is looking down so low you can't see their feet. So, like most men, Mr. Jiang still prefers girls with big breasts. She had nothing else, so she settled for second best and could only look at legs, right? Thinking of this, Lin Cece couldn't help but look at Jiang with a hint of resentment, her feelings quite complicated. What a scoundrel. Insatiable greed. You still dislike my figure in the end. Although her legs are indeed very tall, straight and long, she could easily be a leg model. But, that's how girls are, often. When they lack something, they want others to pay more attention to that thing. Jiang En, of course, was unaware of Lin Cece's thoughts. He knew the girl's figure. To be honest, it's only on a small scale. But even if it's just a handful, it's still a wonderful thing. As for those legs, they are certainly worthy of being admired for years. How's your drawing coming along? I've basically finished typing out the code, and all I need to do is add the animation. I estimate it'll be ready to release soon. Having thought of this, Jiang En put aside his distracting thoughts and spoke seriously. Lin Cece pouted. Men are really quick at changing the subject. However, she didn't seem to mind and honestly replied, I estimate it will be finished tomorrow, but I don't want to work tonight. Shall we go out and have some fun? Jiang En nodded without any objection. Sure, that's fine. Do you have any thoughts? It's definitely not a good time to work at night. Perfect for dating. That's right, dating. I haven't figured it out yet. Maybe I'll come up with it after I finish drawing these. As Lin Cece spoke, she turned around, a smug look on her face. She wasn't really concerned about what activities they would do. What they care about is Jiang En's attitude. Clearly, that scoundrel is getting more and more savvy. Jiang En nodded after hearing this, and then went into the bathroom on his own. I'm going to wash the clothes I left here yesterday. As soon as I walked in. And then I saw it. A bunch of clothes that aren't his. Black, white, pink. That's right. Although Jiang En has experienced a lot, he still couldn't help but be a little confused at this moment. Lin Shi. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Cece had already rushed in. Then she pulled up her clothes, her face flushed with shyness, and said, I forgot to take it out. You're not allowed to look at me. With that, she happily took the clothes and ran to the balcony to wash them. Looking at this figure, Jiang En couldn't help but chuckle. I'm talking about Lady Lin. Are we really so unconventional? But you don't need to be so nervous, after all. Jiang En didn't finish speaking. After all, he was soon preparing to confess his feelings to the girl and officially win her over. What do you know? Girls' clothes are not to be looked at. Didn't you ask me to get it for you this morning? Oh dear, that was an accident, okay? Is that so? Jiang En rubbed his chin, then glanced down at his clothes, and his expression suddenly changed. Wait, why did you take my clothes too? Lin Cece, who was standing on the balcony diligently sewing clothes, froze, and her movement stopped. Then he looked down and carefully examined the clothes in his hand. Jiang En's underwear. You bastard. You betrayed me, wah. Lin Cece's face turned bright red. This was the first time in her life she had ever washed a man's underwear. Jiang En shook his head innocently. No, you can't blame me for this, can you? After all, I didn't do anything. You took it yourself. I won't listen. Lin Cece vigorously rubbed her clothes, her face flushed with embarrassment, and wanted to squat down. Honestly, she's not an arrogant or easily embarrassed girl. But after moving in with that jerk, she found herself blushing more and more easily. Jiang En sighed silently, watching the figure on the balcony vigorously scrubbing clothes, and a sense of worry began to creep into his heart. Will my own underwear survive? On the balcony, Lin Cece became more and more enthusiastic as she was frustrated, and then she snorted expressionlessly. That scoundrel must have done it on purpose, putting his clothes together with hers. This is an attempt to sabotage her. Yes, that's it, it must be like that. I definitely won't wash him next time. No, I should have thrown it out just now, instead of waiting until now. And Lin Cece suddenly thought of something. Jiang En should have washed him. But Lin Cece shook her head again, her thoughts becoming increasingly conflicted. She was afraid that Jiang En would be overjoyed if he heard this request. The book I read this morning, 100 Little Ways to Win Over a Man, included a tip on getting a man to help with the laundry. No matter what, men are always very interested in the intimate clothing of beautiful young women. I'd be happy to do it for you. But isn't this just too outrageous? Really, I wasn't talking about you, Kobayashi. You seem to really like wearing stockings, huh? Why did you buy some more? This time it can't be sent by your good friend Su Ningning again, can it? As Jiang En spoke, he closed the door. Just as Lin Cixi was caught in a dilemma, he received another package. When I opened it, I found out. Good heavens, he exclaimed. This is no simple matter. This is extremely complex. Stockings, black, white, and even red ones. You, Lin Cixi, are trying to seduce me, aren't you? Are you trying to test me? Thinking of this, Jiang En's gaze inexplicably became intense. It's just stockings, isn't it? How could I, a man of such stature as Jiang, possibly fail such a test? Come on, try me if you dare. Black on the left, white on the right. White plus black. Chapter 126. Something's not right with this delivery. Lin, who was pondering how to win over teacher Jiang, was slightly taken aback when he heard Jiang En's voice. Lin Cixi. What did she hear? Jiang En actually said she bought stockings again? How is that possible? I'm innocent. I've only bought it once and worn it once so far. I showed it to him in class last time after I wore it. When and how could I possibly buy it again? Besides, these kinds of things, shouldn't they be the things boys buy for girls in the future? Teacher Jiang, are you slandering me? You must have bought it yourself, right? And now you're trying to frame me. The girl stood with her hands on her hips at the balcony door, staring at the bag of stockings in Jiang En's hand, and retorted confidently. She was completely innocent. This time, she really didn't buy it. Jiang En looked bewildered. Me? How could I possibly do such a thing? I suspect you're faking it on me. No, you're acting against me. Is there a name written on it? Lin Cixi suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Usually, takeout orders have names written on them. Especially things like stockings, it's impossible not to write about them. Jiang En understood what was going on after hearing this. That seems to make sense. Let me see. Jiang En's gaze immediately fell on the bag in front of him. Then I discovered. It doesn't have a name? Jiang En frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. If it didn't have a name, that's really outrageous. Are you sure you didn't buy it? Lin Cixi came closer and also found it strange. Logically speaking, if she didn't buy it, then it could only be Jiang En, right? Now, teacher Jiang says it really wasn't him. To convince Lin Cixi, Jiang En pulled out his phone without hesitation, then said helplessly, Miss Lin, do I look like that kind of person? Lin Cixi didn't look at it, and quickly shook her head, saying, No, I was just joking. But, whose thing is this? The girl was bewildered. Surely no one would be so weird as to send a pair of stockings over? This is a bit scary to think about, isn't it? Jiang En and Lin Cixi exchanged a glance. They all showed somewhat solemn expressions. I hope he's not some kind of pervert. Jiang En rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Lin Cixi scratched her head and thought for a moment. Hard to say, but just looking at those red stockings, I know this isn't simple. Jiang En raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a somewhat surprised expression. What do you mean by that? How is it not simple? Those bosses who used to ask me to draw had this kind of fetish. They're all perverts. Tisk. Jiang En clicked his tongue softly. Honestly. So, looking at it this way, it's a pure attack speed build. Just when the two of them were very conflicted and confused. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Knock, 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 knock. Jiang En and Lin Cixi exchanged a glance. Who is it? Jiang En frowned, feeling very strange. I walked to the door and opened it. Goodness. Zhang Zhijie, why is this competition happening again? Jiang En said irritably. It's not mealtime, and it's nothing important, so what are you doing here? Jiang En hasn't had a chance to settle accounts with this guy yet. She quietly ran to his side. If he hadn't caught me last night, I probably wouldn't have said anything by now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie's face revealed a sly expression, and then his eyes quickly searched around the room. Ahem, Lao Jiang. I've come to see you this time because I really have something to discuss. Then tell me, what is it? Jiang En raised an eyebrow, suddenly having a bad feeling. I've lost something. As Zhang Zhijie finished speaking, Lin Cixi, who was not far away, quietly grabbed a bag from the table and quickly hid it. What is that? Jiang En gave a cold sneer. Oh, what is it? I have no idea. I haven't heard of anything coming here. What's wrong, Lao Zhang? Did you lose something? The mess this guy made yesterday. Jiang has already held a grudge. So, I'm going to scam them out of a lot of money. Lin Cixi, standing behind them, tacitly hid the items. Hearing Jiang En's words, Zhang Zhijie's expression stiffened slightly. Huh? No. How could there not be? He clearly remembered the wrong location. It should have been sent to Lao Zhang's place, right? Upon hearing this, Jiangyan couldn't help but laugh. I said no, and that's it. Do you think I'd hide it for you? Zhang Zhijie blushed and decisively took out his phone. He coughed dryly and said, Ahem, it's not Lao Jiang. It was wrong of me to move here secretly. But this time, I did indeed send the items here. What is that? Jiangyan glanced at Zhang Zhijie. Ahem, stockings. You little rascal, you're playing pretty weird, huh? Jiangyan's eyes widened, but he still pretended to be clueless and said, No. Zhang Zhi was now truly on the verge of tears. No, Lao Jiang, hurry up and give it to me. If I can't take it back, Ruo Jiao will beat me to death. Lin Cixi walked over and said irritably, Zhang Zhijie, I heard you say that yesterday. What shallow and rubbing? Zhang Zhijie quickly responded, Damn it, Ms. Lin, you were drunk back then, but what I said was definitely true. They're all no good. Only you can. Snort. Seeing Zhang Zhijie's anxious appearance, Jiangyan had no intention of teasing this guy, and said rather irritably, You son of a bitch, you secretly moved in here. I'll beat you up. I was just thinking that since we're all close by, it would be easier to get a free meal. Why didn't you tell me? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Zhang Zhijie chuckled. Go to hell. Lin Cixi, who was standing to the side, tossed the bag of stockings over to him. Zhang Zhijie picked it up and let out a long sigh of relief. Well, I'll be going now. I'll come back later. What are you doing here? Free meal. Get out of here. Jiangyan kicked the guy away, then let out a long breath and looked at Lin Cixi to the side. So, Xiaolin, do you believe me now? I'm truly innocent. Lin Cixi pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and then looked at Jiangyan and said, So, do you also like those red stockings? Jiangyan. That's what I meant. Attack speed items. Cough cough. Who doesn't love them? Chapter 127. Look at the legs. Red stockings, red-based black high heels, and a sexy little blouse. These three things are definitely a killer move and a speed bump for men. The attack speed is already maxed out. Imagine if Kobayashi wore that. Jiangyan revealed a somewhat wise glint as he examined the situation for a while, then suddenly woke up. That's not right. When will I? Has it become so SP? This doesn't make sense. Thinking of this, Jiangyan fell into deep thought again. How did I gradually become like this? Could it be that I've unleashed my true nature? After this minor incident subsided, the two returned to calm. Yes, it was a rare period of peace and harmony. Lin Cixi sat on the sofa, her long legs crossed. Her hair, which had been loose, was now tied into a high ponytail, and her eyes revealed a focused expression. Only, the girl took a cushion and placed it on her lap. It seems like they're trying to cover something up. Jiangyan saw this and couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. This little girl was wary of him. He was speechless, but said with a righteous expression, Xiaolin, I think there's something wrong with your thinking. Is your appearance making you think there's something wrong with me? Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi hummed and tilted her head, then answered in a serious tone. Right. When you feel that I think there's something wrong with you, then there must be something wrong with you. The people of Jiangyan were dumbfounded. He admitted that he liked to glance at things occasionally, but problems always surfaced. That's going too far. And is this my SP? It's clearly because your legs are so beautiful. Moreover, Jiangyan was telling the truth. If she wears stockings, he might not be as interested. But bare, white legs without stockings are what's truly desirable, right? But what if you actually wear attack speed items? Jiangyan rested his chin on his hand. Yes, the soul of a pervert will also be ignited. Therefore, in conclusion, it's not that he wanted to watch it, but that Lin Cixi was too charming. Xiaolin, so this is what you really think of me? I'm so disappointed, Jiangyan said angrily, while moving his computer to the living room to work with her. Under Lin Cixi's somewhat bewildered gaze, Jiangyan opened his work software and began to concentrate intently on it. He had an air of resolute determination, as if to say, even if you sit right next to me, I won't give you a second glance. Humph, you little brat with a strong will, huh? Lin Cixi was a bit uncomfortable. After all, Jiangyan had been watching her for a while, and now that he was suddenly not watching her, the girl felt a little awkward. I am very focused, you vixen. Don't even think about disturbing my Dao heart. You little brat, calling me a witch. Lin Cece charged forward, baring her teeth and brandishing her claws. Jiangyan easily grabbed his head and pressed it down. Have you finished your work? You want to play before you finished your work? Then learn math. The words had barely left his mouth. The girl stared intently at her drawing board, her expression extremely serious, her movements swift. Jiangyan was speechless. Girl, your transformation speed is even faster than the face-changing act in Sichuan opera. However, to be fair, Lin Cece's drawing skills are truly superb. The lines under her fingers seem to possess a soul, and one exquisite figure after another quickly leaps onto the paper. This is a character illustration of a dog. Jiangyan rested his chin on his hand and muttered to himself. Never mind, I won't disturb this girl's work. I'll take this opportunity to fix the bugs too. On a sunny afternoon, the room was filled with the sounds of paintbrushes scratching and keyboards clattering. It was as if a harmonious symphony had been formed, making it exceptionally pleasant to listen to. This situation continued until 4 p.m. Lin Cece finally put down her paintbrush and stretched lazily. Oh, then she began to hum softly. Oh dear, the weather isn't cooperating. I'm sleeping on the sofa. The world has gained yet another burden because of me. The girl hummed a tune and moved closer to Jiangyan. It was discovered that Jiangyan was already testing the game. That's right. He has already loaded most of the pictures that Lin Cece had drawn into the game content. They were actually testing it secretly on their own. Lin Cece muttered to herself, then noticed that Jiangyan was wearing headphones, so she quietly took one off. Then he stuffed it into his ear. The next moment, her expression instantly turned strange. He even showed a somewhat bewildered expression. What strange thing got into my ear? At this moment, Lin Cece heard. A background music with a very strong rhythm and an incredibly catchy melody was playing. After listening to it, you can't help but sway along. Although this background music is very simple, with only a few notes changing, it's so catchy. Then, Lin Cece noticed that the screen in front of Jiangyan was a horizontal page, densely packed with information, similar to a game like Connect 4. Clicking on the same object repeatedly will jump to the bottom. Jiangyan's fingers flew across the mouse, performing a dazzling array of actions. Lin Cece was almost dumbfounded. A sense of fear welled up in her heart. Frog Fun. The perverted dog planner is back online again. This game feels familiar just by looking at it. The controls are simple, the background music is catchy, the art style is vivid, the overall style is casual, but it's incredibly addictive to play. A familiar Jiangyan-style game. It has a simple and healing feel to it, but when you play it, it's mainly designed to make you depressed. It looks even more difficult than attacking a puppy. The simpler it is, the harder it is to play. Lin Cece sighed silently for the players. All you guys keep saying in the comments section that it's super easy. Now it's alright. You've successfully enraged the dog-like planner. In fact, Jiangyan did not have good intentions. To be honest, the last attack on the puppy event was only of medium difficulty. The reason for such a strong reaction is simply because everyone has never experienced this type of game before. As time went on, the completion rate naturally increased. Everyone's gaming skills gradually caught up with Jiangyan's progress. But this time, Jiangyan immediately increased the difficulty level. Damn it, I've completed 3 levels so far. And they even started a regional war involving the entire population. They divided the region into units and engaged in a nationwide confrontation. Teacher Jiang. He felt Lin Cece quietly poking his back from behind. Jiangyan took off his headphones, revealing a confused expression. What's wrong, Kobayashi? Lin Cece blinked and muttered softly. Let me play. She wants to get ahead at the starting line. You have to try it out first. And it does look kind of fun, doesn't it? I heard this. Jiangyan couldn't help but smile knowingly. No. Hey, you're so stingy. I'll cut up some fruit salad for you later. The flexible and adaptable Lady Lin, her eyes gleaming, was secretly plotting something else. Fruit salad. Jiangyan pursed his lips, a smile appearing on his face. That won't do. Playing ahead of time is a privilege reserved for VIP test server players. What do I need to do to become a VIP test server player? Look at the legs. Chapter 128 Demoness. I need your help in my cultivation. A man who isn't a bit of a playboy in his youth has wasted his life. A man who doesn't look at his legs isn't a true hero. Jiang waved his small fan, which read, I came under the moonlight, and leaned back on the sofa in a cheerful mood. Watching the girl stretch out her two long, straight, white legs, then half lying on the sofa bed, typing on her laptop mouse. That's right. Lin Cece is experiencing dog for the first time. I laughed. Me, a dignified, sweet, beautiful girl, actually failed on the second level? Damn it. I can't get through it all. I can't get through even a little bit. Wah, I have my own way of dying. Jiang, watching from the sidelines, was thoroughly amused and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, Ms. Lin, are you sure you can handle this? With this level of skill, you think you can pass the test? The girl turned her head away in embarrassment and glared at Jiang. You dog planner, what are you barking about? Jiang chuckled and said, I'm not saying this to be mean, but this game is fundamentally different from Attack on Titan. To be honest, Attack on Titan is very easy to operate. With a little strategy, you can easily pass the levels. But what matters is your overall perspective, your strategic thinking, and your calculation ability. Blindly trying to find pairs here is useless. After hearing these words, Lin Cece stared wide-eyed at Jiang in front of her. Frog Fun, are you really going this far? You heartless game planner, you're trying to kill us players. Jiang shrugged. I still stand by what I said. People are competitive. As long as they want to win, they will keep playing. So I'm not worried at all. In fact, I think this game is more appealing to players. Lin Cece listened to Jiang's words, glanced coldly at the screen, and then grinned, saying, You're going a bit too far. I'm not playing anymore. I can't play anymore. Lin Shushu Cece, the slacker version, is now online. Just now, she had unknowingly tried it dozens of times. I've experienced all sorts of ways to die. She's getting dizzy just thinking about what ideas to come up with. That's it. Jiang's lips curled up slightly. Then he said with amusement, Give up? You're not playing anymore? Looks like Lady Lin isn't all that great after all. I heard this. Lin Cece hummed softly. She certainly didn't really want to give up. She just couldn't get over it. I was even starting to feel like I was going crazy. But the scoundrel was completely oblivious to romance. At this moment, shouldn't you hug me, comfort me, and then show me your superb ability to overcome obstacles? Teacher Jiang is so stupid. Thinking of this, a pitiful expression appeared on Lin Cece's face. Why is my brother like this? I just wanted to help my brother test out the game first, didn't I? I can't get across because my sister is too stupid. But my brother actually mocked me. Wah, I'm so sad. As she spoke, Lin Cece swung her long leg in front of Jiang and gently swayed it, biting her lip. Brother, are you really that heartless? I'll make you cry, you jerk. Jiang's expression indeed became somewhat strange. He stared at the girl in front of him. How does one freely switch between cute youthfulness and a sassy, tea-like demeanor? That's incredibly fast. Brother, a sweet, delicate voice called out. This pulled Jiang out of his thoughts. Then they saw Lin Cece lean over and blink her big eyes. Brother, please help me. I want to see how to pass the level. Faced with Lin Cece's coquettishness, Jiang quickly gave in. He raised his hands in surrender. I surrender directly. Come on, watch me do it. As he spoke, Jiang took a deep breath, shifting his gaze from those long, white, shiny legs to the computer screen in front of him. Then, he felt the strange sensation of the girl's fingertips gently sliding across his waist and abdomen. Concentrate on dealing with the challenges ahead. A few minutes later, Jiang fell into deep thought. As a planner, a game developer, and a true gaming pro, what's it like to fail while playing a game you developed yourself? Maybe it was an accident. Jiang frowned and explained. Oh really? Lin Cece's lips curled up triumphantly. Then it seems that even you, brother, can't do it. Jiang turned his head away. That vixen went too far. She's been subtly flirting with me, corrupting my resolve and disturbing my mind. How can I possibly pass the level if I can't even concentrate? Want to do it again? Lin Cece licked her lips lightly, like a cunning little fox. Let's try again. We can't possibly fail again, can we? Jiang took a deep breath. Very good, woman. You've ignited my competitive spirit. Now, I must prove my abilities. As he spoke, Jiang turned his gaze directly to the computer screen in front of him. To be honest, this second level is indeed quite difficult. If his thinking is not clear, he is also likely to fail. The second challenge began soon after. But this time, Lin Cixi went even further. The girl sat down right next to Jiang, very close, her long legs constantly rubbing against his. Then, I breathed softly in his ear, offering encouragement. Go, teacher Jiang. Wow, you've almost finished clearing the image in just 2.5 minutes. As expected of my older brother, he's amazing. Listening to the girl's words, Jiang felt his mind was in a mess. The manipulation of his hands became increasingly distorted and absurd. When Lin Cixi saw this, the corners of her mouth secretly turned up, and her pretty face involuntarily flushed. This is a honey trap. It really is a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of your own. Although she managed to flirt with that jerk, but her heart couldn't help but race. Failed again. Jiang stared at the computer screen, slightly troubled. It seems we really need to reduce the difficulty a bit. Even I, the planner, couldn't finish it when I was distracted. Lin Cixi, who was listening to this, bit her lip and then quickly said, so stubborn. Men are only as stubborn as their mouths when it comes to their genitals. You failed twice now. Failed. If I failed, it means you failed. My IQ is equal to yours. Hearing Lin Cixi's logical calculations, Jiang was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head, then saw the girl's smug look. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in my heart. He put down the mouse, took a deep breath, and then stared at the girl, his aura suddenly becoming imposing. You vixen, you've been trying to corrupt my resolve, haven't you? Great mighty heavenly dragon, great Luo mantra. Which, I need your help in my cultivation. Chapter 129. Who can withstand this? Which, I need your help in my cultivation. As Jiang shouted, he quickly grabbed Lin Cixi's legs. The girl tried to struggle, but ended up falling directly into Jiang's arms. Are you still going to cause trouble, you little brat? Jiang looked down at Lin Cixi in his arms, his breathing slightly rapid. She was soft, fragrant, and felt very comfortable to the touch. Although it wasn't the first time I'd hugged him, but this time the feeling was completely different. It might be because Lin Cixi was struggling. Sure enough, the more they struggle, the more exciting it becomes. I'm not a demoness, and I haven't affected your Dao heart. As Lin Cixi struggled, her whole body began to burn, because she found herself completely in Jiang's arms, and his hands were even rubbing her legs a few times. Jiang, that scoundrel. The clarity in Lin Cixi's eyes flickered uncertainly. She looked at Jiang, who was so close, his breath occasionally touching her forehead. She couldn't help but want to close her eyes shyly, but she was also reluctant. A strong and strange feeling welled up in her heart. She really wanted to climb out, but alas, she had no strength at all and was completely out of control. Lin Cixi, Jiang's expression also became increasingly unnatural. To be honest, the idea of having the demoness help him cultivate was just empty talk. Now that it had come to this, he was actually a little reluctant to part with her. He was enjoying this intimate feeling. That's right. It's about intimacy. Jiang could strongly feel the fragrance emanating from the girl in his arms and hear her slightly trembling body. Instinctively, he gently tightened his grip, and the girl in his arms immediately let out a soft moan. That hum seemed to ignite Jiang instantly. He felt his mind go blank, a strange fire surging within him, and he gasped for breath, staring at the girl in front of him. Her flushed face seemed to be steaming. Her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. Her alluring little mouth was tightly pursed. Her eyes held a pitiful look that made one want to do something, yet one had to restrain oneself. Bang! Just as the atmosphere between the two was becoming increasingly intimate, suddenly, a noise rang in my ears. Jiang snapped out of his daze and looked up to see that the drawing board on the side had fallen to the ground. Lin Cixi's eyes also cleared up considerably at that moment. She took a long breath. She felt like she was about to suffocate. Her brain was buzzing, and she shook her head, feeling a little uneasy. It won't work. I can't sit here anymore, or Teacher Jiang will bully me. With that thought in mind, the girl decisively prepared to get up. This place was definitely not a safe place to stay. We have to run away. We have to run away. With this thought in mind, Lin Cece braced herself on the sofa with both hands, trying to get up. Although Jiang An did not stop them, he was still somewhat reluctant to part with them. The girl's body is so soft. I want to pet it. All I saw was Lin Cece struggling to stand up, trying to climb off Jiang An. But I don't know if it was because the contact just now was too intimate, or because I sat for too long. Lin Cece had just stood up when she felt her thighs buckle, and then she lost her balance. Ouch! Bang! The next moment, Lin Cece fell heavily into Jiang An's arms, her head slamming directly into his chest. Puff! Jiang An grunted. The two were positioned in a big +2 posture, pressed tightly together. Jiang An felt a sudden, heavy force rushing into his arms. Fortunately, it's soft and light enough. Honestly, if you disregard the immense impact, this is even more comfortable than holding someone. It's soft and sticky, just like being pounced on by a kitten. Lin Cece bit her lip in pain, rubbed her head, and when she looked up, her eyes were brimming with tears, round, tiny, crystal-clear beads swirling in her eyes, looking aggrieved. Jiang An saw Lin Cece's miserable state in his arms and couldn't help but chuckle. No, what's wrong with you? You can't even stand up straight anymore? Hearing this, Lin Cece was both embarrassed and annoyed. Her pretty face turned red to the roots of her ears, and she pursed her pink lips, huffing and puffing. Isn't it all your fault? You made my legs go weak. He heard the girl's resentful and complaining words. Jiang An was speechless for a moment. Oh no, really? Is this my fault? Wait a minute, I didn't do anything. I just hugged you. Seeing that Jiang An remained silent, Lin Cece gave a soft snort. Feeling guilty now, you scumbag. As she spoke, she tried to get up again, but she was still too weak and couldn't muster any strength. After struggling for a long time, I realized that I still couldn't get up. Moreover, it feels like the distance between the two people is getting smaller and smaller, closer and closer. Even after a while, Lin Cece could hear Jiang An's increasingly rapid breathing. Such behavior between the two of them is a bit too intimate and excessive. Even Lin Cece herself felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, I continued moving. What? Don't move, I'll do it. I didn't move. Okay, I'll take care of it. Jiang An struggled to sit up, his nose filled with the faint, sweet fragrance of the girl's hair. Jiang An felt a strange stirring within him. How could this girl be so charming from head to toe? Humph, are you even capable? If you're not, then help me up. But you're on top of me. I can't exert any strength. Jiang An couldn't help but smile helplessly. The girl was now lying on top of him, and he had just tried to put some pressure on her, but he couldn't really get any leverage. Then try harder. Lin Cece blushed and said, I feel so weak. I have no strength left. She was genuinely embarrassed. He desperately wanted to get off Jiang An. They're way too intimate. I just can't stand it. Jiang An noticed Lin Cece's emotions and was also a little overwhelmed. He held his breath slightly, then suddenly exerted force and gently lifted the girl with his left hand. The feel was quite nice. Then, the force is pushed upwards. This action immediately made Lin Cece stiffen. Fortunately, this time, Jiang An successfully helped Lin Cece get back on her feet and finally made her the official wife. If you do it again, I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart, Jiang An said with a long sigh, unable to help but feel helpless. Although he exercises regularly, but with such high intensity, who can withstand it? Lin Cece rolled her eyes upon hearing this. What are you saying, you scoundrel? I'm about to fall apart too, okay? Chapter 130 Choose Me. I'm super sweet. Good luck on the college entrance exam. The two finally managed to separate. Jiang An finally let out a long sigh of relief. This experience, it's both a pleasure and a torment. That almost cost my buddy his life. Putting everything else aside, it's incredibly soft. Jiang An muttered to himself. Lin Cece, who was watching from the side, grabbed her drawing board and slipped into the house. Recently, Xiaolin has been running away more and more frequently. That's a bit unreasonable. Jiang An stood up, stretched, and then fell into deep thought. Should I resume my training recently? Inside the room, Lin Cece buried her head in the blankets, her heart pounding wildly. She felt as if the touch of Jiang Yin's body still lingered all over her body, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a thin mist. Just thinking about how intimate the two of them had been. Lin Cixi was not feeling well. Please. They're not together yet. If we get that close, are we going to die? But the thought of Jiang Yin's hot body leaning against her and then slowly lifting her up made Lin Cixi restless. This feeling. It's so strange, she just felt completely unwell. Her pretty face was burning hot, burning like crazy. Am I running a fever? Lin, the female knight, reached out and rubbed her face. She was still in a panic. She tossed and turned in bed for a long time. But no matter how she lay, she was not comfortable. She even felt very hot. She quickly turned on the air conditioner and adjusted it to 24 degrees Celsius. 23 degrees. After finishing all that, Lin Cixi lay flat on the bed, clutching a doll in her left hand, her feelings a complex mix of emotions. After a while, she calmed herself down a little, then silently turned her gaze to the table not far away. There was a pile of books there. The positions men like best, the positions women like best. Lin Cixi bit her lip, not knowing why. As if by magic, she couldn't help but pick it up again. Then, I watched it intently. Then, strange laughter could be heard from inside the room from time to time. He. Jiang Yin sat in the living room and occasionally heard this faint laughter. His expression turned slightly strange, and he seemed quite puzzled. No. What's this girl doing inside? Something feels off about this. Although I admit that what I just did was a bit too much, and the two of us were indeed being a little too intimate. But surely Lin Cixi wouldn't lose her mind like this? And, most importantly, we really can't blame him for this. It was clearly the girl who lost her balance. Little Vixen, oh little Vixen. Jiang Yin glanced down at the scene, then looked up, a somewhat melancholy expression on his face. It's over, my willpower is getting worse and worse. Thinking of this, Jiang Yin glanced at the game, feeling depressed, and decided to increase the game's difficulty even further. Ruojia, please let me stand up. In the room next door, Zhang Zhijie knelt on the keyboard, on the verge of tears. Su Ruojia was still holding the stockings in her hand, looking like she'd seen a ghost. Zhang Zhijie, you're a real talent. You actually bought these things behind my back. You bought it, but you even dared to buy this color. I can tolerate this color, but you actually dared to send the wrong one. Listening to Su Ruojia's words, Zhang Zhijie covered his face and sighed deeply. When I said this was purely accidental, nobody believed me. Jiang Yin is making dinner. Then he heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, it wasn't the delivery guy, and Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. I'm really afraid they'll send out some weird or strange stuff again. Fortunately, it was Su Ruojia who led Zhang Zhijie. Ruojia, what brings you here? Jiang Yin smiled. Isn't it because Zhang Zhijie insisted on moving here, and he wanted to keep it from you? I'm here to have a proper talk with you. Su Ruojia explained the reason for moving here in a serious manner. The main reason Zhang Zhijie came here was because he couldn't stay at school alone anymore. After listening to the explanation with a smile, Jiang Yin calmly said, Ruojia, you're worrying too much. I'm not angry at all. If this were something to make me angry, I would have been driven crazy by Zhang Zhijie long ago. So don't worry, our relationship isn't that bad. Jiang Yin was telling the truth. Zhang Zhijie secretly moving in is indeed a bit sneaky, but it's definitely not worth getting upset about. After all, they are close brothers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie immediately perked up. I knew it, Ruojia. How could Lao Jiang really be angry with me? The last time she was angry with me was when we were kids, because I threw my socks. Ouch! Zhang Zhijie winced in pain after being kicked by Jiang Yin, looking utterly miserable. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. How's your engagement going? Jiang Yin was quite concerned about this matter. After all, it's a major life event for my brother. Zhang Zhijie is unreliable. As his brother, he has to be extra careful. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojia's face flushed slightly, and she said somewhat embarrassedly, My family doesn't have any objections either. We're choosing a date for our engagement now. Zhang Zhijie looked at Jiang and smugly from the side. What did Lao Jiang say? Since we were little, you've always been ahead of me in everything. But finally there's one thing you're a little slower than your buddy, right? Jiang was slightly speechless, then smiled through gritted teeth. You fucking bastard, you should be secretly happy. Hey, how's your relationship with Lin Cece going? As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. You two are already living together, so I'm sure your feelings are progressing incredibly fast, right? I heard this. Jiang paused for a moment, then looked at the location of the room with some worry. How should I put it? I just angered the little girl, and she ran inside. It also frequently lets out strange laughter. Is it broken? To be honest, Jiang was also a little worried. I'm afraid Lin Cece is really angry. After all, the two of them are not even together yet, but they have already made such intimate gestures. Thinking about this, Jiang couldn't help but feel regretful. What am I waiting for? If it doesn't work out, just confess sooner rather than later, and be more direct. I was just thinking about it. Lin Cece's room door was open. The slightly flushed girl curiously peeked out, then blinked her little eyes. Oh, Ruojia, you bitch Jiang, you're here? What are you three doing standing there? Are you playing mahjong and need one more player? Pick me. Pick me. I'm super sweet. Chapter 131 Lu Yuran is moving out. The moment I saw Lin Cece come out, Jiang felt much better, and the world seemed to brighten up again. I initially thought the girl was genuinely unhappy or angry. After all, it was such close contact. It's reasonable to be angry. But now it seems Lin Cece truly lives up to her title of Heroine Lin, possessing an exceptionally broad mind. Jiang was thinking about it. Lin Cece had already walked over, and the shyness she had just shown on her face was nowhere to be seen. It's still bright red. Su Ruojia asked in confusion. Cece, why is your face so red? It's okay, it's just that it's too hot, and I feel stuffy inside. Lin Cece replied with a smile. I just saw it in a book. How can I make a man love me more? Secret, show others more face in front of them. Really? Lin Cece's gaze quietly fell on Jiang beside her. I noticed that this guy's facial expression didn't change much, but you could tell he was quite happy and seemed relieved. Men. In the end, I'll have him under my control. The girl thought this to herself, then walked to Jiang's side, her beautiful eyes wide open. Hey, why aren't you guys coming in? Aren't we playing mahjong? Shall we play? A moment later, four people sat around the table. Jiang pushed the mahjong tiles in front of him aside, muttering to himself in exasperation. Old Jiang, can you explain to me why you have mahjong tiles in your house? Logically speaking, shouldn't it be non-existent? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie drew a card while grinning slyly. Is it possible that I had foreseen this day would come? Lin Cece hummed softly from the side. I think, Sister Ruojia, Zhang Zhijie is tired of kneeling on keyboards and durians, and now he wants to kneel on mahjong tiles. Su Ruojia's eyes immediately lit up, radiating excitement. If that's what you're saying, that gets me really excited. Zhang Zhijie, you're so thoughtful. Zhang Zhijie's eyes widened. Frog fun, have some decency. Do you really have to rip off your buddy like this? Hey beautiful, why do you keep stepping on my feet? After they started playing mahjong, Jiang couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Cece next to him. I didn't. Then go over there. Okay, boss. As she spoke, Lin Cece had already passed by, but her feet were still on Jiang's feet. What's this move called? She used her beauty to seduce him again. Jiang twitched his lips speechlessly, his gaze quietly shifting away from under the mahjong table. Some people's slightly restless little feet kept rubbing against his legs. What are they trying to do? You've gone too far, Lin Cece. Fortunately, no one else witnessed this scene. Otherwise, it would definitely be a scene of social annihilation. I don't know why. Lin Cece suddenly became bolder. That's really unreasonable. Ding 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 ding. Zhang Zhijie's phone suddenly rang while he was playing mahjong. Then, all three people turned their gazes in that direction. Answering the phone at this time, when someone is calling, is not a good idea. Zhang Zhijie was also dumbfounded. Anyone want to call at 4:30? Everyone who can call him is here, okay? Lu Yuran's? Su Ruojia leaned closer, her gaze suddenly fixing on something. It seems quite unexpected. Lu Yuran actually called Zhang Zhijie? This is outrageous. Zhang Zhijie was also completely bewildered, his head swiveling with immense confusion. Why? Why would Lu Yuran call me? He subconsciously looked at Jiang. Then, He quickly looked at Lin Cece. His awareness and will to survive were at their peak. Jiang Yin's expression remained unchanged. Because, I'm sorry, I really can't muster any interest at all. Lin Cece blinked and said, answer the phone. Why keep it ringing? She was exceptionally calm and composed. It's like talking about a very ordinary little thing. Oh. Zhang Zhijie answered the phone. Then Lu Yuren's voice came from the other end. Zhang Zhijie, aren't you in the dorm? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie frowned. That's right. I'm not in the dormitory. Where's Jiangyan? He's not here either. Didn't I tell you? He moved out. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuran remained silent for a few seconds before speaking in a deep voice. Have you moved out already? Oh, that's pretty fast. I thought it wouldn't be. She sniffed as she spoke. And you? When are you coming back? I bought some food and snacks, all of which he likes to eat. Zhang Zhijie looked somewhat embarrassed. That's a good question. I feel really embarrassed. Okay, I'm not going back. I've moved out now too. I won't be living in the dormitory anymore. Zhang Zhijie's answer plunged Lu Yuran into deep thought. What should she say? I can't say anything anymore. So they've all moved away? There was no response from the other end for a long time. Zhang Zhijie spoke up first. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up now. As he spoke, he rubbed the mahjong tiles in his hand, his eyes calm. If it were someone else, he might have felt a little reluctant. After all, girls are like this. But it was Lu Yuran who was replaced. Ugh, screw her. And it's all right now. The call ended. Zhang Zhijie looked at Jiang Yin, Lin Cece, and Su Ruojia with an innocent expression. Now you can prove my innocence, right? I really didn't know anything. Who knew she would come to me again to get something? Jiang Yin smiled. You've really gone to a lot of trouble, kid. You've been helping me out of trouble all this time. I don't know when. Lu Yuran also became a problem. It is indeed troublesome. After all, Jiang Yin had already severed all ties with her. Why are you still nagging and arguing? Doesn't that seem a bit condescending? Oh, these are all minor matters. Zhang Zhijie waved his hand, and then the four of them continued to play mahjong. At the same time, inside the dormitory, Lu Yuran had just returned when Yang Tao, dressed up beautifully in sexy clothes, prepared to go out. Lu Yuran glanced at her and said somewhat weakly, Peach, I might want to move out. Huh? Yang Tao was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Why do you suddenly want to move out? Okay, I won't be staying in the dorm anymore. I'll be moving out. Lu Yuran bit her lip. I recalled what my dad had said last night. Boys need to fight for what they deserve. Although Jiang Yin was very resolute. But she didn't want to give up. She still has the right to pursue someone, right? Chapter 132, Don't Be in Such a Hurry. Yang Tao was taken aback upon hearing this, her face filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? Lu Yuran is actually moving out? Who do you live with? Are you living alone? Lu Yuran gently shook her head. No one will live with me. I'll live alone. How can you do that? It's dangerous for a girl to live alone without anyone to look after her, Yang Tao quickly said. Are you kidding me? Given Lu Yuran's personality and life skills, it's really hard to imagine letting her live alone. I'm fine. I can be fine on my own. Of course, if you'd like, we can live together. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuran's expression softened slightly, and she looked at Yang Tao with a hint of anticipation. She just thought of it on a whim. That's how she came up with the idea. But after Yang Tao said that, Lu Yuran hesitated. If we really let her live alone, I imagine she'll find it very difficult to adapt, right? Thinking of this, her expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of sadness. If Jiang Yin were here at this time, that would be great. If she moves out, it would be very comfortable and warm for her if Jiang Yin were by her side. But thinking about it carefully, it's all over now. After all, she moved out this time for Jiang Yin's sake. I will prove my sincerity in every way possible. Lu Yuran took a deep breath, thinking to herself, Yuran, are you kidding me? You really want to move out? Yang Tao was in a hurry to leave. But there's no rush now. He stared at Lu Yuran in front of him and asked, Yes, I want to go. For whom? For Jiang Yin. Yang Tao immediately guessed that it must be related to Jiang Yin. Yes. Lu Yuran didn't hide anything and answered directly. A hint of helplessness flashed across Yang Tao's face. I'm really impressed by you, Yuran. Jiang Yin's refusal was quite clear. Why would you do this? And to be honest, with your looks, There are way too many guys who like you. Why do you keep clinging to Jiang'an? Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, a look of pain appeared on Lu Yuren's face. Yang Tao, you wouldn't understand. This feeling of loss. After Lu Yuren finished speaking, she shook her head and continued. Then do you want to come and share an apartment with me? I heard this. Yang Tao was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, I'll think about it. If it were before, she would have agreed without hesitation. But now, she really needs to think about it. Okay, think about it, and give me an answer as soon as possible. As she spoke, Lu Yuren picked up her phone and started looking for an apartment. All of one suit. Lin Cixi pushed the mahjong tiles aside and looked at the four people with a smile. All right, everyone, it's time to get off the table, isn't it? Zhang Zhijie said in frustration, damn it, why? What kind of skill level is this? How can you keep winning? Jiang'an was also a little confused. He's clearly not that smart, so why is he so good at playing mahjong? Lin Cixi pouted and said with great enthusiasm. Then what do you know? Playing mahjong is one of the unique features of Sichuan and Chongqing. Isn't it normal for girls from Sichuan and Chongqing to know how to play mahjong? Jiang'an and Zhang Zhijie exchanged a glance, as if what he said made some sense. Go cook, go cook. Su Ruojia interrupted, rubbing her stomach. She was a little hungry. Aren't we going to cook? I'm really hungry. As she spoke, she pinched Zhang Zhijie beside her. Didn't you say you were coming here today to cook? Zhang Zhijie chuckled, then looked at Jiang'an and Lin Cixi. You too. Shouldn't you at least fulfill your duties as hosts? We haven't had a single meal cooked by you since we moved here. Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi was the first to object. I don't want to. I was almost driven crazy by Jiang'an this afternoon. I'm so tired that I don't even have the energy to cook. I heard this. Zhang Zhijie and Su Ruojia's expressions changed slightly. They looked somewhat bewildered, then instinctively exchanged a glance. Jiang'an's lips twitched slightly. He felt like something was off. And there's more. He was also very tired. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Cixi and Su Ruojia have already run away. Zhang Zhijie, however, showed a look of pity and a meaningful expression and patted Jiang'an on the shoulder. Old Jiang, I understand you. Old Jiang, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with this. This is a high-level game. There's nothing I can do about it. As he spoke, Zhang Zhijie prepared to run away. However, Jiang'an grabbed his collar. Don't move, don't move. Damn it, you think you can run away? Jiang'an immediately transformed into a grumpy old man. You bastard, you think you can run away? Zhang Zhijie looked at Jiang'an with tears welling up in his eyes. You son of a bitch, can't you just let me go? Come in. Jiang'an grabbed Zhang Zhijie and dragged him into the kitchen. Zhang Zhijie looked unwilling, but he couldn't get out. Then, glancing around, he couldn't help but say, By the way, you didn't clean this, did you? It's so clean. Jiang'an smiled and glanced at him. Isn't that obvious? Who in their right mind would clean up their own house? No way, Lao Zhang. You do the housework at home. Zhang Zhijie rolled his eyes and hummed guiltily. What are you talking about? What the hell is my status in the family? Me clean? That's absolutely impossible. Let me put it this way. Ruojia did all the cleaning. I'll just eat. I heard this. Jiang'an clicked his tongue and said, 6. If I didn't know the real situation, I would have believed it. You little brat, you don't believe me, do you? Let me tell you, my status in the family is completely different now. That won't do. You still have to be my family's leader. If it weren't for you, where the hell would you get your status in the family? Don't you have any self-awareness at all? The men were arguing and bickering in the kitchen. It didn't affect the girls' conversation in the room at all. Hey Cixi, has Lao Jiang confessed to you yet? Su Ruojia asked Lin Cixi with a smile. Lin Cixi hesitated for a moment. No. The girl blushed and said, This is nothing, Sister Ruojia. You must be joking. Was I joking? Jiang'an's eyes are practically drooling over you. But don't rush. Jiang'an, that's just how he is. He might be a little slow, but he'll never be absent. Besides, if he hasn't arrived yet, he must be preparing something even better. Chapter 133, Give Your Beloved Boy More Time. Listening to Su Ruojia's words, Lin Cixi was slightly lost in thought. Then, somewhat hesitantly, he said, Sister Ruojia, was Jiang'an always this slow-witted? It is impossible to be completely tolerant without any love. Lin Cixi didn't say anything, but the girl did care about it. I heard this. Su Ruojia breathed a long sigh of relief. This was actually what she was most worried about. If Lin Ruojia hadn't asked, she would have been really worried about what was going on with Lin Cixi. They were all women. How could I not care about what happened before? Especially 10 years. This is no small number. That's already most people's entire youth. No one can ignore or be indifferent to such a past. So Su Ruojia's secret visit to chat with Lin Cixi this time was also intended to help her resolve her inner conflicts. After all, Jiang An had done a lot of work for her and Zhang Zhijie before. I'm relieved that you asked, Su Ruojia said with a smile, glancing at Lin Cixi. Then he continued. In fact, Jiang An is indeed slow-witted. No one could last 10 years if they weren't slow-witted. But actually, to some extent, this thing isn't called slow-witted, it's also called being diligent. Jiang An is a very serious person, single-minded and wholehearted. Knowing him as I do, he's definitely racking his brains to come up with the best way to confess his feelings to you. I heard Su Ruojia say such a long thing. Lin Cixi's mind went blank. No matter how much Miss Lin thought about it, she never expected that Jiang An would think that way. I thought. Lin Cixi found it difficult to speak. She originally thought Jiang An was considering whether or not to be together. Unexpectedly, this guy was thinking, how exactly should I confess my feelings? What's wrong with this idiot? Why be so weird? Just be direct. Lin Cixi pouted slightly, her expression somewhat inexplicably melancholy. Su Ruojia smiled and said, Are you stupid? Boys are just so awkward. How should I put it? Many things that you think you know are actually the result of their meticulous preparation over a long period of time. You might think they haven't put in any serious effort, but actually, they're secretly keeping an eye on things. At this point, Su Ruojia glanced in the direction of the kitchen, then couldn't help but smile. Just tell me it's Zhang Zhijie. Don't let his unreliable appearance fool you. Actually, he puts in a lot of effort. Most of the time, he takes care of me more. As she spoke, Su Ruojia stretched. We girls need to be a little more patient. Can you give your beloved boy some time? Hearing Su Ruojia's words, Lin Cixi nodded slightly and whispered, Sister Ruojia, actually I'm not in a hurry. I know he needs some time. As she spoke, Lin Cixi raised her head. Of course I'm willing to give him that time. But I'm curious to see how this bastard's carefully prepared surprise for me will turn out. As she spoke, Lin Cixi laughed, a bright and cheerful laugh. Su Ruojia silently breathed a sigh of relief. She really thinks Lin Cixi and Jiang An are a good match. In her opinion, Jiang An's personality and Lin Cixi's are a perfect match. These two are a perfect match. If it was really because of that previous incident that it was affected, then that would be such a pity. Okay, in that case, there's no need to think too much about it. Su Ruojia patted Lin Cixi on the shoulder and said with a warm smile. Thank you, Sister Ruojia. Lin Cixi looked at Su Ruojia in front of her with some gratitude. No need. There's no need to thank me. Just relax, isn't that what life is like? The two women looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, inside the kitchen, Jiang An was cooking, while Zhang Zhijie squatted on the ground, tidying up the ingredients with a resentful look on his face. Jiang An, you're not human. You cooked. Why did you leave it for me? Then why the hell are you eating at my house? Zhang Zhijie was speechless for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I don't want to eat at home anymore. That's it. All right, help me think of a solution. Jiang An turned on the range hood, making a loud rumbling noise so that no one outside could hear what was happening inside. Zhang Zhijie was stunned for a moment. Then a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. What method? I don't quite understand what you mean. Tell me, how can I make a perfect confession? Jiang An's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. This problem has been bothering him for quite some time. After all, this is not a simple matter. I heard this. Zhang Zhijie chuckled and said, Damn it. Is there anyone in this world who understands confessing your feelings better than you? Jiang An immediately raised his hand, ready to give this unfilial son a beating. Damn it. Do people say that? If they weren't blood brothers, they would never say something like that. Okay, I was just kidding. Damn, you've got me all excited. Zhang Zhijie pursed his lips. Then his eyes sparkled with curiosity. How so? Are you finally ready to confess your feelings? Jiangyan glanced at him. What's wrong? You have a problem with that. Of course I don't have any objections. What could I possibly have? Isn't that something you've been refusing to admit before? If you bark like a dog again, I'll stab you to death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie chuckled and said, Okay, stop joking around. What should I say? What are your thoughts? The perfect confession. That depends on how Miss Lin defines perfection, Zhang Zhijie thought for a moment. When I confessed my feelings to Ruojiao, I chose Valentine's Day. I bought flowers, took her out to dinner, and then confessed. That's it. Jiangyan rolled his eyes. This was no different from an ordinary person's confession. Zhang Zhijie's eyes widened, and he said defiantly, Hey bro, what else do you want? The main thing is that with this thing, isn't it just a matter of getting the feel right? Jiangyan turned his head away, then looked disgusted. You kid, the only reason you can find a girlfriend is because Su Ruojia is blind. Zhang Zhijie, neck stiff, was extremely unconvinced. Wait a minute, I really don't like hearing what you just said. What do you mean by blind? So, tell me, what kind of confession are you going to prepare? Upon hearing this, Jiangyan immediately fell into deep thought. First, hot pot, claw machine, cinema, crowded with people, seaside, fireworks. Me too. Chapter 134 Reward. You'll sleep on the floor tonight. I heard Jiangyan's words. Zhang Zhijie fell into deep thought, and after a few seconds, he gave a thumbs up. Awesome. That's why I say you're awesome. You've really figured it out. So, do you think it's okay? Jiangyan didn't really know why he was thinking so much. That's just how I feel. Two lonely souls should always find some lively and fulfilling ways to connect. Even to some extent. Jiangyan felt that Lin Cici's appearance was a kind of redemption. This kind of redemption is very heartwarming. Of course it's possible. It's absolutely amazing. If this isn't possible, then I have nothing to say. Zhang Zhijie was truly impressed. When it comes to this kind of thing, who can compare to Jiangyan? Okay, it's settled then. Let me find a day to rest. Jiangyan withdrew his gaze, and his mood improved considerably. Once I finalized my idea, I suddenly felt that many things were easily resolved. In the living room, Lin Cici and Su Ruojia's conversation was nearing its end. Cici, relax. Su Ruojia gently patted Lin Cici's back and said this. I'm very relaxed. Lin Cici blinked, then said somewhat absent-mindedly. Sister Ruojia, are you two getting engaged soon? Upon hearing this, Su Ruojia couldn't help but smile. Yes, we're getting engaged soon. Zhang Zhijie, that guy, he's quick on his feet, like he's afraid I'll get away. Upon hearing this, Lin Cici chuckled. This shows that my sister is outstanding. Otherwise he wouldn't be so fond of you, right? That's true. Su Ruojia chuckled and reached out to gently rub Lin Cici's cheek. How about I let you be my bridesmaid? Will this work? Lin Cici suddenly felt a little timid. Don't let her usual shrewish demeanor fool you. But at this moment, I was still a little shy and timid. Su Ruojia raised an eyebrow and pinched Lin Cici's face into a small dumpling. I said, what's wrong with that? Besides, Jiangyan can be a groomsman too. Thinking about it that way, isn't that great? She patiently guided the little girl. Lin Cici was tempted. To be honest, she would definitely feel uneasy if she were to be a bridesmaid alone. But what if Jiangyan were here too? I don't know why, but I suddenly felt much more at ease. I'm not even as nervous as I was at the beginning. This feeling is really strange and unique. Most importantly, she wasn't like this right now. I actually understand what you're thinking, so don't panic. Su Ruojia patted Lin Cici on the shoulder. However, Lin Cici resolutely raised her head, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Sister Ruojia, actually I'm not nervous anymore. I have always believed in him. That's good. Su Ruojia nodded and didn't say anything more about the issue. She had already seen Lin Cici's attitude. Just then, Zhang Zhijie had already come out of the kitchen, looking sullen. Hey, you two pretty girls. Aren't you going to eat anything while you're just chatting? Su Ruojia gave him a disgruntled look. Isn't it because there's this inconsiderate man who doesn't even bother to wash the fruit for the beautiful ladies? Frog fun, Su Ruojia, are you the CPU I am? Just as Zhang Zhijie was about to make a comment, he put his hands on his hips. Jiang had already brought out a plate of sliced kiwi and watermelon, placed it on the coffee table, and said with a smile, "Eat." After saying this, he went back to the kitchen, closed the door, and continued cooking. Looking at this scene, Zhang Zhijie was dumbfounded. Depend on? Jiangyan, are you out of your mind? You're practically putting your buddy in a fire pit. Oh, Cici, I'm so envious of you. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Ruojia's sigh was heard. Oh. Lin Cici was stunned for a moment, then instantly realized what was happening, and poked Su Ruojia's shoulder in embarrassment and annoyance. Sister Ruojia, you're teasing me again. Su Ruojia gave Zhang Zhijie a disapproving look, and then said, No, I was just giving my good-for-nothing boyfriend a little nudge. Zhang Zhijie, however, he still obediently sat down, and then asked curiously, What were you two talking about just now? We didn't talk about much, just how to politely decline your engagement. Su Ruojia glanced at Zhang Zhijie. Zhang Zhijie looked up at the sky, on the verge of tears. Is there no place for me in this house? Old Zhang was about to cook, and he thought I was in the way in the kitchen, so he took me out. After I came out, you two were all acting up, bullying me here. Lin Cici quickly stood up and waved her hand, saying, Huh? I didn't. Don't wrong me. I'm very innocent. As she spoke, Lin Cici's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Ruojia. Ruojia, you two go ahead and have fun. I'm going in to urge the chef on. After saying this, the girl hurried briskly toward the kitchen. As soon as I opened the door, a strong smell of cooking oil wafted out. Jiangyan didn't turn around, and said with a hint of helplessness, Old Zhang, I already told you not to come in. I don't need your help anymore. Why didn't you listen? I heard this. Lin Cici suppressed a laugh, then quietly walked behind Jiangyan and poked him in the back. Jiangyan was stunned for a moment, then turned around to look. He noticed that Lin Cici was staring at him with a smug look on her face. He couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? How did you get in here? I'm here to supervise. I want to see if some people are actually cooking properly. I heard this. Jiangyan brandished the shovel in his hand, then said in a serious tone, Of course. Look at my dishes, how are they? Manager Lin. Not bad, not bad. Let's give Chef Jiang a reward tonight. Oh, how will the reward be calculated? Jiangyan turned his head and stared at Lin Cici with a smile. Lin Cici was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand the implied meaning in Jiangyan's words, and couldn't help but bite her lip. You've gone too far. Huh? Jiangyan shook his head innocently. No, that's not right. You were the one who said you'd reward me. So how did it become that I went too far? Humph. Lin Cici pouted. Sure, go ahead. As a reward, you'll sleep on the floor tonight. Question mark. Jiangyan blinked. Then his mind seemed to freeze. Suddenly, I thought of that night when it wasn't hot at all, but he felt incredibly hot. Chapter 135. These two young lovers are no longer human. The instant a thought swirls in the mind, Jiangyan immediately felt the temperature around him drop significantly. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Cici a few more times. He noticed that the girl's pretty face was also slightly flushed, but she still hummed in response. Why are you looking at me? If you keep looking at me like that, the food in the pot will burn. Hearing the girl's words, Jiangyan chuckled to himself. If it's burnt, you can reheat it. But opportunities to see beautiful women are rare, okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Cici was momentarily stunned, biting her lip. I'm truly impressed by you, you sixth brother. You think you're so good at talking, B.A.? Jiangyan smiled, but didn't say anything. Do you want to go out? There's a smell here. No. It's quite stuffy here. I don't. All you can do here is watch me cook, isn't that boring? No. Watching the girl lean against the doorway listlessly, head down, pouting, dangling her slippers, her delicate white toes twisting and turning. Jiangyan was lost in thought for a moment and fell silent. He recalled that over the years, he had often invited Lu Yuran to the kitchen to watch him cook. It wasn't for any particular reason. He simply wanted to invite the person eating to watch the cooking process. I can't quite explain this feeling, but it happens often. However, Lu Yuran never came in, and her reason was concise. I hate the smell of cooking fumes. That one sentence completely crushed Jiangyan's hopes. But now, there's such a beautiful young girl right at the door. Hey buddy, what are you waiting for? The speed of your heartbeat goes far beyond what can be described by mere emotional impulse. It was practically about to burst out of my chest. Therefore, whether you love someone or not, whether you like someone or not, makes a huge difference. Jiang skillfully tossed the wok and placed the dish on a plate. All right, now you smell like cooking oil all over you. Lin Cece rolled her eyes at him. So what? I'll just take a shower in a bit. Besides, they're a young couple chatting outside, and I'd feel so uncomfortable being a third wheel. Besides, you're all alone. The girl stopped there and just hummed twice. But Jiang was already smiling. He already understood what Lin Cece wanted to say. He must be so miserable being all alone here. This girl is really taking care of his feelings. You're being so nice to me. Huh, what are you up to? Jiang asked with a smile as he put the pot into the sink. Good heavens, what are they up to? Lin Cece widened her eyes and said defiantly, what ulterior motives could I possibly have? What else could I possibly want besides winning your heart? You scoundrel, you're just asking the obvious, aren't you? She pouted. Even if I had ulterior motives, I wouldn't tell you. If I did, would it still be considered having ulterior motives? TSK, I feel like Su Ruojiao must have said something to you. Jiang glanced at the girl and suddenly said, as if he had just thought of something. Really? Lin Cece was slightly surprised. Did Jiang, that scoundrel, really have such amazing insight? How could they even find that? I don't know, that's why I asked you. That girl, Su Ruojiao, always likes to give advice to people. Jiang shrugged slightly as he spoke. In the beginning, Zhang Zhijie and she kept urging me to break up with her. But to some extent, I think most things can be advised, except matters of the heart, which you can't advise. Jiang was telling the truth. It's been so long. In fact, Zhang Zhijie and Su Ruojiao had been trying to persuade him to give up on Lu Yuran. There was nothing they could do. Their friends had been watching all along. Jiang is so humble. At that time, they couldn't wait for Jiang to escape his misery and get out of the mire. But it was no use. Jiang was very stubborn at that time and wouldn't listen to anything they said. Thinking back now, Jiang couldn't help but laugh. He had really been quite foolish back then. You jerk, are you just a hopeless romantic? Love obsessed. Yeah, it's like having a brain that doesn't think about anything once you're in love. Jiang silently turned his head away. You're such a boring person. Why not just see through it, but not say it? Seeing Jiang's embarrassed expression, Lin Cece couldn't help but smile. Stupid dog of a man. So what if I'm love-struck? Anyway, as long as you're dating me, that's fine. Finally, after nearly half an hour, Jiang prepared all the food. Jiang Xiaochu's cooking skills are undeniable. The food is delicious, visually appealing, and aromatic. Lin, the heroine, shouted that it was hot while quickly placing it on the table. Finally, a whole table was set out. Lin Cece waved her hand. Come on, let's take a picture. Holding her phone, Su Ruojiao couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you going to take pictures? Lin Cece pouted and said smugly. No need. The food here is about the same as what I eat every day. Zhang Zhijie stared wide-eyed from the side. Damn, where's Versailles? Why are there still people at Versailles? Hee hee. If you're not convinced, then come at me. Lin Cece said smugly. Su Ruojiao pushed her next to Jiang, then pulled out a selfie stick from the side. Don't move. Let's take a group photo first. What? There's even a group photo. It's a commemoration. Soon, the four people stood in front of the table, ready to take a picture. Su Ruojiao leaned against Zhang Zhijie's chest. Lin Cece quietly nudged Jiang. Click. The photo was taken. Su Ruojiao said with satisfaction. Putting everything else aside, we have a firm grip on our looks. There's absolutely no problem with that. The only one who dragged us down was someone we managed to bring back the average level through the combined efforts of the three of us. I heard this. Zhang Zhijie grinned. Wife, what's wrong with you? Why are you attacking me every day? Lin Cece chuckled beside her. Hey, Zhang, what's wrong with you? Sister Ruojiao wasn't talking about you. Maybe she was talking about Jiang. Jiang smiled, but didn't say anything. Zhang Zhijie glanced at Jiang with a sense of sullenness, then looked at himself in the photo. Then he said angrily, I don't believe your nonsense. I'm clearly not as good looking as Lao Jiang. No, 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 you said it yourself, so you can't blame me for this. Lin Cece glanced at Jiang and winked at him. It was as if he was asking for praise. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhijie was already patiently explaining. Ruojia, can't you see the situation more clearly? We're on the same side. These two young lovers are acting like they're not human, and you're even helping them bully me. Your husband is suffering inside. He wasn't speaking quietly. A phrase about a young couple was uttered. Rare. This time, neither of them tacitly refuted the other's statement. Chapter 136. It's so cool if someone is on the same wavelength as you. You guys really aren't coming to the movies with us? This movie is fucking awesome. Get lost. You two, as a couple, can watch. But why are you dragging us two third wheels into it? Inside the residential area, a group of 4 people were wandering around aimlessly. After dinner, everyone was clutching their stomachs. They were all so full. So I came out specifically for a walk to digest my food. As a result, Zhang Zhijie suggested that they go see a movie. However, Jiang'an rejected him. You guys can watch the movie yourselves. We can go see it later if we want, Jiang'an said, giving Zhang Zhijie a threatening look. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Damn it. Why did you invite us to the movie? Are you going to make us the third wheels? Don't be like Zhang Zhijie. Your thought process is so unique, it's simply beyond my comprehension. Hearing Jiang'an's words, Zhang Zhijie leaned closer, looked at the 2 girls walking ahead, and lowered his voice to say to them, You little rascal, aren't I just creating an opportunity for you? Watching a movie. How romantic. Then why the hell do you think it's romantic to be with you guys? Jiang'an stared at the guy sideways, trying to see if he had a head on his head. Wipe. Zhang Zhijie tilted his head and thought for a moment. That seems to make sense. Oh well. He sighed. I originally wanted to watch a movie with Jiang'an and the others so I could see how the young couple behaved. This is so exciting. What a pity. Seeing Zhang Zhijie's regretful look, Jiang'an couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think I can't see through your little scheme? Don't even think about it. I've already planned to go to the movies. What else can I do to help you, buddy? Shut up. Zhang Zhijie turned his head away in grief and indignation. You bastard, you've gone beyond human. After a while, he seemed to remember something, and quietly moved closer to Jiang'an, asking in a low voice. By the way, you guys had a great time at home this morning, right? Jiang'an rolled her eyes at him. What do you want to ask? Literal meaning. Happy. Jiang'an thought about it, and realized it was indeed quite fun. I'm quite happy every day at home with Lin Cixi. Carefree and without worries. Hey, looks like you get it. Zhang Zhijie's lips curled up, revealing a knowing smile. Roll. Jiang'an realized what was happening. What the hell is going on in this guy's head? Get lost, what are you thinking? Jiang'an withdrew his gaze. When he said happy, he meant he was in a good mood and happy. Being with Lin Cixi brings me no worries, troubles, or burdens whatsoever. There is no such thing as anyone having to do something for anyone else. This relaxed way of getting along. Jiang'an is living a very comfortable life right now. All right. Unfortunately, no matter how Jiang'an explains it now, Zhang Zhijie won't believe him. We arrived near the movie theater. Zhang Zhijie took a few steps forward, grabbed Su Ruojia's hand, and then winked at her, saying, Well, since you're not going to see a movie, we'll be going now. Su Ruojia also smiled and said, Old Zhang, Cixi, shall we go first? Jiang'an waved his hand, then walked to Lin Cixi's side. Go ahead. I watched as the 2 people entered the movie theater. Lin Cixi pursed her lips and looked at Jiang'an, saying, Teacher Jiang, how about we watch a movie? What a scoundrel. So stupid. I haven't watched a movie with you yet. Upon hearing this, Jiang'an couldn't help but laugh and say, Watching a movie? No rush. There's no rush to watch a movie. We have other activities tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi's expression immediately brightened. What? Are there any other activities? Tell me about them. I'm quite curious. What other activities are there? Would you like to go for a walk on the beach? She sighed. Lin Cixi's eyes sparkled with longing. I want to go. Let's go then. As he spoke, Jiang'an shook the car keys in his hand. These are Zhang Zhijie's car keys, which Jiang'an brought. Will you drive there? Excitement gleamed in Lin Cixi's eyes. Yes, I was always at school and didn't go out much, so I basically didn't need to drive, and therefore didn't buy a car. But, Zhang Zhijie, you know what I mean. He needs it. Jiang'an shrugged in response, then walked toward the parking lot not far away. What about me? What about me? Wait for me. Lin Cece was anxious. How could this guy just leave like that? Jiangyan turned around and said with a smile, "Don't move from where you are, I'll drive the car out. It's very cold in the underground parking garage. You'll easily catch a cold dressed like that. So just stand there and don't move. I'll be right there. I won't keep you waiting too long." As he spoke, Jiangyan quickened his pace. Lin Cece stared at his figure disappearing into the underground parking garage and couldn't help but stomp her foot lightly. That stupid man. When she's gentle, she can be absolutely irresistible. But I'm not some pretentious rich girl. I'm not afraid of the cold. Even if it is, you're here with me, aren't you? Lin Cece muttered to herself, then quietly followed Jiang and steps. Bang! Jiangyan opened the car door and then couldn't help but shudder. Damn, this basement is really cold. As soon as the door opened, I prepared to adjust the front of the car. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the side window. He looked up. Then I saw a mischievous, smiling girl making faces at me while leaning against the car window. Puff! Jiangyan couldn't help but laugh. This girl, why did you still run down? Thinking of this, he rolled down the window and was about to speak. Then, a young girl deftly pulled out her phone, placed it in front of Jiangyan, and flashed a sweet, ingratiating smile. Hello, handsome. Hello, handsome. Want to add each other on WeChat? Jiangyan blinked, then quickly pulled out his phone as well. Here, scan one and you'll find a beautiful woman. Ding dong. Lin Cece imitated the process of adding friends. Then she puffed out her cheeks, looking displeased. I said, handsome guy. Don't you even know how to flirt with girls? Why haven't you invited me into the car yet? Jiangyan chuckled, then said with a smile. That seems to make some sense. Where are you going, beautiful? Can I give you a ride? The car lock clicked open. Jiangyan pushed open the car door. Lin Cece sat down and then took out sunglasses from her pocket. She had the air of a cool and aloof young lady, with long, white, and straight legs and shorts. Then she kicked off her slippers and curled up on the chair. He tilted his head and glanced at Jiangyan. Let's go, anywhere is fine. Okay. Jiangyan nodded and took out his sunglasses from the side. That's right, the two of them bought it from a street stall that day. Jiangyan whistled. Let's go for a walk on the beach. As soon as he finished speaking, the vehicle started and drove out of the underground parking garage. Quietly, Lin Cece glanced sideways at Jiangyan. The corners of the mouth turned up almost imperceptibly. Please, if there is someone who resonates with you. That's so cool. Chapter 137. Ask him if he wants to go home together to celebrate his birthday. The vehicle slowly entered the traffic flow. The last rays of the setting sun had dimmed considerably. It no longer has that golden feel. Instead, it is orange-yellow. It makes you want to drowsily. If, at this moment, we were to play a song in the car, the sun never sets, what would that feel like? The fog in the sky came casually. The river was as still as an oil painting. The dove's lazy steps were rhythmic, and my heart secretly brightened up. A lively melody begins. Wearing sunglasses, Lin Cece swayed her head to the rhythm on the side. She was even humming along softly. Jiangyan noticed this scene out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but want to laugh. Some people must have been raised on cuteness alone. It seems they've sensed something. Xiaolin turned her head and pouted, saying, I'll slurp it. Hey handsome, what are you doing? Why are you secretly watching me and laughing at me? Could it be that he's fallen in love with me at first sight and is plotting something nefarious? I heard those words. Jiangyan couldn't help but laugh. No, miss, you're sitting in my car right now. You don't want me to bully you, do you? He said, deliberately glancing at the girl's long, white legs a few more times. He uttered the number 4, but it was definitely not because he wanted to see it. He's just playing the role of a lewd handsome guy. Oh, Lin Cece, ever the drama queen, widened her beautiful eyes upon hearing this, then feigned extreme nervousness. Oh my god. All right then, I guess I'll just have to misunderstand Wei Junjia. She sighed sadly, then slightly raised her sunglasses. Handsome guy, be gentle. Hiss. Jiangyan gasped. Depend on. You acted convincingly, didn't you? Driving in the car. It still has to be you, Lady Lin. Leaning against the car window. A warm breeze was blowing outside the window, ruffling my hair. The song Sun Never Sets was playing on repeat in my ears. watching the vehicles and pedestrians slowly disappear into the distance. Lin Cece was extremely happy. Frog fun. This feeling is really, really comfortable. I felt like all my worries had disappeared. And that is indeed the case. A room on a rainy day, a highway where you don't have to rush home at dusk, a barbecue restaurant at 1 in the morning. These are all things that can be considered the most comfortable and worthwhile experiences in life. There are often unexpected joys. We're almost at the beach, Jiang'an said with a smile. Oh, this is my first time at the beach. Lin Cece squinted her small eyes and put her legs down. Oh, what a coincidence. This is my first time with a girl. Jiang'an replied while looking for a parking spot. Huh? This is your first time? Lin Cece was quite surprised. How could this be? Really? This is the first time in all these years. No, to be more precise, it's the first time I've gone out alone with a girl. The last time was on a kindergarten field trip, Jiang'an explained. That's great. I really want to come to the beach. Let's come together often in the future, Lin Cece said with anticipation. Her face was filled with anticipation, and her beautiful eyes were full of hope and longing. For her, going to see the sea together was simply too romantic. She had never seen the sea, because from a young age, no one would take her there. And now it's great, Jiang'an can go with her. Thinking of this, Lin Cece couldn't help but lean gently against Jiang'an, who had already parked the car. Her legs moved upwards as usual and naturally brushed against Jiang'an's arm. The cool touch and the bright white appearance. Jiang'an couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. Then he nodded slightly. Okay, no big deal. This is perfectly clear. Pa, this leg is real. Pa 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 pa. It's really simple. Jiang'an forced a smile to convince Lin Cece that he was sincere. The two of them got off the car quickly. There were quite a few people at the beach at this time of year. Take my shoes and let's go for a walk on the beach. Jiang'an looked at Lin Cece, who was somewhat excited, with a smile. At this moment, Lin Cece was really happy, her beautiful eyes looking around. Wow, so many heads. I used to doubt the meaning of travel. Oh, so you were checking heads. I heard Lin Cece's Gankai, feelings reflections. Jiang'an laughed and said, all right, give me your shoes. Let's go sandwalking. Humph, Jiang really knows how to stay alert today. Inside the dormitory, Lu Yuran was packing her things. Yes, she's already packing. She just contacted a landlord. It's right downstairs in Jiang'an. So without hesitation, we prepared to set off. While tidying up, she also answered a call from her father, Lu Yang. Compared to the relaxed tone last time, Lu Yang was clearly in a gloomy mood today. Yuran, you should be back this week, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuran reluctantly replied, Dad, I have something to do this week, so I might not be able to come back. She wants to move all her things over this week. Naturally, there was no time to go home, and she went back alone. This is not the ending she wanted. Not coming back? Something happened. Lu Yang frowned, his voice slightly displeased. What do you want? Have you forgotten about this week? It's your mother's birthday. This week is the birthday of Lu Yuran's mother, Wu Qing. I heard this. Lu Yuran's expression faltered slightly. Then she looked somewhat bewildered. I almost forgot. It's Mom's birthday this week. Yuran, I know you've been in a bad mood lately. I know what's bothering you. But this week is your mother's birthday, so I think you should still come back, right? Your mother has been talking about you a lot lately. Lu Yuran remained silent as she listened to Lu Yang's rambling. Lu Yang sighed inwardly. He has already been very restrained in controlling his emotions. Lu Yuran was raised under his care since she was a child, and he would never have let her come back unless he was forced to. But this week is Wu Qing's birthday. I'm going back. Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely be back this week. Lu Yuran put down her suitcase and went back without saying anything more. She still has to go back for her mother's birthday. And this time when I go back, Jiang'an will definitely be there too. Isn't that great? Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Lu Yuran might become emotional and refuse to come back. But now that you're willing, that's great. Okay, I'm hanging up now, Dad. Lu Yuran hung up the phone. Then he came to his senses in a daze. Then he picked up his phone, found Jiang'an's chat history, and fell into thought. Should we send a message to Jiang'an? Ask him if he wants to go home together to celebrate his birthday. Chapter 138, There's No Going Back in This World, Lu Yuran. Jiang En and Lin Cixi played until around 9 p.m. As night fell, the two drove home, their bodies still carrying the scent of the sea breeze. Are you happy today? Jiang En asked with a smile as he drove. Lin Cixi leaned against the window, tilting her head slightly. I'm happy, why wouldn't I be? It's the first time someone has gone to the beach with me. I'm really happy. Then, will you come together often from now on? Summer is the best season to visit the beach. The sea breeze was blowing gently, which made people feel comfortable. Okay, once you agree, you can't go back on your word. Lin Cixi's eyebrows relaxed slightly, and she responded with a smile. After returning home, Lin Cixi went into the bathroom to take a shower. Jiang En leaned back on the sofa, bored out of his mind, and prepared to find a movie to watch. Suddenly my phone rang. Jiang En looked over and saw Lu Yuran making a phone call. What are you doing so late at night? He answered the phone with a frown. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Lu Yuran's voice came through. Jiang En, I know you really don't want to answer my call. They don't want to hear my voice either. But I still hope you can listen to the end. Because it's something very, very important. I could hear the weak, listless voice on the other end of the phone. Jiang En's eyes flickered slightly, and he said calmly, Go ahead and tell me what it is. What could be important? To some extent, Lu Yuran probably doesn't have anything important to do, right? It's my mom's birthday this week. Come over. This time, Lu Yuran did not use a questioning tone. Instead use a pleading tone. Lu Yuran really didn't want Jiang En to refuse her because of her. This was a situation she absolutely did not want to see. Jiang En was slightly taken aback upon hearing these words. To be honest, he had really forgotten about it. The main reason is that I've been extremely busy lately. They couldn't care less about what was happening over there. Feeling a slight pang of self-reproach, Jiang En calmly spoke. Okay, I understand. Where are you this weekend? Back in your hometown or somewhere else? Lu Yuran was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Jiang En to agree so readily. She thought Jiang En would hesitate or refuse because of her. At least hesitate for a moment. But now, Jiang En agreed so readily? I'm back in my hometown. Hometown. Jiang En frowned slightly, but still nodded. Okay, I understand. Is there anything else? If not, I'm ready to hang up. There is none left. Lu Yuran really wanted to say that we should talk some more, like about exchanging gifts. She has never given anyone a gift in her entire life. Even the gifts for her parents were actually chosen with Jiang En's help. In this situation, Lu Yuran really didn't know what gift to give. As a result, Jiang En simply hung up the phone. She wasn't given a chance to say anything more. I could hear the busy tone on the other end of the phone. Lu Yuran felt empty inside. What kind of feeling is this? Your indifference, though I can barely accept it. But I still feel inexplicably sad. Jiang En, is your indifference all revenge against me? Lu Yuran lowered her head, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. She could clearly feel her low mood during this period. In the past, she would never have done this. But now, she finds herself repeatedly immersed in this emotion. I suddenly understand now. This is what it means to say that love is both poison and antidote. Lu Yuran gave a bitter smile. Her beautiful face showed no trace of joy, but rather mostly bitterness. She desperately wanted to swallow the poison. But the person who gave her the antidote will never appear again. To be precise, it could be either poison or antidote. There's no going back now. Jiang En, you are so cold-hearted. Lu Yuran gazed at the birds flying far away outside the window and murmured softly. Jiang En hung up the phone, his mood completely unmoved. Until this moment, he was certain that he had completely moved on. There wasn't a single negative emotion. Of course I'll go back for my birthday. Lu Yang and Wu Qing treated him as their own son. His parents have been taking care of him ever since they went abroad. Therefore, Jiang En respected both of them very much. This is why he refused to tell Lu Yang when she asked him why he and Lu Yuran had broken up that day. Some things feel really good when you say them out loud, but it will definitely cause harm. Jiang En was not willing to do anything that would harm two elders who had been so good to him. In the adult world, there should always be some dignity. Be less impulsive. It has nothing to do with the overall situation. Giving those who love you more dignity is also giving yourself some dignity. As for what Lu Yuran will say, Does Jiangyan care? He doesn't care. He has already obtained the most precious thing. Lin Cece sneaked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a clean white bath towel. I forgot to bring my clothes again. With a slightly flushed face, Xiaolin stood by the wardrobe in the room, rummaging through clothes while muttering to herself. What's wrong with me? How could I forget to bring my clothes again? Is this reasonable? It must have been because of Teacher Zhang's influence. It's all his fault, all his fault. As Lin Cece muttered to herself, she heard Zhang En's voice coming from the doorway. Lin, if you're free this week, would you like to come back with me for my aunt's birthday? Oh. The girl instinctively blocked the door, but what she heard made her pause slightly. Where to? It's my aunt's birthday. Whoa. The girl nodded instinctively, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, should I go? Do you really want me to go? Yes, you go. Is this appropriate? Of course it's suitable. Jiangyan, standing outside the door, couldn't help but smile. That is certainly appropriate. No one is more suitable than you. Time passes. The rest of the time was very peaceful. The development of the dog is progressing smoothly. Jiangyan was also preparing a gift for Aunt Wu Qing. During this time, two elders made a special phone call. Ask him if he's going or not. It was clearly because he was worried about his relationship with Lu Yuran that it affected him. Jiangyan reassured them. On Sunday morning, Jiangyan was taking Lin Cece back to his hometown. A car, however, stopped in front of them. It was Lu Yuran. She was driving, looking at the two people in front of her with a somewhat hesitant and complicated expression. Jiangyan, shall we get in the car? Let's go back together. Lin Cece, you're going too? Chapter 139. You gave up this seat, didn't you? Around 9 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Jiangyan and Lin Cece stepped outside, they saw the car parked at the door. And the people in the car were none other than strangers. It was Lu Yuran. Jiangyan and Lin Cece were both somewhat surprised. Because, how did she get here? In fact, Lu Yuran has been here for a long time. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, she drove her car and waited early at Jiangyan's house. In fact, in those past years, the same applies to Jiangyan. On the passenger seat were fruit, sandwiches, and yogurt. This was breakfast that she specially bought for Jiangyan at the supermarket. And on the back seats, Lu Yuran also bought a bouquet of flowers. When I went there in the morning, many flower shops were not yet open. So Lu Yuran searched for a very long time before she finally found it. Furthermore, because it was my first time buying flowers, I spent a lot of time choosing them. Final. She chose white roses. The most common gift Jiangyan gave her was white roses. It's very beautiful, with an ethereal, fairy-like feel. So she chose this bouquet as well. I believe Jiangyan won't dislike it. As Lu Yuran left the flower shop with the book in her hand, she thought to herself. And after doing all that, Lu Yuran hurriedly arrived downstairs at Jiangyan's building, and before she knew it, 2 hours had passed. Result. She saw the figures joining the team in pairs. He heard what Lu Yuran said. Jiangyan was slightly taken aback, and Lin Cece was also stunned. Neither of them had expected this at all. Lu Yuran actually came? Lu Yuran was completely taken aback that Lin Cece would also be there. Her beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief and incredulity. Jiangyan, are you serious? Wasn't I supposed to go home today to celebrate my mom's birthday? Why? Why bring Lin Cece along? Do you mean that you're going to bring Lin Cece back with you for your birthday celebration? So what do you want to do? What's the point of doing this? It's my mom's birthday. It was supposed to be a time for the two of us to be together. Why are you bringing her along? She's not part of this family. Why should a stranger be allowed into my home? I disagree. I don't understand. I can't accept it. Lu Yuran clenched her teeth tightly. His gaze kept shifting between Jiangyan and Lin Cece. Finally, her gaze returned to Jiangyan. She cares about him. His attitude, his actions. What exactly does he want to do? Suddenly, Lu Yuran seemed to understand something all of a sudden. She was as if she had been electrocuted. Her body trembled slightly, and her gaze towards Jiangyan became extremely complicated and sad. So, you're not trying to annoy me on purpose, are you? Did you deliberately bring her back so that it would be even more painful for me to see her? Lu Yuran's lips turned slightly pale, and she seemed to have fallen into boundless darkness in an instant. She wasn't intentionally trying to speculate, but in that instant, She genuinely felt that Jiang'an did this entirely because he wanted to hurt her. Why do you have to do this? The thought couldn't help but pop into Lu Yuran's mind. If you already harbor such hatred towards me, you could have told me. Lu Yuran stared wide-eyed at the two people in front of her, as if she had endless grievances swirling in her eyes. Jiang'an frowned slightly, looking at Lu Yuran in front of him, somewhat bewildered. No. Do you have some kind of cat pancake? Why would you be waiting for me downstairs at my house? Is this a reasonable way to do it? In fact, Jiang'an found it somewhat unbelievable, because this is something that Lu Yuran would never do. It felt like the sun really did rise in the west. Lu Yuran is the kind of person who, even though she has a car, doesn't want to drive it herself. He always has to drive it. She treats her driver's license like it's something to be worshipped. And today I not only drove. Why are you up so early? Jiang'an didn't pay any special attention to the fact that she had very elaborate makeup on her face. However, Lu Yuran doesn't have the habit of wearing makeup, so it's very obvious when she does. The clothes he wore were also his favorite type. Ethereal and ethereal. Then, there was breakfast in the passenger seat. Jiang'an frowned, momentarily bewildered. Lu Yuran? Are you kidding me? Didn't I make myself perfectly clear? This is the legendary one. I'll say what I want, and you'll listen to what I say. Lu Yuran, what brings you here? Is there a problem with me taking Lin Cixi with me? He asked indifferently. He didn't think there was anything wrong with him having Lin Cixi with him. Taking your beloved girl home to meet your elders is a pretty basic thing to do, right? No problem. Jiang'an gave such a positive answer. Lu Yuran did indeed hear the sound of her own heart breaking. Yeah, I'm really sad. Jiang'an didn't deny it. He just wanted to take Lin Cixi home. Go back to her home. Their home. In the past, the girl beside Jiang'an was always her. It could only be her. It had to be her. But now, she was sitting in the car. They stood there. Someone once cherished you deeply, holding you in their palm, but you didn't care. Now it's different. He's been replaced by someone else. It's not you anymore. Are you satisfied now, Lu Yuran? Are you happy now, Lu Yuran? You pushed the person away. You gave up that spot yourself. You clearly had a winning hand. And now? You can still lose. One move, and the whole game is lost. All of this is your own doing. Lu Yuran bit her lip, suppressing the urge to cry, then tilted her head slightly upwards, as if she didn't want to look at Jiang'an. Oh, is that so? Well, okay then. I just happened to pass by here. I was thinking of picking you up, but since you don't want to, there's nothing more I can say. As she spoke, Lu Yuran glanced at the breakfast beside her. She was still hesitating for a moment. Should we hand this breakfast to Jiang'an? Lin Cixi, on the other hand, was unusually well behaved this time, and the corners of his mouth were secretly turning up. This feels really strange. It seems that the boy who used to need my protection has now stood up again. Now, Lu Yuran seemed to have finally made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and said, Breakfast, I just grabbed it while I was at it. Do you want some? She didn't know how she still had the courage to say such a thing. But at that moment, she felt she should speak up. Jiang'an paused for a moment, then laughed, shook his head, and said calmly, I won't eat. Chapter 140, She came to find you on purpose. I won't eat. This time, Jiang'an refused with exceptional decisiveness and composure. He seems to have gradually gotten used to rejecting Lu Yuran. This was something Lu Yuran had never imagined before. But now, it happened so frequently. Aren't you going to eat? Lu Yuran felt slightly disappointed. Although I had considered that Jiang'an might refuse, I didn't expect him to refuse so decisively. All right. Lu Yuran averted her gaze from the breakfast on the passenger seat, as if it were a pile of garbage. Immediately afterwards, the engine made a buzzing sound as it started. Lu Yuran turned her head and stared at the car window in front of her. I tried my best not to turn my head even a little. Then I'm leaving, she said softly. No one responded to her. The car sped away the next moment. As long as you walk fast enough. Jiang'an couldn't see her tears. Lin Cixi couldn't see it either. That way, they can still maintain what little self-respect they have left. I stared at the receding car. Jiang'an looked away, somewhat puzzled. That's really strange enough. She came to find you on purpose. Lin Cixi finally spoke up from the side. She was really happy. Today, it's Lin, the female knight errant, who hasn't transformed into a fighting girl. I'm very happy. Little rascal, you can finally stand up straight. He heard Lin Cici's words. Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. You figured that out? Of course I could tell. But I'm still quite surprised. Lin Cici turned her head. Surprised, aren't you? I was also surprised. After all, the woman I remembered wasn't like this. As Lin Cici spoke, she couldn't help but think of that rainy day. The proud princess removed her crown and walked over, covered in wounds. Then, resolutely and arrogantly, he uttered those words. Then, with her head tilted back and tears streaming down her face, she rushed out of the hospital. At that moment, I watched her back. Lin Cici felt a slight sense of emotion. She wouldn't act like this if she weren't being dramatic. But this seems pretty good too. It's quite surprising. She wouldn't have done something like this before. Jiang shrugged slightly, his eyes calm. I guess she might regret it. But what does that have to do with me? Regarding Lu Yuran, Jiang has truly let go. Her actions did not evoke any emotion in him. Upon hearing this, Lin Cici suddenly seemed to realize something. By the way, why didn't you tell me before that the trip we agreed to take was to your aunt's house for her birthday? I heard this. Jiang's lips curled up. If I tell you now, will you refuse? The reason he didn't say it was because he wanted Lin Cici to think that this matter wasn't very important. The important thing is that he was willing to take her back. Lin Cici pouted slightly and snorted softly. Well, since you've made this request, I have no choice but to agree. But a hint of panic flashed across the girl's eyes as she hesitated. But I didn't prepare anything. It wouldn't be good to go to a birthday celebration without bringing anything, would it? After all, it was a birthday celebration for Jiang's aunt. A painting without a gift wouldn't be appropriate. Therefore, Lin Cici visibly became nervous. I don't know why, even though it wasn't really meeting the parents. Why did I suddenly become nervous? Lin Cici, aren't you usually very confident? Why are you in such a panic at this time? It seemed that he had noticed Lin Cici's emotions. Jiang moved closer to her gently, then whispered, Don't worry so much, okay? No need for gifts or anything. It's fine as long as you arrive. Besides, aren't we going to buy some fruit? Fruit is fine. Hearing Jiang's reassuring words, Lin Cici looked at him with some unease, her bright, beautiful eyes now filled with anxiety. Really, is that all? Certainly. Jiang gently patted her shoulder. Okay, let's go. Today is my aunt's birthday. I'm taking you back because I want to take you back with me. I can't just leave you starving at home, can I? Upon hearing this, Lin Cici gently tilted her head back. That's true. I can't just go hungry. Lady Lin can endure any grievance. But only one. My stomach can't stand being mistreated. At Lu Yuran's home, Lu Yang was packing her things. Today was Wu Qing's birthday. The couple came all the way from Shanghai back to their hometown to celebrate his birthday. At that moment, Lu Yang heard the sound of a car outside the window. He slightly raised his head, then looked at Wu Qing beside him and said in a low voice, Yuran is back. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing, who was cooking, looked up, a look of joy appearing on her face. You're back quite early. Has Jiang returned as well? Lu Yang turned her head to look out the window, and then quickly noticed that only Lu Yuran got off the car. He couldn't help but sigh softly. No, Jiang still hasn't returned. It seems they weren't together. During this time, Lu Yang stopped asking Lu Yuran about Jiang. He felt that he might need to give the two children some time. But today, Lu Yuran still couldn't bring Jiang back. It's all right, didn't Jiang say he'd be back? A hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Yang's eyes, but she still comforted Wu Qing. All right. Wu Qing sighed, but quickly composed herself. Then I saw Lu Yuran walk in. The girl looked up, her expression as aloof as ever. Happy birthday, Mom. As she spoke, she picked up a box from the side. Yes, it's a gift I prepared for you. Seeing this, Lu Yang and Wu Qing were already used to Lu Yuran's behavior. Wu Qing stepped forward and began to inquire about his well-being. Lu Yang's gaze drifted quietly to a spot not far away, a growing sense of unease creeping into his heart. Jiangyan, why haven't you arrived yet? You're not really not coming, are you? At the same time, Jiangyan and Lin Cici were also slow, having just gotten out of the car. Jiangyan was holding a box and a bag of fruit. This is a gift I prepared. To be honest, Old Jiang has been clamoring to come. So why hasn't he shown up yet? Jiang'an was speechless. This kid just talked big all day. The night before last, I mentioned my birthday, and they immediately started clamoring to come. Well, it hasn't arrived yet. Probably still half asleep. Lin Cece blinked, then took out her phone, took several photos with the camera, and then looked at Jiang'an. Teacher Jiang, is there anything about me that I don't look good? Jiang'an carefully looked down at Lin Cece. No, I don't think so. By the way, there's another small favor I'd like to ask you for. What kind of help? Lin Cece was confused. What kind of help did she need to come? Can you pretend to be my girlfriend? Jiang'an smiled, his voice exceptionally gentle. Chapter 141 Lu Yuran. Aren't they a good match? Upon hearing this, Lin Cece's pretty face instantly turned red. She never expected this. Why would Jiang'an ask such a question? And why does that sound so familiar? Last time, she even asked Jiang'an to be her boyfriend. It truly is a cycle of cause and effect. Now it's her turn. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? Jiang'an blinked, looked at the girl in front of him, and couldn't help but tease her. I didn't. Lin Cece turned her head away and lowered her voice slightly. Can. This time, she answered very decisively. Oof, what a dog of a man. You'd better let me pretend. Upon hearing Lin Cece's words, Jiang'an's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hidden agenda beneath the uncertain light. This time, Lady Lin did not notice, because she only just realized that something was wrong. Wait a minute, pretending to be a girlfriend, does that mean going to Lu Yuran's house? At that moment, the girl's face flushed hot. Oh no, this is really bad. She was betrayed by that scoundrel. What does this mean? If half of the family finds out, how can I exonerate myself in the future? In fact, Jiang'an's thinking was even simpler. Of course he had to bring his girlfriend home. Meanwhile, inside the house, Lu Yang is having a conversation with Lu Yuran and her father. Yuran, can you tell me now what exactly happened between you two? There's no conflict. It's just that he doesn't like me anymore. Lu Yuran ate an orange, her cheeks twitching, but her face remained completely expressionless. So you don't like me anymore? Lu Yang looked somewhat bewildered. What could possibly make him dislike you? I, as your father, can see how much Jiang'an likes you. Thinking of this, Lu Yang became unusually serious. So what exactly are you thinking? Yuran, I hope you understand one thing. You should try to make amends for the mistakes you've made. Instead of your current attitude. Lu Yuran seemed a little annoyed. She tilted her head, her eyes slightly red. Who said I didn't try to win her back? I clearly had a chance to salvage the situation. I tried so hard. I really tried. But he didn't want to, so what's the use? Lu Yuran thought of what happened this morning, and she felt like she was about to explode. She finally couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. These words came down in a flurry. Lu Yang was completely stunned by what he said. The eyes of middle-aged people are very deep set. Just then, Jiang'an and Lin Cece finally walked in. Uncle Lu, Aunt Wu, I'm back. Oh, Shaoan, you're back? Lu Yang stood up, the worry on her face fading slightly, and then a smile appeared on her face. You're back. This is Lin Cece, my girlfriend. Jiang'an spoke without batting an eye. Lin Cece took a deep breath, revealed a sweet smile, and looked at Lu Yang in front of her, saying, Hello, Uncle Lu, I'm Cece. Looking at the young woman in front of him, whose beauty was in no way inferior to his own daughter. Lu Yang was slightly taken aback, and in a moment, he suddenly understood something. He quickly replied, Oh, it's Kobayashi. Not bad, Jiang'an, you're trying to drive me crazy, aren't you? I secretly started dating a girlfriend, and she didn't even tell me before bringing her home. I didn't have time to prepare any gifts for our first meeting. Jiang'an smiled and said, Uncle Lu, there's no need to prepare any gifts. So, you've come to celebrate Annie's birthday this time? As they were talking, Wu Qing walked over and was taken aback when he saw Lin Cece and Jiang'an standing together. Then his gaze fell on Lu Yuran, who was sitting on the sofa quietly eating an orange. A whole host of thoughts suddenly flooded her mind. But in the end, she said nothing, but smiled and walked to Jiang'an's side, gently patted his shoulder, and then took Lin Cece's hand. Is this Shaoan's girlfriend? Feeling the warmth of her palm, Lin Cece was inexplicably moved. She has been, for a long time. I've never had my hand held like this before. Jiang'an responded with a smile. Yes, Aunt Wu, this is my girlfriend, Lin Cece. It's your birthday today, so I brought her along to celebrate with you. I heard this. Lu Yang, standing to the side, chuckled and joked. What's wrong with you, kid? Trying to imitate Zhang Zhijie, huh? So you're bringing a girlfriend to celebrate your aunt's birthday too, right? Jiang'an smiled and scratched his head. Meanwhile, Lu Yuran suddenly stood up, walked to the two of them, gave them a deep look, and then went upstairs. Mom and Dad, I'm going upstairs now. Call me when it's time to eat. She did not greet Jiang'an. Now, wouldn't it be like asking for trouble and making a fool of yourself? So, after thinking about it, Lu Yuran decided that she shouldn't say anything. That's settled then. Anyway, they're already girlfriends, aren't they? Lu Yuran appeared to be sitting there without saying anything, but she was actually listening attentively the whole time. Girlfriend? Harmful. It turns out she was right. Is she your girlfriend? The sorrow in Lu Yuran's heart gradually gathered, and then slowly tore open. A surge of annoyance came suddenly, like a summer thunderstorm. She wished she could push Jiang'an away. Why? Why haven't I experienced anything yet? You've already started dating someone else. Why, Jiang'an? I'm being so demanding of you. I thought you just didn't want to love me anymore, but it turns out you don't like me anymore. Lu Yuran's mind was a jumble of thoughts. It felt like it was going to burst her head. She was somewhat dazed. In fact, in Lu Yuran's heart, she genuinely believed that Jiang'an had simply found someone to constantly provoke her. It upset her. She even harbored a tiny bit of hope in her heart, but Jiang'an was still angry and using this method to make her feel bad. But at this moment, she suddenly realized something. She may have really lost Jiang'an. If Jiang'an hadn't been looking for a partner, she would have had many more opportunities and reasons to convince herself. But at this moment, how could she convince herself? At a certain moment, Lu Yuran lay on the bed, as if she had completely emptied herself out. The images in my mind kept flashing through my mind. Final. It froze at that very moment. Jiang'an and Lin Cece stood beside their parents. Lin Cece smiled radiantly, while Jiang'an was gentle and handsome. He introduced himself in a very open and generous manner. This is my girlfriend. This was supposed to be the script I received. This moment, Lu Yuran covered her face with the blanket, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, as if she had lost control of her bladder. She could only speak in a very soft voice, so softly that only she could hear it. Lu Yuran. They're a good match, aren't they? Chapter 142. I'm fine. Lying on the bed in the room, Lu Yuran hid herself under the covers. It was tightly covered. However, sobbing could be heard from time to time. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Wu Qing's very gentle words. Ran, are you all right? Ran, are you in your room? Ran, say something. Mom is very worried about you. Outside the door, Wu Qing looked very worried. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. I saw Lu Yuran go straight upstairs at that time. She already guessed what was going on. At that time, there was no way to go directly upstairs. Now that they've arrived, Lu Yuran won't open the door. Why? Wu Qing sighed deeply. She understood perfectly why Lu Yuran was acting this way. But there's nothing I can say. After all, there are some things that even she, as a mother, can't control. After knocking on the door for quite a while, Lu Yuran finally responded with a deep voice. Mom, I'm okay. I'll be downstairs in a bit. After that, she fell silent. I heard this. Wu Qing paused slightly outside the door, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided not to push the door open and go in. Instead, she quietly went downstairs. I had just reached the top of the stairs. She saw Lu Yang standing at the door waiting for her. Wu Qing's gaze met Lu Yang's. Lu Yang instantly understood his wife's thoughts, and his brows furrowed tightly. Daughter or? Wu Qing nodded, leaning wearily against her husband. You said those two children are so good. How did it come to this? Lu Yang also gave a bitter smile. Honey, there's really nothing we can do about this. Who knows? However, after thinking about it, I think it's probably not Jiang'an's fault. This kid wouldn't do something like that. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing nodded slightly, agreeing with his statement. You're right. Although Yuran is very sad now, I reckon that Yuran is definitely in the wrong in this matter. I'll ask Xiaoan properly this afternoon. Clearly, it's going to be quite difficult for Lu Yuran to explain this matter now. By the way, when you ask, try to be a little more careful. Lu Yang thought for a moment, then continued, when I asked Xiaoan last time, he didn't seem very willing to talk about it either. So be careful this time. Wu Qing nodded slightly, her eyes filled with worry. After thinking for a moment, I glanced down at Lin Cece downstairs. Old Lu, what do you think of this girl? Lu Yang paused for a moment, then smiled and said, this girl is of course excellent. Both her looks and her demeanor are quite good, and she seems to have a very gentle personality. If I weren't biased towards our daughter, to be honest, she's really great. He heard what Lu Yang said. Wu Qing sighed. You old man, don't you have any self-awareness? The better this girl is, the worse she becomes with our daughter, right? Especially, I think Zhong'an really likes this girl. Lu Yang glanced at his wife with a longing look, and couldn't help but say irritably, tell me about you. Back when I said I wanted Zhong'an to be my son-in-law. Are you one of the 10,000 who are unwilling? So what's going on now? Are you worried because you feel your son-in-law is really going to run away? He heard Lu Yang's words. Wu Qing was a little embarrassed. When did I say I was unwilling? You're talking complete nonsense. I felt from the very beginning that Xiaoan was a good fit. The two talked as they went downstairs. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Cece is peeling an orange. She peeled the orange with her delicate, white hands, then glanced at Zhong'an, tilting her head deliberately and saying, boyfriend, do you prefer your food with or without fibrous strands? Zhong'an couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. What's wrong, girlfriend? Isn't this treatment a bit too much? Can eating oranges really lead to this? Lin Cece raised her eyebrows. Of course. My boyfriend, I'll spoil him, okay? What are you going to do to me? Zhong'an chuckled and nodded, then gave a thumbs up. Okay, I want it with some stringy bits. That's all, you can eat now. As she spoke, Lin Cece placed the orange in Zhong'an's hand, then picked up a glass of water and drank it. Zhong'an blinked and asked with a smile, how was it? Are you still nervous? Lin Cece shook her head. I'm not as nervous as I was just now. They are all very kind. Hearing this, Zhong'an smiled and said, of course they are kind. After all, these are my uncle and aunt. But actually, my parents' words are probably gentler. Teacher Zhang's parents? Lin Cece's gaze wavered slightly. I don't think I've heard you mention it more than a few times. Of course, because they started traveling abroad a long time ago. I've basically been living at Uncle Lu's house all these years. Hearing this explanation, Lin Cece nodded. That's still pretty good. Well, we're quite similar too. Nobody cares. Zhong'an chuckled upon hearing this and patted the girl's head. Yes, you're right. I felt Zhong'an's intimate gesture. Lin Cece was a little shy. You scoundrel, watch your mouth. We're at home. Isn't this what boyfriends and girlfriends should do? Zhong'an took the opportunity to get closer to Lin Cece's ear, his lips lightly touching her hair. It was obvious that Lin Cece's body trembled slightly. Her face was slightly flushed, her teeth pressed against her lips, and she glared at Zhong'an with a slightly flirtatious look. What a scoundrel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you're pushing your luck, aren't you? You're not usually this mischievous when you're at home. Unexpected. Why did you become so mischievous after arriving here? Seemingly sensing Lin Cece's thoughts, Zhong'an's lips curled up, and he quickly withdrew his little gesture. But Lin Cece grabbed him by the neck. Then open your mouth. I took a big bite. Hiss. Zhong'an cried out in pain. Then he looked at Lin Cece, who was beaming with pride. It's both laughable and pathetic. This is pure revenge, naked revenge. You deserve it. Then why did you bite so hard? The two were joking around. Lu Yuran, standing at the top of the stairs, stiffened slightly. Her eyes were bloodshot. She had just come out of the room and calmed herself down a bit. When I looked up, this is what I saw. I don't know why. Lu Yuran clenched her fist quietly, a hint of indescribable hatred and pain swirling in her eyes. Chapter 143. Tell me, why exactly? The thoughts of a young girl. Like a night sky that suddenly dims. Even the few stars that did light up appeared increasingly blurry and distant. Lu Yuran stared at the two figures in front of her. Suddenly she felt a little dazed. So why did she come down? What is she doing down there? Lu Yuran spent a long time trying to calm herself down. But what I'm seeing now? The boy and girl leaned back on the sofa, laughing and joking. Their actions were incredibly intimate. Jiangyan, I hate you now. Lu Yuran lowered her head and whispered to herself. After joking around with Jiangyan for a while, Lin Cixi was a little tired. However, correspondingly, the previously tense emotions also completely relaxed. Then, she watched as Jiangyan stood up and poured water. Suddenly, a strange sadness appeared in her eyes. She quietly pursed her lips. How many people will a person meet in their lifetime? How much effort you put in? How much luck it took? How can you meet someone who likes you, and whom you like in return? An old thief once said, there are 20,000 people in this world who might fall in love with you at first sight. But unfortunately, you may never meet any of them in your lifetime. Love at first sight isn't magic, it's fate. Lin Cixi often thought about it. In her already unhappy fate in life. What level of skill is it to happen to run into Jiangyan? That must really be a very auspicious sign, right? Oh wait, that's not right. Yes, the best possible fortune. I wish these days could last a little longer and never end. Around 11 a.m. Lu Yang is preparing to cook the dishes herself. Seeing this, Jiangyan stood up and smiled. Uncle Lu, how about I do it today? Aunt Wu has always been very good to him, so it's only right that she cooks him a meal. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was about to refuse. Wu Qing blinked, then stood up with a smile. Okay, come on, Shaoan, Annie will help you. It's been so long since I've had your cooking. Okay, Jiangyan looked at Lin Cixi. Little Lin, would you like to show off your talent? Lin Cixi blinked, a little embarrassed. That won't do. My cooking didn't taste good. Come on. Jiangyan walked up to Lin Cixi, grabbed her hand, and quickly headed towards the kitchen. Joke. How could he possibly leave Lin Cixi alone outside? Watching Jiangyan pull Lin Cixi into the kitchen from behind. Lu Yang's gaze was complicated, and she felt uneasy. Lu Yuran's gaze was cold, and she felt nothing in her heart. The empty living room was now empty except for the father and daughter. Lu Yang took a deep look at her daughter. To be honest, he and Wu Qing really had no angle to talk to Jiangyan about right now. To put it nicely, Jiangyan was someone they watched grow up. They were his elders. But let's take a step back. Jiangyan is not their biological son, but he is an adult. They have no say in what you do and can't interfere with it. Yuran, you must be very sad. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yang poured a glass of water on Lu Yuran's desk. Lu Yuran glanced at him and shook her head. I'm not sad anymore. Sad? What's there to be sad about? Right? Anyway, no matter what, Jiangyan isn't going to turn back. She has already tried her best. I'm really trying my best to pursue it. What more do you want? As Lu Yuran thought about it, her eyes started to sting. Lu Yuran, yes, that's exactly how you should be. The more humble you are, the more Jiangyan will think you've lowered your status. Maybe he likes the aloof you from the past. It wouldn't be the you with your head down right now. Upon hearing Lu Yuran's words, Lu Yang, who had originally intended to offer some words of comfort, suddenly found himself unable to speak. He glanced at his daughter. That familiar pride. I suddenly feel a little regretful. I regret spoiling her too much all these years. But Lu Yang couldn't bring herself to say anything too harsh. She's my daughter after all. Moreover, even if Lu Yuran did something wrong, it shouldn't be too outrageous, right? Lu Yang lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Inside the kitchen, Lin Cixi obediently squatted on the ground to fold vegetables, then listened to Wu Qing and Jiangyan chatting in front of her. Basically, Wu Qing kept asking Jiangyan, Shaoan, what are your plans after graduation? Jiangyan will graduate in 6 months. Wu Qing was subtly trying to get Jiangyan's plans for the future. Jiangyan blinked and chuckled. Aunt Wu, the game our studio released before did quite well. If nothing unexpected happens, our studio will continue its research and development. Keep pushing forward on the gaming track. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing paused for a moment, then said with relief. As expected, our Shaoan is really outstanding. I remember you mentioned the artist before. Was it Kobayashi? Lin Cixi was suddenly called upon, and couldn't help but raise her head, revealing a somewhat adorable expression. Huh? Auntie, you called me. Yes, it's she. She's an artist in our studio. Our studio is still a small workshop, but it's okay. Later, when we expand enrollment, we will recruit more people. I heard Jiang Yan's reply. Wu Qing immediately understood. That means it has nothing to do with Lu Yuran. Xiaoan, you used to tutor Yuran a lot. I heard from Yuran that you've been a bit busy lately. Yes, I am quite busy right now. So if tutoring isn't possible, it would be better to find a more professional teacher to teach her a little, since she is a painting major. Jiang Omping responded with a calm smile. Joke. Teaching. Of course, that's something that can only be taught to Kobayashi. Although I've been very busy, I haven't actually put down the matter of tutoring Lin Cece these past few days. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Lin Cece picked at the vegetables while blinking her beautiful eyes and muttering softly. That jerk. He's lying. He forces me to study every single day. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Hee. In the time that follows, Wu Qing then asked around the bush for a long time. Unfortunately, we didn't get any answers. She was slightly disappointed. Jiang Yan's performance left her feeling helpless. What truly frustrates her is that Jiang Yan is now showing a sense of indifference towards Lu Yuran. Disregard? 10 years of relationship, just ignored like that. Auntie, I'm about to start cooking. Can you wait for me outside? Jiang Yan looked at the ingredients that had been almost completely prepared, then looked up at Wu Qing. He naturally understood what Wu Qinglai wanted to do after asking so many questions. And he didn't mind. And this would also put Xiaolan at ease. That's right, don't worry. Although Lady Lin always seemed carefree. But every girl needs to be cared for, doesn't she? Upon hearing this, Wu Qing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't help but speak. Xiaolan, can you tell Auntie? What exactly happened? Just tell me, okay? Chapter 144, He Deserves to be Loved. Wu Qing couldn't hold it in any longer. She really didn't want to guess anymore. After all, she's not like Lu Yang. She watched Jiang Yan grow up, although she never said anything about Jiang Yan being her son-in-law for the past 2 years. However, she had been secretly watching all along, secretly pleased with herself. As the saying goes, the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law and became more and more satisfied. Jiang Yan's personality is impeccable, and he has no bad habits. Under such circumstances, he also came from a good family and was very capable. Most importantly, she had been watching what he said to Lu Yuran. So in reality, she had long ago decided that Jiang Yan would be her son-in-law. In fact, he even planned to get married to Lu Yuran right after Jiang Yan graduated. And so we just waited. Now this strange thing has happened. This was something Wu Qing found very difficult to accept. Hearing Wu Qing's words, Jiang Yan's fingers, which were about to fire, paused slightly, and his eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that. Aunt Wu was actually determined to get to the bottom of things. I thought it was just a brief mention. But now it seems. These two elders really couldn't sit still any longer. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then put down what he was holding. This time, he wasn't going to hide anything anymore. Since you both want to get to the bottom of this, let's make things clear then. Looking at Aunt Wu, whose face was already looking rather pale, Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, the kitchen door behind them was opened. It is Lu Yuran. Her expression remained as aloof, complex, and unapproachable as ever. She's wearing a flowy, ethereal fairy dress today, which makes her look incredibly cute. But at this moment, her demeanor was exceptionally cold, as if she had just stepped out of an underground parking garage. Just one glance at her made you feel the temperature drop several degrees. A chill ran through me. That's how it is. At that moment, she pushed open the door, and her gaze swept over the 3 people in front of her. Then he slowly opened his mouth. Mother, if you really want to know, you can ask me directly. Just tell me why Jiang Yan and I aren't together anymore. You can be direct. You don't need to ask him. Lu Yuran spoke each word carefully. Their gaze gradually returned to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan only felt a slight prickling sensation. This perspective feels very familiar. I used to see it all the time, and every time I did, I would panic and quickly try to figure out what I had done wrong. His previous thinking was that he must have done something to upset Lu Yuran. But now, Jiang Yan is truly peaceful. Just as he was about to say something, a pair of warm little hands naturally grasped his hand. Xiaolan, you're so warm-hearted, you know? Even though I'm not the son, How come I can always radiate such warm light? At this time, Lin Cece quietly got up from the ground without anyone noticing. Then she stood next to Jiang Yin and immediately took his hand. The battle girl may not be available online, but Lady Lin must be here. I sensed Lin Cece's emotions. Jiang Yin's mind settled down considerably. He quietly looked at Lu Yuran in front of him. If you want to say something, then go ahead and say it. Wu Qing was slightly stunned, looking at Lu Yuran with a somewhat puzzled expression. Then he looked at Jiang Yin. She felt that something was off about the atmosphere. A moment later, in the living room, Jiang Yin and Lin Cece sat on the sofa to one side. Lu Yuran sat alone on one side. On the contrary, Lu Yang and Wu Qing sat on one side, looking particularly uneasy. They are the parents, not the parents. But at this moment, they appeared most tense. So, what exactly happened between the two of you? You can tell me now. Lu Yang glanced at Wu Qing, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. I told you to be more discreet with your questions. Why did you just do it like this? Now the atmosphere is absolutely suffocating? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. In truth, he wasn't planning to hide it anymore. But Lu Yuran spoke up again. I said, we have absolutely no relationship now. Because in the past decade, I used him as a substitute, so it was my fault. I'm sorry to him. I don't deserve his affection. I don't deserve to make up with him. Lu Yuran spoke these words in one breath, and the sparks of hatred in her eyes poured out in an instant. After speaking in a hurry, the air seemed to fall into a moment of silence. Everyone remained silent. Jiang Yin remained calm. Now, even hearing these words, he could remain indifferent. How did I say it again? A wounded heart will automatically put on armor. In this world, there will always be many things that make you feel annoyed, regretful, and filled with lifelong remorse. But for Jiang Yin, it definitely wasn't this. Lin Cece remained calm as well, because she held Jiang Yin's hand the whole time. The usually cheerful girl was surprisingly well-behaved and quiet this time. She knew that her beloved boy must have been heartbroken to hear those words. And what she has to do is, it's about holding his hand to put his mind at ease. As for Lu Yang and Wu Qing fell silent simultaneously, without even exchanging glances. It was as if I hadn't heard anything at all. He carefully observed the reactions of the people in front of him. Lu Yuran's emotions were escalating, like dominoes falling over at once. She began to regret it. The hatred I had just felt was released. She regretted it. Did I kill my last shred of possibility? That's what she was thinking. But she also thinks about it. Anyway, perhaps Jiang Yin never even had a chance to stay. I was just being myself, and I didn't say anything wrong, right? I admit my mistake. It should be fine, right? When people do something wrong, they always try to convince themselves with all sorts of words. The same applies to Lu Yuran now. Maybe it's because I'm getting old, but I really can't understand the way you young people talk anymore. Wu Qing stood up and went into the kitchen. There was no expression on her face. There wasn't even the slightest bit of joy I felt on my birthday. I wonder if she'll regret pressing the issue and getting to the bottom of things. Lu Yang sighed deeply, glancing at her daughter with a look of disappointment at her lack of ambition. He then looked at Jiang Yin. I'm sorry, Xiaoan. I'll apologize to you properly when I have time. As he spoke, he walked toward the kitchen. Suddenly, only Lu Yuran, Jiang Yin, and Lin Cece remained in the room. Lu Yuran tilted her head back, as if she had convinced herself, and looked at Jiang Yin. Are you satisfied now? I have already told them what happened, and you have done nothing wrong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin frowned slightly. Yes, the familiar Lu Yuran is back. The princess has started again. He was about to speak. The girl, Lin Cece, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up. Just like when we first met, his expression was unusually aloof. I'm telling you, if you don't know how to like someone, then just get out of the way. He deserves to be loved. And you, don't you feel even a little bit ashamed? Chapter 145 Jiang Yin, I'm really sad. He deserves to be loved. Don't you feel even a little bit ashamed? Lin Cece stood in front of Lu Yuran, her expression aloof, her voice radiating coldness. Her bright eyes were fixed on Lu Yuran in front of her. This time, Xiaolan did not back down at all. To be precise, the brave heroine Lin never backed down. Please, behind me is the boy I love, okay? You once made him feel like a loser. Now I disagree. Lin Cici's gaze met Lu Yuran's. At this moment, Lu Yuran was also somewhat bewildered. She never expected this. It was Lin Cici who spoke first. This caught her completely off guard. She really wanted to see Jiang En's reaction. This feeling is just like, we need to see if they've truly let go. They still don't care at all. Or perhaps, even saying such things has left them completely indifferent. But now, okay, Lu Yuran, you're overthinking it. Jiang En didn't need to respond at all, because someone would stand in front of him. The princess's knight has also found a new princess. Moreover, this princess will protect the knight. Then what is she as a princess? What do I have to be ashamed of? After a long while, Lu Yuran took a deep breath, a hint of unspoken resolve flashing in her eyes. What do I have to be ashamed of? Anyway, it's already like this. Then let's just keep being this bad guy to the very end. What do I have to be ashamed of? I've never been one. And you were never with Jiang En either? So, I didn't do anything wrong by doing these things, did I? Lu Yuran spoke each word carefully. She regretted every word she said. At the same time, she also felt extremely sad for herself. Lu Yuran, why did you do this? You know perfectly well that after saying these words, Jiang En will definitely be angry, and you yourself will definitely be sad. Then why did you even bother saying it? He then heard Lu Yuran's words. Jiang En's expression finally changed. It's not that I'm unhappy or annoyed. There was just a certain indifference. Lu Yuran, what you said is almost exactly what I imagined. You've always been like this. You say things like this when you're angry. In the past, I told myself, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. But now, I really don't care anymore. And what about you? The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Lu Yuran did not receive a reply from Jiang En. All he got in return was Lin Cici's cold gaze. Oh, I see. You think you didn't do anything wrong. Then there's even less to say. So you're standing here so arrogantly, waiting for us to scold you? This is what a fighting girl is like. His words were cold and cutting. Lu Yuran's face instantly turned ugly. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She has a bad temper and often treats people with a cold face. However, she's really bad at roasting people. Lin Cici's simple words left him speechless. At the same time, it is also thinking instinctively. Yes. What am I doing standing here? After all that I've said, what am I waiting for here? What exactly do I want to see? Just look at how upset Jiang En is. But he doesn't feel uncomfortable. Lu Yuran's eyes emptied in an instant. It seemed to have lost its former radiance. All that confidence, pride, aloofness, and unapproachability vanished completely. What emerged instead was confused. I'm at a loss. And a tiny bit of fear. Lu Yuran was indeed panicked and terrified. She suddenly didn't know what to do. Moving is not an option, and not moving is also not an option. After Lin Cici finished speaking, her gaze softened slightly as she observed the change in Lu Yuran's expression, but her tone remained cold. If you feel that you've made a man sacrifice 10 years of his youth for you, it's something you should be very proud of. Then all I want to say is, if you can miss out on a guy who's been with you for 10 years, then you're really being foolish. After saying that, Lin Cici turned to look at Jiang En, then gently took his hand, before turning to look at Lu Yuran, tilting her head and smiling. Hee, you won't mind, sister, that I have such a great boyfriend, right? 10 years, foolishness, missed opportunities, boyfriend. These words kept flashing through Lu Yuran's mind. Then, it felt like an earthquake had struck her mind. Rumbling. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Jiang En, I'm really sad. A moment later, Jiang En and Lin Cici left. It's obvious that we won't be able to have the birthday party today. As he was leaving, Lu Yang stood before Jiang En with a troubled expression. Shaoan, I'm so sorry. We really didn't know about this. Hearing this, Jiang En smiled and said, It's all right, Uncle Lu, it's all in the past now. Lu Yang sighed. I'm really helpless. This is something I never imagined would happen. Over the years, we've always assumed you two had a very good relationship. Uncle Lu, you really don't need to worry too much. I'm doing just fine now, aren't I? Jiang En said, shaking Lin Cici's hand beside him. Then he chuckled softly. Uncle Lu, Yuran is a good girl, but she's not right for me. So, you don't need to think about matchmaking us up anymore. Hearing Jiang En's words, Lu Yang was speechless. He actually wanted to ask if he could reconsider. There might be some misunderstanding involved. After all, Lu Yang thought it would be a shame for their relationship of so many years to end like this. Moreover, the two families have always had such a good relationship. If this causes a stalemate, this is something we absolutely do not want to see. And Lu Yang thought even more deeply. Could this damage the relationship between the Lu and Jiang families? The adult world is always more complex and involves more considerations. Okay, you can go back now. I'll treat you to dinner later. With that, Lu Yang let out a long sigh. Watching Jiang Un and Lin Cixi leave, his eyes were filled with indescribable frustration and helplessness. What kind of situation is this? Just like that, a universally acknowledged golden couple was broken up. I used to think that this kind of thing could only happen on TV. Looking back now, it turns out that this can happen in real life too. And it happened in his own home. Let's go back and check first. There are some things that need to be clarified. Thinking of this, Lu Yang, who was usually very gentle, showed a rare hint of annoyance on her face. My own daughter. Have they been spoiled for too long? Meanwhile, on a car speeding towards them not far away, Yang Wenqin looked at the gifts behind him with a smile. Today is Lu Yuran's mother's birthday. How could I possibly be absent? He had a strong premonition. Is it not far from winning over Lu Yuran? Recently, I haven't seen Lu Yuran and Jiang in contact each other much. Have the two broken up? Chapter 146. Is she jealous? At home, Wu Qing sat on the sofa, sighing deeply. His expression was very unpleasant. She never imagined things would turn out this way. What's even more outrageous is that she was completely stunned when she heard what Lu Yuran said, because she didn't understand what a stand-in meant. It took me a few seconds to realize what was happening. The so-called stand-in. In reality, in her daughter's heart, Jiang was always just a substitute. Wife, Shaoan is gone. Lu Yang returned at this moment, looking very helpless, and glanced at Wu Qing on the sofa. Have they left? Wu Qing waved his hand weakly. Let him go back first. We'll find the child to have a meal and chat with him when we have time. I have two things bothering me right now. What's wrong with your daughter? Also, how should we deal with Lao Jiang and his group? When Jiang's parents went abroad, they took the initiative to take care of Jiang. Now look what's happened. He didn't become a son-in-law. And now they've done something so hurtful to him. Both of them, adults, were a little embarrassed. This is indeed your daughter's problem. So why don't you have a serious talk with her? Upon hearing this, Wu Qing let out a long sigh. But how do we talk? To be honest, I still don't understand who this stand-in Yuran was talking about is. I don't know either. Lu Yang sighed. This was the most ridiculous thing ever. They don't even know it yet. Who exactly is the person between Jiang Un and Lu Yuran? 10 years. Could their daughter possibly fall in love with someone else? The two of them couldn't understand the strangeness and trouble involved. It just feels very unpredictable. What's even more troublesome is, it's all right now that Jiang's parents haven't arrived yet. But the old man of the Jiang family is still alive. If the old man gets angry, how are these two younger generations supposed to explain this to them? For a moment, Lu Yang and his wife, knowing they were in the wrong, were caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, in the same room, Lu Yuran sat on the edge of the bed, silently shedding tears. This time, the feeling was different from this morning. In the morning, she was still filled with hatred and anger. But right now, she was completely bewildered. My mind is blank. It felt like I had been completely abandoned. Lin Cixi's words weren't particularly harsh, but she just couldn't accept them. Jiang'an. The girl murmured softly and then drifted into a deep sleep. Even after she fell asleep, she still couldn't figure out what had happened to her. But when I think about it, Jiang's indifferent expression. She felt inexplicably sad. Just thinking about it. Lin Cixi's protective manner towards him. She suddenly felt sore for no reason. So is she jealous? Knock, 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 knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. The Lu Yang couple, who were discussing how to handle the problem, were taken aback. What's going on? Lu Yang glanced at his wife, looking a little puzzled. Why would anyone be knocking on the door at this time? Logically speaking, in their hometown, no one would come unless they actively invited them. But now, what's going on? Could it be that Jiang'an has returned? The same thought occurred to them simultaneously. But they also felt it was unlikely. Jiang'an, how could he possibly come back? Outside the door, Yang Wenqin carried the gifts, a slight smile playing on his lips. He was in a very good mood. He didn't tell anyone he was coming this time. I guess her parents will be quite happy. After all, I, a nephew who has been living abroad for several years, still remember her birthday. I'm here to celebrate my birthday. Yang Wenqin did have some ulterior motives. We haven't been able to win over Lu Yuran. Why not try looking for opportunities directly with her parents? Maybe it will work out? Right now, I'm thinking about it. The door in front of us was opened. It was Lu Yang who opened the door, and when he saw that it was Yang Wenqin, Lu Yang's eyes flickered slightly, a strange sense of astonishment creeping in. What's going on? What brings Yang Wenqin here? She was also carrying a gift box, so it seemed she was there to give a gift as well. So, is this a birthday celebration for Wu Qing? Thinking about this, Lu Yang became even more puzzled. The problem is, no one invited Yang Wenqin over, right? They only called Jiang in. So how did Yang Wenqin find out Wu Qing's birthday and come over? The next moment, Lu Yang couldn't help but think of her daughter. Then, his expression instantly turned very unpleasant. He couldn't help but think of something. When did Yang Wenqin go abroad? When did you get back? It seems like it's been about 10 years. This timing seems to match perfectly, doesn't it? At that moment, a surge of anger rose within Lu Yang. Is it Yang Wenqin? His gaze immediately changed, sweeping over Yang Wenqin with a sharp edge. Yang Wenqin, however, was unaware of it. He added with a chuckle, "Uncle Lu, I heard that it's Annie's birthday today, so I came to visit and celebrate with her." I heard this. The coldness in Lu Yang's eyes became even more pronounced. These words further convinced him that it was definitely Lu Yuran who had informed Yang Wenqin. Otherwise, how would Yang Wenqin have known Wu Qing's birthday? Just as Lu Yang was about to say something, Wu Qing also walked over with a puzzled look on her face. "Old Lu, what's going on? Why hasn't he come in yet? Who is it?" When she got to the door, she was immediately stunned. She hadn't expected it either. The person who came was actually Yang Wenqin. "Xiaoyang, what brings you here?" Wu Qing's expression was a bit strange. Why was this kid here? She didn't have a good impression of Yang Wenqin. After all, it happened at the banquet last time. Yang Wenqin's performance greatly displeased her. "I found out it was Auntie's birthday, so I thought I'd come and visit her to wish her a happy birthday." Yang Wenqin flashed a smile, revealing his white teeth, and replied, "Oh." Wu Qing glanced at her man and said casually, "Was it you who shouted that?" Lu Yang shook his head helplessly, looking at Yang Wenqin with a very unpleasant expression, and said, "How could that be? This is clearly the child's own wish." When talking about the child himself, he subconsciously gritted his teeth and spoke a little louder. Yang Wenqin was unaware of the change in the two people's emotions. He assumed the two people hadn't realized what was happening yet. He immediately laughed heartily. "Haha, uncle and aunt, I specifically asked about this. I thought to myself, since we all have such good relationships, of course I should come and pay a visit. By the way, where's Yuran? I haven't seen her." I heard this. Lu Yang glanced at him. How dare he mention Yuran? My son-in-law, who practically offered himself to me, broke up with me because of you. The next moment, Lu Yang spoke without thinking. You're mistaken. Your aunt doesn't have a birthday today. Take your gift home with you." Bang! He slammed the door shut. Chapter 147. A red exclamation mark, it's a tragedy. With a bang, the door in front of me was closed. Yang Wenqin stood outside the door, looking completely bewildered, scratching his head with a hint of existential doubt. What's going on? What's the meaning? What do you mean? Today isn't my birthday. That's impossible. He clearly asked very clearly. It's my birthday today. How could it not be? In an instant, Yang Wenqin fell into deep thought, somewhat annoyed, but he didn't know why he was annoyed. Inside the room, Wu Qing looked at Lu Yang's actions with a completely bewildered expression. What's going on? Why did you close the door like that? Lu Yang took a deep breath, then glanced upstairs and couldn't help but say, Honey, I think I know the guy who made Jiang in his stand-in. Who? That kid. As Lu Yang spoke, she sat down on the sofa, took a sip of water, and calmed her agitated mood. Wu Qing listened with a blank expression, her brows furrowed in disbelief. No, what does this mean? How did it become him? Didn't he just come back from abroad? He doesn't have any connection with our Yuran, does he? Think carefully about the time this kid went out and the time he came back. About 10 years. Wu Qing was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes flickered slightly, and his expression instantly turned ugly. She understood immediately. No wonder Lu Yang just closed the door. So, the person you ran is from 10 years ago, is Yang Wenqin? Wu Qing took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. But there's no connection between the two of them. And how could you Ran be so confused? Yang Wenqin is obviously not a reliable candidate. He has a frivolous personality and a very annoying aura. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang couldn't help but give a wry smile. Wife, I really find it difficult to explain your question. Actually, I don't know why your daughter would do such a thing. Wu Qing shook his head, then his expression turned colder. Never mind, I'll go talk to Yu Ran myself. If she had previously hesitated about whether or not to have a proper discussion with her daughter about this matter, now, she felt it was absolutely necessary. Yang Wenqin is the kind of guy who doesn't even meet her standards. It has to be Jiang'an, otherwise, she can't accept this. When I came out of Lu Yuren's house, Jiang'an and Lin Cixi chose to go to the supermarket. We're running low on ingredients at home, so I'm going to get some to take home and eat. After all, he had been busy at Lu Yuren's house for half a day and hadn't even had a meal. Were they hungry, or were they really hungry? Teacher Jiang, how did I do just now? Lin Cixi tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang'an. Good, excellent. Jiang'an smiled and said, it's not just good, it's downright heroic. So cool and hot. TCH. Lin Cixi pouted. What else do you think? If I'm going to pretend to be your girlfriend, of course I can't just pretend and not do anything. Moreover, I really can't stand her ever-arrogant attitude. Speaking of this, Lin Cixi thought of that day at the hospital. The girl looked heartbroken. Thinking about it makes one suddenly understand what it means to be pitiful for someone who also has something hateful about them. By the way, Xiaolin, let's not go home later. Where to? Lin Cixi was stunned. If she didn't go home, where would she go? It's the middle of the day, and we haven't even had lunch yet. How can you expect someone to not eat? Guess where the boyfriend and girlfriend should go? Where should a boyfriend take his girlfriend? Jiang'an looked at her with a half-smile. These words were spoken. Lin Cixi blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of nervousness flashing in them. No way, no way. You dog of a man. How can you say that? It's really hard not to overthink it. After all, isn't the place a boyfriend takes his girlfriend to a hotel? In that case, let's go to the hotel. What can a hotel do? Of course, it's about doing those naughty things. A blush instantly rose on the girl's cheeks. That won't do. Lin Cixi turned her head away, feeling a little shy and embarrassed. Jiang'an was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see Miss Lin being shy. It was quite unexpected. No, why not? It just won't work. Even if we're pretending to be a couple, we can't go to a place like a hotel. Lin Cixi turned her head and snorted angrily. Puff. Jiang'an chuckled instinctively upon hearing this. Goodness. After all that talking, this girl seems to have misunderstood that we're going to a hotel. He blinked, intending to make a joke. What? I don't quite understand what you mean. Why not? Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? Then I was just pretending. Lin Cixi clenched her fist and glared fiercely at Jiang'an. That scoundrel is spouting nonsense. I can't take it anymore. I want to beat him to death. Pretending. You really can't go. Jiang'an shook his head regretfully. But is it possible? I didn't say I was going to a hotel. Lin Cixi was taken aback. Huh? Where to? The girl's face was full of great confusion. I don't quite understand what's going on. Of course, we're going to my grandpa's house. My parents went abroad, so I usually go to either Uncle Lu's house or my grandfather's house. Let's go over there and find a place to eat hot pot. Perfect. I can also get a fake girlfriend for a day. Jiang'an gently patted the girl's head and spoke softly. As I spoke, I couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. This girl actually misunderstood. That's something else. Oh, going to Grandpa's house. Lin Cixi breathed a sigh of relief, then pouted and looked at Jiang'an with some dissatisfaction. Even if you say that, I'm still very unhappy. Hey, what are you doing? We agreed to pretend to be a couple. We can't go back on our word. Then beg me. Oh dear, please, Miss Lin. Humph, young Master Jiang. This is already a separate price. Oh, I need to pay more. I want 10 dishes tonight. Good. Lu Yuran didn't know when she woke up. When I woke up, my parents were no longer at home. There was food on the table, but she had no appetite. She sat down on the sofa in a daze. She was stunned when she saw the unopened gift. The scenes from the morning began to play out in my mind, frame by frame. So, I was just talking nonsense again. Once she had regained some composure, Lu Yuran quickly pulled her phone out of her pocket. I want to apologize. Result. The message was just sent to Jiang'an. A red exclamation mark popped up. What a tragedy. I don't know who it was, but it seemed like they whispered something in my ear. Chapter 148. Could this be an official announcement on social media? I looked at the red exclamation mark that suddenly popped up on my phone. Lu Yuran seemed to hear someone sigh softly in her ear. Rejected. The message was rejected. Jiang'an removed her from his friend list. What kind of feeling is this? There is someone who will completely and utterly possess you, whether in real life or online. He gradually erased you from his world. And from then on, the two went from being online friends to strangers. Lu Yuran, are you all right now? We can't even be friends anymore. Lu Yuran put down her phone with a sense of loss, looking somewhat bewildered. This feeling is really awful. They didn't even have the chance to apologize. After waking up, she was much more alert. He said those things in the morning. It's actually quite reasonable for him to block you. After all, what you said was so harsh. Lu Yuran tilted her head slightly, and without realizing it, she had silently grown accustomed to this gesture, something she had never liked before. I've been blocked by Jiang'an. She wasn't angry at all. Because it seems, I have no right to be angry. Since she brought it all on herself, what right does she have to be angry? We are still friends, the kind of friends who are the most distant. You were so gentle. It's all preserved in the records. Lu Yuran quietly put on her headphones. The lights were turned off. The curtains were drawn. The world seemed to fall silent instantly. Let her dwell on her memories. But where did Jiang'an go? She really wanted to go to his side. Lin Cixi followed Jiang'an on a long journey. It's not that the distance is far, it's just that it makes her feel far away. She was far enough away that she could lie on Jiang'an's shoulder and sleep for a while. After opening her eyes, Jiang'an looked at her with a smile. Are you awake? Lin Cixi blinked, slightly dazed. Did I sleep for a very long time? Jiang'an laughed and said, Of course, we've been in the car for 40 minutes. You've been sleeping until now. Ah. Lin Cixi opened her eyes wide, revealing a helpless expression. I actually slept for so long. I didn't see a single bit of the scenery along the way. And I didn't even realize it myself. I just felt a swaying sensation, and then I leaned against you and fell asleep. He heard the girl's words. Jiang'an laughed and said, What's the big deal? When I get back tonight, I'll show you something funny, okay? Upon hearing this, the girl revealed a slightly naive smile, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. That's more like it. But I still didn't bring anything when I went to your grandfather's house. Isn't that even more excessive? Suddenly, Lin Cixi thought of something, and her expression became visibly tense. Tell me about the mess this whole thing is making. When she visited Lu Yang's family, it was her birthday, and she didn't bring a gift, but thankfully, it was still acceptable. But now I'm going to see Jiang'an's grandfather. For some reason, Lin Cixi panicked even more. That's not right, that's not right. If Grandpa finds out, won't he misunderstand and think I'm an ill-mannered girl? So Lin Cixi looked at Jiang'an with some anxiety, wishing she could get off the car right now and go buy fruit. Jiang'an couldn't help but laugh when he saw how anxious and nervous the girl was. Hey, Kobayashi, do we really need to be so nervous? After all, it's not a big problem. I didn't bring anything when I met my uncle, let alone my grandfather. They heard Jiang'an's reassurance. Lin Cixi still felt uneasy. But don't the elderly care about these things the most? That's what I've been thinking about. The girl immediately said resolutely. No, I must buy some when I go downstairs later. You even bought it when you saw my grandma last time. Seeing Lin Cixi's determined look, Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle. Okay. This time, he did not stop Lin Cixi. Since the little girl wants to buy something so much, then let's buy it. Let's just consider it a bargain for that unreliable old man. As Jiang'an pondered this, his gaze fell upon the view outside the window. It's almost time to get off, let's go. Miss Lin, Lin Cece quickly realized what was happening, then tossed her ponytail, and suddenly thought of something else. No, that's not right. How did I end up coming back with you to see Grandpa? The girl looked miserable. What kind of mess is this today? Without really understanding what was going on, I went with Jiang in to meet Lu's parents, and now I have to meet his grandfather. So, is this what meeting the parents means? Jiang blinked, then chuckled and ruffled the girl's hair. There are some people you're bound to meet eventually, so why not meet them sooner rather than later? Perfect timing. Today is the right day. Besides, I've already talked to the old man. You're not going to back out, are you? Lin Cece turned her head away. She now has a strong feeling that she has been fooled by that scoundrel. However, that's what they say. She obediently followed Jiang off the bus and headed straight for the fruit shop next door to buy fruit. Looking at the way the girl carefully selected the items, Jiang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Actually, he was quite worried that Lin Cece might refuse. After all, suddenly asking her to go back with him to meet his parents was indeed a bit rash. But everything is going according to plan, isn't it? Jiang's lips curled up slightly. Feeling much better, I took out my phone, held it up, and took a picture of myself and Lin Cece from behind. Copywriting him. After thinking for a moment, Jiang's fingertips tapped rapidly. The sun is shining brightly, and so are you. After posting, Jiang glanced at Lin Cece discreetly, then directly shared it on his WeChat Moments. He remembered Lin Cece saying in the car that her phone was out of battery, so if it's released now, the girl probably won't see it for a while. The message has just been sent. Jiang then received a message from Zhang Zhijie. Holy crap, they officially announced it? This is some kind of public display of affection, isn't it? You're not human. Upon seeing Zhang Zhijie's reply, Jiang couldn't help but let a slight smile appear on his lips. Showing off their love? No. That's a little too early to say. The Lu family. Lu Yang was scrolling through his WeChat Moments with a depressed expression. He had just returned from running errands and was worrying about Jiang and Lu Yuren's situation. When I swiped my phone, I saw Jiang's WeChat Moments. The middle-aged man let out a long sigh. Suddenly, I understood something. Just an estimate. The son-in-law she had chosen is truly never coming back. Inside the room, Lu Yuren curled up in the quilt, the room filled with only a faint light. Moments on WeChat. The girl, her eyes welling up with tears, listlessly fiddled with her phone, finding no meaning in it. She really wanted to sleep, so that she wouldn't have to think about anything after falling asleep. But she couldn't sleep, she just couldn't fall asleep. Until she saw this post on her WeChat Moments. She couldn't help but gasp for breath. Is this an official announcement on WeChat Moments? Chapter 149 of the 10,000 Kinds of Writing in the World. Only the word beautiful is most suitable for you. Boss, is this melon guaranteed to be ripe? That's definitely achievable. The owner, a middle-aged man, smiled and took the melon, patting it lightly. Miss, shall we cut it or not? Cut it into smaller pieces. Lin Cece brought several kinds of fruit, all of which were suitable for elderly people's teeth. Okay. The hearty middle-aged man picked up the watermelon and knife and started slicing it up with a few quick cuts. At this time, the girl quietly approached Jiang from behind and whispered, You scoundrel, what's wrong with you? After coming in, I quietly ran here. Are you up to something I haven't noticed? Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. No, what underhanded tricks could I possibly pull? He held up his phone and spun around as if to prove his innocence, then put it back in his pocket. Then he looked at Lin Cece. See? I'm innocent. You've wronged me. I heard this. Lin Cece snorted. Then she looked away, but she still felt very strange. I have a feeling that something's off about Jiang. They must have done something bad somewhere. This feeling comes from a woman's intuition. Jiang definitely has a problem. But, just as the girl was preparing to observe more closely, the older man on the side suddenly spoke up. Girl, your watermelon is ready. Come and get it. Okay, all right. Lin Cece rolled her eyes at the guilty Jiang, then ran off to get the fruit with light steps. How do I pay the bill? Scan the code. As Lin Cece spoke, she took out her phone from her pocket and pressed a button. It turned out that it wasn't lit at all. That's when she realized, wow, my phone is out of battery. The battery died while I was in the car. Thinking of this, Lin Cece turned to look at Jiang En and said a little embarrassedly, "Boss, wait a minute, let me. My boyfriend will pay." As she spoke, she walked to Jiang En's side, grabbed his shoulder, and whispered, "Quick, boss, pay up." Huh? Jiang En blinked, immediately understanding what had happened, and couldn't help but laugh. "You're calling me boss now? He's a boss when he needs me, but a scumbag when he doesn't." Lin Cece blushed and gritted her teeth as she hummed, "Don't say those things, you scoundrel. Check out quickly. Boyfriend, it's perfectly reasonable for my boyfriend to pay the bill, right?" Although Jiang En is Lin Cece's boss, but in reality, Lin Cece often paid for everything herself. When we go out to eat, we'll secretly split the bill. Lin Cece has always done a good job in this regard. She's not the kind of girl who likes to take advantage of others. My grandmother used to say that a girl can be poor, but she shouldn't waste other people's money. Lin Cece remembers it, and has always been doing it. He heard Lin Cece say this. He kept calling me boyfriend. Jiang En frankly admitted, my bones are a little brittle. He shook his head with amusement. Okay, I'll pay the bill. Family members, who understands this? Who buys fruit and then realizes their phone is dead? He deliberately teased Lin Cece. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man who owned the business nearby immediately remarked, "Young man, you've taken the wrong path." Jiang En nodded, both amused and exasperated, and then picked up the fruit. I glanced at my classmate Lin, who was pouting behind me. "Well, what is it? Lin, could you show me the way? Even my boss says I've narrowed my options." "Pooh," Lin Cece spat at Jiang En. "You dog of a man." The two walked out of the fruit shop while talking. "Are you nervous?" He stared at the person on the side, muttering to themselves, as if introducing themselves. Jiang En couldn't help but blink and ask with a smile, "Nervous, a little nervous." Lin Cece glanced at Jiang En. "When I went to the Liu family earlier, it was fine, but now when I think about your grandfather, I get very nervous." "This is your grandfather." "Grandpa. They're real family now." Of course I was nervous, because I was very serious and solemn. I really want to make a good impression on Grandpa. As she spoke, the girl couldn't help but take out a mirror, wanting to check if there were any problems with her makeup. Jiang En naturally understood the girl's thoughts, but couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so nervous? Once you get to my house and see that old man, just don't run away. You're still nervous." Thinking of this, Jiang En immediately smiled and comforted the girl in front of him. Okay, don't panic. I was panicked before I arrived, and I was also panicked when I got on the bus. We're almost at the door. Why are you still in such a panic?" He stopped and carefully examined the girl in front of him. Lin Cece looked very youthful and vibrant today. She wore a beautiful and delicate white shirt on top, with a thin woolen cardigan underneath, and fitted shorts on the bottom, which showed off her fair legs, giving her a very approachable and friendly look. No, why are you looking at me like that? Are you staring at me like that? Is my face going to burst into flames? Lin Cece felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Jiang En, and couldn't help but mutter to herself. Jiang En smiled and said, "No, I just noticed that you look quite cute today." Lin Cece muttered, "Isn't that what you said about meeting elders? Of course I have to dress more formally. I can't just dress casually, okay? Look, I didn't wear colored contact lenses today, although I don't usually wear them. I also didn't wear any makeup, just a tiny bit." As she spoke, the girl moved closer to Jiang En and tilted her face up to show him. Jiang En lowered his head slightly and saw Lin Cece's oval face very close to his, her fair and delicate face, her exquisite little nose, her faint fragrance, and her exceptionally alluring red lips. Girl, you're standing so close. It's easy for me to lose control. Especially your mouth. I did indeed crave it." Jiang En forcibly suppressed the urge to kiss the cherry-like lips in front of him, and took a deep breath. "You look good in everything. I love them all." Upon hearing this, Lin Cece withdrew her face with a suspicious expression, then looked at Jiang En with disbelief. "Really? This seems to be the first time you've ever complimented my looks." Jiang En coughed lightly, then couldn't help but chuckle and said, "What happened? What's wrong with praising your looks? I've always thought you're very beautiful. I've realized that of all the words in the world, only the word beautiful truly suits you." Chapter 150 Fireworks or Crown. Jiang An's voice was very pleasant, giving people an exceptionally gentle feeling, and also had a warm and smooth texture. After saying these words, Lin Cece's expression changed instantly, and then she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Oh no, oh no. That scoundrel. That scoundrel is getting better and better at it. At first, he seemed clueless and didn't know anything. Now it's all good, he actually knows everything. Oh dear, but those sweet words really sound so nice. Maybe it's because it's the first time this guy has said them, which makes me a little embarrassed. The girl's heart pounded with guilt and panic, and even her gaze became unsteady. That sentence. It felt like she was suddenly inflated, and then she was like a balloon, so beautiful she almost floated away. Looking at Lin Cece's performance in front of me, Jiang An couldn't help but laugh. Okay. I haven't gotten to the point yet. Let me tell you about my grandfather's personality first. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece immediately sobered up, a cautious glint in her eyes. Ah, right. Let's talk about Grandpa's personality first. That's the key point. Are you kidding me? What could be more important than this? Lin Cece, calm down. You're about to meet Jiang An's parents. My grandfather, although he seems a bit old-fashioned and strict, is actually very easy to talk to. And generally, they don't criticize others much. Hearing this, Lin Cece breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just don't be too critical of others. To be honest, the thought of being harsh is unbearable. She couldn't help but think of Professor Jiang. Yeah, old-fashioned. Harsh. Severe. That's exactly the kind of old man I'm talking about. But Lin Cece hesitated for a moment. Professor Jiang and Jiang An, don't they both have the surname Jiang? What a coincidence. The girl muttered something to herself, then looked at Jiang An nervously. You said all of this. Jiang An patted the girl's shoulder. All right, don't worry, I'm here for you. Besides, you're so cute and pretty, no one can dislike you. Relax. Even if something happens, I'll stand in front of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece's expression softened considerably, and she secretly pouted. I felt really happy. You scoundrel, you've improved this time. Now it gives people a sense of security. At the same time, Lu Yuran had already come downstairs and changed into her usual long dress. His expression was somewhat indifferent. She glanced at Lu Yang and Wu Qing on the sofa, then prepared to wash up without any expression. Lu Yang called out to her. Yuran, come here. Is there anything you'd like to say to us? Lu Yuran paused slightly, then looked at the two people in front of her and spoke without hesitation. I have nothing to say. Didn't I already tell you everything I needed to say, and everything you wanted to ask this morning? Is there anything else you want me to say? She really didn't know what to say. It wasn't intentional. He simply couldn't speak. What should we talk about? She described how she used Jiang An as a substitute. They're asking who this body double is. Explain why Jiang An has changed. What is she really thinking? But even if I tell you, what can you do about it? You can't bring Jiang An back to my side. Listening to Lu Yuran's answer, Lu Yang and Wu Qing exchanged a glance and saw the sorrow in each other's eyes. The question now is not whether Jiang An can become their son-in-law. The problem is obvious. Their daughter, Lu Yuran, is now unable to move on. Watching Lu Yuran walk blankly towards the bathroom as the sound of running water began, Lu Yang let out a long sigh. I feel that your daughter's reaction time is probably slower than anyone else's. Nonsense, she obviously likes Jiang An. Wu Qing bit her lip, her face full of worry. Lu Yuran's taciturn and dejected appearance might not worry others, but her parents must be very worried. This mental state, it's a bit scary. Whether she likes it or not is hard to say. Given your daughter's personality, she most likely can't accept losing Jiang An. Compared to Wu Qing's lack of composure, Lu Yang appeared much calmer, her eyes sparkling. There's nothing we can do about this. She's always been this way since she was little. Let her process this on her own. That's a good thing. She is not good enough for Jiang and don't even think about getting back together with her. It's impossible to go back to the past. Lu Yang spoke calmly and composedly. But Wu Qing wanted to say something more. After all, this is her daughter. In her eyes, it is the most precious gem. How could she say that it is not good enough for others? She thought about it for a moment, then couldn't help but talk to Lu Yang about it again. What can I say? It's simply a matter of how to salvage the situation, how to help Lu Yuran. Splash, splash. Clear water flowed onto the girl's fair body. Lu Yuran held her breath. I could hear my parents talking outside. Although they tried to lower their voices, it was still very clear. A short while later, she turned off the water and wrapped herself in a bath towel. Then, I quickly climbed the stairs, step by step. I rummaged through boxes, looking for the wardrobe. Finally, I found a dress. This is a dress that Jiang'an once gave her. Buy a movie ticket. Lu Yuran silently took out her phone, opened the ticketing app, and selected a movie. Then, she took a long breath and looked at the mirror next to her. The woman in the mirror looked pale and haggard, with none of her former radiance. She rubbed it hard, then took a long breath and forced a smile. He raised his hand again, spreading his 5 fingers. I didn't know they were setting off fireworks. He's still wearing a crown. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang'an knocked on the door. Lin Cece leaned nervously against him, looking flustered, her eyes darting around, and she even took deep breaths. Call. We're about to go in. Let's go in. These words somehow conveyed a sense of heroic sacrifice. Jiang'an couldn't help but want to laugh, but he held it in. I'm afraid that some female warrior might get angry and give him a set of pretty pink punches. Just as he was about to speak, the door in front of us finally opened. A middle-aged woman slowly opened the door, and upon seeing Jiang'an and Lin Cece, she exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Jiang, you're back. This is Lin Cece. Jiang'an replied with a smile, Where's my grandfather in his room? Yes, your grandfather is practicing calligraphy. Jiang'an glanced at Lin Cece, smiled, and took her hand. This is the cook at home. Let's go in. Lin Cece took a deep breath and nodded gently, her mind a jumble of thoughts. What a scoundrel. They haven't confessed their feelings yet, and they're not together. How did it get so fast-forwarded? Meeting the parents. Chapter 151, Let's block another phone number. Come inside quickly. Come inside quickly. Wow, Xiaoan, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Hearing the praise, Jiang'an pulled Lin Cece into the house. It was only then that the girl noticed that Grandpa Jiang'an's house was spacious and bright, and the decoration was in a rather antique style. Your grandfather is practicing calligraphy in his room right now. I'll go prepare lunch for you, Aunt Shun said with a smile as she cooked, then went into the kitchen. On the other side, Jiang'an pulled Lin Cece toward the study. Come on, I'll take you to see my grandfather. Lin Cece nodded slightly upon hearing this, her gaze softening as she obediently followed behind Jiang'an. They arrived at the door of the study. Jiang'an knocked gently on the door. Soon, a strong, resonant voice came from inside the room. Come in. I heard that sound. Lin Cece instinctively stiffened, a look of confusion and even disbelief appearing on her face. She was wondering if she had misheard. Why did I hear a very familiar voice just now? Are you kidding me? That can't be. Is it really that outrageous? A very bold and unreliable idea popped into Lin Cece's mind. Jiang'an tugged at the girl behind him. Then, why can't I pull it? He turned his head, a bewildered look on his face. What was going on? Why was the little girl suddenly standing still? Lin Cece bit her lip as she looked at Jiang'an in front of her. You scoundrel, did you deliberately plot against me? The sound from inside the house. He's practically the same old-fashioned Professor Jiang. Goodness. So he's your grandfather? You deliberately didn't tell me. You wanted to launch a sneak attack. You have no sportsmanship. Feeling Lin Cece's gaze, Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle. No, why are you staring at me like that? What did I do to you? Your grandfather is Professor Jiang? Jiang'an was stunned. He hadn't expected that this girl could recognize him just by his voice. He scratched his head, a half-smile playing on his lips. You found out so quickly? You could tell just by listening to the voice. Lin Cece stomped her foot on the spot, lowered her voice, afraid that the old man inside the house would hear her, and glared fiercely at Jiang'an. You scoundrel, why didn't you say so sooner? You should have said so earlier. Would you still be here if I had told you beforehand? Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, if I had told you in advance, would you really still have come? Based on how you usually cower around the old man. I wish I could avoid him if I saw him, and I would sit in the last row in his class. let alone sitting down to eat and chat together. I bet you'd be terrified if I asked you to come and meet me. However, Jiang was quite clear about the situation. The old man didn't actually target Lin Cixi at all. He was a professor for decades, teaching countless students at the university. That was his teaching style. Often it's not just about one particular person. But Lin Cixi did indeed attract attention because of her extremely poor grades in advanced mathematics. Don't panic, don't panic. Didn't I tell you I'm here? Don't be afraid. Seeing Lin Cixi in front of him, who was in the state of a fighting girl, Jiang quickly tried to comfort her. This girl looks a bit silly. As he was thinking, Jiang pushed open the door in front of him. An old man was practicing calligraphy on a table, his expression one of complete absorption. Hearing the commotion outside, he said without looking up, "You actually knew to come back, kid. I thought you stayed at school all the time. Why did you come back?" Jiang grinned. "I had to come back. After all, I found a girlfriend, so you won't have to keep nagging me every day." Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi blushed and bit her lip. "You scoundrel. Not shy at all." The old man froze. His hand holding the pen trembled slightly. Then he suddenly looked up, revealing an extremely excited expression. "What? Girlfriend?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lin Cixi, who was standing to the side. Then his face instantly became excited. "Lin Cixi." Lin Cixi covered her face. Despair. Pain. "Wah, does anyone in my family understand? My boyfriend's grandfather is actually the teacher of my least favorite subject." However, she quickly forced a sweet smile, despite her initial embarrassment. "Grandpa Jiang, hello." Upon hearing this, Professor Jiang smiled happily. At the same time, he glanced at Jiang with immense pride. "As expected of my grandson, everything was exactly as I predicted. Just as I expected, I knew you had feelings for that girl at the art exhibition that day. Now he's brought his girlfriend home. Good job, kid. Cixi, what's that saying again? If you're not family, you won't enter the same house." Professor Jiang was very enthusiastic and walked over quickly. The more he looked at Lin Cixi, the more satisfied he became. After all, they are the students I taught. Professor Jiang knows a little bit about it. Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi responded with a smile. "Grandpa Jiang, I never expected that we would be so destined to meet. Hurry up, Jiang, get a stool, fruit, food, and drinks. What are you standing there for?" A question mark slowly rose above Jiang's head. "No, old man, what a tone you have. It's completely to the point where they already have a granddaughter-in-law, but no grandson, isn't it? Holy crap. That's such a quick change in attitude." Just as Jiang was getting ready to go to work, the old man walked over and lowered his voice. "Have you spoken to the Liu family about this? Has that little girl, Liu Yuran, also spoken about it?" After all, he was his own grandson, so Grandpa Jiang knew almost everything about him, including matters related to the Liu family. He mentioned that his grandson had liked Liu Yuran for several years. That's crystal clear. And he was the one who least supported Jiang and Liu Yuran dating. After all, he didn't really like girls like Liu Yuran. However, due to Jiang's influence, the old man was also trying his best to accept this girl. After all, it was the grandson's own preference and choice. What's there to say about this old man? But now, they changed the person in charge. Lin Cixi is nice. He's always liked this girl. Aside from being a little slow-witted, there's nothing wrong with her. I heard what the old man said. Jiang smiled and said, "I just came back from their house. I've had a clear talk with Uncle Liu and the others." Professor Jiang nodded, seemingly unconcerned about what had happened, but simply offered a reminder. "Since you've chosen Cixi, you have to treat her well, understand?" Jiang nodded, watching the old man's satisfied figure as he went back to coax his granddaughter-in-law, and he also made up his mind. At that moment, he glanced at his phone. After blocking them, things definitely became much quieter. But, a phone call. Jiang saw several phone records from Liu Yuran and couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, without hesitation, block the number. Chapter 152, I also want to help you. After decisively blocking Liu Yuran's phone number, Jiang went to wash the fruit. Inside the study, Lin Cixi looked at the kind old man in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little confused. That's not right. Is there something wrong with how this is being opened? Professor Jiang is not like this at all. Xiaolin, when did you meet Jiangyan? Professor Zhang looked at the girl in front of him with a smile and asked. Lin Cixi responded somewhat awkwardly. Just recently, during a class. Oh, that's good, kid. Has he been tutoring you in advanced math lately? I've noticed your grades have been improving by leaps and bounds. Yes, he supervises me a lot and makes me go to tutoring every day. Professor Jiang nodded with a smile. That's good. This kid has a very gentle personality. If he bullies you while you're with him, just tell me, and I'll beat him up for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi pouted slightly and said with a pitiful expression, But he always bullies me, Grandpa Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan, who walked in carrying a plate of fruit, looked completely bewildered. Me? He looked completely bewildered. Wait a minute. Isn't this dialogue a bit too classic? Is this my girlfriend? When did I bully you? Did I? Lady Lin, you're really shameless. Your opening remarks are a direct insult to me. This is outright murder of her husband. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhang immediately glared at Jiangyan, who stood to the side, with hostility. You little rascal, how can you look down on Lin when she's so cute and pretty? Jiangyan was truly on the verge of tears. What kind of mess is this? If it weren't for the old man, would you really believe what she said? How could I possibly bully her? Hearing this, Lin Cixi revealed a sly smile. Did you hear that? Stop making excuses. I'm so cute and obedient. You can't dislike me. Jiangyan reached out and pinched the girl's cheek hard, feeling utterly helpless. You're just slandering me. Normally, Lin Cixi would feel a little shy about such intimate gestures. Not to mention now, in front of the old man. Immediately, Lady Lin blushed and dodged to the side, muttering as she did so. Grandpa Jiang, did you see that? Grandpa Jiang. Jiangyan is going to bully me again. Jiangyan. He sighed softly. That girl, what a terrible thing she is. She's so awful. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the house. Aunt Shen has already cooked lunch. Then, using the ingredients Jiangyan gave me, I made a hot pot soup base. All right, you can start eating now. After notifying the three people, Lin Cixi followed Professor Jiang out of the room. It was obvious that the girl was much more obedient next to the old man. Soon, the three of them sat down at the dining table. The little girl's face was flushed, as if she rarely experienced such an atmosphere. She looked around shyly, occasionally fixing her gaze on Jiangyan. Come on, let's eat. Professor Jiang smiled and handed Lin Cixi a pair of chopsticks. Don't be fooled by how strict he was when he was a professor at the university. But in reality, he is quite gentle. Lin Cixi nodded obediently. Then her gaze fell on the dining table in front of her. At a glance, the food looked delicious and smelled wonderful, making her very hungry. Xiaolin, make yourself at home here. Eat as much as you want, don't be shy. As he spoke, the old man reached for a wine bottle from the side, seemingly wanting to pour himself a drink and have a couple of sips. Jiangyan gave him a disapproving look. Hey old man, what's wrong with you? Drinking again, huh? Upon hearing this, the old man smiled somewhat guiltily. What are you saying? You brought your girlfriend home. That's something to celebrate. Of course I'm going to have a drink. Come on, even before I brought it back, you were still drinking a lot. Hearing this, Professor Jiang glanced at Lin Cixi. Lin Cixi was quite well behaved. Grandpa Jiang, have a drink. Drinking a little less is good for your health too. Grandpa Jiang immediately smiled. Listen, Xiaolin has already agreed. And besides, your grandpa only drinks 1 cup each time. All right then. Jiangyan didn't stop him anymore. A little bit of drinking was fine. In fact, he was also worried about the old man's health. Hee, come on, have a drink with me too. Professor Jiang was in a good mood after not seeing his grandson come home for a long time, and he asked Jiangyan to have a drink with him. Jiangyan nodded. He was in a good mood too. They successfully tricked Xiaolin into going home. How happy I am. Lin Cixi, who was standing to the side, saw this scene and couldn't help but mutter to herself. I didn't know you could hold your liquor. Lin Danan is a gambler and an alcoholic. This made her dislike drinking. But it's just that I don't like it. It doesn't affect her agreeing to let Jiangyan drink or anything like that. At this moment, after the old man and Jiangyan had a few drinks, the old man suddenly glared at Jiangyan's glass and said, You've been drinking for so long, and you haven't even finished this half glass of wine. Are you trying to play fish farming with me here? Jiang'an was both amused and exasperated. No, old man. Who taught you all this? You even know the term fish farming now. Grandpa Jiang said smugly. Then what do you think I'm teaching you? It's normal for college students to learn some new vocabulary from them. Right, Kobayashi? Lin Cece gave a thumbs up and smiled sweetly. Grandpa used it very accurately. Jiang'an glanced at the girl silently, putting aside other things. This girl is really likable. He used to be a bad old man, Professor Jiang. He'll call me Grandpa all the time. Look how happy the old man is. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, then sighed, staring at the wine in his glass, somewhat depressed. If I finish the remaining half glass, will I suddenly feel dizzy and pass out? Just as he was struggling with his decision, Lin Cece nuzzled his shoulder. Do you need my help? Jiang'an looked at her with amusement. Have you forgotten what you looked like after you drank it last time? Lin Cece pouted, unconvinced, and said, Wasn't that an accident? How about I try again? Hearing this, Jiang'an chuckled and ruffled the girl's hair. Then he picked up his glass, took a sip, and revealed a mask of pain. No need. I can do it myself. Lin Cece pinched Jiang'an in dissatisfaction. Well, I also want to be able to help you. One person definitely can't drink that much. If I help you, things will be much better, won't they, Teacher Jiang? Chapter 153 Find a Way to Get Him Back. Lin Cece whispered to Jiang'an. Grandpa Jiang held his wine glass, sipping his wine while watching the two bickering with a smile. Everything is understood without words. The meal was finished quickly. In the end, Lin Cece still helped Jiang and share some of the pressure. Her little face was flushed from drinking. Then he quietly whispered in Jiang'an's ear. Why is this liquor so strong? She stuck out her little tongue, looking resentful. Jiang'an looked at her amusedly. I already told you. This tastes awful. Why don't you believe me? Lin Cece pouted. Well, I just wanted to help you, since you're all alone and can't finish it. Are you kidding me? I, Lin, am extremely self-aware, okay? If my man can't finish his drink, of course I'll help him finish it. Humph. This proves that I'm a super useful girlfriend, okay? Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. I said, you should at least drink normally. Just take small sips, that's fine. You're so lucky. I had half a glass left, and you drank it all in one go. How could you not feel uncomfortable? Jiang'an sighed as he spoke. Why? Sometimes a little girl's silly and overly brave nature can also be a troublesome thing. He helplessly rubbed the girl's face. Besides being incredibly red, it's also burning hot right now. Could he have gotten drunk from just half a glass of wine? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Looking at the somewhat dazed girl in front of him, he lowered his voice slightly. Silly boy, if you're not feeling well, go sit over there and I'll make you some hangover soup. As a result, Lin Cece waved her hand in a daze. No, I don't want to. I'm not drunk. I'm really not drunk this time. As she spoke, Lin Cece regained her heroic spirit. The little hand was raised high, and then it was said proudly. I can have 2 more drinks. Don't worry, I won't let you get drunk alone today. Jiang'an's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. He reached out and pinched Lin Cece's cheek, unable to suppress a radiant smile. I said, You're so good to me. Aren't you afraid you'll actually become my girlfriend? I heard this. Lin Cece couldn't help but pout. Then I'm not afraid. Fueled by the alcohol, her face flushed, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. What do I have to be afraid of? I'm not afraid at all. Let me tell you. Even if you were bolder, what could you possibly do? Looking at the girl's disdainful and mocking expression, Jiang'an couldn't help but use a little more force. Pinch her face. Girl, you really don't see the current situation. You're in my house right now, so at least show me some respect. Jiang'an kept pinching her cheeks, and Lin Cece couldn't help but wince slightly and whisper in pain. Let go, you bastard. How dare you touch my face? As she spoke, the little girl lunged headfirst into Jiang'an's chest. Bang! Having taken the full force of the blow, Jiang'an couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. I felt a mixture of amusement and helplessness. What kind of situation is this? Are you practicing Iron Head Kung Fu? Then, just as Jiang'an was about to say something, the girl in front of him had already snuggled into Jiang'an's arms. All right. He was drunk. He got drunk exactly the same way as last time. Jiang'an lowered his head and carefully examined the girl in his arms. Her rosy cheeks, delicate eyelashes, and slightly pouting lips are inexplicably captivating. Grandpa Jiang just went to the bathroom. Upon returning and witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. "You two are so interesting, so very interesting." Jiang'an raised his head, glanced at the old man in front of him, and said with a helpless, bitter smile, "Old man, you're actually gloating. It's because of the drinking you mentioned, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten drunk." Old Master Jiang chuckled, then sat down, picked up his wine glass, glanced at the young woman, and said in a low voice, "Shaoan, how far have you two gotten?" Upon hearing this, Jiang'an immediately raised his head alertly, staring at the old man in front of him, and said suspiciously, "Wait a minute, Grandpa, what's going on? Are you gossiping about me?" Professor Jiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You little bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Is what I'm doing called gossip? I'm just eating melon seeds." Jiang'an silently turned his head away, his lips twitching, unsure whether to praise the old man or correct him. "Isn't eating melons just gossip? We're living together now." I took a deep breath. Jiang'an deliberately teased the old man, so he said this on purpose. "Living together." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes widened instantly. "What did you say? You're living together?" A solemn expression instantly appeared on his stern old face. "Come on, you little brat. Tell me what's going on." "It hasn't been that long, and they're already living together?" Jiang'an blinked. "Yes, we're living together. It's just in that house by the sea. We're not even staying in the same room. Grandpa, why are you so nervous?" Upon hearing this, the old man's expression softened slightly, and he let out a long sigh. His old face tightened, and he gritted his teeth. "Are you trying to make fun of your grandpa? I'll beat you to death, you believe me?" Jiang'an chuckled and said, "Old man, if you say that, I don't believe it at all. But what I just said was nonsense. We are currently living together. Lin Cece, how's your family? What do they think of you two?" Jiang'an gently shook his head, his expression darkening slightly. "Speaking of their family, her parents divorced a long time ago. Her father is a gambler and an alcoholic, and her mother has long since abandoned her." I heard this. A hint of heartache and helplessness flashed in old Master Jiang's eyes. "I can't tell it all. This girl has such a tragic background. Sigh, if I had known it would turn out like this, I would have been gentler when I scolded her." The old man looked regretful. Jiang'an couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "All right, old man, let me tell you the details." Upstairs, Jiang'an was telling the old man about Lin Cece. Downstairs, Lu Yuran sat in the car. The car was pitch black, and the girl was dressed exquisitely, looking exceptionally beautiful and charming. Apart from her slightly red eyes, there was no sign that she had been crying. Lu Yuran at this moment. There were no other thoughts. She wanted to try again. Sometimes, Jiang'an refused to make peace. But that doesn't stop her from showing goodwill, does it? If you can't let go, then don't let go. For a young girl, I've rarely fought for anything in my life. Most of the time, if I wanted something, I got it. However, this doesn't mean that she lacks a competitive spirit. Even if Jiang'an doesn't like her now, she also needs to find a way to win him back. Chapter 154. The granddaughter-in-law has been chosen. It has to be her. Should we give up just because we can't have it? This is clearly not Lu Yuran's style. Or rather, the girl had never experienced the word failure in her life. Although perhaps this is the main theme of life. But for Lu Yuran, she dislikes failure and cannot accept it. How could the princess possibly lose? Sitting in the car, she tilted her head slightly and stared at the familiar lights. Once. She went there once or twice. Although the old man Jiang didn't like her, he always greeted her with a smile and was very gentle, never showing any dissatisfaction. However, Lu Yuran was still able to keenly perceive it. But she never cared. After all, it was Jiang'an who was kind to her, not old Master Jiang. She simply doesn't care about considering other people's feelings. He would just nod and pretend to agree. But now, Lu Yuran knew that she had no choice but to pay attention to this now. Anyway, I'm going to take it back. Lu Yuran clenched her fists slightly, her eyes filled with determination. Upstairs, Jiang'an and Grandpa Jiang chatted casually. The girl fell asleep soundly, nestled on Jiang En's lap. So, as you're saying, this girl is actually an orphan now. Grandpa Jiang squinted and began to analyze it for him. Jiang En nodded. She grew up alone and then had to deal with this kind of father, so I'm telling the truth. I was a little worried about her living alone. After all, that father of hers did it once or twice, so I took her to live in Linhai. Upon hearing this, old Master Jiang took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. You're not stupid, kid. This was handled very well. We really need to protect the girls. Cece. I can't tell. The old man sighed. In his memory, Lin Cece was really optimistic. She was the kind of person who would never show any grievances she suffered. At least, Grandpa Jiang taught her so many classes, yet he never realized that the little girl actually had such a past. So, sir, what do you think of this girl? Jiang En blinked and asked with a smile. Grandpa Jiang was stunned. What did he mean by that? What do you mean? Of course it's great. She's pretty and cute, and has a good personality. As for family background and stuff, our family has never cared about that. Although Grandpa Jiang looks old-fashioned, but they don't have the stubborn ideas of the older generation. Forget about matching social status and favoring sons over daughters. Things like requiring couples to come from similar family backgrounds to date. None. You couldn't see any of these things in the old man. He didn't care about them at all. From beginning to end, all the old man cared about was Jiang En's liking. If he likes Lu Yuran, the old man will support him even if he is not happy about it. If he likes Lin Cece, the old man will not only be very happy, but he will also not care about family matters. That's good. I thought you were a stubborn old man, Grandpa. Jiang En chuckled to himself. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? The old man glared at him, then gently rubbed the back of his hands, his gaze becoming slightly more serious. As for you, you should treat that girl better from now on. She'll probably have some resentment about her family background. You need to take good care of her, okay? Lin Cece is a good girl. Good cabbage, wasted on a pig, humph. The old man waved his hand dismissively, his face full of disgust. Jiang En immediately became anxious. Frog fun. Grandpa, what you're saying is a bit too much. Am I a pig? Grandpa Jiang chuckled. What else? I'm almost embarrassed to call you a pig brain. That statement contains a lot of information. Jiang En felt offended. I'm not going to argue with you, old man. By the way, if you have no objections, I'm going to pursue her. I heard this. The old man paused for a moment. Then his expression became somewhat strange. No, wait a minute. There's a problem. There's a problem. Aren't you two already boyfriend and girlfriend? What do you mean, pursue her? Who said we're boyfriend and girlfriend? Jiang En feigned innocence. It's true. I haven't won her over yet. Well, you little brat. The old man was so angry that he slapped Jiang En on the back. Screw you. Are you trying to amuse the elderly? After all that arguing, they're still not together. I don't care, my granddaughter-in-law has decided. It has to be Cece. This time, old Master Jiang made his decision without further ado. After finishing his drink, he walked happily toward a room, humming a cheerful tune, looking very pleased with himself. He watched the old man's retreating figure as he went back into the house. Jiang En finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he reached out and pinched Lin Cece's little face in his arms. He joked on purpose. Did you hear me? My father-in-law has said that you are the only one for him right now. If you don't come home with me, I'm going to be a bachelor for the rest of my life. Jiang En finished speaking. The girl in his arms stirred slightly, as if she had heard something. This left Jiang En completely stunned. Then I looked down. They discovered that Lin Cece had simply turned over. He couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This girl. I don't feel at ease when I'm drunk. Jiang En stood up and tidied up the table briefly. Then I glanced at the time. It's already 10:30 p.m. without me even realizing it. If we go back now, it will take a long time to get there by car. That's what I've been thinking about. Jiang En decided not to go back. I remember there were still empty rooms upstairs. As Jiang En spoke, he gently picked up the girl in a princess carry and then walked upstairs. He quickly pushed open the door to the guest room. As a result, a cloud of dust and all sorts of debris piled up here. Where can anyone live here? Jiang En's lips twitched slightly. In that case, no one can live here anymore. So I guess I'll have to stay in his room? Damn it. Jiangyan couldn't help but think, what kind of mess is this? Does this count as trafficking a young girl? They're not even together yet, and he's already taking her back to his room to sleep. I was just thinking about it. Lin Cixi suddenly hummed. Teacher Jiang, I'm thirsty. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan was taken aback. Okay, I'll go get some water. No. Lin Cixi groggily broke free from Jiangyan's embrace, then steadied herself slightly, her face still flushed. She stared at Jiangyan. Teacher Jiang, let's go for a walk. I feel a little dizzy. Jiangyan chuckled and ruffled the girl's hair. Then what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Of course you're dizzy if you're drunk. Let's go for a walk? Jiangyan blinked, and it seemed pretty good. Chapter 155 Watching a movie is just. Jiangyan was indeed not too happy about going back to his room to sleep so early. I ate too much tonight, so I need to go out to digest. Lin Cixi made the suggestion at that moment, and he naturally wouldn't refuse. Are you more sober now? Seeing the girl in his arms slowly stand up, Jiangyan asked. No. How did I fall asleep? Lin Cixi rubbed her sleepy, drunken eyes, then tried to stand up, feeling a little dizzy and lightheaded. That's strange. I only drank half a glass, so how did I get drunk? Jiangyan tapped her head in an annoyed tone. Baizhou, that's Baizhou. If you don't get drunk, who will? All right, let's go out for some fresh air and cool off from the alcohol. Lin Cixi regained consciousness, and Jiangyan breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he carried a drunk little girl back to his room to sleep. It seems this time it's impossible to explain. Good. Lin Cixi nodded obediently. This was how she was after drinking. She was honest and cute, with a pair of big eyes full of innocent expression. But what about Grandpa? While holding on to Jiangyan's arm, the girl suddenly remembered something as she went downstairs, turned her head to look at Jiangyan, and asked him a question. The old man has been resting for a long time. Then let's be gentle. Hearing this, Jiangyan chuckled and said, You've changed your mind pretty quickly, haven't you? It wasn't like this when you first came here. When you saw the old man, he looked so timid. Hearing Jiangyan's teasing, Lin Cixi, who had just sobered up a bit, was still a little confused and said blankly, Are you a coward? She paused for a few seconds before saying, somewhat embarrassed, You scoundrel. You're talking nonsense about me again. Jiangyan chuckled, habitually grabbed the girl's hand, and walked towards the door. The girl was very compliant and did not resist at all. I don't know when it started, but holding hands between the two of us became so natural. Walking through the starlit neighborhood, it felt completely different from the feeling at the school gate. Teacher Jiang, can we go back? Leaning against Jiangyan, Lin Cixi, swaying slightly, turned to look at him and asked a question. We can't go back. It would be too late to go back now, so I'll just sleep at Grandpa's house and make a makeshift bed on the floor. And you're sleeping in bed. Hearing Jiangyan's statement, Lin Cixi blinked and said with amusement, What's wrong with you? You're being so conscientious today, actually going to sleep on the floor? But you've slept in the same bed before. Why are you suddenly acting like a coward? He noticed the defiant glint in the girl's eyes. Jiangyan silently shifted his gaze. Who would say something like that? Where are we going? Want to go see a movie? Jiangyan tilted his head and glanced at the time. This is a perfect time to go see a nightclub. It's not impossible. Lin Cixi had sobered up by now, and her mind was becoming clearer. When he heard about watching a movie, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Actually, last time, she wanted to say to Jiangyan, Zhang Zhijie and the others want to see a movie, why don't we go? But in the end, he didn't say it. Because we went to the beach. At that moment, Lin Cixi thought to herself, I'll just have to reluctantly forgive that jerk. The beach is nice too. And now, Jiangyan has actually taken the initiative to suggest going to the movies? Lin Cixi's eyes sparkled with joy. Okay, let's go now. What movie are we watching? Jiangyan took out his phone, his gaze falling on it, and his expression quickly changed slightly. Then, somewhat speechless, he said, Why isn't there a single good romance movie? The X-Files 3? I can't watch a single bit of that. Hearing Jiangyan's words, Lin Cixi leaned closer, her eyes darting across the phone screen, and then reached out a small hand to swipe the screen. Then, her gaze fell on Fast and Furious. Jiangyan blinked, somewhat surprised. I said, You like watching this? I thought only boys liked watching this. Lin Cece rolled her eyes at him and said smugly, "And what do you think? The special effects are amazing, and who says you have to watch a couple's movie?" The girl saw through Jiang En's thoughts at a glance, so she spoke without hesitation. "That's true." Jiang En breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was actually thinking of finding a couple's movie to watch here. After all, people say that you should either watch a romance movie or a horror movie to confess your feelings. I took Lin Cece to see Fast and Furious. If it belongs to Lady Lin. That makes sense, doesn't it? A moment later, Jiang En and Lin Cece disappeared from Lu Yuran's sight. Inside the car, Lu Yuran stared silently at the two figures in front of her. Her expression was calm and composed. "Did you go to see a movie?" Lu Yuran muttered to herself in a low voice. In my memory, she and Jiang En hadn't seen many movies together. Does Bunny Bears count? It seems like it's a bear sighting. Lu Yuran slowly closed her eyes, and then opened the car door a few seconds later. I put on a mask and quietly followed the two people. She didn't have any particular thoughts. I just wanted to take a look. How should a relationship be conducted? Learning how to date is essential to winning back your man, isn't it? Inside the movie theater, perhaps due to the holiday, and given the already high popularity of the Fast and Furious franchise, the movie theater was quite crowded. Jiang En, holding Lin Cece's hand, quickly found a seat in the dimly lit corridor. Wow, so many people. Lin Cece was beaming. She was truly sober now. It seems that half a glass of baijiu is far from the limit for a young girl. It's normal for there to be a lot of people, but luckily we have a good location. Jiang En held popcorn in his hands, looking somewhat uneasy. To be honest, he often goes to the movies, but it's all because of that jerk Zhang Zhijia. After all these years, I'm finally with a girl again. This feeling is rather strange and wonderful. The girl beside him leaned slightly on his shoulder, and in the dim light, her beautiful profile and excited expression were clearly visible. Jiang En secretly grabbed a handful of popcorn. Then they stuffed the pills into the girl's mouth one by one, feeling the sudden act of being fed by someone nearby. The girl's body trembled slightly, and a look of nervousness appeared on her face. Then, instinctively, he glanced at Jiang En. Her breathing quickened slightly. No wonder. Everyone says that movie theaters are the best place for couples to rekindle their romance. While the environment was private, there were also whispers from other people around. It inexplicably makes people feel excited. That's what I've been thinking about. Lin Cece quietly took a piece of popcorn and placed it in her palm. Then, pried Jiang En's hands open. It was stuffed in. Chapter 156. I'm behind you. I just want to learn how to love you. Jiang En was trying to experience the joy of feeding popcorn to a beautiful girl. Suddenly, I felt my palm being pried open. Then I saw a small piece of popcorn placed in my palm. He paused for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Cece beside him. I noticed that Xiaolin was watching the movie with a serious expression, as if she hadn't done it. Jiang En couldn't help but feel a little itchy inside. You little rascal. Pretending to be stupid, huh? In fact, Lin Cece is the same. This was the first time she had ever watched a movie with a boy. She glanced at Jiang En's reaction out of the corner of her eye, and seeing the slight upturn of his lips, she couldn't help but feel happy too. Many people around were casting their gazes at them. Perhaps it's because Lin Cece is too beautiful. Even in the dim lighting, it attracted the attention of many boys. Fortunately, Jiang En sat up slightly, causing the boys who had been harboring some thoughts to regretfully withdraw their gazes. Sure enough, all the beautiful flowers already have owners. What's it like watching a movie with me? Lin Cece asked Jiang En while munching on popcorn. It feels quite surreal, Jiang En said. Then let's watch movies often from now on, Lin Cece said. Okay, we have so many things to do. Go to the beach, watch a movie, have a barbecue. Jiang En rattled off names one by one as if reciting a contact list. The tenderness and hope in Lin Cece's eyes seemed to leap out, as beautiful as a crescent moon. She was already very beautiful. Needless to say, this expectant and longing look is even more beautiful. Jiang En paused for a moment, his gaze shifting between Lin Cece and his own. He suddenly felt an urge to squeeze the girl's hand tightly and tell her he will take her with him to all of this. You promised me, so you can't go back on your word. Looking at Jiang En in front of her, Lin Cece took a deep breath and said softly, Good. The movie has started. The stunning special effects and sound effects are breathtaking. But at this time, Jiang-in, however, lost interest in watching the movie. His greater interest lies in the young women around him. The girl seemed very focused, but in reality, her mind was entirely on Jiang-in. These two are just wasting their movie tickets. Is the popcorn sweet? Hee hee, not as sweet as yours. The young couple next door are whispering sweet nothings to each other, their eyes practically locked in a loving gaze. Looking at this scene, Jiang-in blinked, then picked up some popcorn and continued feeding it to Lady Lin. Is the popcorn sweet? It's very sweet. Lin Cece nodded in agreement, then suddenly reached out and pinched Jiang-in's cheek. Why are you blushing? Jiang-in was terrified. Are you kidding me? I blushed. Dude, are you even blushing? Frog Fun, I don't believe you. How could I possibly blush? She didn't blush at all. He said sternly, did I blush? I didn't blush at all. Don't talk nonsense. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'd blush if I just watched a movie and got some popcorn? Am I really that bad? Jiang-in looked a little anxious. Lin Cece couldn't help but chuckle. No, I was just saying, why are you in such a hurry? And there's more. Your face is indeed a little red. Jiang-in felt a touch of sadness. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. I blushed. My heart rate just gets a little faster. Being stared at directly by such a beautiful girl is indeed unbearable. The movie continued playing. The two people got closer and closer and naturally leaned against each other. If you didn't tell them, no one would ever guess they weren't a couple. Not far behind them, Lu Yuran sat there quietly, saying nothing and doing nothing. I didn't watch the movie. I just looked at Jiang-in. She was thinking, why is Jiang-in's back view so beautiful? How come I've never noticed this before? Oh, he used to always be behind me. Occasionally, when someone is in front of me, I'm also looking down at my phone. A hint of amusement flashed in Lu Yuran's eyes. Then, it slowly receded. She tried hard to calm herself down and maintain a graceful posture, while secretly taking notes. Watching a movie, feeding him popcorn. Since they all say she doesn't know how to date. So, there shouldn't be any problem if she starts learning how to date now, right? I'm behind you, and all I really want to do is learn how to love you. The movie continued playing. When there are particularly bloody scenes, Lin Cece couldn't help but shrink to the side. Jiang-in offered a comforting shoulder at just the right time. Yes, this feels great. I've never experienced this before. But I tried it today, and it was great. The girl's body was so soft, and her hair exuded a pleasant fragrance. Teacher Jiang, isn't this pretty? I watched until near the end. Lin Cece suddenly asked Jiang-in a question. Is it pretty or not? Jiang-in blinked, feeling guilty but also frank, and answered. Nice. He obviously didn't know whether the movie was good or not, because he didn't absorb anything at all. I have no interest in watching. But she's beautiful, really beautiful. So, my answer that it looks good is reasonable, right? Lin Cece clenched her fist. I think it looks good too. That's just too much. They actually ended it like that. It's so bad I want to send them razor blades. Yes, that's too much. As Jiang-in spoke, he took out his phone, glanced at Lin Cece, and calmly said, Stay where you are and wait for me. Lin Cece. The girl was completely confused. You little brat. What's going on now? And why does this sentence sound so familiar? It sounds like I've heard this somewhere before. I was just thinking about it. She saw Jiang-in hurrying outside, holding his phone in his hand, as if he was about to make a call. Seeing this scene, quietly sitting in the back, everyone else had left, but why didn't Jiang-in and Lin Cece leave? She saw Jiang-in take out his phone. My heart started racing slightly. Then her face flushed slightly. So, should Jiang-in call her? Lu Yuran hurriedly took out her phone. However, the next moment. But she discovered. She did not receive a phone call at all. Will it be for me? Lu Yuran thought with a touch of wishful thinking. She really hoped that Jiang-in was calling her. At this time, Jiang-in walked quickly down the corridor. His eyes looked somewhat anxious. It's urgent, very urgent, very urgent. Zhang Zhijia, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you answering the phone? Lao Tzu's Shu Road Mountain. Ugh, that's not my line. Oh no, we've been led astray. Chapter 157 Things that have been done and things that have not been done. This moment, Jiang'an is quite anxious and is waiting online. Zhang Zhejie has suddenly disappeared, and we can't get through to him on the phone. Dude, I'm speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Cixi sat in the movie theater, waiting for the post-credit scene, while waiting for some simple-minded man. So, this guy isn't planning something for me, is he? Lady Lin rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. The movie theater was almost empty, and the movie was playing its final credits song. The girl was bored, yet full of anticipation. She was curious about what Jiang'an would prepare. Lu Yuran was also watching this scene closely. She no longer has the courage to face Lin Cixi. To be precise, it's not about facing it, but about confronting it directly. The two sharp remarks from the fighting girl cast a considerable shadow over her. Whether it's lethality or aggression, it's absolutely top-notch. So, Lu Yuran thought it best to just watch silently. She was quite looking forward to seeing what would happen next. Why did Jiang'an suddenly leave? Is he preparing something? When the thought crossed her mind, Lu Yuran's gaze involuntarily faltered slightly. Are you getting ready for a surprise? Yes. Jiang'an is actually a very romantic person. Over the past decade, Lu Yuran has never been short of gifts. Jiang'an always sends gifts on time for every holiday, although she never cared. But now, it seems Lin Cixi might receive a gift. Lu Yuran couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in her heart. I'm so envious. I really envy them. Finally, Jiang'an dialed Zhang Zhejie's number. He looked somewhat helpless. What on earth are you up to, kid? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Zhang Zhejie let out a long breath, seemingly speaking somewhat lazily. Damn it, you didn't say today either. I was just running errands. Work? Jiang'an remained silent. You're really something, Zhang Zhejie. Have you prepared what I asked you to do? Of course I'm preparing. Zhang Zhejie seemed to perk up considerably all of a sudden, and his voice even sounded clearer. What's wrong? Do you need it now? Listening to Zhang Zhejie's enthusiastic inquiry. This time, Jiang'an didn't try to hide anything and explained frankly. Yes, we need to use it now. Could you be a little more efficient on your end? Could you arrange it for me tonight? Of course, no problem. Zhang Zhejie said smugly. I've already arranged almost everything for you. Just give the order, and I'll take care of everything for you. Okay, then wait for my message. Jiang'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that I got in touch with Zhang Zhejie. I thought something had gone wrong. Fortunately, Zhang Zhejie is as reliable as ever. That's what I've been thinking about. He couldn't help but pull a small piece of paper out of his pocket. Above it, densely packed small characters were clearly written. At first glance they are: barbecue, completed. Hot pot, completed. Walk, completed. Holding hands, completed. Hug, completed. Going to the beach, completed. Meeting grandpa, completed. Have we accomplished so much without even realizing it? Jiang'an was slightly lost in thought. It seems like I haven't spent much time with Lin Cixi. Yet, during this time, I found countless opportunities and did so many things. Even in the past decade, none of these things have ever been accomplished. But now so much has been done in just 1 or 2 months. So sometimes, it's better for love to be mutual. Jiang'an couldn't help but sigh. In this world, one-sided love is just too tortuous and too painful. However, the situation is completely different when it's bidirectional. Someone knows your joys and sorrows, someone understands your heartache, and someone is willing to do many, many things for you. As Jiang'an sighed, he couldn't help but glance at his phone screen. Besides what has been accomplished, there are still many things left undone. For example, watching a movie, incomplete. It should no longer be marked as incomplete. It should be changed to completed. Just finished. Next, watching fireworks, incomplete. Flower delivery, incomplete. Prepare a surprise, incomplete. Kissing, incomplete. Confession, incomplete. Jiang'an gently rubbed his temples. Looking at it this way, it's clear that he's not very efficient at completing tasks. We need to hurry. The old man said that if you like something, you should act quickly. Therefore, he needs to hurry. Thinking of this, Jiang'an took a deep breath and prepared to stand up. Damn, my legs are numb from squatting. Just then, a figure quietly appeared beside him and gently patted his shoulder. I said, this student. What are you doing squatting here, acting all sneaky like a dog? I heard a pleasant sound. Jiang'an suddenly looked up and saw that it was Lin Cixi. He quickly put the note away. Fortunately, the lighting here is dim enough. The girl didn't seem to notice. He said with a smile, I didn't do anything. I'm waiting for something, aren't I? The girl put her hands on her hips, glanced suspiciously at Jiang'an, and then said, I think something's off about you. Waiting for something? What are you waiting for? You're not going to give me a gift, are you? Hearing this, Jiang'an smiled. Yes, I wanted to give you a little gift. Guess what it is? Then they must have bought flowers. Lin Cixi pouted. That's how it is in anime. Jiang'an was intrigued and not surprised that Lin Cixi had guessed it. He was indeed going to deliver flowers. He smiled and continued to ask, Tell me, if I send you flowers in such a cliché way, won't you feel unhappy? Won't it be unoriginal? Lin Cixi heard this. He immediately showed a strange expression. What the heck? Teacher Jiang, that's a really strange question. How could any girl think that sending flowers is old-fashioned and unoriginal? Oh, Jiang'an blinked, which puzzled him somewhat. Then, Lin Cixi said in a very serious tone, Sending flowers can never be unoriginal. In fact, any girl would be happy to receive a gift. Especially when I receive flowers. What girls don't like is when a guy asks them if they want it, if they like it, or if it's okay. What they really like is when a guy can deliver the gift to them without them even having to ask. That's the true meaning of sending flowers. Besides, shouldn't boys always send flowers to the girls they like? Don't you think so, Teacher Jiang? The girl's eyebrows danced with excitement, as if she were talking about something extremely romantic. Chapter 158 Both the flowers and I are beautiful. Don't you think so, Teacher Jiang? Looking at the smiling girl in front of him, Jiang'an was slightly taken aback, and his thoughts couldn't help but return to that afternoon last night, when the Ferris wheel was a bit hot. Zhang Zhijia, in a very ordinary tone, named 3 popular dating spots in front of him, and then told him that Su Ruojia had told him about them. That moment, Jiang'an felt as warm as springtime. In that very second, I understood why Lin Cixi had spent 15 minutes talking about this. It's not because I really want to popularize dating experience. It wasn't because they had nothing to talk about. The female subordinate tried her best to comfort her male boss, who was afraid of heights, by making small talk. Only, simply because, regarding the matter of love, there will always be a girl you love who will teach you. Lin Cixi stared at Jiang'an for a few seconds. She gently poked Jiang'an's shoulder, looking slightly bewildered. Teacher Jiang, what's wrong with you? Why are you silent now? Jiang'an's gaze fell on the girl's delicate face, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. I said, You're so cute. Lin Cixi turned her head away, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Ouch, this guy is anything but serious. Why is she suddenly called cute? You. Lin Cixi blushed. In this setting, in this atmosphere. That's cute. Do you know how alluring she is? And at that very moment, Jiang'an's phone rang, and he reluctantly looked away from Lin Cixi's face. Then it landed on the phone screen to answer the call. Okay, I understand. After listening to a few words, Jiang'an hung up the phone, then looked at Lin Cixi in front of him and said with a smile. Okay, then you stay where you are and don't move. Wait for me. With that, Jiang'an took a deep breath and quickly walked towards the exit. Watching Jiang'an's figure slowly disappear, Lin Cixi rubbed her face, then took a long breath, her face showing a mixture of amusement and anticipation. What a scoundrel! Surprisingly, I really should send flowers. The funny thing is, I guessed it already, so it's not quite a surprise anymore. What we're looking forward to is, the scoundrel finally got it and sent her flowers. This might be the first time in her life that she'd receive a bouquet of flowers from the boy she loves. As she said, the focus wasn't on the flowers. It was her beloved boy. When I received this bouquet of cappuccino roses at the door, Jiang'an also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although I've bought flowers before, but I've never bought roses. Among so many varieties, the rose undoubtedly has the most direct and passionate flower language. It symbolizes absolute love. Holding the flowers, Jiang'an quickened his pace. His whole demeanor brightened up. Lin Cixi remained standing in the same spot, waiting. Upon seeing Jiang'an, she couldn't help but smile and ask, Teacher Jiang, why are you running so fast? Are you worried I'll run away? Jiang'an placed the flowers behind his back, then gently flicked the girl's forehead with a finger. Seeing Lin Cece's pained expression, he couldn't help but respond with a half-smile. I'm not worried about you running away. Is it possible that I'm worried that you've been waiting here for too long, and that you're getting impatient and suspecting that I'm running away? Lin Cece blinked her beautiful big eyes and said defiantly, I am a little impatient. But I'm not worried that you'll run away. I refuse to believe that a warrior in armor would leave his beloved princess alone on the battlefield. Oh my, your beloved princess has come out. Jiangyan joked. Humph, isn't that right? If not, then I'm just being presumptuous. A kind smile appeared on Lin Cece's face. Jiangyan couldn't help but chuckle, then gently shook his head. She's a princess, she's a princess. Oh wow, why did you change your mind so quickly, brother? Because you are. I can't hear you. Because you are indeed my beloved princess, Jiangyan said with a smile, and then finally took out the flowers that had been behind him. A bouquet of fresh cappuccino roses, with dew still clinging to the petals, was presented to Lin Cece. In an instant, a pink blush rose on the girl's face. This must be the most beautiful scenery in the world. Any boy would be smitten if he saw it. Standing in the corner of this hall, a place that is truly pitch black, where no light ever falls, Lu Yuran sat upright in the chair, her expression calm and seemingly expressionless. But if only a ray of light could shine on her. You'll be able to find it. A tear rolled down her cheek. It flows down slowly, very slowly. I'm so envious. So Lu Yuran, were you waiting for this moment to stay? We exited the movie theater. Lin Cece was holding flowers. They skipped and hopped happily all the way. For her, this was probably the happiest day ever. Are the flowers prettier, or am I prettier? The girl turned her head, stared at Jiangyan in front of her, and suddenly asked a question. Jiangyan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Of course you're prettier. No, both I and the flowers are pretty. Lin Cece stuck out her tongue and followed behind Jiangyan, occasionally looking down at the flowers in her arms. Every time I see it, I secretly chuckle. This kind of joy is probably something only I can understand. She knew perfectly well that Jiangyan would send flowers. But when I received the flowers, I was still pleasantly surprised and amazed. And so we walked for about 10 minutes. Lin Cece felt that the roads around her were a bit unfamiliar. She couldn't help but look at Jiangyan with curiosity. Teacher Jiang, wait a minute. Where are we going now? I'm getting a little confused about this road. I feel like maybe we shouldn't be taking this road. Hearing the girl's words, Jiangyan turned his head, finding it quite amusing. No, young lady, we've been walking for so long, and you're only just realizing now that we're not on the way home. I mean, her sense of direction is practically terrible. How did Lady Lin manage to navigate the martial world? It must be incredibly difficult. Listening to Jiangyan's teasing, Lin Cece's face flushed slightly. That's what I meant. Wasn't her attention completely focused on the bouquet of flowers in her hand? How can I have the energy to be distracted and watch the road? She glared fiercely at Jiangyan and snorted. Awoo, are you blaming me? Are you mocking me now? Oomph, I'll bite you to death. Jiangyan couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's expressive face and movements. Yo. How come this chivalrous and highly skilled heroine Lin looks so silly? Chapter 159, Are some people really trying to seduce me? Listening to Jiangyan's words, Lin Cece glared at him with a resentful look. What a scoundrel. That's really going too far. The compliments you gave me at the beginning were really nice, but something just didn't go right with the last sentence. Feeling Lin Cece's gaze, Jiangyan quickly smiled and reassured her. Lin, isn't that a bit too fierce? Ahem, what I mean is, even if you get lost, I can still guide you. TCH, so where are we going now? Lin Cece snorted softly, deciding not to argue with this jerk anymore. Instead, she was more concerned about where they were going. Because she's certain she'll go eat there, and the place she's going now is definitely not in the direction of home. That jerk is up to no good. Where is he trying to take her? He heard Lin Cece's question. Jiangyan's eyes flickered slightly. Then he glanced at the time and said with a smile. No rush. Let's go get some late-night snacks first. Night snack. Lin Cece held her breath slightly, feeling somewhat excited. Woohoo! Having a late-night snack is such an exciting thing, isn't it? To be honest, I didn't eat much at home tonight. The reason is very simple. Firstly, It was because it was my first time visiting the Jiang family, so I naturally felt a sense of restraint. I'm really a little embarrassed to reveal that I'm a super foodie. Secondly, I drank half a glass of baijiu directly. After just half a glass of baijiu, I felt really uncomfortable, and then I don't know what happened. I just passed out in a daze. After waking up, Jiang took her to the movie theater. All I've eaten in all this time is some popcorn. If she said she wasn't hungry, that would be a real lie. So now when Jiang Ani says he wants to go out for a late-night snack, Lin Cece became much more excited because the child was hungry, really hungry. I sensed Lin Cece's emotions. Jiang was also at a loss for words, feeling both amused and exasperated. I'm not trying to be mean, Lin, but this is really not true. You look like you're starving, as if you weren't allowed to eat when you came to my house. I heard this. Lin Cece pouted. Anyway, I didn't eat much. So, what shall we get to eat? Barbecue, hot pot, or crayfish? You choose one, said Boss Jiang, a wealthy and generous man, directly offering the 3 ultimate late-night snacks. For anyone. These 3 are definitely the top choices for late-night snacks. As expected, upon hearing this, Lin Cece's face immediately showed a conflicted expression. These 3. She wants to eat them all. Just as the girl was still struggling with her decision, Jiang couldn't help but pat her head. Okay, let's go. Lin Cece was somewhat confused. Huh? They're gone. They're gone already. Otherwise, what did you think? But I haven't made a choice yet. Jiang said with a smile. So what? Since we don't know what to choose, isn't it possible that we can eat them all? Hey you. Lin Cece immediately laughed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. But when the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant, as soon as Lin Cece sat down, a hint of conflict appeared on her face. Teacher Jiang, I can't do it. I feel like I'm committing a crime. Upon hearing this, Jiang looked somewhat bewildered. Huh? Crime? What does it feel like to commit a crime? You're telling me we're having late-night snacks? Isn't this just a recipe for weight gain? At this rate, I'll get fat very quickly. And you ordered 3 delicious things for me at once. What are you really up to? Tell me. Do you want to make me fat? And then I gained weight. He heard Lin Cece's righteous and awe-inspiring words of accusation. Jiang was immediately at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the girl in front of him, her face was full of anticipation and excitement, her eyes fixed on the waiter who was walking back and forth serving food. She clearly wished that the food on the plate would be theirs. And now, to make matters worse, he's saying things like this? To be honest, I didn't see a single trace of regret or hesitation on your face. What did you say? Lin Cece raised her eyebrows slightly, clearly unconvinced. Where is it not? Yes, 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 isn't that enough, my little darling? Jiang watched as the girl ordered another iced beer. He frowned slightly and took the phone from her hand. Lin Cece looked up, bewildered. Where's my phone? What are you doing, duck? Don't you realize your period is almost here? They actually dared to drink beer, and ice-cold beer at that. Jiang responded irritably. This girl is really out of control. Drinking ice-cold beer at this time, Chun probably forgot how uncomfortable she was when she had her period last time. Hearing Jiang's words and seeing his less than pleasant expression, she noticed. Lin Cece immediately felt guilty. Like a little koala, it quickly lowered its head. Then, somewhat embarrassed, he said, Ouch this. I forget when I'm happy. As she spoke, the girl put on a pitiful expression. Well, I won't drink it anymore. I was wrong. Teacher Jiang, I was really wrong. I promise I won't do it again next time. Hearing this, Jiang reluctantly put down his phone. I ordered you some juice, at room temperature. Lin Cece took the phone, then revealed a smug expression, looking at Jiang triumphantly, and then deliberately said, By the way, Ms. Jiang, how did you manage to remember my menstrual cycle? Sometimes, even I can't remember this myself, okay? This is true. Young girls rarely remember their menstrual cycles. Then she experienced a lot of pain on the first day of her period, but it got much better afterward. So I never really took it to heart. But now things are better. She herself did not remember. Jiang did remember it. He heard Lin Cece's question. Jiang glanced at her indifferently. Wasn't I there when you had your period last time? So I remembered that although the girls' periods don't come at the same time, their cycles are roughly the same. I reckon your period is coming soon. I heard this. Lin Cece quickly pulled out an app from her phone, and then after a while, her eyes sparkled as she stared at Jiang, her tone exceptionally cheerful. Really? Teacher Jiang. So you think it's fake? Hearing Jiang and's irritating words, Lin Cece couldn't help but chuckle, then lowered her voice slightly and deliberately switched to the tone of a caring older sister, saying, I didn't expect you to care about me so much, brother. So, does my brother like her? Kobayashi, watch out. Some people might actually be trying to pick you up. Chapter 160 Sing a Song for You Again. Hearing Lin Cece's sudden change in tone and these words, Jiang couldn't help but chuckle and reached out to pinch Lin Cece's cheek. Hey, let me prove you're not mistaken. Is it possible that I actually want to seduce you? Feeling Jiang's burning gaze before him, Lin Cece couldn't help but blush and shyly look away, muttering softly, You're not being subtle at all now. What do you call this? If you don't make a move, fine, but once you do, you grab certain people. Cut. Lin Cece gave a soft hum, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Some people seem to be really serious. They even remembered my menstrual cycle. Remembering this is certainly important. As he spoke, Jiang stood up and picked up an apron from the side to put it on. Then he glanced at Lin Cece and smiled. Are you sure you don't want to wear it? Lin Cece pouted. Then can't you let me wear it? Okay, stand up. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece obediently stood up. Then Jiang picked up the apron, stood behind Lin Cece, and helped her button it up little by little. After Lin Cece sat down, she whispered, Teacher Jiang, why did you suddenly have an epiphany? You even remembered to send me flowers today? Even now, Lin Cece still feels that the current situation is inexplicably unrealistic. It made her feel like she was in a dream. The scoundrel suddenly had an epiphany. People were going to the movies and buying flowers. Now I even bring her out for a late-night snack. I also remembered her menstrual cycle. Wah. Me. I don't want to be dated, but he's so considerate. After this series of punches, even the seemingly resilient Lin was starting to feel the strain. Buffed, the way you put it makes me sound really stupid. Jiang stared at Lin Cece with amusement and said, Then why were you so clueless at first? Silly Teacher Jiang. TSK, I can't keep letting you teach me forever, can I? Jiang gave a half smile, then poured Lin Cece a glass of juice, and watched as the waiter brought out a plate of lobster. He naturally put on gloves, and then began to peel the lobster. Watching his series of actions, Lin Cece's eyes involuntarily flickered. What a scoundrel. He's very self-aware, isn't he? I just don't know if this lobster is for her or for myself. Aren't there always those kinds of tests on TikTok? When your boyfriend sees something delicious, who will he give the first bite to? Lin Cece couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Jiang quickly peeled the lobster shell and then dipped it slightly in the broth. It was handed directly to Lin Cece. Here, try it. Their crayfish is pretty good. How delicious is it? You'll know once you try it. Then I'm sure it will taste good if I try it. Huh. Jiang was somewhat taken aback. What kind of theory was this? Because anything you peel for me to eat must be delicious, Lin Cece replied seriously. Upon hearing this, Jiang's heart stirred. This girl. The corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Humph. Is she deliberately saying something nice to him? However, it is indeed very pleasant to listen to. Lin Cece, who was observing Jiang's subtle movements, naturally noticed the corners of his mouth that were turning up in a crazy way. She couldn't help but feel a little smug. Hey, what a scoundrel. You think you can just throw a punch at me? I'll quietly give you one too. Who's afraid of who? The girl's competitive spirit flared up, and she was determined not to let that scoundrel easily win her over tonight. That's all. The two of them ate lobster and barbecue, and even clinked glasses. Melodious music began to play. The resident singer was performing a sad love song that I couldn't understand. It's not interesting at all. Lin Cece ate while listening intently to the song, then looked at Jiang after a moment's thought. Teacher Jiang, didn't you say before that you would sing for me to hear? Now, Jiang put down his gloves and looked over. The singer was singing with great passion, although the singing wasn't very good. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Cece's eyes. Is it okay? Is it okay? If I could, I would definitely like to hear Teacher Jiang sing. Okay, I'll give it a try. As he spoke, Jiang walked directly to the barbecue restaurant owner, muttered a few words, and saw the owner nod slightly, seemingly in agreement. When Jiang returned, Lin Cece looked surprised. No way, Teacher Jiang, you really succeeded? Do you know the owner of this shop? Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but laugh. No, are you stupid? Although I often eat here, I can't possibly know the owner of every restaurant, can I? What happened? The girl asked, bewildered. Why did you agree? Are bosses these days so easy to talk to? Money power, you idiot. I said I'd pay $100 to go up and sing a song. Jiang replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Cece's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said with dissatisfaction, Oh dear, that's not necessary. Isn't this just a waste of money? With 100 yuan, we could buy some other food or go to karaoke. Why are we doing this here? The young girl was worried about the money. For her, spending money, except when buying paint, requires careful budgeting. Jiang saw through the girl's thoughts and couldn't help but gently rub her cheek. All right, this money was sponsored by Zhang Zhijia. Lin Cece was dumbfounded. Zhang Zhijia said he's paying for tonight's expenses. Why? Because I'm going to pick up girls tonight. You. As the girl being pursued, the young woman surnamed Lin blushed and clenched her fists. Zhang Zhijia the dog. Humph. Then I'll have another plate of crayfish. All right. Jiang smiled, then looked at the singer over there and began to think. Sing. What song should we sing? If you're going to sing something that will make a little girl incredibly happy. At the same time, Zhang Zhijia was sneezing as he walked back and forth on the beach. He muttered to himself, You son of a bitch Jiang, you're a real bastard. You eat barbecue and drink beer while I have to work here. If you were even a human being, you wouldn't have done something like this. What the hell is this? Sending me a screenshot of a bill? Are you trying to get me reimbursed? Zhang Zhijia gritted his teeth and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Jiang, you really deserve to die. If this still doesn't work, I'll come to your house tomorrow and give you a piece of my mind. Chapter 161. I want to sing this song for you. No one knew about Zhang Zhijia's tragic condition. Jiang is considering what song to sing tonight, because he was considering whether tonight might be the perfect opportunity. The girl in front of him was enjoying her meal immensely, seemingly even happier now that she knew she wasn't paying for it. Puffed. She's not even officially my girlfriend yet, and she's already trying to save me money. He chuckled and muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the singer who had been singing a sad love song finally finished his song. As expected, the boss went up to the singer and said a few words to him. Then his gaze fell on the audience, and he picked up the microphone. That's how it is, everyone. We have a guest who's going to sing a song for his sweetheart tonight. Could everyone give us some encouraging applause and enthusiasm? Shall we bravely invite this handsome young man up here to sing a song? These words were spoken. The crowd below immediately erupted in excitement, clapping enthusiastically. Lin Cece blushed, then looked at Jiang and said in an annoyed tone, You, that's what you said? Why has this man suddenly become so direct? How sudden? Etc. Lin Cece suddenly realized something. Actually, she wasn't surprised. She was just a little taken aback. She thought she would have to wait a long time. But Jiang is now about to launch an attack. This made her think of something. On a certain day, Su Ruojia took her hand and then told her, Jiang must be thinking about how to confess his feelings to you. All she needs to do is wait patiently. Finally. It seems she's finally here. Lin Cece quietly took a deep breath, her eyes filled with joy that she could no longer suppress. Excuse me. What could be more exciting than waiting for the boy you like to confess his feelings? Upon hearing the girl's words, Jiang couldn't help but smile faintly. What's wrong? That's what I'm saying, so what if you disagree? Go ahead and bite me. Lin Cece grinned slightly. Then she flashed a sweet smile. I'd like to see if this handsome young man sings well or not. Then let's wait and see. Jiang stood up with a touch of nonchalance. Now he's decided what song to sing. That is, a sudden inspiration. It reminded me of a certain moment. The girl stood nervously beside him, seemingly afraid of being replaced at any moment. Holding the microphone, Jiang walked onto the stage. As soon as he went up, He was greeted with cheers from below. Well done, young man. Wow, he's so handsome. Haha, young people are so romantic. To be honest, handsome, if your confession doesn't work out, consider me. No, you can consider me, though. I may be older, but I'm caring. Haha, you old women talk nonsense after a few drinks. Didn't you see that the handsome young man was staring at that pretty girl? As everyone cheered, they all turned to look at Lin Cece's location. The girl's face was very red, and her ears felt like they were on fire. But she didn't flinch at all when faced with everyone's gaze. He sat there properly, accepting everyone's attention. Humph. That's right. I'm the girl you all envy. What? You want to steal my man too? I, Lady Lin, have never been inferior to anyone in my life. You come and try? No one could see the girl's psychological changes. However, her good looks still garnered a lot of praise. Just then, a clear and gentle voice rang out. It was Jiang En's voice. He cleared his throat, then looked up at what was in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips as he spoke. I'm so sorry to take up your time listening to the song. I'll come up and sing a song. If you don't like it, clap less. If you like it, clap more. The next song I'm going to sing is dedicated to the girl I love. This song is called I Want to Sing This Song to You. I hope you'll like it. After saying that, Lin Cece's heart stirred slightly. Do you want me to sing for you? Teacher Jiang, are you trying to sing yourself for me? The girl's gaze became slightly uneasy, but also unusually serious. Jiang En held a guitar in his left hand, his fingertips gently tracing beautiful and melodious notes on the strings. The entire venue naturally quieted down after hearing the guitar music. The prelude is like flowing water, gentle and moving. Then, the boy's incredibly gentle voice rang out. I want to sing this song for you. While you're young and beautiful, let the flowers bloom freely. Adorn your years, my branches. Who can replace you? Love to the fullest while you're young. My dearest one. The journey is long. Let's stay together. Jiang En's singing voice is as gentle as flowing water. It's like gradually entering someone's heart. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the song. It's as if you can't help but become immersed in it. Lin Cece was completely mesmerized. This was the first time she had heard Jiang En sing a love song. Last time, she learned that the song was actually sung by Jiang En for her. It's time to say goodbye to your past. And now, he wanted to sing this song to tell her that he was really ready, right? The girl was in a daze. Her face was slightly flushed, and under the surrounding lights, she looked even more radiant. Jiang En's voice grew increasingly louder. Sing me a song for you. Can I touch your heart with my most fervent feelings? Time is something to be cherished and remembered. Shy red face. Who can replace you? Love to the fullest while you're young. My dearest one. The journey is long. Let's stay together. When a line is finished, the entire barbecue stall was buzzing with excitement. Because the emotions conveyed in this song are so moving. Jiang En is not the kind of person who is good at singing high notes. He's not some kind of singing king. When he sang at his highest point, his voice even cracked a little. But that's just how it is. He still sang it. His gaze pierced intently through the crowd. It was tightly locked onto Lin Cece's body. This is a song he sang, and it's also what he wanted to say to Lin Cece. I want to sing this song for you, so you can fully understand this boy. Who can replace you? No one can replace you anymore. For Jiang En. Many times, Lin Cece is like a ray of light. His sudden appearance shone brightly during the lowest point of his life. He was so frustrated at that time that he could hardly recall it. It's like falling off a cliff, paying the price for 10 years of youth. That big lecture wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for this girl who suddenly appeared. He didn't even know how to deal with it. But Lin Cece, she's like an angel, and then, an angel descended. Chapter 162. So, next stop. Confession countdown. Ultimately, Jiang En wasn't exactly a complete loser. He comes from a wealthy family, possesses outstanding talent, and is undeniably handsome. But they were mired in a quagmire for 10 years. He lived the life of a loser. He never denied that he was a simp. After all, who hasn't been infatuated with a girl when they were young? His gaze slowly settled on the girl in front of him. Jiang En took a long breath, his expression filled with a touch of emotion. As the guitar music slowly faded away, the singing stopped as well. He finally turned his gaze to Lin Cece. Hey girl, are you laughing? Her smile is so beautiful. For Lin Cece, The most important meaning of this song is probably that line. Who can replace you? She doesn't want to be anyone's substitute. In fact, Jiang never considered her a substitute for anyone. Their meeting was like a wonderful encounter. The story begins with a strong sense of brotherhood and loyalty. The story ends, well, the story has just begun. The girl's eyes lit up slightly, filled with bright delight. A young person's affection is like the scorching summer sun. The girl's affection was like the bright spring sunshine. Lu Yuran remained standing in the deserted corner. From the movie theater, she followed the two figures in a daze. It was like a malicious tail following behind. It's also like a recorder. She stared at the scene before her, watching Jiang En's every expression and every word he sang. Please, is it really that unfortunate? She just wanted to find him. Will we be able to see such a sweet scene? Especially when Jiang En looked at Lin Cixi with deep affection. Lu Yuran almost went crazy, grabbed Jiang En, and told him, "How could you like someone else? How can you look at someone like that? You clearly agreed to it. You must always like me. You've fallen in love with someone else now." He even sang for her and confessed his feelings to her. Why? Silent tears, neither surging nor tragic, but just exceptionally painful. Lu Yuran bit her lip, silently witnessing all of this. She kept saying it to herself. Keep watching, Lu Yuran. You need to learn how to love someone. Only then can you win him back from that girl. But now you want to run away again. I know you're very sad, but what's the point of running away? If you can't even withstand this kind of damage, how will you then hold your head high and steal men away? If a princess wants to steal a man, she should hold her head high and steal him openly and boldly. As for the scene before us, Lu Yuran could only endure the discomfort and continue watching. What could be more devastating than the moment it happens? After a song ended, the barbecue restaurant was immediately filled with thunderous applause. It sounds great. Frog Fun, this guy is a hidden talent. Yeah, this song is really good. And I don't know how this young man sings so well despite his young age. Don't you guys think there's a special charm to it? Haha, this feels like confessing my feelings. He heard the jeers and cheers from all around. Jiang En bowed slightly to the crowd, then said with a light laugh, "Thank you all for letting me make a fool of myself with this poem. Enjoy your meal, everyone." With that, he put down the microphone and walked directly off stage. Lin Cixi watched Jiang En's returning figure, then whispered softly, "You scoundrel, did you prepare this song all along?" Jiang En smiled and shook his head. "There was a moment in the past when I suddenly wanted to sing for you. Then I just remembered it and sang this song." "Oomph," Lin Cixi hummed as she picked up the small bowl next to her and placed it in front of Jiang En. "Here, eat lobster." Jiang En looked at the bowl full of lobster meat. "I couldn't help but smile slightly. Some people are so kind. I was only upstairs for a short while, and they've already peeled off so much lobster meat for me." Lin Cixi said smugly. "What else? What's this called? Reciprocity." "Wrong." Jiang En blinked and continued. "Between friends, it's called reciprocity, but between lovers, it's not. It should be called liking." "Like?" Lin Cixi blushed. "Teacher Jiang, is this the kind of sweet talk you've discovered? How come you've suddenly become so eloquent? This doesn't make any sense at all, does it?" Seeing Lin Cixi blushing, Jiang En felt even happier. He glanced at the girl, then checked the time. "All right, let's hurry up and eat, or my old man will find out we're late. They'll come after us." Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi's eyes widened immediately. "You scoundrel, why didn't you say so sooner?" As she spoke, she began to show off her food by looking down at her. "It looks like a little squirrel, with its mouth puffing out. I almost forgot. A certain beautiful girl has an enormous appetite." Looking at the girl's eager, food-loving appearance, Jiang En couldn't help but smile, then took out his phone. "Then I saw the message from Zhang Zhijie. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. East wind, please respond." Upon seeing this message, Jiang En's lips curled into a slight smile. "I hope you can actually be reliable this time." With that, he put down his phone and started eating with Lin Cixi. This feeling is really great. Late at night, midnight snack, lobster, barbecue, beer, and the girl I love. Can I have a dozen of these limited edition summer outfits? An hour later, Lin Cixi clutched her stomach, looked at Jiang En, and frantically winked at him. Let's go, let's go. Didn't Grandpa Jiang say he doesn't like people coming home late? Let's hurry up and head back now. Hearing this, Jiang'an smiled and asked, Are you full? Lin Cece patted her lower abdomen, then revealed a faint sadness. Oh no, I've got a little belly now. It's all your fault. You always tempt me to have late-night snacks. If I really get fat, I'll fight you to the death. Okay. I'll take responsibility if you gain weight. I'll cover for you, all right. Jiang'an chuckled and nodded in agreement. Then he pulled Lin Cece toward the door. The girl kicked her legs while looking around at Jiang'an. Where are you going? Didn't we come from over there? Jiang'an raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, some people's sense of direction has returned, hasn't it? Lin Cece clenched her fist. That bastard was laughing at her again. We did come from over there, but we're not going back now. As he spoke, Jiang'an emerged from a nearby shop, dangling a car key in his hand. The next moment, the lights on one side turned on, illuminating the road ahead. Jiang'an waved his hand, smiling as he looked at the girl. Let's go, next stop. Chapter 163, Some people watch the sea at night. Some people fall in love at night. Let's go, next stop. Jiang'an stood by the car with a playful smile. Lin Cece was still a little dazed. Ah no, what are you going to do with this? Didn't we agree to go home? Didn't we agree that Grandpa Jiang doesn't like people coming home late? What's going on here? Lin Cece was completely confused, so she walked to the side of the car and found it looked somewhat familiar. Zhang Zhiji's car? Jiang'an nodded, then deliberately said, Didn't I say during dinner that young Master Zhang would pay for tonight's expenses? I don't believe you. You were the one who paid for it. Lin Cece glared at Jiang'an with resentment. She realized that teacher Jiang had finally grasped the concept. But he also went astray. They actually started trying to fool her. It hasn't been that long, and he's already fooled her so many times. So where are we going? Once seated in the passenger seat, Lin Cece suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Yes, where are they going? Something's really off about Jiang'an tonight. Just after I finished singing, Lin Cece assumed that the scoundrel was about to confess his feelings. The result was good. That scoundrel not only didn't confess his feelings, but he also grabbed her and ran away. So, does next stop mean it's not over yet? Lin Cece became somewhat confused, and everything that had happened that night began to replay in her mind. First, Jiang'an took me back to my grandfather's house for dinner. Then I went to see a movie. Then I received a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Then I finally got to eat the late-night snack I'd been craving. I also listened to a sweet song. Then, and yet, he still hasn't confessed his feelings. Now we must sail to an unknown place. That's what I've been thinking about. The girl subconsciously turned her head to stare at Jiang'an beside her, then took a deep breath. So, are we going to a very far place? Are you planning to elope with me, young Master Jiang? Jiang'an chuckled softly upon hearing this. How could I possibly elope with you? Our love isn't some kind of transcendent romance. We don't need to elope. The place we're going to isn't far. It will be soon. As soon as he finished speaking, music started playing inside the car. The July breeze is lazy, even the clouds feel warm. The weather will be muggy soon, then a shower will come after the clouds disperse. Listening to the languid singing, the girl unconsciously leaned against the window. My thoughts drifted and drifted. It drifted so far. When Lin Cece woke up, I felt a sea breeze blowing in my face through the window. She was slightly taken aback. Then, the next moment, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a somewhat surprised expression. They actually came to the beach. That afternoon, she even complained that she didn't have enough fun. I drifted off to sleep, and when I opened my eyes, I was already at the beach. She instinctively wanted to rub her face, wondering if she was dreaming. Then I saw what was outside the window. Jiang'an was waving to her. Come down, beautiful girl. Jiang'an shouted loudly. Lin Cece snapped out of her daze, and then pinched her arm hard. Then he showed an expression of disbelief. No way. We've arrived at the beach. That jerk, he really took me to the beach. The next moment, Lin took off his shoes, opened the car door, and jumped out, stepping onto the soft, fluffy sand. Lin Cece was so comfortable that she almost groaned. This feeling is just too good, isn't it? The sea breeze was blowing gently, making me feel incredibly beautiful. Jiang looked at the excited Lin Cece and couldn't help but laugh. So, how was the last stop of the day? Not bad, right? Good. Lin Cece nodded frantically. I never expected that you would actually bring me to this place. What happened? Jiang's lips curled up. Didn't I already agree to that last time? Do you want to go to the beach with me many, many times? So I think. Then why didn't I bring you to the beach? And you said it last time. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to see the sea late at night? There aren't many people around. It should be very comfortable. So here we are. I heard Jiang's reply. Lin Cece's eyes reddened slightly. Well, it turns out Jiang remembers everything she says. She couldn't help but say, but some people might think it's weird to come to the beach so late at night. Besides, I just said it casually last time. Who would have thought that you would actually remember it? It's not surprising. Some people watch the sea at night. How romantic, Jiang said. He didn't think it was anything strange. In fact, going out to see the sea in the middle of the night sounds like a crazy thing to do. But what he did. But I think it's too cool. The feeling of the sea breeze blowing and walking on the sand is absolutely wonderful. If now, it can hold someone's hand. Wouldn't that be even more perfect? That's what I've been thinking about. Jiang's gaze involuntarily drifted to the girl before him, his voice gentle. Lin Cece, what do you think of me? The girl is squatting down to play in the water. The seawater was cool and refreshing, flowing over my fingertips. It was quite fun to tease it. Then they heard Jiang's voice suddenly ring out. Lin Cece was slightly taken aback. Then, instinctively, he raised his head and his gaze met Jiang's. Then, she blinked quietly, looking somewhat uneasy. This is weird. I've always been the one taking the initiative, but now I'm suddenly feeling a little panicked. She couldn't help but avert her gaze slightly, then lowered her voice. You're doing great. That's good enough. You can't just hand out good guy cards randomly, you know? Jiang smiled broadly. At this moment, he really looked like an uncle trying to fool a little girl. Lin Cece lowered her head weakly, her eyes filled with panic. Then, what do you want me to answer? Just say whatever you think of me, whatever kind of person I am. I just think you're really great, the kind of great that makes me want to be with you. Lin Cece felt Jiang's incredibly scorching gaze. I felt uneasy and nervous. Finally, she gritted her teeth and decided to go all out. That scoundrel did it on purpose. He's just trying to flirt with her in all sorts of different ways. The kind where you're together is good, right? Upon hearing this answer, Jiang's heart softened inexplicably, and his voice became gentler. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth. What a coincidence. I also think you're a great person. It's good if you want to be together. Then, let me give you a hug, Miss Lin. Huh? Yeah. Lin Cece was caught off guard and was pulled into Jiang's arms. Hey, you're a really strange person. They were still asking me. Why did she suddenly hug me the next moment? Jiang held the girl in his arms, feeling her soft breathing. His gaze fell upon the distant sea. Some people are watching the sea at night. Some people fall in love at night. Chapter 164. In front of the girl you love, of course you have to do something cool. He held the girl in his arms. Well, it's not the first time. But this is indeed the first time I've hugged someone like this. Feeling her soft breathing, Jiang's gaze became inexplicably intoxicated. They even became somewhat greedy. This feeling is really strange. It's like an addiction. Lin Cece in his arms was soft and boneless, very light, as if she would fall apart with the slightest force. So even though he wanted to hug her very tightly, he had to control his hands and not use too much force. But even so, Lin Cece couldn't help but let out a soft groan. She leaned on Jiang's shoulder with a hint of resentment. Dog of a man, why are you using so much force? If it falls apart and your wife is gone, I wonder what you'll do. I heard the girl's voice. Jiang couldn't help but loosen his grip on the girl a little. Then she raised an eyebrow slightly. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Lin Cece pouted and muttered with a wronged expression. Well, what do you think? Just hug me. Why use so much force? I can't handle it. That was my fault then. I'm sorry, I might not have controlled my strength a little. Seeing Jiang's nervous explanation, Lin Cece wasn't so unhappy anymore. She looked at Jiang with satisfaction, straightened up a bit, and then blinked and said, You scoundrel, you're so cunning. You tricked me into going to the beach when I wasn't looking, and then told me you liked me. If I don't tell you, can you just leave me here? Besides, you were just asking me if I could hug you, and before I could even answer, you just jumped on me and hugged me. Lynn, the female knight, complained bitterly. That scoundrel of a man, when he turns bad. Her idea was indeed correct. I've got it now. It also turned bad. Is this still the same reliable, steady, and slightly lecherous teacher Jiang I know? Am little color? Because Jiang always has an uncontrollable urge to focus on someone's little feet and long legs. So the girl thought that teacher Jiang was a bit lewd. Didn't you say you wanted to be with me? What's wrong with giving you a hug? Jiang and raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Cece with a hint of resentment. I've been holding back for a very, very long time. I heard this. Looking at Jiang En, who seemed somewhat aggrieved and depressed, Lin Cece couldn't help but chuckle, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons. But I didn't ask you to keep putting up with it, okay? It's obvious that you've been keeping it to yourself all this time. Well, I had a lot of things I hadn't finished, and I felt that some things really needed to be done before I could rush things. Jiang En frankly admitted his mistake regarding the confession. Just as Su Ruojia said before, he was just constantly torn. I've been preparing for this. How should I confess my feelings? Later, he thought and thought. Since you like each other, you should do a lot of things together. Then, after we finish talking about these things last night, we can be together. So tell me, is the matter finished now? No, it's almost there. Are you sure it's only a little over 100 million? Yes, there's really only a little left. Lin Cece stared at Jiang En, who looked honest and straightforward, and wondered what else Jiang En could do for her on this beach. That's impossible. Is this guy just trying to fool her? However, she could barely accept what he just said. After all, she really enjoys these things. Over the years, Lin Cece had also imagined and longed to do these things in the past. But I never had the chance. Now, Jiang En is like a shining angel, holding her hand and leading her to do things she had wanted to do but hadn't. I wonder if Jiang En still remembers. She had said it before. It's about a boy who secretly confessed his feelings to her in high school. Actually, Lin Cece was thinking about that at that time. Could someone be straightforward, take her hand, and tell her they like her? This person should have appeared by now, right? Lin Cece looked at Jiang En in front of her and suddenly felt that her outfit tonight was a bit hasty and that she should have dressed more beautifully. You should wear those daily disposable contact lenses you've saved up for. Wah, you dog of a man. He confessed his feelings without giving a hint. It came suddenly, so suddenly. I wasn't prepared at all. Fortunately, though, this is fine too. After all, not every confession of love requires dressing up in formal attire. Her gaze fell on Jiang En, a defiant smirk playing on her lips, and then she grumbled. Tell me, what's the last thing you want to say? This heroine is getting a little impatient. I can't wait to hold your hand. Teacher Jiang. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang En couldn't help but laugh. Are you in a hurry? Lin Cece quietly clenched her fist. You dog of a man, are you talking nonsense? How could I not be anxious? Look how long you've already dragged this out. Now that we've reached the most crucial moment, you're still asking me if I'm anxious or not. Ugh, now I'm almost tempted to throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Lousies, Shu Road Mountain. Lin Cece gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with a faint murderous intent. What a scoundrel. You'd better hurry. Put your hand in mine. Upon hearing Lin Cece's words, Jiang En immediately raised his hands in surrender. Okay, let's get started. He couldn't help but laugh after saying that. That's so strange. Does every woman from Sichuan and Chongqing use this phrase? That's just unbelievable. As Jiang En pondered this, he glanced up at the sky and then gestured with his chin. I saw Jiang En make this move. Lin Cece was still a little dazed and unconsciously followed his actions, raising her head slightly to look at the starry sky. It's spotless. The night was dark, but the moonlight was bright and clear, and the twinkling starlight also served as an embellishment. Only, if it were just a night sky like this, it shouldn't be considered a big deal. So, the last thing you do is look at the stars. Lin Cece tilted her head, looking at Jiang En with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. She felt it couldn't be that simple. After all, scoundrels are always cunning. What would it be like to look at the stars? Jiang En asked curiously. It's not that great, but watching the stars with you seems like a pretty good option. But that's a shame. This isn't even about stargazing. Jiangyan smiled broadly. Then he quietly snapped his fingers. Please. Boys always have to do something cool. And this was in front of the girl he loved. To fill a cup or something. Doesn't that sound amazing? Lin Cixi subconsciously looked at Jiangyan's fingers. The next moment, a dazzling display of fireworks lit up the dark night sky. Chapter 165, I will remember how beautiful you were. Banging sounds echoed continuously in the sky. Brilliant and dazzling fireworks bloomed little by little in the night sky. A series of whistling and roaring sounds rose in my ears. Lin Cixi was captivated by the sight. Fireworks filled the sky, like a dream. This should be a scene that only appears in dreams, right? Wait, that's not right. It's so rare to even appear in dreams. It's something that only happens in TV dramas. Is it pretty? While Lin Cixi was intently watching the fireworks in front of her, Jiangyan quietly moved closer to the girl, then reached out and covered her little ears. Lin Cixi trembled slightly, then replied, It's beautiful. Why did you think of setting off fireworks for me? How can a confession of love be complete without fireworks? Jiangyan smiled faintly, rubbing her ear as he watched the fireworks exploding in the sky. Did you know that fireworks are not allowed in many high-rise buildings in this city? So we secretly came to the beach, where we can see the sea and fireworks at the same time. It sounds really interesting. So, on this day, I made all the necessary preparations. Then, I'll take you to see the fireworks. I heard Jiangyan's response. Lin Cixi shifted her gaze to Jiangyan's face and pursed her lips slightly. I've noticed that you seem to be really good at liking someone. And then treat her well with all your might, right? Jiangyan paused for a moment, then nodded slightly without the slightest hesitation. If you like someone, shouldn't you give your all? Very nice. Lin Cixi hugged Jiangyan tightly. She was really happy. So this is what it feels like to be loved? She really didn't expect Jiangyan to do so much. The confession she dreamed of wasn't nearly as lavish. What's so great? Am I so great? Or are the fireworks so great? Jiangyan teased deliberately. Lin Cixi glared at Jiangyan, let out a loud yell, and muttered irritably. I've noticed that you really like asking questions you already know the answer to. That scoundrel. You clearly knew she was saying how great he was, but you still asked on purpose. The fireworks were wonderful. Jiangyan smiled gently, reached out and rubbed the girl's cheek, then deliberately feigned a worried expression and said, Oh, is that so? That's really bad luck. I thought they thought I was really nice to them. But I actually think you're great. I originally wanted you to play my girlfriend today, but you played the role too. Well, how am I supposed to go back and face Grandpa now? What else can we do? Lin Cixi rolled her eyes at Jiangyan, thinking about that scoundrel's little tricks. I never knew you had this little quirk before. Hey, I have an idea. I wonder if the helpful and chivalrous Lady Lin would be willing to lend a hand. Then tell me what you think about it. How about we try dating, turn the fake into the real, and let me really become your boyfriend? Jiangyan stared straight at Lin Cixi. Just now, they said something about giving me a hug, and that they liked me. It's all still just a tug of war and a test. When confessing your feelings, you need to be more direct. Guys, get straight to the point. Just like now, a straight ball attack. It made the girl instantly lose her head. When Jiangyan said those words seriously, Lin Cixi's mind went blank for a moment, and she was a little shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. That scoundrel, he finally confessed seriously? The next moment, her surprise turned into shyness and joy. After waiting all night, you finally said something human. That's what I've been thinking about. Lin, the heroine, involuntarily put her hands on her hips and stared at the man in front of her. Are you sure you want to give this relationship a try? I'm very fierce. It's okay, I like fierce girls. Jiangyan smiled as he looked at the girl. Besides, I often buy paint, and when I buy paint, I can't control myself. Lin Cixi continued to chatter. It's all right, I have money. Jiangyan's lips curled into a wild smile. And then my family has no money. I have no parents or relatives, and if I get married in the future, I won't even have a bride price. Your family is so well off. Lin Cixi originally just wanted to be stubborn, but as she spoke, the girl herself became anxious. My eyes and nose started to sting. She spoke in a flustered manner, and the more she spoke, the more she felt that she was so unlucky and stupid. How can there be a girl with such poor circumstances? She thought of her family, her despicable gambling father, who had even hit Jiang'an. I haven't seen that unreliable mother for many years. She didn't even dare to go back to that dilapidated house. Lin Cece, please stop talking. Besides, what if Jiang'an really gets scared? Wah, Lin Cece. The girl looked like she was about to cry. Jiang'an was slightly taken aback, but then suddenly understood Lin Cece's thoughts. Very, very early, Jiang'an discovered that Lin Cece was sensitive. That kind of sensitivity hidden deep in your heart. Even if you say a lot of bad things on the surface, you still appear in front of me every day with a sunny and bright smile. But once you touch something even slightly, she'll be like a little sea turtle, instantly burrowing into her shell. It's not about protecting yourself, it's about protecting others. She didn't want others to see her in such a wretched state. So what? I'm after you. Come on. What girl is so beautiful and has such long, beautiful legs? Well, although her breasts are only slightly developed, we're still growing, aren't we? Jiang'an said, reaching out to rub Lin Cece's red eyes. I felt both heartache and pity. Lin Cece was about to cry when she heard Jiang'an's words, but she couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Wah! Uffed! You bastard! You've gone too far. How could you complain about my small breasts? I'll beat you to death. The girl's fist landed lightly on Jiang'an's body. Looking at her aggrieved and pitiful appearance, Jiang'an reached out and gently stroked the girl's face, speaking with his usual tenderness and affection. Girl, don't be sad. Let's leave today's unhappiness behind. Life is full of unhappy things. But I hope so. When you meet me, you should be happy, okay? As for what you said, what are those things anyway? Trust me, okay? Seeing Jiang'an's sincere demeanor, Lin Cece finally managed to suppress her emotions, though her voice still trembled slightly with sobs. What if I become ugly and no longer look good? Upon hearing this, Jiang'an looked at Lin Cece, whose face was streaked with tears. I hesitated for a second. Then he said very seriously, in one episode of My Own Swordsman, Guo Furong accidentally used chili peppers as face wash, and her whole face swelled up. She cried and said she would never get married. Then Lu Xiaocai said to Guo Furong, marry me. I remember how beautiful you were. Chapter 166 Greetings, Miss Lin and Young Master Jiang. In one episode of My Own Swordsman, Guo Furong accidentally used chili peppers as face wash, and her whole face swelled up. She cried and said she would never get married. Then Lu Xiaocai said to Guo Furong, marry me. I remember how beautiful you were. Listening to Jiang'an's somewhat irrelevant answer, Lin Cece was stunned. The little girl sniffed, rubbed her eyes without any hint of a female knight-errant, and stared at him pitifully, saying, don't try to fool me. Hearing this sudden burst of dialect, Jiang'an was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in response with a wry smile. Eru. This moment, Lin Cece finally smiled, and then snuggled up to Jiang'an's shoulder. That's so strange. I'm a female knight-errant, you know? But now I'm actually crying in front of that jerk. Wah. Lin Cece's mind was a jumble of thoughts. But in summary, most of them are. That dog of a man, I like him, hee. No, I mean I like dogmen, hee. Jiang'an looked at the little girl, feeling itchy from her hair, and couldn't help but chuckle. So that's all. Let me think of something for you. I can still eat. I can hit people. Hearing Jiang'an's teasing words, Lin Cece rolled her eyes and huffed. What are you talking about? All right, since that's how it is, can you agree now? Jiang'an stared at Lin Cece and asked in a soft voice. The girl buried her head and whimpered for a long time, eventually managing to utter something. At last, she grabbed Jiang'an's hand. The sound was very soft, very gentle. No longer as bright as before, but full of courage. She raised her head and stared at Jiang'an. Why not give it a try? It won't get you pregnant. But dating seems to be quite troublesome. The world of martial arts is turbulent and dangerous. From now on, I'll be relying on you. Jiang'an stared blankly into the girl's bright eyes for a moment. The next moment, he lowered his head slightly. His lips touched the girl's forehead. His eyes flickered slightly. All right, Lady Lin. Greetings, young Master Jiang. I'm counting on you to help me make my way in the world from now on. Lin Cece fell asleep leaning against Jiang En's lap. A quiet evening breeze was blowing, and her little head was resting on her lap. Actually, she had been struggling for a long time. I'm very sleepy today. I've been on edge since this morning. First, she went to the Liu family, where she not only had to maintain the image of a girlfriend, but also had to fight a battle along the way. Then we went to Jiang En's house to see Jiang En's grandfather. Then I had a drink. This is important. You need to circle it. Although I only drank a little bit, I was genuinely confused. Then I watched a movie, had some barbecue, and now I've watched fireworks. My emotions are so stirred. If Lin Cece isn't sleepy, Jiang En even wondered if his girlfriend was made of iron. At this moment, looking at the girl in his arms lying on his lap, her head swaying and about to fall asleep, he felt as if she was about to fall asleep at any moment. At first, I thought it was somewhat interesting. Watching the girl's eyelids drooping and her occasional head tilting up to look at Jiang En with a blank expression, he noticed her eyelids drooping. Then he hummed a couple more times, pouted contentedly, and continued to sleep lying down. This process repeated itself several times. The double eyelids finally wouldn't lift, and it lay there obediently, breathing slowly and steadily. Jiang En couldn't help but laugh when he saw this, and he moved his leg slightly. Wanting to make the girl more comfortable, he began to examine her. Those eyebrows are like distant mountains. No wonder she already has the air of a heroic female knight just by looking at her. That nose is high, straight, and beautiful. It makes you want to rub it. And this little mouth, wah. It would be even better if she couldn't speak properly. She usually just babbles on and on about trivial things. Jiang En couldn't help but think of the tea-related witty remarks that this girl liked to say all the time. A slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. What a green tea bitch. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Seemingly sensing that her pretty little face was being continuously observed, Lin Cece involuntarily turned over, hummed softly, smacked her lips gently, then grabbed Jiang En's hand and rubbed against it, holding it in her arms as if this made her feel safer. Her body curled up slightly, like a lost little koala lying dead in someone's arms. Jiang En watched Lin Cece's actions closely. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He would feel bad if he woke up the little girl at this time. After all, some people really need a rest. While thinking about it, Jiang En took out his phone. I discovered that Zhang Zhijie had sent me dozens of messages. Goodness, this thing is probably a telegraph machine, right? Old Jiang, did it work out? Hey, brother Jiang, give me a reply. Damn it. Tell me if I'm reliable or not, and how awesome am I? At least pay attention to me. Damn it. Are you deliberately teasing me? I'm such a die-hard CP fan. I can't wait any longer. Damn it. You're really ignoring me. You little brat. You're so engrossed in the beauty, aren't you? I hate it. I'm so itchy to get back to you. I'm so sleepy. But you just won't reply to me. I get it. It must be something indescribable. Wah, Lao Jiang, Ruojia found my secret stash of money. Come save me. A quick glance reveals that Zhang Zhijie has sent an overwhelming number of messages. If he weren't an important male supporting character, this kid would never have been given so much screen time. Jiang En silently replied to a message. You guess. Then, he smiled contentedly. TSK. It's true that keeping people in suspense is the most enjoyable thing. Doghead for protection.jpg. After finishing all that, Jiang En's gaze fell on Lin Cece in front of him. Time is moving so slowly. It's only 1 a.m. I found a sleeping baby koala on the beach. Then, let's happily take it home. Jiang En picked up the girl with exceptionally gentle movements, applying slight pressure with both hands, and then heard Lin Cece let out a muffled groan. His movements froze instantly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the girl in his arms and noticed that she was just a little uncomfortable with the sudden movement. But they quickly adapted and stopped whining. Jiang En breathed a sigh of relief. Then, carrying the girl, he gently walked towards the car. He was in a good mood, humming a song softly. Sigh. We are truly happy today. I'm taking my wife home. Feeling Jiang En's movements and voice, Lin Cece's pretty face swayed slightly in the instant Jiang En wasn't looking. Then he grinned and revealed a beautiful smile. So happy. I'm so happy. Chapter 167, A Sudden Turmoil. What beautiful fireworks. Leaning against the bridge not far from the beach, the sea breeze kept blowing gently. The wind blew, and Lu Yuren's thoughts were in disarray, her hair haphazardly draped over her body. She looked up slightly and saw the sky ablaze with dazzling fireworks. For a moment, she was lost in thought and fell silent. Is this the gift you prepared for her? Fireworks, beach, it's really beautiful. Lu Yuran lowered her head slightly. I don't know what she's thinking. She actually had some doubts about what she was doing. But I was also unusually clear-headed. She just came to see just how stupid she really was. See, Lu Yuran. All these beautiful things, you push them open little by little, with your own hands. Her eyes sparkled. It would light up at times, and then dim at others. Driving on the highway at night, Jiang'an felt cheerful and lighthearted. The girl's soft, steady breathing was all I could hear. He couldn't help but turn his gaze over and look at the girl a few more times. Then, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ouch. This is my girlfriend. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. I guess only someone like Yinzu who has been in a relationship can understand. It can only be understood intuitively, not explained in words. But to put it simply, that's about it. The more you look at her eyes and brows, the happier you feel. Your smile alone makes my whole heart bloom for you. Time to go home. Jiang'an hummed softly and withdrew his gaze. Click. I heard the door open downstairs. Old Master Jiang, who had just sobered up, was about to have some late-night snacks when his eyes suddenly furrowed. What's going on? Who opened the door? The old man peeked out and immediately spotted Jiang'an, who was carrying Lin Cixi and tiptoeing around. His expression was somewhat strange. What's going on? What's wrong with this kid? Where did he go in the middle of the night? Why is he only coming back now? This doesn't seem right. Then, Jiang'an seemed to have sensed something and subconsciously looked up. Then I saw the old man upstairs. He forced a smile and winked at me a little shyly. It seems to be something being expressed to the old man. The old man's gaze skipped over him and landed on the sleeping Lin Cixi. She pursed her lips slightly, as if she suddenly understood something, then withdrew her gaze and gave Jiang'an a stern look. In response to this, Jiang'an understood instantly. The old man meant that we should be careful and not act recklessly. He could only smile wryly at this. No, does your grandson really seem like such an unreliable person? While thinking, Jiang'an tacitly withdrew his gaze, picked up Lin Cixi, and continued upstairs to rest. After returning to the room, Jiang'an looked at Lin Cixi, who was lying on his bed, fast asleep and showing no signs of waking up, and couldn't help but shake his head with amusement. The old man is really overthinking it. With Lin Cixi like this, even if he wanted to do something, he probably couldn't do anything. I'm so exhausted, what else can I do? Thinking of this, Jiang'an shook his head slightly, then picked up 1 or 2 pieces of clothing from the side, preparing to take a shower. Then he paused slightly, glancing hesitantly at Lin Cixi. As is his habit, he usually takes off his clothes here and goes into the bathroom naked. But there's an extra person lying in the room today. Shouldn't he be a little more cautious? That's what I've been thinking about. Jiang'an decided to go to the bathroom and take her clothes off. Through a slit in his eyelids, he saw Jiang'an's departing figure. Lin Cixi pouted in dissatisfaction. Snort. What a stingy jerk. Standing in the bathroom. Clean water was rinsed over Jiang'an's body. He hummed a song as he felt a joy akin to being reborn. The phone next to me kept ringing. Jiang'an looked over and was astonished to see it was Zhang Zhijie. Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you getting anxious because you can't get your share of the melon? Jiang'an, you deserve to die. You kept me hanging in the middle of the night without telling me what was going on. I wish I could stab you to death. Inside the platinum suite, Zhang Zhijie slept alone on the sofa, feeling extremely sad. Because he secretly ran out in the middle of the night to help Jiang and prepare fireworks and deliver cars. When he returned, Su Ruojia discovered it. He was immediately grabbed by the ear and scolded by Su Ruojia, who asked him why he hadn't told her beforehand. That's fucking ridiculous. If I tell you, and you happen to tell Lin Cixi beforehand, wouldn't that ruin my good brother's plans? So Zhang Zhijie thought about it and didn't say anything. But now, Su Ruojia is settling scores with him and won't let him sleep in bed with her. All I could do was sit alone on the sofa, shivering. But that's nothing. Zhang Zhijie is certainly willing to go to great lengths for his brothers. But the problem is that Jiang still hasn't told him what's going on between the two of them. We're already together, so you can give up now, right? Finally, after general questioning, Jiang finally replied to Zhang Zhijie's message. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Zhijie breathed a long sigh of relief. Wow, that's amazing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Although he felt that nothing could possibly go wrong between the two of them, he couldn't help but worry a little. After all, it's his own brother, and he really doesn't know how to date. All right, you should go to sleep early. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhijie scrambled to his feet and hurried towards his room. After taking a shower, Jiang returned to his room. They discovered that Lin Cixi had already fallen asleep. I rolled over on the bed and was almost hanging off the edge. If I rolled over even slightly, I'd probably fall off. Jiang quickly strode over. Then, with a little force from both hands, he gently pushed the girl onto the bed. Then I started to have some worries. I'm sleeping in bed. Should we sleep on the floor? Jiang pondered for a moment whether he should act like a beast or something worse than a beast. A moment later, he simply turned off the lights. Then, go to bed. He took the girl's hand and closed his eyes. Sleep. Hey, Xiaolu, why do you think of this? These kinds of things are just kids making a fuss. You don't need to come all the way here to apologize. Uncle Jiang, although it's just children's squabble, we've watched Jiang grow up. Yuran was wrong, and we should take that seriously. Yuran, quickly bring up the gift for your Grandpa Jiang. Early morning, in the downstairs living room. Lu Yuran, holding the gift, respectfully presented it to old Master Jiang, saying somewhat shyly and awkwardly, Grandpa Jiang, this is a gift I prepared for you. Looking at the suddenly docile girl in front of him, Grandpa Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. This is quite different from the girl who visited their home many years ago. Chapter 168. Some are happy, some are sad. In Mr. Jiang's memory, that was probably a year or two ago. Jiang once brought Lu Yuran home. At that time, Lu Yuran had already left a very deep impression on Grandpa Jiang. He was serious and aloof, always holding his head high, showing only a distant respect, even towards his elders. He has a very difficult personality to approach. At that time, Grandpa Jiang had already realized that this girl might not be the most suitable person for Jiang. This kind of personality is not something Jiang can handle. As expected, when Lin Cixi came yesterday, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, because he still preferred a girl with a better personality like Lin Cixi. But now, Lu Yuran's actions, expression, tone of voice, and overall demeanor were as if she were a completely different person. This surprised even Grandpa Jiang slightly, but he soon realized what was going on. Could it be that Jiang's departure caused Lu Yuran to change? Moreover, the purpose of Lu Yang and his wife bringing her here today is probably to apologize or something. With this in mind, the old man's thoughts suddenly became clear, and he understood the whole situation at once. All right, thank you, Yuran. The old man replied with a light laugh. Yuran is becoming more and more gentle and obedient. Our Jiang is just not blessed enough. He inherited his father's good fortune. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's expression stiffened slightly. Then, forcing a smile, he said, Haha, old man, the way you talk is just too much. Girls are bound to become more and more sensible. Yuran, I've been wanting to come see you for the past 2 years, but it's a pity that your studies have been so demanding. All right, you too. You never come yourselves, and you always send young girls over. Who wants to see an old man like me? As he spoke, old Master Jiang gently shook his head, already understanding the intentions of Lu Yang and his wife beyond apologizing. It seems they still want to bring Jiang in and Lu Yuran together. This is not surprising. He had always known that the two of them had a good opinion of Jiang, which was why he hadn't said much about it before, even though Jiang liked him. Her parents' approval ensured that Lu Yuran wouldn't do anything too outrageous, and given Jiang's previous strong affection for her, he tacitly approved. But things are different now. You like my grandson because he is outstanding, but my grandson isn't happy about it now. No one can force that. Thinking of this, Grandpa Jiang couldn't help but take another look at Lu Yuran beside him. They noticed old Master Jiang's gaze. Lu Yang and Wu Qing exchanged a glance, seeing the complex emotions in each other's eyes. Then, looking at Lu Yuran, who was sitting quietly to the side, they felt even more helpless. As parents, they certainly knew how different Lu Yuran was from before. Today, Lu Yuran is so gentle. It's as if she's a completely different person from before. She speaks gently, acts obediently, and seems so relaxed. In the past, Lu Yuran would never have said anything more. She would have just sat there without uttering a single word. She even took the initiative to give him a gift, which made Lu Yang feel particularly heartbroken. My daughter, if you had done this sooner, you wouldn't have lost that boy who had eyes for you. Yuran is quite good. It's a pity about Jiang'an. He's always been rather stubborn. If he offends Yuran and makes her unhappy. The old man glanced at Lu Yuran to the side, then looked at Lu Yang and said with a smile, "Tell Yuran not to take it too seriously." Haha, Grandpa, you're right. Jiang'an is a good boy. We've always known that perfectly well. He's also taken great care of Yuran. We've seen it all from when she was little. Usually, if anything happens, it's always Yuran's fault. Lu Yang was trying his best to smooth things over, but he gradually understood the implication in the old man's words. It seems the old man isn't too keen on letting the two of them continue. That's what I've been thinking about. Lu Yang couldn't help but feel a little bitter. If that's the case, my daughter might really miss out on Jiang'an. His gaze swept around unconsciously. Then he looked at Lu Yuran, whose face was full of gentle light, and hesitated for a moment before asking, "By the way, Grandpa, where is Jiang'an? Didn't he come back this week?" Upon hearing this, the old man grunted in annoyance. "The kid is back, but he's been staying up all night and sleeping in. The sun's already high in the sky, and he probably hasn't gotten up yet. If it weren't for that, I would have gone upstairs and given him a good beating as soon as you guys got back. How old are you? Still sleeping in here? You're asking for it. Haha. Old man, isn't it normal for young people to like sleeping in late?" Lu Yang quickly replied jokingly, "Humph. Young people should be self-disciplined and responsible for their own affairs. If they can't even get up early, what great things can they do in the future?" The old man continued irritably. He was genuinely unhappy. This kid, it's one thing that he hasn't even gotten out of bed yet. He just forced himself to bear it. But the problem is, isn't Lin Cece, a grown woman, hungry? She hasn't eaten breakfast yet. If you don't eat, why don't you let her eat? You brat. Lu Yang, of course, had no idea what the old man was thinking. He simply assumed the old man was genuinely upset that Jiang'an had slept for too long, and quickly said with a smile, "Haha, it's all right, old man. It's the weekend, nothing urgent, right? I was just asking, but I didn't see this kid." After hearing these words, Lu Yuran's gaze dimmed slightly, her thoughts drifting. She forced a small smile, stood up, and walked silently toward the bathroom. Wu Qing watched his daughter's retreating figure, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Others may not know, but Lu Yuran herself understands very well. Jiang'an stayed up all night, not for her, but it was for another girl. Lu Yuran actually knew that whatever Jiang'an did now had nothing to do with her. She has neither the standing nor the right. But she just felt very sad. Jiang'an used to stay up all night, but it was always for her. I bought her the snack she wanted, I bought her medicine, I ran back and forth for her, and I stayed up all night for her when she was sick. At that time, Lu Yuran truly believed that she would always enjoy this protection. And now, some people are happy, and some are sad. Chapter 169. If life were only as beautiful as our first meeting. Lu Yuran at that time, enjoying all of this with a clear conscience. And they never thought about whether such days would ever end. Because she always felt that Jiang'an would protect her like this for the rest of her life. But now she suddenly realizes that everything has changed, as if everything is different. Jiang'an is still staying up late, but it's for the sake of others. Things she used to disregard are now things she longs for, but can never have. She can even understand the conversations of adults. Her parents are doing their best to help her salvage the situation, trying to bring her back together and hoping she can salvage the situation. But she also noticed it. The old man's words carried a faint sense of detachment. Although he hadn't been as enthusiastic in the past, he hadn't always conveyed such a pervasive dissatisfaction. It's true, we didn't cherish what we had in the past. No matter how much you regret it now, no one can help you. Lu Yuran stared at the window in front of her, looking at the azure sky outside, and smiled silently. He used to be like a silent sea, gently protecting and enveloping her. Unfortunately, she didn't understand his passion. Now, all that's left is regret. If it were in the past, how could he possibly sleep in late? If he knew she was coming, he would rush downstairs to find her, and he wouldn't care about sleeping in. If love is destined, could it please favor me a little more? Lu Yuran took a deep breath and turned her gaze away from the window. Then I checked my WeChat moments on my phone. Thinking back to that time, Jiang An is a true academic star. However, her grades were only average. When Jiang An was in high school, he could have easily gotten into a top-tier high school. However, her grades weren't very good, so we accompanied her to a second-best high school. And then later, when taking the college entrance exam, Lu Yuran is an art student, and her academic performance is not very good. Jiang An even gave up his own study time. I wholeheartedly prepared all kinds of review materials for her. I helped her study day and night. Finally, the two of them arrived at Shanghai University together. Now I think back on these things from the past. Lu Yuran couldn't help but feel very discouraged. Jiang An, I've thought all these things through now, and I want to tell you. But where are you? She was really unwilling to accept it, extremely unwilling. I gently pushed the tap on, and the water started to flow freely. Lu Yuran raised her head and stared at her reflection in the mirror, where her face was pale and looked terrible. He remembered that whenever his complexion was slightly off, Jiang An would always make him soup. That's what I've been thinking about. The tap was turned up even further. It muffled the girl's breathing. Click. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yuran pushed open the door and stepped out, her gaze falling upon the living room. The parents were still chatting with Grandpa Jiang. It's obvious. They are really trying hard, talking good words about themselves. Such a scene is truly rare to see. They are usually so proud. Lu Yuran wanted to pick up her phone and find someone to chat with to cover up her embarrassment at standing there. But I found that I had been searching for a very, very long time. There wasn't a single person who could speak. The boy who used to message her unconditionally, she no longer even has his contact information. Yes, she was unilaterally blocked. She had done similar things before. Block Jiang An, and then wait for Jiang An to apologize, beg for reconciliation, and add you as a friend again and again. Then, she would take another nap, and when she woke up and felt like eating, she would add Jiang An's contact information back. Was Jiang An in the past just as anxious as she is now? Lu Yuran lowered her head silently. She suddenly understood why Jiang An had been sending her messages from various channels back then, pleading for reconciliation and adding her as a friend time and time again. Jiang An must have been very sad back then, just like she was anxious now. I feel a little unwell. Lu Yuran took a deep breath. She suddenly felt that there was no point in her coming with them. What's the point of it then? Yuran, are you out yet? What would you like to eat for lunch? Your grandpa Jiang invited us to stay for lunch. They heard Wu Qing calling from outside. Lu Yuran came to her senses slightly. Are you staying for dinner? That's perfectly normal. If Jiang An's parents were here, they would probably stay here for a whole day. Jiang An hasn't come downstairs yet. If Jiang An saw this, wouldn't he be unhappy? He won't even want to eat then. Lu Yuran shook her head slightly. Shall we leave? It's better not to stay here and get in the way. After all, he probably doesn't want to see himself like this. Yuran, where is she? It seemed that it had been too long since they had heard a response from Lu Yuran. A look of worry appeared on Wu Qing's face. She walked over quickly, and then saw Lu Yuran standing at the door. A look of worry appeared in her eyes. Yuran, what's wrong with you? What are you standing here daydreaming about? Lu Yuran shook her head. Mom, I'm fine. I'm just thinking about what to eat for lunch. Upon hearing Lu Yuran's words, Wu Qing's face was filled with heartache. How could she possibly believe that? What was Lu Yuran thinking about to eat? She must be thinking about Jiang An. She couldn't help but gently pat her daughter's shoulder. Ran, don't worry. Some things can be done again, can't they? I heard this. Lu Yuran nodded, though she was very sad. But she still managed a small smile. Yes, Lu Yuran, we can start over. Everything can start over. I've heard the clock ticking in the opposite direction 1,000 times. I can go back to the way things were before. So at this time, Lu Yuran, you can't cry or run away. The story of winning back your boy has begun. How could you give up? Pick it up from where you dropped it. It's like many, many years ago, The two of them first met here. At that time, Lu Yuran is a little princess, surrounded by everyone who protects and adores her. She was only 11 years old and didn't understand anything, but she was already like a little princess. Jiangyan is 13 years old. He is introverted and doesn't like to talk, but he is already as gentle as a little adult. If only time could turn back. But there's no going back. How I wish. If only life could always be like the first time we met. Chapter 170. Men are good. Men are wonderful. Men are treasures. If only life could always be like the first time we met. For Lu Yuran. If only this were just the beginning. That was her at that time. They also have a trump card up their sleeve. They still hold an absolute advantage. With just a slight nod, Jiangyan could come directly to his side. You bastard, you bastard. Jiangyan. Ouch. Wake up. What are you doing? Why are you still sleeping? If you keep sleeping like this, we won't be having breakfast. We'll be having lunch. And Grandpa might really misunderstand, right? After all, we haven't gone out yet after all this time. Inside the room, Lin Cece suddenly sat up, subconsciously glanced around, then covered her face in a panic, looked down, and then touched herself haphazardly. Finally, I let out a long sigh of relief. Then he glared fiercely at the dog of a man beside him and whispered. After being woken up by Lin Cece, Jiangyan sat up, still a little dazed, and rubbed his eyes groggily. He was so tired. I barely knew when I fell asleep. I only know that my thoughts were a jumbled mess, and then I had no recollection of them. When he opened his eyes, he saw the adorable Lin Cece glaring at him, and he instinctively smiled. Hey, Kobayashi, good morning. Good my foot. Good my ass. You dog of a man. Look at the time. Lin Cece bit her lip, her brows furrowed tightly, looking extremely nervous and uneasy. This is my first time visiting my grandfather's house. Then the two of them stayed in the house until 10 a.m. This is just too absurd to think about. Will the old man immediately have a bad impression of her? If that's the case, she'll really be worried. It's 10 o'clock? Upon hearing Lin Cece's words, Jiangyan's gaze also fell on his phone, and his expression changed slightly. Goodness. He was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that she had slept for so long. It's 10 o'clock. This is quite rare. What's strange is that the old man didn't come to open his door today. In the past, the old-fashioned comrade Jiang would have opened his door without hesitation and woken him up. Grandpa Jiang disliked sleeping in the most, a habit he had maintained since childhood. This is why Jiangyan developed relatively good living habits from childhood to adulthood. TSK, it really is a bit late. Jiangyan sighed, secretly calculating in his heart that the reason the old man didn't call him was probably because of Lin Cece. Cough cough. Old man, you're quite sensible. Seeing Jiangyan's relaxed demeanor, Lin Cece became extremely nervous, her face flushed red, and she tightly pursed her lips. You can still laugh. I'm in such a hurry. Jiangyan looked at the anxious girl, feeling both amused and helpless. However, judging from Lin Cece's expression, he was completely certain. Lin Cece was genuinely a little nervous and anxious. He immediately reached out and gently rubbed her cheek, then said softly, Don't worry, my grandpa. If he were really angry or dissatisfied, he wouldn't have made us wake up at this hour. Hearing Jiangyan's gentle voice, Lin Cece's tense emotions eased slightly, but her voice still carried a hint of anxiety as she whispered. Then tell me, what did Grandpa mean? Why didn't he call us? Was it really not because he was too angry? Hearing this, Jiangyan smiled and said, Don't worry, it's really not. Don't I know my grandfather well? Seeing the girl so nervous, Jiangyan felt extremely sorry for her and, with a soft heart, helplessly comforted her. And even if you're unhappy, I won't blame you. Sure enough, little girls are all so soft and sweet. His pitiful appearance is simply heartbreaking. However, Jiangyan could also understand the girl's nervousness at this moment. After all, he didn't care that much about what his grandfather would think. But it was different for Lin Cece. This was her first time visiting Jiangyan's home, and staying overnight was already a very big deal. And yet I slept for such a long, long time. It would be strange if she weren't flustered. Sensing Lin Cece's nervousness, Jiangyan reached out and pinched her cheek. Okay, sweetie, no rush. Grandpa, don't worry, okay? Lin Cece bit her lower lip, looking aggrieved and a little guilty. It was one thing for Jiangyan to sleep for so long, but she herself had slept for just as long. I didn't sleep so long on purpose, and I'm not blaming you. I just felt that Grandpa would misunderstand if we did this. The girl regretted it even more as she spoke. It's only when you're together that you truly cherish each other. It was so hard to finally win over that jerk. We can't let something like this affect things. It's all right. It's all right. All right. We'll know once we get up. You'll find that my grandfather isn't angry at all. On the contrary, they would be very happy and invite you to lunch, believe it or not. Jiangyan looked at the girl with a smile and teased her softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece shook her head, a hint of hesitation in her expression. I feel like you're trying to fool me. Jiangyan chuckled and said, all right, you'll see when you get up. As he spoke, Jiangyan stood up abruptly. Then, his face stiffened slightly, revealing a somewhat embarrassed expression. Wearing only his underwear, he felt a little awkward, to be honest. Lin Cece looked at his body and was slightly taken aback. The next moment, she quickly turned her head away, her face flushed, and said very nervously, you scumbag. That's too much. You're not wearing a shirt. Put them on quickly. Jiangyan turned away as he helplessly put on his clothes. Lin Cece covered her eyes with her hands, and then secretly, opened a small crack to peek out. Staring at Jiangyan's body, she quietly swallowed. It has to be said that Ms. Jiang seems to have a pretty good figure. These abs, although they don't have that strong 8-pack impact, but it's still tempting enough. Hiss. I'm starting to crave Teacher John's body. Pooh. The moment the thought crossed Lin Cece's mind, she quickly shook her head. He began to recite it silently in his mind. No, Lin Cece, you need to calm down. You've only been dating Teacher John for a short time. How could you have thought of something like this? No. You have to be careful. You have to be obedient. You have to control yourself. Cough, cough. Men are good. Men are wonderful. Men are treasures. Chapter 171 Getting carried away by lust is not advisable. Staring at Jiangyan's figure, Lin Cece admitted that she was actually a little tempted. None of my family members understand. Having a boyfriend with such a great physique can be a problem, right? Those abs, that waist, TSK, gulp, slurp. Although we don't understand that kind of thing yet. But I think Ms. Jiang has a great figure. As she was thinking, she noticed that Jiangyan had already changed his clothes. Then he stood by the bed, looking at her with a somewhat amused expression. Why are you staring at me like that? Lin Cece felt a little embarrassed and let go of his hand, feeling very guilty. After all, she had just been admiring someone's good-looking body. As a result, I became quite nervous because of the stares from certain people. Why am I looking at you? I see you're anxious, but you still haven't gotten up, Jiangyan replied irritably. This girl is something else. 1 second I was worried that I was late getting up and that it would displease the old man, but now I'm just sitting in bed in a daze. What's this? It's just a fish's memory. He heard Jiangyan say this. Lin Cece immediately realized what was happening, slapped her head, and looked quite annoyed with herself. This is something else. It's because of lust. Family members, you really mustn't let lust get the better of you, or it will ruin everything. As she thought about it, Lin Cece gave up the jumbled thoughts in her mind, decisively got up, picked up her shoes from the side, and started tidying her clothes in front of the mirror. Jiang is still quite honest. None of my clothes have changed. But thinking about it, Teacher Jiang is quite embarrassing. I'm such a pretty young girl, and I'm lying next to you, yet you don't seem to have any feelings for me at all. They lay together with me like that all night. Last time, before we were together, you didn't do anything, and that was fine. Now that we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend, you still haven't done anything. Bad review. I'm giving this jerk a bad review. The girl was packing her clothes while her mind was in a jumble of thoughts. She's really a glutton and a coward these days. Fortunately, Jiangyan didn't notice her many thoughts. When he saw the girl tidying her clothes, he pulled back the curtains from the side. Sunlight instantly flooded the room. The entire room was immediately illuminated. Jiangyan stretched and suddenly felt that this kind of time wasn't bad. I slept with the girl I like until this late, and I have no worries at all. After Lin Cece finished tidying her clothes, she took out her small bag, took out some things, and started touching up her makeup. After all, I had to go downstairs to see the old man. In addition, I did go to bed a little late last night, so I have some dark circles under my eyes, and I need to tidy myself up a bit. Meanwhile, Jiang held his phone, not in a hurry, and quietly waited for Lin Cixi to put on makeup. As a result, I received a call and a message from Zhang Zhijie. This guy posted a selfie, a picture of him lying on the sofa. He looked depressed and utterly dejected. You're feeling good now, huh? I slept on the sofa last night, buddy. Guess why? Because of you. Upon seeing this message, Jiang blinked and couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong with you? How does this have to do with me? I didn't make you sleep on the sofa. Isn't it a bit unfair of you to blame me like this? Damn it, you have the nerve to say that? Last night when you called me in the middle of the night, I was still in bed. After you finished your call, I immediately got out of bed to make you some fireworks. After I got back, Ruojia simply wouldn't let me get back into bed. While replying, Zhang Zhijie started to wail. Wah, who understands? For my brother, I can't even sleep in a bed. Jiangyan, if you have any sense, hurry up and appease your buddy. Go to hell. Jiangyan nodded, both amused and exasperated, then asked with some curiosity. However, I suspect your sudden visit to me isn't just about this, is it? What? Zhang Zhijie, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly sat up, then looked somewhat surprised, and gave Jiang a thumbs up. As expected of Lao Jiang, wasn't your reaction a little too quick? There is indeed something going on. It's related to the studio. Hearing this, Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Tell me, what exactly is going on? He knew something was definitely wrong. Otherwise, given Zhang Zhijie's personality, he would never have called. Yang Wenqin is going after us regarding the studio. He wants to focus on casual games, and says he wants to crush us in this field. It seems he's recruited a bunch of students from the school. Jiang blinked, finding it somewhat interesting. What's Yang Wenqin called? Is he some kind of unkillable cockroach? They're not ready to give up yet. If he remembered correctly, Yang Wenqin's last large-scale game seemed to have flopped spectacularly. It's completely incomparable to Attack on Titan. The two games are not even in the same league. Surprisingly, this guy isn't discouraged. He wants to make a comeback, and even wants to compete in the same arena. Is this guy crazy? He doesn't even have any skills, does he? Can't he even spell ABCD 1234? Seriously, if I were him, I would have disbanded the studio long ago. But we still need to be careful this time. It seems he hired a game designer who came back from abroad, and he's quite famous, to join his studio. I'm wondering if this means he wants revenge and a fight with us. Old Jiang, what do you think? Can we take down that dog in our new game? I heard what Zhang Zhijie said. Jiang's lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled. No problem. In terms of operability and brainwashing ability, Go can even suppress the attacking puppy, so you don't need to panic at all. Based on my prediction, Dog might become even more popular. They want to compete on the same track? Then let them compete on the same track. I have no objection. As Jiang spoke, he noticed that Lin Cixi had almost finished her plan. He couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll stop here for now. I'm going downstairs to eat. Huh? You're just going to stop like that? Damn, are you even human? Aren't you supposed to be a workaholic? Isn't it normal to skip a meal for work? Of course I won't say anything. My girlfriend's done, so of course I have to go downstairs to eat. It's fine if I'm hungry, but I can't let her go hungry. Then you really deserve to die. I've hung up. Jiang responded matter-of-factly, then hung up the phone. On the other side, Lin Cixi looked up, a blank expression on her face. Huh? What happened? Hey, what's all that noise downstairs? Chapter 172 Lu Yang. I shouldn't be here. Lin Cixi had just finished, and a slight frown appeared on her delicate face as she asked with some confusion. Teacher Jiang, have you heard any unusual noises? Some unusual noise? Jiang was taken aback, his expression somewhat puzzled. Is there? He stood near the doorway for a while, then tried to make out the sounds, and found that there really was movement. There were many voices, but they were very muffled, and it was impossible to tell who was speaking. Someone must have come to the house, he concluded after analyzing the situation. Lin Cixi's face flushed slightly. Someone's here? Who could it be? It couldn't possibly be Jiang's parents, could it? If so, she'd really have to find a hole to crawl into. They moved in together right after becoming boyfriend and girlfriend. If Jiang's parents saw this, she really wouldn't want to live anymore. And I heard Jiang say that his parents are both abroad. So it can't be such a coincidence, right? I don't know. The old man rarely has visitors at home. It might be relatives or his students or something. Jiangyan shook his head, quite nonchalantly. Let them come. He won't care too much anyway. Oh. Lin Cece secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. She blinked, unable to contain her curiosity, and continued. By the way, what did Zhang Zhijie want when he called just now? Regarding the studio, Yang Wenqin is preparing to compete with us in the same arena. Jiangyan explained as he opened the door and went downstairs. The same track. Lin Cece scratched her head, a look of doubt flashing in her eyes. If I remember correctly, wasn't the last game he made abandoned? Why isn't he giving up now and is directly competing with us on the same track? The incident where Yang Wenqin failed last time. It can be described as a huge scandal. It is a studio that has gathered a large number of outstanding students. They created a game that was a complete flop in terms of reputation, ratings, and downloads. The studio almost disbanded on the spot. It's hard to believe that this guy has actually made a comeback. He's really an unkillable cockroach. Lin Cece couldn't help but mutter to herself. It's all right, let him come. As long as we hold our ground on this track, no one can surpass us. A smile flickered in Jiangyan's eyes. Currently, Jianghu Studio's main development focus is on casual games. As for other types, we'll wait until we've fully tried the casual dining options before making a decision. Okay. Lin Cece nodded after hearing Jiangyan's words. She had complete faith in that scoundrel. To be precise, she blindly worshipped Jiangyan. Many love stories begin with a girl's admiration for her. The two of them talked as they went downstairs. It was quite noisy downstairs. The aunt is cooking. Grandpa Jiang and Lu Yang and his wife were still chatting. What did I tell you? This kid always gets up when it's mealtime. I was like this when I was a child. Hearing the commotion upstairs, old Master Jiang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and hummed. Lu Yang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and her expression softened somewhat. Has Jiangyan gotten up yet? The atmosphere will probably be a little better if Jiangyan comes down. The conversation I just had with the old man almost choked him to death. Every time he tried to say something, the old man would cut him off with a sentence or two. Even if he's unhappy, there's nothing he can do about it. After all, the old man's status is undeniable. In his presence, he was just a junior and could only passively endure it. Now that Lu Yang has seen Jiangyan, his eyes have brightened considerably, and he immediately wants to find Jiangyan. Damn it, I can't get through to the old man. We still need to find this kid. As for Wu Qing and Lu Yuran, they were cooking in the kitchen. That's right, cooking. Lu Yuran has never set foot in a kitchen in her entire life. Today, however, he took the initiative to follow Wu Qing into the kitchen. In her words, she just wanted to learn. In reality, Lu Yuran just wanted to experience what it's like to be a good lover. You should know how to cook, right? After all, in the past, Jiangyan cooked for her every day. She thought that if she could cook, it would be a huge change for her. I'll send Jiangyan a meal later. Jiangyan would at least give her a slight smile, right? With this in mind, Lu Yuran felt more motivated. Holding the greens in both hands, she carefully and diligently began to pick them in the water. On the other side, Wu Qing frowned slightly, feeling both heartache and reluctance. Yuran, if you don't like doing this, you can go over there to rest. It's okay. My daughter is excessively obedient and diligent. It made her, as a mother, feel a little uncomfortable. His daughter used to be a princess. She never does these things. Indeed, in the past, Lu Yuran would never have stepped into this kitchen. To her, these things are a waste of time. Wouldn't it be more meaningful for her to paint, watch a movie, or even put on a face mask? She even felt that it would have been better if Jiangyan had done this kind of thing. After all, with him around, it's impossible for her to get a turn, right? Doing these things is tiring. Your hands will get chapped from being in water all the time, and cooking will leave your hands smelling of cooking oil. She felt that she would never step into the kitchen in her entire life. But these thoughts now, she couldn't remember anything at all. It's as if they selectively forgot. Well, she doesn't seem so resistant to going into the kitchen to cook anymore. Jiangyan and Lin Cece went downstairs. Upon seeing Lu Yang, Jiangyan was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. Good heavens, I just came from the Lu family yesterday. They actually came to our house today? Lin Cece was also somewhat bewildered, not expecting that the guests downstairs would actually be Lu Yuran's parents. What about Lu Yuran? Has she arrived? The girl instinctively clenched the large hand in her small one. It wasn't just the two of them who were a little surprised. Lu Yang was equally bewildered. Is it enough that Jiang'an came down? Why did Lin Cece, this young girl, come down here too? Look at the two of them holding hands. Lu Yang suddenly understood everything. Then he looked at the old man in front of him, who was calm and smiling. His lips twitched slightly. No wonder this old man is so stubborn, so harsh, and so difficult to talk to. To put it bluntly, this means they know their grandson has brought a girl home. In an instant, the middle-aged man's imposing aura vanished instantly, and he aged considerably in a flash. He was originally a proud and ambitious man, eager to win back his daughter's love. But now, it carries a sense of dejection. Lu Yang gave a wry smile, looking at the two people on the stairs, not even knowing how to start a conversation. Chapter 173. Wow, Grandpa is awesome. At this moment, Lu Yang was speechless. She truly couldn't say anything. What can he possibly say? You two went downstairs together. We're not stupid. He had so much to say, but he swallowed it all back down. There was nothing he could do. As for what happened, old Master Jiang simply smiled without saying a word. What did he say? He didn't want to say anything. All of this, well, it was expected. Your Lu family still wants to harm my grandson? Don't you see how beautiful the girl next to my grandson is? The old man's expression caught Jiang'an's eye. His lips twitched slightly. As expected, he had already imagined what his old man might have said down there. Meanwhile, he could feel the girl gripping his hand tightly, and he seemed a little flustered. Jiang'an smiled slightly, without looking at her, and said in a low voice, "What's wrong? Are you a little panicked?" Lin Cece gritted her teeth. "I'm a little panicked. It would be strange if I weren't." "Don't panic, it's not a big deal. I'm right here." As Jiang'an spoke, he pulled her downstairs. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lu Yang finally spoke. "Shaoan, you're downstairs now." "Uncle Lu, what brings you here?" Jiang'an smiled with some surprise. "Haha, just came to visit the old man," Lu Yang said with a laugh. At this moment, he naturally couldn't reveal his true thoughts. "Oh," Jiang'an said with a sigh, then said with a sad expression, "Oh, I thought Uncle Lu was coming to see me. It seems I was overthinking it." "You little brat." Lu Yang laughed and scolded. "You little rascal, why are you jealous of your grandpa? Besides, didn't you just leave my house yesterday? Even if I miss you, it will take some time. I'm so annoyed with you right now." Hey. Watching the two of them laughing and joking around, the old man on the side sneered. "Humph, neither of them is any good. They're all pretending to be ignorant when they know the truth. Lu Yang, are you corrupting my grandson? Your favorite tricks, old man, my grandson has now learned them too." Jiang'an was indeed pretending to be ignorant when he knew the truth. It's better to see through something but not say it. Last time, Lu Yang already felt very uncomfortable. This time, there's no need for that. Besides, there's even less need for Lu Yuran to come, isn't there? Jiang'an isn't exactly a generous person, but he's not stingy either. Besides, Lu Yang has always been good to him, so it's really pointless. Lu Yang naturally understood Jiang'an's meaning, so she didn't say anything, but couldn't help but worry. He's actually all right. After all, he can still rationally accept this situation. But what will we do later? When Wu Qing and Lu Yuran came out of the kitchen, Lu Yang couldn't help but glance at Lin Cece again, and sighed softly in his heart. It seems so. Yuran really has no chance. The other side has already attacked our base. What are you still thinking about making up with? It's like you two are playing a game together, and Lin Cece, the player, has already completed the game and unlocked the hidden storyline. His daughter had just emerged from the second instance, which was called Reclaiming Jiang'an. The outcome of the instance is certain failure. I sat down on the sofa. Grandpa Jiang looked extremely pleased, glanced at Jiang'an, and said coldly, "You little rascal, getting up so late. I think you've gotten too big for your britches. Get out of here tomorrow. You dare to sleep in while I'm here." Hearing the old man's words, Jiang'an couldn't help but smile wryly. "Grandpa, I'm innocent. I woke up late today, but it was an accident. I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to say it's been so long since I slept at home, The bed is so soft. After saying this, Lin Cece secretly pinched Jiang In, feeling very guilty. You scoundrel, are you sure that's because the bed is soft? Am I being weak? I was just thinking about it. She then saw old Master Jiang smiling at her, his tone very gentle. Hey Cece, how are you? Did you sleep well last night? If you're not feeling well, Grandpa will prepare another room for you today and have someone bring over a new bed so you can get some rest. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Hearing the old man's gentle tone, Lin Cece was almost flattered. The girl rubbed her face, looking confused, then lowered her head shyly and whispered, Grandpa, I slept okay, but I have dark circles under my eyes, probably because I've been going to bed too late lately. Good heavens. This is still the same person I remember, super strict and super rigid. Is this the Professor Jiang who would call students into his office and give them a severe scolding at the drop of a hat? This is such a huge contrast. Upon hearing this, old Master Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly and gave Jiang and beside him a disapproving look. Have you been giving Cece too much work lately? Let me tell you, if you get tired, you're better off not coming back to this home. Upon hearing this, Jiang In's eyes widened, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. Looking at Lin Cece beside him with disbelief, he then looked at his own grandfather. Then look at Lu Yang, who is neither crying nor laughing. I feel terrible. Damn it. Grandfather. You're my real grandfather. Are you sure you're not Lin Cece's real grandfather? Jiang In was frustrated, but he dared not neglect the old man's request in the slightest. He responded honestly. Okay, Grandpa, don't worry. Besides, am I that stupid? Would I really want to make my girlfriend suffer? That brings us to this point. Jiang In's expression changed slightly, and he had a kind of smug feeling, you know? It's like that. What are you looking at? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you envious that I have a girlfriend? Yes, that's the expression. Upon hearing this, old Master Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Okay, you better do that. Otherwise you definitely won't be able to come back to this house. By the way, Xiao Lu, didn't you say today that you were going to apologize to Jiang In properly? I think we should do it now. If he dares to say a single word of disagreement, I'm telling you, I'll beat him up right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's expression stiffened slightly. Huh. Grandpa, are you kidding me? You're not joking, are you? You really took this to heart. You can't bring this up now? You're really bringing up the very thing I don't want to talk about. Upon hearing this, Jiang In's expression changed slightly. Good heavens, old man, you're really ruthless. I pretended to be confused, but you really won't let them go? Lin Cece, on the other hand, quietly clenched her fist. Holy crap, Grandpa's awesome. Wow, Grandpa is awesome. Chapter 174, Afraid to Speak, for every word would be a flaw. At this moment, all the girl could say was, Grandpa is awesome. That's really ruthless. Who could do that? They just came right up to my face and unleashed a critical hit. This time, it was indeed the old man who took action. The debts you're unwilling to settle, I'll settle. You're unwilling to settle scores, so I'll get justice for you. Grandpa Jiang smiled and spoke casually, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. When Lu Yang and his wife came to visit today, it is only said that Lu Yuran has let Jiang In down over the past 10 years. Children don't understand emotions yet. Now that they do, it's too late for regrets. What the hell? Could it be that between the lines, he's implying that he's cheated on my grandson? That's a disgrace to the Jiang family, a truly shameful disgrace. How can I tolerate that? Jiang In has a very gentle personality and is kind to people. He didn't inherit any of that from Jiang In. The old man was notoriously irritable back in the compound. He watched as his grandfather prepared to unleash a massacre. Jiang In shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Uncle Lu, you'll have to bear it yourself. Lu Yang was indeed having a headache and glanced at the kitchen out of the corner of her eye. Then he took a deep breath and, forcing himself to speak, said, Shaoan, we didn't explain this to you properly yesterday, but it really is you Rant's problem. Your aunt and I. We also bear some responsibility. Cough, cough. We didn't even realize it until now. Otherwise it wouldn't have ended up like this. As for this, your Uncle Lu should apologize to you. Listen to this answer. Jiang In's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of helplessness in them. Uncle Lu? Is he still up to his old tricks? The implication behind these words is that they are trying to convey one meaning. Although Yu Ran has wronged you, we have always been on your side. Harmful. Jiang shook his head slightly, then took Lin Cici's hand and said with a smile, Uncle Lu, aren't you just joking? The old man was just joking. How could you, an elder, really apologize to a junior like me? Besides, didn't I already mention this yesterday? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, because I don't accept apologies. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's gaze froze slightly, then he nodded with a forced laugh. Haha. Okay. Okay. And at that very moment, the kitchen door was pushed open. Lu Yuran came out carrying a bowl of food, looking very happy. This was done at her mother's suggestion. For the first time in her life, she cooked a dish herself. At this moment, Lu Yuran felt a great sense of accomplishment. This was the first dish she had ever made. If Jiang woke up and saw this dish she had made, how happy would he be? Although this is just a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. But for Lu Yuran, it held particularly profound significance, as it was her first work and it was already quite an achievement. However, when Lu Yuran happily picked up the dish and came out, she looked up, but her gaze froze instantly, because she saw two familiar figures. One of them is from Jiang'an. The other one is Lin Cici's. Suddenly, she felt the plate in her hand was very hot. She forced a smile, then quickly turned and walked towards the kitchen, her emotions indescribable, her main concern being that she dared not speak. I was afraid to open my mouth. That's the flaw. Wu Qing, who had been smiling, was startled when he heard the sounds outside suddenly stop. He quickly walked over with a somewhat uneasy expression. Then I saw Lu Yuran hurriedly turning around and walking over. She was stunned. What's wrong, Yuran? What happened? Why did you suddenly come back with dishes? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuran's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. She gave a slight smile, but said with a hint of bitterness, I don't think it tastes very good. I'll try again next time. The words fell. She had already dumped the entire plate of food into the trash can, then looked expressionlessly at Wu Qing, standing to the side. Mom, I don't want to cook today. After saying that, she went straight into the restroom. Watching her retreating figure, Wu Qing frowned, sensing that something was amiss. She had just been thinking that her daughter was in a much better mood and had even taken the initiative to cook. Anyway, isn't this a good start? And now this is how it turned out? Looking at the scrambled eggs with tomatoes in the trash can, she felt a little lost for a moment. After leaving the kitchen, when she saw the two figures in the living room, she immediately understood everything. When Lu Yuran came out of the bathroom, the outside world appeared quite peaceful. Everyone ate and chatted happily. She seemed a bit out of place, like an outsider. Upon seeing her, Wu Qing quickly said, Quickly, we've been waiting for you. Yuran, sit down and eat. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuran remained silent, her gaze shifting slightly between Jiang and Lin Cici. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally sat down. She glanced at the dishes on the table, her eyes twitched slightly, and her beautiful eyes were now devoid of any light. She never dreamed of this. There will be another day like this. I was eating at the same table as Lin Cici. She originally thought, today we will only see Jiang'an. But unexpectedly, I actually saw Lin Cici again. What does this mean? In addition, Jiang'an didn't get up until 10 a.m. Lu Yuran dared not think about it any further. She believed that Jiang'an was definitely not that kind of person. But now, she couldn't help but start overthinking things. Jiang'an and Lin Cici, on the other hand, remained quite calm. It was a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect Lu Yuran to come along. Jiang'an was somewhat surprised that Lu Yuran would come. This doesn't quite fit her personality. This can only mean one thing. Lu Yuran may have changed her gender. Lin Cici remained calm. Yes, she used to be able to beat Lu Yuran, who had a full hand of trump cards, even when she had nothing. What about now? It was her turn to have a winning hand. Please, what kind of female lead script is this? Do you really think everyone will fail? Come on, Cici, eat a little more vegetables. Seeing Lin Cici engrossed in eating meat, the old man couldn't help but smile and say, You're just like that brat, only eating meat and not a single vegetable. You can't just eat meat all the time. You have to have a balanced diet of meat and vegetables. It's not good for your health. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Cece nodded somewhat guiltily. The girl didn't eat too little today. I basically dare not eat too much. It's a shame to reveal that I'm a little foodie. Now that the old man has said that, she has become even more reserved. Jiangyan, watching her performance, couldn't help but laugh. Puff. Kobayashi, you must have been having a hard time holding back. Chapter 175. On our first day together, you actually went to work. I was watching their subtle movements. Lu Yuren's gaze involuntarily narrowed slightly. She felt very uncomfortable, but what could she do? We could only watch helplessly as it happened. And this table. The old man's attention was entirely focused on the two of them. As for he was like an unwanted person who shouldn't have been at the dinner table at all. The meal was finished quickly. Only, Lin Cece was indeed not full. How could a cute girl be a big eater? So she ate a tiny bit less than usual. The price I've paid is that I'm very hungry now. Sensing the somewhat resentful mood of the girl beside him, Jiangyan couldn't help but lower his head slightly and chuckle softly. I'm talking about this beautiful woman. No one's hungry right now, right? No way, no way. Lin Cece clenched her fist and glared hatefully at the scoundrel. Was he doing this on purpose? You're asking a question you already know the answer to. Excuse me, what good will it do you if you drive your girlfriend to her death? Hearing this, Jiangyan chuckled and reached out to pinch Lin Cece's cheek. There's no benefit to it. I just find it really funny how this little thing looks when it's angry. Frog fun, you're not human anymore. Lin Cece reached out to pinch Jiangyan, but the scoundrel gently held her hand. The girl tried to struggle a few times, but finally gave up, staring at Jiangyan with a resentful expression. You've lost your humanity. You're still pulling me down now. Jiangyan chuckled and said, No. Aren't you hungry? Let me take you to get some snacks. The girl shamefully forgot about how that scoundrel had bullied her just now, and in the blink of an eye, all she could think about was eating. Do you want some or not? Jiangyan glanced at the wall clock not far away. It was a little past 1 o'clock. Going out for some snacks is just right. Eat. Lin Cece nodded obediently. If my boyfriend likes to take me out to eat, I'm not so angry or bothered by what he just did to me. After all, I am a magnanimous adult. Walk. Jiangyan stood up as he spoke, a smile appearing in his eyes, and pulled her toward the living room. At this moment, Lu Yang and the old man are chatting. The topics we discussed in the afternoon naturally didn't repeat those from the morning. Lu Yang knew perfectly well that there was no point in trying to reason with the old man about feelings or anything else. The old man had a clear stance and a well-defined mind. He had his eye on Lin Cece. No matter how much they talk, it won't make a difference. I continued to chat with the elderly person out of courtesy. As for Lu Yuren, her gaze never left Jiangyan, remaining fixed on him. After watching him and Lin Cece come out of the house, they actually started to walk outside. Her eyes flickered slightly. Are you leaving? Where are we going? Similarly, the old man saw the two people, raised his eyebrows, and asked in confusion. You kid, you're just going back like that? No, wouldn't I have to stay here another night? Jiangyan responded with a smile. So what have you been doing? Go out for a walk, it's too stuffy at home. Hearing this, the old man glanced at Lu Yuren and calmly said, Yuren, do you want to go? Young people can get some exercise together. Lu Yuren was taken aback upon hearing this. Lu Yang and Wu Qing exchanged a glance, both revealing bitter smiles. The old man. He really holds a grudge. No one else would have done it this way. Isn't this blatantly an attempt to make Yuren feel bad? Lu Yuren naturally understood what the old man meant by those words, and she gave a bitter smile. Then she gently shook her head and said, No, Grandpa Jiang, I have to go back to school later, so I won't go with them. Politely declined. I could only politely decline. She couldn't even manage a decent smile. It looked so bitter. Fortunately, the old man knew how to keep his distance. He only touched on the subject briefly and didn't say anything more. He nodded slightly and said calmly, Okay, that works too. You two should come back soon. Don't come back so late again. All right, Grandpa, Jiangyan said with a smile. Lin Cece nodded obediently beside her. Grandpa, let's go first. Go. The old man waved his hand. After exiting the gate, Lin Cece and Jiangyan both breathed a sigh of relief. Then they looked at each other and smiled. Why do you look so relieved? Lin Cece asked without any curiosity. To be honest, if it weren't for so many people, my old man would have checked my studies again. It would have been so heartbreaking. So it's good that I ran away. Jiang'an answered truthfully, then glanced at Lin Cece. You're still criticizing me. So why did you breathe a sigh of relief? Lin Cece pouted. Then why would I do that? That's because I'm shy. And mainly, your grandfather has changed so much that it gives me the feeling that he has two personalities. Jiang'an laughed heartily upon hearing this. I knew you would feel that way. But you're overthinking it. The old man just thinks you're a good person and has high hopes for you, which is why he's being so gentle. That's such a big contrast. Lin Cece quietly stuck out her tongue, but the corners of her mouth still turned up slightly. But I still like Professor Jiang like this. At least they won't lecture me, which is good. All right, let's go, get something to eat, and then get down to business. Jiang'an waved the key at Lin Cece. Important business? Lin Cece blushed slightly, and once again, her mind wandered to inappropriate thoughts. They've become a couple. What other important business could there be? But isn't it inappropriate to do it in broad daylight? That's what I've been thinking about. Lin Cece immediately became even more nervous. Jiang'an got into the car and gestured for the girl who was standing there to get in as well. What are you doing, Lin? Jiang'an looked at Lin Cece with amusement. How can I properly recreate the act of spacing out? Lin Cece blushed slightly and gently shook her head. No, I must be overthinking it. Jiang'an wouldn't do something like this in broad daylight. So I'd better not overthink it. Thinking of this, Lin Cece regained some composure. After getting into the car, she secretly glanced at Jiang'an. Teacher Jiang, what important business do we need to discuss? Regarding work, I called Zhang Zhijie. Let's get things settled this afternoon. Lin Cece clenched her fist. You dog of a man. Aren't you afraid of losing a girlfriend? This is only our first day together. You actually said you were going to work? This is inhuman. This is absolutely inhuman. He seemed to sense the girl's emotions. Jiang'an's lips curled slightly, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 176 Job Title: The Emotional Progress of Xiaolin and Xiaojiang. Seeing Lin Cece's unhappy expression and pouty face, Jiang'an couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with you? You seem to be in a bad mood. Hearing this, Lin Cece rolled her eyes at him. Guess why, you jerk? I guess it's because I took you to work. Frog fun. You knew about it, but still took me there? Well, today is our first official day together, Lin Cece said sullenly. Upon hearing this, Jiang'an couldn't help but smile knowingly. That's quite unexpected. I thought you'd forgotten about last night, since you didn't mention it at all. I heard Jiang'an's words. Lin Cece blushed and glared at Jiang'an. What's wrong? If I forget, you're going to abandon me? I don't want that. I finally found a wife, and you're telling me to just abandon her. So what are you doing now? Lin Cece was sullen. They finally got together. Should we give it a try? That heartless boss, all he does is exploit me. Jiang'an laughed. Get to work. I'm ignoring you. Seeing that the girl was ignoring him, Jiang'an's lips curled up slightly, but he wasn't in a hurry to explain. The car slowly drove out of the traffic. The journey takes about 10 minutes. Lin Cece yawned, looked up at the scenery outside the window, and couldn't help but mutter. Seriously, how did we get here so quickly? I thought we were going back to the studio. I heard this. Jiang'an couldn't help but laugh. Why are you going back to the studio? Who told you I was going back to the studio? Didn't you say we were going to talk about work? Lin Cece looked bewildered. Is this guy trying to fool her again? Yes, let's talk about the development of the relationship work, how to properly seduce Lady Lin, and then marry her. Job title: Monitoring the relationship development between Xiaolin and Xiaojiang. Question mark. Lin Cece tilted her head. That's quite unique. So where are we now? As Lin Cece spoke, she opened the car door and looked around. Soon, they realized something was wrong here. This is a paint specialty store, and it's a super big store. Lin Cece had only ever dreamed of visiting this kind of shop, because the items here are incredibly expensive. The paints are all-encompassing and quite pricey, and they even have many commemorative edition paint palettes and such. Why did you think of bringing me here? Lin Cece turned to look at Jiang'an, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. That scoundrel. You're lying to me. They said they'd bring me here to work, But this is where I end up. They have no good intentions whatsoever. Upon hearing Lin Cici's words, Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. So what? I am, after all, your boyfriend. Of course I need to know what you like and dislike. Some things, you don't need to tell me. I already understand them myself. So, Miss Lin, just follow my lead without worry. As he spoke, Jiang took Lin Cici's hand and walked towards the paint shop in front of them. This store is very grand, with exquisite decor. As soon as you walk in, you feel a sense of style. The surrounding area was lined with shelves filled with paints of various brands. As expected, this is the largest paint store in Shanghai. I've never seen those brands online before. Lin Cici stared at the paints with great interest, her eyes filled with excitement. As an art student, I have absolutely no resistance to these things. Seeing the girl so happy, Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. If you like it, go ahead and choose. Today's expenses will be on you, young Master Jiang. Lin Cici turned her head to look at Jiang and couldn't help but laugh. Seriously? Some people are really going all out today. All right, hurry up and choose. Lin Cici pursed her lips, slightly hesitant. But wouldn't that make me seem like I spend too much money? It makes me sound like I'm a gold digger. Jiang blinked, reached out, and gently rubbed the girl's cheek, smiling broadly. Oh ho, so you finally realized you're dating a rich guy? Some people, they used to always insist on splitting the bill with me. But if I don't find a reason to treat you to a meal, they get upset. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Lin Cici was shocked and puffed out her cheeks. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have split the bill with you. Ha ha ha. Jiang was amused by the girl and reached out to pinch her cheek. Okay, don't worry, it's nothing. However, right now you should be picking out things, okay? Okay. Lin Cici breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Jiang's words. It's not unreasonable for me to spend a little bit of my boyfriend's money. Watching the girl dart around among the shelves, her eyes shining, Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. TSK. This girl? She's quite virtuous. She even knows how to save him money. In reality, aside from romantic relationships, the value that Lin Cici brought him was extremely high. You should know that she is the only artist in the entire Jianghu studio. The products they produce are of such high quality. What does that mean? In a way, Lin Cici saved Jiang a lot of money. There is absolutely no such thing as marrying a rich man. And even if we take a step back and say that, he wouldn't even spend money on the girl he likes. Isn't this man a rather unsuccessful man? Thinking of this, Jiang simply found a chair and sat down. Although he also wanted to stay with Lin Cici, it was obvious that Lin doesn't need her. She's handling the whirlwind selection all by herself. Seeing this, Jiang felt quite pleased. Not long after, the little girl held up several paints and presented them to Jiang, looking at him expectantly. Teacher Jiang, which one do you like? Which one do you think is prettier? Jiang's gaze fell on the several paints in front of him. After carefully selecting one, he pointed to the one in front of him. This one is not bad. Lin Cici blinked and revealed a faint smile. I must say, you have a good eye, Teacher Jiang. This is my favorite too. Looks like Teacher Jiang can buy it for me independently from now on. Hearing this, Jiang shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You? I went to continue choosing. Lin Cici nodded and hopped lightly towards the distance. It's clear the little girl is in a good mood. Take one step and then look back. It was as if they were afraid Jiang would run away. Jiang was both amused and exasperated by this. What's this girl up to? Chapter 177, Don't Let Her Ask for Your WeChat. Bonus chapter. Watching Lin Cici go and choose things. Jiang remained seated and continued to wait, taking it as a short rest. Let's also arrange what to eat later. After all, we tricked her into coming out by pretending to take some people out to eat. But now the result is that they don't take anyone out to eat. How can you put it? It's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? With this in mind, Jiang began searching for nearby restaurants. It goes without saying that Lin Cici didn't eat well at noon. It's obvious that the little girl only ate about 70% full. It's even possible that you won't even be 70% full. With the old man there, she truly restrained herself. At this moment, Lin Cici was naturally unaware that Jiang was thinking about this. She was immersed in joy. She'd been wanting to come here to buy paint for ages. What a pity. No time, no money. This was her first time here. To be honest, Lin Cece was quite nervous before she came in. Usually, she would just buy paint online or from the paint store next to the school to meet her work needs. But now, she felt a little emotional. Having a boyfriend, it's all different now. She brought her boyfriend here. Her gaze swept around, taking in all the paints she had wanted but couldn't buy before, now readily available. Lin Cece's lips curled up slightly, and at the same time, she glanced at Jiang and not far away. What is Teacher Jiang doing with her head down? Playing on my phone. They seem quite focused, as if they're choosing something. Etc. Lin Cece's eyes suddenly filled with danger. Something's not right. At this time, Jiang was searching for restaurants in the surrounding area when he suddenly heard a soft voice. Hi, sir, do you need any help? I've noticed you've been sitting here for quite a while. You must have some questions about the paints. I can explain it to you. Jiang was stunned for a moment, then looked up and glanced at the girl. She was a fairly tall and pretty girl who was looking at him expectantly. Huh, explain it to me? He calmly shook his head. No need, I'm not picky. How about we add each other on WeChat? After all that talk, it turns out he just wanted to hit on me and ask for my WeChat. Jiang was both amused and exasperated. So it turns out all that fuss was about hitting on someone. As the saying goes, a man who doesn't respect himself is like a rotten cabbage. When it comes to adhering to male virtues, Mr. Jiang is still somewhat aware of his place. He shook his head decisively and calmly replied, No, thank you. The pretty young girl in front of him was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting that this young man would refuse so decisively. She was a little stunned and was just about to say something when, but a clear, crisp sound rang in my ears. Hey, sir, are you lost? Do you need help identifying these pigments or something? Upon hearing this, Jiang paused, then looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Cece standing to the side. The girl smiled radiantly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, and the corners of her mouth curving upwards as she stared at Jiang in front of her. Her large eyes seemed to speak volumes, conveying emotions through her gaze. Lin, the heroine, was dazzling at that moment. Putting aside her stunningly beautiful face, slender waist, and long, shapely legs, just standing there, bathed in the slightly intense sunlight, she exuded a style completely different from other girls. Why is my brother spacing out? Brother, you don't want to? Then how about we add each other on WeChat? Lin Cece leaned against the cabinet, her left hand supporting her fair and delicate cheek, staring intently at Jiang. Jiang's lips involuntarily curled upwards. Yes, the kind that goes up like crazy. He nodded. Sure, it's hard to refuse a beautiful girl like that, right? I heard this. The girl who initially struck up a conversation was completely dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? You weren't like this when I approached you to ask for your WeChat. Hey. Seemingly sensing something, Lin Cece smiled and glanced at the girl beside her. Lin Cece turned around, her posture serious and her demeanor full of chivalrous spirit, and said, Hello, miss. I'm sorry. This handsome guy has already been hooked by me. What a pity. You should find someone else. She naturally possessed the air of a female knight-errant, and when she spoke, she exuded a resolute confidence. At that moment, she smiled, like the heroine of a youthful anime with a high ponytail appearing in the summer sunlight. After she finished speaking, the girl's expression changed slightly, and then she resolutely gritted her teeth and ran away. Watching her run away, Lin Cece looked like a victor, satisfied as she withdrew her gaze. Just as Jiang was about to say something, he then noticed that the previously lively and adorable girl had suddenly come over, circled around Jiang, squinted her eyes, and said mischievously, Well, you're something else. I really didn't expect that. Is our brother Jiang really that popular? As she spoke, she gave Jiang a careful look with a grin, then muttered to herself, It looks good, not bad. It's true that most girls would be captivated by her. Ahem. I don't think this is the main point, right? And you can't blame me for this, can you? Jiang blinked, revealing an innocent look, and spoke very sincerely. Then I wouldn't dare blame my brother after all. That irresistible charm is something I can't help. Lin Cece finally stopped circling Jiang and finally hummed as she spoke. That little girl has been staring at you for a long time. I knew it. She's up to no good and definitely has some ulterior motives towards you. Sure enough, before I even got close, she had already come over and asked for my WeChat. Jiangyan blinked. Really? How come I didn't notice? You can't possibly spot a ghost. This is just our women's intuition, okay? As she spoke, Lin Cece leaned closer, looked at Jiangyan's phone, and asked Yuo to Wendao. But you've been staring at your phone the whole time. Are you busy with something? Is there really something going on regarding work? She was worried that Jiangyan would neglect his work at the studio because he was playing with her. That's something she wouldn't want to see either. That's what I've been thinking about. Lin Cece's gaze fell on Jiangyan in front of her, and she said in a very serious tone, Teacher Jiang, if there's anything urgent or important at work, you can go ahead and take care of it. You don't need to spend special time with me. Anyway, we work together, don't we? Chapter 178. This paint is so white. Oh wait, these legs are so white. Looking at the girl in front of him, so serious. Jiangyan couldn't help but laugh. I'm telling you, you're overthinking this. Well, I'm not actually working. So what are you doing? Lin Cece was stunned and a little confused. This guy had been looking down at his phone the whole time, and it turned out he wasn't working. I'm deciding where to eat later. Lin Cece's pretty face flushed slightly, and her voice lowered considerably. I thought you had forgotten that we came out to eat. That's impossible. How did you find the paints? How could I possibly pick a good one? My mind was completely on you just now. It would be strange if I could pick a good one. Lin Cece covered her face. Upon seeing that someone had approached Jiangyan to chat, the girl panicked on the spot and could no longer remain calm and continue choosing paints. It took off with its two long legs and charged straight at us. For Lin Cece, Jiangyan is now her life. This is the first time in my life that I've liked a boy and had a boy. Lin Cece hopes to be the first and the last. She remembered all the kindness Jiangyan had shown her. Because I like him, I care about him, so I want to protect my boyfriend. Moreover, there are so many handsome men and beautiful women working at the paint shop. However, she didn't even glance at it. In her eyes, there was only Jiangyan. It's strange. I seem to like Teacher Jiang more and more lately. The girl muttered to herself as she walked to the side. She needs to hurry up and finish choosing the paints so she can go have dinner with Jiangyan. The girl didn't notice that many of the boys around her were giving her amazed looks, but unfortunately, she ignored them. Jiang, however, remained completely unperturbed. Please, my girlfriend. You guys think you can lift it? A slight smile played on his lips as he scanned his surroundings with interest before his gaze returned to his phone. It's settled then. Let's go eat barbecue. After making up his mind, Jiangyan stretched and leaned against the shelf, his eyes following the girl as she moved through the shelves. Long, slender, white legs. It's really tempting. None of my family members understand. My girlfriend's legs are absolutely gorgeous. Jiangyan doesn't consider himself a pervert. But he's a normal man, and he still has normal aesthetic sense. What's more, this is his own wife. It doesn't seem illegal, which makes them even more justified. Unfortunately, Jiangyan's appreciation did not last long. Lin Cece had already come over with a small basket of carefully selected paints and art supplies, and then gestured to him with her lips to indicate that she was done. Jiangyan then reluctantly withdrew his gaze. TSK. I haven't seen enough. I can't get enough of it. But just looking at it is indeed not interesting. Go home and touch it. With this thought in mind, Jiangyan walked directly to Lin Cece's side, glanced at the paints below, and couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, these paints are really white. Question mark. Lin Cece raised an eyebrow. What the heck? What kind of pigment is truly white? Jiangyan was also taken aback for a moment, then quickly changed his words. No. I mean, these legs look like they're covered in paint. Lin Cece tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. Hey kid, what's going on? What are you thinking? Jiangyan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Holy crap. That mouth of hers. Damn, isn't that just too much of a spontaneous decision? Fortunately, he reacted even faster, changing his tune on the spot. Ahem, no. I just looked at a barbecue restaurant, and their grilled chicken legs looked really good. I was thinking of grilling some for you later, so I might have made a small mistake when I was talking. Hearing this, Lin Cece looked at Jiang with some disbelief. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Of course, why would I lie to you? I don't seem like that kind of person, do I? Jiang quickly put on a natural smile, looking like a respectable person. Okay, legs, 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 all white, etc. Lin Cece muttered a couple of sentences, then suddenly felt that something was even more wrong. Whose chicken leg is this? It could be white, right? Depend on. What a scumbag. Lin Cece's sharp gaze fell on Jiang, and she gave a light, annoyed snort. Some people, you'd better be talking about chicken legs. It's definitely not a chicken leg. It must be my leg. It would be best if it were my leg. If it's someone else's leg, I'll stab you to death sooner or later. He felt Lin Cece's murderous gaze. Jiang felt a little uneasy. Where did you let something slip? Chicken leg. Well, a leg. There shouldn't be any flaws, right? After finishing, Jiang and Lin Cece left the paint shop carrying a bag. The girl lingered for a few more glances, reluctant to leave. Jiang couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Haven't you had enough of shopping yet? Upon hearing this, Lin Cece couldn't help but nod. Yes. I feel like we didn't have enough time today. I'd like to continue shopping next time. There are still so many stores I haven't seen yet. But I feel like I've already bought a lot today. If I buy any more, it would be serious overspending. Jiang realized that Lin Cece was actually a thrifty and hardworking girl. All right. Let's not think about that anymore. Let's just come back next time and buy more, okay? Who said we can only do this once, you idiot? Jiang affectionately patted the girl's head, a smile playing on his lips. Lin Cece nodded emphatically, then muttered to herself. Let me tell you, I can pretend that you didn't make any other promises before, but this one, I really remember it. Okay, I got it. Jiang smiled, opened the car door, and put his things in the back seat. Then I saw the girl had already climbed into the passenger seat. This time they acted very quickly. TSK, some people are getting quicker and quicker to get on the bus these days. Jiang didn't rush in. Instead, he took out his phone and navigated to the place he wanted to go. A barbecue restaurant. Jiang glanced at the time. It was about 4:30. I estimate that by the time we get to the barbecue restaurant, it will be around 5 o'clock. This should be considered dinner. That's what I've been thinking about. Jiang simply sent another message to the old man, saying he wouldn't be coming home for dinner tonight. We told the old man not to prepare so much in advance. After finishing all that, Jiang finally let out a long sigh of relief, then opened the car door and got in. But the next moment, his gaze, however, froze instantly, because a pair of long, straight, and smooth white legs were placed on his steering wheel. The shoes were taken off. Wearing white socks. Gurgle. Jiang swallowed hard. Chapter 179. The scene under the table was somewhat alluring. Gurgle. In the quiet air, the sound of someone swallowing could be heard. Jiang's gaze was fixed on the pair of legs in front of him. It gradually became popular. Oh shit. Woman, are you seducing me? Just as Jiang was about to make a move, Lin Cece moved with lightning speed, putting her leg down and wedging it onto Jiang's leg, then coldly snorted as she looked at Jiang in front of her. Okay, I understand now. What some people were talking about chicken legs is complete nonsense. Tell me, whose leg were you just looking at? Jiang's expression stiffened, but his eyes cleared slightly. He truly didn't expect Lin Cece to use such a method to trick him. You. Jiang gave a wry smile, still wanting to put up a last-ditch effort. Chicken leg. To be honest, Lin Cece pressed her leg firmly against Jiang's leg. You're. Jiang finally confessed and answered truthfully. TCH bad guy. Hearing this, Lin Cece was finally satisfied and withdrew her leg. Looking at legs is not illegal, but it depends on whose legs you're looking at. Look at my legs. Even though you're being a bit lewd, they're still my legs, so it's forgivable. And then Lin Cece simply pulled her leg back. Jiang was still a little reluctant to leave. What beautiful legs. How could they be taken away so easily? That's really heartbreaking. What's wrong, Teacher Jiang? You seem to be in a bad mood. Looking at Jiang's expression, Lin Cece couldn't help but smile and teased him. Jiang looked at her legs crossed under her hips, his eyes flickering slightly, and said in a slightly annoyed tone, Of course I'd be interested. Some people are deliberately teasing me. No, I didn't. I just wanted to see whose legs some people were looking at. It's up to you. Are you going to show it to me? Of course I gave it to him. My boyfriend wanted to see it. How could I not give it to him? How could you think that way, brother? It all belongs to you, brother. Sure. Upon hearing this, Jiang En's breathing became heavier. Looking at Lin Cece in front of him, he couldn't help but take a breath and say, "Come here, let me take a look at your legs." The girl, however, hid her legs even more thoroughly, to the point that they were completely invisible. She smiled slightly, then joked, "But don't be timid, brother." Jiang En gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and hardened. Really, he knew it. This girl was incapable of doing good deeds out of kindness. "You're a liar." He let out a long sigh, then focused his gaze on what was in front of him. "I'm not playing with you anymore. Women break my heart too much." With that, Jiang En shook his head and started the vehicle. The car slowly entered the traffic. Lin Cece, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but chuckle as she watched Jiang En's frustrated and helpless expression. Then he leaned close to Jiang En's ear and whispered, "Brother, don't we have something to do right now? How about we wait until tonight when we're free? Right now, can't we fill our stomachs first? If we're not full, we won't have the energy to do anything, will we?" I heard this. Jiang En's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Lin Cece, but said without changing his expression, "Don't try to fool me. I'm not falling for your little tricks anymore. You think you can fool me? No way." Seeing Jiang En's resolute expression, Lin Cece lowered her head and sighed softly. "Oh well, it seems my brother doesn't like me at all. In that case, I'll just have to be sad by myself. Pa, you wicked woman. You know how to manipulate people." Seeing Jiang En's increasingly exasperated expression, Lin Cece finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking out the window with a smug expression, I felt very comfortable. Some people are secretly looking at my legs, but won't admit it. Chicken leg? Your legs are the real chicken legs. Humph. I clearly asked him last time if he liked legs. Some people's answers seem to contradict this. Thinking of this, Lin Cece quietly wiggled her cute little toes and simply, quietly took off her socks as well, and then a little idea secretly formed in her mind. Soon, we arrived at the barbecue restaurant. When getting off the bus, Lin Cece put her socks on the seat and got off barefoot in her white sneakers. Jiang En didn't notice this scene either. After parking the car, Jiang En walked over and glanced at the girl. "Let's go to a barbecue restaurant. Want to eat?" Before Lin Cece could speak, Jiang En continued, "If you don't like that, there's a Yunnan restaurant right next door, which is quite famous. If you still don't like it, we can go to the right. There's a nice hot pot restaurant there." In short, some people can rest assured that the place we chose today is full of delicious food, and there's nothing you won't like to eat. Hearing Jiang En's words, Lin Cece couldn't help but circle around Jiang En once, then revealed a surprised smile. "Wow, Jiang, that's amazing. You've grasped things so quickly. Your performance this time is absolutely exemplary for couples eating and working together." "Yes, thank you for your kindness and guidance, leader." Jiang En smiled. "I can't control you anymore." Lin Cece glanced around. Then her gaze finally settled on the barbecue restaurant in front of her. "Let's have barbecue then. It seems like we've never eaten barbecue together before." Sure, I even booked a small private room. Because it was a day off, there were many people eating, and Jiang En was worried that there wouldn't be any seats available, so he simply booked a private room in advance. It doesn't matter if there are many people. Yay, having a boyfriend is great. I can eat to my heart's content. Let's get cooking. Watching his girlfriend act like a little foodie, Jiang En found it both funny and helpless. Holding her hand, we walked into the private room with the help of the waiter. After settling down, Lin Cece suddenly raised her head and chuckled as she spoke. "Teacher Jiang, do you remember? The first meal we ever had together was barbecue." Jiang En's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. "Of course I remember. How could I possibly forget? You were incredibly brave that day. I remember, you ate a lot that day, and the waiter thought I was a big eater." As Jiang En spoke, he watched the waiter beside him start cooking and serve the dishes. Lin Cece smiled shyly upon hearing this. Then he took off his shoes. While Jiang En wasn't paying attention, under the table, she gently placed her little feet on Jiang En's lap. Then, relaxed slightly. Jiangyan suddenly felt something and subconsciously reached out to touch it. Enjoy the silky smoothness. Chapter 180 Dying under the peony blossoms is still romantic even as a ghost. Jiangyan grasped the soft, white foot in his hand. It's as if I've grasped my entire youth. This idea seems a bit strange. Jiangyan shook his head, letting out this unconventional thought. Then, unable to resist glancing at Lin Cixi sitting opposite him, who seemed to be doing nothing and nothing at all. Well, some people, how can they act so naturally? And another thing, I really didn't notice, Lin, when exactly did you quietly take off your socks? It has to be said, legs and feet offer two completely different sensations. Her legs are very long and feel incredibly soft and silky to the touch. But feet, especially Lin Cixi's small feet, so delicate that they could be held in one hand, give one a feeling of extreme satisfaction. That's what I've been thinking about. Jiangyan couldn't help but gently pinch it twice. The girl's pretty face immediately flushed slightly. He suddenly shrank back. This sudden dodge caught Jiangyan off guard. Then you see some people pull their calves back in. Jiangyan couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy and emotion. Ouch! They escaped. This allowed some people to get away with their little feet. What a pity, what a pity. Jiangyan is really missing out. But then I heard the waiter's voice. Handsome, shall I grill all the meat for you now? Handsome guy, handsome guy. Upon hearing the sound, Jiangyan immediately snapped out of his daze and looked up. Then he smiled and said, Ahem, you only need to make half. You don't need to put in so much at the beginning. Okay. The waiter went back to work. Jiangyan breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, I was so focused on looking at his feet that I didn't even notice what was happening here. What's wrong with you? Why are you so distracted? Seeing Jiangyan's reaction, Lin Cixi couldn't help but blush and laugh. Jiangyan was immediately delighted. Okay, some people. Is this a case of turning the tables and blaming others? Just as he was about to give a scathing critique of certain people, a pair of small feet brushed against his pants again, sliding gently. Feeling the sensation on my legs, Jiangyan seemed to be instantly silenced and lowered his head, staring at the small feet that were slowly being placed on her lap. This time, Jiangyan didn't rush to start, but instead observed carefully. The little feet in front of me were white with a rosy tint, like a fine, exquisite piece of jade. Seemingly embarrassed by Jiangyan's gaze, Lin Cixi's face flushed, her little feet trembled uncontrollably, and her toes twitched slightly, giving her a uniquely adorable appearance. Wow, it's so lovely. If Lin Cixi hadn't taken the initiative to extend her little foot, Jiangyan had no idea that he actually had a special liking for girls' feet. Seeing Jiangyan's focused gaze, Lin Cixi couldn't help but let out a soft hum. This guy even said he doesn't like feet. The waiter is right there. You actually kept looking down. Of course. She stretched out her foot first. The girl pondered to herself. So that's how it is. Jiangyan likes legs and feet. Lin Cixi fell into deep thought. What could she do to better control Jiangyan? In fact, at this moment, Jiangyan was indeed quite engrossed, and even secretly reached out and directly pinched that delicate little foot. Lin Cixi's expression changed immediately. You scoundrel, you're at it again. It was agreed that it could only be admired from afar and not touched. You lack martial ethics. She tried to pull her little foot out, but unfortunately, Jiangyan held on tightly this time and didn't give Lin Cixi the chance at all. This guy even gently scratched his foot with his fingers and pinched the sole of his foot with a little force. A very itchy feeling spread directly into Lin Cixi's heart. Lin Cixi trembled slightly instinctively, almost gasping for breath. Fortunately, she bit her lip hard, her wet eyes quickly looking at Jiangyan, pleading pitifully. All right, it's all done. You two can have your meal now. At this moment, the young man who was focused on his work also left. Jiangyan was completely fearless. He looked at the girl's pleas for mercy and instead sneered. Beg for mercy? It's no use begging for mercy now. I gave you a taste of leg fun in the car just now, didn't I? Now it's time for me to have some fun, right? That's what I've been thinking about. Jiangyan simply freed his hands and used both hands to grab the girl's hands tightly, then vigorously tickled her. It was quite a sensation to rub her smooth little feet. However, it was a pity that she wasn't wearing black stockings today. Otherwise, Would the feel have been even better? Thinking of this, a hint of hesitation appeared on Jiang An's face. Is this idea a bit dangerous? If I asked Lin Cece, would I get beaten to death? Hiss. Never mind, never mind. Danger, danger. While Jiang An was lost in thought, Lin Cece was feeling the movements of Jiang An's hands. Lin Cece's expression kept changing, especially when Jiang An touched the instep of her foot. Her face instantly turned much redder, and she even let out a soft hum. Her eyes darted around nervously. This was too embarrassing. How could she possibly live like this? Seeing this, Jiang An couldn't help but laugh and deliberately asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Cece glared at Jiang An in front of her with watery eyes. "Ugh, this guy is way too much. You're the one who started this, and now you're asking questions you already know the answer to. That's a bad man, a really bad man. I used to say you were clueless. Okay, now it seems you've more than just got it. You've completely figured it out." Looking at Lin Cece's aggrieved expression and her resentful stare at him, Jiang An wanted to laugh even more. The more he looked like that, the more he wanted to be bullied. But his grip loosened. Seeing that the heroine's pretty face was so red it was almost dripping with water. If this continued, something really serious was going to happen. Therefore, in order to avoid being held accountable by Lady Lin later, Jiang An decisively let go. Feeling the strength gripping her small foot, Lin Cece finally recovered and quickly withdrew her foot, feeling as if she had been granted a pardon, while secretly vowing revenge. "You scoundrel, you just wait. When I get back, I'll definitely settle the score with you. I showed you something to please you, and this is how you treat me." I can't stand it. I can't stand even the slightest bit of it. Seeing Lin Cece's gaze, Jiang An felt a little intimidated, but still smiled. Sigh, the feeling of being an old SP hasn't completely dissipated yet. I'm not going to back down. There's a saying that goes something like this. To die beneath a peony is to be a romantic ghost. If you're not satisfied, go back tonight and we'll fight again. Chapter 181. No entry. Wait a minute at. Looking at Jiang An, who still seemed unsatisfied, Lin Cece pursed her red lips and clenched her small pink fist. Men. As expected, none of them were good. She glared at Jiang An, then looked down at her little feet, which were red from being rubbed, and felt a pang of heartache. If I had known, I wouldn't have sent it over. This guy is going too far. Her small, white foot had been touched in every way. It was red and adorable. Lin Cece took a deep breath. I've decided that when I get back, I must teach those bastards a lesson. It's fine now that we're outside. She understood the importance of saving face for men. Jiang An then obediently began grilling the meat. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air, and the desire to eat overshadowed the thought of revenge. Lin Cece transformed into a foodie and began to devour her food. Looking at the girl's appearance, Jiang An's lips curled into a slight smile. I've discovered that Kobayashi is very easy to please. Is having food, drink, and shelter enough? Lin Cece raised her head and snorted. That's just how it is. Aren't all girls like that? As for me, I can only eat a tiny bit more than other girls. Just a little bit. Jiang An chuckled, looking at the several layers of plates stacked on the side, and couldn't help but want to laugh. To be honest, Xiaolin really has a big appetite. Hearing Jiang An's question, Lin Cece pouted, slightly dissatisfied. What's wrong? Is Teacher Jiang already complaining that I eat too much? No. I'm just curious how some people can eat like that and still have such a great figure. Jiang An blinked and asked curiously. Logically speaking, given Lin Cece's appetite, she shouldn't weigh so little. Lin Cece pursed her lips slightly upon hearing this. Then I don't know. Let's be reasonable. This is the heaviest I've ever been. I've never weighed more than this. But it's true that I've never gained weight despite eating a lot since I was a child. My grandma once said that to me too. Tisk. Poor nutrient absorption, huh? Pa, Lin Cece spat. What do you know? I'm called a skinny alien. All right, you skinny person, have you finished eating? Jiang An glanced at the table, which was almost empty, and said casually. If you're still not full, I'll order some more. Tui. No need. Lin Cece touched her tummy and muttered. I'm already very full. My tummy is telling me. Thank you for your hospitality, boyfriend. Really? Then come here and let me rub it. Jiang An reached out his hand, gesturing for Lin Cece to come a little closer, as he wanted to touch someone's little belly. Lin Cece glared. No. No way. I just finished eating. I don't want certain people touching me. All right then. Jiang'an shook his head regretfully. Let's go home. The two held hands and went back to the car. I glanced at the time. It was 7 o'clock. If I go back today, the old man probably won't say anything. Sitting in the car, Lin Cece leaned back contentedly and sighed softly. You know what? You really have to admit, having a boyfriend really does feel different. You have someone to eat with when you go out, and someone to go shopping with when you go out. As Jiang'an fastened his seatbelt, he couldn't help but chuckle. Really? Then what about the bedsheet? Would a bedsheet be all right, Miss Lin? Upon hearing this, Lin Cece turned her head and glared at Jiang'an. You're the most unserious one of all. Hey, what do you mean? I'm known for being an honest man, and I won't stand for such slander from you. Heroine. How dare you say that? Lin Cece waved her little pink fist. You were grabbing my foot when we were sitting here. Shouldn't we settle the score now? Oh. Jiang'an put on an innocent look. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. What account? I don't know anything about it. Lin Cece's eyes widened upon hearing this, her face filled with astonishment. Then, she angrily raised her little foot. Look, my feet are all scratched red by you. As she spoke, she muttered reluctantly. Seriously, how could you easily touch a girl's small feet when she goes out? Jiang'an laughed upon hearing this. Huh? Something doesn't sound right, does it? I seem to remember that someone was the one who offered their little feet up on their own initiative. This is practically offering themselves up. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. You're the one who bullied me. Look at you. You still won't admit it. You bad man. Watching Lin, the female knight, throwing a tantrum in the passenger seat, Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle. Seriously, did Lin grow up eating cuteness? He gently shook his head, watching the girl hug her knees and mutter to herself. Instantly, with lightning speed, he reached out and grabbed Lin Cece's small foot. This time, they grabbed both of them, and they were holding onto their ankles. Stop. You. Lin Cece was caught off guard and never expected that Jiang'an would come again. Moreover, this time it was a sneak attack. Stop. You don't want to. Wah. You bad guy. You really can't do it this time. Driving on the main road, Jiang'an looked completely satisfied. Lin Cece stood to the side, fuming, and glared at Jiang'an every now and then. That scoundrel of a man, bullying her. They even resorted to sneak attacks. They have absolutely no sportsmanship. Xiaolin, don't be angry. You have to go back to work tomorrow. Your wonderful holiday is coming to an end. Jiang'an glanced at Lin Cece and chuckled softly. I know. Tomorrow you won't be my boyfriend anymore. You'll just be my heartless boss. Hey, how did I become a heartless boss? I didn't exploit you. You didn't say that before. You used to praise me, calling me the best boss in the world, didn't you? Lin Cece covered her face. How could there be such a shameless man? They've started praising their own products. My opinion is, none. The two chatted idly as they arrived home. The old man has already finished eating and is now drinking tea and listening to music in his study. It must be said that Lao Jiang knows how to enjoy life. Listening to a little tune and sipping fine tea alone is incredibly relaxing. Jiang'an glanced at the old man and said irritably, Grandpa, why didn't you tell me today? When I went downstairs, I saw Uncle Lu and the others coming, which startled me. Why should I remind you? You're blaming me for getting up late, aren't you? Go away, leave me alone. Jiang'an looked dejected after being kicked out of the room by Grandpa Jiang. What kind of nonsense is this? I just walked back into the house. Then they heard the girl give a soft hum. Wait, don't come in. Wait a minute. Chapter 182. How does Balenciaga feel? I heard Lin Cece's voice. Jiang'an was slightly taken aback. What was this girl up to now? Why can't we go in yet? But I suppose the old man did it on purpose. Earlier today, I said I would clean up the room. Now, it's even worse. It doesn't even exist yet. Old man, oh old man. You've really got your hands on me. Tisk. Jiang'an sighed, feeling somewhat wistful. The old man's thoughts are indeed eager to have a grandson. Alas. Jiang'an rubbed his chin, and for some reason, he began to recall the beautiful legs of a certain girl. You can come in now. Just as Jiang'an was getting tired of standing, the door opened, and a small head peeked out. Lin Cece looked at Jiang and with an adorable expression. Jiang blinked and couldn't help but laugh. What are you busy with? It's been so long. I thought you were just planning to let me sleep outside today. Lin Cece's eyes widened slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Really? You can sleep outside? If that's the case, it's not impossible. Jiang clenched his fist. Little Lin, we'd better not go too far. Hee hee. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Come on in. Lin Cece chuckled and then went back into the house. Jiang was completely baffled, having no idea what this young girl was doing. But I still followed them into the room, and as soon as I opened it, I saw that it was pitch black. The girl didn't turn on the light at all. The room was quiet, with only the air conditioner whirring incessantly. Jiang was somewhat bewildered and puzzled. Lin Cece, what are you doing again? Why aren't the lights on? It's really ridiculous that the room is so dark so late at night. I heard this. Lin Cece responded timidly. What's it to you? Are you coming in or not? Come in, come in. Jiang shook his head with amusement. Without turning on the light, he had no idea what this girl was up to. As he sat on the edge of the bed, he glanced at Lin Cece and couldn't help but ask. Hey beautiful girl, you've only been home a short while and you're already in bed. What's wrong with you? Lin Cece gave a light hum and said, Guess. Seeing that she wasn't being honest, Jiang asked, How am I supposed to guess? Surely there's no one hiding in the house. Lin Cece glared at him in the darkness. Get out of here. Nonsense, you can't say things like that. That scoundrel of a man has such a big mouth. Jiang laughed. Okay, then tell me what's going on. The lights aren't on, and the person is hiding under the covers. If you can't guess, you can't touch it. Lin Cece responded with a pout. I heard this. Jiang was about to laugh when he blinked. Something about what he said seemed a little off. Touch. Where to touch? Could you please sit down? You're standing there the whole time. It's so tall, it's exhausting for me to even look at it, Lin Cece said in a slightly resentful voice. Good. Jiang sat down, a hint of curiosity in his expression. He hadn't even realized it yet. What are you touching? This is exciting. Just as Jiang sat down, he suddenly felt something was wrong. A pair of small hands actually grabbed his hand, gripping it very, very tightly. Jiang's eyes flickered. Should he touch her little hand? Or something else? He did not resist, letting Lin Cece grab his hand and guide it downwards until it slid down to his fair thighs. Jiang's mouth suddenly went dry. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Something's wrong with the Lady Lin in front of me. There seems to be something wrong with the area you're touching. He actually touched her leg. And what's even more outrageous is, why does this leg feel so soft and smooth to the touch? It feels so different from the one I had at the barbecue restaurant today. This is unreasonable. Shouldn't it have a very smooth feel? Just as Jiang was feeling confused and bewildered, he subconsciously touched it a few more times. When he experienced a very exquisite and special silky texture, he immediately felt something was wrong, and his gaze towards Lin Cece was filled with surprise and astonishment. This is black stockings? Wow, that's amazing. Jiang's eyes suddenly lit up, flashing with a sharp light. Don't joke around. Am I just imagining things? I actually touched a certain silk product. If I'm not mistaken, it should be black stockings, right? So what is this? Has a dream come true? I was just thinking during the day that it would feel even better to touch a girl's legs if she had black stockings. And now it's actually happened? But why would you wear this at this time? What are you planning to do? Lin, are you trying to seduce me? Jiang's voice was slightly low, and his eyes were burning with intense light as he stared intently at Lin Cece's small face in the darkness. Feeling the movements in Jiang's hands, I saw that look in his eyes again. Lin Cece's face instinctively flushed, turning a deep red, like countless peach blossoms quietly blooming in the darkness. She gently moved closer to Jiang's ear, her voice barely audible. Staring intently at Jiang, she finally mustered up the courage to hum. Wasn't that what you were thinking when you touched my leg during the day? Humph, didn't you say last time that you weren't satisfied if you didn't get to touch it? Isn't that so? I heard this. Jiang couldn't help but sigh. It's over, it's really over now. My image as a pervert is now completely confirmed, and I can never go back to the way I was before. But a life without passion is a wasted youth. I'm young, so it's probably reasonable for me to like wearing black stockings and such, right? Moreover, they are reasonable. The allure of black stockings is just too great. It's definitely not because my willpower wasn't strong enough. Thinking of this, Jiang looked at Lin Cece, whose pretty face was so red it could drip water, and whose eyes were darting around. If it weren't for her outgoing personality, she would have already hidden her face under the covers. He was genuinely surprised. Unexpectedly, Lin Cece actually wore black stockings. This thing, pure attack speed build. Lin Cece wore it once before, but that time it was just to tease him. But this time, none of the lights were on. That's what I've been thinking about. Jiang Yin's breathing became slightly hot. Honestly, it's so tempting. We're not exactly respectable people, so it's understandable that we can't withstand the test. This beautiful artist, you wouldn't want your boss, senior, boyfriend, advanced math tutor, and former roommate to suffer, would you? It seemed that they sensed Jiang Yin's restless mood. Lin Cece bit her thin lips and whispered, "How about it? How does Balenciaga feel?" Chapter 183. The neck is also tempting. How does Balenciaga feel to use? Hearing the girl's soft question, Jiang Yin snapped out of his daze, a hint of amusement appearing on his face. The feel of this is definitely very comfortable. I have nothing to say, absolutely nothing to say. The main point is that they are unwilling to let go. My assessment is that it's very comfortable. Hearing Jiang Yin's candid and honest answer, the girl glared at Jiang Yin, then quickly pulled her leg back and scurried one hand out from under the covers to turn on the light. Under the dim yellow light, Lin Cece's hair was disheveled. Even though the air conditioner was on, she was still very hot and sweating a lot. Strands of her hair stuck to her forehead, and her eyes, full of spring-like affection, were endearing. She sat on the bed, propping herself up with her hands, and hid her legs under the covers, but a faint black sheen could still be seen. He watched as the girl in front of him breathed heavily. Jiang Yin's eyes flickered with a strange heat. To be honest, Lin Cece now. This is even more alluring than before. Hearing Teacher Jiang's increasingly heavy breathing, Lin Cece couldn't help but feel a little nervous. No, that scoundrel's eyes are dangerous. We have to run away. Thinking of this, Lin Cece quickly sat up straight and then decisively moved to the side. Then, his hand slid nimbly across his thigh. "I'm going to take a shower. Teacher Jiang, please calm down." As she spoke, the girl removed the black stockings that made her blush and her heart race, leaving only her fair thighs with faint marks from the tight bindings. Then Jiang Yin saw a girl quickly stuff the black stockings in her hand into her pocket. Then he grabbed the clothes on the side and fled the scene of the crime at lightning speed. Watching her flee in disarray, Jiang Yin was truly at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What's wrong with this little girl? There's no need to panic like this. Even though he is indeed a bit scary right now, the main problem is, getting angry is inevitable. Anyone would react to seeing such a delicate, beautiful, and adorable young girl standing in front of them. I may have gotten an SP this time, but I don't admit it. Jiang Yin shook his head slightly, took out his phone, and prepared to casually swipe a few times to calm himself down. In the bathroom, the water gushed and flowed over the girl's body. Lin Cece blushed deeply and could almost hear her own heartbeat. She rubbed her still burning face, feeling incredibly guilty. She just wanted to casually wear black stockings to seduce someone. But I never expected that I would almost get myself killed in the end. That bastard. His breath was so hot. I felt like I was being roasted alive. Lin Cece muttered softly. Just now, she really felt something was wrong. If we stay any longer, the consequences are unimaginable. So without hesitation, Lin Cece ran away. Teacher Jiang, I didn't mean to. I was scared. Lin Cece muttered to herself as she wiped her soft face. Then look down at your legs. The marks from the black stockings are still there. Men, they really are all men. After a sigh, the girl quickened her pace, washed herself thoroughly, and went back to her room to sleep. A moment later, Lin Cece stepped out of the room wearing Jiang Yin's slippers and wrapped in a bath towel. Her face was flushed red. She was burning up from the heat. It's so hot to take a shower. Looking at that figure, Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile. You ran pretty fast, and now you know to come back? Hearing this, Lin Cece pouted slightly. Of course I know I'm coming back. Excuse me, do you have a hairdryer? Hearing this, Jiang'an looked at the girl and smiled. Come here, let me blow on it for you. As he spoke, he picked up the hairdryer from the side and walked over to Lin Cici's side. Come on, sit down. Upon hearing this, Lin Cici looked at Jiang'an with a nervous and cautious expression. Teacher Jiang, do you know how to blow dry hair? Drying a boy's hair and drying a girl's hair are two completely different things, aren't they? Lin Cici was telling the truth. For boys, blow-drying their hair is a very simple thing. Just blow-dry your hair with a hairdryer, and it'll be mostly dry. But the girl's hair, that's a truly technical skill. It's not only time-consuming, but also physically demanding. It's a real hassle. So, if you really don't master this skill, it is advisable not to easily challenge your girlfriend. I really can. As Jiang'an spoke, he picked up the hairdryer, plugged it in, turned it on, and first felt the temperature of the warm air with his hand. Then he waved to Lin Cici. Seeing Jiang'an's actions, Lin Cici raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised, and said, I didn't expect Teacher Jiang to be so detail-oriented. You even know to check the temperature beforehand? Hearing this, Jiang'an chuckled and said, Why do you talk so much, pretty girl? Come here, let me blow on it for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Cici pouted and reluctantly sat down. Jiang'an casually lifted the girl's hair. Lin Cici's hair was fine and soft, jet black and shiny. Jiang'an held it in small clumps, then gradually dried it before taking another clump. This technique brought a look of surprise to Lin Cici's eyes. Don't tell me. Really don't tell me. Teacher Jiang's technique is flawless. Teacher Jiang, who did you learn from? Your technique sounds like that of a seasoned pro. Hee. I learned it all by watching videos, without any instruction. I almost believed you. Really? I always thought it was such a hassle for girls to wash and blow-dry their hair. If I had a girlfriend, I'd have to help her with something, right? So then I taught myself how to blow-dry my hair. Hearing Jiang'an's serious reply, Lin Cici was stunned, then couldn't help but mutter, Teacher Jiang, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were an angel. Jiang'an couldn't help but smile, but didn't say anything. Although he said his skill level was entirely acquired by learning from watching videos. It's not exactly skillful. However, the advantage is that Lin Cici's hair is of very good quality, so she can easily style it without needing too many techniques. Lin Cici sat obediently in front of Jiang'an. Let him do whatever he wants. In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to warm up slightly. Lin Cici remained silent, quietly experiencing the man's hands roaming over her body. Jiang'an was also exceptionally dedicated and focused. But when his gaze fell on the girl's fair neck, he suddenly realized something. He wasn't just lusting after young girls' legs. Even the neck looks tempting. Chapter 184 with you here, we can't lose. When Jiang'an realized that he was a pervert, he began to see that everything was gradually becoming wrong. For example, someone's neck. It's so white and tender, it makes you want to take a bite. TSK. Thankfully, I'm not a vampire. Tonight, Lin Cici is wearing a clean white shirt worn by Jiang'an. The garment, when worn by a young girl, was quite bulky, making it appear as if it were half hanging on her body. Despite this, once the girl sits down, her graceful figure becomes more apparent. She exuded a fragrant aroma, and although she wasn't wearing any black stockings, she was still incredibly alluring. Her loose-fitting clothes, when tightly cinched, revealed her beautiful curves. Jiang'an was too embarrassed to look directly at her. It was too much. Some scenes are best left unseen. Finally, it took almost 15 minutes to finally finish drying Lin Cici's hair. Jiang'an's mouth was a little dry. He put down the hairdryer, shook his slightly numb arm, and glanced at Lin Cici beside him, saying, All right, you're done blowing. You can go to bed and rest now. Even though it's still summer, don't catch a cold. I heard this. Lin Cici stood up and then hesitantly approached the mirror. A look of suspicion and hesitation. Is it really ready to blow? To be honest, she was prepared to boast about it again. But, looking at herself in the mirror, she reached out and tidied her hair, a satisfied expression appearing on her face. Wow, Ms. Jiang. I really didn't realize you had such a talent for hairdressing. You did such a great job. Keep up the good work. Then, I'll leave the hair drying to you. I heard this. Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, you're quite an interesting girl. You weren't acting like this just now, were you? Lin Cece stuck out her tongue and said happily, Hee hee, you know what, having a boyfriend is actually pretty good. As she spoke, the girl climbed back onto the bed and carefully covered her legs with the blanket, revealing a hint of nervousness. It's been so long. Teacher Jiang shouldn't be as desirable as she was just now, right? Lin Cece also craved the body of the dog man. But this is, after all, my grandfather's house. Is it a bit too much to do something like this on your first visit? Therefore, Lady Lin is still quite honest. He noticed the girl's nervousness. Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. He naturally saw through the girl's thoughts and chuckled softly. Why are some people so nervous? Do they think I'm some big tiger? Lin Cece pursed her lips and snorted. That's hard to say. Some people are eyeing me covetously. That's what they say. However, Lin Cece did not refuse to let Jiang come to sleep in her bed. After all, this is Jiang's bed. Moreover, the relationship between the two people actually developed naturally, like water flowing into a channel. Although we haven't gotten that intimate yet, there's no need to talk about sleeping in separate beds. Seeing Lin Cece curled up in the blankets and say these words, Jiang shook his head with amusement. This girl, when she's hiding under the covers, looks just like a little kitten. I told you, sleeping curled up like that is bad for your bones. Who said I was going to sleep? Lin Cece blinked. Go take a shower first. I want to play on my phone for a while. Upon hearing this, Jiang did not refuse. Okay, I'm feeling a bit hot too. I'll go take a shower. It's the height of summer. The weather was already quite hot, and with the little girl's antics, Jiang felt even hotter. He picked up his change of clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. And watching Jiang's departing figure, Lin Cece secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then got out of bed, took out her sketchbook from her backpack, and started drawing. Jiang didn't say much, but she still understood in her heart. Yang Wenqin has now entered the same race as them. That dog needs to hurry up with the progress. As of now, Jiang has basically completed the development of the dog program. However, we still lack a lot of material. I've been too busy having fun lately. Lin Cece quietly stuck out her tongue, a hint of nervousness flashing in her eyes. As the only illustrator in the Jianghu studio, her work progress basically determines the release schedule of Dog's Dog. We have to work overtime. We can't afford to delay the entire project schedule. As Lin Cece pondered this, her slender fingers began to paint on the canvas. Soon, vivid source images appeared on the canvas. When I came back from the room, Jiang was drying his hair when he came in and saw the busy girl. His gaze paused slightly, a hint of amusement appearing on his face. Hey, some people, is it really necessary? Isn't this a break time? Why are you working here? Lin Cece heard the voice, looked up at Jiang and muttered softly, What are you saying? I just want to catch up on the progress, don't I? I've fallen behind a lot during this time, you know. And most importantly, after this busy period is over, I still have other things to do. What is it? Jiang asked, somewhat puzzled. Did Lin Cece have something else to do? Have you forgotten the time we had Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot? Lu Yuran even challenged me to a duel, and you've already forgotten? Lin Cece replied with a sullen face. You mean your department's painting competition? Jiang snapped out of his reverie and remembered this. He didn't take it to heart. After all, the painting competition was a matter for Lin Cece's department. The drawing competition is open to all grades and provides a huge platform. If you win a prize, you can receive a school scholarship and attract the attention of some excellent companies. Lin Cece pouted. Although I don't really need the latter kind of excellent company anymore, I still really need the scholarship. Moreover, with good grades, everything I do afterward will be much easier. What's more, and most importantly, someone has already challenged me to a duel. Under these circumstances, I definitely need to start preparing. Hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but chuckle and said, You're still thinking about issuing a challenge? Lin Cece glared at him. Isn't that obvious? Of course I'm thinking about it. Don't think I'll back down just because she's 2 grades above me. I'm not going to back down. Besides, I'm going to try and get a ranking. TSK, I didn't realize you had such a strong competitive spirit before. Lin Cece pouted. What do you know? I've never wanted to lose. Now I have you. We absolutely cannot afford to lose. Chapter 185, a new setting that was just like that. Upon hearing this, Jiang was slightly taken aback. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Okay, if that's the case, then whether I'm your boyfriend or your boss, I'll fully support you. That's more like it. Hey, come over here, take a look at my footage this time. Hearing Lin Cici's call, Jiang dried his hair with a towel, walked over, and sat down next to Lin Cici. You say? Look, these are the materials we have this time. I just drew them. My idea is, how about we do a collaboration with Attack on Titan? Upon hearing this, Jiang rubbed his chin slightly. Let's do a collaboration. After all, to be honest, this game is actually a sister game to Attack on Titan. If we collaborate, we can gain some traffic right from the start. Bingo, Lin Cici gave a thumbs up. This idea is exactly what I was thinking. From your initial design, I see that the first level is relatively easy, but the second level is very difficult. With such a high level of difficulty, we need to make the materials a bit more refined. Look at these puppies and kittens. They are all ones we made before in Attack on Titan, and I will continue to use them now. That makes it easy to bring the main point back. The attacking puppy is a story about a puppy running towards a kitten. So, damn it, it means that those who are destined can reverse time and space, and then experience countless choices. Different choices will inevitably lead to different endings. When I fail, I'll add some special visuals, like a dog getting hurt or a cat crying. When they succeed, the puppy and the kitten dance together, which continues the theme of Attack on Titan. Lin Cici spoke with great enthusiasm. Jiang gently rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a few seconds, and then spoke. So, did the puppy and the kitten end up together? The right person will come along. The person you're with may not be someone from the past, but they are definitely the right person. When Lin Cici got to this point, her gaze shifted from the drawing board to Jiang's face. He felt the girl's slightly burning gaze. Jiang paused for a moment, seemingly understanding something at once, then chuckled softly. Yes, the attacking puppy is a story of lovers finally getting together. It is a hard-working puppy that is willing to pay any price to get to the kitten's side. So, damn it, it means that the countless choices you face in life can change the final outcome. For example, in love, if you take the wrong step, you may not be able to end up with the person you initially thought of. In the end, that person may not be the one you initially chose, but they will definitely be the one you like the most and the most suitable. Pure love, that's what our Jianghu studio specializes in. Upon hearing this, Lin Cici blushed slightly, looked down at the drawing board somewhat shyly, and began to hum softly. Yes, once the concept is right, the game's flow becomes much smoother. This is what makes Jianghu Studio different from other studios in making games. Jiang likes to imbue the games he creates with simple meanings and values. Take Attack on Titan for example. The notification sound that pops up after failing to clear a level, where the player ends up with nothing after licking their boots, drives countless players crazy, with many threatening to send death threats in the comments section every day. What is this called? Empathy. The world is never short of people who are heartbroken over love. After figuring out their ideas, the two started discussing the background music for this project. I think the background music you chose before was quite interesting, but the background music after the failure was a bit lacking, Lin Cici said thoughtfully. I don't know when it started. The young woman also became part of the ruthless schemer. They came up with all sorts of little ideas. Upon hearing this, Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Tell me about it. Tell me quickly. Lin Cici came up with many suitable ideas last time. Now, Jiang also wanted to hear what new ideas the little girl had. We can play all sorts of background music when players lose, Lin Cici said excitedly. Various kinds of background music? For example, it's a pity it wasn't you who stayed with me until the end. Lin Cici hummed softly. Jiang's lips twitched slightly, and he silently gave a thumbs up. Then, you can hear Lin Cici still singing. A clock that shows scenes of time travel. Jiang turned his head away. That's too ruthless, too ruthless. But Lin Cici wasn't done yet, and continued singing. Memories always make me want to cry, happiness for one person. Jiang raised his hands in pleading, looking utterly helpless. All right, that's about enough. I feel like these few songs should be sufficient. We can consider other songs later, but this idea is pretty good. Thinking of this, Jiang's eyes flickered slightly. It would be best if the background music was accompanied by some patterns, so that the tragic atmosphere could be fully enhanced. At this point, he and Lin Cece exchanged a glance. They all shook their heads guiltily. We shouldn't get killed by the players like this, right? Probably not. You're such a sly old fox. You're pretty much the same. The plan has finally been finalized. The background story is also done. They even came up with ways to thoroughly ridicule these losing players. I'm suddenly a little hungry. Lin Cece put down her paintbrush, stretched, and then couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang'an. I heard this. Jiang'an was immediately delighted. So I really am a little foodie? Kobayashi, you've been eating all the time, haven't you? Lin Cece pouted and said somewhat reluctantly. It's okay if I don't eat it. It's not like I absolutely have to. Eat. Have something light. You've already eaten a lot of good food today. As he spoke, Jiang'an stood up and glanced at the time. Now I can consider cooking you some instant noodles. Instant noodles? Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she asked with anticipation. Instant noodles are the best. Will I really be able to eat noodles that Teacher Jiang makes for me tonight? Upon hearing this, Jiang'an chuckled and said, Why not? You just wait here. As he spoke, he got up and walked down to the kitchen. Watching Jiang'an walk out the door, the girl's heart stirred slightly. She put on her shoes and quietly followed Jiang'an. Please. Cooking noodles is something that definitely requires two people. It's so lonely to wait alone for your steaming noodles to cook. So, it's better to have two people. Inside the kitchen, Jiang'an was busy at work. Unbeknownst to them, a beautiful figure had quietly approached from behind. Chapter 186. Someone's cooking noodles late at night. Why don't you marry him? Jiang'an is focused on cooking noodles, completely unaware that a girl had appeared behind him. He turned slightly and suddenly felt a warm sensation. I looked down. The girl had already hugged him from behind. Jiang'an, both amused and exasperated, said, Hey Miss Lin, what are you doing? Lin Cece pouted. Teacher Jiang, am I eating too much? It's so late, and you still have to make me food. Is that a bit inappropriate? I heard this. Jiang'an replied with amusement. What's wrong with that? Lin, I'm nice to you because I like you. And is it possible that taking care of you is something I'm willing to do? Otherwise, if you asked me to cook noodles, I definitely wouldn't come, would I? Hearing Jiang'an's words, Lin Cece hugged him even tighter and whispered, How about this? If I hold you like this, will you be happy? Of course I'm happy. I was so happy, being held by my favorite girl. Jiang'an's gaze swept over Lin Cece in front of him. This feeling is quite comfortable. The girl hugged him tightly, like a koala. She's incredibly cute and charming. Okay, if you keep holding me like this, I feel like it's going to be very tiring. After all, you don't want your batter to turn out badly, do you? I heard this. Lin Cece stuck out her tongue and muttered, I don't want to. As she spoke, she released Jiang'an, then stood aside and began watching Jiang'an operate the equipment. Jiang'an worked quickly, breaking the dough in half and placing the seasonings in a small bowl. In addition, he had just fried an egg. Then, Lin Cece saw Jiang'an take out another serving of luncheon meat from the refrigerator. They started cutting. She blinked involuntarily and asked curiously, Teacher Jiang, do you want this many side dishes? Jiang'an laughed. If you only eat instant noodles at night, you won't get any nutrition at all. So, I'll get you some side dishes, okay? Luckily you're in luck. I just came back a few days ago, so I bought some ingredients for home. Normally, it would be very difficult to find instant noodles at the old man's house. Lin Cece nodded in deep agreement. Then we're different. My grandma's house is full of snacks. Jiang'an shook his head, not quite amused, but not entirely surprised. After all, Grandma is an elderly woman who even enjoys drinking cola. Soon, the ingredients were almost ready. They were thrown directly into the pot, and a bubbling sound began to fill the air. Jiang'an didn't stop there. He rummaged through the refrigerator on the other side for a while. He took out a small jar and looked at Lin Cece with a smile. Do you like kimchi? My mom left it at home before she went abroad. I'm not really into this stuff, but I wonder how it is for you. I love it. Lin Cece's eyes lit up. Teacher John's house is such a treasure trove. They even have kimchi. Okay, then you go wait over there. I'll be done in a minute. Okay. Lin Cece happily skipped away from the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang'an couldn't help but shake his head slightly, finding it quite amusing. This girl is so easily satisfied. As he thought about it, Jiang'an picked up the bowl of noodles in front of him and walked towards the table. As soon as they went outside, they saw the old man talking to Lin Cixi at the table. Jiang'an was slightly taken aback. "Grandpa, why are you running around so late at night instead of sleeping?" The old man grunted. "What? You two little ones are allowed to sneak out for a good snack in the middle of the night, but this old man isn't allowed to wake up suddenly?" Jiang'an shook his head, both amused and exasperated. "What do you mean by us getting up in the middle of the night to eat something delicious? We just did some work. Then Cece got a little hungry, so I thought I'd get her something to eat." Cece told me everything." Jiang'an smiled and placed the bowl of noodles in front of Lin Cece. The little girl was very well behaved this time, and directly placed the bowl of noodles in front of the old man. "Grandpa, come on, have a taste first." Grandpa Jiang looked at Lin Cece with satisfaction. "Cece, you can eat it." "Grandpa, we don't eat anything at night." Jiang'an chimed in from the side. "Yes, Shaolin, don't worry about this old man. He doesn't eat anything at night." Hearing this, Lin Cece obediently placed the noodles in front of her and began to slurp them in small sips. Looking at this scene, Grandpa Jiang couldn't help but laugh. "Cece, Grandpa might have been a little strict with you at school, but don't take it to heart. After so many years as a teacher, well, it's just a habit." Hearing the old man's words, Lin Cece quickly shook her head and said, No, Grandpa, I didn't think you were fierce at all. The main reason is that my grades are not good, which makes my grandpa worry about me a lot." The old man chuckled. "Haha, it's all right, don't worry. Let Jiang'an teach you. There won't be any problems." As he spoke, old Master Jiang stood up, glanced at Jiang'an, and snorted. "Hey kid, remember to clean up the kitchen later, I'm going to bed. You guys should go to bed early too." Watching the old man's actions, which were like those of a master of face-changing, Jiang'an was truly a little numb. "Old man, are you even human?" When he was with Lin Cece, he greeted her with a smile and was incredibly gentle. "Why are you so rude to me? If you didn't know better, you'd think she was your granddaughter and I was the grandson-in-law who came to live with you." Seeing Jiang'an's discomfitured expression, Lin Cece couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong, Teacher Jiang? Is that a jealous look on your face?" Jiang'an said irritably. "Why would I be jealous? I just think this old man is going a bit too far." "Is there?" Lin Cece blinked gently. "Why don't I feel that way? My opinion of the old man has changed now. I think he's a good person." Jiang'an glanced at Lin Cece silently. "Lin Cece, is it possible? You didn't say that a few days ago. What's wrong? Maybe I didn't understand the old man well enough before." Lin Cece slurped up a mouthful of noodles, revealing an extremely satisfied expression. Teacher Jiang, your cooking skills are just too good. This noodle dish is really delicious." Jiang'an shook his head. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a bowl of noodles?" Lin Cece said with a grin. "As for it, if someone were willing to cook me a bowl of noodles late at night, then I think this person might be a good match for marriage." Chapter 187 is so lively. Jiang'an heard Lin Cece's words, smiled, and reached out to touch the girl's face. "I mean, you're being way too easy to please. A bowl of noodles, and you've managed to win me over." Lin Cece scoffed. "Then you just don't understand, do you? Making this bowl of noodles is certainly not difficult and very simple, but there is a problem. You made this for me, especially after you'd finished all your work. That's really something." Jiang'an smiled and said, "I didn't realize you value emotions so much." "Of course I care. I think the most important thing in a relationship is emotional value. If you can't even grasp emotional value, then it's really too painful." Lin Cece responded matter-of-factly, taking a sip of noodle soup as she went, and continued. "So in my interactions with Teacher Jiang, I gained a lot of emotional value, such as a sense of security, being cared for, and being liked." Listening to the girl speak eloquently, Jiang'an was also slightly lost in thought. So much emotional value? I never imagined that I would have so much meaning for Lin Cece. I really didn't expect that I would have these uses, Jiang'an said with a sigh. Lin Cece put down the bowl in front of her, finished the last sip of soup, and looked extremely satisfied. Then, he stared intently at Jiang'an in front of him. "Of course, I hope so too. It can bring me a lot of emotional value." Jiang'an laughed. You can do it, of course you can. I feel especially relaxed when I'm with you. However, there's a small problem. After eating so much, will you be able to sleep? He heard Jiang and soul-searching question. Lin Cixi fell into deep thought, and after a few seconds said, Then, what should we do? Her tone was full of tentativeness and uncertainty. I want to see what Teacher Jiang is really up to. Jiang'an responded with a smile. Of course, it's exercise. After a big meal, you need to exercise to help digestion. These words were spoken. Lin Cixi was stunned. Then an extremely tense expression appeared on his face. What's the meaning? Doing exercise? What kind of exercise should we do? Teacher Jiang, please don't talk nonsense. What you said could easily be misunderstood. Exercise? What kind of exercise? Lin Cixi asked tentatively in a low voice. Of course, it has to be something that helps with digestion, Jiang'an replied seriously. Lin Cixi's pretty face instantly turned red. He can now be basically certain. Jiang'an, that scoundrel. He's definitely thinking about those embarrassing sports. Ugh, that's so mean, especially when I'm starting to develop feelings for you. How could you bring up something like this? Seeing that Lin Cixi's expression was a little strange, Jiang'an couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, wondering if this girl was thinking something wrong. He thought about it carefully for a moment. Then his expression became strange. When I said do some exercise, I meant to say, shouldn't you go do the dishes? Kobayashi, what are you thinking about? Lin Cixi was taken aback upon hearing this. Washing the dishes? Her pretty face instantly turned even redder. Washing dishes? Are you sure it's just washing dishes? Yeah, don't sit here right after eating, especially late-night snacks. It can be really bad for your digestive system. So my advice is, go wash the dishes and move around a bit. Hearing Jiang'an's words, Lin Cixi was speechless for a moment. Dog of a man. You're really something. She gritted her teeth, then quickly picked up the bowls and chopsticks on the table, glaring at Jiang'an. Okay, I understand. I'll go get it done right now. With that, Lin Cixi ran off to wash the dishes. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Jiang'an found it both amusing and interesting. There's always this feeling of having the desire to steal but not the courage to do so, isn't there? Jiang'an smiled and shook his head, making a very apt assessment of Lin Cixi. The following day, Jiang'an and Lin Cixi ended their leisurely stay at their grandfather's house. We returned to the seaside apartment. Upon seeing Jiang'an, Zhang Zhijie pounced on him with red eyes, just like a silly husky. Jiang'an, you bastard, you actually knew to come back. I thought you'd completely forgotten about your brothers. Hearing this, Jiang'an looked at Zhang Zhijie with amusement. Are you serious? Didn't you say you were coming to my house? I haven't seen you come. How dare you say that? Wasn't I preparing things for you? Have some decency. Zhang Zhijie glanced discreetly at Su Ruojiao in his room and lowered his voice, saying, My buddy almost sacrificed himself for you that day. Jiang'an gave a thumbs up. You're awesome, Lao Zhang. My brother is a true righteous man. I've decided that I'll never call you a bastard Zhang again. Come on, let me tell you, your bad days have only just begun. Zhang Zhijie rolled his eyes and then frowned slightly as he spoke. I heard this. Jiang'an was stunned. What do you mean? What do you mean my unlucky days have begun? I don't quite understand what you're saying. You'll understand soon enough. Zhang Zhijie sighed, then patted Jiang'an on the shoulder. Did Miss Lin go to class? Not yet. I'm packing my bag. All right, I'll be going now. See you at our studio later. Jiang'an raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. After watching Zhang Zhijie leave, he couldn't help but start to ponder. No, that's not it. What exactly is Zhang Zhijie trying to say? What does it mean when the bad luck begins? I was just thinking about it. Jiang'an suddenly heard a very clear voice. Jiang'an couldn't help but raise his head and look over. It was none other than Lu Yuran. Good morning, Jiang'an. The girl's voice was neither warm nor cold. As always, it was quiet and aloof. Lu Yuran, carrying her school bag, stood at the door upstairs, which was not yet fully closed. He was looking down at Jiang'an at that moment. This angle, Jiang'an, is all too familiar to me. Over the past 10 years, Lu Yuran has mostly liked to look at him from this perspective when she reads books. I heard that sound. Jiang'an was also slightly taken aback. He never expected that Lu Yuran would appear upstairs. He instantly understood what Zhang Zhijie meant when he said that the bad days were just beginning. Turn out to be. Lu Yuran moved upstairs. Yuran, let's go. What are you waiting for at the door? I was just thinking about it. Yang Tao's voice rang out. Let's hurry up. Wenqin is waiting for us downstairs. Lu Yuran hadn't spoken yet. Lin Cixi skipped and hopped out of the house, clutching her bag. Teacher Jiang, let's go. Hey, it's so lively here. Chapter 188. Do you think you can bully my man? Huh? It's so lively here. Lin Cixi glanced at the two figures upstairs with some surprise. To be honest, she was still a little taken aback. What's going on? Why would I see Lu Yuran here? To be honest, it feels rather illogical. Hey, you're out. Jiang Yin's gaze fell on Lin Cixi, his expression somewhat complicated. To be honest, what a bizarre scene this is. Lu Yuran and Yang Tao have actually moved upstairs. These two people are so quiet. It seems that Lu Yuran is after me after all. Jiang Yin frowned slightly, not because he was narcissistic, because he had asked Lu Yuran before if she would consider living in Linhai. However, Lu Yuran's point at the time was that it was unnecessary and would only increase the commute to class. The fact that Lu Yuran came along shortly after he came out already speaks volumes. Tisk. So that's why you guys haven't come down yet. Turns out you've been watching the young couple. Suddenly, a somewhat annoying voice rang out. Yang Wenqin. The guy walked out of the elevator with a keychain dangling from his hand and a smile on his face, his expression turning very unfriendly as he looked at Lin Cixi. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow slightly and replied calmly. So that's why there was a stench coming from the stairwell this morning. Turns out it was you show off, talking. These words were spoken. Yang Wenqin's expression instantly turned ugly. He stared intently at Jiang Yin for a few seconds before letting out a cold laugh. Jiang Yin, it seems you've been too busy dating your girlfriend these past few days. I went to your studio to have tea the other day, but you weren't there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin smiled faintly and said, It's normal that I'm not here. After all, we're just a small workshop, unlike you guys who always make such a big fuss. I heard this. Yang Wenqin's expression turned somewhat grim. Jiang Yin was mocking him for making such a big splash and creating such a fuss, only to have his game flop. He forced a smile, trying to calm himself down slightly. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Small workshops do have their advantages. They can occasionally gain some benefits through ingenious ideas, but this is just luck. When it comes to hard power, they are still far behind. Hearing this, Jiang Yin blinked. Really? So I heard your studio is switching to the casual game track just to compete with us in terms of raw strength. Yang Wenqin sneered arrogantly. Fight you? Sorry, but that's giving you a bit too much credit. Our current goal is to win the championship in this competition and dominate the domestic casual game market. Speaking of which, I have to thank you guys for providing us with ideas. It turns out that the casual game market has such a large user base. Since you provided the market, we will give you some share to help you survive. Hearing Yang Wenqin's words, which carried a slightly sarcastic tone, Jiang Yin's eyes flickered, and he smiled, not really angry. So it seems the game is almost finished? Yang Wenqin chuckled. Then you don't need to know. I've heard that your studio is also about to release a new game. TSK Tisk. I'm actually quite looking forward to it. I hope it's not another one of those trashy cat and dog games. Jiang Yin shrugged. Guess. Lin Cixi, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back any longer. She seriously looked Yang Wenqin up and down, and then slowly hummed. Oh, who do we have here? It's Brother Nice Guy. I heard this. Yang Wenqin's gaze also fell on Lin Cixi, and his expression instantly turned much uglier. He hasn't forgotten the punch Lin Cixi gave him last time. Seeing the change in Yang Wenqin's expression, Lin Cixi smiled and said, Oh, you remembered? Ah, that's right. It was me who punched you last time. What's wrong? Trying to get revenge on me? You can consider giving it a shot. Lin, the heroine, beckoned to Yang Wenqin, beaming with delight. You're bullying Jiang Yin, aren't you? Are you trying to bully my man? Do you think you can bully this person? Just watch how I beat you up. Do you think this Judo 9th Dan female knight is just a joke? Upon hearing Lin Cixi's words, Yang Wenqin's face instantly turned ashen. If Jiang Yin hadn't been watching him from the side, and there weren't two girls above him, he really wanted to take action. But now, he also had to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor in front of Lu Yuran and Yang Tao. Hee hee, you're quite the spoiled brat. Only Jiang could have taken a liking to you. Yang Wenqin gritted his teeth, sneered, and then said nothing more. He looked up at Lu Yuran and Yang Tao upstairs and smiled brightly. Yuran, Tao Zi, let's go. Didn't we say we were going to move your things over again today? Let's hurry up before class starts. Lu Yuran remained silent, only staring at Jiang for a while. Yang Tao nodded naturally, then pulled Lu Yuran downstairs. Watching the three people leave the elevator, Lin Cixi then looked at Jiang and whispered, "They're actually living upstairs from us." Jiang shook his head with a wry smile. "I didn't expect it either. I just found out." Lin Cixi pouted. "That's really relentless." The girl didn't seem to care much. But in my heart, I knew it perfectly well. Lu Yuran, it seems she's unwilling to give up on Jiang. Otherwise, there would be no need to rent a house here. I guess so. Jiang didn't seem to care much. So be it if he's upstairs, he's not interested anyway. As expected, our teacher Jiang is still the most charming, Lin Cixi muttered, then glanced at the time. "Are you coming or not, my boyfriend? I might be late." "Let's go, why aren't we going?" Jiang smiled. The two of them got off the elevator as they talked. While in the elevator, Lin Cixi suddenly thought of something. "By the way, teacher Jiang, is your competition nearing its end?" Lin Cixi was referring to the design competition for the programming department. The number of app downloads and popularity. Games certainly count as one of them. Upon hearing this, Jiang nodded slightly and said, "It's definitely close to the end. Basically, this game will determine whether we can win the championship. As it stands, as long as our performance remains stable, there shouldn't be any major problems." I heard this. Lin Cixi took a deep breath. "Then I need to speed up the drawing so that the game can be launched as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but gently stroke the girl's head. "Don't overwork yourself, you idiot." Chapter 189, Let's settle the accounts between men. Work is important, but don't overwork yourself. Looking at the spirited young woman in front of him, Jiang couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi slightly pursed her lips and clenched her fist in dissatisfaction, saying, "Humph, that's exactly the kind of statement you'd expect from a capitalist." Once he left home, my boyfriend instantly transformed into a boss. Upon hearing this, Jiang felt both amused and helpless. After thinking about it carefully, it really is true. Your statement just now was indeed a bit too official, wasn't it? Thinking about this, Jiang reorganized his thoughts and tentatively asked, "Well then, Xiaolin, we can do whatever we want anyway. I'll cook for you at home." Lin Cixi blinked. This time it was all right. She showed a satisfied expression. Teacher Jiang is quite perceptive. A simple reminder was enough. That's more like it. "All right, Ms. Jiang, you can go to work now. I'm going to class." Lin Cixi has class today. It's quite a coincidence, really. The first class was advanced mathematics, taught by Grandpa Jiang. Lin Cixi secretly covered her face, feeling a little nervous. Speaking of which, I could tell that the old man had become gentler. Why am I still a bit timid? Speaking of which, could it be that Grandpa Jiang has two personalities? The girl thought to herself as she jogged toward the classroom. Watching the girl's figure disappear into the distance, Jiang's eyes flickered slightly, and a sharp glint shot out. Lady Lin is not here. He needs to settle accounts between men. With this in mind, Jiang hurried towards the studio. A moment later, in the Jianghu studio, Zhang Zhijie lay listlessly in the chair, watching Jiang who had just charged over. "So, Lao Jiang, how was the surprise this morning?" Jiang rolled his eyes. "Why the hell couldn't you have said so sooner? It's not a surprise anymore. It's practically turning into terror." Zhang Zhijie chuckled and then said, "I knew it. To be honest, I also saw Lu Yuran this morning. I was stunned and wondered if I was hallucinating. Lu Yuran wouldn't possibly be upstairs in our two houses, would she? But guess what? I rubbed my eyes, and there she really was." Zhang Zhijie shook his head as he spoke. "Old Jiang, good luck. That's all I can say, buddy. Get lost." Jiang shook his head speechlessly. "Who cares where she lives? Let's not talk about this anymore. Have we finished that damn promotional copy yet? We're taking advantage of the remaining time to boost traffic and buzz ahead of time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhijie couldn't help but look somewhat puzzled. "Wait, why are you suddenly taking such a stance? I didn't see you in a hurry just a couple of days ago." Jiang smiled and said, Yang Wenqin said this morning that he was going to take all of our share, so we should hurry up and make preparations. Zhang Zhijie looked like he'd seen a ghost. What the hell? Yang Wenqin is going to take away our market share. Has this kid lost his mind? Does he think he can take on us just because he's reorganized a team? Zhang Zhijie curled his lip in disdain, then sat up straight. Let me report some data. Our Attack on the Dog game has now barely managed to gain a foothold on the top game download charts, which is a very consistent source of traffic. In addition, we also made it onto the comments list. Looking at all the lists, there are more than a dozen in total. These rankings guarantee us a steady stream of traffic. Recently, many advertisers have contacted us. I haven't had a chance to tell you about this yet. Shall we take on advertising? Upon hearing this, Jiang'an raised an eyebrow. An advertisement? Yes, several of them offered very generous prices. Zhang Zhijie said, getting a little excited. The rewards from the platform rankings alone are not enough to cover the expenses of running the entire studio. However, if there are advertising costs, that would be so awesome. The attacking puppy has entered a stable and calm period, so it's definitely time to take on advertisements. But you must be very careful when choosing advertisements. Jiang'an reminded Zhang Zhijie. He actually trusted Zhang Zhijie quite a bit in this matter. No wonder, this kid has plenty of money. Zhang Zhijie is not short of money, so he would never be greedy for small gains. So, there isn't such a big problem. I will definitely be careful. I will discuss it with Ruojia and then show it to you. You can make the final decision. Upon hearing Zhang Zhijie's words, Jiang'an nodded slightly. Okay, then let's do it that way. Then I'll spend the next 2 days modifying the code, issuing announcements, promoting it like crazy, and getting all the hype going. Okay, I'll go contact our old buddy. Jiang'an was taken aback. Old buddy? Who? Little sweetie. Who else could it be but our lucky star? Zhang Zhijie responded confidently. Little sweetie. Jiang'an pondered for a moment. That works too. It would be quite suitable to ask her, but I haven't been paying much attention to her lately. How's her live stream popularity these days? I heard this. Zhang Zhijie immediately became excited, revealing a very smug expression. You didn't know, did you? I know. I've been keeping a close eye on Xiaoyan's condition during this time. Jiang'an's eyes lit up, and he praised her with some surprise. Hey Lao Zhang, you're handling this matter pretty reliably. Absolutely. Okay, then tell me. Xiaoyan has recently stopped airing. Jiang'an silently turned his head away. What the hell are you talking about after all this time? It's off the air, so why are you even following it? Zhang Zhijie blinked. It's really been taken off the air. It's strange to be honest. The show was suspended a few days ago because they were going to take a short break, but it still hasn't resumed broadcasting. That's pretty outrageous. Jiang'an frowned slightly. Taking a break from broadcasting? If we try to contact her now, is it still possible to get in touch with her? If she takes a vacation, we have to be prepared to not be able to contact her. Upon hearing Jiang'an's words, Zhang Zhijie immediately waved his hand. How could we not be able to get in touch? I already told her that if there are any new games, we must contact her, and she will definitely want to collaborate with us again. These words were spoken. Jiang'an breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but take a few more glances at Zhang Zhijie. Wow, Lao Zhang, your efficiency is amazing. I underestimated you. What do you think? As Zhang Zhijie spoke, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Joke. I've spent so many virtual gifts and become the top spender on the leaderboard. Are you kidding me? Inside the classroom, Lin Cece looked at teacher Jiang on the stage and lowered her head to do her homework, feeling guilty. At the same time, I couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo. Could it be that Grandpa Jiang has his eye on me? Chapter 190, The Sudden Disappearance of Kobayashi. Lin Cece is feeling very guilty. Because Grandpa Jiang was giving a lecture upstairs, she was working on the practice questions Jiang and had given her downstairs. As teacher Jiang once said, there's a certain unreliable man. Jiang and is now completely out of time to work on the classroom exercises. Why not just do the problems he provided? Why am I feeling so uneasy? Xiao Lin decided to continue burying himself in his studies and remain in hiding. So, you mean we can still contact Xiaoyan? Jiang'an raised an eyebrow slightly and came to this conclusion. That's right, I can get in touch with her. As soon as things are settled on your end, I'll contact her immediately. Okay. Jiang lowered his head and continued typing. The official teaser for Dog will be released in tonight's announcement. By the way, Lao Jiang, damn it, are you really sure you can pull this off? Zhang Zhijie suddenly thought of something, and his expression became much more serious. Of course, this one will be even more explosive than Attack on Titan. Jiang's eyes were full of confidence. As a game designer, Jiang is quite confident in the game he creates. Hearing this answer, Zhang Zhijie nodded slightly. Okay, then I'm going to buy data. Damn it. I can't stand Yang Wenqin's style of calling for reinforcements when he can't win a fight. Let's just spend real money. Zhang Zhijie has no shortage of money. Jiang Anil chuckled, looking at the guy in front of him with amusement, and couldn't help but say, pay to win. Hey Lao Zhang, you've really got some nerve. This advertising fee isn't a small amount. You'd better think this through. No wonder this guy asked if it was stable or not. If the investment doesn't yield results, then the money is truly wasted, and you won't get it back at all. Of course I've thought it through, and I'm not stupid. If I achieve good results, the reward will be huge. Moreover, I didn't invest much. It was just my own money. Zhang Zhijie chuckled and said, everyone says he's not smart. But he knew in his heart, so what if he wasn't smart? Jiang is smart, that's all that matters. He just needs to cling to Jiang's coattails, and he'll eventually take off. And now, the opportunity has arrived. All he needs to do is seize the opportunity, and that's it. Upon hearing Zhang Zhijie's answer, Jiang smiled gently. Sure, as long as you've thought it through yourself. I'll say it again, act within your means. There's no need to fight over pride. After all, even if we don't buy ads, I'm very confident that we can shut down Yang Wenqin's nonsense. At this point, a hint of coldness flashed in Jiang's eyes. He didn't mind Yang Wenqin mocking him, but this guy actually made some harsh remarks to Lin Cixi. Then he wouldn't be able to tolerate it at all. In Yang Wenqin's studio, a dozen or so people are busy at work. Yang Wenqin sat in his office, while Yang Tao looked at him with a somewhat displeased expression. Yang Wenqin, where did you go last night? Didn't you say you'd come help move things last night? Upon hearing this, Yang Wenqin grinned and said, Tower, I didn't have time last night. Didn't I tell you? I had a very important dinner party last night. You know, our studio is going through a very critical period right now, so of course I had to devote myself to my work wholeheartedly. So there's nothing I can do, I couldn't go last night. Hearing Yang Wenqin's explanation, Yang Tao's expression softened slightly. Is that so? Of course, Peach, would I lie to you? If you're trying to lie to me, do you think I'd be able to tell? Yang Tao's expression was not good. After giving a cold laugh, she continued. But weren't you supposed to be pursuing Yuran? Why have you been slacking off lately? Yang Wenqin chuckled. What are you saying, Tower? Didn't we agree that you wouldn't care until I was explicitly rejected? Upon hearing this, Yang Tao's breath hitched slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. You'd better do that. After saying that, Yang Tao turned around and left the office. Her cool outfit and tall figure immediately attracted a lot of attention. As Yang Tao walked away, the smile on Yang Wenqin's face slowly faded. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, a hint of disdain in his expression. This starfruit. Are they starting to meddle more and more? Doesn't she realize that their relationship is just a charade? Does she really want to devour him? Last night, Yang Wenqin was certainly not busy with work. It's just a way to fool the starfruit seller. Cat and dog games. Yang Wenqin recalled his meeting with Jiang in that morning, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This time, he was determined to crush Jiang. Casual game track? He's going to rob everything. Moreover, he even hired a well-known designer to help him this time. With him there, Yang Wenqin didn't believe anything unexpected would happen. Ring ring. The alarm bell rang urgently. Lin Cixi quickly hugged her test paper and then ran happily towards the door. But we've gone halfway through. Her phone rang urgently. Lin Cixi took out her phone, then her expression changed slightly, revealing a somewhat strange look. Then his expression darkened slightly. After hanging up the phone, I sent another message to Jiang. Then, she turned around and put the things back in the classroom. Huh? What's Kobayashi up to? Aren't you coming home for lunch? Jiang had just finished work and was getting ready to go home and cook. Then he received the news that Lin Cixi wasn't coming home. Could it be that the old man kept him after school? Jiang Yin's expression was somewhat strange. This didn't make sense. Lin Cixi only said she wasn't going home, without explaining why. Zhang Zhijia leaned over and said, "What's wrong? Panicking? Maybe something's come up? What's wrong? You're together now. Can't you give her some space?" Jiang Yin shook his head, his gaze becoming somewhat serious. Based on his understanding of Lin Cixi, what was this space thing? That's ridiculous. Impossible. But she can't just stay silent. Jiang Yin's intuition told him that Lin Cixi must have encountered something. Otherwise, she would have come back. Otherwise, it would never have been like this. Then what are you going to do? You can't find them. Let's go check out the classroom first. I've finished my work, and there's no point in going home for dinner alone. Jiang Yin decided to go and find Lin's location. TSK, this damn clingy, newly in love vibe. Zhang Zhijia shook his head dismissively and sighed. Then he took out his phone. Hey Ruojia, are you there? Frog Fun, you're really something, not replying to me. Wow, where's my wife? Time for lunch. Chapter 191. Is he at the police station? Lin Cixi suddenly lost contact. This made Jiang Yin quite uneasy. Because this girl shouldn't have disappeared so suddenly. Something's not right here. So Jiang Yin thought about it and decided to go directly to Lin Cixi's classroom. However, Lin Cixi was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the test questions that I had prepared for her were on the table. Where are they? Jiang Yin's gaze froze slightly. He really didn't expect to not see Lin Cixi here. Where can we go? Jiang Yin frowned. But this time, he didn't hesitate at all. I dialed the number directly. The phone went dead for a very long time before it was finally answered. A girl's somewhat weary voice rang out. Hello, Teacher Jiang. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Yin's expression changed slightly, and he said, Cixi, where are you? What's wrong? Teacher Jiang, am I at the police station? Lin Cixi hesitated for a few seconds. In the end, he revealed his location. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin's expression changed instantly. Police station? They actually ended up at the police station? What's going on? But the next moment, Jiang Yin understood. I understand. Is it the police station near our university town? Okay, wait for me. After saying this, Jiang Yin hung up the phone and hurried outside with a serious expression. At the same time, inside the Linhai police station, Lin Cixi had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her face looked extremely pale. Two policemen stood in front of her, looking at her with a headache. Hey, what happened to you? How did you end up like this with your dad? Aren't you afraid your dad will sue you later? Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi slightly raised her head. Don't be afraid. He was the one who tried to steal from my house first. What kind of stealing is there between you and your daughter? Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi's eyes flickered slightly, and then she said, Officer, you just asked why I beat my dad like that, right? The middle-aged policeman paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Let me correct myself, that's not my dad. Lin Cixi's face was cold and indifferent, carrying a hint of chill. To her, Lin Danan was nothing but a father. We severed our father-daughter relationship long ago. He's coming to my house to steal things, which is theft. The two policemen looked at each other, lost in thought. This is a really complicated situation. Not long ago, Lin Cixi arrived, dragging a middle-aged man whose head was covered in blood. Then I asked that question. This is actually the girl's father. The police officers were immediately stumped. As the saying goes, even an upright official finds it difficult to settle family disputes. These kinds of family disputes are inherently difficult to handle, and encountering one like this makes things even more complicated. So, how would you like to handle this? After hesitating for a few minutes, the police officer looked at Lin Cixi and asked her a question. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Cixi spoke with great decisiveness. I hope you can sentence him to prison for burglary and even attempted assault. It would be best if he could be imprisoned, but if not, he should be detained for a longer period of time. Hiss! The police officer gasped. Holy crap, that's real filial piety. But upon closer reflection, it's understandable. According to the girl, her father was a gambler and alcoholic who would steal from his daughter's house when he was short of money. No one would be happy to accept such a thing. However, if he insists that he is your father and is just going to his daughter's house to take things, I feel that there shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Cixi glanced at the police officer, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally said somewhat reluctantly, "That's not my home." Huh. This time it was the police officer's turn to be stunned. Lin Cece felt a little sad. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem like it's really her home yet. After all, she and Jiang just started dating. How can it be considered hers? Just then, Lin Danon finished washing and bandaging his wound and came out. Upon hearing this, he immediately burst into a tirade of curses. "Did you hear that, officer? This isn't even her home. What right does she have to hit me? Besides, I was just helping her move her things. That's not her home. I just wanted to move her things out." Lin Cece saw Lin Danon, and her eyes instantly turned red. "Who asked you to help me move my things?" "Lin Danon, we broke off all ties a long time ago. What right do you have to take my things? I'm telling you, this is theft." Upon hearing this, Lin Danon said smugly, "What proof do you have that we've severed ties? Do you have proof? If you can't prove it, then what you're saying is wrong, and I won't be guilty of robbery. As a father, it's reasonable for me to take out my daughter's things, right?" Lin Cece's face turned ugly. The heroine wished she could beat this shameless old man up again right here in the police station. "That's really too much. Why are you stopping? Say something. You keep saying you want to cut ties with me, but I'll tell you if I don't. What can you do about it? If you don't believe me, ask the police. Can they arrest and detain me? No way. Do you really think your father doesn't understand the law?" Lin Danon was very pleased and proud. It was as if they had grasped Lin Cece's Achilles heel. That confirmed that Lin Cece had no way to deal with him. The police officers were speechless and all looked at Lin Cece, although they understood the situation. However, Lin Danon was right about one thing. If Lin Cece cannot prove that she has severed her father-daughter relationship with Lin Danon, there's really nothing we can do about Lin Danon. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Cece looked at the police officer. "How can I obtain a certificate proving that my relationship with my daughter has been severed?" The police couldn't hold back any longer. "This girl is ruthless. Lin Danon, even if I can't get you in today, I'll get you in sooner or later." Lin Cece stared coldly at Lin Danon. "Last time, you injured Jiang'an. If I hadn't seen how badly he was injured and rushed him to the hospital, I would definitely have put him in jail. I thought you knew better and wouldn't cause trouble again. But now, you've actually broken into his house. You really went too far. You deserve to die." It's incredible that a daughter would say something like that to her father. It's clear how upset and angry Lin Cece was at that moment. Because today, Lin Danon didn't steal her old house. Instead, it's a new house in Jiang'an by the sea. She received the call because Lin Danon threatened to take everything from Jiang'an's house if she didn't give him money. Lin Cece was dumbfounded, because she never expected it. His own father. How could they be so shameless and despicable? At the same time, I was also very nervous and uneasy. She didn't want Jiang'an to know about this. But when Jiang'an asked, the girl, for some reason, obediently told him. Chapter 192. Teacher Jiang, are you an angel? It might really be about trust. If it were the old Lin Cece, she would never have told Jiang'an. Because this is not a good thing at all. Even if Lin Danon damages something in Jiang'an's house, Lin Cece will take responsibility and pay for it herself. This is neither pretentious nor affected. It was just pure pride. Even a female knight-errant has her own pride. She didn't want her beloved young master Jiang to be unhappy because of this, or to think badly of her. But when the female knight heard young master Jiang's anxious tone, she couldn't hold back any longer. He couldn't hide his emotions any longer. They obediently told me the location. At this point, Lin Cece was already starting to regret it. She really didn't want Jiang to see her at her worst. What girl would want her beloved boy to see such a scene? But she was really angry, because Lin Danon went too far and crossed her bottom line. And, Lin Danon, let me tell you, even if I can't get this in for you today, I will never let you off the hook again. The girl said this to Lin Danon. He turned around and wanted to leave. Since it's already like this, she didn't want Jiang to see this, so she prepared to leave. As for Lin Danon, she would definitely not let him go either. We must do everything in our power to make Lin Danon pay the price he deserves. And then I heard those words. Lin Danon, however, just laughed and joked. Lin Cece, you can't escape. I'm your father, and it's only natural for me to spend your money. Officer, tell me, isn't that right? Say less. The policeman glared at Lin Danon with annoyance. Then he glanced at Lin Cece, somewhat hesitantly, and asked, "Miss, what are you doing now? Since you can't lock him up either, what's the point of me staying here?" Lin Cece turned and left. She thought that Jiang'an must be very anxious because he couldn't find her. She needs to get back quickly. The girl was in a state of turmoil, with all sorts of thoughts racing through her mind, and all she wanted was to see Jiang'an as soon as possible. Stay away from Lin Danon. However, just as Lin Cece turned around, Jiang'an's figure had already appeared before them. Just like in most novels and movies, your beloved boy will always appear when you need him most. Just like Jiang'an today. His appearance startled Lin Cece slightly, as if she had seen a ray of light rushing towards her. What happened? Jiang'an walked to Lin Cece's side, his expression serious, his gaze falling on Lin Danon in front of him. Really? It's because of this guy again. When Jiang'an saw him, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Damn it. The first time I cracked my skull open was because of him. I haven't settled the score with him for what happened last time. No, it's nothing. Lin Cece looked a little flustered and timid. Where is her usual chivalrous and generous demeanor? Jiang'an raised an eyebrow slightly and lowered his voice a little. Is there something you can't say? Cece, I'm your boyfriend. You can trust me. Jiang'an spoke these words with great sincerity. Based on his understanding of Lin Cece, the young girl most likely didn't want him to know. Upon hearing Jiang'an's words, Lin Cece lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty, and was struggling with whether or not to speak. Lin Danon, meanwhile, cheerfully began to speak. "Oh, who do we have here? Oh, it's you, kid? I didn't even manage to break anything last time. You've got a hard head, huh?" Upon hearing this, Jiang'an narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a somewhat cold aura. Meanwhile, the police on the side had already begun questioning. "Hello, sir, who are you?" "This young lady's boyfriend. You can just tell me what's wrong." Jiang'an calmly looked at the policeman in front of him. "Oh, my boyfriend. That's right. This is your girlfriend's father, but he went to the girl's house." "My boyfriend's house," Lin Cece said softly. "Since it has already reached that point, it seems we can no longer hide it from Teacher Jiang." "Oh, that makes it even easier. Here's what happened. The girl's father said he was going to get something for her, and then he came into your house. Then the girl found out, beat him up, and brought him here to report him as a burglar." The police explained the whole story. Jiang'an's brows furrowed involuntarily as he listened. Then he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lin Danon in front of him. "I think it's a bit outrageous. This kind of thing. There's really no one else like it. This guy actually went to his house and unlocked the door." Although Lin Cece did say before that Lin Danon used to work as a locksmith. But this guy really has absolutely no sense of proportion. Does it really mean they just open anyone's door they see? So he's committing burglary now. Why can't he be detained? Thinking of this, Jiang'an couldn't help but speak up. Because, he said he was getting something for his daughter. If that's the case, then the father-daughter relationship is undeniable, and there's really nothing we can do about it. The police officer was also somewhat troubled. This is too difficult to handle. Jiang'an frowned, glanced at Lin Cece, and finally understood why the little girl was troubled. "I've been stuck with a father like this. No one wants to make it public and lose face. That's what I've been thinking about." Jiang'an glanced at Lin Cece, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, "So, did your dad take anything?" Lin Cece raised her head, and at this moment, she spoke softly and weakly. "They didn't take my things, but they went to your room to take some." "I heard this." Jiang'an was immediately delighted. "Okay, we have security cameras in our living room, right? Because I don't live here most of the year, I have surveillance cameras in the living room." The house in the seaside community had been unoccupied for a long time, so a surveillance camera was installed in the living room during the renovation to prevent thieves from entering. Now that I think about it, it might come in handy. As he spoke, Jiang'an took out his phone and fiddled with it for a few minutes. He raised his head and looked at the police officer. "Police officer, first of all, this house is mine." He was ostensibly there to get things for his daughter. But if he took my things and entered my room, wouldn't that be considered burglary? Moreover, I have very high-definition video evidence. In this situation, can we send him in for 2 days? These words were spoken. The police officer was taken aback. Lin Danon was also stunned. Lin Cece was stunned. Teacher Jiang, Are you an angel? You actually have some tricks up your sleeve. Chapter 193. There needs to be some proof of the termination of the relationship, right? The person most dumbfounded at this moment was Lin Danon. He was just showing off, because he felt that neither Lin Cece nor Jiang could do anything about him. And now Jiang has actually pulled out a video? This is way too outrageous. Lin Danon's face visibly showed signs of panic. No, I'm just going to get something for my daughter. What's wrong? Wrong room. He was just about to make excuses. I could already hear his voice from the video. Hee, Lin Cece, I knew this was your room. But I'm not going in. I'm going to your pretty boy's room. There should be a lot of valuable documents there, right? If I take a few or lose a few, do you think he'll be very worried? Okay, as long as you give me the money, I won't touch anything, and I'll just leave. Because it was a video from the living room. It happened to capture Lin Danon holding up his phone, looking smug as he opened Jiang's gate. Lin Danon's face turned deathly pale instantly. He really didn't expect that. There were even surveillance cameras in Jiang's home. It's incredibly high definition, and even the audio is recorded so clearly. Lin Cece's face turned slightly pale. He lowered his head, somewhat afraid to look at Jiang. As for Jiang, a cold smile had already appeared on his lips. How so? This kind of video should be considered evidence, right? It could be classified as burglary, illegal entry, right? The police officer seemed surprised by the dramatic turn of events, and paused for a moment before quickly nodding and saying, Of course. With this video, it proves that Lin Danon did not go to get something for his daughter, entered the wrong room, and his motive is unreasonable. In that case, he has indeed committed a crime. Upon hearing this, Jiang laughed, then looked at Lin Danon beside him, and said with a half-smile, In that case, I'll call the police. He broke into a house and committed robbery. The policeman slapped his thigh and said, All right, I'll get on it right away. Watching the police officer turn and hurry away, Lin Danon couldn't sit still any longer. He quickly stood up, staring at Jiang and Lin Cece with a grim expression. What do you two mean? Pretty boy, let me tell you, if you dare send me to jail, you can forget about ever being with Lin Cece again. I'm her father, and what I say goes. And Lin Cece, you brat, how dare you do this to your father? This is utterly rebellious. You two hurry up and tell that cop to stop. I swear, if he really goes in, I'll kill you both when I get out. Listening to Lin Danon making harsh remarks, Jiang couldn't help but sneer. Oh, if you're going to come out and kill us, you'd better hurry up, so I can send you back in immediately. If once isn't enough, then do it again. If doing it again still isn't enough, then keep going in. As for Lin Cece, she already said last time that she is no longer your daughter, and you are no longer her father. You are not worthy of her. I'm sorry, I hope you won't continue to be so unreasonable. Jiang spoke with great vigor. Compared to last time, he now has the qualifications and confidence. The last time he was at Lin Cece's house, he was just her boss and friend. There were many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't. But now that he's her boyfriend, he can say it. Just because no one said something before doesn't mean no one will say it later. Lin Danon's expression stiffened slightly, revealing a look of shock and disbelief. He had never expected Jiang to be so assertive. This is so different from what he expected. He thought that after saying those words, Jiang would at least be a little weaker. What was the result of these words? He became even more flustered. What nonsense are you talking about? This kind of thing requires adherence to the law and morality. You actually dared to send me in? You're really going to die? You dared to send me in? You brat, what are you pretending to be stupid for? I'm your own father. If you really send me to jail, how will you face people? If word gets out, you'll be seen as an unfilial wretch. I heard this. Lin Cece remained silent for a long time. Finally, he raised his head, sniffed slightly, and replied earnestly. So what? Do you think it's something to be proud of, something to boast about, that I have you as my father? Actually, it's really not like that. For me, it's really not like that. Ever since elementary school, you've been the unreliable dad I don't want to mention to outsiders. As for, Lin Cece paused, then slightly tightened her grip on Jiang's hand, her expression becoming more serious. As for sending you in, the female warrior suddenly revealed a relaxed smile and calmly said, I've actually been doing all of this for so many years. You don't think that you're always being watched by the police every time you play cards. Every time you cause trouble after drinking, the police always come to clean up the place. You don't think all of this is just because you're unlucky, do you? That's really not true. Lin Cece smiled beautifully, a hint of reminiscence flickering in her eyes, then slowly fading away. It's not that you're unlucky, it's that I always call right on time. These words were spoken. Lin Danan's eyes instantly turned red, as if he were about to go berserk, and he began to curse and swear. Damn it, you little brat. So, all these years, it was you who was plotting against me behind my back, wasn't it? I told you it couldn't be such a coincidence, such bad luck. No wonder. Do you know I was going to be rich? It's all your fault. Damn it. I should have strangled you when you were still in your mother's womb. You framed the old man. You're a damned bastard. At this point, Lin Danan was hurling all sorts of insults, some very harsh, and he even wanted to hit her. Jiang pinned them all down. So, you're trying to get your buddy's head ripped open again this time? After being pinned down by Jiang, Lin Danan tried to break free, but couldn't. He could only glare angrily at the two of them. Lin Cece smiled silently. You've reminded me today. It turns out I still need to get a certificate proving that I'm severing ties with you. Don't worry, I will definitely keep this in mind and get it done as soon as possible. Lin Danan. If I could, I would even like to change my surname. Lin Danan was stunned for a moment. He watched as the girl in front of him turned and walked out of the police station. The bloodshot in his eyes faded slightly, and he stood there frozen in place. I don't know if it was because I suddenly had some feelings. Or what happened? Chapter 194. It's just you and Grandma now. Lin Danan suddenly stared blankly. Jiang didn't care at all. To him, Lin Danan was a persistent, haunting presence. Sending them in as soon as possible is the right thing to do. As for, does this guy feel even a tiny bit of regret now? Jiang didn't bother with it. Some things. It's not enough for you to regret it. The pain and hurt others have suffered cannot be made up for simply by saying sorry. The police quickly completed the necessary paperwork for filing a case. Home invasion robbery is no small matter. If someone is to be detained, the minimum detention period is 21 days. Lin Danan was eventually arrested. This guy might have been a little provoked. Lin Cece's suggestion to change his surname touched him somewhat. This made him much more obedient when he was arrested and imprisoned. Watching him being dragged away, Jiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then his gaze fell on Lin Cece outside. The girl went out early and stood outside the door in a daze, lost in thought. Jiang narrowed his eyes and quickly walked out. She, Jiang called out. Lin Cece quickly turned her head, revealing a fairly bright smile. Hey, Teacher Jiang, is it all done? The sunlight was dazzling, falling on the girl's face, and in the shadows beneath her long eyelashes, clear tear tracks were visible. The girl seemed to be smiling very happily. But the more it is like this, Jiang felt even more distressed. Lin Cece, you've just been crying. He couldn't help but pull Lin Cece into his arms, took a deep breath, and said somewhat seriously, I know you're unhappy, I know you're sad, but the ending is good, right? This time, Lin Cece didn't struggle and obediently nestled in Jiang's arms, letting him hold her like that. I know everything you're trying to hide from me when you don't call me. Some people don't want to lose face in front of me, do they? Jiang spoke softly, gently stroking the girl's head. Yes, that's true. Lin Cece was surprised that Jiang knew this, but after thinking about it, she realized that Jiang was quite knowledgeable. If Teacher Jiang understands this, it's not surprising at all. After all, this is Teacher Jiang. Idiot, you're afraid that I'll look down on you because I think you have a father like that, right? 2. But when I was with you, I was already prepared to accept everything about you. Besides, it's Lin Danan who's in the wrong, not you, right? So, cheer up, girl. There are some things we can't control when we're born, but at least we can change them now. Listen to Jiang whispering in your ear. Lin Cece silently raised her head and looked at Jiang. She seemed to see little stars in Jiang's eyes. She whispered, Teacher Jiang, it looks like there are stars in your eyes. I'm being serious with you. I'm serious. The reason I never thought about finding a boyfriend before was that I felt that no one would be able to accept my family background. Who would want a little girl whose father is a gambler, and who was abandoned by her mother? But Teacher Jiang, you're so kind. You really didn't look down on me. Lin Cece blinked rapidly, as fast as a moth drawn to a flame. Only in this way. Only then could she stop the tears from falling. Some things. She had never said this before. Because I feel that some sadness and slight inferiority are better kept hidden in my heart. But it was just bad luck. Some people go too far, always doing outrageous things, and then blatantly exposing all their damned nature. The girl didn't intend to keep it a secret. I never intended to say it out loud. And so, just like now, Jiang'an found out, much to his dismay. Jiang'an looked at Lin Cece's constantly blinking eyes, reached out his hand, and gently rubbed her eyes. Don't blink so fast. What should I do if the pearls are crushed? I don't care about any of what you're saying. Speaking of family, my parents went abroad when I was young and didn't take care of me, so I'm not much better off, am I? So, we're in the same boat. Hearing Jiang'an's joking words, Lin Cece gently pursed her lips, then said with a somewhat vacant gaze, "But I'm still very grateful to Teacher Jiang, my boyfriend. You are so good that I feel like I'm not good enough for you." Jiang'an frowned slightly. "Don't talk nonsense. You are the best in my heart." Jiang'an was telling the truth. Perhaps to Lin Cece, he was like an angel. But Lin Cece, isn't it the same for him? Really? Is it that good? Lin Cece pouted. "Now, even if you're lying to me, I can't tell anymore, Teacher Jiang. It seems like I'm really going to be fooled by you." Jiang'an was both amused and exasperated. "Why would I lie to you? Please don't call the police and have me arrested. I didn't mean to deceive the young girl." Lin Cece finally smiled upon hearing this, and then her tone softened considerably. "Actually, at the beginning, I reported Lin Danan and sent him to the police station not because I was stopping him from playing cards. I was afraid he would lose too much and then go home and search everywhere for money, even selling everything: the refrigerator, the TV, the table. I was very scared. Seeing his crazy, high-spirited state, I was really scared, so in order to make him lose less, I would report him early on. Send him in. That way at least he won't be able to keep losing money. As for what happened later, I did it on purpose, because he was losing too much. I figured if he kept losing like that, I wouldn't be able to keep my money." As she spoke, Lin Cece couldn't help but laugh, looking at Jiang'an. "Teacher Jiang, wasn't I clever? I chose the most direct and simplest method." Jiang'an nodded in deep agreement. "You're absolutely right. Your method is very effective." The funny thing is, he never realized it all these years. He just thought he was incredibly unlucky. Every time he thought his luck was about to turn around and he was about to take out all his money, he would be grabbed and killed. Lin, the heroine, giggled. And then, as she smiled, her crescent-shaped eyes began to sparkle with glittering stars. She leaned on Jiang'an's shoulder. The voice was very, very low. "Teacher Jiang, I think I'm really having some bad luck. My only good fortune might be meeting you. I really have to sever my relationship with my father. But if that happens, I really will have no relatives in this world except my maternal grandmother." Jiang'an listened to the girl's soft voice. He reached out and gently patted her back, responding tenderly. "It's fine. In the future. And I'm here too." Lin Cece hummed in agreement, her head bowed. "It's just you and Grandma now." Chapter 195. The gas is out. Can you help me? On my way home, the setting sun cast long, thin shadows of the two figures. Lin Cece held Jiang'an's hand and was also holding a piece of paper in her hand. Proof of severance of relationship. Logically, this thing should require two people to operate. But Lin Danan went inside. So, one person was also hired. It sounds a bit absurd, but it really happened. All right, the proof is out. Some people are free now. Jiang'an couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the somewhat happy Lin Cece. He accompanied Lin Cece when they went to get the certificate. In Lin Cece's words, actually, she had wanted to do this for a long time, but she was a bit timid. But if he's with me, I won't feel that way. So Jiang'an went with him. I'm free now. If Lin Danan dares to cause trouble again, I'll beat him to death. Lin Cece shook her little fist, then looked at Jiang'an and asked with some confusion. By the way, Teacher Jiang, how did you find out I was gone? Didn't I reply to your message? I heard this. Jiang'an said irritably. You didn't explain clearly what you were doing, so of course I'm worried. Besides, Didn't we agree to go back for dinner? I'm thinking, for you, Lin Cece, what could be more important than eating? So I thought about it and came to find you. When I got to the classroom, I saw the practice questions. I guessed that something might have happened to you. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's answer, Lin Cece quickly gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, Teacher Jiang. You're really amazing. That's fine. I thought if I said that, you'd obediently go home and wait for me. Jiang Yin was furious. How dare you say that? Why didn't you tell me when something happened? Why should I? I'm an outsider. I mean, shouldn't you be the first to tell me about this kind of thing? Please, I'm your boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece lowered her head guiltily. I was trying to solve it myself and get back quickly, but I didn't expect that I couldn't solve it. You really are something else. There's nothing I can do about you. So, can you remember this? Next time you encounter something like this, can you tell me, and I can help you solve it? Jiang Yin said helplessly. Lin Cece, this idiot, how could she be so stupid? Okay, Lin Cece nodded obediently. And another thing, especially in dangerous situations like this, what if you get hurt if you fight him? He won't care, so wouldn't he be the one to feel sorry for you? Listening to Jiang and muttering to himself, Lin Cece quickly covered her ears and shook her head. Okay, Teacher Jiang, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. You? Jiang sighed helplessly. This girl. Stop talking. I'm starving. I didn't even have lunch. Teacher Jiang, how can you bear to see me looking so pitiful, like I'm about to starve to death? As Lin Cece spoke, she looked at Jiang Yin with a pitiful expression, her big, cute eyes filled with grievance and sadness. Jiang Yin was speechless for a moment. All right. What he can't stand the most is Lin Dayu acting cute. He coughed lightly. Little Lin, you're supposed to be a heroine. What's wrong with you doing this? Acting cute isn't your style. As he spoke, Jiang Yin took out his phone. I've already asked for leave for your afternoon classes. Then go home, and I'll cook for you. There is chicken wing stew and bullfrog. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Lin Cece's face lit up with stars, and she hugged Jiang and shoulder tightly, overjoyed. Wow, Teacher Jiang, are you an angel? How can there be such a kind person? They even got me the afternoon off. Wah, and this chicken wing stew and bullfrog, those are totally my favorite foods. But they're too tough. Teacher Jiang, I want to call you the best boyfriend ever. Jiang Yin glared at Lin Cece, annoyed. All right, that's enough. Some people just have a whole repertoire of compliments. I'm serious. If you really think I'm great, please tell me everything first next time. Okay, I got it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Cece stomped her foot, making a face as if she was about to get angry if he said it again. Jiang Yin shook his head with amusement. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Go home. The two walked into the residential area. When they arrived home, they found that the door lock had been opened and there were signs that someone had entered the house. Fortunately, Lin Danan hadn't actually taken anything. There was no loss at home. Lin Cece walked to the sofa, looked at the camera above her head, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Believe it or not, there was a security camera here. We really depend on it today. Jiang Yin walked over, smiled, and said, Who says otherwise? I originally installed this to prevent thieves from breaking into my vacant house. I was planning to take it down a couple of days ago, but it came in handy today. What a coincidence. I heard this. Lin Cece thought for a moment, then whispered a few words in Jiang Yin's ear. Then, her face flushed red, she hid to the side. Jiang Yin was taken aback for a moment, then showed a somewhat amused expression. That girl. How can someone have such a wild imagination? It's unbelievable that you could connect that to what happened in the living room. Could it have been recorded? He chuckled and said, This can be turned off on your phone, so don't worry, Ms. Lin. As he spoke, Jiang Yin joked, But you're quite alert, aren't you? You even managed to connect this to the past. Lin Cece lightly spat out. No, I was just saying it casually. I didn't make any connections. Don't overthink it, or I'll get angry. Really? Is that so? It's true. It's more real than pearls, more real than rare gems. Okay, I'll reluctantly believe you this time. All right, Teacher Jiang, please stop talking. I'm starving. Can we cook now? Do you want me to help you? Jiang Yin replied with a smile. It's fine with me. It depends on your mood. If you want to help, I naturally have no objection. Lin Cece skipped and hopped towards the refrigerator, ready to get some ingredients. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jiang'an was somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Lin Cece was also stunned for a moment. Holding the green onion in her hand, she quickly walked to the door and opened it. Lu Yuran stood outside the door. Seeing Jiang'an and Lin Cece, he didn't seem surprised at all. She said in a crisp voice, "Jiang'an, are you there? The gas upstairs seems to be out of service. Could you help me?" Chapter 196 The Clash of Women. Lu Yuran stood outside the door and spoke in a clear, crisp voice. "My gas is out, Jiang'an. Can you help me?" She stood there, without the slightest change in emotion, as if she were truly a girl from next door seeking help. He maintained this expression until Lin Cece appeared. Lu Yuran's expression then changed. She stared silently at Lin Cece, seemingly surprised that it was Lin Cece who opened the door, not Jiang'an. Lin Cece raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Lu Yuran in front of her, and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Honestly, isn't your reason for knocking on the door a bit outdated? And honestly, the gas is broken. Lin Cece tilted her head slightly. Are you looking for Jiang'an? Upon hearing Lin Cece's calm words, Lu Yuran's expression stiffened slightly. Then she nodded and calmly replied, "Yes, I need help. I want to cook dinner, but I can't turn on the gas. Is Jiang'an here? Can I ask him to come and help me?" Lu Yuran didn't care that Lin Cece was the one standing in front of her. They're still saying the same thing. Lin Cece squinted and thought for a moment, then quickly made a decision, looking at Lu Yuran with a serious expression and saying, "Okay, sure, it's just a broken gas stove, isn't it? This is a small problem. How about I take care of it for you?" With that, Lin Cece waved her hand dismissively, her expression natural. "Lead the way." I heard this answer. Lu Yuran was clearly a little confused and said with a somewhat unnatural expression, Can you do it?" She truly never expected Lin Cece to give such a reply. It was somewhat outrageous. "You go and get it for me. Are you sure you're serious?" Seeing Lu Yuran standing there unwilling to leave, even looking disgusted and incredulous, Lin Cece frowned and said with some displeasure, "What's wrong with you? Are you coming or not? Didn't you say there was a problem with the gas? Aren't you going to fix it right away? Let's go?" Hearing Lin Cece's urging, Lu Yuran couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. What kind of nonsense is this? This is not the way she wants things to be done. Her original meaning was Jiang'an. It was Jiang'an. What does Lin Cece mean? Let's go. This time, Lin Cece didn't give Lu Yuran a chance and grabbed Lu Yuran's shoulder directly. "Do you need any help? If not, I'll go back inside." "Oh well." Lu Yuran's eyes turned slightly cold, but she also seemed somewhat helpless. He could only lead Lin Cece upstairs. She couldn't help but glance at the room a few more times, but unfortunately, Jiang'an still didn't appear. It seems impossible to wait for Jiang'an. The two girls went upstairs. A few minutes later, Jiang Ansai came out of the kitchen with a strange expression. "What's going on?" He clearly heard someone call his name just now. "But after I came out, I couldn't see a single person. And what about Lin Cece? Where did this girl go? I think someone just called me. Or was I just imagining things? Something's not right. Where's Lin Cece?" Jiang'an thought about calling the girl and asking her about it. When the phone was dialed, it rang on the coffee table in the living room. "I didn't bring my phone." Jiang'an shook his head helplessly. "Forget it. They can't all run away and get lost at home." After thinking for a moment, Jiang'an went back to the kitchen to continue cooking dinner. Upstairs at this moment, Lu Yuran still brought Lin Cece back. "How did you come up with the idea of moving here?" Lin Cece glanced around and couldn't help but speak. "It's nothing. It's just that living at school is boring, so I moved out," Lu Yuran replied calmly. "Oh, what a coincidence. They even moved to the apartment above ours." Lin Cece smiled. She said it on purpose. "Please, I'm not some generous young lady. You suddenly moved upstairs to our apartment. I can hardly help but suspect that you might have some ulterior motives. It is quite a coincidence." Lu Yuran turned her head, looked at Lin Cece, hesitated for a few seconds, and said, "I didn't expect you to be downstairs. It's really strange." "Okay, what a coincidence, what a coincidence," Lin Cece exclaimed a few times. Then her gaze fell towards the kitchen on the side. "Let's go. I'll get the gas set up for you now." Lu Yuran raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Are you really sure you know how? Isn't this kind of thing quite difficult? If it's not possible, I can call someone who specializes in it to do it. No need, it's not a big deal. I think girls can handle this themselves. Why always need to find a man, right? Especially other people's men. Lin Cixi answered with a playful smile. As for Lu Yuran, who had ill intentions and came with malicious intent, she didn't mean to say anything nice. Lu Yuran remained silent, but a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Lin Cixi looked at him without saying anything. But in reality, Lu Yuran understood everything. The implication in those words was far too obvious. He could only watch as Lin Cixi got busy, head down, studying the gas, twisting it left and right. Lu Yuran stared at Lin Cixi's actions, her expression somewhat unpleasant and impatient. If this were Jiang'an, she wouldn't mind if Jiang'an did it a little longer. But this is Lin Cixi. Honestly, Lu Yuran couldn't bear to watch for even a second longer. But there's nothing we can do. I brought this on myself. And judging from the looks of it, Lin Cixi is genuinely trying to help her with the gas problem. Is it easy to do? If it's not, then forget it, okay? Lu Yuran was a little unsteady on her feet and felt embarrassed watching Lin Cixi do this. Lin Cixi raised her head and then glanced at her. It's easy to do, just a bit of work, but it'll be done in no time. I didn't expect you to be so capable, Lu Yuran said after thinking for a moment. Right? I think so too. These things aren't really that difficult. Lin Cixi practically put her hands on her hips. These days, when I'm alone, let alone fixing the gas cylinder, light bulbs, windows, air conditioners, nothing is a problem. I heard this. Lu Yuran, however, sensed a different meaning in the sound. Her expression kept changing, finally settling on a blank face. It really is. The more she listened to those words, the more uneasy she felt. Something seemed amiss. What do you mean by saying these things are really not difficult? Is this an insult to her, implying that she has difficulty even finding a man? What else does it mean? Chapter 197. Lu Yuran's complexion doesn't look too good. Honestly, Lin Cixi's words made Lu Yuran feel inexplicably uncomfortable. I have a feeling that one of her sentences might be mocking her. But upon closer reflection, she couldn't quite put her finger on which of Lin Cixi's words had mocked her. After Lin Cixi finally got the gas working, he looked up, his head covered in sweat. That is, the helpful and chivalrous Lady Lin. I doubt any other girl could do this job. It's all set up, come and take a look. Lin Cixi clapped her hands and casually glanced at Lu Yuran. It was as if I had done something very ordinary. In fact, she was very calm. He did not lose his composure because of Lu Yuran's thoughts. Lady Lin, you always remain calm in the face of great events. But, judging from Lu Yuran's expression, it seems like things have turned from sunny to cloudy. Lin Cixi blinked, a little puzzled, but not really bothered. She came to help today. I just felt that way. If the husband is too busy to help with the neighbor's problems, then the wife should naturally step in to help. While thinking, Lin Cixi washed her hands and casually said, All right, now that it's all done, I'm going home. Jiang'an is waiting for me to have dinner. By the way, have you had dinner yet? Want to come together? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuran was slightly taken aback. Then his gaze fell on the girl in front of him, slightly stunned, as if he had never expected Lin Cixi to say such a thing. Are you kidding me? You actually called me down to eat? But the next second, Lu Yuran understood everything. This is blatant showing off? It has been hidden until now. The bright and cheerful girl in front of me finally said something extremely hurtful. Lu Yuran pursed her lips, finally managing to force a smile. No need, really no need. My gas is ready, and I'm going to try cooking something myself. I heard this. Lin Cixi didn't press the matter. It was just a simple polite remark after all. She smiled and replied, All right then, be careful with fire. If any problems arise, you can come find me. Lu Yuran nodded and said nothing more. Because he couldn't speak. He couldn't say a word. After witnessing Lin Cixi go downstairs, Lu Yuran's eyes flickered with uncertainty, her emotions quite complex. Lin Cixi's words didn't sound like much at first glance, but they didn't stand up to scrutiny. That feeling just really didn't feel right. Especially those last two sentences. Should we go to her house for dinner? Is this an invitation to dinner in the manner of a hostess? Damn it. Lu Yuran clenched her fist slightly, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. If she hadn't given up on Jiang'an. Is it your turn? To put it bluntly, Jiang'an's cooking skills were clearly prepared for her. I'm back home. Lin Cixi went to the bathroom to wash her hands and wipe her face. Jiang'an opened the door, looking somewhat bewildered. Huh? Lin Cixi, where have you been? What's wrong with you, all sweaty? You can't possibly go for a run in this heat, can you? Lin Cixi stuck out her tongue. What nonsense are you spouting? Didn't you hear someone knocking on the door just now? Jiang'an rubbed his ears and pondered for a few seconds. Me? I heard it, but it was a little faint. I was cooking at the time, so I couldn't be in two places at once. By the time I finished cooking and came out, it was long gone. Neither you nor I saw it. Lin Cixi pouted and couldn't help but say. So, who do you think knocked on the door just now? Guess who it was? Jiang'an frowned. Zhang Zhijia. Of course not. How could it be him? Huh? Who else could it be? I'm thinking. Who else could be knocking on this door? Think carefully. Who could it be? It can't be. Jiang'an thought about it carefully for a moment. His eyes flickered slightly, and then a figure popped into his mind. He said, somewhat incredulously. Could it be Lu Yuran? Lin Cixi pouted slightly. So you think it's her? Let me tell you this. She came to see you. Jiang'an couldn't help but laugh. Looking for me? What could you possibly want from me? To be honest, what could she possibly want from me? You wouldn't believe it, would you? There really is something going on, Lin Cixi said. The girl's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a mischievous light as she stared at Jiang'an. Jiang'an was both puzzled and amused. Speak properly. You're just staring at me like that, as if I've done something wrong. They came to you to fix their gas. Lin Cixi pouted, wiped her hands, and glanced aimlessly into the kitchen. Oh my God. This fragrance is so strong. Just smelling it makes me hungry, okay? Repair the gas? Jiang'an was stunned, his expression somewhat strange. How could this sound so outrageous? Why is there such a strange thing as repairing gas cylinders? She said her gas stove broke and she couldn't cook, so she wanted to ask you for help, Lin Cixi replied. So how did you solve it? Did you throw him outside? Jiang'an looked at Lin Cixi with great interest. I have to say, Lin Cixi looks quite cute like this. However, Jiang'an was also quite curious about how Lin Cixi had handled it. Lin Cixi shook her head. Of course not. It was under the guise of being neighbors. Besides, we're a female knight-errant. Isn't it normal for us to uphold justice? So I said, you're busy, but I can help you solve it. Puff. Hearing Lin Cixi's answer, Jiang'an couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected of Lady Lin. The thought process behind this problem-solving is truly beyond the comprehension of most people. Without calling me, they just ran off on their own. So, you went upstairs and fixed her gas? Did you manage to fix it? Of course, Lin Cixi said proudly, looking very smug. A mere gas cylinder, can it really stump me? That's absolutely impossible. I solved it for her in no time, but her expression, well, it wasn't so pleasant. Listening to Lin Cixi's description, Jiang'an's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. Right now, all he's doing is listening to what Lin Cixi is saying. I can already picture what was happening upstairs. So, you mean you just invited her down for dinner? Yeah, so what? It's perfectly reasonable for me to invite her to dinner, isn't it? That makes sense. Miss Lin is so kind and compassionate. Chapter 198, she never knew what she was thinking. Jiang'an never expected Lu Yuran to suddenly show up at his door. However, he didn't take it to heart. After all, Lady Lin had already solved the problem in her own way. Moreover, to be honest, Jiang'an had never even thought of this method. Tell me, what was Lu Yuran thinking, actually coming to our house for help? Lin Cixi said, shaking her head as she ate a chicken foot. She still couldn't quite understand. Why is Lu Yuran still unwilling to let go? It was clearly she who abandoned Jiang'an in the first place. Now look at this. All sorts of new ways to seek reconciliation. Is it interesting? If it were her, and she did something like that, she would definitely not keep pestering him. The girl was thinking to herself, but Jiang'an in front of her laughed. That's just her personality. Maybe it's not because they want it, but because they're unwilling to accept failure. As he spoke, Jiang'an's gaze drifted slightly into a daze, and he added thoughtfully, As far as I can remember, she was never someone who knew what I was thinking. In the past, I thought she was just insensitive and had no concept of these things, but I later realized that she just doesn't understand. She simply doesn't understand these things. I heard this. Lin Cece thought for a moment and said, "If that's what you're saying, then I think there's some truth to it. But right now, she's probably thinking of stealing you away." At this point, Lin Cece blinked and asked, "Teacher Jiang, you won't be snatched away, will you?" As soon as he said this, Jiang reached out and gently flicked Lin Cece's head. "Hey, can't you think about something serious with that little head of yours? What will you do if I'm robbed? Will you starve to death at home?" Lin Cece pouted, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Well, what you're saying. Can I really starve to death? Is it possible that I lived alone before you came along? It's just quite tiring." Hearing this, Jiang's brows softened slightly, and he reached out to pinch the girl's cheek. "Okay, I'll take care of things from now on, so you won't have to work too hard. Besides, I'm not going anywhere, so I won't be robbed. After all, it took a lot of effort to be with you." Listening to Jiang's words, Lin Cece pouted, "You're just trying to fool me." The warmth downstairs is something that people upstairs obviously can't feel. Lu Yuran stood in the kitchen, looking at the battlefield-like environment around her. Her lips twitched slightly, and a look of annoyance and helplessness appeared on her face. She was just about to try making a simple dish. After all, she had tried it with her mother when she was at Jiang's house that day. So now I feel like I'm capable. Now look what's happened. It was perfectly fine when it was at home, but now it's all messed up. Never mind. I'll just order takeout. Lu Yuran placed the pot directly into the sink. He walked into the living room with a blank expression. Images from the past are flashing through my mind. Why is Jiang always able to cook so quickly and well? But she can't. I was just thinking about it. The sound of the door opening rang out, and Yang Tao returned, looking somewhat tired. "Yuran, I'm back." Upon entering, they didn't hear Lu Yuran speak, but instead smelled a strange odor. It looked like something had burned, and she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lu Yuran sitting on the sofa. I noticed that this girl had a blank expression and seemed to be in a bad mood. "Hey little darling, what's wrong with you now? You're all sullen, like someone owes you money. Besides, to be honest, this smell is weird. Did you blow up the kitchen?" "That's what I've been thinking about." Yang Tao's expression instantly changed, and she quickly walked towards the kitchen. A short while later, she walked out with a speechless expression. "Hey Yuran, we were talking about cooking, weren't we? What's going on here? Are we going to blow up the kitchen? This is terrifying. How did the pot get so burnt?" Lu Yuran raised her head, glanced at Yang Tao, and calmly replied, "I don't know either. I was just cooking normally, who would know?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tao shook her head speechlessly. "Okay, I smelled a really nice fragrance when I passed by the hallway just now. I thought it was you who made it, since you said this morning that you were going to show off your skills. When we came up and saw the results, here we are." Yang Tao shook her head, having completely given up on Lu Yuran's idea of cooking. The main reason is that when she left home in the morning, Lu Yuran was still very enthusiastic about cooking for her. "Is that all? Let's not do it. I'll tidy up and then just make something simple," Yang Tao said, preparing to cook for herself. Lu Yuran spoke up sullenly. "No need. I've already ordered takeout." "Okay, that works too." Yang Tao nodded helplessly. Then her eyes flickered, as if she had suddenly thought of something. "By the way, didn't Yang Wenqin invite you to his studio to be an artist? I remember he had been looking for you before." Lu Yuran shook her head. "They invited me, but I declined." "Why?" "This can earn you academic credits. Because I have to prepare for the next painting competition, I don't have time to do it, and I don't want to be with him." Lu Yuran shook her head. Ultimately, her feelings for Yang Wenqin had almost completely disappeared. On her first day back, she was in a good mood when she accepted the invitation. However, we had several encounters with him in succession. Honestly, Lu Yuran no longer had any good feelings towards Yang Wenqin. In fact, she even disliked him. Sometimes his behavior is really quite disgusting. All right. Hearing Lu Yuran's words, Yang Tao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She has a strong sense of crisis. The question I just asked was actually a deliberate test of Lu Yuran's intentions. If Lu Yuran had actually accepted Yang Wenqin's invitation, she wouldn't be in this state of mind now. If Lu Yuran doesn't refuse, it means that Yang Wenqin has been given a chance. So, her position is now in serious jeopardy. Fortunately, Lu Yuran wasn't interested. Moreover, all their attention was focused on that great drawing competition. To be honest, Yang Tao didn't care that much. Right now, all she wants to do is control Yang Wenqin. You don't actually want to have a proper competition with that Lin Cixi, do you? Yang Tao was in a much better mood. She sat down and said something, seemingly casually. Otherwise what? Lu Yuran tilted her head to look at Yang Tao. I just wanted to prove that she was less capable than me. I also want to prove to Jiang and that I am the most suitable person for his studio. Chapter 199: A brief discussion of several two-person sports. Yang Tao was slightly taken aback upon hearing Lu Yuran's words. He looked somewhat surprised. She just asked that casually. The result was unexpected. Lu Yuran actually thought that way? Are you sure Jiang'an will think that way just because you have better grades than Lin Cixi? Yang Tao couldn't help but try to persuade Lu Yuran. Should we try to think more clearly? The way you're pursuing your husband seems increasingly strange. Lu Yuran glanced at Yang Tao, remaining completely calm, her eyes seemingly devoid of any emotion. But if I don't do this, Jiang'an will never have any ideas. But now, at least I've done it, so maybe he'll have some ideas now. Yang Tao fell silent. What she said was absolutely correct. Okay, let's give it a try. Painting competitions are not places where it's easy to get good results. It's full of top-notch artists. Anyway, she wasn't interested. Let Lu Yuran go if she wants to. However, it's worth mentioning that when Lu Yuran said it at the hot pot restaurant last time, she thought Lu Yuran was just saying it on purpose for Lin Cixi to hear. But now it seems that this is preparing to start a war between women. In the evening, after dinner, Jiang'an sat on the sofa, munching on an apple. Lady Lin went to wash the dishes. Adhering to the principle of one person washes the dishes, one person cooks, men and women work together, and the work is not tiring. They work together. The task of washing dishes somehow fell to Lin Cixi. The girl couldn't help but shout as she washed the dishes. Teacher Jiang, you've gone too far. You're just eating an apple while I'm washing the dishes. Can't you come and keep me company? Want me to keep you company? Jiang'an walked into the kitchen, amused. Seriously? Why does someone need someone to keep them company while they wash the dishes? So what? Lin Cixi glared at Jiang'an, then said, in a few days, there will be a painting competition, followed by final exams, and then the holidays. Does Teacher Jiang have any plans regarding the holiday? Hearing this, Jiang'an didn't think much of it, and just smiled and replied, it's a holiday. Of course I'm going home. Where else would I go? Pa, that's not what I meant. Lin Cixi muttered while washing the dishes. What I meant was, you're on vacation, you're going home. Which home are you going to? I heard this. Jiang'an finally understood what the little girl meant. So all that was going on was because she was worried she wouldn't come back? He couldn't help but fall into a slight state of thought. Seeing Jiang'an deep in thought, Lin Cixi pouted slightly. It seemed that some people were not prepared to spend the summer vacation with her. Thinking about this, the girl became somewhat unhappy. What a jerk. He doesn't care about me at all. Of course, Lin Cixi wasn't the kind of girl who was willful. She just hoped that she could be included in Jiang and summer vacation plans. After all, Lin Cixi knew that Teacher Jiang was very busy with work, but as a young girl experiencing love for the first time, she naturally couldn't bear to part with Jiang'an. As long as Jiang'an can give even the slightest reason to decline, Lin Cixi will not insist. But that scoundrel didn't remember at all. You see, if Jiang'an leaves during summer vacation, she'll be all alone. Thinking about the empty room and the lack of anyone to hold hands with, Lin Cixi felt a little sad. Actually, in the past, when Jiang'an wasn't around, she wouldn't have felt anything. After all, she had grown up alone and was used to being by herself. But now that she's spending more time with Jiang'an, she started to rely on him instead. Sometimes during class, I can't help but think of Jiang'an, and even when I'm working or drawing, I can't help but secretly look at Jiang'an. This feeling strongly reminded Lin Cixi. Oh no, you've really fallen in love. She could have been herself. Whether it's a holiday or the Lunar New Year, in a quiet and deserted room, all she needs is an air conditioner and a drawing board to keep her occupied all day. When she gets tired of painting, She turns on the TV and watches some classic old dramas, the sweet kind. She doesn't need to go out and socialize, nor does she have to worry about being woken up by her elders grumbling and scolding in the early morning. This is the life that many people envy and dream of. Freedom and ease. But that is indeed lonely, especially after experiencing life in Jiang'an. Lin Cixi realized very clearly that her past life was lonely, and being alone was really desolate. Even when I want to talk, there's no one to keep me company. Looking at your dejected expression, I'm really afraid the bowl will fall to the ground. Jiang'an reached out and pinched Lin Cixi's little face, pulling Lin Cixi out of her reverie. This summer vacation is very busy, with work and graduation matters. The most important thing is to stay with you. Lin Cixi paused, then looked up, a somewhat surprised expression on her face. Teacher Jiang, I don't mean you have to stay with me. What I mean is, if you're busy, you don't have to worry about me. Besides, it's summer vacation, and I can manage on my own. She instinctively refused. But the moment I said those words, I was filled with regret. Oops. Lin Cixi, what are you saying? Jiang'an laughed and reached out to rub Lin Cixi's face. What are you thinking about? One person can't do it alone. We need two people. So, I really can't leave this summer vacation. Lin Cixi stared at Jiang'an in front of her, momentarily lost in thought for some inexplicable reason. This man, he's so charming. How did I manage to captivate her so completely after just a few simple words? But can you really stay and keep me company? From now on, not just during summer vacation, but on any holiday, I will try my best to be by your side. Besides, if I stay, it means I'll have to work overtime. I hope some people won't secretly complain about me. Hearing Jiang'an's words, Lin Cixi hummed a few times. How could that be? How could I possibly blame you? Please, I'm not that kind of person. Jiang'an couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. This girl is great in every way, but why is she a little stubborn? Okay, as long as they're not that kind of person, and they don't complain. Jiang'an stretched, then his gaze fell on the bowls in front of him, and he couldn't help but laugh. Let's get moving quick. Didn't we agree to exercise tonight? Huh? When did I agree to that? You mentioned during dinner that you need to exercise more to lose weight. I have a few couples exercises here that should meet your needs. Teacher Jiang, I think you have a problem? Chapter 200 Summer Boys' Little Schemes. After washing the dishes, the two of them went out for a walk, hand in hand, striding confidently towards the sky. It gives off a very carefree and relaxed feeling. Lin Cixi was full of resentment. Yes, she was constantly full of resentment. Teacher Jiang, is this the kind of exercise you're talking about? Haha, what did you think? You said I had a problem? If this counts as a problem, then tell me, what sport is considered problem-free? Lin Cixi turned her head away. Go to hell, you dog of a man. If there's a way to die in this world, it's being allergic to adhesive bandages. Then you, Jiang, have died 10,000 times over. In fact, Lin Cixi was just thinking about it. If we really want to put it into practice, Lin Cixi would probably be the first to run away. This heroine is upright and kind-hearted, and will repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. But you, young Master Jiang, cannot treat me with disrespect. In fact, that's how girls are. Most of the time, they want you to be a little timid and do something slightly provocative to her. This way, you can both create a romantic atmosphere between the two people and maintain a sense of excitement. They might even do it on their own initiative. But when you're really about to take up arms and go into battle, girls will definitely say no. Don't be smug. Because most girls are reserved, cute, and delicate. Just like a blooming flower, you have to peel away layer after layer of green leaves. Only then will they bloom for you. So, Jiang'an wasn't in such a hurry. He was never an impatient person, and he would never do anything outrageous because of some desires. True happiness often comes from mutual affection and understanding. Teacher Jiang, do you think your parents might suddenly come back one day? Do you think I should prepare for that? What should we prepare? Halfway there, Lin Cixi suddenly remembered something and looked at Jiang'an with a nervous expression, asking him a question. Jiang'an was also stunned when he heard her words. Hey, don't bring that up. I really haven't thought about it. Come on back. I don't think I need to prepare anything. I know my parents pretty well. They won't care at all. They'll just be happy. Jiang shrugged in response. That irresponsible couple. He went abroad to travel when he was in junior high school. They said they'd just have some fun and come back, but it turns out we only see them once every few years. Jiang got used to it. He's been quite independent since he was little, plus he has his grandfather too. That's fine then. Lin Cece nodded, slightly relieved. She just suddenly thought of it. What on earth is going on in your little head all day? It's all a jumble of nonsense. Even my parents can suddenly guess what it's thinking. Jiang smiled and gently rubbed her face. My face is almost all squished. Lin Cece dodged and dodged, then muttered. Oh, you don't understand. That's just how girls are. They always overthink things. Instead of wasting your time, aren't you thinking about the upcoming competition? The upcoming competition. Lin Cece's expression became more serious. To be honest, I'm not very confident about the upcoming competition. They're all experts. How am I supposed to fight them? But we'll definitely beat our neighbor first. Puffed, you little rascal. Jiang was stunned for a moment, then realized who Lin Cece was referring to as her neighbor. Then you wouldn't understand. I'm the most petty of all. As Lin Cece spoke, her gaze fell on a row of stalls at the school gate. Teacher Jiang, look at these. These are all started by college students themselves. What do you think about us setting up a stall here in the future? What will you sell at your stall? I haven't thought about it yet. May I ask, Teacher Jiang, what special skills do you have? I have long legs. Lin Cece turned her head away and walked to the stall, starting to wander around. Girls are like that. Their favorite thing is watching these strange and unusual things. Jiang followed behind her, not in a hurry, letting Lin Cece dart around and choose what she wanted. Before long, Lin Cece came over holding a small trinket, as if presenting a treasure. Look, Teacher Jiang. Hearing this, Jiang chuckled and looked down, asking, what's making you so excited? Huh, it's puppy merchandise? Looking at the little doll in his hand, Jiang recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this the little dog that Lin Cece had drawn before? And now it's here. TSK. To be honest, I'm quite surprised that our merchandise is now being sold right outside the school gates. Lin Cece heard this and gave a soft snort. This is a business opportunity. What does this prove? It proves that the puppy is a hit. It's a pity that these manufacturers didn't pay me any royalties, and the production quality is so rough. It's so much worse than my original drawing. The girl muttered to herself. She felt a pang of sympathy. First of all, I feel bad about the money. The money from this merchandise was actually made by someone else. Secondly, she felt bad that her artwork was being painted so casually. She couldn't be happy about it. Meanwhile, a college student who was setting up a stall on the other side noticed the two of them and walked over with a smile, saying, Hey, this is the latest merchandise. It's from that super popular Attack on Titan character. It's selling like hotcakes. Do you want to buy some? It's 20% off right now. Upon hearing this, Jiang turned to look at the girl and whispered, Want one? I'll buy one for you. No. Lin Cece shook her head. She didn't like it at all. If you want it, we can make our own merchandise, the girl said softly. Sure, that's perfect. To be honest, our studio's business is a bit lacking, especially when we're not developing games. Something's missing. Jiang answered with a smile. Wow, he's so easy to talk to. Lin Cece was a little surprised, not expecting that her suggestion would be approved by Jiang so quickly. Of course, let's go. If you don't like it, then forget it. The two of them browsed several more stalls. In the end, Lin Cece didn't buy anything. In Kobayashi's words, shopping is a happy thing, but buying things is not necessarily. But the gains were quite significant. The idea of making related merchandise was something neither of them had considered before, but it has now come to mind. All right, we've been wandering around for so long, and we can't just leave empty-handed. Let's go buy a cake. Jiang waved his hand, preparing to attack the dessert shop on the side. Lin Cece looked at Jiang with suspicion. Teacher Jiang, I've heard that boys tend to have some special little tricks up their sleeves in the summer. Huh? Jiang was completely confused. Why is it a little? I don't understand.